I am a globally renowned swimming superstar, a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. But no one knows that my success all stems from a super download system that has accompanied me for 10 years. However, this system was only fully upgraded 5 days ago and told me, the popularity I've accumulated in the swimming world cannot be exchanged for system data. This means I must give up the glory of the swimming world and start anew to download more powerful skills. Thus, I resolutely announced my retirement, casting aside all the glory, solely to become a true all-around superstar in my new life. My first stop was the variety show Chinese restaurant. While other celebrities were still worrying about the lack of customers, I calmly played a piece with my S-level piano skills, instantly filling the restaurant to capacity. When the Michelin 2-star restaurant challenged us, I used my S-class culinary skills to teach them what real gourmet food is. My glory has only just begun. I am Jiang Zhe. At the age of 14, I made a dazzling debut in the swimming world, competing in the Beijing, London, and Rio Olympics. Sweeping all the gold medals in swimming events, truly deserving the title of a swimming superstar. 5 days ago, on the second day after the Rio Olympics ended, I announced my retirement on Weibo, shocking the world. This morning, the General Administration of Sport of China confirmed the news, but the reason for my retirement remains unknown to the public. At the time, I was waiting for my flight at Rio de Janeiro's Galileo Antonio Carlos Jobim International Airport, talking on the phone with my cousin Li Ying. My cousin tried to persuade me not to retire, but I told her that gold medals no longer held any appeal for me. After nearly a decade in competitive swimming, I'd grown tired of it. I want to change my career in life. My cousin stopped trying to persuade me and even said she'd come to pick me up early at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. After hanging up, no one recognized me the swimming superstar despite my deliberate disguise as I hid in the corner. Actually, I'm not from this world. I crossed over here 10 years ago when I was just 12 and now I'm 22. When I crossed over, I brought with me a super download implant system. This system can download various skills from all realms such as combat, cooking, singing, and more. Once downloaded and implanted into the soul, they are mastered automatically. However, downloading skills requires system data measured in MB. When I crossed over, the system only came with a free S-tier swimming skill, after which it locked for upgrades. The upgrade lasted a full decade, ending only on the day I announced my retirement. I opened the system panel to check the newly added skills. It took 10 years to accumulate just 24,500 M of system traffic, averaging a measly 200 M per month. Fortunately, after the upgrade, you get 100 megabytes of data daily, which is enough to download 2 Class B skills. The system skills are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The higher the level, the more pronounced the effect, and the greater the traffic required. In addition to downloading with data, there's also a popularity exchange system, where 10,000 popularity points equal 10 megabytes of system data, and so on. However, the popularity accumulated in the swimming world cannot be used for exchange, it must be accumulated anew. This is also one of the reasons I left the swimming world. I believe that with my level of fame, accumulating popularity in a new industry shouldn't be difficult. Hearing the announcement that boarding for the flight to Moto had begun, I felt full of anticipation, adjusted my baseball cap, and headed toward the gate. Getting ready to return home and start a new life. Chapter 1: The Retired Genius Superstar. Jiang Zhe debuted at the age of 14 and made a sensational debut at the Beijing Olympics, sweeping all gold medals in swimming events with astonishing results. He quickly gained worldwide acclaim and went on to dominate the London and Rio Olympics, sweeping all gold medals in swimming events at both games. His achievements are unparalleled, making him the undisputed genius and unrivaled dominant force of the swimming world, a global superstar with no equal. Sina Sports News. 5 days ago, on the second day after the Rio Olympics concluded, swimming superstar Jiang Zhe suddenly announced his retirement on his official Weibo account. The news sent shockwaves through the swimming world and sparked global outrage. Penguin Sports Weekly. This morning, the Chinese National Sports Administration officially issued a statement confirming the authenticity of Jiang Zhe's retirement. The reasons behind his sudden decision remain unknown at this time. Phoenix News Commentary Column. The retirement of swimming legend Jiang Zhe is a significant loss for the global swimming community. However, it also presents an opportunity for rising stars to emerge. We extend our gratitude to Jiang Zhe for his contributions to the sport, and his remarkable achievements will forever be etched in Olympic history, earning him eternal admiration. Olympic Games Official Weibo. Xiao Zhe, have you truly decided to permanently retire from the swimming world? You are still young and at the prime age to create miracles. Retiring at this time is not a wise choice. In an inconspicuous corner of the International Departure Lounge at Rio de Janeiro's Galileo Antonio Carlos Jobim International Airport, a young man wearing a sky blue tracksuit, a baseball cap, and with a perfectly toned physique was on the phone. Li Ying, I understand what you're saying. Gold medals are just numbers to me now, they no longer hold any appeal. I've been in the swimming world for nearly a decade and I'm tired of it. I want to try a new industry and a new lifestyle. The teenager spoke calmly, his tone unruffled, as if he were discussing something trivial. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to talk you out of it. Come back to the country first, and we'll talk about it then. What time is your flight? I'll pick you up. The flight departs in an hour and it will take 14 hours to reach Shanghai Pudong International Airport assuming there are no delays. Glancing at the departure screen, the young man smiled faintly. Alright, I'll arrive at the airport early to wait for you. Xiaozhe, have a safe trip. I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai. Cousin, see you in Shanghai. After hanging up the phone, the young man lifted his head, revealing a radiant and handsome face. If any media reporters were present, they would have gone wild over that face, but the young man was the legendary genius and swimming superstar, Jiang Zhe. However, due to Jiang Zhe's deliberate attire and his choice of a secluded corner, no one noticed his true identity. After 10 years in this world, the damn system had finally finished upgrading, and he could finally download the new skills from the system and embark on a new life. Jiang Zhe said this with a relaxed expression and an eager look in his eyes. Jiang Zhe wasn't originally from this world, he had traveled here 10 years ago. When he arrived, he was only 12 years old. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed and he was now 22. When Jiang Zhe arrived, he had a system with him. The Super Download Implantation System. This system had accompanied Jiang Zhe for 10 years, and although it had been constantly upgrading, he was quite familiar with it. The Super Download Implantation System allows users to download various skills from all worlds, such as martial arts, cooking, singing, acting, directing, painting, and playing musical instruments, which are then implanted into the user's soul, enabling them to master these skills automatically. Although there are many skills, they all require system data to download, and this system data is similar to the network data used in his previous life, measured in megabytes MB. Jiang Zhe opened the system panel and studied it carefully, familiarizing himself with the newly added skills. Why are they called new skills? Because when Jiang Zhe first arrived in this world, the system only had one S-rank swimming skill and no others. It was precisely because of this S-rank swimming skill that Jiang Zhe achieved remarkable success in the swimming world, eventually becoming the dominant figure and a superstar in the swimming arena. The S-rank swimming skill he had obtained earlier was a free gift from the system, requiring no data usage. After granting this skill to Jiang Zhe, the system immediately locked it for upgrading, a process that took 10 years, ending just 5 days ago, the day Jiang Zhe announced his retirement from the swimming world. Jiang Zhe checked the total data usage in the system and felt a bit annoyed. After 10 years, he had only accumulated 24,500 M of system data usage, averaging just 200 M per month. This system is really stingy. Fortunately, after the upgrade, he could now obtain 100 M of system data usage daily, which was much better than the previous 200 M per month. With 24,500 M of system data usage, he could already download 2 B-rank skills. Skills in the system are divided into 5 grades: S grade, A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. The higher the skill level, the more pronounced the effects. As seen from Jiang Zhe dominating the swimming world with his S-class swimming skill, S-class skills are undoubtedly the most powerful. Of course, the higher the skill level, the more system traffic is required to download and implant the skill. S-rank skills require 50,000 megabytes of system data. A-rank skills require 30,000 megabytes of system data. B-level skills require 10,000 megabytes of system data. C-rank skills require 3,000 megabytes of system bandwidth. D-rank skills require 500 megabytes of system data. Skills are great, but they sure require a lot of system flow. Looking at the system flow required to download various skills, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Good thing there's a popularity exchange system, but it doesn't apply to the popularity accumulated in the swimming arena. I'll have to start accumulating popularity all over again. 10,000 popularity points equal 10 megabytes of system data. 100,000 popularity points equal 100 megabytes of system data. 1 million popularity points equal 1,000 megabytes of system data. 1 point of popularity equals 10,000 megabytes of system data. The conversion ratio follows the same pattern. When Jiang Zhe saw the popularity column showing 0, he felt quite helpless. This was also why he suddenly withdrew from the swimming world. The popularity he had accumulated in swimming couldn't be converted into popularity points, so he had to start over and build up popularity in another industry. Jiang Zhe believed that, with his current fame, even if he entered a new industry, rebuilding popularity would not be too difficult. System announcement: Flight Z-150C bound for Pudong International Airport in Shanghai is now boarding. Please prepare for boarding. Listening to the system announcement, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of anticipation. Returning to his homeland, he was eager to start a new life. He adjusted his baseball cap and walked toward the boarding gate. Chapter 2: My cousin is a film superstar. 14 hours later, Pudong International Airport in the magical city of Shanghai. Cousin, I've arrived at the airport exit. When will you be there? At the airport exit, Jiang Zhe dialed the phone. Xiaozhe, wait for me, I'll be there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, a pink Lamborghini swept past, drawing a graceful arc before coming to a stop in front of Jiang Zhe. From the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, a beautiful young woman with a delicate and elegant appearance waved at Jiang Zhe. Xiaozhe, get in. Due to the high passenger volume at Magic City International Airport, the exit was crowded with people waiting for rides. The sudden appearance of the Lamborghini immediately drew the attention of many, and sharp-eyed onlookers quickly recognized the identity of the woman in the driver's seat. My goodness, I must be seeing things. That's Zhao Liying, the actress. That's right, that's definitely Ying Bao. Hurry up and get her autograph. Who is Ying Bao here to pick up? Who is that man wearing the baseball cap? I think I've seen him somewhere before. My goodness, I'm so excited. That's Jiang Zhe, the swimming superstar. Quick, don't let him get away. Get a photo with him. Where is Jiang Zhe? Where is Jiang Zhe? Quick, we're from the New City Times and we need to interview him. That's right, the one who came to pick up Jiang Zhe in the Lamborghini is none other than his cousin, Zhao Liying, the wildly popular domestic superstar. The commotion of the crowd and the screams of the fans caught Jiang Zhe's attention. He quickly got into the Lamborghini, fastened his seatbelt, and urged Zhao Liying, "Cousin, hurry up and drive. If we don't leave soon, we'll be stuck here by the fans." Jiang Zhe had no bodyguards, and Zhao Liying hadn't brought any staff either. If they were blocked by these fanatical fans, they probably wouldn't be able to leave today. "Zhou, sit tight, let's go." Zhao Liying gave a casual smile, stepped on the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini roared to life, disappearing from the fans' sight in an instant. How annoying. We were so close to getting a signature from Ying Bao. Yeah, I absolutely love Ying Bao's performance as Chu Chao. It's so beautiful and captivating. By the way, what's the relationship between Ying Bao and swimming superstar Jiang Zhe? They've never had any connection before, have they? Could they be a couple? One is a swimming superstar, the other a film superstar. They make a perfect match. Did you guys take any photos? Quick, send me one, I wanna post it on Weibo. Film star Zhao Liying personally drove to pick up swimming sensation Jiang Zhe. This is definitely a hot topic. Cousin, you usually prefer to keep a low profile when you go out. Why are you being so flashy today? This doesn't seem like you at all. Jiang Zhe looked at Zhao Liying, who was driving, and said with a smile. Back then, you were part of the swimming establishment in China and had to consider your status. Now that you've retired from swimming, you're no longer part of the establishment, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Besides, you bought those luxury cars. If you don't drive them, they'll just rust away. Zhao Liying looked at Jiang Zhe with concern and said, "Xiao Zhe, you've gotten darker and thinner. Was it tough participating in the Olympics in Rio?" Feeling Zhao Liying's concern, Jiang Zhe felt a warm glow in his heart. In reality, Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying had no blood relation. Zhao Liying was only 1 year older than Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying were from the same village. 10 years ago, Jiang Ze's father drove the family out for a trip, but they encountered an earthquake. A huge boulder crushed their car. Jiang Ze's parents sacrificed their lives to save him, leaving him alone. Zhao Liying's parents, seeing Jiang Ze's plight, took him in. It was in that year that the current Jiang Zhe, equipped with a system, traveled back in time. Several years ago, Zhao Liying's family was very poor, and life was extremely difficult. Zhao Liying had not yet entered the entertainment industry. After arriving in the past, Jiang Zhe obtained an S-rank swimming skill from the system and entered the swimming world, quickly gaining fame. After becoming famous, Jiang Zhe worked hard to earn money and support Zhao Liying's family. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Liying could focus on her career in the entertainment industry for so many years without any worries, and Jiang Zhe played a significant role in this. After years of relying on each other, Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying developed not only a familial bond but also a complex, indescribable connection. Perhaps it was what people call a romantic relationship, but neither of them chose to dwell on it, keeping it deeply buried in their hearts. Feeling Zhao Liying's concern, Jiang Zhe felt warm inside. There's nothing tiring about it. As a national athlete, it's my duty to bring honor to the country. It's you, my cousin, who's been working so hard on set for the past 6 months. You must be exhausted. Tired? It used to be you who earned money to support your cousin, now it's your cousin's turn to work hard to support you. Otherwise, where would you get the money to marry a wife? Zhao Liying teased with a smile. Don't worry about the wife. Even if I were to marry, I'd marry someone like you, my cousin. Jiang Zhe chuckled, teasing her back. You're such a smart aleck. Zhao Liying playfully tapped Jiang Zhe on the shoulder and teased him with a laugh. However, after hearing Jiang Ze's words, Zhao Liying felt a hint of sweetness in her heart, and the longing buried deep within her grew stronger. By the way, Xiao Zhe, now that you're leaving the swimming world, what do you plan to do next? Zhao Liying asked Jiang Zhe. I can do anything. Someone as handsome and capable as me can achieve great things in anything I do. Jiang Ze's words weren't entirely untrue. With the system's assistance, as long as he accumulated enough popularity, he could exchange it for an S-rank skill and make a name for himself. It wouldn't be too difficult. By the way, a few hours ago, I contacted a few variety shows. You could go try your hand at it. With your good looks, not entering the entertainment industry would be a waste. Zhao Liying pulled out one hand and gently pinched Jiang Ze's face, full of affection. Jiang Zhe held Zhao Liying's small hand, urging her to drive carefully, then asked, which variety shows did you mention? Tell me more. The variety shows I contacted include Running Man, Flower Boys, Extreme Men, Our Journey, and a newly launched show called Chinese Restaurant. With your current fame, they wouldn't dare turn you down if you're willing to participate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. Cousin, which celebrities are joining the China restaurant show? Chapter 3, Joining China's Restaurant. What? Are you interested in China's restaurant? Zhao Liying asked in surprise. Oh, I was just asking. Isn't China's restaurant the new variety show? It seems like there's room to shine. Zhang Zhe replied nonchalantly. Zhang Zhe asked about the Chinese restaurant because, in his previous life, the show was airing in his world at the time. Although only 2 seasons had been broadcast, he had enjoyed watching it greatly. Zhang Zhe loved the scenic beauty of Elephant Island, with its turquoise waters and blue skies. Living there would be a truly wonderful experience. In his previous life, Zhang Zhe had never been to Elephant Island. Now that this variety show had appeared in this world, he wouldn't miss it for anything. To confirm whether this world's Chinese restaurant was the same as the one from his previous life, Zhang Zhe needed to verify it first. As far as I know, the variety show Chinese restaurant features big names like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, as well as popular young stars Zhou Dongyu and Dilraba. Just based on the star power alone, it's sure to be a hit once it airs. Zhao Liying shared the information she had obtained with Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe snapped his fingers. Auntie, let's go with Chinese restaurant. No need to consider anything else. Are you sure? Zhao Liying, seeing how easily Zhang Zhe made the decision, couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's decided. By the way, what if they don't want me? Zhang Zhe asked with a playful smile. Stop joking around. You're a big name in the swimming world, they'd be thrilled to have you on their show. As long as the show's director isn't crazy, they won't turn you down. I'll call them right now. Zhao Liying playfully scolded Zhang Zhe before taking out her phone and dialing a number. Soon, the call connected. Hello, Director Wang, this is Zhao Liying. Yes, we've been in touch before about my cousin Zhang Zhe joining your variety show Chinese restaurant. What do you think? Miss Zhao? You're not joking, are you? Mr. Jian really wants to join our show, China's restaurant? The voice on the phone sounded urgent. Yes, confirmed. Zhao Liying nodded. Oh, that's wonderful. This is exactly what we wanted. Having Mr. Zheng join our show China's restaurant is an honor for us. Ms. Zhao, could you please arrange some time for me to meet with Mr. Jiang in person? The show is set to start filming in 2 days, and I'd like to finalize the cooperation agreements as soon as possible. The phone was on speaker, and Zhang Zhe also heard clearly. He mouthed tomorrow to Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying nodded. Alright, Director Wang, let's do it tomorrow. Alright, great. We'll get in touch tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhao Liying smiled mischievously. Xiao Zhe, I told you so. As long as you're willing, they're more than happy to have you. Thank you, cousin. You're so kind. After saying that, Zhang Zhe pretended to hug Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying giggled. Xiao Zhe, stop fooling around. I'm driving. Then, cousin, can we hug when we get home? Zhang Zhe had no intention of letting Zhao Liying off the hook, grinning mischievously. You're both adults now, still wanting to hug? Aren't you ashamed? What's there to be shy about? We used to sleep together all the time, and besides. You little rascal, you dare to tease your cousin? Just wait until we get home, I'll show you. Apparently touched on a sensitive spot, Zhao Liying blushed deeply, slapped Zhang Zhe lightly, and scolded him playfully. Hee, it's settled then, cousin. Let's go home and hug later. Zhang Zhe kept grinning mischievously. Seeing Zhang Zhe's expression, Zhao Liying's face grew even redder. Unconsciously, certain scenes from the past flashed through her mind. In a mountain stream, a naked little boy and a naked little girl played in the water, teasing each other, and eventually fell asleep in each other's arms. The scene was both warm and shy. Thinking of this, Zhao Liying sneakily glanced at Zhang Zhe. Seeing him with his eyes closed, she murmured sweetly to herself, that little boy who used to run around naked is grown up, and he's getting more and more handsome. He's truly captivating. Cousin, what should we have for dinner tonight? As they emerged from the underground parking garage, Zhang Zhe and Zhao Liying entered the villa. As they walked, Zhang Zhe asked Zhao Liying. Xiao Zhe, to celebrate your retirement, your cousin will cook a delicious meal tonight. Let's open a bottle of red wine and celebrate properly. How about it? Are you satisfied? Upon returning home, Zhao Liying took off her shoes, revealing her fair, delicate feet, and plopped down on the sofa in a relaxed pose. From Zhang Zhe's perspective, he could clearly see Zhao Liying's perfect figure and the 2 small, budding mounds. Looking at Zhao Liying on the sofa, Zhang Zhe walked over to her side, took her arm, and whispered softly, Cousin, do you know? You look so alluring and beautiful right now. Zhao Liying, seeing Zhang Zhe's expression, felt a moment of daze. Feeling the man's breath on her nose, she became somewhat intoxicated. Xiao Zhe, are you serious? Is my cousin really beautiful? Zhang Zhe nodded. Yes, cousin, you have always been the most beautiful woman in my heart, and you are the woman I love most in this lifetime. Zhang Zhe's most beloved had 2 meanings, familial affection and something else. Thank you, Xiao Zhe. Seeing your achievements today makes your cousin happy too. Your uncle and aunt in heaven would also be proud of you. Zhao Liying sat up, wrapped her arms around Jiang Zei's arm, and leaned against his shoulder, her eyes filled with memories. Although Jiang Zei had never met his parents in this world, the deep-seated longing in his heart remained. He nodded, everything is in the past. It will get better. I owe my success today to your support and encouragement, cousin. As long as you don't bully your cousin anymore, that's fine. Alright, I'm going to cook. You go wash up first. Tonight, your cousin will show you something special and treat you to a feast. Zhao Liying finished speaking, jumped off the sofa, and then hopped into the kitchen barefoot, not looking the least bit like a superstar, but more like a little woman. Jiang Zei smiled and muttered to himself, my cousin must only show this side of herself in front of me. She's so cute. Chapter 4, Download Skills. In the kitchen, Zhao Liying, wearing an apron, looked like a diligent housewife, chopping vegetables, washing them, and stir-frying with skill and efficiency. Soon, a table of fragrant dishes was laid out before Jiang Zei. Wow, cousin, you're amazing. You have the potential to become a great chef. Looking at the table filled with delicious home-cooked dishes, Jiang Zei gave Zhao Liying a thumbs up. Xiao Zei, stop teasing. Let's eat. Alright, let's eat. At the dinner table, Zhao Liying raised her glass, her eyes brimming with happiness. Xiao Zei, ever since I entered the entertainment industry, we siblings have rarely had the chance to gather together and enjoy a proper meal. Come, let's toast to the hardships of the past, to the achievements we've made today, and to the future ahead of us. My cousin is right. Let's toast to our future life. Jiang Zei and Zhao Liying gently clinked their glasses and drank them dry. Zhao Liying was in an especially good mood tonight, constantly clinking glasses with Jiang Zei and drinking, pouring out her heart. She talked about her innocent childhood, the hardships of entering the entertainment industry, and her aspirations for life. Before they knew it, they had already finished 2 bottles of red wine. Cousin, you're drunk, drink less. Seeing Zhao Liying's flushed face and unsteady stance, Jiang Zei quickly supported her, afraid she might fall. Xiao Zei, I'm not drunk, keep drinking, keep drinking. After mumbling those words, Zhao Liying wrapped her arms around Jiang Zei's neck and collapsed into his embrace, slowly drifting off to sleep. Looking at Zhao Liying in his arms, her clothes slightly disheveled, Jiang Zei gently pinched her cheek with a loving expression. Tonight, let me be your babysitter. Jiang Zei carried Zhao Liying into the bedroom, then took out a damp towel and gently wiped the dirt from her face and hands before covering her with the blanket. Jiang Zei dared not change Zhao Liying's clothes. He feared he might lose control and act impulsively, which might lead to something happening between them in the future. But that wasn't the time yet. Jiang Zei didn't want to hurt Zhao Liying's heart. Xiao Zei, don't leave me. You little rascal, don't leave me. Just as Jiang Zei was about to leave the room, Zhao Liying rolled over and mumbled incoherently with the smell of alcohol on her breath. Little rascal, don't abandon me. I'm scared. You have to stay with me forever. Hearing those words, Jiang Zei returned to the bedside, looked at the sleeping Zhao Liying, and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I'll stay with you forever. I won't leave you alone. After leaving Zhao Liying's room, Jiang Zei tidied up the dining room and kitchen before opening the super download implantation system to download a few skills. Looking at the system's remaining 24,500 M data, Jiang Zei calculated in his mind. Currently, there are 24,500 megabytes of system data available, which can only be used to download 2 types of B rank skills, 1 type of C rank skill, and 2 types of D rank skills. Of course, he could also exchange them for several C rank or D rank skills, but overall, the system data was limited, so he needed to choose practical skills to download. Since he was participating in a Chinese restaurant, cooking skills were a must. Besides cooking, he would also need to attract customers and promote the restaurant, so downloading performance or music-related skills would be necessary. Additionally, he must download Thai and English. Even though the production team provided translation, it was always better to know a few languages himself. After careful consideration, Jiang Zei finalized the skills he would download. 2 B-tier skills, 1 C-tier skill, and 2 D-tier skills. Clicking on the B-level cooking skill, 10,000 megabytes of system data was instantly consumed. Within the cooking skill, several sub-skills were displayed. B-rank knife skills 5,000 megabyte system data, B-rank frying skills 5,000 megabyte system data, B-rank steaming skills 5,000 megabyte system data, B-rank stir frying skills 5,000 megabyte system data, B-rank soup making skills 5,000 megabyte system data. Looking at these sub-skills, Jiang Zei was speechless. He had finally seen how ruthless the system could be. To download B-rank skills, one must prepare 10,000 M of system data, not a single bit less. This 10,000 megabyte system data allowance only allows you to download 2 sub-skills, as each sub-skill requires 5,000 megabytes of system data. To download more sub-skills, you'll need to continue consuming 10,000 megabytes of system data and keep going. This system is really sneaky. Jiang Zei cursed under his breath, then looked at the sub-skills in the cooking category and ultimately chose the B-rank knife skills and B-rank stir-frying skills. These 2 skills are the most commonly used ones. As for things like soup making, we'll worry about that later. After downloading and implanting these 2 sub-skills into his mind, Jiang Zei marked them as mastered. It was convenient and quick. This was the true power of the system. Next up were the entertainment performance skills. After careful selection, he chose B-rank stringed instrument playing and B-rank stringed instrument plucking. For C-rank skills, he downloaded C-rank beverage mixing and C-rank handmade snack making. D-rank skills cost 500 each and do not have sub-skills like B-rank or C-rank skills. Zhang Zhe chose D-rank Thai language skill and D-rank English language skill. These are only the most basic language skills, allowing for basic communication with others. More specialized vocabulary and language skills required downloading higher level skills. After all the skills were downloaded and installed, Zhang Zhe's system only had 500 megabytes of system storage left. He was broke again. Sigh, he could only focus on gaining popularity through the show Chinese Restaurant. He was actually looking forward to it. After settling everything, Zhang Zhe finished his morning routine and lay down to rest. He had a busy day ahead, as he needed to discuss the contract with the Chinese Restaurant show production team the next day. The next morning, Zhao Liying was still asleep when she received a call from Wang Tian, the director of the Chinese Restaurant show. Zhao Liying and Zhang Zhe hurriedly finished breakfast and then headed to the agreed location with Zhao Liying's agent to discuss the contract details. After repeated negotiations, Zhang Zhe and China's Restaurant officially reached a cooperation agreement, marking Zhang Zhe's official joining of the China's Restaurant production team. After signing the cooperation agreement, Wang Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhang Zhe was a swimming legend who had brought countless honors to the nation, and Wang Tian knew he couldn't afford to be careless. Wang Tian extended his hand proactively and said gratefully, "Mr. Jiang, on behalf of all the staff of the China Restaurant program, we sincerely welcome your joining us. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Zhang Zhe shook hands with Wang Tian and smiled, "Director Wang, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Zhe, it's more convenient." "Alright, Mr. Jiang, hey, Xiao Zhe, let's head to the hotel now to meet the other guests. We should get to know each other better since we'll be heading to Taigua tomorrow to film the show. Let's communicate more to build some chemistry." Zhang Zhe nodded, "Alright, let's go meet the other guests." Chapter 5, The Male God Zhang Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. I won't accompany you to meet the guests. Give me a call before you head to Taigua, and I'll see you off." Zhao Liying took the initiative to tidy up Zhang Zhe's clothes, her movements intimate and her tone gentle. Looking at Zhao Liying, who looked like a timid young wife, Zhang Zhe nodded, "Alright, cousin, you go ahead. I'll handle everything." Zhao Liying and her agent left. She also had many things to handle and was in a hurry. Seeing how close Zhao Liying and Zhang Zhe were, Wang Tian was deeply shocked. A film superstar and a swimming superstar, these two siblings are truly extraordinary. They've hidden it well. As Zhang Zhe was heading toward the five-star hotel where the guests of China's Restaurant were staying, the Kuan Tai International Hotel, a similarly decorated vehicle with China's Restaurant painted on it appeared at the hotel's entrance. The doors opened, and Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dili Riba stepped out one after another, appearing at the hotel entrance. As soon as the five of them stepped out, the fans gathered around waved their glow sticks and posters, shouting loudly, "Xiaoming Gu, look this way, look this way. Wei Jia, Wei Jia. Dongyu is the best. Go Dongyu. Riba, Riba. Liangu, Liangu." The fans are very enthusiastic, and the atmosphere on site is electric. With such enthusiastic fans, Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dili Riba also waved and interacted with the fans. This is an era of fan economy. For a celebrity to stay popular in the entertainment industry, they must maintain good relationships with their fans. Without fan support, it's impossible to survive in the entertainment industry. Zhao Wei, as a big name, doesn't need to be mentioned. She has been in the entertainment industry for many years and already has a loyal fan base. Although she has her share of controversies, her status and influence in the industry far surpass those of her juniors. Huang Xiaoming is no exception. Although his acting has its flaws, he debuted early, has a large body of work, and has amassed a dedicated fan base. His position in the entertainment industry is secure. In comparison, Zhou Dongyu, Dou Raba, and Zhang Xiaoliang are somewhat weaker when compared to Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming. After all, these three entered the industry later, and although they have gained significant popularity in recent years, they still fall short of Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming. Therefore, when facing Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dou Raba feel somewhat lacking in confidence. However, fortunately, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming are not the type to rely on their seniority. The atmosphere among the five was very harmonious, and they chatted and laughed as they made their way to the rest area arranged by the production team. Another director from the production team, Chen Yu, had been waiting there all along. "Welcome to all the guests. On behalf of the program team, I sincerely thank you all for joining our Chinese Restaurant family. Please wait a moment, the other guest will be here shortly." "Director Chen, who is the other guest? Why didn't we receive any prior notice?" Zhao Wei took a sip of her drink and asked Chen Yu. "Yeah, Director Chen, is the other guest more famous than Micro and Xiaoming that we have to wait for him alone?" Zhou Dongyu had a straightforward personality and spoke bluntly, unable to beat around the bush. Although Zhou Dongyu spoke directly, everyone knew his personality and didn't mind. Zhao smiled and patted Zhou Dongyu on the shoulder. Dongyu, you should have said, is he even more handsome than our Xiaoming? Is that a compliment or an insult? It sounds like an insult. Huang Xiaoming smiled at Zhao Xiao. I think Micro is right. Xiaoming is indeed very handsome, and Xiao Liang is also handsome. From now on, the two of you will be the two male idols of our Chinese restaurant. Dilly Reba also chimed in with a teasing remark. Reba, you're so good with words. Look at Xiaoming and Xiao Liang, they're both smiling secretly, their faces are beaming. Zhao Wei smiled softly and teased them from the side. In the rest area, the five of them gathered together, teasing each other and chatting. But the one they were most curious about was who the sixth guest was, but Chen Yu wouldn't tell them, leaving them all in suspense. Just as Zhao Wei and the others were joking around, Jiang Zhe's private car arrived at the Kuantai International Hotel. Xiao Zhe, we're here. Get out. Wang Tian opened the car door. Alright, let's get out. As soon as Jiang Zhe's private car arrived at the hotel, the fans gathered outside noticed it and began to wonder who was inside the car. Who's in that car? Could it be another guest? Yeah, that's right. It must be him. Look, the door is opening. Who is that? My goodness, it's Jiang Zhe. That's definitely Jiang Zhe, the swimming sensation. Jiang Zhe was wearing a blue casual shirt specially selected for him by Zhao Liang. The shirt fit him perfectly, showcasing his sleek, athletic build. Combined with his 1.8-meter height and his sunny, handsome features, he was the epitome of a heartthrob, easily captivating all the young men and women around him. As soon as he stepped out of the car, his fans recognized him and erupted into a frenzy of screams. Jiang Zhe! Jiang Zhe! Jiang Zhe! Soon, the screams gathered together, echoing far and wide, drawing countless passers-by to stop in their tracks. Jiang Zhe didn't expect to encounter such enthusiastic fans in this place. Of course, he didn't know if they were his fans. However, since the fans were so enthusiastic, Jiang Zhe didn't want to act aloof and ignore them. Hi, everyone. I'm Jiang Zhe, and I'm also a member of the Chinese restaurant. I hope you'll all support the Chinese restaurant, and I hope you'll like my performance on the show. I love you all. Thank you. After speaking, Jiang Zhe made a heart shape with his hands toward the fans. The fans were thrilled, screaming, and many female fans tried to rush toward Jiang Zhe, but they were stopped by the security guards. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei and others in the rest area heard the commotion outside. Wait, who are they calling? It sounds like Jiang Zhe? That's right, it's Jiang Zhe, the swimming prodigy, the swimming superstar. My goodness, he's my idol. Jiang Zhe has joined a Chinese restaurant? My goodness, this is completely unexpected. Just as Zhao Wei and the others were utterly shocked, Jiang Zhe, led by Wang Tian, appeared at the entrance of the lounge. Hi, Ms. Zhao, Mr. Xiaoming, Mr. Liang, Dongyu, and Reba, how are you all? Seeing Jiang Zhe greet everyone with a smile, the rest area fell silent. Everyone was utterly amazed. A few seconds later, Dilly Reba screamed, my idol. It's really you. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy, I'm going to faint. Chapter 6, Job Assignments. My goodness, it really is you, Jiang Zhe. This is such a surprise. Zhao Wei was a bit excited and surprised. We waited for so long, and finally a handsome guy showed up. It was worth it, totally worth it. Zhou Dongyu was also extremely excited, dancing around. Hello, Jiang Zhe. I'm Huang Xiaoming. It's an honor to be on the same show as you, the swimming genius. It's an honor. Although Huang Xiaoming was also surprised that Jiang Zhe had joined China's restaurant, after all, they were all men, and they weren't as excited as Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilraba. After speaking, Huang Xiaoming extended his fist. Jiang Zhe understood his meaning and clenched his fist, bumping it against Huang Xiaoming's. He laughed, Xiaoming, you're being too formal. I've retired from swimming. From now on, I'm just an ordinary person, starting over from scratch. Jiang Zhe, hello, my name is Zhang Xiaoliang. You truly live up to your reputation as a swimming champion. Your physique is perfect. If your pecs were a bit bigger, you could definitely sweep away a crowd of girls. Zhang Xiaoliang was also very enthusiastic, clenched his fist with Jiang Zhe, and joked around. Zhang Xiaoliang rose to fame overnight thanks to the show. Where are we going, Dad? He is a professional model, though not exceptionally handsome, his model physique is definitely top-notch. However, compared to Jiang Zhe, he is slightly less impressive. Liang Gu isn't bad either. We're evenly matched, no contest. Jiang Zhe, you don't need to be modest. In my opinion, in this room, you and Zhang Xiaoliang are the hottest guys, and Xiaoming is the least handsome. Your physiques are top-notch. In the future, you two will be the signature heartthrobs of our Chinese restaurant. Zhao Wei, after all, is a married woman. Unlike Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba, those two young girls who went crazy over Jiang Zhe, she took the initiative to extend her hand and touch Jiang Zhe's, with a very friendly attitude. Oh, Micro, you're teasing me again. Sigh, what a tough life I have. Huang Xiaoming made a helpless expression. Don't say that, Wei. Xiaoming will definitely beat me up later. Facing Zhao Wei's teasing, Jiang Zhe also joked back. After getting to know Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, Jiang Zhe turned to look at Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba.
Reba, what are you doing with that notebook?
Jiang Zhe turned around to greet Dilly Reba and Zhou Dongyu, but Dilly Reba stood in front of him with a small notebook, looking nervous and excited.
Hey, heartthrob, can you sign my autograph? I really like you.
Dilly Reba stared at Jiang Zhe with fiery eyes, her voice trembling with excitement.
Although Jiang Zhe hadn't ventured into the entertainment industry, he occasionally watched TV dramas to pass the time and had always liked Dilly Reba, the Xinjiang girl who loved food. Of course, no problem. But don't call me male idol in the future. I'm a bit older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother, that's more friendly. After signing Dilly Reba's notebook, Jiang Zhe spoke in a gentle tone. Yes, idol, no, Xiao Zhe Gu. Dilly Reba happily tucked away the autograph, looking completely satisfied. What about me? Little Zhe Gu, you're also my idol. You have to sign for me too.
Zhou Dongyu, who was standing nearby, saw this and also took out a, placing it in front of Jiang Zhe.
Dongyu, were you complaining earlier that I made you wait too long?
Jiang Zhe took the notebook, signed it while teasing Zhou Dongyu.
Xiao Zhe Gu, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, hee hee.
Facing Jiang Zhe's teasing, Zhou Dongyu felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing her little head, looking very cute.
Jiang Zhe had researched Zhou Dongyu online beforehand and was well aware of her straightforward personality.
Moreover, Jiang Zhe wouldn't hold a grudge over such a small matter, he wasn't that petty. Zhao Wei and the others beside them couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Dongyu's expression. Zhao Wei teased, Dongyu, Xiao Zhe is Dilraba's idol, you better watch out or she'll beat you up. Dilly Reba playfully waved her little fist in response to Zhao Wei's words.
Dongyu, did you see that? This fist is as big as a clay pot. One punch could crush a meat bun. How about it, scared? Put. Watching Dilly Reba wave her little fists, everyone burst into laughter, even Wang Tian and Shen Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The first meeting went smoothly, with a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, which would be very helpful for future program arrangements.
Wang Tian and Shen Yu sighed in relief, pleased with the outcome. The Chinese restaurant had indeed gathered a few big names. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming need no introduction, they're big names in the film industry. However, their relationship has always been good, so there's no need to worry about any cracks forming. The only person Wang Tian and Shen Yu are concerned about is Jiang Zhe. Although Jiang Ze's status in the film industry doesn't match Xiao Wei or Huang Xiaoming's, his fame and public recognition are no less than theirs. Internationally, Jiang Ze's fame actually surpasses Xiao Wei and Huang Xiaoming's. After all, as a three-time Olympic swimming champion and a sports icon, he is not someone who can be easily compared to others. However, after seeing Jiang Ze's behavior earlier, Wang Tian and Shen Yu knew he wasn't the type to act like a big shot, he was very down-to-earth and unpretentious. Since everyone is here, let's assign the roles for the Chinese restaurant. Wang Tian held the list in his hand and began announcing the role assignments for the Chinese restaurant. Although this is a variety entertainment show, they are filming abroad, so the 6 guests must work together to run the Chinese restaurant, and a basic framework is necessary. The role of store manager has been assigned to Zhao Wei by the production team. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Wei is the eldest and has been married, so she is meticulous in her work. She is suitable for the manager position.
I have no objections. What about you, Jiang Zhe? Huang Xiaoming shook his head and then asked Jiang Zhe. I have no objections either. Zhao Wei is the eldest here, so I support her. Since Jiang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming have no objections, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilraba also have no objections. Chef Zhang Xiaoliang, Dongyu and Reba, the 2 of you will be assigned roles, one as an assistant chef and the other handling front of house duties. How would you like to divide the responsibilities? Is that okay? Wang Tian asked Dilly Reba and Zhou Dongyu. No problem.
Then Xiaoming and Xiaozhe, the 2 of you will be responsible for all matters in the main hall, plus attracting customers.
That's the arrangement of your duties. Everyone agreed with this arrangement. Wang Tian nodded and said, alright, everyone, get ready. We'll depart for Taigui in 3 hours, stay there for the night, and start filming Chinese restaurant tomorrow. Chapter 7, Arrival at Elephant Island. With only a few hours left before departure for Taigui, the guests needed to make their own arrangements. Jiang Zhe called Zhao Liying. Cousin, where are you? I'm signing a contract, but it's almost done. What's the matter? Xiao Zhe. Zhao Liying's voice came through the phone. It's like this, cousin. I'll be departing for Taigui in a few hours. Is there anything you need me to do? Jiang Zhe always informed Zhao Liying whenever he left for a competition or event to avoid her worrying, and this time was no exception. Oh, okay. Then go home first. I'll be home in about half an hour. We can have lunch together, and I'll take you to the airport in the afternoon. Alright, I'll go home and wait for you. After hanging up, Jiang Zhe returned home ahead of Zhao Liying in the program's dedicated vehicle. Looking at the empty villa, Jiang Zhe felt a bit down. The house is big, but there's no one here. Sigh. After walking around for a while, Jiang Ze's eyes lit up. Right, didn't I download 2 cooking skills? I can try them out first to get familiar with them. He rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, preparing the ingredients for lunch before getting to work. Everything was ready, and Jiang Zhe gripped the knife, ready to start chopping.
Since the B-rank knife skills had already fused with him, the moment he held the knife, he felt a strange sensation. It was like a sword master holding a sharp sword, one with the sword, indistinguishable from it. Zhang Zhe now faintly sensed this feeling. The knife in his hand seemed to have become an inseparable part of his body. This feeling was truly magical. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the kitchen echoed with the sound of the knife clanging against the cutting board. Zhang Zhe had cooked before and had even cut vegetables, injuring his hands in the process. As a result, he was a bit afraid of cutting vegetables and always did so with great care. But this time, Zhang Zhe no longer felt that fear or caution. As the knife moved up and down in his hands, Zhang Zhe immersed himself in the satisfying sensation of slicing. Yes, it was a sense of satisfaction. As the knife moved faster, the carrot on the cutting board began to transform into thin, even strands at a visible speed, neatly arranged on the board. Zhang Zhe's movements while cutting vegetables were like an art form, smooth and precise, like a martial arts master wielding a sword, each move flawless, seamless, and executed with perfect timing. After finishing the carrot, Zhang Zhe examined the carrot threads on the cutting board and whistled in admiration. This feels great, but these carrot threads still have many flaws and aren't uniform. It's a B rank skill, still no match for a rank or S rank, but it's good enough for now. After slicing a few more vegetables, Zhang Zhe began stir-frying. He lit the stove, heated the pan, added oil, and followed the B-grade stir-frying technique, adding ingredients, seasoning, adjusting the heat, and timing the cooking perfectly. Everything was done in an orderly and precise manner. Soon, several plates of fragrant dishes were ready. Looking at his first attempt at such a delicious dish, Zhang Zhe was quite satisfied. Though it couldn't compare to the chefs at 5-star hotels, it wasn't bad at all. Hee. Xiao Zhe, I'm back. After taking off her shoes and calling out to the living room, Zhao Liying suddenly noticed a delicious aroma. What's that wonderful smell? Wow, these dishes look amazing. Cousin, you're back. Come sit down and eat. Zhang Zhe served 2 bowls of rice and hurriedly told Zhao Liying to sit down and eat. Xiao Zhe, did you make this? Zhao Liying asked in surprise. Of course, cousin. Go wash your hands and eat. Under Zhang Zhe's urging, Zhao Liying washed her hands, picked up a dish, and tasted it. It was delicious and left a lingering flavor. Xiao Zhe, did you really make these dishes? I had no idea you could cook so well. Be honest, you're not lying to me, right? Zhang Zhe wouldn't tell Zhao Liying where he learned to cook. He quickly picked up another dish and placed it in her bowl, changing the subject. Cousin, how could I deceive you? To make something delicious for you, I secretly learned to cook for a long time, and that's how I achieved this. Come, try this. Thank you, Xiao Zhe. You're so kind. Zhao Liying didn't doubt Zhang Zhe's words. She wouldn't doubt him. Hearing him say that, she felt touched, happy, and sweet. In the future, whenever I have time, I'll spend more time with you, cousin, and cook delicious meals for you. Come on, Xiao Zhe, eat this. When you go to Taigua, take care of your health. Your career is important, but your health is also important. If anything happens, remember to call me first and keep me updated. Otherwise, I'll worry. Zhao Liying continued to eat while chatting and giving instructions, her words filled with concern. Zhang Zhe felt a wave of warmth and happiness, nodding in agreement. At the entrance of Pudong International Airport in Shanghai. Cousin, I'm leaving. Make sure to eat on time while you're in the country, and be careful to protect yourself while filming. Don't get hurt. Zhang Zhe whispered to Zhao Liying at the VIP entrance. Okay, I'll be careful. You take care of yourself too. Zhao Liying nodded, her eyes brimming with reluctance. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Zhang Zhe gently kissed Zhao Liying's forehead, then walked into the VIP. As he was about to disappear into he turned around and waved at Zhao Liying, quickly disappearing from her sight. Feeling the moisture on her forehead, Zhao Liying couldn't help but feel a surge of sweetness in her heart. She looked in the direction where Zhang Zhe had disappeared, her eyes filled with anticipation. Little rascal, I'll wait for you to come back. Soon, an airplane flew overhead. Zhao Liying looked up. She knew that the person most important to her was on that plane. After hours of bumpy and arduous travel, Zhang Zhe and his group finally arrived at their destination, Taigua Siang Island. Xian Island was truly a paradise for vacationers and a popular tourist destination. When Zhang Zhe and his group arrived at Elephant Island, it was already evening, but the last rays of the setting sun had not yet completely disappeared. Standing on the beach, gazing at the azure waters and blue skies in the distance, the distant horizon, and the seagulls flying close to the sea, feeling the cool sea breeze, Zhang Zhe recalled the famous lines from The Pavilion of Prince Tang. The setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together, the autumn water and the vast sky are of one color. Chapter 8, Is this really necessary? After a long flight and a mid-journey transfer, Zhang Zhe and his companions were extremely exhausted. They didn't even have time to admire the beauty of Elephant Island before returning to the hotel early, checking in with their loved ones, and lying down to rest and recharge for the opening of the Chinese restaurant the next day. What Zhang Zhe didn't know was that, at that moment, a topic had suddenly gone viral on the internet in China. Breaking news, film and television superstar Zhao Liying personally drove to pick up the recently retired swimming legend Zhang Zhe. The two were seen behaving intimately, with close physical contact, seemingly more than just a casual couple.
These are photos sent by onlookers at the scene. Some netizens claim that in a villa complex in Shanghai, Zhao Liying and Jiang Zhe were seen entering the same villa together and staying there until the early hours of the next morning, sparking rumors that they were already living together. What exactly is the relationship between Zhao Liying and Jiang Zhe? This remains a mystery, but both are exceptionally talented and attractive. If they were to end up together, it would certainly make for a wonderful match. The official Weibo account of the Chinese restaurant has just announced that Jiang Zhe, the recently retired swimming superstar, has joined the show. The first season of the Chinese restaurant will premiere this Saturday at 10 p.m. Let's look forward to seeing how this swimming legend performs on the show. Since announcing his retirement, Jiang Ze's future career path has been a mystery. His joining the variety show China's Restaurant has sparked speculation that he may be entering the entertainment industry and embarking on a new career. According to Forbes predictions, despite retiring from swimming, Jiang Ze's exceptional personal abilities have already valued his net worth at nearly 1 billion yuan. Many powerful companies have begun to turn their attention to him, seeking collaboration. In the digital age, information spreads rapidly. As soon as these reports surfaced online, they sparked significant attention from netizens, including fans of Zhao Liying and Jiang Zhe. How heartbreaking. Is my beloved Zhao Liying really with Jiang Zhe? My goddess. Isn't being together great? My Zhishin is so handsome, isn't he a perfect match for Zhao Liying? The couple above, Zhao Liying and Jiang Zhe, are truly a perfect match, absolutely stunning. Everyone above, don't jump to conclusions. That's just a rumor. Zhao Liying and Jiang Zhe haven't commented yet, so don't take it seriously. 10086 I think this news is suspicious and unreliable. However, Jiang Zhe joining China's restaurant is probably true. As long as my Zhishin is participating in the show, I'll watch it. I'm supporting my male idol. Yeah, my Zhishin is the hottest. Go, idol. We, the Zhishin fan club, are your strong backing. Even if you retire from swimming, we'll still be your loyal fans. Sis upstairs, I'm also a fan of Jiang Zhe. What are the requirements to join the Zhishin fan club? Please take me in. Online rumors are all over the place, and netizens' comments are equally varied. The topic of whether Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying are dating has gradually gained traction, slowly climbing to the third spot on Baidu's trending search list. Additionally, the variety show Chinese Restaurant has also entered the top 7 thanks to Jiang Ze's popularity. Jiang Zhe is completely unaware of all this. He sleeps soundly until dawn, has breakfast, and then the production team takes him and the other guests to the location of the Chinese restaurant. Upon seeing the Chinese restaurant, everyone was completely taken aback. Are you kidding me, director? This place is such a mess, so dirty. Are we supposed to clean this up ourselves? Zhou Dongyu couldn't help but complain. It seems we really have to clean it ourselves. Zhao Wei remained calm. Yes, you will have to clean it yourselves. Additionally, the production team will only provide you with 50,000 Thai baht as startup funds. If the startup funds are exhausted, you will have to use your own pocket money. The production team will distribute the startup funds and pocket money to you shortly. From here on out, it's all up to your performance. Director Wang Tian spoke seriously before instructing all the cameramen and the store's surveillance cameras to turn on. In other words, from this moment on, the recording of the Chinese restaurant officially began, and everyone had to get into character. Soon, the production team handed out 6 red envelopes to Jiang Zhe and the others, then handed 5,000 Thai baht to Zhao Wei. 5,000 Thai baht? That probably won't be enough. Zhou Dongyu glanced at the stack of Thai baht in Zhao Wei's hands and expressed some doubt. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go into the restaurant first and make a plan. As the store manager, Zhao Wei needed to take charge. You're right, Micro. Let's go inside the restaurant first. Jiang Zhe nodded and followed her into the restaurant. In his previous life, Jiang Zhe could only watch the Chinese restaurant on TV, but in this life, he never imagined he would actually participate in this variety show. It felt truly amazing. After taking a quick look around the restaurant, everyone sighed in relief. Thankfully, the main kitchen equipment is all here. Otherwise, our 50,000 Thai baht wouldn't be enough. I'll assign the tasks. I'll clean the restaurant with Dongyu and Reba. Xiaojia, Xiaoming, and Xiaoyang, you 3 guys go shopping for ingredients. Xiaojia, do you agree with this arrangement? Zhao Wei quickly slipped into the role of store manager and began assigning tasks. She even took the time to ask Jiang Zhe, clearly showing that she still valued his opinion when dealing with him. Jiang Zhe had no objections. Alright, buying ingredients is physical work, so it's naturally our job. Let's do it this way. Alright, I'll take 30,000 Thai baht to buy the basic ingredients, and the remaining 20,000 will be kept as emergency funds. Xiaoming, you must remember to use it sparingly, our startup capital isn't very much. Zhao Wei handed the 20,000 Thai baht to Huang Xiaoming and reminded him. Alright, let's go. Hurry back with the ingredients. Huang Xiaoming took the bills and left. Alright, let's go to the nearby supermarket. Jiang Zhe nodded. The production team had dedicated guides, and the group arrived at the nearby supermarket by car. I don't recognize any of these Thai characters. What should we do?
The production team didn't provide us with a translator, and we can't tell what most of these items are.
This is going to be a hassle. Upon entering the supermarket, Huang Xiaoming looked at the rows of Thai text and was completely lost, indicating he didn't recognize any of it. Let me translate. This is watercress, this is mustard, this is soy sauce, and this is cooking wine.
Just as Huang Xiaoming was at a loss, Zhang Zhe began to introduce the names of these ingredients one by one.
No way, Xiao Zhe, you actually know Thai? Are you kidding me?
Huang Xiaoming was surprised. Zhang Xiaoliang gave him a thumbs up, and even the cameraman beside them gave him a thumbs up.
I only know a little bit, just a little bit.
Zhang Zhe looked at the camera with a confident smile, his expression extremely humble.
Chapter 9, Impressive, My Idol. Zhang Zhe wasn't just showing off.
D-level Thai language skills were the most basic language skills, only allowing him to recognize the most basic and common words and communicate with people in simple terms. As for professional terminology or references to literary or artistic works, Zhang Zhe was equally clueless. Nevertheless, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, and the surrounding photography crew were all impressed by Zhang Zhe.
Huang Xiaoming gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up. Impressive. I'm impressed. I never expected a swimming champion like you to know Thai. You're really something else. We were worried about not having a translator. There were many things we couldn't recognize. Now that we have Zhang Zhe, we won't have to go through all that trouble. Zhang Xiaoliang was also very surprised. Let's go pick out the ingredients, then don't waste any time. Zhang Zhe smiled and said. With Zhang Zhe's translation, the three of them wandered around the supermarket, selecting suitable ingredients and cooking utensils. Xiaoming, this is too expensive. We don't have enough money to buy it. We need to get a cheaper one.
Xiao Zhe, this won't work.
This isn't suitable. We need to switch to this one.
Zhang Xiaoliang, help me carry this bag of rice, I can't lift it alone. In this way, the three of them browsed here and there, selecting quite a few ingredients.
Xiaoming, let's calculate how much we've spent so far. It seems like we still haven't bought everything we need.
Despite filling the shopping cart to the brim, they still hadn't bought all the ingredients needed to run a restaurant. Huang Xiaoming took out his phone and started calculating, while Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang stood by waiting for the result. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaoming handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoliang and Zhang Zhe to take a look. His brows furrowed slightly. The total came to 20,000 Thai baht.
We only have 10,000 Thai baht left. What should we do? The money definitely won't be enough. Didn't the production team give us some pocket money? Let's take it out and see.
We can pool our pocket money first to buy the ingredients. Zhang Zhe wiped the sweat off his forehead and suggested.
Alright, how about this? We'll write it down first. If the restaurant makes money, we'll use that to cover it. What do you think?
Zhang Xiaoliang thought for a moment and suggested.
Zhang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Alright.
The three of them pulled out the red envelopes given by the director from their pockets and opened them to pool the money.
I have 8,000 Thai baht.
Zhang Zhe's red envelope contained 8,000 Thai baht.
I also have 8,000 Thai baht.
Huang Xiaoming also had 8,000 Thai baht.
I have 7,000 Thai baht. Zhang Liang's red envelope was 1,000 Thai baht short.
The three of them pooled their money together. With the remaining 10,000 Thai baht, we have a total of 33,000 Thai baht.
That should be enough.
In that case, Wei Jia said she wanted to make lemon honey water, so we can buy the ingredients now. The ingredients for the lemon honey water were specifically mentioned by Zhao Wei. Since we didn't have enough money earlier, we didn't dare to buy them, but now we can.
Oh, right, isn't there a cotton candy machine in the store?
We can buy some different kinds of sugar and make various types of cotton candy to give to the kids. If they like it, their parents might come to our Chinese restaurant to eat out of politeness.
Zhang Zhe downloaded a C-level skill for making handmade snacks, which includes various methods for making cotton candy.
This is perfect for us to use. That's what they call taking someone's hand makes you feel obligated, and eating someone's food makes you feel indebted. Xiao Zhe's idea is great. For the sake of the Chinese restaurant's revenue, I'm all for it.
Huang Xiaoming nodded in agreement.
I agree too. Let's go, we've been out for almost 2 hours.
Hurry up. Zhang Xiaoliang checked the time and urged everyone. Alright, let's keep picking.
Half an hour later, the three of them pushed 3 shopping carts loaded to the brim, ready to check out, but were blocked by 4 beautiful girls.
My goodness, I knew I wasn't mistaken.
Xiaoming, Zhe, and Liang, wow, we've actually encountered 3 big stars at once.
Jing's luck is too good.
The short-haired girl at the front screamed.
Wow, it's really you. We've met 3 heartthrobs at once. I'm so excited.
The long-haired girl beside her was extremely excited and quickly pulled out her phone to start recording.
3 heartthrobs, can I take a photo with you? I want to post it on Weibo and make my girlfriends jealous. One of the girls wearing glasses quickly pulled out her phone and asked to take a photo with Zhang Zhe and the others. They say you don't know how good your homeland is until you leave it.
In a foreign country, meeting compatriots is a very happy thing, of course, provided you meet reliable ones. Zhang Zhe, who was leading the group, noticed the 3 girls' enthusiasm and greeted them. Hi, how are you?
Are you here for a trip?
After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang behind him also greeted them. Yes, we're here to travel. We came to the supermarket to buy some things.
Hey, Zegu, why are you buying so many ingredients?
Are you planning to stay here for a while? The short-haired girl asked curiously. Well, we're filming a variety show called Chinese Restaurant.
The location is just west of this supermarket. How long will you be staying here?
If you have time, feel free to drop by our store. If this were in China, there'd be no need for Jiang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming to go out and attract customers. Just putting up their names would guarantee a packed house, and making money would be a breeze.
But things are different on Kochang.
In a foreign country, language barriers and different dietary habits make it extremely challenging to sell Chinese food. Even if foreigners recognize Jiang Zhe or Huang Xiaoming, they might not feel inclined to dine at a Chinese restaurant. Since this is a TV show, they need to immerse themselves in the local culture and adapt to the customs. So, since they've encountered fellow countrymen, Jiang Zhe definitely won't miss this opportunity. He'll give it a good promotion and attract some customers. Don't worry, with Chef Zhang Xiaoliang in charge, the taste is authentic, genuine Chinese cuisine.
Huang Xiaoming added from the side. Wow, really? That's great. Give us the address, we'll come tonight.
The long-haired girl was very excited.
Yeah. The girl with glasses nodded enthusiastically as well. After giving the address to the three girls, Jiang Zhe took a photo with them and recorded a short video. Once everything was settled, Jiang Zhe asked the short-haired girl, "What did you buy? Have you finished shopping?" "Not yet. We don't know where the items are.
We don't speak Thai, and the staff don't understand English, so we're still looking." Jiang Zhe heard this and smiled, saying, "Oh, let me handle it." Jiang Zhe found a staff member and started asking in Thai. The three girls saw this and their mouths formed an O shape, exclaiming in unison, "No way.
Ja actually knows Thai? That's so cool. You're my idol." Chapter 10, Artistic Knife Work.
After communicating with the staff, the three girls found what they were looking for.
Shagu, thank you so much for your help. You're so amazing. Your Thai is so fluent. I really admire you.
The short-haired girl said admiringly as they left the supermarket.
Jiang Zhe smiled and shook his head. No problem. It's no trouble at all. By the way, the Chinese restaurant is in this direction. We're heading this way. Where are you going? We still have a few more sights to see.
According to the map, we should go this way, which is different from your direction.
What a pity. The girl with glasses looked a bit disappointed. No problem.
When you have time, remember to come to our Chinese restaurant. Huang Xiaoming saw this as an opportunity to promote the restaurant.
Alright, we'll go explore first. Shagu, Xiaoming Liang goodbye. We'll see you soon. The three girls waved goodbye to Jiang Zhe and his group, quickly disappearing from sight.
The distance from the supermarket to the Chinese restaurant wasn't far, and the production team had a dedicated vehicle to transport them, so Jiang Zhe and the others didn't need to walk back. Soon, Jiang Zhe, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, each carrying a large bag, returned to the Chinese restaurant.
We're back. We're exhausted.
Hurry up, Dongyu and Reba, come help us carry these things.
There's so much.
Zhao Wei, who was busy tidying up the counter, saw the three of them carrying so much and immediately called Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba over to help out.
Alright, here we come.
Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba saw the situation and hurried over to help move the items.
After a lot of effort, everything was finally sorted out.
While Jiang Zhe and the others were at the supermarket buying ingredients, Zhao Wei and the others tidied up the Chinese restaurant, making it neat and orderly.
Xiaoming, how much money is left in total?
Zhao Wei brought over a few cups of cold water, placed them in front of Jiang Zhe, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, and asked Huang Xiaoming about the expenses. "Micro, to be precise, the 30,000 Thai baht you gave me has already been spent. We pooled our pocket money together to buy everything, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to buy everything."
Huang Xiaoming began to give Zhao Wei a detailed account.
"Including the 30,000 Thai baht you gave us, plus our 3 pocket money, the total is 53,000 Thai baht. After spending it all, only 3,000 Thai baht is left." Huang Xiaoming spoke while pulling out the remaining Thai baht from his pocket and placing it on the table.
"Oh my, we spent so much money. Did you buy unnecessary things, Xiaoming? By the way, why did you use your own pocket money?"
"If it's not enough, I still have 20,000 Thai baht left, which we can use." Zhao Wei calculated and was also startled by the amount spent.
"Wait, yeah, everything we bought was essential. Besides, prices on this island are a bit high. Let's not worry about the money for now. Once we start operating, we'll earn money, and everything will be fine."
Seeing Huang Xiaoming's embarrassed expression, Jiang Zhe quickly changed the subject.
That's true. It's almost noon. Let's cook lunch first. After eating, we'll prepare ingredients for dinner. Today is our official opening day, we can't waste any time." Zhao Wei agreed with Jiang Zhe's suggestion and let the matter drop. "How about this? It's already getting late. Let us just have noodles for lunch, okay?" As the head chef, Zhang Xiaoliang asked everyone's opinion. "Sure." Everyone nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, after everyone had eaten their fill, Zhao Wei gathered everyone together to start preparing the dishes for the restaurant. Let's all think about what dishes to prepare and set the prices. After some discussion, they finally decided on several dishes, such as kung pao chicken, tomato and egg stir-fry, and stir-fried pork, totaling over 10 dishes. As for the prices, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming started arguing. After a heated debate, Zhao Wei gave in and let Huang Xiaoming decide. Xiaoming, I think setting the prices so low will make it hard for the restaurant to turn a profit. Zhao Wei couldn't help but complain, then walked into the kitchen to start washing the vegetables. Wei, you're not going to charge for this honey lemonade, are you? Just give it away for free. As Zhao Wei entered, Huang Xiaoming's voice rang out from outside. Xiaoming, let me tell you, this honey lemonade is something I worked hard to mix. If you dare to give it away for free, I'll have a serious talk with you. Zhao Wei heard this and hurried out. Dongyu, Reba, have you ever washed dishes at home? Watching Dilly Rebar and Zhou Dongyu busy at the sink, Zhang Zhe asked. We have, but we used to do it all the time when we were kids. Now that we're working, we rarely do it. Dilly Reba replied while placing the plates. Good, do you never have to do anything at home? The housekeeper takes care of all the chores. Zhou Dongyu touched the dish soap bubbles on her lips and asked Zhang Zhe curiously. Of course not. Dongyu, let me tell you, I can do so many things, more than you can imagine. Zhang Zhe saw Zhang Xiaoliang, who was busy cutting vegetables, and decided to lend a hand. You two don't know, but Xiao Zhe's Thai is so fluent. Wow, if you ever go on a self-driving tour to Thailand, just have Xiao Zhe be your translator. Zhang Xiaoliang, who was still chopping vegetables, added. Wow, really? Good, you're so amazing. You can even speak Thai? I'm so impressed. Zhou Dongyu was quite surprised. Hey, Zhe, why are you tying an apron? We're already done here, you don't need to help. Dilly Reba wiped the water off her hands and saw Zhang Zhe tying an apron, curiously asking. Tying an apron is obviously for chopping vegetables. What else could it be? Zhang Zhe replied casually. What? You can chop vegetables too? No way. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, the three people in the kitchen, plus Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei, who had just walked to the kitchen door, shouted in unison. What's with the expressions? Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. Zhang Zhe took a potato out of the bag, quickly peeled it with a peeler, then waved it at the others. Watch closely. I'll show you what artistic knife skills look like. As Zhang Zhe spoke, the 5 people in the kitchen rushed over in an instant. Ding, 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 ding. As Zhang Zhe's kitchen knife fell, a steady rhythm echoed through the kitchen. Along with the sound came the thin, paper-like slices of potato neatly arranged on the cutting board. Watching Zhang Zhe's fluid movements and the paper-thin potato slices on the cutting board, everyone was speechless. My goodness, is this really just slicing vegetables? It's so precise. Dilly Reba was speechless. This level of knife skills is clearly that of a master. Compared to this, I'm still far behind. Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't help but praise. Meanwhile, the staff nearby quickly aimed the camera at Zhang Zhe's hands, capturing this moment. Chapter 11, My Own Path. A potato isn't that big, but Zhang Zhe skillfully maneuvered the knife and finished slicing it in no time. Just like when he was slicing carrots at home, his movements were smooth and fluid, clean and precise, completed in one fluid motion without any pauses. While slicing the potato, Zhang Zhe remained completely absorbed in the satisfying sensation of wielding the knife, oblivious to the reactions of those around him. When he finished, he realized he had been surrounded and not just by a crowd, but by a large, intense one. Not only were Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and the other 5 guests watching him, but the cameramen beside him were staring at him as if they had seen a ghost, and several cameras were also trained on him. Zhang Zhe was now the center of attention for everyone present. If this were a live broadcast, the live stream would undoubtedly be flooded with 66,666 comments. What are you all looking at? Is something wrong? You all look so strange? Zhang Zhe, confused by the situation, asked the people surrounding him. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoliang's throat made a soft swallowing sound. He looked up at Zhang Zhe with admiration. Xiao Zhe, are you sure you're a swimming genius and not a master chef? Oh, this life is unbearable. Look at little Zhe, he's handsome, has a great body, is famous, wealthy, speaks Thai, and his cooking skills are so impressive. Plus, he's so young. Huang Xiaoming, who had snapped back to reality, kept wailing, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba both held their hands together, resting them on their chins, staring at Zhang Zhe with stars in their eyes. So handsome, so amazing, the prince of my dreams, the perfect Prince Charming. Xiao Zhe, I think you're wasting your talent by not becoming a chef. Zhao Wei sighed. After speaking, Zhao Wei picked up 2 slices of potato from the cutting board and compared them. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang leaned in to take a look. After examining them for a moment, the 3 reached a conclusion. The knife work was precise, not a single slice was too much or too little. It was perfect. Watching the 3 of them, Zhang Zhe shook his head. These potato slices aren't even, they're not as amazing as you guys say. Don't be modest, it's impressive. The 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhang Zhe's knife skills. Really? Zhang Zhe asked the photographers around him again. Yes, Brother Zhe, you have to believe us.
Once this season's episode airs, the video of you slicing vegetables will definitely go viral across the entire internet. The cameraman was very confident.
Xiao Zhe, how did you hone your knife skills? This is on par with a 5-star hotel chef, absolutely master-level skill. Zhang Xiaoliang praised sincerely. Knife skills are all about practice. Keep at it and you'll reach this level too, Liang Gu. Keep it up.
Without even realizing it, Zhang Zhe pulled off a 100% cool move, flawless and natural. After witnessing Zhang Zhe's knife skills, Zhao Wei and the others looked at him with admiration, while Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Riba gazed at him with even more intensity. However, after witnessing Zhang Zhe's knife skills, everyone in the kitchen handed all the vegetables that needed to be chopped to him, leaving Zhang Zhe speechless. As everyone put it, with a master like him around, they were happy to be the supporting cast.
Zhang Zhe didn't mind this at all. He was a very easygoing person and couldn't pull off the cool, aloof act.
Moreover, Zhang Zhe was someone who valued teamwork. Since they were filming a show, being proactive and enthusiastic wasn't a bad thing, it didn't hurt anyone. Since no guests were coming for dinner, everyone was in the kitchen preparing ingredients for the evening, with only Zhou Dongyu left outside to keep an eye out in case someone arrived unexpectedly.
Big news! Big news!
Zhou Dongyu, who was watching the store outside, suddenly rushed into the kitchen, shouting loudly.
Oh my gosh, Dongyu, you scared me to death. What big news is this? Let me see.
Zhao Wei walked over, tapped Zhou Dongyu on the shoulder, and asked curiously.
Wei Jia, look at this. Isn't this explosive?
Zhou Dongyu handed his phone to Zhao Wei, then glanced at Zhang Zhe, who was chopping vegetables, with a meaningful look.
Let me see. What's the big news?
Dilly Riba also hurried over to take a look. After reading it, Zhao Wei said, Hey, all these rumors online are just baseless rumors with extremely low credibility. There's no such thing as empty rumors, there must be a reason behind them. Zhou Dongyu replied in a know-it-all tone.
Just ask them. Dilly Riba turned to Zhang Zhe, Zhigu, can I ask you something?
Zhang Zhe put down the ingredients he was holding and asked curiously, Alright, go ahead, what's the matter?
Are you really living together with Sister Lai Ying? Dilly Riba was direct, without beating around the bush. Yes, why? Is there a problem? Zhang Zhe didn't avoid the question and replied casually. What? Is that really true?
Dilly Riba and Zhou Dongyu exclaimed in unison. Even the married trio of Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang were surprised. It seems that the love for gossip knows no bounds, regardless of gender or age.
What is going on? Did some rumors spread online? Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhang Zhe guessed something and asked.
Here, take a look at this. Taking Zhou Dongyu's phone, Zhang Zhe quickly skimmed through it. Most of the articles were media speculations about his relationship with Zhao Liying. Among them were a few photos of Zhao Liying picking him up at the airport and the two of them getting into the car and leaving.
Zhang Zhe didn't care about such things.
Let them spread whatever they wanted, he didn't bother to respond. He wouldn't use such matters to promote himself, there was no need to explain.
She's my cousin.
Though we're not blood related, we grew up together and are very close. I don't have a place in Shanghai, so I stay at her house.
Am I supposed to live under a bridge? It's normal for a cousin to stay at their cousin's house, isn't it?
Zhang Zhe replied casually.
Zhang Zhe's words were half true and half false. As for how the outside world interpreted them, Zhang Zhe didn't care. Thank goodness, I thought it was true. Zhou Dongyu sighed in relief after hearing this. The people around them also looked like they understood.
Xiao Zhe, I've always had a very confusing question I've wanted to ask you.
Can I ask you?
Of course, if you don't want to answer, it's fine.
Just pretend I didn't ask. Huang Xiaoming suddenly blurted out.
Sure, go ahead, Xiaoming.
Xiao Zhe, you're so young and could achieve even more honors in the swimming world. Why did you choose to retire at this time?
It's such a pity. Everyone in the kitchen was intrigued by Huang Xiaoming's question, and the cameraman quickly aimed the lens at Zhang Zhe, waiting for his response.
There's nothing to be sorry about. After being in an industry for so long, you get tired of it. I wanted to try something new, a new environment, a new life.
That's why I decided to join the Chinese restaurant. Zhang Zhe wanted the show to broadcast his answer, giving an answer to all the curious people around the world. As for whether people believe him or not, does Zhang Zhe care? He doesn't care. The path you choose is your own, no one can interfere.
Chapter 12, Special Cotton Candy.
Oh, it's already 6 o'clock and no customers have come yet.
The restaurants next door are all full.
At the storefront, Dilly Riba was pacing around restlessly, looking at the crowded scenes at the neighboring restaurants, feeling a bit down.
What should we do? Today's expenses are so high. If we don't get any orders, how will we make a profit?
As the store manager, Zhao Wei feels a lot of pressure. After all, with such limited startup funds and high expenses, if the store doesn't make any money, we might have to close down and go back home in a few days.
That would be so embarrassing. Why don't we go out and attract customers?
Zhou Dongyu stood up alongside Dilly Riba, but after muttering that in frustration, she realized her English wasn't up to par. Never mind, my English isn't very fluent.
We'll just have to wait for customers to come in.
Zhang Xiaolian was sitting at the counter, flipping through the menu aimlessly.
Xiaoming, your English is the best. Don't just stand at the storefront. Go out and attract some customers.
Zhao Wei saw Huang Xiaoming standing at the storefront with his hands on his hips, looking around, and urged him to go out and attract customers. Sister Zhao, I've been out there for almost 2 hours and haven't gotten a single customer. I'm so tired and exhausted.
Huang Xiaoming rubbed his chest, looking dejected. Sigh. Zhao Wei sighed, feeling equally frustrated. Everyone, don't lose heart. Cheer up. It's only 6 o'clock. Customers will come. Come on, everyone, be happy. Put on a cheerful face. Jiang Zhe, an optimist, saw everyone looking dejected and began to encourage them, boosting morale. Zhege, it's not that we're not optimistic, it's just that we can't be optimistic.
Dilly Rebar sat at the storefront, speaking weakly.
Jiang Zhe, seeing Dilly Reba in such a state, suddenly thought of something and asked her, Dilly Reba, have you ever eaten cotton candy? Yes, I have. It's soft and sweet, and the taste is very lingering. Dilly Reba, a typical foodie, perked up immediately at the mention of food.
Jiang Zhe snapped his fingers. Reba, stay right where you are.
I'll give you a surprise in a moment. Don't peek. What kind of surprise, Zhe Ge? Dilly Reba was thrilled and hurriedly asked. Sit still, you'll see soon.
Jiang Zhe walked toward the cotton candy machine.
Alright, I'll wait.
Huang Xiaoming, Zhou Dongyu, and Zhao Wei and Zhang Xiaoliang sitting at the bar counter also became curious and gathered around. When they saw Jiang Zhe turn on the cotton candy machine, they all realized that Jiang Zhe was going to make cotton candy.
Zhege, are you making cotton candy? It's not that difficult, it's not really a surprise, is it? Zhou Dongyu whispered. Dongyu, don't rush. You'll see soon. The cotton candy I make will be something special. Jiang Zhe gave Zhou Dongyu a hand signal, indicating she should wait.
After Jiang Zhe said that, Zhao Wei and the others also became curious, wanting to see what kind of trick Jiang Zhe was going to pull off.
Zhou Dongyu was right, Jiang Zhe was indeed planning to make cotton candy, but he intended to make something different.
The C-level handmade snack-making skill he had downloaded from the system had been sitting and used, but now he finally had the time to experiment with it. The store wasn't busy, so it was the perfect opportunity. He turned on the cotton candy machine, preheated it, added sugar, extruded the threads, inserted the stick, and spun it to coat the sugar. Jiang Zhe's first attempt was ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and the others nearby were a bit disappointed. However, they didn't leave, still quietly gathered around Jiang Zhe, wanting to see what he would end up making. On the second attempt, Jiang Zhe began following the techniques outlined in the C-level handmade snack-making skills manual. He started rotating the wooden stick in different directions while continuously adjusting the rotation speed of the cotton candy machine. Slowly, to the astonished expressions of Zhao Wei and the others, a crooked D character began to take shape. However, since Jiang Zhe hadn't mastered the frequency, the D character wasn't perfect, so he decided to start over. The second attempt was much better, but still had some flaws. The third attempt was nearly perfect, looking very beautiful and attractive. After 3 failed attempts, the fourth time, a pink D cotton candy was perfectly presented before Zhao Wei and the others. Wow, Jiang Zhe, you're so talented. Is this even possible? Zhou Dongyu stared at the pink D character, completely speechless. I think our store doesn't need to sell Chinese food anymore. We should just sell this cotton candy. It's so artistic. I've never seen cotton candy done like this before. Zhao Wei was also amazed. This was completely beyond her imagination. If he had stopped halfway to assemble it slowly, maybe he could have finished it, but he never stopped, and yet he managed to create such a cotton candy, it's amazing. Huang Xiaoming marveled at it. He tried to recreate it following Jiang Zhe's method, but unfortunately, he failed. What on earth is it? Can you stop teasing me? Standing at the door, with her back to the crowd, Dilly Reba urged them. Jiang Zhe came up behind Dilly Reba and whispered, Dilly Reba, turn around. When Dilly Reba saw the pink D cotton candy, she froze for a few seconds, covering her mouth in disbelief. After a long moment, she carefully took the cotton candy from Jiang Zhe's hands, feeling deeply grateful. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Zhege, thank you. This is the first time I've ever tasted such special cotton candy. Thank you. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. As long as you like it. Jiang Zhe didn't expect that a cotton candy could move Dilly Rebar so much. He sighed inwardly, what an easily satisfied girl. Zhege, can you make one for me too? I want to try it. Watching Dilly Reba hold the cotton candy with such happiness, Zhou Dongyu also felt a little hopeful. Sure, no problem. Just wait a moment. A minute later, Zhou Dongyu held a large cotton candy shaped like the character rain, and the two sat at the storefront, quietly savoring it. It was sweet and delicate, evoking a sense of romance. Just then, a white couple in their mid-30s walked past the Chinese restaurant with a little girl of 7 or 8. The little girl saw the cotton candy in Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba's hands and looked at them with longing. Mommy, that sister's cotton candy looks so special. I want some too. The little girl spoke in English, but Jiang Zhe, who had downloaded level D English skills, happened to hear her words.
His eyes lit up. This was his chance. Perhaps he could make a sale tonight. He hurried over to the little girl and whispered in English, "Hi, sweetie, what kind of cotton candy do you like? Uncle can make one for you." The little girl stopped in her tracks, tilted her head, and after a moment, shyly replied, "Uncle, I like teddy bears." "Can you make one?" Zhang Zhe snapped his fingers. "Little one, Uncle can make it. Why don't you wait a moment while I make it for you?" "Yes, yes. I want cotton candy. I want a teddy bear cotton candy." Chapter 13, Teddy Bear Cotton Candy. Although the little girl agreed to wait, it was still uncertain whether her parents would agree. Actually, Zhang Zhe's actions were a bit abrupt. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, he should discuss it with the little girl's parents. "Hello, nice to meet you. Are you here on vacation?" The young couple didn't seem bothered by Zhang Zhe's actions. The little girl's father nodded. "Yes, we're here on vacation as a family and we're just looking for a restaurant to eat at." "Sir, can you really make teddy bear cotton candy?" Zhang Zhe nodded confidently. "Of course. If you'd like me to make one for this adorable little one, I'll show you a miracle." The little girl shook her father's arm and pleaded, "Daddy, I want a teddy bear cotton candy, Daddy." The man doted on his daughter. Seeing her being so cute, he asked his wife beside him, "Karen, what do you think?" "Okay, I don't mind, but can we find a restaurant first before making the cotton candy?" The little girl's mother didn't object, but from the way she spoke, she seemed to want to find a restaurant first. Zhang Zhe wouldn't miss this opportunity. He pointed to the Chinese restaurant behind him and started persuading them, "Are you looking for a restaurant? Look, there's a Chinese restaurant behind me. Have you tried Chinese food before? It's delicious and amazing. Daddy." The little girl pouted her lips and shook the man's arm again, acting spoiled. Okay, my little darling." The man sighed, ruffled the little girl's hair, and asked Zhang Zhe, "Is this restaurant yours? I worked in China for a few months before, and I have a good impression of Chinese food. It's delicious, and I like it." After speaking, the man sought his wife's opinion. "Kylan, let's go to this Chinese restaurant. It's perfect. You and the little one can try Chinese food too." "Okay, no problem, let's go to this Chinese restaurant." Karen shrugged her shoulders in agreement. While Zhang Zhe was communicating with the family of three, Zhao Wei also noticed. "Xiaoming, what's Xiaozhi doing? Is he trying to attract customers?" Zhao Wei was only thinking about opening the shop, so she looked over at Zhang Zhe with anticipation. "Probably, but I'm not sure." Huang Xiaoming replied uncertainly. "Dilly Reba, do you think Li Ying and Zhu are really just siblings?" Zhou Dongyu savored the cotton candy in her hand, recalling the online rumors, and couldn't help but ask Dilly Reba. "Dongyu, do you have feelings for Zhigu?" Dilly Reba leaned close to Zhou Dongyu's ear and whispered mischievously. "Reba, don't think I don't notice. Look at the way Zhiga is looking at you. Wow, he's totally smitten." Zhou Dongyu teased Dilly Reba in a low voice. What? What do you mean deeply in love?" "Dongyu, don't say that. Zhigu is my idol, my idol. Oh my, look at you, Dilly. That look in your eyes, that expression. Don't forget, it's summer, not spring. Alright, Dongyu, you dare make fun of me? Wait till I get you. Stop tickling me, Dilly Reba. Stop it, there's a guest coming. Hurry up." As Zhou Dongyu and Dilraba were playfully wrestling, they saw Zhang Zhe approaching the restaurant with three white men. They quickly stopped Dilraba and stood up. Similarly, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming also saw Zhang Zhe leading two white men and a little girl toward them. "Xiaoming, hurry up. There are guests coming. Go greet them." Zhao Wei, seeing this, became excited and hurriedly urged Huang Xiaoming to go out and greet the guests. "Hi, hello. Little one, how are you?" Huang Xiaoming proactively greeted the family of three in English. "Xiaoming, you handle them." The man has worked in China before and knows a bit about Chinese cuisine. The woman probably hasn't tried Chinese food before, so make sure to ask them about their preferences. "I'll go make some cotton candy for the little girl first." After leading the three into the store, Zhang Zhe pulled Huang Xiaoming aside and instructed him. "Don't worry, I've got it. Thanks for your hard work." Huang Xiaoming gave an okay sign and went to attend to the guests. With customers arriving, everyone became busy. Though there was only one table of guests, having customers was better than having none. While the others were busy attending to the guests, Zhang Zhe began making teddy bear cotton candy. Teddy bears come in several colors, so Zhang Zhe needed to mix different types of sugar syrup. He then began combining them one by one, a very tedious process. One wrong move, and all his efforts would be wasted. Although it was challenging, making teddy bears wasn't that difficult. Zhang Zhe couldn't guarantee a 100% resemblance, but he could at least achieve an 80% similarity, though it would take a bit more time. "Zhigu, what kind of cotton candy are you making?" It looks like a bear?" Dilly Reba, who had nothing else to do at the moment, came over to Zhang Zhe and watched his careful movements with great curiosity. "Dilly Reba, you're right. It's a bear. But I haven't finished yet. Once I'm done, you'll see what kind of bear it is." Zhang Zhe continued talking while constantly twisting the sugar threads and switching between different types of sugar syrup. About 5 minutes later, a teddy bear cotton candy with an 85% resemblance was completed. Wow, Jagu, you're so talented. It's a teddy bear, it's so lifelike and cute. Dilly Reba looked at the perfectly crafted teddy bear, her eyes filled with admiration and envy. Dilly, if you like it, I'll make one for you when I have time, but not now. I need to take this one to the little girl. Thank you, Zagu. Hearing Jiang Zhe say that, Dilly Reba suddenly felt overwhelmed with happiness. Daddy, when will Uncle's teddy bear cotton candy be ready? Is Uncle lying to me? The little girl sitting at the dining table shook her father's arm and asked softly. My dear little one, don't doubt that uncle. Since he promised, he'll definitely make it. Oh my god, this is so amazing. The little girl's mother was the first to see Jiang Zhe walking over with the teddy bear cotton candy, her eyes filled with disbelief. The man turned his head to look, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was also utterly astonished. This is unbelievable. This isn't cotton candy, it's art. Yes, it's art. Chapter 14, Cupid's Arrow. Jiang Zhe approached the little girl, handed her the teddy bear cotton candy, and said softly, Hey, little one, I'm sorry you had to wait. Here is your teddy bear cotton candy. Do you like it? Wow, uncle, you're so amazing. Thank you so much. I love it. The little girl held the teddy bear cotton candy in her hands, unable to put it down. Little darling, Daddy didn't lie to you, did he? Uncle will never go back on his word. Come on, hold the cotton candy and remember this wonderful moment. The man gently stroked the little girl's cheek, filled with tenderness. Okay, Daddy. The little girl nodded obediently. If you don't mind, I can take a family photo for you. Such a warm moment should be preserved forever as a keepsake. Jiang Zhe noticed that the little girl's mother was about to take a photo of the little girl with her father, so he spoke up from the side. Kylan, I think that's a great idea. We should all take a photo together. That way, it'll have real meaning. The man nodded in agreement after hearing Jiang Zhe's suggestion. Okay, sir, thank you so much. You're welcome. Taking the camera handed to him by the man, Jiang Zhe found the right angle and took a few nice photos of the family of three. After taking the photos, at the little girl's request, Jiang Zhe took a separate photo with her. In the photo, the little girl was holding a teddy bear cotton candy, smiling happily. After taking the photos, Jiang Zhe went to the counter and asked Zhao Wei, Sister Wei, have they ordered their food yet? Yes, they're all ordered. They're all pretty light. Zhang Xiaoyang has already started cooking. By the way, Xiao Zhe, you're really amazing. The first table of customers at the Chinese restaurant was brought in by you. I'll give you 72 thumbs up. You're the real hero. Zhao Wei gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up and praised him. Hey, what big hero? We're a team, a collective. No need to split it up like that. I'll go outside and see if I can bring in a few more customers. Jiang Zhe replied to Zhao Wei and left the Chinese restaurant. I have no idea what kind of genius he is. He seems to know everything. I'm starting to find him more and more mysterious. Watching Jiang Zhe's back, Zhao Wei said sincerely. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, Jiang Zhe noticed that there were more and more tourists around, but unfortunately, none of them were coming into the restaurant. So far, there was only one table of guests. Xiaoming, still no one? Jiang Zhe asked Huang Xiaoming, who was outside trying to attract customers. Sigh, either they've already had dinner or they're not interested in Chinese food. This is really frustrating. Huang Xiaoming rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Xiaoming, look over there, there's a young couple, probably Chinese, who seem to be looking for a restaurant. Let's go check it out. Just as Huang Xiaoming was sighing, Jiang Zhe noticed a young couple holding hands and looking around nervously in the distance, as if they were searching for a place to eat. Let's go check it out. Better to miss one than let one slip away. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoming's fighting spirit surged instantly. Xiaoming, you're exaggerating a bit. We're not going to war here. Jiang Zhe teased him. Hi, hello, are you Chinese? Huang Xiaoming walked over and greeted the couple. The couple, who were looking for a restaurant, were startled at first. When they recognized Huang Xiaoming, the girl was extremely surprised, her eyes filled with disbelief. You're Xiaoming Go? I didn't see wrong, did I? How did you end up here? The boy was also very surprised to see Huang Xiaoming here. What surprised them even more was Jiang Zhe appearing behind Huang Xiaoming. Wow, I must be seeing things. You're Jiang Zhe, the swimming superstar. Brother Zhe, I never expected to meet you here. My goodness, this is so unexpected. The boy was extremely excited upon seeing Jiang Zhe. Hello, nice to meet you. Are you here for a vacation? Jiang Zhe greeted the young couple and asked. Yes, we're here for a romantic getaway. We're staying at a hotel nearby. Xiaoming, Zhe, how did you end up here? Are you also here for a vacation? Well, we're here filming a variety show called Chinese Restaurant. We've opened a Chinese restaurant on this island. How about it? Want to give it a try? I guarantee it's authentic Chinese cuisine, the taste won't disappoint. Huang Xiaoming introduced himself enthusiastically. There will be surprises you never expected at the restaurant. Jiang Zhe added mysteriously from the side. The young couple perked up at the mention of food. Great. Where is it? We'll go right now.
Huang Xiaoming and Jiang Zhe exchanged a smile as they saw this, and the second table of guests arrived.
Dongyu, Reba, the guests are here.
After leading the young couple to the restaurant, Jiang Zhe called out to the inside.
Wei Jie. Dongyu, Reba. My goodness, what are you all doing here? Did I accidentally walk into a celebrity-filled restaurant?
When the young couple entered the Chinese restaurant and saw Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilraba, their expressions of surprise and shock were captured by the camera.
Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu,
and Dilly Reba warmly greeted the young couple.
Dilly Reba handed them the menu. What would you like to eat? Here's the menu.
While the girl was chatting with Dilraba, Jiang Zhe pulled the boy aside and whispered, "Little handsome guy, come with me."
What's up, Zhe Go?
The young boy was confused, but it was clear he was excited to have a moment alone with Jiang Zhe.
Do you want to give your girlfriend a special gift? Jiang Zhe asked mysteriously. Of course I do, but I'm a tech geek. I don't have any romantic ideas.
I can't think of anything surprising. The boy's expression was a bit embarrassed.
Jiang Zhe snapped his fingers.
Come with me, I'll teach you.
When the boy followed Jiang Zhe to the cotton candy machine, he was both confused and surprised. Jigu, the surprise you mentioned is cotton candy?
Yes, it's cotton candy, but not just any cotton candy. I'll teach you how to make a very special kind called Cupid Zero, Jiang Zhe said while preparing various colored sugar syrups.
Cupid Zero? Chapter 15, It's all about popularity. Handsome guy, when are you and your girlfriend getting married?
Jiang Zhe asked the boy beside him while preparing the sugar syrup. Seeing Jiang Zhe ask about this, the boy's eyes were filled with sweetness. We have 1 more year left in university.
Once we graduate, we'll get married right away. All the preparations at home are already done.
Hearing the boy's words, Jiang Zhe made up his mind. He had asked the boy about this mainly because he was torn between making Cupid Zero or a heart knot. However, now he could make a decision.
Since this young couple hadn't married yet, tying a knot seemed inappropriate.
He would play Cupid Zero instead, as it better symbolized the sweetness of love.
Cupid Zeros come in 2 types, golden arrows and lead arrows. Golden arrows symbolize love, while lead arrows symbolize resistance. Jiang Zhe was definitely going to make the golden arrow, he wouldn't make the lead arrow. If he did, that would be a real joke. After preparing the sugar, Jiang Zhe began demonstrating the steps to the boy. Watch carefully.
I'll show you once, and then you'll do most of it, with me handling the details.
Though the boy was puzzled, he watched Jiang Zhe's movements carefully. Brother Jiang, I've eaten a lot of cotton candy before, but they're usually different colors and mostly single-colored, and they're basically round, nothing special. Can you really make Cupid Zeros like this? Jiang Zhe nodded. There's nothing in the world that can't be done.
As long as you put your heart into it, you can create miracles.
Cupid Zero is easier to make than a teddy bear. The key is to get the heart shape right and make it perfect.
Soon, 2 large red hearts took shape in Jiang Zhe's hands and were perfectly combined into one, looking absolutely flawless.
No way, that's possible? Zhe Go, where did you learn this skill? Can you teach me? I want to learn too. Watching the cotton candy Cupid Zero in Jiang Zhe's hands, the boy's eyes sparkled and he couldn't help but lick his lips. I'm just demonstrating for you.
Later, you'll make a Cupid Zero for your future wife with your own hands to express your love for her and give her a surprise. Jigu, my girlfriend will definitely love this surprise, but I don't know how to make it.
What should I do? The boy understood Jiang Zhe's meaning, and he couldn't help but imagine his girlfriend's surprised expression when she saw the Cupid Zero.
I'll teach you step by step. After saying that, Jiang Zhe gave his spot to the boy. Come on, you try now.
I'll guide you. Don't be afraid. Just do exactly as I show you.
Jiang Zhe patiently instructed the boy over and over again. After failing a dozen times, the boy finally managed to make something that looked somewhat like the original. It's no good, Brother Zhe.
I still can't do it. Look, it's so ugly. What should I do?
The boy looked at the poorly made Cupid Zero in his hands, his face filled with frustration.
Alright, you do part of it, and I'll finish the rest. That way, it'll count as your work. Is that okay?
Jiang Zhe had been directly implanted with a C-level skill for making handmade snacks by the system.
The skill was already mastered and didn't require learning.
For the boy to master such a skill in such a short time was unrealistic. Jiang Zhe had only asked the boy to learn a little to avoid his girlfriend thinking it wasn't made by her boyfriend, which might cause her to feel resentful.
As long as the boy could do a little, it would be enough.
Jiang Zhe said this, and the boy's expression brightened.
He nodded. That's fine.
There's also my contribution in this, so my girlfriend won't have any reservations.
Alright, let's get started. 3 minutes later, a perfect Cupid Zero appeared in the boy's hands.
As the boy walked toward the girl holding the arrow, everyone in the restaurant noticed, including the white couple. At the same time, all the photographers quickly aimed their cameras at the boy. This was a great publicity opportunity, and the production team wouldn't miss it.
As the boy walked toward the girl, everyone anticipated the heartwarming moment to come.
The girl was facing away from the boy, so she didn't notice him approaching. The boy quietly walked up behind her, covered her eyes with his hands, and whispered, "Darling, I've prepared a surprise for you. I'll count to 3, and then you can open your eyes, okay?" The girl was about to resist, but upon hearing the boy's voice, she immediately nodded, okay. The boy kneels down on one knee in front of the girl, holding the arrow of Cupid in both hands, and speaks softly, dear, I'll count to 1, 2, 3, then you can open your eyes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Dear, you can open your eyes now. After the boy finished counting softly, the girl opened her eyes. This is it. This is Cupid's arrow. It's really Cupid's arrow. The girl looked at the arrow in the boy's hands, instantly overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Dear, thank you for coming into my life. I love you, and I will stay by your side forever, never leaving you. The boy held the arrow of Cupid and confessed his feelings with deep emotion. Thank you, dear. I love you too. Women in love are often blind and passive, and the girl was no exception. At their age, they are easily moved by even the slightest unexpected surprise. So, the girl was moved by the boy's small Cupid's arrow made of cotton candy, and the two embraced each other, filled with sweetness and happiness. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed through the restaurant. It was a chorus of blessings. Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba looked enviously at the couple, then glanced sideways at Jiang Zhe, their eyes darting away. Xiao Zhe, I think you could be a love mentor. The Cupid's arrow cotton candy was your idea, right? And the concept was probably yours too. Creative, I'm impressed. Wang Xiaoming patted Jiang Zhe on the back, full of praise. It's no big deal. This will also have a great promotional effect. Don't worry, the production team will definitely edit that scene into a highlight for promotion. Once it airs, the Chinese restaurant will definitely become a hit, with tons of popularity. For Jiang Zhe, nothing else matters. All he wants is popularity, popularity. As long as it can boost popularity, he'll try anything. Because with popularity, he can download more skills and do more things. Chapter 16, Hotba's Thoughts. Sir, your total bill is 877 Thai baht. Was the food to your liking? Zhao Wei went to the kitchen, while Jiang Zhe was at the counter settling the bill for the white couple and asked. It was excellent, very delicious. If we have the chance, we'll definitely come back again. The white man nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, we'll be back. After settling the bill, Jiang Zhe smiled and took out a heart-shaped knot from under the bar counter, handing it to the white man. Sir, this is a small gift from our restaurant. I hope you like it. Uncle, what is this? It's so unique. The little girl looked at the heart-shaped knot with curiosity. Jiang Zhe noticed that the little girl's parents were also puzzled, as they had likely never seen a heart-shaped knot before and were curious about its special meaning. Little one, this is called a heart-shaped knot. Of course, it can also be called a Chinese knot. In our Chinese culture, it symbolizes a harmonious and lasting love, as well as family happiness and unity. After hearing Jiang Zhe's explanation, the white couple nodded in understanding. Sir, thank you so much for the gift. We really like it. See you next time, little one. Say goodbye to uncle. Thank you for the teddy bear, and thank you for the gift. Thank you for the teddy bear, thank you for the gift, goodbye, uncle. The little girl waved at Jiang Zhe, looking very cute. Goodbye, little one. After seeing off the family of three, the restaurant was left with only the young couple. With no other customers around, everyone relaxed again. About half an hour later, the young couple finished their meal and prepared to pay the bill. Zhege, thank you for helping me tonight. I really appreciate it. Can I take a photo with my girlfriend and you? The boy asked gratefully as he was about to leave. Sure, no problem. Here, this love knot is for you both. Wishing you a happy marriage, happiness, and a lifetime together. After giving the couple the heart-shaped knot, Jiang Zhe happily posed for a photo with them. After taking the photo, the couple left hand in hand, completely satisfied. They're so happy, I'm so jealous. Dilly Reba watched the couple's backs, her eyes filled with envy. Don't envy them. You'll also find such a happy and sweet love, and someone to spend the rest of your life with. Seeing Dilly Reba's expression, Jiang Zhe spoke comfortingly. Yes, I will. After saying that, Dilly Reba hesitated for a while before cautiously asking Jiang Zhe, Zhege, do you have someone you like? Jiang Zhe was curious why Dilly Reba asked this question. He looked at her curiously, unsure how to respond. When Dilly Reba asked the question, she was already a bit nervous. Seeing Jiang Zhe staring intently at her, her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head to meet his gaze. Seeing Dilly Reba like this, Jiang Zhe could roughly guess what she was thinking. He smiled and said, Dilly Reba, do you really want to know the answer? Dilly Reba, upon hearing Jiang Zhe's question, thought of what she was thinking and clenched her little fist. She no longer avoided Jiang Zhe's gaze and nodded firmly, yes. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment, smiled, and replied to Dilly Reba, I can't answer that question now. You know why. After speaking, Jiang Zhe pointed at the cameras around them, making it clear that this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Dilly Reba saw this and quickly nodded, indicating she understood. Although she didn't get a definitive answer from Jiang Zhe and felt a little disappointed, Dilly Reba still felt there was hope. As Jiang Zhe turned toward the bar counter, Dilly Reba waved her little fist and silently encouraged herself, come on, Dilly Reba, you can do it. Alright, everyone's been working hard today. Let's tidy up and close shop. Go home early tonight and get some rest. We'll work hard tomorrow. Zhao Wei organized today's receipts and instructed everyone to tidy up and prepare to close.
Alright.
An hour later, everyone had a simple dinner and boarded the production team's private vehicle, returning to the seaside villa.
Oh my gosh, I'm exhausted today. Zhou Dongyu's main responsibility today was washing dishes.
Although there weren't many guests, there were still plenty of dishes to wash in the kitchen, which was quite tiring. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Zhou Dongyu collapsed onto the sofa in the living room and kept complaining. After a long day, everyone should rest well, check in with your families, and don't forget. Zhao Wei put down her bag and gave everyone a quick reminder in the room. I need to ask Tian if he's done his summer homework. Zhang Xiaoyang took out his phone and prepared to video call his son Tian. Huang Xiaoming did the same, taking out his phone to video chat with his wife and ask about their son.
Zhou Dongyu and Diliriba also pulled out their phones and chatted with their families for a while.
In the room, Zhang Zhe and Zhao Liying were on the phone.
Alright, cousin, I'll be careful. You should also get some rest early and avoid staying up late, it's bad for your skin. Xiao Zhe, what do you mean? Are you calling me old? Zhao Liying snorted proudly over the phone. No way.
In my heart, you're always young, beautiful, and never old. Zhang Zhe hurriedly explained.
Alright, if you dare to look down on me, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Alright, you've been busy all day, go to bed early.
I have to go to the film set tomorrow, so get some rest.
Good night, my dear little cousin. Okay, good night, my dear cousin. Mwah. Zhang Zhe blew a kiss into the phone. Stop teasing me, hang up. Good night, remember to think of me. Alright, good night. I'll think of you, my dear cousin.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhe saw that it was still early. He left his room and saw that everyone else's doors were closed, so he didn't bother with them. He took a bottle of red wine from the wine rack and planned to go downstairs to the sun lounger by the pool to enjoy the sea breeze and the quiet night. When Zhang Zhe arrived by the pool, he saw Diliriba sitting by the edge, her delicate feet gently splashing the water, as if lost in thought.
Chapter 17, An Unexpected Kiss. Diliriba, why are you sitting here alone, daydreaming? What are you thinking about? Zhang Zhe walked over and asked Diliriba. Ah. Zhege, what are you doing here?
Diliriba snapped back to reality and saw that it was Zhang Zhe, her expression brightening.
Zhang Zhe waved the wine bottle in his hand and smiled, can't sleep?
So I came out for a drink, to enjoy the sea breeze and the night view.
Oh, really? Zhege, can I join you for a few drinks? Of course, if you don't mind. If you do, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Although Diliriba spoke lightly, her eyes betrayed her true feelings.
Why would I mind? I was just bored being alone.
But you mustn't drink too much, getting drunk isn't good. If it were just the two of us, even if we got drunk, it wouldn't matter. But with Zhao Wei and the others around, even if nothing happened between the two of us, it wouldn't be appropriate. Don't worry, Zege, I can hold my liquor.
I usually don't get drunk. Diliriba spoke confidently, and her demeanor gave Lingji the impression that she could drink a lot.
Zhang Zhe smiled, took out a glass, poured some red wine, and sat side by side on the sun loungers, admiring the star-studded sky.
This was an incredibly comfortable feeling. He could sense the faint scent of seaweed in the air, feel the cool sea breeze, and hear the gentle sound of waves crashing against the shore. Zhang Zhe was completely immersed in this subtle state. Zhang Zhe closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and relaxed his entire body.
Every cell and pore in his body opened up, his mind went blank, and he didn't think about anything. He simply sat there, quietly feeling this rare tranquility and enjoying this rare peace. Beside him, Diliriba took a small sip of red wine, quietly watching Zhang Zhe, who was closing his eyes and resting, without disturbing him. After a moment, Zhang Zhe snapped out of his trance, looked at Diliriba beside him, and smiled. Before I retired, I was always busy with training, and then various competitions and activities. I was constantly on the go, rarely having time to simply enjoy life. Now, finally, I have some time to enjoy the quiet. This new way of life is something I really love. Zhege, to celebrate your new beginning, cheers. Diliriba raised her glass, gently clinked it with Zhang Zhe's, and then drank it all in one gulp.
Wow, I never would have guessed. Diliriba, you can really hold your liquor.
Watching Diliriba down her drink in one gulp, Zhang Zhe picked up his glass and did the same.
Diliriba giggled, Zhege, I grew up drinking mare's milk wine. This red wine is no problem for me.
As they sipped their wine and chatted, Diliriba's face began to flush slightly under the influence of alcohol, making her even more charming.
Zhege, do you have a Weibo account? I'll follow you on Weibo. Diliriba was in a high spirits and asked Zhang Zhe for his Weibo account. Oh, right, I don't have a Weibo account yet.
The one I had before was an official account managed by the General Administration of Sport.
After I retired, the account was deactivated, so I need to register a new one.
When Diliriba mentioned this, Zhang Zhe realized he didn't have a Weibo account yet, so he quickly opened the app and started registering a new one. According to the prompts from the Super Download system, the popularity accumulation section in the system includes Weibo popularity accumulation. If it weren't for Diliriba's reminder, Zhang Zhe almost forgot about this important popularity accumulation channel.
After some hassle, half an hour later, Jiang Zhe's new Weibo account was successfully verified.
Ignoring that, Jiang Zhe noticed the changes in the popularity numbers in the system. There were already 1,000 popularity points in the system.
How did that happen?
Looking at the popularity column, Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. After some careful consideration, he guessed that this must be the popularity he had accumulated since joining the Chinese restaurant. As for how the popularity points were calculated, Jiang Zhe wasn't sure, but that didn't matter.
Having popularity was enough.
Currently, the total system traffic was only 600 megabytes. Jiang Zhe didn't plan to download new skills yet, he'd save them for later when he could download more advanced ones.
Here, Doraba, this is my new Weibo account. Add me. Jiang Zhe handed his phone over. After a few quick steps, Doraba was done and returned the phone to Jiang Zhe, all set. Jiang Zhe took a look at Diliriba's Weibo account and noticed that he had millions of followers.
No wonder he's such a popular star, he sure has a lot of fans.
Shige, can you teach me how to swim? I want to learn from you, I don't know how to swim yet. Diliriba burped softly and asked Jiang Zhe. Sure, whenever you're ready. Swimming is my specialty.
I'll teach you step by step and make sure you learn quickly.
Teaching Diliriba how to swim wasn't a big deal, so Jiang Zhe nodded and agreed. Dilly, it's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. Let's head back. Jiang Zhe was well aware that Diliriba could hold her alcohol.
While this amount of red wine wouldn't get her drunk, he didn't dare let her get intoxicated, that would cause trouble.
Diliriba was leaning against the edge of the pool.
Jiang Zhe was afraid she might slip and fall in, so he reached out to pull her back.
Alright, let's go back then.
Diliriba saw this and voluntarily reached out her small hand, seeming reluctant to let go. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to pull Diliriba up, she didn't notice a small step at her feet. She slipped and fell toward Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe didn't expect this either, lost his balance, and slid backward. Plop! Diliriba, be careful.
Jiang Zhe saw this and quickly reached out to catch Diliriba, but he was too late.
The two of them fell down together. Due to the angle, when Diliriba landed on Jiang Zhe, their lips accidentally touched. Thus, the two of them, who had had a few drinks, unexpectedly ended up kissing. Even more unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe's hand, which had originally been reaching out to help Diliriba, had shifted position after the fall and ended up gripping Diliriba's butting peaks. The air froze in that moment. Both of their minds went blank. This was truly an unexpected win. Jiang Zhe felt torn. Chapter 18, a little bit at a time. Diliriba also never expected such an unexpected scene to unfold. My first time is gone, was Diliriba's first thought. When she caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhe's posture out of the corner of her eye, she instantly understood. Blushing deeply, Diliriba collapsed into Jiang Zhe's arms, staring at him blankly, thoroughly enjoying the heart-pounding excitement of being so close to her idol. They say heroes can't resist beautiful women, but sometimes, beautiful women can't resist heroes either. Jiang Zhe himself was already handsome and rugged, exuding a strong masculine charm. Therefore, Jiang Zhe's aura completely captivated Diliriba. Gentle, so masculine. Feeling the heart-racing sensation emanating from him, Diliriba felt an irresistible urge to lose herself in the moment, falling in love with this feeling. However, Diliriba dared not act too boldly. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly got up from Jiang Zhe's side, her face flushed, and whispered, "Zhe, it's all my fault." "Are you okay?" Jiang Zhe saw this, sat up, and stretched his upper body. Aside from a slight ache in his back, he was fine. "I'm fine, Reba. I'm sorry about earlier. I lost my balance, that's why it happened. Don't worry about it. Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" As a man, sometimes you have to take the initiative and not make a girl feel awkward. So, Jiang Zhe took responsibility for what had just happened to avoid leaving a bad impression on Diliriba. Diliriba knew the accident was entirely her fault, so how could she blame Jiang Zhe? She shook her head quickly. "I'm fine, Zhe-gu. It was my fault for slipping. As long as you're not hurt, it's all my fault. Don't blame yourself." Jiang Zhe helped Diliriba up from the ground. It's okay. Let's go, Diliriba. It's getting late. We should go back and rest. We have to record the show tomorrow. Alright, it's time to go back and rest." Diliriba nodded obediently like a love-struck young girl and followed Jiang Zhe back to the room. On the way back, neither of them mentioned what had happened earlier. Perhaps this would become their eternal secret. That night, Diliriba had a wonderful dream. Her face was adorned with a sweet smile. When Zhou Dongyu saw her in the morning, he couldn't help but ask Diliriba what kind of good dream she had had, making her smile so sweetly. Diliriba remained silent, keeping it deep within her heart. On the way to the Chinese restaurant, the look she cast at Jiang Zhe grew significantly sweeter. The operations of the Chinese restaurant were entirely handled by Jiang Zhe and the other 5 guests. If they didn't come, the restaurant wouldn't open. However, upon entering the restaurant, they noticed a piano placed by the window. Wow, how did a piano end up here? Is it from the production team? What is the piano doing here? What does this mean?
Zhao Wei walked over, touched the piano, which looked fairly new, and asked the director Wang Tian nearby. Here's the situation. Considering the current low foot traffic at the Chinese restaurant, the production team decided to showcase your individual talents and unleash your potential. Therefore, they will arrange for various musical instruments to be placed in the restaurant. Today it's a piano, and in a couple of days it might be something else. This will test your individual creativity. Director Wang Tian, seeing that Zhao Wei had asked about it, explained further. Really? Personal talents? If it's acting, I'm fine, and singing isn't too bad either, but playing the piano? I'm really not good at that. Zhao Wei's acting and singing are indeed excellent, and she's very talented, but she knows herself well enough to admit that her piano skills are lacking. Sigh, it seems the piano will just have to stay there for display. Though I can play a little, I wouldn't dare play in front of such a large audience. Forget about attracting customers, I might even scare them away. Huang Xiaoming tapped the piano keys, looking helpless. Well, if you want me to play the piano, I'd rather cook a few of my signature dishes. Zhang Xiaoyang's profession has little to do with music, so he also looked distressed and helpless. Sigh, if the show were hosting a pesticide-themed online gaming competition, I could at least interact with the audience. Playing the piano? Forget it. Zhou Dongyu said he preferred playing games. You're so old and you still play games all day. Zhao Wei playfully slapped Zhou Dongyu on the shoulder and teased him. I'm good at dancing, but playing the piano is not my strong suit. I'd rather not show off. Dilly Reba has a strong foundation in dance and can handle any dance routine with ease, but when it comes to playing the piano, she still lacks the necessary skill. Xiao Zhe, can you play the piano? If you can't either, maybe we should just ask the production team to take it away? It's just getting in the way. Zhao Wei asked Zhang Zhe for his opinion. Zhigo probably can't either. He's into sports, not music. There's a big difference. Zhou Dongyu said casually. Dongyu, don't talk nonsense. Your brother is so good at chopping vegetables and making cotton candy. He might actually know how to play the piano. Don't just make things up. Huang Xiaoming interjected. That's true. What if Brother Zhe is a jack of all trades? Brother Zhe, can you really do it? Zhou Dongyu stuck out his tongue and asked Zhang Zhe. After Zhou Dongyu asked, Zhao Wei and the others all turned to look at Zhang Zhe, waiting for his answer. Meanwhile, the photographer beside him aimed the camera at Zhang Zhe, ready for a close-up. Zhang Zhe tapped the piano keys, smiled, and under everyone's questioning glances, said, Me? I just know a little bit, but I'm not very skilled. What? You really can? No way. Everyone in the restaurant was truly stunned, their faces forming perfect O shapes. Chapter 19, Being Taken Advantage of. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Zhang Zhe shrugged his hands. Yeah, I only know a little bit. Just enough to play something that sounds decent. Huang Xiaoming pulled Zhang Zhe over, sat him down at the bar counter, and stared at him intently, as if he had discovered a new continent. Zhang Zhe felt extremely embarrassed. Xiaoming, what's with that look? You're scaring me. Let me make this clear, even though I'm handsome, I'm not into guys. Don't mistake me for your target. Ha, Xiaoming, your expression really does look like that. What was it again? Like you're seeing a girl for the first time, wanting to bite Zhang Zhe a couple of times. Zhao Wei, standing beside Zhang Zhe, tugged at Huang Xiaoming's arm and teased him. Xiaoming, don't do that. Baby will beat you up. Zhou Dongyu chimed in from the side. Cough, none of you are paying attention to the main point. Huang Xiaoming realized his actions were a bit too much, quickly stepping back from Zhang Zhe, feeling utterly speechless. I just wanted to ask, what else can Xiao Zhe do? I feel like Xiao Zhe isn't just a swimming superstar, but a versatile superstar who can do anything. After Huang Xiaoming finished speaking, he pointed at Zhao Wei and Zhou Dongyu. You too, your thoughts are too dangerous. Right, Xiao Zhe, tell us, what else can you do? Wang Tian also asked curiously from the side. Zhang Zhe's participation in the variety show Chinese Restaurant has significantly elevated the show's status and attracted a lot of attention to the program. As the director of Chinese Restaurant, Wang Tian had been in constant communication with domestic leaders. Through their channels, Wang Tian learned that due to Zhang Zhe's involvement, the show's viewership was steadily rising. Wang Tian was well aware that, thanks to Zhang Zhe's personal fame, the show would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention once it aired. Therefore, before the recording, his superiors had already instructed him to give Zhang Zhe ample screen time, as his influence is no less than that of Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming. After yesterday's recording, Wang Tian discovered that Zhang Zhe had many unexpected surprises up his sleeve. He can speak Thai, has exceptional knife skills, can make various special cotton candies, and even play the piano. All these combined make him a standout attraction. With Zhang Zhe's own influence and his current performance, even if Chinese Restaurant loses Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, the show will still be a hit. Therefore, Wang Tian also wants to know what else Zhang Zhe has up his sleeve, as this not only affects the ratings of the Chinese Restaurant but also whether the show can dominate the ratings in the variety show category during the holiday period. After Wang Tian finished asking his questions, everyone turned to look at Zhang Zhe. Go ahead and show us what you've got, Zhang Zhe. You have so many strengths and secrets, you always manage to surprise us. Zhang Xiaoyang also chimed in from the side.
Jiang Zhe actually knew quite a few skills, but he didn't want to reveal them all yet. He smiled and said, actually, there's not much. It's just a little more than you imagine. I'll show you all of them one by one when the time comes. Jiang Zhe's words had a hint of arrogance, but no one in the restaurant doubted his sincerity, as Jiang Zhe was indeed exceptionally talented, far surpassing everyone's expectations. There's a saying that goes, modesty is the truest form of arrogance. If you have the skills to brag, it's not brag, it's just being truly awesome. Alright, everyone, stop crowding around Xiao Zhe. Wait until tonight when the guests arrive, and let Xiao Zhe play a tune for everyone. You'll see that our Chinese restaurant really is full of masters. Everyone, disperse and get ready for today's ingredients. Zhao Wei could tell that Jiang Zhe wasn't being honest, so she didn't press him. She waved her hand at everyone, signaling them to hurry up and prepare today's ingredients. Alright, then we'll wait until tonight. Right. I can't wait for Xiao Zhe's performance tonight. Huang Xiaoming and the others nodded in agreement and got back to their tasks. However, deep down, everyone was filled with anticipation, eager for tonight to arrive. 2 hours later, around noon, after everyone had worked tirelessly, the day's ingredients were all prepared. After lunch, they officially began their operations. The task of attracting customers fell once again to Jiang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming. As soon as they stepped out of the store, they encountered the 3 girls they had met at the supermarket yesterday. Hi, 3 beautiful ladies. Good afternoon. Are you here for lunch? Shigu, Xiaominggu, it's great to see you. Yes, we're here for lunch. We stayed out too late last night and didn't have time to come over, so we made a special trip today. The 3 girls hurried over to greet Jiang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming. Come inside. Is there anything special you'd like to eat? Huang Xiaoming led the 3 girls into the Chinese restaurant. Hey, guests have arrived. Hello, everyone. Zhao Wei, wearing an apron, walked out and happened to bump into the 3 girls. Wow, Zhao Wei, you're here too. My goodness, your show Chinese restaurant is really a star-studded restaurant. The girl with short hair was extremely excited upon seeing Zhao Wei. The other 2 girls were equally excited. Come on, what would you like to eat or drink? Zhao Wei smiled, handed them the menu, and then called out to the kitchen, Dongyu, there are guests here, pour 3 cups of water. Got it. Zhou Dongyu rushed out from the kitchen and went to the counter to pour water. When the 3 girls found out that Zhang Xiaoyan, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilly Reba were also in the restaurant, they couldn't sit still and kept asking to take photos with them. Fortunately, there weren't many customers at the time, so Zhao Wei and the others obliged the 3 girls' requests. Shigu, can you help me out? The food hasn't arrived yet. The girl with glasses ran over to Jiang Zhe and said with a smile. What kind of favor? It's like this, the maps we have are all in Thai, and we couldn't find any Chinese maps on the island, which is a bit inconvenient. Could you help us translate them? Sure, no problem. Translating place names isn't that hard, Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement. However, while Jiang Zhe was busy translating the map, the girl with glasses opened her phone, secretly kissed Jiang Zhe on the cheek, and even took a photo of the moment. Great, I've been taken advantage of again. Jiang Zhe was speechless. Chapter 20, My Grandmother's Penghu Bei. Jiang Zhe had been suddenly attacked by some bold female fans during previous events. Therefore, the little girl's actions didn't make Jiang Zhe feel upset. He smiled and reminded her, Little beauty, I have a lot of female fans. If they saw what you just did, they'd beat you up. The girl understood what Jiang Zhe meant. She stuck out her tongue and said, I'm not afraid, hee. Jiang Zhe saw this and smiled without saying much. Meanwhile, the girl's secret kiss with Jiang Zhe was witnessed by Zhou Dongyu, who stomped her foot angrily. Humph, that little brat dared to secretly kiss Seigu, my idol. How dare she? However, Zhou Dongyu didn't show any signs of displeasure. She was well aware that she was on a show, and if her expression were to be posted online, it would definitely cause a bad impression. It didn't take long for Jiang Zhe to finish translating the map. I've translated all the parts one could understand for you. Keep it safe. The girl put the map away, looked around, pointed at the cameras, and asked Jiang Zhe, who was about to leave, Shigu, will they air this? Jiang Zhe smiled, I don't know either. You can check the episode of China's Restaurant airing this Saturday night to find out. In reality, whether it was broadcast or not was entirely up to Jiang Zhe. If he requested it not to be aired, the production team would definitely comply. However, Jiang Zhe didn't mention it. Just then, Zhou Dongyu walked out with a plate of food, placing it on the table for the 3 girls. Here's your food, ladies. Thank you, Dongyu. Since there was only one table of guests, there weren't many dishes. Zhang Xiaoyan cooked quickly, and soon all 3 girls' dishes were served. Ladies, your meals are all ready. Is there anything else you need? Zhou Dongyu played the role of a waitress perfectly, asking the 3 girls. However, the look she gave the girl with glasses always had a hint of jealousy. However, Zhou Dongyu hid it well and no one noticed. Perhaps because of the big star boost, the 3 girls ate with great appetite, savoring every bite. Before long, the table was cleared of all the dishes. After finishing their meal, the 3 girls rested for about 10 minutes before deciding to settle the bill and leave. Xiao Zhe, come here, give these to the 3 young ladies over there.
Zhao Wei took 3 small rabbit pendants from behind the counter and handed them to Jiang Zhe. Alright, Jiang Zhe took the pendants and handed the 3 small rabbit pendants to the 3 girls. Here you go, 3 little beauties, this is a small gift from our store for you. Keep them well and have a wonderful time on your journey.
Thank you, brother Zhe. Zhege, I love you. Handsome guy, kisses.
The 3 girls were very enthusiastic and outgoing.
I love you too.
Jiang Zhe was also uninhibited and interacted with the 3 girls.
Coincidentally, Diliriba saw Jiang Zhe interacting with the 3 girls. When will I be able to tell you this? Will there be an opportunity?
There was only 1 table of guests at noon, so it was quite leisurely. Everyone gathered together to chat and pass the time. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had a simple dinner and began preparing ingredients for the evening. Based on yesterday's experience, there would be more guests in the evening, so everyone was careful not to slack off.
Zhang Xiaoliang, how's the kitchen coming along?
Zhao Wei was checking the final preparations in the store and asked Zhang Xiaoliang, who was busy in the kitchen.
Everything is ready. Zhang Xiaoliang gave a thumbs up sign. Reba, Dongyu, are you guys okay? Can you handle it?
Zhao Wei asked Dilly Reba and Zhou Dongyu.
We're all good, we've got it under control. Dilly Reba and Zhou Dongyu nodded, indicating everything was fine. Alright, let's be more proactive tonight.
It's already the 2nd day, don't let it be like yesterday with only 2 tables of customers.
Xiaoming, Xiaozhe, give it your all.
Zhang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming nodded.
Don't worry, Wei Jie. Trust our abilities. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, more tourists began to gather around.
The weather today was particularly nice, with a cool sea breeze blowing gently. The setting sun blended with the horizon, creating a perfect landscape. Combined with the seagulls soaring and dancing in the sky, it formed a stunning scene. How beautiful. I wish I could live here forever. Since there were no customers, Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilly Reba sat side by side at the restaurant entrance, gazing at the evening scenery before them, filled with longing. Ding dong ding ding. Just then, the sound of a piano drifted over from the next room, catching the attention of Zhao Wei and the others.
Where is that piano music coming from? I didn't hear it yesterday. Dilly Reba looked around in confusion and asked. It's the Korean barbecue restaurant next door. It opened last night. Didn't you hear it yesterday? Zhao Wei explained. No. Dilly Reba and Zhou Dongyu shook their heads in unison, indicating they hadn't heard it either. The 3 followed the sound of the piano and saw that many tourists had entered the Korean barbecue restaurant next door. No way, there are so many people at that barbecue restaurant? Zhou Dongyu looked envious. Micro, doesn't Zhe know how to play the piano? Hurry up and play. We can't let the Koreans beat us.
Their grilled meat can't compare to Chinese food. They have someone playing the piano to attract customers, and we have that too.
Dilly Reba said hurriedly. Right. How could I forget that? Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Dilly, go get Xiao Zhe back. It's his time to shine. Soon, Jiang Zhe was dragged over to the piano. This was Jiang Zhe's first time touching a piano.
Although he had already fully mastered B-level piano skills, he still felt a bit nervous inside. Zhao Wei and the others watched closely, with all the photographers' cameras trained on him.
Jiang Zhe felt the pressure.
Jiang Zhe had seen his fair share of the world and quickly adjusted his state of mind. He randomly pressed the keys for a moment, producing a somewhat jarring sound.
What's he doing? Just randomly playing the piano? Zhou Dongyu couldn't help but blurt out. Don't talk nonsense. What's he doing? He's testing the keys.
Huang Xiaoming tapped Zhou Dongyu on the forehead and made a shushing gesture. Zhou Dongyu stuck out his tongue and quickly covered his mouth.
Jiang Zhe pressed a few keys, then gently placed his fingers on the keys.
A light, crisp melody filled the air. Zhao Wei heard the melody and raised her eyebrows, unable to help but say. Jiang Zhe was playing My Grandmother's Penghubei.
This song brings back so many memories.
My Grandmother's Penghubei is no longer popular today, and many of you may not have heard it. It was extremely popular in the 1980s and 1990s, a true memory of a generation.
If you're interested, give it a listen. Chapter 21, A Legendary Figure Arrives. As Jiang Zhe's fingers moved up and down, a series of light and pleasant piano notes filled the air.
Listening to the rhythm, Zhao Wei was the first to recognize the song. She was very familiar with it. To be precise, this song had accompanied her through her youth.
Zhao Wei was correct.
The piece Jiang Zhe was playing was My Grandmother's Penghubei.
My Grandmother's Penghubei.
This song from Taiwan once swept the nation, and many people grew up listening to it. It's a cherished memory for an entire generation. In the restaurant, it wasn't just Zhao Wei who recognized the song. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang also heard it and began humming along to the cheerful melody. Zhou Dongyu and Dilly Reba didn't feel as deeply connected to My Grandmother's Penghubei as Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, but they had heard the song before and also hummed along softly to the melody. In the restaurant, including Wang Tian, the program staff were all older, and the melody of My Grandmother's Penghubei had long been deeply etched in their memories. Therefore, they also followed the rhythm of the song, immersing themselves in a state of reminiscence. Jiang Zhe, however, was completely immersed in a state of bliss, much like the feeling he had experienced while chopping vegetables earlier. At that moment, he felt as though he had become one with the piano before him. Under his fingers, the piano keys felt like an extension of his body. Each melody he played seemed not like pressing keys, but like gently caressing every part of his own body, familiar and tender. When Jiang Zhe had no time before, he roughly categorized the skills in the system into levels.
Though this had little practical value, it at least provided a visual representation of the system's strength tiers.
D rank skills were equivalent to beginner level, C rank skills to apprentice level, B rank skills to expert level, A rank skills to master level, and S rank skills to grandmaster level. This rank was purely for reference.
Piano performance is highly technical. If one's skills are exceptional, any piece of music can be performed flawlessly, leaving the audience captivated and at ease.
However, if one's technical skills are lacking and they cannot fully control the piano, even a masterpiece composed by Chopin would sound unbearable and difficult to listen to.
Jiang Zhe was well aware of his own abilities.
He dared not attempt to play those world-renowned pieces, as his current piano skills were insufficient to perfectly interpret those classic masterpieces. Therefore, he chose a simpler piece that evoked profound nostalgia, My Grandmother's Manhwa. Jiang Zhe closed his eyes slightly, and the melody of My Grandmother's Manhwa floated in his mind. His fingertips gently glided over the keys, each note precise and on point, with no extraneous sounds, allowing listeners to effortlessly immerse themselves in the rhythm of the piano, with the lingering notes echoing in the air. As the music played, more and more tourists gathered outside the Chinese restaurant, both foreign and Chinese.
Among them, an elderly white woman with gray hair stopped between the Korean barbecue restaurant and the Chinese restaurant.
Though she appeared elderly, she exuded an air of elegance, as if she had been immersed in art for years. After stopping, the elderly woman listened quietly to the music coming from the Korean barbecue restaurant and the Chinese restaurant, occasionally furrowing her brows or smiling, her expression joyful. Finally, she fixed her gaze and attention on the Chinese restaurant, listening intently.
Beside the elderly woman stood a young white woman in her 20s. Noticing that the elderly woman had stopped walking, the young woman quietly asked in English, "Ms. Agri, why didn't you keep walking?"
The elderly white woman made a shushing gesture with her hand. "Don't speak, Christine. This piece of music reminds me of some memories from my youth."
The young woman beside the elderly woman noticed this and fixed her gaze on the Chinese restaurant, feeling a bit curious. This must be a Chinese restaurant, right? Who was playing the piano inside that caught Ms. Agrippa's attention? That's truly extraordinary.
The song My Grandmother's Manhwa wasn't very long. As Jiang Zhe's fingers left the last key, the piece officially came to an end. Though the piece had ended, everyone in the restaurant remained immersed in the lingering melody, slowly emerging from their thoughts several seconds later.
Clap. Clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap.
Zhao Wei was the first to snap out of it. She quietly rubbed her eyes, gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up, and then clapped her hands.
Following Zhao Wei's lead, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang joined in.
Next came Zhou Dongyu, Dili Riba, and the rest of the production crew in the restaurant. Not only that, but outside the Chinese restaurant, the tourists who had been stamping their feet also burst into enthusiastic applause, their expressions filled with admiration.
"Xiao Zhe, you're amazing. I admire you." Huang Xiaoming patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder and praised him sincerely.
"Xiao Zhe, if I were 20 years younger, I would definitely switch careers to study music and take you as my teacher." Zhang Xiaoliang also gave him a thumbs up, full of praise.
"Zhige, you're so outstanding. I feel like I'm not worthy of you. What should I do?"
Zhou Dongyu said with a hint of jealousy.
"Why is there such an outstanding man in this world? It seems I'll have to look up to him for the rest of my life."
Dili Riba stared at Jiang Zhe with fiery eyes, sighing inwardly.
Wang Tian was utterly shocked.
He calculated in his mind, in this promotional video, Jiang Zhe would take up 2/3 of the screen time.
He was too outstanding, too captivating. Jiang Zhe didn't notice the reactions or thoughts of the others.
His mind was focused on the flaws in his B rank skill. There were still many inconsistencies when he played, and it couldn't compare to a rank or S rank skills. "Hurry, hurry, Xiaoming, Xiao Zhe, customers are coming." Just then, Zhao Wei suddenly shouted.
Huang Xiaoming and Jiang Zhe looked out the door. An elderly white woman and a young white woman in her 20s were walking into the restaurant.
When Jiang Zhe saw the white girl's appearance, he was quite surprised. "Hey, isn't that Kristen Stewart, who played the female lead in Twilight?"
She was actually here.
When Huang Xiaoming recognized the white elderly woman, he suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "My goodness, it's her." Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly.
"Xiaoming, who is that old lady? You don't even know her?"
"She's the woman known as the High Priestess of Music, the world-renowned pianist Martha Argerich."
"This is truly unexpected." Jiang Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a legendary figure." Chapter 22, A Superstar Meets a Superstar. To be honest, Jiang Zhe had never heard of Agrippa before. He hadn't even been exposed to music before this, so how would he know about such a legendary figure? Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Dili Riba came over to Jiang Zhe, their expressions all filled with excitement. "Xiao Zhe, you're amazing. You played the piano and actually brought such a legendary figure to the restaurant. Our Chinese restaurant is going to become famous." Zhao Wei whispered to Jiang Zhe. Sister Zhao, is this old lady really that amazing? Jiang Zhe couldn't help but ask Zhao Wei, feeling a bit confused. Zhege, this Agri Chi is a world-renowned female pianist, known as the Piano Queen. She's performed many famous pieces. When I was in college taking music theory classes, I heard her name all the time. Zhou Dongyu explained to Jiang Zhe. Yes, Zhege, Agrippina's status in the music world is equivalent to yours in the swimming world. The comparison might not be entirely appropriate, but she is indeed very talented. Dilly Reba nodded in agreement. Huh, the girl next to Agrippa looks so familiar. Zhao Wei looked at the girl next to Agrippa, thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up with surprise. No way, she must be the female lead from Twilight, Kristen Stewart. Micro, you have such sharp eyes. You recognized her so quickly. Jiang Zhe gave Zhao Wei a thumbs up. What? It's Kristen Stewart? Oh my gosh, Zhege, you're amazing. One song brought two legends here. I'm truly impressed. Zhou Dongyu was utterly amazed by Jiang Zhe. Zhege, after this episode of Chinese Restaurant airs, you're going to be a global sensation. Dilly Reba was excited and thrilled. Outside the Chinese restaurant, there were also many people discussing the matter. Hey, Mike, that old lady just now looked so familiar. Let me think. Wait, I remember now. That's the piano queen, Agrippa. That's definitely her. She's actually at this restaurant. Hurry up and go inside. Don't miss it. Honey, did you see that girl just now? She looks just like Kristen Stewart from Twilight. It's not just similar, she's the real thing. Oh my gosh, Kristen Stewart is my absolute idol. I have to go to that restaurant to meet my idol. The tourists who had been lingering outside the restaurant rushed toward the Chinese restaurant, afraid of missing their idol. At that moment, inside the Korean barbecue restaurant, a man with a somewhat effeminate appearance stopped playing the piano and stood up, leaving with a proud expression. It is an honor for you to hear me, Kim Yong-won, play the piano in person. Kim Yong-won, 23 years old, is a well-known pianist among the younger generation in Korea. He has participated in numerous large-scale concerts and composed music for many popular TV dramas, making him a prominent figure in the industry with a large fan base. Kim Yong-won walked toward the exit of the barbecue restaurant. Many young men and women dining inside recognized him and began to scream. Yong-won Appa, is that really you? Can you sign my autograph? Appa, I love you so much. Can we take a photo together? Appa, don't go, Appa. However, Kim Yong-won ignored the fans' enthusiasm and, protected by his bodyguards, continued toward the exit of the barbecue restaurant. The owner of the barbecue restaurant, Lee Jun-gun, appeared before Kim Yong-won, bowing deeply and said, Mr. Kim, it is an honor to have you play the piano for our restaurant. You have brought us many customers and promoted the delicious food of our country. This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. After speaking, Lee Jun-gun handed over a small gift that had been prepared in advance with a flattering smile. From the outline of the gift, it was clear that it was money, and there was quite a lot of it. Jin Yongkwon gave a nod to his bodyguard, who promptly took the gift. As agreed, I will perform piano music at your restaurant for 3 consecutive days. Tomorrow night will be the last performance. I hope Mr. Lee will help promote the delicious food of our country, and that our country's cuisine will become the best in the world. Yes. Lee Zhonggan hurriedly nodded in agreement. Mr. Kim, have you noticed that a new Chinese restaurant has opened next door? And just now, I heard piano music coming from their restaurant, with many tourists entering. I suspect they plan to establish themselves here permanently. What? Is that so? Jin Yong-won heard this and raised his eyebrows. A Chinese restaurant? They're really overestimating themselves. Daring to open a restaurant next to our Korean restaurant, and even daring to play the piano in front of me? They're really overestimating themselves. Let us go meet them. Let these Chinese people see how powerful our Korean country is and give them a taste of our strength. Mr. Kim is so formidable. We must let these Chinese see how powerful we are. Jin Yongkwon, flattered by Lee Zhonggan's praise, felt a bit arrogant and strided toward the Chinese restaurant. Meanwhile, inside the Chinese restaurant, Wang Xiaoming was hosting Agrippa and Kristen Stewart. Ms. Agri, it's an honor to have you here at the Chinese restaurant. Is there anything I can assist you with? Huang Xiaoming suppressed his excitement and spoke to Agri in English with great politeness. Do you know me? Agrippa asked Huang Xiaoming unexpectedly. Yes, Ms. Agri, you are a famous musician. I had the honor of listening to your music before. It's a pleasure to serve you. Huang Xiaoming nodded and replied. Young man, could you tell me who was playing the piano just now? Was it you? Agrichi asked Huang Xiaoming. I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Please wait a moment. After saying this, Wang Xiaoming hurriedly pulled Jiang Zhe over. The one who was playing the piano just now was him. He's Jiang Zhe, the global star. Oh my god, Jiang, is it really you? I never expected to see you here. This is truly amazing. However, to everyone's surprise, Agrichi was extremely excited upon seeing Jiang Zhe and even reached out her hand toward him. Although he wasn't familiar with Agrichi, she was so enthusiastic, so Jiang Zhe couldn't refuse and quickly reached out to greet her. Hi, Ms. Agri, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Watching the scene unfold, Jo Dongyu rubbed his eyes and sighed. This is what you call a superstar meeting another superstar.
Chapter 23, A Greekie's Request. Jiang Zhe was surprised.
He never expected that the world-renowned piano queen Agrippa would recognize him.
What a surprise! Jiang, I never expected to see you here. It's such a surprise.
Agrippa was in high spirits and very enthusiastic. It was clear that she was in a great mood.
Ms. Agri, are you here on the island for a vacation? Jiang Zhe also asked Agri with a smile. Yes, I'm here on vacation. Jiang, I've been following you since you competed in the Beijing Olympics. You're my absolute idol, you're truly outstanding.
Agrikie didn't hold back her praise, and it was clear from her expression that she meant every word. Ms. Agrikie's words caused Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Dilraba, and Jo Dongyu to turn their heads in astonishment. They all knew that, whether in China or abroad, top figures in any field were usually very reserved with their words and rarely praised others. If they genuinely praised someone, it meant that person was truly outstanding and exceptional. It was clear that Jiang Zhe was highly regarded by Agrius. Zhao Wei and the others were happy for Jiang Zhe, and their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at him.
This man was truly extraordinary, with an aura that no one could match.
Director Wang Tian hurriedly signaled to the surrounding cameramen, instructing them to focus all cameras on Agrius, Jiang Zhe, and Kristen Stewart. After Wang Tian sent the photos of Agricie and Kristen Stewart to the studio to confirm their identities, he was utterly shocked. Agricie was the queen of the piano world, and Kristen Stewart, who starred in Twilight, had gained a significant fan base in China. Kristen herself had a high profile in China, and combined with Jiang Zhe's personal influence, this super powerful star lineup would undoubtedly cause a massive surge in popularity once the episode aired. Therefore, Wang Tian would never miss this opportunity. He wouldn't want to miss such an amazing scene. Jiang Zhe has received numerous honors. Agrippa is not the first, nor will she be the last. Thank you for your praise, Ms. Agrippa.
I am honored to receive your compliment. Thank you very much.
Jiang Zhe turned his gaze to Kristen Stewart beside him.
Hi, Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here. This is an unexpected surprise. I'm Kristen Stewart. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're my idol.
Kristen Stewart noticed Jiang Zhe looking at her and introduced herself. From her expression, she was clearly very excited.
It's an honor to meet you, Kristen Stewart. I love your portrayal of Isabella Swan in Twilight. Your acting is amazing. You're my idol too. Really? Jiang, can we take a photo together later? I love your sunny and handsome look. You're the ideal guy in my heart.
Kristen Stewart spoke very directly, without hiding her true feelings.
I'm honored, Kristen.
Jiang Zhe led Agrippa and Kristen to a nearby table.
Ms. Agrippa, Kristen, would you like something to drink?
Meanwhile, outside the Chinese restaurant, a large crowd of tourists had gathered, blocking the entrance completely, and were taking photos and videos non-stop.
Xiaoming, Dongyu, Reba, hurry up and maintain order.
Zhao Wei, a veteran of the entertainment industry, knew these tourists were there for Agri and Kristen. To prevent chaos, she hurriedly called Huang Xiaoming and others to maintain order.
The program staff also joined in to maintain order.
Fortunately, several burly men arrived from outside. After communicating with them, it turned out they were Agricie and Christine's bodyguards, part of their entourage.
With these bodyguards maintaining order, a commotion was avoided.
Zhao Wei and the others, including Wang Tian, were at a loss.
Director, what should we do? The entrance is completely blocked. Can we still open tonight?
Zhao Wei looked at the tourists continuously gathering outside the Chinese restaurant and felt unsure of what to do.
She asked the director Wang Tian beside her.
Wang Tian hadn't anticipated such a scene at the Chinese restaurant, which was far beyond his expectations.
He was frantically trying to come up with a plan. Let's see how Xiao Zhe handles it. We'll wait and see.
Huang Xiaoming looked at Jiang Zhe, who was chatting with Agri and Christine, and suggested.
Alright, let's go with that. Huang Xiaoming's suggestion was reasonable, and the production team decided to follow it.
The tourists blocked outside the Chinese restaurant began taking out their phones, making calls, sending messages, and recording videos. More and more people rushed toward the restaurant, the crowd growing larger by the minute.
Jiang, why did you suddenly announce your retirement? And why are you here? Agricie asked Jiang Zhe curiously. I'm doing a variety show.
Jiang Zhe pointed to the cameras around him and the photographers in the distance.
As for the topic of retirement, he chose to ignore it. Agri and Christine immediately understood, but the two didn't feel uncomfortable.
They had participated in too many variety shows to be fazed by it. Agricie apologized sincerely. Jiang, I'm sorry for interrupting your work.
Could you tell me the name of the piece you just played? I really liked it.
The piece you just played is called My Grandmother's Penghu Bei.
However, due to my limited piano skills, my performance was lacking. Please feel free to offer any guidance. In front of Agri, the piano queen, Jiang Zhe couldn't afford to be arrogant.
No, you played beautifully.
Could I ask you to play it again? This piece brings back some memories for me.
Agrippa requested with an eager expression.
Chapter 24, For Hand Piano Duet. Agri's words left Zhang Zhe a bit at a loss. Playing my grandmother's manhwae wasn't too difficult, but doing it in front of Agri felt like showing off in front of a master. If it were a swimming competition, Zhang Zhe could take on the entire world. He could beat 10 people at once. But when it came to such specialized musical skills, he couldn't help but hesitate a little. Zhang, have you ever received formal piano training? Noticing Zhang Zhe's hesitation, Agri asked. Zhang just shook his head, indicating he hadn't. Zhang, as an amateur piano enthusiast, your technique is already quite perfect. Although there are many places where the transitions aren't smooth during your playing, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Your technique is already on par with my student Christine's piano skills. Agriki didn't beat around the bush. He directly pointed out Zhang Zhe's shortcomings in his playing while also giving him some encouragement. Agri's words caused a stir among the tourists outside the Chinese restaurant. Hey, buddy, do you know this guy? The piano queen gave him such high praise, saying he can match her student's level? My goddess Christine, this is unbelievable. Friend, are you kidding me? That's Zhang Zhe, the recently retired swimming legend. Google is a good thing. Buddy, didn't you notice the cameras surrounding the restaurant? They're probably filming a variety show, so buddy, watch your language and actions, don't let them capture your ugliest side. Mom, look. That's Xiaoming's older brother, and the woman next to him is Zhao Wei. Oh, and Dong Yu and Reba are here too. Wow, this place is full of celebrities. I really want to go in and ask them for autographs. Henry, who is the white-haired old lady next to Christine? Is she famous? Ailey, that white-haired old lady is the legendary pianist known as the Piano Queen, Martha Argerich. We're very lucky today, maybe we'll get to see the Piano Queen perform live. So, we absolutely can't miss this. Wait, look, they're heading over to the piano. Is the performance about to begin? Such a great opportunity, why don't we live stream it? A white man pulled out his phone, opened the Twitch live streaming platform, and after a few taps, a live stream titled Piano Queen's Private Recital appeared on the Twitch platform. Inside the Chinese restaurant, although Zhang Zhe was a bit nervous, he agreed to Agrippa's request. Agrippa noticed Zhang Zhe's expression and comforted him. Zhang, don't be nervous. It's okay. Just play at your usual level. Okay. After a brief moment of tension, Zhang Zhe composed himself and his fingers began to dance across the piano keys. The melody of My Grandmother's manhwae drifted into everyone's ears. As the piano music filled the air, everyone held their breath, listening intently to the lively melody. Many tourists quietly pulled out their phones to capture this rare moment. Agrippa, sitting beside Zhang Zhe, closed her eyes slightly. As the melody played, her fingers danced across the keys, as if trying to capture the rhythm of the piece. Meanwhile, Christine stared intently at Zhang Zhe, her eyes filled with an unusual expression. Soon, the performance of My Grandmother's manhwae came to an end, and Zhang Zhe let out a slight sigh of relief. Playing the piano in front of the piano queen was incredibly nerve-wracking. After the performance, Agrippa slowly opened her eyes, gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up, and said, Zhang, you're amazing. I believe your name will appear in the future world of music. Thank you for your encouragement, Ms. Agri. I'm honored. Zhang Zhe was also satisfied with Agri's approval and changed his way of addressing her. Zhang, have you ever heard Ravel's Mother Goose Suite? Agrippa asked Zhang Zhe. Yes, I've heard this piece. It's very difficult to play. Is there something wrong with it? Zhang Zhe was curious. Zhang, you and my student Christine are both amateur pianists, yet you possess a talent that few possess. Playing Mother Goose Suite with Christine will give you valuable performance experience. Are you willing to try? Agrippa asked Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe was unsure. If he were to perform Mother Goose Suite with Christine, that would be a four-hand piano duet. Four-hand piano duet is a highly demanding performance that tests both the technical skills and the emotional connection between the two performers. Zhang, believe in yourself. You're my idol. I'm really looking forward to playing a piece with you. This will be the highlight of my life. Christine encouraged Zhang Zhe enthusiastically. Zhang, don't hesitate, this is a rare opportunity. Huang Xiaoming, who was nearby, hurriedly whispered a reminder. Xiaoming, what were Christine and Jega talking about? Diliriba asked Huang Xiaoming, who had returned to the bar. Nothing much, just that Christine wants to play a piece with Zhang Zhe. She said it would be a memorable moment in her life. It's clear that Christine really admires Zhang Zhe. Huang Xiaoming explained to Diliriba. Alright. Diliriba nodded after hearing this, silently thinking to herself, I wonder if it's too late to start learning the piano now. By the piano, Zhang Zhe saw Christine's confident expression and no longer hesitated. He nodded, if that's the case, let's give it a try. Maybe it'll have an unexpected effect. Go for it, Zhang. You'll definitely succeed. Agrippa encouraged Zhang Zhe. Kristen sat beside Zhang Zhe, familiarizing herself with the keys, then smiled and asked Zhang Zhe, Zhang, do you need sheet music? No, the sheet music is in my head. When the system implanted the B-level playing skill, it also implanted numerous sheet music pieces, including this Mother Goose Suite. Outside the Chinese restaurant, music-savvy tourists witnessed the scene and exclaimed in astonishment, What? They're going to play four-hand piano. That requires exceptional playing skills and perfect synchronization between the performers. It's unbelievable. Didn't you notice? Zhang Zhe and Christine don't have sheet music, they're playing from memory. My goodness, Zhang Zhe and Christine are truly amazing.
Just as Zhang Zhe and Christine were about to begin their performance, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant, forcing them to stop playing.
Chapter 25, The Provocation of the Stick.
Piano performance requires a quiet environment, as this allows the performer to fully immerse themselves in the music without distractions.
If any extraneous noise disturbs the performer's concentration, the resulting performance will undoubtedly be unpleasant to the ear.
Therefore, Zhang Zhe and Christine, who were preparing to perform the Mother Goose Suite together, had to abandon their performance due to the external noise. Agrippa, standing nearby, furrowed his brows slightly, looking displeased. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others also noticed the commotion outside and hurried to the restaurant entrance to investigate.
Zhang Zhe also went to see what was happening.
He apologized to Agrippa and Christine. Agrippa, Christine, please wait here.
I'll go out and see what's going on. Go ahead, Zhang, it's okay.
Agrippa nodded, indicating she didn't mind, but her brows were still slightly furrowed, clearly annoyed that the commotion outside had disrupted her mood. Zhang Zhe nodded and went to the restaurant entrance, where he saw an Asian man with an effeminate demeanor arguing with Huang Xiaoming. If you're scared, close this restaurant immediately. Our big stick country restaurant doesn't need low-class places like yours around here.
Just then, the effeminate man's voice drifted into Zhang Zhe's ears.
He was speaking in English, and Zhao Wei, Zhou Dongyu, and Diliriba didn't understand.
Zhao Wei asked Zhang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, who is that? What's he saying?
Zhang Zhe smiled faintly. The one speaking is probably a Korean. He seems to be here to cause trouble for us, demanding we close the Chinese restaurant and claiming we're unworthy to operate alongside their Korean restaurant.
What the hell? This guy is actually telling us to close the Chinese restaurant? Is he out of his mind?
Even though we're doing a variety show, the words Chinese restaurant represent our Chinese culture.
How dare this Korean insult it? Zhao Wei looked furious. How dare this Korean be so arrogant? This is infuriating.
Zhou Dongyu heard this and immediately lost his temper.
That guy looks familiar. I've seen him on some Korean variety shows before.
Diliriba looked at the man below, furrowing her brows slightly as she began searching for information about him. Meanwhile, the tourists outside the restaurant who had been preparing to watch Zhang Zhe and Christine perform also began to discuss the matter. However, they expressed anger toward the effeminate man who had disrupted their enjoyment.
Who is this despicable yellow-skinned man? Zhang Zhe is also yellow-skinned. Are they from the same country? Not likely.
Though they both have yellow skin, that man looks like a crossdresser with no masculine presence at all.
He resembles someone from the Korean peninsula. Wait a minute, isn't this guy Kim Yong-won, the renowned pianist from the new generation of the Korean peninsula? What is he doing here? He looks like he's here to cause trouble. That's right, that's Kim Yong-won.
His teacher is the renowned South Korean pianist Lee Yun-min, so he comes from a distinguished lineage.
This is going to be interesting. Kim Yong-won is getting into a conflict with a Chinese person. This is going to be fun. Quick, record this moment, don't miss it. Xiaoming, what's going on?
Zhang Zhe approached Huang Xiaoming, glanced at the effeminate man in the distance, and asked Huang Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming pulled Zhang Zhe aside and whispered, "This guy is Kim Yong-won, a rising star in the piano world from the Korean peninsula.
The guy next to him is Lee Zhonggan, the owner of the Korean barbecue restaurant next door.
Kim Yong-won came here to challenge your piano skills.
Whoever loses has to close their restaurant. How arrogant." After hearing Huang Xiaoming's explanation, Zhang Zhe finally understood this effeminate Korean was here to provoke a fight.
However, Zhang Zhe was also at a loss for words. They were doing a variety show, serving Chinese cuisine, and had nothing to do with a Korean barbecue restaurant.
Why were they backing down now?
But Zhang Zhe wasn't going to back down that easily. There were quite a few foreign tourists gathered around the restaurant. If they back down now, they'd really lose face overseas.
Yongquan Appa, it's really Yongquan Appa. So handsome, so cool. Appa, what are you doing here? Are you planning to hold a concert on the island?
Just then, a group of Korean girls passed by the entrance of the Chinese restaurant and spotted Kim Yong-won in the crowd. They screamed excitedly, one after another. Kim Yong-won rarely had close contact with fans, as this helped maintain his aloof image. However, Kim Yong-won felt that he was about to do something very meaningful for his homeland, so he made an exception and approached the group of girls to explain. "No, I'm here to challenge this Chinese restaurant. I'm going to beat them and show them the true strength of our great country."
You're so righteous, Appa. We all support you, Appa. Yongquan Appa is invincible. Appa will win. What a crappy Chinese restaurant. It doesn't deserve to open next to our Korean restaurant. It's lowering the standards of Korean cuisine. That's right, we have to make them leave Elephant Island.
When Kim Yong-won was interacting with his female fans, he was speaking Korean. However, the Chinese restaurant show had translators for various languages.
When the translator relayed Kim Yong-won's conversation with the Korean girls, Jang Zae and the others were furious. What the hell? Who is this Kim Yong-won? How dare he be so arrogant? A staff member said angrily. Xiao Zae, how should we handle this? This isn't just about musical skill, it's about the dignity of nations. We can't take this lightly.
Huang Xiaoming asked Jang Zae beside him.
Jin Yongkwon, are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Jang Zae approached Jin Yongkwon calmly and asked him in English. Were you the one playing the piano just now?
Yes, what's the problem?
Jiang just snorted coldly. Very well, I am also a pianist. Let's have a piano duel today.
I'll show you that I'll defeat you and drive your so-called Chinese restaurant out of Elephant Island.
Don't dare to tarnish the culinary standards of our Korean nation.
Jin Yongkwon, with a full-on effeminate demeanor, threatened coldly.
Damn it, you effeminate man, you're so damn arrogant, thinking you're something special. Jang Zae couldn't help but curse in Chinese, letting out a string of profanities. Chapter 26, Who do you think you are?
If it weren't for the crowd watching, Jang Zae would have slapped Kim Yong-won hard.
The tourists around them, having heard the exchange between Jang Zae and Kim Yong-won, began to gossip. Bro, is Jin Yongkwon out of his mind? Daring to challenge Jang Zae, the swimming legend? That's so reckless.
I bet Jin Yongkwon doesn't even know Jiang, or that Jiang is someone whose piano skills were praised by Agrippa himself.
He's just asking for trouble. But you can't say that.
Jin Yongkwon is quite famous in his country, and his piano skills are said to be quite good. Apparently, he's been invited to the Vienna Music Festival next month, and if everything goes smoothly, he'll participate and have a chance to win various honors at the festival. Friend, you may not know this, but Kim Yong-won was invited to participate in the Vienna Music Festival next month solely because of his teacher, Lee Yoon-min. As for whether he will ultimately be able to attend, that remains uncertain at this point. However, I still hope that Jiang can compete with Jin Yongkwon to see who has the superior musical skills. Jang Zae had just cursed in Mandarin, and aside from Zhao Wei and the program staff present, few others could understand.
Jin Yongkwon noticed Jiang Zhe's expression and asked in English with a mix of dissatisfaction and confusion, Were you just cursing at me?
That's right, I was cursing at you.
What are you going to do about it? Don't you agree? Then what can you do?
Jiang Zhe looked at Kim Yong-won with a calm expression, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation, as if to say, I cursed at you.
What are you going to do about it? Brother, let's make a bet. How many rounds can Jin Yongkwon last against Jang Zae? The stakes are $100. How about it, willing to bet? Hey, friend, do you think I'm an idiot?
Someone like Jin Yongkwon is no match for Jang Zae.
This bet is pointless. Two black men standing near Jang Zae and Jin Yongkwon were discussing whether to place a bet. After hearing their words, Jin Yongchuan's face turned pale with anger.
Looking at Jang Zae, who stood over 6 feet tall with a muscular build, he felt a sense of fear.
He knew he wasn't a match for him.
Jang Zae looked at Jin Yongkwon, shrugged his shoulders, and said, You're not that impressive. Zhao Wei and the others watched Jin Yongchuan's humiliated expression and felt a sense of satisfaction. This effeminate Korean is all talk and no action, a complete waste of space. Huang Xiaoming had just experienced this man's rudeness, so he muttered under his breath. Good job, brother Zhe. I love seeing Jin Yongkwon so angry yet helpless.
This damn Korean. Zhou Dongyu clenched his fist, feeling vindicated. Don't just talk big. Do you dare to compete with me in musical skill?
Jin Yongkwon saw that he couldn't get the upper hand. Seeing the mocking glances around him, he quickly changed the subject to the musical competition.
Jang Zae sneered, Jin Yongkwon, this isn't your country. We have a saying in China, there are always people better than you. You want to compete with me in musical skill? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? You want to compete with me, so I'll compete with you. Get out of here and stop causing trouble.
Jang Zae was, after all, a swimming superstar with his own status and dignity. Though he was usually good-tempered, that didn't mean anyone could provoke him. Someone once tried to push Jang Zae to his limits, and the result was that the challenger ended up in the hospital for a month. Today, if it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't have held back. Someone like Kim Yong-won would have been thrown into the sea to feed the turtles long ago. After speaking, Jang Zae turned and walked toward the Chinese restaurant, unwilling to waste time arguing with Jin Yongkwon.
Bro, Jiang is so badass. I love his personality.
Yeah, if that Jin Yongkwon dares to act so arrogant in front of me, I'll definitely show him the power of my fists.
This Jin Yongkwon is so annoying, ruining our enjoyment of the music. As Jang Zae turned and walked toward the Chinese restaurant, the surrounding onlookers began to gossip, with most of them siding with Jang Zae. Stop right there, you coward. You're running away, you're scared.
As Jang Zae turned and walked away, Kim Yong-won pointed at him and shouted.
Yongkwon Appa, we've got your back.
This guy is definitely scared of you and doesn't dare to fight our Yongkwon Appa, that's why he left.
Appa, you're the best. Men from our country are real men. Appa, where are you staying tonight? Can I come find you to chat?
The Korean girls surrounding Kim Yong-won didn't know what Jang Zae and Kim Yong-won had talked about. Seeing Jiang Zhe turn and leave, they thought Jiang Zhe was scared and Kim Yong-won had won, so they cheered for Kim Yong-won and kept shouting in approval.
Hey, buddy, do you know who Jiang is? His piano skills are even recognized by Professor Agrippa. Do you think he'd be afraid? Yes, I know you.
You're Kim Yong-won, but let me tell you, while your playing is indeed impressive in your country, on the global stage, you're just a minor figure who owes his fame to your teacher Lee Yun-min. Brother, don't talk to him like that.
Jiang has already entered the restaurant. Let's just enjoy the beautiful music that's about to come.
Hearing the mocking laughter around him, Kim Yong-won sneered, who cares who he is? He's just a lowly waiter.
How could Agrippa, the renowned teacher, praise him? How could she possibly know someone like him? It's ridiculous.
As soon as Kim Yong-won finished speaking, the surrounding tourists all turned their gaze toward him, looking at him with expressions of utter disbelief, and began to condemn him.
I thought to myself, are all these Koreans so arrogant? Probably all of them, otherwise how could they think the universe belongs to them?
He's indirectly insulting Ms. Agrippa. This is intolerable. He's just making a fool of himself.
Jin Yongkwon was furious.
He was highly respected in his country, and many people had to curry favor with him. However, today, he was ignored by someone he looked down on, which made him extremely angry.
You bastard! Coward!
Jin Yongkwon shouted, charging into the Chinese restaurant.
Chapter 27, Inciting the Wrath of the Crowd.
Zhao Wei, Wang Tian, and Huang Xiaoming were surprised to see Jiang Zhe return to the restaurant.
Xiao Zhe, leave that Jin Yongkwon outside. He won't just let this go, will he?
Zhao Wei glanced outside the restaurant and whispered. This Jin Yongkwon must have lost his mind. We've been minding our own business and he comes over to cause trouble.
He must be crazy. Huang Xiaoming also spoke with obvious annoyance.
I think he's worried that our Chinese restaurant is taking away their business, so he came looking for trouble.
What a weirdo! Wang Tian nodded, his tone brimming with annoyance. Everyone, just ignore him. Don't pay any attention to him. I'll go accompany Agri and Christine. There are so many tourists outside right now we can't be careless. Jiang Zhe gave an order, then suddenly remembered something and asked Zhang Xiaolian, Brother Liang, how many people can the ingredients prepared in the kitchen feed? We've prepared plenty of dishes, but as for rice, we can only serve up to 50 people. I'm worried we might have too much rice and it won't be used up, so we didn't prepare much. Zhang Xiaolian calculated the numbers and informed Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment and instructed Zhang Xiaolian, Brother Liang, it's only just past 7 o'clock. There's still time.
To be on the safe side, go to the kitchen and prepare all the dishes first.
Otherwise, when the guests arrive, we won't be able to handle it. Zhege, look at this scene. Do you think any guests will come?
Dilly Rebe pointed to the tourists gathered outside the restaurant, sounding skeptical.
Dilly, use your brain. Agri and Christine showing up at this time probably means they didn't have dinner. If they end up dining at our restaurant, think about the impact that would have.
Jiang Zhe tapped Dilly on the head to snap her out of it.
Right. How could I not think of that?
If Agri and Christine dine at our Chinese restaurant, it would create a huge sensation.
The celebrity effect. Look at me, I'm so stupid. Dilly Reba slapped her forehead in realization. Xiao Zhe is right. We need to prepare well. This is the best opportunity to promote our Chinese restaurant.
I noticed earlier that there were quite a few tourists taking photos and videos, and some were even live streaming on Twitch.
If Agri and Christine could dine at our Chinese restaurant, the advertising effect would be guaranteed.
Huang Xiaoming also strongly agreed with Jiang Zhe's plan.
Xiao Zhe, are you confident you can keep Agri and Christine at our Chinese restaurant for dinner? Wang Tian was also very excited. The show Chinese Restaurant is not just an entertainment program, it is also a comprehensive program aimed at promoting Chinese cuisine and Chinese culinary culture.
Therefore, if we can leverage Agri and Christine to promote Chinese cuisine, it will achieve twice the result with half the effort. As the director of the Chinese restaurant, Wang Tian's responsibility is not only to produce the show well but also to showcase its core essence, allowing more people to understand Chinese cuisine and Chinese culinary culture.
Otherwise, the Chinese restaurant wouldn't be set in a tourist paradise like Taigua Shangdao. Therefore, Wang Tian looked at Jiang Zhe with great anticipation, waiting for his response.
Similarly, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and the entire Chinese restaurant production team are also eagerly awaiting Jiang Zhe's answer.
Jiang Zhe looked at everyone's expectant expressions and nodded, everyone, rest assured.
I'll do my best, my very best. After speaking, Jiang Zhe walked toward Adrich and Christine. Zhao Wei and the others also began to act.
Everyone, stay focused and don't let us down. Let's get moving. Zhao Wei issued the rallying cry.
Mr. Agri, I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting. As you can see, there was an unexpected issue just now, and this live performance may have to be cancelled.
Jiang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, revealing a look of regret.
Adrich and Christine nodded in understanding, their expressions also tinged with regret.
It's okay, Jiang.
My student Christine and I will be staying on the island for a while, so we'll have another chance.
Agrius was quite magnanimous, assuring him it was no problem. Jiang, can I come visit you sometime? Christine looked at Jiang Zhe with anticipation. Of course, no problem. Jiang Zhe nodded. Jiang, I'm very sorry for disturbing your work tonight. I'm sure this has caused you and your production team a lot of trouble. Would you allow me to play a song personally to express my sincere apologies? Agriki asked Jiang Zhe with an apologetic tone. Ms. Agri, are you serious? This is wonderful. It's exactly what we've been hoping for. Having you perform a piece at our Chinese restaurant would be an honor. Is there anything we can prepare for you?
Jiang Zhe never expected that Agrippi would personally perform a piece on site. This was truly a stroke of luck. As a legendary figure in the piano world, Agrippi typically only performs at large-scale concerts. On ordinary days, not only is it rare to hear her play live, but even receiving the slightest guidance from her is an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, Jiang Zhe truly felt that this was a stroke of luck. There's no need to prepare anything, just stay quiet. Agrichi said seriously. Alright, please wait a moment, teacher. Jiang Zhe nodded and hurried to the restaurant entrance, addressing the crowd of onlookers gathered there. Dear friends, we are honored tonight. Ms. Agrietti will be performing a piece live for you, adding a beautiful touch to your journey. Please keep it quiet, okay? When the tourists heard that Agrichi would be performing in person, they were instantly thrilled. What? Mr. Agrichi is going to play live? Oh my goodness, this is so lucky and exciting. Heaven, am I dreaming? I actually have the chance to hear Mr. Agrichi play in person. Thank God, thank Allah, thank Allahu Akbar. Shoo, everyone, please stay quiet and don't disturb the teacher. Hey, you coward, you jerk, don't use Agri's name to deceive everyone. Someone like you dares to use Agri's name? How could the teacher associate with someone like you? Jin Yongquan, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant, heard Jiang Zhe say this and pointed at him mockingly. However, as soon as Jin Yongquan finished speaking, all the tourists outside the restaurant glared angrily at him, and an invisible wave of anger rose among them. Jin Yongquan didn't realize that his mocking remark had already angered everyone. Chapter 28, Break Your Four Fingers. Jin Yongquan's only thought now was to defeat the man in front of him who was ignoring him, and then humiliate him thoroughly. Therefore, Jin Yongquan didn't even notice the change in everyone's expressions. He continued to shout loudly, "You bastard, don't try to escape. What you're doing is pointless. Even if you use Agriushi as a shield, you can't escape the fact that you failed." Someone like Jin Yongquan wasn't worth Jiang Zhe's time. Since he wanted to charge headfirst into danger, let him do so until he was bloodied and broken. While Jin Yongquan was shouting, Jiang Zhe noticed the dissatisfaction of the tourists outside the Chinese restaurant. Some of them were glaring angrily, as if they wanted to devour Jin Yongquan whole. Seeing the change in the tourists' expressions, Jiang Zhe felt it necessary to pour oil on the fire, redirecting everyone's anger toward Jin Yongquan. He would use the tourists' hands to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Jiang Zhe gave a faint smile, then spread his hands toward the crowd of tourists, adopting a helpless expression. Friends, Mr. Agrichi prefers to perform in a quiet environment, but unfortunately, there's a fly buzzing around, disturbing the teacher's concentration. The teacher can't play in peace, so everyone will have to wait a little longer. Among the tourists outside the Chinese restaurant, many were Agri's loyal fans, including some true music enthusiasts. They were eager to hear Agrippi perform live. Due to various reasons in the past, they had never been able to fulfill this wish. Now, since they had the chance to hear Agrippi perform live for free, this was a rare opportunity and a stroke of luck for them. They would not allow anyone to ruin it. Jin Yongquan's earlier outburst had already annoyed everyone, and Jiang Zhe's words completely ignited the crowd's anger. Sure enough, a burly black man approached Kim Yongquan and shouted at him, "Hey, you Korean bastard, stop making a scene here. Get out of here, or I'll teach you a lesson." Jin Yongquan was already seething with anger. Now, being scolded by this black man, he erupted, shouting back, "What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Do you think I won't make you pay? I." Smack. However, before Jin Yongquan could finish his sentence, the enraged African-American man slapped him across the face. In an instant, Jin Yongquan felt the world spinning, stars flashing before his eyes, and a bright red handprint appeared on his greasy face, swelling up. The bodyguards who had come with Jin Yongquan, seeing their master being attacked, rushed over and attacked the black man. "Get out of the way, you arrogant Koreans!" Before the bodyguards could get close, several other white men charged forward, surrounding the bodyguards and engaging in a fierce fight. Outside the crowd, Li Zhongdan and the few girls who hadn't kept up with Jin Yongquan saw him being attacked and started shouting, but it was all in vain, no one could understand them. Jin Yongquan, who had been knocked unconscious by a slap, came to his senses and felt the searing pain on his face. Pointing at the black man, he shouted angrily, You dare hit me! You! However, before Jin Yongquan could finish speaking, another angry man followed up with another slap, sending Jin Yongquan's blood flowing from his mouth and several teeth flew out. Jiang Zhe watched coldly as Jin Yongquan was beaten, making no effort to intervene. As long as no one was killed in front of the Chinese restaurant, he couldn't be bothered. Wow, they're really fighting. Huang Xiaoming, who was outside tidying up dishes, looked on in disbelief. That's so satisfying. That effeminate Korean deserves it. It's so satisfying.
Zhao Wei felt incredibly satisfied. Beat him hard, beat him until he's dead. Dilly Reba swung her little fists and gritted her teeth as she spoke. After a few punches, Jin Yongquan was beaten to a pulp. Zhang Zhe saw that it was enough and hurriedly shouted to Huang Xiaoming, Wang Tian, and the other bodyguards, "Quick, stop everyone! Don't let anyone get killed!" Seeing Zhang Zhe's serious expression, Wang Xiaoming and Wang Tian secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Your acting is top-notch. I'll give you 72 thumbs up." Stop! Zhang Zhe led Huang Xiaoming, Wang Tian, and the bodyguards through the crowd to stop them. Zhang Zhe, who had charged into the crowd, saw that Jin Yongquan's bodyguards had been beaten to a pulp and were scrambling to escape, while Jin Yongquan lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing Jin Yongquan in such a state, Zhang Ze's lips curled slightly, and a cold expression flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, Jin Yongquan suddenly let out an agonizing scream, "Ah, my finger! My finger!" After being restrained, the tourists who had vented their anger on Jin Yongquan were pulled away. Jin Yongquan, lying on the ground, clutched his right hand and wailed in agony. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that 4 fingers on Jin Yongquan's right hand were limp and lifeless. It was obvious they were broken. For a piano artist, this was a devastating blow. Jin Yongquan's artistic career was likely over. As for who did this? Zhang Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Maybe he did it himself by accident. "Oh, Zhang, what happened here?" Agri and Christine heard the commotion outside and came out. When they saw the scene before them, they were both shocked. "Ms. Agri, here's what happened." Zhang Zhe briefly explained the situation. "Ms. Agri, I am your loyal fan. I admire you greatly. However, this Korean man has been constantly slandering your reputation and attempting to disrupt your live performance. That's why everyone couldn't help but teach this ignorant Korean a lesson." The speaker was the black man who had just attacked Zhang Zhe. "Mr. Agriki, please don't worry about these trivial matters. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your live performance. Don't let these minor incidents spoil your enjoyment." A white woman, who was deeply admiring Agriki, spoke earnestly. Yes, Ms. Agri, it's windy outside. Let's go into the restaurant." Zhang Zhe hurriedly escorted Agri into the restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Agrichi sat down at the piano, gently caressing the keys, his expression solemn. Everyone present, including Zhang Zhe, realized that Agrichi's live performance was about to begin. They all composed themselves, not daring to make a single sound. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Jin Yongquan had already been chased away by the tourists and left the Chinese restaurant in a disheveled state. Chapter 29, Memories of the Past. The piano performance was like that of a kendo master still as a mountain, yet when it moved, it was like a thunderous force, captivating the soul. Ding! When Agri's fingertips pressed the first key, everyone in the restaurant Zhang Zhe, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiamingren, and all the staff of the Chinese restaurant program as well as the tourists outside the restaurant, were captivated by the faint melody. Their souls resonated with the sound, blending together. Agri's expression remained unusually calm, showing no trace of emotion, as if in her eyes, there was only the piano before her, the instrument that resonated with her soul. As Agrippa's fingertips danced, a series of light, melodious notes flowed from her fingers, instantly filling everyone's ears, penetrating their souls, and blending seamlessly with the melodious melody. When Zhang Zhe heard the first melody, he was instantly stunned, filled with disbelief. This was my grandmother's Penghu Bei. No doubt about it, Agrippa was playing the same piece Zhang Zhe had once played, my grandmother's Penghu Bei. This piece, Zhang Zhe had only played it twice. Zhang Zhe didn't know if Agrichi had heard him play it the first time, and even if she had, that would only add up to 2 times she had heard my grandmother's Penghu Bei. Watching Agrietti play the piano keys with such skill and fluidity, without a single flaw, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but admire her deeply. Having heard it only twice and without seeing any sheet music, she could play this piece so perfectly and flawlessly. She truly deserves the title of Piano Queen, the pinnacle of the piano world. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others also recognized that Agrippi was playing my grandmother's Penghu Bei. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, and as they were stunned, they were all captivated by the melodious tunes floating through the Chinese restaurant. As Agrippi played, everyone in the Chinese restaurant closed their eyes slightly, following the rhythm of the melody. Slowly, a beautiful and unforgettable scene began to unfold in everyone's mind. White waves, sandy beaches. On the beach swept by the sea breeze, an old woman leaning on a cane held the hand of a young boy, walking toward the low, cozy cottage by the sea in the afterglow of the setting sun. Behind them on the sand, 2 sets of footprints of different sizes and depths were left behind. Those footprints were filled with childhood memories, warmth, and memories of loved ones. As the old woman and the boy walked away, and the last rays of the sunset faded, the old woman with the walking stick disappeared from the boy's side. The little boy grew up to be a man. When he returned to the small house where he once lived and looked out at the beach he had once walked on, the beach was still the same, but the old woman who had once held his hand was gone, gone forever. In the boy's memory, the words grandmother echo forever. When Agrippa finished the last melody, tears welled up in her eyes, filled with deep memories. The hands that had played countless masterpieces trembled slightly, telling the story of the effort she had put into playing this piece.
Though Agrippa had stopped playing, everyone inside and outside the Chinese restaurant remained immersed in the melody of my grandmother's Penghu Bei, as if the echoes lingered on, refusing to fade away. Some people's eyes were already moist, their expressions sorrowful. Perhaps they were thinking of a loved one who had once accompanied them through their childhood but had since passed away. After a long while, a sea breeze swept in, bringing everyone back to the present. Only then did the people realize that Agri's performance had ended long ago. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the entire Chinese restaurant erupted into thunderous applause. The applause was sincere, heartfelt, and filled with gratitude, no trace of exaggeration or artificiality. Zhang Zhe was completely captivated by Agri's masterful piano skills. Though he believed his own playing was decent, he knew he couldn't compare to Agri, the piano queen. The sheer power to transport listeners into a perfect painting through melody alone was something Zhang Zhe could not yet achieve. This was not merely a display of technical skill but a testament to an extraordinary mastery of music. Even without the system generating Agrippa's personal attributes, Zhang Zhe could tell that her playing skills were definitely S-rank, and there were probably many other aspects he hadn't yet experienced. However, Zhang Zhe did not lose heart. He believed that one day, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Agrippa, just as he had in the swimming world, becoming an absolute dominant figure that everyone admired. Agrippa, thank you so much for playing this piece for everyone. Not only did it showcase your extraordinary musical talent, but it also allowed us to experience the charm of music and evoke unforgettable memories. Standing beside Agrippa, Zhang Zhe spoke from the bottom of his heart. No, Zhang, it is I who should thank you. It was you who allowed me to hear this piece, reminding me of the loved ones who accompanied me through my childhood. Thank you, my idol, Zhang. Agrichi smiled and shook her head, giving Zhang Zhe a gentle hug. It was clear that Agrichi was truly grateful to Zhang Zhe from the bottom of her heart. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the Chinese restaurant, another round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Director Wang, did you record Agrippa's performance just now? Huang Xiaoming hurried over to Wang Tian and asked anxiously. Of course it was recorded. Such a moment must be captured. However, whether it can be broadcast depends on Agriki's approval. Wang Tian glanced at Agriki, who was chatting with Zhang Zhe, filled with anticipation. If Xiao Zhe asks, I think Agrichi should agree. Zhao Wei said beside him. Let's wait and see. If Agrippa agrees, once we post the video of this performance, it will definitely cause a huge stir. Wang Tian was very excited. Director Wang, all of this is thanks to Zhigu. Without him, such a talented artist wouldn't have come to the Chinese restaurant. Dilly Reba was genuinely happy for Zhang Zhe. That's right. Without Xiao Zhe, our Chinese restaurant might still be waiting for customers to come in, but now, things are different. Zhao Wei nodded in agreement. Chapter 30, Packed to the Brim. Ms. Agri Chi, it's such an honor to hear your performance. We would like to request that you play another piece for us. Just one more. Outside the restaurant, a white woman in her 30s pleaded earnestly with Agri Chi, who was sitting at the piano. Mr. Agri, your performance just now has been a tremendous inspiration for my future musical journey. I am truly grateful. Please play another piece. Yes, Ms. Agri, please. Outside the Chinese restaurant, tourists who were still captivated by the music pleaded with Agrippa to play another piece. Teacher, look. Hearing the pleas from outside the restaurant, Christine looked at Agri and waited for her response. Teacher, maybe I should refuse on your behalf? You need to rest properly. Playing the piano may seem like just the tips of the fingers moving, but it is actually quite physically demanding, especially when one is fully immersed in it. It not only consumes mental energy but also significantly depletes physical stamina. Given Agri's age, Zhang Zhe dared not take any chances. If anything were to happen to her here, it would be a major problem for Zhang Zhe or even the entire Chinese restaurant. Therefore, Zhang Zhe dared not let Agrichi take any risks. No problem, Zhang. My physical condition is good. Of course, this is your workplace, so if you don't mind, I'd be happy to play another piece to satisfy everyone's enthusiasm. What do you think? Agrippa sensed the concern in Zhang Zhe's words and reassured him, saying everything was fine. Agriki's words made Zhang Zhe the center of everyone's attention. Huang Xiaoming pulled Zhang Zhe aside and whispered, Xiao Zhe, are you sure Agrichi's body can handle it? Huang Xiaoming had some knowledge of piano playing and was also concerned about Agri's physical condition. Xiao Zhe, don't take any chances. Zhao Wei whispered. Zhang Zhe nodded. I know. Agriki's body should be fine, he can handle it. The tourists outside the restaurant, upon hearing Agri's words, began to plead. Hey, John, please fulfill our wish. John, for the sake of God, please grant our wish. Just one song. Yes, John, look, my friends in my livestream are all begging you to grant our wish. The man who had been streaming on the Twitch platform earlier held up his phone and waved it toward Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe glanced at the screen and saw that there were indeed many viewers in the live stream leaving comments, pleading with Zhang Zhe to agree to their requests. Seeing everyone's desperate expressions, Zhang Zhe agreed, but he quickly silenced the viewers, telling them not to make any more requests. Friends, you all know that Ms. Agrippa's health doesn't allow her to play for too long, so this will be her final performance.
We hope everyone understands, okay? Okay, no problem, this is the last piece. Jiang, you're so kind. Professor Agri, you may begin. Jiang Zhe returned to Agri's side and said, okay.
Agrippi made a gesture, sat down at the piano, and began his final performance. Agrietti's playing style is romantic and bold, yet also carries a somber and melancholic tone, evoking an inner, contemplative poetic quality.
This time, Agrippi was performing Robert Schumann's famous piece, Scenes d'Enfance.
As Agrizi's fingers danced across the keys, everyone in the Chinese restaurant was once again immersed in the ocean of music. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe was not outside listening to Agri's performance but was in the kitchen preparing drinking water and checking the preparation of various ingredients in the kitchen. Upon inspection, Zhang Xiaoliang's preparations were meticulous, all the necessary ingredients were ready, and he had even prepared extra rice in case of emergencies. In the Chinese restaurant, as the final notes of Schumann's Scenes d'Enfance drifted into everyone's ears, Agri's performance officially came to an end. As expected, the restaurant erupted once again with thunderous applause. Ms. Agri, you've worked hard. Please have some water to replenish your energy. Seeing the slight sweat on Agri's forehead, Jiang Zhe handed him a cup of hot water that had been prepared earlier and also handed one to Christine.
Jiang, thank you. You're so thoughtful. Agrietti said with a humorous smile. Thank you, Ms. Agrippa. Jiang Zhe smiled. Jiang, I'm a bit hungry. Is there dinner available at your restaurant? Christine took a sip of water and asked Jiang Zhe.
Yes, Jiang, neither Christine nor I have had dinner yet.
From what I remember, Chinese food is absolutely delicious. Would we be able to experience a delicious meal at your restaurant? Here comes the main event.
Jiang just snapped his fingers and smiled confidently. Ms. Agri, Christine, Chinese cuisine is the most delicious food in the world.
I would be delighted to serve you. Jiang, can you cook Chinese food?
I want to taste the delicious food you make with your own hands. Christine was full of anticipation.
Yes, Jiang, I also hope to taste the Chinese cuisine you cook yourself. Agri also nodded, full of interest. No problem, but please wait a moment. There are still many tourists outside the restaurant.
I'll go attend to them first.
Since both Agri and Christine are dining at the restaurant, Jiang Zhe wouldn't miss such a great opportunity for promotion. Okay, no problem, we can wait. Agriki said it was fine.
Jiang Zhe hurriedly called Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming over.
Everyone, let's get moving. We've got work to do. Agriki and Christine will be dining at the Chinese restaurant. This is a rare opportunity to promote Chinese cuisine. Let's get started.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei and the others became excited.
Zhao Wei quickly assigned tasks. Hurry up, everyone.
Zhang Xiaoliang, you and Dongyu go to the kitchen to prepare. Xiaoming, you and Ri Bar will greet them outside the restaurant.
Xiaoza, Agri and Christine are your responsibility.
After making arrangements, Jiang Zhe came to the restaurant entrance and shouted, "Hey, dear friends.
Tonight is a wonderful evening. The Chinese restaurant will officially open for everyone. Do you like Chinese cuisine? Do you love delicious food? Come on in.
At the Chinese restaurant, you'll experience culinary delights that will leave you with unforgettable memories."
Outside the restaurant, many tourists hadn't had dinner yet.
Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, plus the fact that Agri and Christine hadn't left. Therefore, these tourists became extremely interested and rushed into the Chinese restaurant. In just a minute or two, the Chinese restaurant was packed.
Chapter 31, Stir-Fried Pork and Braised Pork. Although many tourists left after Agri's performance, there were still quite a few who remained.
There were not only European and American tourists but also Asian tourists, and quite a few Chinese tourists as well. The Chinese restaurant originally only had 6 or 7 tables.
With so many people suddenly flooding in, there was no way everyone could sit down.
Fortunately, the restaurant had plenty of chairs for resting, which could be used by the tourists to temporarily alleviate the pressure of the insufficient number of tables. Xiaoming, you handle the foreign tourists, and I'll take care of the domestic tourists.
Let's divide the work and cooperate, otherwise, it'll take too long. Zhao Wei pulled Huang Xiaoming over and planned to divide the tasks. Alright, no problem.
Diba, get the drinks ready and start serving, or we'll be overwhelmed.
Huang Xiaoming nodded quickly. Got it, Xiaoming.
Dilly Ribar hurried to the counter and started working frantically. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe held the menu and introduced the dishes to Agri and Christine. After some discussion, Agriki decided on his order. Jiang, I'll have a stir-fried pork dish and a vegetarian side dish.
What about you, Christine?
Jiang, I'll have a plate of braised pork and a soup would be great.
Christine also decided on her order.
Looking at the dishes Agri and Christine had ordered, Jiang Zhe was speechless.
Aren't Westerners supposed to be into environmentalism and vegetarianism? Why do both of them like meat? And Christine even ordered braised pork. Doesn't she worry about gaining weight?
To avoid Christine complaining that the braised pork is too greasy later, Jiang Zhe took the trouble to explain to her, Christine, braised pork is a fairly fatty dish.
If you're trying to lose weight, I wouldn't recommend trying it.
Don't worry, Jiang, I'm a meat eater, not a vegetarian.
Besides, look at my figure. Do I need to lose weight?
After saying that, Christine stood up and spun around in front of Jiang Zhe, looking at him confidently. It must be said that Christine's figure was still quite impressive, with a perfect S-shaped waist. Though her curves weren't as bold, they were still visually appealing. Moreover, Christine's appearance perfectly aligned with Asian aesthetic standards, with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, perfectly showcasing the charm of a foreign girl. Looking at Christine in front of him, Jiang Zhe nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Christine, you definitely don't need to lose weight. Alright, let's go with braised pork. Jiang, I think you and Christine are a great match. You could become very good friends, and your musical talent is just like hers. I think your relationship could take things further. Watching Jiang Zhe and Christine together, Agrippa joked from the side. Teacher, you're absolutely right. I agree completely. Christine gave Jiang Zhe a meaningful wink. Mr. Agri, Kristen is indeed an outstanding girl. I believe we will become good friends. What could Jiang Zhe say? He could only agree. Jiang, did you make these dishes for us? Agrius noticed Jiang Zhe putting away the menu and heading toward the kitchen and asked curiously. Hey, Jiang, you promised to cook us a delicious Chinese meal. You can't go back on your word. Christine hurriedly reminded Jiang Zhe. Seeing that both Agriki and Christine had the same idea, Jiang Jin didn't want to ask Zhang Xiaoliang to do it either. Besides, he hadn't used the B-rank stir-frying skill he downloaded from the system yet, and the dishes Agriki and Christine had ordered all fell into that category. So, Jiang Zhe decided to use this B-rank stir-fry skill to practice. Please rest assured, Mr. Agrius, Christine, tonight's delicious Chinese meal will be prepared by me. Please wait a moment while I go check on how my companions are preparing. Okay. Agriki gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs-up gesture. When Jiang Zhe arrived in the kitchen, it was already bustling with activity. Zhang Xiaoliang was already busy beyond belief. Stepping out of the kitchen, Jiang Zhe found Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei serving customers. Xiaoming, Wei Mei, have the guests ordered their dishes yet? Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei were already sweating profusely. Huang Xiaoming wiped his forehead. They've all ordered. At this rate, Xiaoliang won't be able to handle it. But I can't help much either. I can only make Qingdao-style shrimp, but none of them ordered that. The dishes I make are edible, but they're not presentable. And with so many foreign tourists here, if they don't like the taste, it'll ruin the reputation of Chinese cuisine. Zhao Wei wiped the sweat from her hands on her apron, also feeling helpless. Dilly Reba happened to be nearby and said regretfully, I can wash the vegetables, but stir-frying? I'm really not good at that. Well, Zhou Dongyu definitely can't cook either, so the task of stir-frying in the Chinese restaurant falls on Zhang Xiaoliang's shoulders. However, Jiang Zhe knew that Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't handle it alone, so he had to step in. Alright, you guys handle the outside. I'll go in and help Brother Liang. Xiao Zhe, you can cook? Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming were both surprised. Wow, Zhe good, you can do everything. You're so versatile. Dilly Reba was so shocked she almost dropped her cup. Jiang Zhe wanted to say, I can do so much more. This isn't the time to dwell on that. Let's just decide this now. I'm heading into the kitchen. You guys handle things outside. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to turn and enter the kitchen, the man streaming on the Twitch platform walked over and quickly grabbed Jiang Zhe. Hey, Jiang, I have a request. Can you agree to it? Go ahead, friend. Jiang Zhe nodded. The man pointed to the live stream on his phone and pleaded, Jiang, can I live stream your cooking? My viewers are very curious to see how Chinese cuisine is made. In our impression, Chinese cuisine is a mysterious and very complex type of cuisine, so can we get a glimpse of its charm? Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up with interest. Live streaming Chinese cuisine on Twitch? This is indeed a great opportunity to promote Chinese cuisine. Chapter 32, Live Streaming Chinese Cuisine. Xiaoming, what is this person saying? Zhao Wei's English was limited, and she couldn't understand what the live streaming man was saying. Dilly Reba also looked at Huang Xiaoming eagerly, waiting for his response. Oh, this person wants to live stream the process of making Chinese cuisine on the Twitch platform. Huang Xiaoming translated simply. Ah, that's possible? I think that's a great idea. It's perfect for promoting our Chinese cuisine. Plus, Zhe Ji's knife skills are so impressive, his cooking must be amazing. Dilly Reba was excited and cheered for Jiang Zhe. It's possible, but this involves a copyright issue. We need the production team's approval first. Zhao Wei pondered for a moment, looking concerned. Micro was right. This is indeed a great way to promote Chinese cuisine, but I need to ask Director Wang first. Jiang Zhe told the live streamer to wait a moment and ran over to ask Wang Tian. That's a great idea, no problem. Don't worry about the copyright, it's valid domestically, but we can't control it overseas. Let's go with it. However, Xiao Zhe, are you really confident in your cooking skills? Wang Tian agreed without hesitation, but he still wasn't entirely confident in Jiang Zhe's cooking skills and couldn't help but ask one more question. Leave it to me. I wouldn't dare ruin the reputation of our Chinese restaurant. Jiang Zhe returned to the man's side and nodded, alright, I agree to the live stream. However, there are many people in the kitchen, so you can't go inside. You'll have to stream us cooking from outside. There was a window in the kitchen that faced directly toward the restaurant, so the man could see the cooking process without going inside. The man was very happy. Jiang, thank you so much. I really appreciate you giving me such a great opportunity. Don't worry, I'll promote your Chinese restaurant while in the live stream. Alright, let's work together. Jiang Zhe gave an OK sign and returned to the kitchen. The live streaming man hurried to the designated spot and started the broadcast. Agri and Christine also noticed the live streaming man's actions. Teacher, this man is probably streaming on Twitch. He's going to stream Jiang's cooking skills. Should we go take a closer look? Christine asked Agri's opinion. That's indeed a good idea. Let's go check out the process of making Chinese cuisine and record it for later viewing. Agriki nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhe entered the kitchen and found Jiang Xiaoliang, I'll handle the stir-frying, and you take care of the other dishes. Alright. Jiang Xiaoliang nodded instinctively, then suddenly froze in place, looking utterly astonished as he asked Jiang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, you can stir-fry? What? Zhigu can stir-fry? Zhou Dongyu, who was washing dishes, slipped and splashed bubbles all over his face. Enough of that now. This isn't the time to discuss that. Both of you be careful. There's a white person live streaming outside. Liang Ge, I'll start with Agrippa and Christine's stir-fried pork and braised pork. Jiang Zhe pulled out the menu for Agri and Christine, tied on an apron, and began preparing for the big task. Teacher, look at Jiang with the apron on. He doesn't look like a swimming superstar anymore, but more like a chef. Looking at Jiang Zhe with his apron tied and a white chef's hat on, Christine teased. Kristen, quick, record this. Let's see how our swimming superstar handles the kitchen. Agrichi was also highly interested. Meanwhile, the white man was explaining to the viewers in the livestream that there were currently over 10,000 viewers in his livestream. And the enthusiasm of these spectators is also very high at this moment. Hey, who did I see? That swimming legend Jiang Zhe. My goodness, how did he become a chef? Bro, let me explain. Jiang is filming a Chinese cuisine show at Elephant Island in Asia Pacific. Plus, the piano queen Agri Sheik and Kristen Stewart are dining at this restaurant. It's an excellent Chinese restaurant with an amazing atmosphere. That's right, Agri's performance was amazing just now. Wait, look, what's Jiang doing? He's chopping vegetables. His movements. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Oh my god, is this really swimming superstar Jiang Zhe? He's transformed into a skilled vegetable chopper. No, he's a kung fu master. That's right, Chinese kung fu. At that moment, Jiang Zhe was skillfully wielding a kitchen knife to prepare the ingredients needed for stir-frying. However, he didn't notice that his fluid knife work had already drawn gasps from the onlookers. This is amazing. This isn't just chopping vegetables, it's art. Agrippa was utterly astonished, filled with disbelief. Jiang is truly mysterious. A swimming superstar, a piano prodigy, and now a master chef? Heaven, why is this man so outstanding? Christine's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she quickly recorded this unbelievable scene on her phone. There are many ways to make stir-fried pork, but the most authentic version is Sichuan-style stir-fried pork, and what Jiang made for Agri was Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. Although Agrichi said she could handle spicy food, Jiang Zhe dared not add too much. After all, few Westerners can truly tolerate spicy food, especially an elderly woman in her 60s. After preparing the side dishes, Jiang Zhe began slicing the meat. Just like with the vegetables, his meat slicing technique was top-notch. Each slice was uniformly sized, with consistent thickness and no imperfections whatsoever. Needless to say, this left the viewers watching the live stream utterly amazed, some even staring at the screen in disbelief. Liang Gu, where are the ingredients for the braised pork? Jiang Zhe asked Jiang Xiaoliang, who was also busy working beside him. Oh, it's here. This is already a semi-finished product, you can add it directly to the pot. Jiang Xiaoliang gave a quick instruction before rushing back to his own tasks. He had no time to admire Jiang Zhe's skill. Everything was ready, and Jiang Zhe started with Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. This was a B-level stir-frying skill, which involved countless techniques. Though it seemed like a simple stir-fry, creating a dish that was visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious was no easy feat. It requires not only high-quality ingredients and proper seasoning, but also precise timing for adding ingredients, controlling the heat, balancing the seasonings, and timing the removal from the heat. If any one of these steps goes wrong, it will affect the quality of the entire dish, so Jiang Zhe dared not take any chances. Light the fire, heat the pan, add oil. Jiang Zhe's movements were clean and precise, with no unnecessary motions. When Jiang Zhe added the ingredients for the stir-fried pork to the pan, boom! A burst of sparks erupted from the pot, startling Agriki, Christine, the live streaming host, and the audience in the live streaming room into a chorus of screams. Chapter 33, the aroma wafted through the screen. Stir-frying, as the name suggests, involves cooking with high heat. After being stir-fried, the ingredients become deeply flavored, and the aroma is particularly fragrant. Additionally, the intense heat instantly sears the ingredients, fully releasing their natural flavors. The resulting dish is crispy, tender, and incredibly delicious. The dish stir-fried pork must be stir-fried at high temperatures, otherwise, the color, aroma, and flavor of the meat won't be fully brought out and it will taste nothing but spicy. When Jiang Zhe added the vegetables to the pan, the oil splattering from the high heat ignited the flames below, causing a loud explosion that startled Agrius, Christine, and the others.
My goodness, is Jiang performing magic? That scared me.
Agriki was startled by the sudden scene.
This is unbelievable. Is this how Chinese food is made? It's truly amazing.
Christine, however, was thrilled, looking as though she was having a great time. Even the viewers in the live stream, despite being separated by a screen, were startled.
Oh my god, is it on fire? That's terrifying. Hey, host, were you scared on sight? This is so much fun. Chinese cooking is so magical, it's like they're burning the food. Brother upstairs, I've been on a business trip in China and tried Chinese food. This is called stir-frying, a fantastic way to cook. The dishes are incredibly delicious. Thinking about it makes me nostalgic. Wow, is this how Chinese food is made? It looks so magical. Where is this Chinese restaurant? I have to go try the amazing Chinese cuisine.
Bro, the host already mentioned it, the restaurant is on Ko Chang in Asia.
And didn't you notice? The one stir-frying is swimming legend Jiang Zhe. Wow, if I could eat a dish stir-fried by Jiang Zhe himself, that would be an incredible honor. Compared to the astonishment of Agrius and others, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhao Wei, and Huang Xiaoming remained much more composed.
As Chinese people, this style of stir-frying is nothing out of the ordinary, there is nothing special about it.
Just as Agrippa and the others were marveling, the stir-fried pork began to emit a tantalizing aroma.
The aroma wafted out through the kitchen window and toward the Chinese restaurant. The first to catch the scent were Agrius, Christine, and the live streaming guy, who were closest to the kitchen.
Wow, what is that smell? It's so fragrant. Agriki sniffed the air eagerly and couldn't help but swallow hard. Goodness, this is absolutely amazing. It's the most delicious smell I've ever encountered. I'm getting more and more excited about tonight's Chinese feast. The live streaming guy couldn't contain his excitement and kept chattering away in the live stream. Hey, my friends, do you know what?
I just smelled the most amazing scent I've ever encountered in my entire life.
No doubt about it, this scent is absolutely incredible. Just the aroma alone is making me crave a taste. If you're there in person experiencing this scent, you'll be utterly captivated. Oh my goodness, what kind of scent is this? It's simply magical.
As soon as the male host finished speaking, his live stream exploded with excitement.
Host, did you receive sponsorship money from this Chinese restaurant? This is way too exaggerated.
Friend above, if you've never tried Chinese cuisine, please don't speak so lightly.
Chinese cuisine emphasizes the harmony of color, aroma, and taste. Fragrance is just one aspect of it. Once you taste authentic Chinese cuisine, you'll come to deeply love it. Is this restaurant on Elephant Island? Where exactly is it?
I went to a Korean barbecue place last time, and my goodness, I felt like throwing up.
Bro, why did you go eat Korean food?
All they have is kimchi, it's so monotonous. If I had to choose between kimchi and Chinese food, I'd choose Chinese food every time. Because Chinese food is the most magical cuisine in the world, it's incredibly mysterious and powerful.
Host, does it really smell that good?
Hearing you describe it, I can almost smell that aroma through the screen.
Meanwhile, inside the Chinese restaurant, numerous tourists have already been captivated by that aroma. Oh my goodness, what is that aroma? It's so fragrant.
I can't wait for my order of Kung Pao chicken. I've been to Sichuan in China and really love Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. Wait a minute, this taste is so similar to Sichuan-style stir-fried pork.
Wow, Mom, this aroma is so fragrant. I never expected to find such authentic Chinese cuisine in Taigua. This is such a pleasant surprise.
Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and the others were also captivated by the aroma.
Xiaoming, is that Jigga cooking? The smell is amazing. Diliriba was also captivated by the aroma.
She licked her lips and asked Huang Xiaoming at the restaurant entrance. That's right, Xiao Zhe is stir-frying Agri's Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. The quality of a dish can be judged by the aroma alone. From this alone, it's clear that Xiao Zhe is a master chef.
Huang Xiaoming glanced into the kitchen and praised him sincerely. In the kitchen, Zhang Xiaoliang was also drawn by the aroma.
When he saw the Sichuan-style stir-fried pork in the pot, which was a feast for the eyes and nose, he gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. Xiao Zhe, you're a genius chef. My cooking skills don't even come close to yours.
Jiang Zhe smiled without responding, instead calculating the timing for removing the dish from the heat.
The final quality of a dish depends on the timing of when it's taken off the stove. It can't be too early, or it won't be cooked through, and it can't be too late, or it will burn and lose its original flavor. Therefore, relying on the detailed steps from his B-level stir-frying skill, Jiang Zhe carefully controlled the timing, aiming for perfection.
Alright. Time's up.
Timing it perfectly, Jiang Zhe quickly poured the stir-fried pork onto the plate. After placing it on the plate, he took a carrot, quickly carved a decorative pattern, and arranged it on the plate. With this carved garnish, the already flavorful and aromatic Sichuan-style stir-fried pork gained an extra layer of artistic beauty, making it truly flawless.
After finishing everything, Jiang Zhe rang the bell. Hotpa, serve the dishes. This was just one dish, and there were many more to prepare. Therefore, Jiang Zhe couldn't serve the food to Agri and Christine himself and decided to leave it to Dilly Reba. Chapter 34, Delicious. Dilly Reba heard the bell and hurried over. When she found out it was the stir-fried pork Agrichi had ordered, she felt a bit torn because she didn't speak English and couldn't communicate with Agrichi, so she called Huang Xiaoming over. Huang Xiaoming understood the situation and nodded. Dilly, I'll handle this. You go handle other things. Looking at the plate of Sichuan-style stir-fried pork, which was fragrant and appetizing, Huang Xiaoming's taste buds were instantly awakened. If it weren't for the occasion, he might have couldn't resist taking a sneak taste. Hey, Ms. Agrichi, the stir-fried pork you ordered is ready to enjoy. Huang Xiaoming approached Agrichi, who was peering into the kitchen. Is that my stir-fried meat? That's wonderful. I've been looking forward to my Chinese meal. Agrichi had already been tempted by the aroma and was filled with anticipation. Teacher, let's go back to the table first. That fragrant dish is waiting for you. Christine was also filled with anticipation, eager to taste the dish Jiang Zhe had prepared with his own hands. After Agrichi and Christine returned to their seats, Huang Xiaoming presented the stir-fried pork, which was a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth, to Agrichi. Wherever it went, a tempting aroma wafted through the air. Gulp! A tourist, unable to resist the aroma, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. When Agrichi placed a piece of wadir mushroom in her mouth, the spicy yet delicious flavor instantly hit her taste buds, sending a shiver down her spine. Oh, my god! My taste buds are about to explode. This spicy sensation is truly extraordinary. When Christine tasted a small piece of meat, she couldn't help but close her eyes slightly, savoring a flavor she had never experienced before. She slowly rolled her tongue, and with each roll, every cell in her body seemed to spread out under the impact of the deliciousness, completely immersed in the delicious food. Feeling the endless aftertaste in her mouth, Christine shouted in her heart. Jiang, I've decided I'm going to marry you. Only by marrying you can I eat the most delicious food in the world. At that moment, the tourists in the restaurant, seeing Agrius and Christine lost in the delight of the food, instinctively looked toward the window outside the kitchen, hoping their own meals would arrive soon. Jiang Zhe cooked quickly, and soon the second dish was ready: tomato scrambled eggs. The live streaming man who had been waiting outside the kitchen without leaving immediately seized the opportunity when Jiang Zhe served the dish onto the plate, aiming his camera at the golden, glossy tomato and egg stir-fry. My friends, do you see what this is? That's right, it's tomato scrambled eggs from Chinese cuisine. Doesn't it look incredibly artistic? Let me tell you a secret: if it weren't for my status, I wouldn't be able to resist stealing a bite. At this moment, the live stream has already gathered tens of thousands of people. As the audience watches the golden glowing tomato and egg stir-fry, everyone is sharing their comments. My goodness, this is amazing. I always thought tomatoes could only be eaten raw. Today I realized how behind I am when it comes to Chinese cuisine. It's truly magical. Hey, host, can you pack some of this delicious Chinese food to take home? Chinese cuisine is so diverse. Can I say to those unethical BBC media outlets? Why don't they ever report on such delicious food? I'm a Chinese student studying abroad, and I never expected to see someone live streaming our Chinese cuisine in a foreign country. This is so exciting. Chinese culinary culture is ancient and profound, and it's the most delicious cuisine in the world. Hey, fellow Chinese friend upstairs, is your Chinese food as delicious as the food from that country? The friend above, please don't dare to compare our Chinese cuisine with the arrogant and pretentious Korean kimchi. That's an insult to our Chinese cuisine. As time went on, under the constant efforts of Jiang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang, more and more dishes were continuously served, appearing before the many tourists. The live streaming man couldn't resist the temptation, ordered several dishes, and prepared to enjoy them thoroughly. When his dishes appeared on the table in front of him, he savored the delicious food while exclaiming in the live streaming room about how delicious Chinese cuisine was. As the man's live stream continued, some food enthusiasts began to investigate the exact location of the Chinese restaurant, planning to come here to enjoy some delicious Chinese cuisine. Others recorded the live stream and started sharing it in their social media circles. The words Chinese restaurant gradually began to appear on some European and American online platforms. After finishing the last dish on the menu, Jiang Zhe was drenched in sweat. He asked Zhang Xiaoliang, who was equally drenched, "Brother Zhang, how many dishes do you have left to cook?" Although Zhang Xiaoliang wasn't responsible for stir-frying, he was in charge of soups, stews, and some cold dishes, and he was also busy beyond belief. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's question, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just one more soup dish to go. Shiguk, come here, let me wipe your sweat. Dilly Reba walked in, holding a hot towel. She looked at Jiang Zhe, who was drenched in sweat, and gently wiped his forehead. Jiang Zhe didn't dodge, letting Dilly Reba wipe the sweat off his forehead. Thank you, Dilly Reba. By the way, how many tourists are still outside? Not many left. Today was so busy, I'm exhausted. Dilly Reba also stretched her aching arms and smiled. Just as Dilly Reba finished speaking, Huang Xiaoming's voice rang out from outside. Dilly Reba, come out and help clear the tables. Dilly Reba reluctantly left the kitchen and continued her work. Xiao Zhe, we don't have much food left. We can't serve any more guests tonight. Zhang Xiaoliang checked the dishes in the kitchen and reminded Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe nodded and said, I'll go check how many guests are left. At that moment, the restaurant was already filled with tourists who had eaten their fill and were leaving contentedly. The remaining tourists were enjoying the delicious food. Hey, friend, how's the food? Zhang Zhe approached a white man and asked. The white man swirled his tongue and gave a thumbs up. I have to say, this is delicious. Really delicious. From this moment on, I've fallen in love with Chinese food. Hey, Zhang, can I take a portion of Kung Pao chicken to go? I have to say, Kung Pao chicken is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten in my life. In the restaurant, praise echoed constantly. All the tourists, without even realizing it, had joined in the clean plate campaign, clearing their plates of all the delicious food. Chapter 35, Don't let the good stuff go to strangers. When Zhang Zhe arrived at Agrichi and Christine's table, the two were lying comfortably in their chairs, utterly relaxed. The stir-fried pork Agrichi ordered, the braised pork Christine ordered, and the plate of green vegetables had all been devoured, leaving the plates empty. Mr. Agri, did you enjoy tonight's dishes? Zhang Zhe smiled and asked Agri. Zhang, how did you become such an excellent cook? Your dishes are truly delicious. Agrichi raised his thumb toward Zhang Zhe, filled with admiration. Zhang, I must say this is the most delicious Chinese meal I've ever had. It's completely changed my perception of Chinese cuisine. Mr. Agri, Chinese cuisine has many different styles and is divided into various culinary traditions. Our Chinese culinary culture is vast and profound. If you like it, you should pay more attention to our Chinese culinary culture. Of course, if you're willing, please help promote our Chinese cuisine. I would be very grateful. For Zhang Zhe, regardless of whether Agrichi was satisfied with Chinese cuisine in the past, he would never belittle it. To belittle one's own country's culinary culture in front of a foreigner is simply absurd. I will, Zhang. Once I return to China, I will help promote Chinese cuisine. Of course, I will introduce my friends to dine at Chinese restaurants because I believe the Chinese cuisine you prepare is the most delicious. Agrichi firmly believes that the Chinese cuisine Zhang Zhe prepares is the most delicious and the best. Thank you, Mr. Agrichi, for your promotion. It is also a great honor that you have chosen to visit our restaurant again. However, our Chinese restaurant will not be open on this island for too long, so please understand. No problem, Zhang. May I have your contact information? I'd like to stay in touch with you anytime. Agrichi looked at Zhang Zhe with great anticipation. Of course, no problem, Mr. Agrichi. After exchanging contact information with Zhang Zhe, Christine approached them. Zhang, can I write down your contact information? Of course you can, Christine. After exchanging contact information with Christine, she opened her phone to look at Zhang Zhe. Zhang, did you see? All my friends are envious of my good luck tonight. Many of them want to come to the Chinese restaurant to enjoy the Chinese cuisine you cook. Really? Let me take a look. Christine handed her phone to Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe glanced at Christine's face, which had several photos she had recently uploaded, including stir-fried pork and braised pork. It must be said that Christine's photography skills were quite good. On Facebook, the stir-fried pork and braised pork looked extremely appealing, making one feel hungry just looking at them. Of course, these two dishes were already very appealing on their own. Zhang Zhe glanced at the comments on Christine's face, and many people expressed envy. Moreover, Zhang Zhe noticed that Christine's friend list included several popular Western celebrities, many of whom Zhang Zhe recognized. Kristen took the phone back from Zhang Zhe and looked at him with an expectant expression. Zhang, can I take a photo with you? Of course, I'd be happy to. When Zhang Zhe and Christine took the photo, Christine made a pouty face, her lips almost touching Zhang Zhe's face, looking very intimate. Dilly Rebe, standing nearby, saw this and frowned disapprovingly. Humph, always taking advantage of brother Zhe. How annoying. Agri and Christine chatted with Zhang Zhe for a while. After their bodyguards had finished eating and drinking, they prepared to leave the Chinese restaurant and return to the hotel to rest. Xiao Zhe, could you ask Agri and Christine about today's performance and see if we can broadcast it? This is quite important. Of course, if they don't agree, it's okay, don't push it. Wang Tian pulled Zhang Zhe aside, wanting him to ask Agri and Christine about their live performance that afternoon. If it were an ordinary person sharing Agrichi's live performance from the afternoon, there wouldn't be any issues. However, the Chinese restaurant is a variety show with a commercial profit model, so the production team needs to consider its reputation and impact. Alright, I'll go ask. Zhang Zhe nodded. Ms. Agri, I have something I'd like to consult with you about. Would that be okay? Zhang Zhe looked at Agri with a questioning expression. Zhang, we're very good friends. There's no need to be so formal between friends. Agri's attitude was very friendly and warm. Mr. Agri, as you know, we're producing a variety show. After the recording, it will be broadcast domestically. Regarding the footage of your live performance this afternoon, do you think we can air it? Zhang Zhe sought Agri's opinion. It's fine, Zhang. I give you permission to broadcast it, but it cannot be used for third-party commercial profit. I hope you understand this point. Agrichi waved his hand dismissively, indicating it wasn't a big deal. Please rest assured, Ms. Agrietti. We would never use your reputation for anything unethical. Thank you very much. 10 minutes later, Agri and Christine left. However, the look in Christine's eyes was one of reluctance, giving Diliriba a sense of urgency as if an enemy were 30 seconds away from the battlefield. Oh my goodness, these few hours tonight have really exhausted me. After all the guests had left, everyone collapsed into their chairs without even bothering to clear the table, too tired to move. What about earlier? You were all worried there wouldn't be any guests. Now there are guests, and you're complaining about being tired. Although Jiang Zhe was also quite tired at this point, he was an optimistic person with a cheerful disposition, so he teased everyone playfully. Zhege, aren't you tired at all? Zhou Dongyu asked Jiang Zhe, then pinched his sore arm. Little Zhe shouldn't be tired. I saw him chatting quite intimately with Christine. Ha, is there something new going on? Huang Xiaoming teased Jiang Zhe. Don't let the good men get snatched up by outsiders. The unmarried girls in our restaurant shouldn't let such a great guy be taken by someone else. Zhang Xiaoyang made a timely joke, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Diliriba was lost in thoughts about last night's scene. Chapter 36, We Are a Team. On the second day of the Chinese restaurant's opening, achieving such great results and promoting our Chinese cuisine to the world, this is all thanks to Xiao Zhe's exceptional culinary skills. Without him, we wouldn't know when the true purpose of our Chinese restaurant on this island would be realized. Therefore, we should all sincerely thank Xiao Zhe. Director Wang Tian walked over and addressed everyone seriously. That's right, Director Wang is absolutely correct. Without Xiao Zhe, we wouldn't have been able to prepare so many delicious dishes tonight, nor would these foreign tourists have had the chance to taste the most authentic Chinese cuisine. So, we truly should express our heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Zhe. After Zhao Wei spoke, she led the applause. Following Zhao Wei's lead, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoyang, Diliriba, Zhou Dongyu, and all the staff members of the Chinese restaurant program joined in, clapping their hands to thank Jiang Zhe. In response to everyone's gratitude, Jiang Zhe didn't brush it off or act overly humble, as that would have been insincere and made people feel he was arrogant. Once everyone had settled down, Jiang Zhe stood up with a smile and began to speak. The success we achieved tonight, allowing foreign tourists to enjoy delicious Chinese cuisine at our Chinese restaurant, is the result of everyone's collective efforts. We are a team, and it is the hard work of our entire team that has brought us this achievement tonight. We should thank every single person for their efforts, as it is their contributions that have brought us this reward. Everyone listened attentively to Jiang Zhe's words without uttering a sound. Jiang Zhe's words made everyone feel very warm. They fully agreed with what he said. Indeed, Chinese restaurant is a team, and only through teamwork can we achieve the best results. At the same time, everyone was well aware of one thing: Jiang Zhe had become the backbone of this team. Without him, the team would not be able to function effectively. He was the most indispensable member of the Chinese restaurant team. Jiang Zhe continued, the three characters Chinese restaurant are not just a name, they embody the culinary culture of our Chinese nation and the intrinsic meaning of Chinese cuisine. The Chinese restaurant is an important window through which we showcase Chinese cuisine to the world. Therefore, let us all work together to make more people around the world fall in love with Chinese cuisine and Chinese culinary culture. That is our ultimate goal. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but clap their hands, and the Chinese restaurant was filled with enthusiastic applause. I agree with Xiao Zhe. We are running the Chinese restaurant here not just to make a good variety show, but more importantly to promote our Chinese cuisine, so that more people can learn about it, experience it, and fall in love with it. Let's all work hard together. Director Wang Tian encouraged everyone from the sidelines. Alright, let's all work together. Go, go, go. The Chinese restaurant was filled with determination and a sense of purpose. Everyone was clear about their responsibilities and the weight of the task ahead. Once we step beyond our borders, we represent not only ourselves but also our country. And this is a program aimed at promoting Chinese cuisine, so we cannot afford to be complacent. We must prepare thoroughly. Seeing everyone's confidence, Jiang Zhe clapped his hands and encouraged everyone. It's getting late. Let's get moving, clean up the Chinese restaurant, and head home early to rest for tomorrow's goals. Alright, let us strive for tomorrow's goals, for the Chinese restaurant and for Chinese cuisine. Under Jiang Zhe's inspiration, the previously tired staff began to move, working diligently at their posts with high spirits. In stark contrast to the vibrant scene at the Chinese restaurant, the atmosphere in a VIP ward at a hospital on Elephant Island was extremely somber. Jin Yongquan lay on the hospital bed, filled with grief and anger. The 4 broken fingers had plunged his heart into despair. The thought of possibly never being able to play the piano again made him want to tear the person who had ignored him to pieces. That bastard, I'll kill you someday. Kim Yong-gwon gritted his teeth in anger. Mr. Kim, your fingers look terrible, and your right hand is wrapped in bandages. Lee Jun-gun asked cautiously. Li Zhonggun's question hit a nerve, and Jin Yongquan, his eyes blazing with anger, pointed at Li Zhonggun and shouted, You bastard, shut your mouth. Why didn't you come to help outside the Chinese restaurant today? You worthless piece of trash. Lee Jun-gun was truly at a loss for words. He hadn't wanted to help outside the Chinese restaurant earlier that afternoon, but he simply couldn't.
At the time, the tourists were completely enraged, surrounding Kim Yong-won and his bodyguards so tightly that no one could get through, let alone help. So, Lee Jung-gun chose to stay silent to avoid getting into trouble again. Have you found out who that person was? After venting his anger, Kim Yong-won asked Lee Jun-jen with a distorted face. Mr. Kim, we easily found out from the tourists that the man's name is Jiang Zhe, and his other identity is quite special. I'm afraid Lee Jung-gun might hesitate if he thinks about Jiang Zhe's identity. Just tell me who he is. Kim Yong-won glared at Lee Jun-gun. Lee Jung-gun, seeing this, swallowed hard. Mr. Jin, Jiang Zhe's other identity is that of a global swimming superstar with extremely high global recognition.
If we provoke him recklessly, it wouldn't be a wise choice. What? A swimming superstar? How could that be? Kim Yong-won was taken aback.
He hadn't expected the other party to be so influential, which made him feel very apprehensive. Moreover, according to information we obtained from tourists, 2 celebrities appeared at the Chinese restaurant today, both women, named Agri-chi and Kristen Stewart.
We have no idea who they are.
Just as Jin Yong-kwon was feeling uneasy, Lee Jung-gun dropped another bombshell.
What? What? Agri-chi is really at the Chinese restaurant.
Jin Yong-kwon thought back to his bold words from earlier and felt his whole body go weak.
He collapsed onto the hospital bed, muttering to himself in panic, "It's over. This is completely over.
If Agri-chi finds out what happened this afternoon, then I'm finished."
Chapter 37, Splashed with Bubbles.
Lee Jung-gun saw how Jin Yong-kwon reacted upon hearing Agrippa's name and became curious about who this Agrippa was. After secretly checking Agriki's information on his phone, Lee Jung-gun looked at Jin Yong-kwon with a touch of sympathy. He never expected Agrichi to be a legendary figure in the piano world and a member of the executive committee for next month's Vienna Music Festival.
This status was intimidating.
Kim Yong-won was in big trouble this time. Not only had he offended swimming superstar Jiang Zhe, but he had also indirectly offended Agrichi. Even if his 4 fingers were healed, whether he could participate in next month's Vienna Music Festival was still uncertain. Lee Jun-gun felt sorry for Kim Yong-won in his heart but dared not show it. He knew Kim Yong-won had a wide network of connections in South Korea, and offending him would surely bring trouble. Kim Yong-won remained silent, and Lee Jung-gun dared not speak either. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew oppressively quiet.
Ding ding ding. Just then, Kim Yong-won's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Kim Yong-won answered the call listlessly. "Hello, is this Woo Hyun-jun? What's the matter? Yong-won, are you still at Taeguk Island?" A questioning voice came through the phone. "Yeah, I'm here. What's the matter?" Kim Yong-won nodded in confusion.
"Here's the thing, I'll be coming to Seong Island for a vacation in 2 days.
How about it? Want to join me at Yi store for some fun? I heard the Nyoan Taegway is pretty wild."
The voice on the phone was full of excitement.
Kim Yong-won, who had been listless, perked up instantly. "What? Jun-hyun, you're coming to Seong Island for a vacation? Really?" "Yeah, this time I'm bringing a few friends from our group. How about it? Do you want to go out and relax?
Your teacher is currently in the country, so as long as we're careful, he won't find out."
"That's great, Jun-sien. I just happened to run into a really tricky situation today, and you're coming to Kotao. This time, you've got to help me out." Kim Yong-won's tone was filled with excitement. "No problem, Yong-won. We've been friends for years. Whatever it is, I'll handle it once I arrive on Kochang. I've got some things to take care of first. I'll get back to you later." "All right, then. When you arrive at Kochang, I'll come pick you up personally. That's all for now. All right, see you then." After hanging up the phone, Kim Yong-won's expression was filled with excitement. Lee Jun-gun, standing beside him, asked uncertainly, "Mr. Kim, are you talking about Woo Jun-sien, the captain of the Taekwondo Tiger team from my country?" "That's exactly who I'm talking about." Kim Yong-won nodded.
Lee Jung-gun was shocked and excited upon hearing this. "My goodness, Captain Woo Jun-sien is a disciple of Min Young-jin, the top Taekwondo master in our country. At such a young age, he's already a 4th-degree blue belt master. He's a rising star in our country's Taekwondo world.
Captain Jun-sien is my idol. I admire him so much."
Lee Jung-gun was excited, but Kim Yong-won's eyes were cold.
He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Jiang Zhe, even if you're a swimming champion, what's the big deal? Once Captain Woo Jun-sien arrives on Elephant Island, he'll make you feel what true power is."
At the Chinese restaurant, Jiang Zhe, who had just finished cleaning the kitchen, sneezed. "It's so hot, why did I suddenly sneeze?
Is someone cursing me?" Jiang Zhe shook his head and walked over to the sink, watching Jo Dongyu and Dilly Reba busily washing dishes. He asked, "Dongyu, Dilly Reba, how much is left? Do you need help?" The sink area was a bit narrow, so Jiang Zhe stood next to Dilly Reba and spoke.
As he did, he inadvertently leaned in, his body brushing against Dilly Reba's ear. Dilly Reba, who was washing dishes, felt the warmth of Jiang Zhe's breath on her ear, making her ears tingle. Her body trembled, and her hand slipped, causing the plate to clatter into the sink, splashing a large amount of foam. Jiang Zhe, Jo Dongyu, and Dilly Reba didn't have time to dodge and were splashed with bubbles all over their faces.
"Dongyu, Jiga, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Dilly-Reba's face flushed red as she hurriedly apologized to Zhou Dongyu and Zhang Zhe. Dilly, are you too tired? If you're too tired, go rest for a while. There's not much left here, I can handle it alone. Zhou Dongyu didn't mind, brushing the bubbles off his face and continuing to wash the dishes, concerned that Dilly was too tired to be acting this way. Reba, why don't you go rest first? I'll wash here. Zhang Zhe didn't even notice that it was because of him, so he told Dilly-Reba to go rest first. It's okay, I can keep going. Dilly-Reba quickly went back to washing the dishes, but her heart was racing, that feeling just now, it was too intense. Zhang Zhe didn't say much either. He went outside and asked Zhao Wei, Sister Wei, is there any milk, coconut juice, or black tea at the bar? Zhao Wei, who was tidying up the bar, looked around and searched everywhere. I have milk, but no coconut juice or black tea. Ask Zhang Xiaoliang if there's any in the fridge in the kitchen. Oh, I'll ask. Zhang Zhe entered the kitchen and asked Zhang Xiaoliang, who was tidying up the refrigerator, Brother Liang, is there any coconut juice in the refrigerator? Coconut juice? No, we only bought a little earlier, and it's already finished. Why do you need it now? Zhang Xiaoliang asked Zhang Zhe in confusion. No, I'm just asking. Zhang Zhe also noticed that the fridge was almost empty and thought they should go to the supermarket. Zhang Zhe muttered to himself, I haven't had a chance to experiment with my sea-level beverage mixing skills yet. It'd be a waste not to use them. Has the kitchen been cleaned up? Let's have a quick meeting to discuss tomorrow's plans. Zhao Wei walked in and asked the people in the kitchen. I'm done. What about you guys? Zhang Zhe asked Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilly-Reba. We're all done. Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilly-Reba nodded. Chapter 38, Hard Work Pays Off. Although Zhang Zhe was already the backbone of the restaurant, since Zhao Wei was the manager, many things had to be handled by her, and Zhang Zhe didn't particularly like dealing with these trivial matters, fearing the hassle. In the restaurant, Zhao Wei poured a full box of Thai baht onto the table, forming a small mountain. Seeing the Thai baht of various denominations, everyone gasped in astonishment. Wow, we made so much in just a few hours tonight. This is amazing. Zhou Dongyu's eyes widened in excitement. Yeah, we worked all night, but it was worth it. We finally have something to show for it. Dilly-Reba rubbed her sore arms and smiled happily. This isn't our final profit. We still need to deduct the initial costs. Everyone count how many Thai baht there are in total and see how much profit we made. Huang Xiaoming took out a 100 baht note, waved it in his hand, and said, Alright, let's count it all. The ingredients in the kitchen are almost gone. We don't even know if we'll have enough for tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoliang nodded and informed everyone about the situation in the kitchen. How could it be so fast? We bought so many ingredients yesterday, and they're all gone tonight? It seems like we made a good profit tonight. Zhao Wei was a bit surprised. Wei Jia, there were a lot of guests tonight, so we used a lot of ingredients. Think about it, even though we spent a total of 50,000 Thai baht yesterday, a significant portion of that went toward tools and seasonings for the restaurant, and we didn't buy that many ingredients. If there hadn't been so many guests tonight, we might have been able to use some of it tomorrow, but there were just too many guests tonight, and the kitchen is almost empty. Zhang Zhe has been in the kitchen tonight as well, so he is quite familiar with the situation. It looks like we'll have to go to the supermarket. Everyone, quickly count today's sales and decide what to buy tomorrow. After hearing this, Zhao Wei instructed everyone to first count today's sales before making a decision. What is the happiest thing in life? Of course, it's counting money. So, the 6 people sitting around the table eagerly counted each bill, their faces beaming with joy. Does Zhang Zhe need money? He doesn't need money. As long as he's willing, endorsing any advertisement would net him 8 or 9 figures, so he doesn't even bat an eye at this amount of Thai baht. Similarly, people like Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhou Dongyu, and Dilly-Reba wouldn't be short of a few Thai baht either. Moreover, even if it were that much Thai baht, when converted to RMB, it wouldn't amount to much. However, the Thai baht in front of them was the result of everyone's hard work tonight, earned through their collective efforts. It was a recognition of the hours of hard work put in tonight. There is no gain without pain, so seeing their efforts pay off, everyone was naturally happy. Soon, all the Thai baht on the table was counted. Zhao Wei tallied everyone's figures. I've calculated it. Our total revenue for tonight is 47,285 Thai baht. Wow, that is impressive. Hearing this number, everyone was thrilled. It was only the second day since the Chinese restaurant opened, and in just a few hours, they had achieved such a large turnover. It was truly unexpected. Xiaoming, Xiao Zhe, and Xiao Liang, the 3 of you can't withdraw your share of the tips yet. We need to use tonight's earnings to buy ingredients at the supermarket. Although there were many customers tonight, this island is mainly tourist-oriented. Who knows if the tourists who came tonight will stay until tomorrow night? However, tonight we've established the reputation of the Chinese restaurant, so business should improve in the future. We can't be complacent. After Zhao Wei finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Zhe, mainly seeking his opinion. Alright, I have no objections. Let's proceed as planned. Zhang Zhe had no issues. He wasn't worried about food or clothing here and didn't lack money to spend. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang also had no objections and expressed their agreement.
Seeing that everyone had no objections, Zhao Wei nodded. Then let's discuss the various issues we encountered today and come up with a strategy. Wei Jia, sorry to interrupt, but Dongyu needs to leave for a few days because she has other commitments. This was arranged earlier, so you all need to prepare for having fewer people on hand.
Just then, Director Wang Tian walked over and announced the news to everyone. Are you going back to China, Dongyu? Huang Xiaoming asked in surprise.
Yes, Micro, this was already confirmed before we came to Elephant Island.
I can't change it, and I'm truly sorry.
Zhou Dongyu was filled with regret and reluctance. I don't want to leave everyone either. I'm very happy here, but I have to leave for a few days.
Please understand. It's okay. Go ahead and work. Work comes first. Jiang Zhe smiled and comforted Zhou Dongyu, who was clearly reluctant to leave. Yes, Dongyu, work comes first. We'll wait for you to come back.
Zhao Wei patted Zhou Dongyu on the shoulder, showing her understanding. After everyone had comforted Zhou Dongyu, they continued discussing the matters at hand.
Wei Jia, I need to mention something. Our restaurant's selection of drinks is a bit lacking, and could we add some additional dishes to diversify our menu?
Huang Xiaoming was the first to bring up the issues he encountered today.
Chapter 39, System Lottery.
Xiaoming, you're absolutely right, but we're short-staffed at the restaurant.
If we add too many new items, we won't be able to handle it all.
Zhao Wei shook her head, indicating that this would be challenging.
Yeah, if we're this busy every day, we won't be able to handle the more complicated dishes.
Zhang Xiaoliang had been working hard in the kitchen today and understood the difficulty.
We don't necessarily need to add more cooked dishes.
We could consider increasing some side dishes, like snacks or cold dishes. This would alleviate the pressure on Zaigu and Lianggu while also showcasing the richness of Chinese cuisine from another angle.
This idea is worth considering. Dilly Reba shared her opinion. Zhou Dongyu remained silent, not offering an opinion.
Xiao Zhe, what do you think? If we really need to add more dishes, it will definitely increase the difficulty for you and Xiaoliang.
You two are the head chefs in the Chinese restaurant. Let us hear your opinion. Zhao Wei sought Jiang Zhe's opinion. Huang Xiaoming also looked at Jiang Zhe expectantly, waiting for his decision.
Actually, Huang Xiaoming's suggestion is also feasible.
Currently, the dietary structure of the Chinese restaurant is indeed somewhat lacking.
Besides some main dishes, there are no traditional Chinese snacks, so the menu structure is a bit monotonous and fails to fully showcase the unique features of Chinese culinary culture. However, due to various constraints such as manpower and space, it is unrealistic to fully showcase China's culinary culture. Therefore, after some thought, Jiang Zhe responded to Huang Xiaoming's suggestion. Our main dishes are fairly comprehensive. After all, we don't need to prepare extravagant feasts. Practicality is sufficient. As for beverages, I think we can moderately increase the variety, but we must consider the time required for preparation.
Items that are too time-consuming are not feasible. However, some additional snacks are necessary. Snacks are also a distinctive feature of Chinese culinary culture, so they should be included.
After hearing Jiang Zhe's suggestions, everyone fell silent for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of his ideas. Xiao Zhe has a point, but we still need to consider the cost and preparation time for any additional drinks or snacks. As for the extra snacks, we can research some options that are easier to prepare. If that is not feasible, we'll have to abandon the idea and make a decision based on practical considerations. Zhao Wei pondered for a moment before sharing her opinion.
We can try it. Let's go back and research the feasibility first. If it works, we'll add it. If not, we'll give it up. Huang Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go with that. We can't be too pushy, we have to decide based on the actual situation. Jiang Zhe also nodded, unable to reach a conclusion on this matter. Although he had a C-level beverage mixing skill, he still had to consider the actual circumstances. As for making snacks, Jiang Zhe didn't have that skill yet and couldn't handle it either, so he'd have to wait and see. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the seaside villa by car.
As soon as they arrived at the villa, a ding sound rang in Jiang Zhe's mind.
What's going on? Why is the system making a sound? Could something have changed?
Upon hearing the alert, Jiang Zhe tapped on it and saw 4 notification messages on the system panel.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained guidance from a talent with S-rank playing skills Agrippa. The system rewards you with 3 random draws. The system has officially activated the character attribute scanning function. This feature is only available for characters with the same skills as the host. The system has officially activated the skill upgrade system. Please check the details yourself. The system has officially activated the exchange between external fan points and system popularity points. For details, please check the system yourself. Seeing the first message from the system confirmed Jiang Zhe's thoughts from earlier that day. This Agrippa truly possesses an S-rank skill. He was right after all. What excited Jiang Zhe the most was the 3 lottery draws rewarded by the system. He was overjoyed inside, thinking, 3 lottery draws, this is a good thing. He. Jiang Zhe clicked into the lottery system.
The lottery system interface featured a spinning wheel containing various skills and varying amounts of system data. S-rank director skill, S-rank combat skill, a rank basketball skill, a rank table tennis skill, D-rank painting skill, 500 megabytes system credits, 1000 megabytes system credits, 100,000 megabytes system credits, and 2 additional lottery chances. Looking at the different rewards on the lottery wheel, Jiang Ze's eyes lit up, especially when he saw the extra 2 lottery chances. His eyes sparkled even more. Heaven be praised, earth be praised, may Allah protect me, may Buddha protect me, may God protect me, Allahu Akbar, let's go. As Jiang Ze clicked the lottery button, the spinning wheel began to rotate rapidly, and the dazzling array of prizes made Jiang Ze swallow hard. If he could just get all of these things at once, that would be absolutely amazing. Ding! The first draw has ended. Please collect your prize. As Jiang Ze continued to daydream, the system sounded an alert. A golden gift box appeared on the lottery interface, its dazzling glow nearly blinding Jiang Ze's titanium alloy eyes. Jiang Ze licked his lips. Let's go, open it. When the golden gift box exploded open, Jiang Ze was speechless, blurting out a curse. Holy crap, that nearly blinded my titanium alloy eyes. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Surprise. C-Class Comprehensive Driving Skills. Opening the system rewards and seeing the skills inside, Jiang Ze was speechless. Today's luck is really bad. How could I end up with such a useless skill? Jiang Ze had a driver's license in China and had several years of driving experience, so driving ordinary vehicles was no problem for him. Therefore, the C-Class comprehensive driving skill wasn't very practical for him. The only consolation was that the skill S level wasn't too bad, which made Jiang Ze slightly happier. At least it was a C-Class skill, not too bad. But why was it called a comprehensive driving skill? With a mix of curiosity and confusion, Jiang Ze clicked on the skill to take a closer look. What he saw left him speechless. This comprehensive driving skill not only includes all civilian vehicle driving skills but also civilian vessel driving skills. This is amazing. Jiang Ze, who had previously thought this skill was useless, suddenly became excited. The driving skills for civilian vehicles weren't particularly special at most, they would improve his technical proficiency to the level of a seasoned driver. But the driving skills for civilian vessels were quite impressive. Civilian vessels generally include fishing boats, yachts, cargo ships, and other small vessels. Although Jiang Ze currently has no opportunity to operate a vessel, at least he now has an additional skill. Who knows, maybe one day he'll get the chance to pilot a yacht, take a girl out for a spin on the open sea, or even pull off some boat stunts. That would be even more amazing. Although this boat driving skill is currently somewhat useless and has little to do with the TV show Chinese Restaurant, you never know when it might come in handy. After all, the more skills you have, the better. After calming down, Jiang Ze began his second lottery draw. Jiang Ze focused his mind, and the second lottery began. Ding! The second lottery draw has ended. Please claim your prize. Just like the first time, Jiang Ze immediately opened the golden gift box on the lottery system. The golden gift box exploded, and upon seeing the item he had obtained, Jiang Ze was truly speechless. A rank close combat skill, Taizu Long Fist. Taizu Chongquan? Holy cow, I've hit the jackpot. If it weren't for the circumstances, Jiang Ze would probably be shouting with excitement right now. Back when he was on the swimming team, Jiang Ze would occasionally read wuxia novels during his free time and had some knowledge of the Taizu Changquan. The Taizu Changquan, reportedly created by Zhao Kuanyin, is a supreme martial art that combines offense and defense, earning it the title of the mother of all fists. Jiang Ze never expected to draw this martial art, and it's even an A-rank skill. What a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, Jiang Ze chose to immediately implant this martial art into his body. As the skill was implanted, Jiang Ze's mind filled with numerous images. In these scenes, countless tiny figures were constantly practicing and performing various complex techniques. Jiang Ze gradually immersed himself in the practice of these figures' techniques. He closed his eyes slightly and began to mimic their movements, slowly practicing them in the room. The Taizu Changquan style emphasizes swift movements like the wind, strikes as swift as lightning, strict defense and offense, flexible footwork, and a balance of strength and flexibility. As Jiang Ze practiced, he progressed from unfamiliarity to awkwardness, and eventually became increasingly proficient. As he mastered the form, Jiang Ze moved like a jungle panther, agile and swift, with powerful punches. Boom! The force of the punch shattered a glass cup into pieces. Jiang Ze immediately stopped his practice, exhaled a breath of stale air, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Wow, this Taizu Changquan is truly powerful. I feel like my body has undergone some subtle changes. It feels more robust than before, and the strength within me seems more powerful. Just as Jiang Ze was about to attempt his third draw, he noticed some subtle changes in his body. After a careful examination, Jiang Ze confirmed his suspicion. It seemed that when the system had implanted the A-rank martial arts skill Taizu Changquan, it had also undergone a physical transformation to better harness the power of this martial art. Regardless, Jiang Ze couldn't help but feel excited. After all, the feeling of having power was truly amazing. Jiang Ze continued with the third draw. Ding! The third draw has ended. Please claim your prize.
After the third draw ended, Zhang Zhe once again opened the golden gift box. You have gained 2 additional lottery chances. What? The system actually has this feature? These 3 draws were all great prizes. This was definitely worth it, a 3-in-a-row win. Zhang Zhe never expected that the third draw would grant him 2 additional chances. This is absolutely amazing. No question about it, proceed with the 4th draw immediately. Ding! Notification for the host, no rewards obtained. When Zhang Zhe opened the gift package and saw the system prompt, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the system is messing with me. Just when I was excited, you pull this on me? What about the promised 4 consecutive wins? What about the quadrikill? It's all over now. Despite his frustration, Zhang Zhe knew there was nothing he could do about it. There's one last chance. God bless, Allah Akbar, let's go. When the wheel stopped and the golden gift box appeared again, Zhang Zhe felt a bit nervous this time. His luck shouldn't be that bad, right? With a nervous heart, Zhang Zhe clicked on the golden gift box. 10,000M system data. Seeing the reward on the system panel, Zhang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was worth it. If it weren't for the 4th draw being empty, 5 consecutive draws would have been a pentakill. Overall, it wasn't a loss, it was truly worth it. Chapter 41, Skill Experience Points. These 10,000M system data were a lifesaver. Zhang Zhe could use them to download 2 B-tier skills. Zhang Zhe directly clicked into the B-rank cooking skill category. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the B-rank porridge and snack preparation skill and the B-rank soup preparation skill. Zhang Zhe chose the B-rank porridge and snack making skill and the B-rank soup making skill primarily based on the actual situation of the Chinese restaurant. Regardless of future developments, Zhang Zhe is currently participating in the show Chinese Restaurant, and his focus will undoubtedly be on Chinese cuisine. Therefore, culinary skills are essential. Without them, how could he enrich the restaurant's menu or showcase the unique characteristics of Chinese culinary culture? Additionally, the B-level porridge and snack preparation skills can address the challenges discussed during evening meetings at the Chinese restaurant, where the variety of dishes is somewhat limited and fails to fully showcase the unique characteristics of Chinese culinary culture. Therefore, Zhang Zhe can utilize the various preparation methods from his B-level porridge and snack making skills to create a variety of delicious Chinese snacks, allowing foreigners to understand that Chinese cuisine not only offers excellent main dishes but also a wide array of delicious snacks. The lottery has ended. Check the next system message. Zhang Zhe clicked on the second system notification, which was the character attribute scan function. After reading the explanation, Zhang Zhe roughly understood. From the literal meaning of the message, it should mean that only those who possess the same skills as me can view the specific information of others. For example, Zhang Xiaoyang is a chef, so I can see his culinary skills. Zhao Wei is an actress, and since I am not an actress myself, I cannot see her performance level. It should be something like that. Zhang Zhe was currently alone in the room, with no one else around, so he couldn't test his hypothesis yet. He'd have to go out and find Zhang Xiaoyan to try it out later. When Zhang Zhe saw the third system message, he was confused. Can the skills obtained from the system be upgraded? What does that mean? Zhang Zhe opened his personal attributes panel, which listed all the skills he had obtained, including the 6 skills he had previously acquired and the 4 new ones he had just obtained. Behind these 10 skills, there was an experience bar, followed by a system note. After some research, Zhang Zhe roughly understood the information in the skill upgrade section. Taking the B rank playing skill as an example, to upgrade this skill from B rank to A rank, 30,000 experience points are required, equivalent to the system data usage required to download an A rank skill. Skills can also be upgraded directly using system data, with the difference in experience points being compensated by system data. For example, if a B rank skill has 20,000 experience points, only 10,000 points of system data are needed to upgrade it to A rank. Zhang Zhe's experience bar for his B rank playing skill shows that he has already accumulated 6,000 experience points. Following the experience bar is a system note, which clearly outlines the source of these 6,000 experience points. Receiving guidance from an S-level skill expert once grants 5,000 experience points. Zhang Zhe received guidance from Agrippa, thus obtaining 5,000 experience points. Zhang Zhe played the piano twice today, earning 1,000 experience points, 500 points each time. The system specifically noted that the number of experience points earned during performance is determined by the system based on how much experience will ultimately be gained, and is not fixed. After reading the system's note, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself, "It seems that if I practice the skills I've acquired more often, I can also gain a lot of experience points. Upgrading to an A-level skill shouldn't be too difficult." However, there must be a specific standard for this, and it's not just about randomly playing the piano to gain experience points. In addition to the B-rank piano skill, which had accumulated 6,000 experience points, the B-rank stir-frying skill and B-rank knife skills each earned 3,000 experience points, the C-rank handmade snack-making skill earned 200 experience points, and the D-rank Thai language skill earned 100 experience points. All other skills have 0 experience points.
Although the experience required for leveling up is the same as the system data usage consumed when downloading skills, as long as you practice regularly, it's relatively easy.
It's better than just waiting for the system data to come in. Closing the skill panel, Jiang Zhe opened the final system notification. Exchange between external fan points and system popularity points. There are 300,000 popularity points. That's a nice increase.
Jiang Zhe first noticed that his system popularity points were no longer 0, but had become 300,000 points. Although 300,000 popularity points could only be exchanged for 300 megabytes of system data, this was just the beginning. There were many more ways to gain popularity in the future, and accordingly, there would be plenty of system data to exchange. In the popularity section, there is a conversion ratio between external fan points and system popularity points.
Exchange ratio 1 domestic fan point can be exchanged for 1 system popularity point.
Exchange method 2 1 international fan point can be exchanged for 2 system popularity points. According to the system display, Jiang Zhe, after joining the Chinese restaurant program, has 200,000 domestic fan points and 50,000 international fan points, totaling 300,000 popularity points. After understanding this system update, Jiang Zhe closed the system and rubbed his head. Popularity.
I need to step up my efforts to gain more popularity. Xiao Zhe, are you in the room? Dong Yu is leaving, let's go see her off.
Jiang Zhe had just logged out of the system when Zhao Wei's voice rang out from outside the door.
Oh, I'll be right there. Chapter 42, My Cousin's Perk.
In the living room, Zhou Dongyu was dragging a suitcase, preparing to leave.
Dongyu, what time is your flight?
Jiang Zhe stepped out of the room, looking at Zhou Dongyu, who was reluctant to leave, and asked.
Zhige, it's a 3 a.m. flight, so I have to go.
I'll miss you all so much. Zhou Dongyu pouted her lips, her face filled with reluctance.
Zhao Wei patted Zhou Dongyu's arm. You're just going back, not leaving forever. Don't worry, we'll see each other again in a few days. Go quickly and come back soon. Alright, it's getting late. It'll take several hours to get from Kochang to Bangkok Airport. Dongyu, be careful on the road. Jiang Zhe checked the time and reminded Zhou Dongyu. Alright, I'm off.
Zhou Dongyu gave everyone a lingering look before leaving the hotel apartment with the staff of the production team. After seeing Zhou Dongyu off, everyone chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms to rest. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Zhe picked up his phone and immediately received a message from his cousin Zhao Liying.
Cousin, aren't you resting yet?
Jiang Zhe held his phone and chatted with Zhao Liying.
A few seconds later, Zhao Liying's message came back. Xiao Zhe, were you tired at the restaurant today? It's so late, why didn't you send me a message to let me know you're okay? Did you forget about your cousin? Zhao Liying's message was filled with resentment.
Jiang Zhe had already returned home late tonight, and after coming back, he had been studying changes in the system, which took up a lot of time. Normally, he would have already sent Zhao Liying a message by this time.
Cousin, don't be angry. The restaurant was busy today, so I got back late. Just as I was lying down to check on you, your message came in. What do you call that?
That's what you call childhood sweethearts, in tune with each other. Jiang Zhe resorted to his usual tactics, changing the subject and teasing Zhao Liying as usual.
Stop it, who is your childhood sweetheart with a telepathic connection? Stop teasing me, humph head banging emoji.
After sending this message, Jiang Zhe hadn't had time to reply when Zhao Liying called him on video. Jiang Zhe answered the video call and saw Zhao Liying on the other end. Jiang Zhe recognized it immediately as Zhao Liying's bedroom, as he had been there a few times before and was very familiar with it.
Hey, where are you, cousin?
Although the video call was connected, Zhao Liying wasn't in front of the camera.
Jiang Zhe sent a voice message. Xiao Zhe, wait a moment.
I'm changing into my pajamas. Zhao Liying had the speaker on and heard Jiang Zhe's words. A minute later, Zhao Liying appeared on the screen wearing a pink nightgown. Zhao Liying had long hair flowing down her shoulders, delicate features, a chubby face, and a pink nightgown, looking just like a neighbor's little girl, extremely cute.
Cousin, you look so cute and beautiful in that outfit.
Jiang Zhe looked at Zhao Liying on the screen and praised her sincerely.
Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Zhao Liying waved her little fist at the camera. You little rascal, are you teasing me again?
Cousin, heaven is my witness, this is truly what I feel in my heart.
There's not a single lie in what I said. Jiang Zhe declared earnestly through the camera. Zhao Liying giggled. Alright, I know your smooth talk. You're like a honeypot, always picking the nice things to say. How about it? Is your first time on a variety show going well? If you're not comfortable, you can choose to withdraw.
We had this clause in the contract when we signed, and you won't have to compensate for any losses. Zhao Liying's words were filled with concern, and Jiang Zhe felt warm inside.
No need, auntie.
I really love the food show China's restaurant. With my exceptional culinary skills, I'm sure I can help promote Chinese cuisine to the world.
Even if he didn't have to compensate for any economic losses, Jiang Zhe wouldn't withdraw from the Chinese restaurant. That was a given. Zhao Liying nodded and asked Jiang Zhe, as long as you're comfortable with it, that's fine. By the way, Jiang Zhe, what are your plans after the show ends?
You should have a proper long-term plan in place. When it came to long-term planning, Zhang Zhe already had his own ideas. With the system in his hands, once he had gathered enough popularity through Chinese restaurant, he could exchange it for various skills and thrive in any industry. Therefore, Zhang Zhe had no concerns about his future path.
Cousin, I've already mapped out my future path. I'm going to become a versatile superstar. I want my presence to be felt in every industry and leave my legend behind, not just limited to the swimming world. Zhang Zhe's words were brimming with confidence and determination. Alright, you're truly my cousin. Little rascal, your cousin believes in you. Keep it up. When you finally become a versatile superstar, your cousin will be so proud of you. After Zhao Liying finished speaking, perhaps because she was lying down for too long, she moved slightly, causing her entire body to arch slightly. Gulp! Zhang Zhe, seeing such a beautiful sight, stared blankly for a moment, unable to resist swallowing hard. He blurted out, "Is this my cousin's perk? This is the real deal." Chapter 43, Two New Guests. Zhao Liying didn't notice that she had already given Zhang Zhe a treat. She looked at Zhang Zhe's expression through the screen, puzzled. "Little rascal, what's that expression?" "Oh, nothing. I just saw a beautiful sight and got a little mesmerized." Zhang Zhe was snapped back to reality by Zhao Liying's question. He quickly laughed it off and even averted his gaze to avoid being caught by Zhao Liying. "What stunning scenery! What's so fascinating?" Zhao Liying was taken aback by Zhang Zhe's words and curiously asked a question. Then, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly looked down and her face turned bright red. "Ah! You little rascal, close your eyes immediately. You're still looking." Zhao Liying screamed, jumped off the bed, and disappeared from the camera's view. "Well, I just happened to see it by accident. It wasn't on purpose. You can't blame me, cousin." Zhang Zhe looked innocent, insisting it wasn't his fault. "You got away with it and still act innocent. How despicable." Zhao Liying's voice reached Zhang Zhe's ears. After a minute or two, Zhao Liying returned to the camera frame. Though her expression had calmed down, a faint blush could still be seen on her plump, cute face. "Alright, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I need to go to sleep. It's already very late." Zhao Liying rubbed her eyes, yawned, and looked a bit tired. Seeing Zhao Liying like this, Zhang Zhe felt a pang of sympathy. "Cousin, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself." "Cousin, when will this show be finished?" Zhao Liying thought for a moment. "It will still take a long time to finish filming completely, but due to some issues with the production team, we might have to take a break for a while." "It's not confirmed yet." "What's the matter?" "Cousin, once you have a break, I'll take you on a trip. You can go anywhere you want, just the two of us." Zhang Zhe's words made Zhao Liying instantly excited. "Really? That's wonderful. I've always wanted to go on a proper trip to relax, but I've never had the time or anyone to go with." "You're so kind, Xiao Zhe." Every girl has a desire to travel the world, and Zhao Liying was no exception. Therefore, upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, she was extremely excited and thrilled. Seeing Zhao Liying's excited expression, Zhang Zhe nodded seriously. "Yes, cousin. You can start planning the itinerary now. Once we both have time, I'll take you on a trip around the world and enjoy life." "Yeah, Xiao Zhe, you're so kind." After chatting with Zhao Liying for a while longer, the two ended the video call. After ending the call, Zhang Zhe couldn't stop thinking about the stunning scene from earlier. He sent Zhao Liying a message. "Cousin, you have an amazing figure and you're so curvy." Zhang Zhe also added 3 winking emojis at the end of the message. Back in China, Zhao Liying saw Zhang Zhe's message. Her cheeks, which had already turned slightly red, flushed even more. She instinctively looked down at her own curves and made a gesture with her hands, seeming a bit dissatisfied. "But I think they're still a bit small. Not full enough." After gesturing around, she muttered under her breath, "This bad guy, getting all the benefits and still acting innocent." She then sent a string of tapping emojis to Zhang Zhe, along with a message. "Little rascal, I'll remember this. I'm not talking to you anymore. Go to sleep." Seeing Zhao Liying's message, Zhang Zhe smiled and replied, "Good night, cousin." Kiss kiss. Checking the time, it was almost 11 p.m. It was getting late, so he turned off his phone. Not long after, Zhang Zhe drifted off to sleep. Good morning. Hapa, good morning." The next morning, after everyone had finished their morning routine and was about to head to the Chinese restaurant, director Wang Tian appeared before them. He opened a piece of paper in his hand, glanced at it, and said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. I have something to announce." "Director Wang, what is it?" Zhang Zhe nodded and listened attentively. "Director, don't tell us someone else is leaving. If someone else leaves, the few of us will have to work as hard as 3 people. Huang Xiaoming said with a bitter smile. "Xiaoming, don't be such a downer. If someone really leaves, you'll have to do 3 people's work by yourself." Zhao Wei was genuinely worried that someone might leave. Although Zhang Xiaoliang and Diliriba didn't say anything, their expressions showed they were also worried someone might leave. "Everyone, please rest assured. The production team wouldn't be so heartless. This time, we have a surprise for you." Wang Tian smiled, indicating that no one else would be leaving. "As long as no one leaves, that's good. I was just afraid someone would leave." Zhao Wei sighed in relief. Director, hurry up and announce it. What's the surprise? I love surprises. Huang Xiaoming was eagerly anticipating it. Wang Tian cleared his throat and spoke mysteriously. Here's the thing, 2 new guests have joined the Chinese restaurant production team and will be staying with us for a long time, helping to run the Chinese restaurant together. What? 2 new guests? Who are they? Everyone in the room was curious and surprised. As long as they're here, 2 guests at once, that's great. Huang Xiaoming was delighted, relieved that things would finally ease up a bit. Director, stop teasing us, just announce who they are. Zhao Wei urged Wang Tian. Wang Tian gave a mysterious smile and said to the door, please welcome the 2 new guests joining our Chinese restaurant. As Wang Tian finished speaking, 2 figures appeared in Zhang Zhe and the other's field of vision. Zhang Zhe looked and was surprised. Jin Meng Meng Jia, Zhang Xan, same as Xin. Chapter 44, with me here, everything will be fine. It wasn't just Zhang Zhe who was surprised. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, and Dili Riba were also very surprised. It turned out to be Lady Hua Fei and Meng Jia. Our Chinese restaurant has gained 2 more beautiful waitresses. Welcome, welcome. After a moment of surprise, Zhao Wei actively embraced Zhang Xian and Jin Meng Jia one by one, showing great enthusiasm. Ms. Zhao, you're too kind, thank you. Zhang Xian was also very warm. Hello, Sister Wei. Jin Meng Jia and Zhao Wei were not only of vastly different ages but also held very different statuses within their circles. As a result, Jin Meng Jia felt quite reserved and awkward in Zhao Wei's presence. Here comes Lady Hua Fei. We failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us. Huang Xiaoming approached Zhang Xian and teased her. So, Huang Xiaoming, you'll treat us to dinner tonight, right? Zhang Xian wasn't shy either and joked with Huang Xiaoming. After getting to know Zhang Xian, Huang Xiaoming also greeted Jin Meng Jia. Similarly, when facing Huang Xiaoming, Jin Meng Jia also appeared quite reserved. Then, Zhang Xiaoliang and Dili Riba also greeted Zhang Xian and Jin Meng Jia, with Zhang Zhe being the last to do so. Zhang Xian was a rare female celebrity in the entertainment industry with few scandals. She had a straightforward personality and didn't put on airs. Though slightly older and a bit curvy, she was still attractive, and her acting skills were top-notch. Therefore, Zhang Zhe particularly liked Zhang Xian. Zhang Zhe walked over and greeted Zhang Xian. Hello, Ms. Xian. It's a pleasure to collaborate with you. Swimming superstar Zhang Zhe, oh my gosh, you're so handsome. I'm so excited to finally meet you in person. Zhang Xian was clearly thrilled upon seeing Zhang Zhe. Xian, little Jia doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Why don't you consider him? Don't miss out on such a versatile guy. Zhao Wei teased Zhang Xian from the side. Micro, stop teasing me. I'm not as good as you say I am. Zhang Zhe looked embarrassed. Wei Jia, little Jia definitely wouldn't be interested in me. Little Jia, it's a pleasure to work with you. I'm truly thrilled. Zhang Xian was very enthusiastic and humble. After meeting Zhang Xian, Zhang Zhe turned his attention to the nervous Jin Meng Jia. Zhang Zhe didn't know much about Jin Meng Jia, but some of her basic information was still imprinted in his mind. Among all the guests in the room, if you had to pick the least famous one, it would undoubtedly be Jin Meng Jia. Therefore, when Jin Meng Jia entered the room and saw all these big stars gathered together, she felt a lot of pressure and was quite nervous. Zhang Zhe looked at Jin Meng Jia, who was braiding her hair and appeared shy and nervous, and comforted her. Meng Jia, welcome to Chinese restaurant. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Don't be shy here, just act like you're at home. Thank you, brother Jiang. After hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Jin Meng Jia's originally tense heart relaxed slightly, and her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Zhe. After everyone had gotten to know each other, Wang Tian announced the final matter. Since Zhang Xian and Jin Meng Jia had flown in overnight, the production team decided that the Chinese restaurant wouldn't open today. Instead, everyone would get the day off to relax. Plus, they'd occasionally give everyone a day off in the future so they could rest properly. Yay, finally a day off. Oh my gosh, even though the Chinese restaurant has only been open for 2 days, these 2 days have been exhausting. I really need a break. Huang Xiaoming heard this, rubbed his sore arms, and looked relieved. Ha, we can go out and play all day. We can finally go explore Elephant Island. Dilraba was also thrilled, saying she could finally go out and have fun. Director, how could you arrange this? Are you guys planning something sneaky? However, Zhao Wei remained cautious and wasn't as excited. After Zhao Wei's reminder, everyone turned to look at Wang Tian, while Zhang Xian mused thoughtfully, you're right, maybe the production team really has something up their sleeves. Wang Tian smiled mischievously upon hearing this, you're right. Today's day off comes with a condition. The condition is that tomorrow's revenue at the Chinese restaurant must reach over 80,000 Thai baht. If we don't meet the target, the production team will have a little punishment for you. At the same time, a staff member brought over a box and handed it to Wang Tian. The punishment is simple. If the Chinese restaurant doesn't reach 80,000 Thai baht in sales tomorrow, each of you will have to eat a serving of wasabi. So, everyone, rest well today and give it your all tomorrow. No way, 80,000 Thai baht? Eat wasabi?
Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their faces turning sour, except for Jiang Zhe, who remained calm and unfazed.
That was today's arrangement from the production team. Everyone should rest well today and give it their all tomorrow.
Wang Tian finished speaking, gave a meaningful smile, and left.
What should we do? What should we do? 80,000 Thai baht. We worked so hard today and only made 40,000 Thai baht. How busy will we have to be tomorrow?
Huang Xiaoming was pacing back and forth in the room in a panic.
Director, can we skip rest today? Can the task be cancelled?
Zhao Wei shouted toward the door.
No. Wang Tian's voice came back. This is it, I'm not in the mood to play today.
Dilly Reba looked utterly dejected. If this is really the case, the kitchen will be a madhouse tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoliang could already foresee the chaos of the next day.
Zhang Xian and Jean Mengjia had just joined China's restaurant, so they didn't have much say. It's okay, everyone just do whatever you want today. Don't panic. I'm here, so everything will be fine. Just as everyone was lamenting, Jiang Zhe stepped forward and comforted everyone. Chapter 45, System Task. Ding, task notification.
Just as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, a task prompt window popped up. Jiang Zhe quickly checked the task details. Task objective, achieve a total sales of 80,000 Thai baht at the Chinese restaurant within a single day. Time limit, 2 working days. Task success, randomly award 1 reward, including skills of different levels, system traffic, and system lottery tickets. Task failure, determined on a case-by-case basis. Upon seeing the task details, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but complain about the system. Had the system randomly assigned this task after hearing about Wang Tian's task? However, Jiang Zhe felt that this task wasn't too difficult. Last night, he managed to achieve over 40,000 in sales in just a few hours, so with some effort, it should be doable tomorrow as well. Jiang Zhe believed the task was highly likely to be completed, and it had to be done. After all, mustard wasn't something you could just swallow easily, especially in such a large quantity. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Zhao Wei and the others all turned their gaze toward him. Xiao Zhe, are you serious?
We're counting on you. Swallowing such a large piece of wasabi? We'd be spicy to death. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
Wang Xiaoming stuck out his tongue and shivered. Xiao Zhe, I believe in your cooking skills, but relying solely on the main dishes in our restaurant to reach a total sales target of 80,000 Thai baht is a bit challenging. Zhao Wei was cautious and wanted to ask Jiang Zhe for clarification. Xiao Zhe, how confident are you?
We're counting on you to meet tomorrow's sales target. Zhang Xiaoliang also looked at Jiang Zhe, seeing him as their savior. Zhege, I believe in you, you can do it. Dilly Reba supported Jiang Zhe unconditionally. Zhang Xian saw that everyone was pinning their hopes on Jiang Zhe and was a bit taken aback. Xiao Zhe, don't tell me you can cook? And from what everyone's saying, your food must be delicious, right?
Jean Mengjia didn't say anything, but her expression suggested she was also curious about what everyone was talking about.
Shimei, Xiao Zhe isn't just a great cook, he's skilled in many things.
Once you go to the Chinese restaurant tomorrow, you'll see that standing before you isn't just a swimming superstar, but a true all-rounder. There's nothing he can't handle. Huang Xiaoming praised Jiang Zhe lavishly, clearly in awe. That's right. When it comes to cooking at a Chinese restaurant, I can't compare to Xiao Zhe.
Xinmei, if you watched yesterday's video, you'd know how amazing Xiao Zhe is.
Zhang Xiaoliang gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. Zhang Xian, after hearing Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang's words, looked shocked and curious, turning to Zhao Wei with a questioning gaze, eager to hear what the store manager had to say. Zhao Wei nodded in agreement. Xinmei, whether the Chinese restaurant can complete tomorrow's task really depends on Xiao Zhe.
If he can't handle it, then none of us will be able to. If Zhe says he can do it, then he definitely can.
Jean Mengjia quietly added from behind.
Dilly Reba also nodded in agreement, firmly supporting Jiang Zhe.
Xiao Zhe, since everyone believes in you so much, it must mean you're really capable.
Alright, I believe in you too. We'll definitely complete the task tomorrow. No mustard. Zhang Xian saw that everyone was saying this, so she stopped doubting and chose to believe Jiang Zhe. Seeing that everyone believed in him, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of relief, though the pressure was a bit greater. After all, in a team, someone had to take responsibility, and Jiang Zhe had voluntarily chosen to shoulder that burden. First, it was to complete the system task and earn a reward. Second, it was to set an example for himself, for all the guests present, and for the Chinese restaurant that as long as everyone works together, anything is possible. It seems like no one wants to eat wasabi. Jiang Zhe smiled and joked. That's a given. Wasabi is terrifying just thinking about it.
Wang Xiaoming shook his head, making it clear he didn't want to eat it. Zhao Wei and the others felt the same way, none of them wanted to eat wasabi. Since everyone has joined the Chinese restaurant show, there will be times when we have to follow the production team's requirements and add some difficulty.
This increases the show's challenge and fun. For example, if Wang Tian's task fails, Jiang Zhe and the others will definitely have to eat wasabi, there's no doubt about that. Failing to complete a task and accepting punishment are all part of the deal, no one gets special treatment. Xinjia, Mengjia, have you had breakfast yet?
Jiang Zhe and the others didn't have breakfast, but he wasn't sure if Jiang Xin and Jin Mengjia had eaten yet, so he asked.
Xin and Mengjia had a light snack on the plane, but we weren't very hungry. We only ate a little. Why don't we all go out for breakfast together now? It's getting late. Jiang Xin shook her head and suggested. Let us go out for breakfast together. After breakfast, we can go out and explore. It's rare to have a whole day to play, right?
Zhao Wei was very enthusiastic and in a good mood.
I'm not really in the mood to go out. The breakfast here isn't really to my taste. Why don't we just cook something ourselves? We could boil some noodles. It's better than eating out.
Huang Xiaoming shook his head, indicating he didn't want to go out.
What about the rest of you? Jiang Zhe asked the others. Is there any noodles left at home? Zhang Liang asked. Probably not, the fridge is empty.
Zhao Wei opened the fridge and shook her head.
Do any of you mind eating noodles? Jiang Zhe saw the situation and asked for everyone's opinion.
Everyone shook their heads and looked at Jiang Zhe in confusion.
Jiang Zhe snapped his fingers. Since none of you mind eating noodles, I'll make an authentic Sichuan-style noodle dish for everyone today and let you all taste the flavor of home. Chapter 46, Sichuan Chongqing-style noodles. I'm so excited for Jiang Zhe's Sichuan-style noodles. I can't wait. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Dilly Reba was the first to speak, full of anticipation. Dilly Reba, look at your expression. You're not just admiring Brothers' Sichuan-style noodles, are you? Your tone doesn't sound right. Huang Xiaoming, seeing Dilly Reba's expression, teased her playfully. Xiaoming, you're teasing me. There's no way.
Huang Xiaoming's teasing made Dilly Reba's face flush instantly, as if her true feelings had been exposed, leaving her feeling shy and embarrassed. Jin Mengjia, standing beside her, noticed Dilraba's expression. As a girl herself, she understood Dilraba's feelings, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Xiao Zhe, what do you need? We'll all help you. Zhao Wei heard that Jiang Zhe was going to cook again and became very enthusiastic, seeming eager to taste the delicious Sichuan-style noodles he could make.
Xiao Zhe, I can help you too. Zhang Xiaoliang also volunteered. Xiao Zhe, is there anything I can do to help? Jiang Xian also asked Jiang Zhe proactively.
Jiang Zhe looked at Jiang Xian and Jin Mengjia, who seemed a bit tired, and smiled. Xian Mengjia, you've been running around all night and haven't even unpacked yet. Go ahead and unpack your luggage, take a good shower, and rest. We'll handle cooking and buying ingredients. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Zhao Wei suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, how could I forget that?
Come on, Xin Mengjia, follow me. I'll take you to the bedroom to put your luggage. Xiao Zhe, thank you for understanding. To be honest, I'm really a bit tired. Jiang Xian was deeply grateful for Jiang Zhe's consideration and thanked him.
Jin Mengjia also hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Zhe Ge.
Jiang Zhe waved his hand. No problem, Wei Jia, Reba.
I'm going out with Xiao Minggu and Liang Gu to buy ingredients. The house is all yours. Go ahead, hurry back. Zhao Wei's voice came from the bedroom. Jiang Zhe, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang left the house.
Xiaoming, did you bring any money?
Zhang Xiaoliang asked Huang Xiaoming as they stepped out the door.
Yeah, Xiaoming, did you bring any money?
I didn't bring any money either. Jiang Zhe checked his pockets, but they were empty. Huang Xiaoming felt his pants pockets and found nothing either. Good thing you two reminded me.
All the money from yesterday is with Wei Jia.
Wait here, I'll go get it. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaoming returned with 20,000 Tai baht, and together with Zhang Xiaoliang and Jiang Zhe, they headed toward the nearby supermarket. Jiang Zhe had 4 culinary skills, B-rank knife skills, B-rank stir-frying skills, B-rank kanji and snack-making skills, and B-rank soup-making skills. Jiang Zhe didn't know how the system categorized things, but it had classified Sichuan-style noodles under the B-level kanji and small noodle dish preparation skill. However, Jiang Zhe didn't care about such details. As long as he mastered the skill, that was all that mattered. To make good Sichuan-style noodles, noodles cooked in plain water just don't taste as good as those cooked in broth, so Jiang Zhe still needed to buy some chicken to make broth. This was Jiang Zhe's first time making Sichuan-style noodles, so it was just to get familiar with the skill. He didn't need to buy much, so it wouldn't cost much. While buying ingredients, Jiang Zhe also purchased some milk, black tea, coconut milk, strawberries, and other raw materials to take home. Huang Xiaoming was puzzled and asked Jiang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, why did you buy milk and these things?
Do you really need these ingredients for Sichuan-style noodles? That's really unusual. Zhang Xiaoliang laughed. Minggu, how could you put these things in noodles? It's obviously for making drinks. Oh, right, I was overthinking it.
After Zhang Xiaoliang explained it, Huang Xiaoming snapped out of it, slapped his forehead, and realized he hadn't thought it through.
Zhang Xiaoliang was right.
Jiang Zhe bought milk, coconut juice, and other ingredients to make drinks. He hadn't had a chance to experiment with the C-level beverage mixing skill he had obtained yet, so he decided to buy some ingredients today to give it a try. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang returned to the villa with a bag of ingredients. With so many ingredients, the total cost was only 3,000 Tai baht, which wasn't much. This expense was covered by Zhao Wei's pocket money and wasn't included in yesterday's restaurant revenue. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xian and Jin Mingjia had just finished unpacking their luggage and hadn't started washing up yet. Jiang Zia's first task was to make the broth, as it was time-consuming. Traditionally, broth needs to be simmered slowly to bring out its flavor, but since Jiang Zi was short on time, he decided to use a pressure cooker instead. As long as he controlled the timing and steps carefully, he could still make a delicious broth. "Xiao Zi, do you need any help?" Huang Xiaoming entered the kitchen and asked Jiang Zi, who was busy working. "Oh, could you wash some scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and fennel for me?" Jiang Zi directed Huang Xiaoming to assist him. Huang Xiaoming didn't hesitate, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Making broth is a skillful task. A good broth is the foundation of many restaurants, as it involves the perfect balance of seasonings and cooking techniques. If this secret is revealed, it could result in immeasurable losses. Broth is crucial, but it's extremely difficult to make, especially a delicious one. Although Jiang Zi was making broth for noodles, which isn't as complicated, he still followed the steps of B-level broth making skills, carefully mixing the spices and controlling the heat, daring not to be careless. Jiang Zi proceeded step by step, meticulously calculating the timing, daring not to be the slightest bit careless. After about half an hour, a rich aroma began to waft out of the pressure cooker's vents, filling the air with its fragrance. Chapter 47, Immersed in a Sea of Fragrance. Huang Xiaoming, who was helping in the kitchen, inhaled the rich aroma and was utterly captivated. Wow, this sent its one word, refreshing. 2 words, truly refreshing. As the rich aroma of the broth spread throughout the house, it gradually filled the entire villa. Wow, what is that smell? Wait, that must be the aroma of broth, and the purest broth aroma at that. As a chef, Zhang Xiaolian was well versed in broth and recognized the scent immediately. He hurried from the living room into the kitchen. Diliriba sniffed the air with her delicate nose, put down her phone, and ran straight into the kitchen. Zhao Wei, who had just come out of the bedroom, along with Jiang Xian and Jin Mingjia, who had just finished their morning routine, were all surprised by the aroma. "Micro, is there a 5-star hotel around this villa? This aroma must be made by a chef from a 5-star hotel. It's so fragrant." Jiang Xian took a deep breath, savoring the rich broth aroma in her nostrils, utterly amazed. "It's so fragrant. Just the smell alone makes me sure it must taste amazing. I can't wait to try such delicious food." Jin Mingjia licked her lips in anticipation. "Wait a minute, there's no 5-star hotel around here." Zhao Wei had been here for 2 days and was fairly familiar with the area. After hearing Jiang Xian and Jin Mingjia's words, she shook her head in confusion. Suddenly, Zhao Wei's eyes lit up, and her expression became excited. "I know. I know. It must be Xiao Zhi. He must be cooking something delicious. The kitchen. Let's go to the kitchen." After saying that, Zhao Wei rushed toward the kitchen. "Where are you going, micro sister?" Seeing Zhao Wei in such a hurry, Jiang Xian and Jin Mingjia were utterly confused. "To the kitchen. You'll see when you get there." Zhao Wei's voice drifted into Jiang Xian and Jin Mingjia's ears. "Xian, is someone cooking something delicious in the kitchen? Could it be Liang Gu? He's a great chef, so it must be him." Jin Mingjia said uncertainly. "It must be him. Let's go check it out. I can't resist anymore. Just the smell is making my mouth water. Let's go to the kitchen." Jiang Xian pulled Jin Mingjia toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Wang Tian was assigning tasks to several staff members from the Chinese restaurant program. Suddenly, a strong, pleasant aroma wafted over, immediately catching Wang Tian and the others' attention. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant?" One staff member sniffed the air, looking puzzled. "I bet it's Xiao Zhi cooking something delicious." Another staff member shared his opinion. Wang Tian and the staff members hadn't had breakfast yet. As they asked about the scent, their already growling stomachs began to rumble, and a strong sense of hunger overwhelmed them, causing them to swallow their saliva involuntarily. "There's no doubt about it, this must be Xiao Zhi cooking something delicious. It looks like we're in for a treat this morning." Wang Tian asked about the aroma and said confidently, "Director Wang, are you serious? Such delicious food, is there really some for us? The work crew's meals are separate from the guests' meals on the show." Hearing Wang Tian say this, the staff members grew excited. "Don't worry, Xiao Zhi will definitely let everyone enjoy the food. We're a team, and besides, no one has to record today, so Xiao Zhi won't forget about us. Hurry up and finish your work, or you'll miss out." Wang Tian knew Jiang Zi's personality well, so he was certain that Jiang Zi would bring everyone along to enjoy the delicious food. "Alright, just thinking about Xiao Zi's cooking makes my stomach growl uncontrollably." "Me too. Come on, let us finish this quickly before it's too late." When Jiang Xian dragged Jin Mingjia into the kitchen and saw Jiang Zi, who was wearing an apron and quietly preparing seasonings, both of their mouths formed an O shape. "Xiao Zhi, it's you? Is this broth? Did you make it yourself?" Jiang Xian couldn't contain her shock and was utterly amazed. "Yes, Zhe, is this really made by you?" Jin Mingjia also nodded her head eagerly, asking Jiang Zi.
Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, and Dili Reba were already immersed in the rich aroma of the broth and didn't respond to Jiang Xian and Jin Mengjia's questions. After carefully mixing all the seasonings, Jiang Zhe nodded. Yes, Xian Jia, Meng Jia, do you have anything to say? My goodness, Xiao Zhe, you're so amazing. I never expected your cooking skills to be this good. I thought it was Liangu making something delicious, but it was you. Wow, that's so unexpected. Xiao Zhe, I'm so impressed by you. Jiang Xian was completely surprised and speechless. Zhang Xiaoliang smiled wryly. Xinmei, you're really flattering me. My cooking skills are nowhere near Xiao Zhe's. There's a big gap between us. Watching Jiang Zhe, who was busy wearing an apron, Jin Mengjia's eyes sparkled and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, he's so kind, so handsome, and his cooking is amazing. He's my idol. I love you so much. Although everyone was captivated by the aroma of the broth, Jiang Zhe was well aware that there were still many shortcomings and the flavor was lacking. The broth must be simmered over low heat for a long time to become a delicious soup base. However, time was tight, so Jiang Zhe couldn't simmer it slowly. He had to use a pressure cooker to cook it quickly. Though the flavor was slightly lacking, it wasn't too bad. Jiang Zhe estimated the time in his mind. Time's up, it's time to open the pot. He opened the pressure release valve, waited for the pressure inside the pot to equalize with the outside, then lifted the lid of the pressure cooker. The moment the lid opened, everyone in the kitchen felt a surge of joy, as if they were immersed in a sea of fragrance, unable to tear themselves away. Chapter 48. Everyone, don't rush. The aroma of soup is generally quite intense because the scent contains moisture, which easily stimulates the olfactory cells. Therefore, initially, the aroma feels pleasant, but over time, it can become oppressive, and prolonged exposure may cause nausea or dizziness. However, the broth Jiang Zhe had simmered using his B-level soup-making skills, combined with various ingredients and cooking techniques, resulted in a broth that was not only aromatic but also did not cause a stuffy or dizzy sensation. Therefore, when Jiang Zhe opened the pressure cooker lid, the intense aroma of the broth filled the kitchen, enveloping everyone inside. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Jiang Xian, and others were completely overwhelmed by the intense aroma of the broth, their olfactory cells fully activated, quickly immersing them in a magical world of fragrance. This sensation gave them a euphoric, otherworldly feeling that left them spellbound for a long time. Jiang Zhe, however, was too focused on timing to notice Xiao Wei and the others' reactions. He needed to ensure the broth was ready to cook the noodles. There are many ways to cook noodles, such as boiling them in plain water or in broth. Jiang Zhe chose to use the broth because noodles cooked in broth were more delicious and flavorful, leaving a lingering taste that was hard to forget. Soon, the broth from the pressure cooker was poured into the cooking pot. Jiang Zhe carefully controlled the heat and quickly added the freshly made noodles to the broth. Jiang Zhe estimated that, including the guests in the room, there were over 10 people, so one pot of noodles wouldn't be enough. Therefore, he decided to cook 2 pots at the same time. This not only saved time but also prevented the fresh aroma of the broth from dissipating too quickly. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and the others gathered around the kitchen snapped out of their trance, looking at each other in astonishment. I felt like I had entered a very strange state, as if I were immersed in a sea of fragrance. Under the stimulation of the aroma, every cell in my body seemed to open up. That feeling was truly magical and incredibly refreshing. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath, his face radiating enjoyment. This must be the aroma of the broth that Xiao Zhe simmered. I never expected that such an ordinary broth could make us so intoxicated by this endless sea of fragrance. Xiao Zhe's culinary skills are truly impressive. Jiang Xian watched Jiang Zhe, who was busy at work, with a look of admiration in his eyes. Could this be the legendary master chef? The simple aroma of the broth alone could leave us spellbound. Such culinary skill is something I've never seen in my entire life. Zhang Xiaoliang was utterly captivated by Jiang Zhe. Dili Reba and Jin Mengjia both had the same thought. Zhigu is so amazing. If I could follow him for the rest of my life, I'd definitely get to eat some truly delicious food. Cooking noodles is simple yet complex. The simplicity lies in the fact that anyone can do it as long as there's water in the pot. You can cook a pot of noodles. But to cook a bowl of delicious small noodles is no easy feat. A pot of plain water is hard to turn into a delicious bowl of noodles, which is why Jiang Zhe takes the time to simmer a rich broth. Even with a good broth, it's not enough. You also need to master the timing of adding the noodles, the heat level, the frequency of stirring the noodles, the timing of removing them from the pot, and the seasonings. All these factors combined make it a complex process, and any mistake in any step will result in failure. Jiang Zhe carefully monitors the time, watching the color of the noodles in the pot, and finally determines the perfect timing to serve them. Time's up. As the noodles became increasingly translucent and reached the desired consistency, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction and signaled that they were ready to be served. Don't just stand there. Quickly bring bowls and help out. With so much noodle dish to serve, Jiang Zhe couldn't manage alone, he needed help. Fortunately, there were enough people in the kitchen, so he didn't have to go out to find assistance. Oh, hurry up. Xiao Ming, Xiao Liang, stop standing around, give a hand. Zhao Wei was the first to react, urgently prompting the group of salivating Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang, while she also hurried to help Jiang Zhe. Here it comes. Here it comes. Looking at the translucent noodles, Jiang Xin's taste buds were already tingling. Wow, these ordinary-looking noodles are so translucent. Just looking at them, I can tell they're delicious. I can't wait to try them. I can't wait either. These noodles must be delicious, and the flavor must be amazing. Jin Mangjia was already losing control. The food Jiang Zhe makes must be delicious. Even a bowl of ordinary noodles would be the most delicious noodles in the world. Diliriba's admiration for Jiang Zhe was intense. With the help of Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, all the noodles were served on the table. After the noodles were cooked, Jiang Zhe didn't add any extra seasoning, because it wasn't needed. Adding extra seasoning now would ruin the original flavor of the noodles and even the broth. Therefore, the noodles on the table looked ordinary with no seasoning, but everyone gathered around the table was already eager to eat, because this simple Sichuan-style noodle dish was the most delicious noodle dish in their eyes. Gurgle. Looking at the steaming hot noodles in front of them, everyone's taste buds were fully awakened, and they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. That's right, everyone including Zhao Wei and Zhang Xin. Jiang Zhe looked at the group of people sitting around the table, staring at the noodles without touching their chopsticks, and smiled. What are you all staring at? Aren't you hungry? However, before Jiang Zhe could finish speaking, the people sitting around the table eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began devouring the food. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Jiang Zhe hurriedly spoke up. Everyone, eat slowly. Don't rush. Be careful not to burn yourselves. Chapter 49, Eliminate them all. A hilarious scene unfolded before Jiang Zhe. Whether it was Zhao Wei and the other guests or the staff of the Chinese restaurant program, over 10 people were gathered around the table, devouring the noodles. It was just a bowl of ordinary noodles, but everyone was eating it with such relish. Their expressions were one of pure enjoyment and satisfaction. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who could believe that big stars like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming would eat a bowl of noodles without caring about their image, their expressions exaggerated? If Jiang Zhe had recorded this and posted it online, it would definitely spark a heated discussion among countless netizens and fans. Jiang Zhe looked at everyone's expressions and smiled. Look how excited you all are. Is it really that delicious? Zhege, it's really delicious. Why aren't you eating? Diliriba had a bit of soup residue on her lips. She chewed the noodles while puffing out her eyes in curiosity, asking Jiang Zhe with a comical expression. Seeing Diliriba like this, Jiang Zhe smiled, took out a tissue, and gently wiped away the soup residue from the corner of Diliriba's mouth. Eat slower, don't be so impatient. Feeling the tenderness in Jiang Zhe's hands, Diliriba nodded obediently. Okay, I understand, Zhe-gu. It's really delicious. The gesture between Jiang Zhe and Diliriba seemed casual, but since they were standing so close together, it looked like a couple deeply in love at first glance. Diliriba's heart was as sweet as honey, and she wished this moment could last forever. She almost blurted out those 3 words. Just then, Jin Mangjia, sitting next to Jiang Xin, happened to see the scene between Jiang Zhe and Diliriba. Her eyes filled with sadness, and the delicious Sichuan-style noodles she was eating suddenly tasted bitter. However, Zhao Wei and the others completely failed to notice the subtle gesture between Jiang Zhe and Diliriba. At that moment, they were completely engrossed in the delicious Sichuan-style noodles. When they took their first bite, the rich aroma of the broth mixed with the subtle fragrance of flour instantly filled their mouths. The two completely different flavors collided on their taste buds, blending together harmoniously to create an incredibly delicious and satisfying experience. The translucent noodles had the perfect texture, and when chewed gently, their elasticity caused them to dance on the tongue, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Especially the rich broth, like a thread of jade-like nectar, flows through the noodles, stimulating every pore. Even the sweat glands are filled with this intense aroma. As a result, when Zhao Wei and the others took their first bite of the noodles, they couldn't control their appetite and began to eat with abandon, disregarding their appearance. This is what Jiang Zhe witnessed before him. Everyone was vigorously waving their chopsticks, devouring the noodles with gusto. Soon, the bowls were empty, and once the noodles were gone, their eyes turned to the broth in the bowls. Finally, after every last strand of noodles and drop of broth had been devoured, everyone's expressions were utterly content. The lingering aroma in their mouths left them savoring the memory endlessly, feeling utterly at ease. A few members of the production crew couldn't help but burp, fully enjoying the experience. Unlike everyone else, although this was the most delicious Sichuan-style noodles Jiang Zhe had ever tasted, he could sense the shortcomings in the dish. After all, it was made with only a B-level skill, so it couldn't be perfect. There was still room for improvement. How about it? The taste is pretty good, right? Seeing everyone's satisfied expressions, Jiang Zhe asked. Great. Very great. No doubt about it, everyone raised their thumbs toward Jiang Zhe and nodded seriously. Xiao Zhe, are you a culinary god incarnate? Everything you make is so fragrant and delicious. I'm thinking that after eating your food, I'll lose all interest in other foods. What am I going to do? Huang Xiaoming said with a sigh. Oh no, I was trying to lose weight, but now I'll gain a few pounds. Jiang Xin looked at her wrist, looking helpless, but when she saw a bit of broth left in her bowl, she quickly swallowed it down, letting out a satisfied burp, unwilling to waste a drop. Zhege, can you teach me how to make this noodle dish? I want to learn cooking from you. Jin Mengjia, who was standing next to Jiang Xian, suddenly blurted out.
Jiang Zhe, who was standing beside her, heard this and was taken aback.
Jiang Zhe's current cooking skills were at the level of a master.
For Jin Mengjia to reach his level, it was unlikely, but Jiang Zhe didn't refuse. Teaching some basic cooking skills along the way wasn't a problem.
Sure, but cooking is a skill, it's not something you can pick up easily. Jiang Zhe didn't refuse Jin Mengjia and nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhe, you rest well. We'll handle this here.
This bowl of Sichuan-style noodles has given me a whole new appreciation for noodle dishes.
Who knew noodles could be so delicious? Impressive.
Zhao Wei stood up and began clearing the table. Huang Xiaoming and the others saw this and hurriedly stood up to help.
Since everyone was so enthusiastic, Jiang Zhe didn't refuse.
He let Zhao Wei and the others finish cleaning up while he considered what to do next.
Should we go explore Elephant Island? Or stay home and study C-class beverage mixing skills? Zhege, shall we go out together later?
I heard that the scenery on Elephant Island is absolutely stunning. We can go out together to admire the beautiful views. Dilly Reba looked at Zhang Zhe, who was deep in thought, and asked.
Yes, Zhege, I've never seen the sea before. Since we have the chance today, I really want to go out and take a look. Will you come with us?
Jin Mengjia walked over, looking very excited.
Xiao Zhe, let's go out and play together. It'll be more fun with more people.
Looking at the two young beauties on either side of him, Jiang Zhe was about to speak when Zhao Wei's voice came through again.
Jiang Zhe finally nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go out and have some fun. Let's enjoy a day of sightseeing. Chapter 50, The Century-Old Store. Xiang Island is quite large, and Jiang Zhe and his group wanted to explore the entire island thoroughly. A single day would definitely not be enough.
Therefore, they decided to explore tourist attractions near the Chinese restaurant. Since it was a group outing, safety was a priority, so the production team assigned 5 safety officers, each with a translator, to ensure everyone could communicate with local residents during the trip. The production team rented a car, driven by a local resident of Elephant Island in his 50s, who was very friendly and familiar with the terrain and routes, effectively serving as their guide for the day. Soon, the group set off. Wow, clear blue skies, the sound of seabirds, the cool sea breeze, and the vast ocean stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a world away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and everyone's mood instantly brightened. Sitting in the car and admiring the scenery outside, Dilrabo looked delighted and relaxed. Is this the ocean? I really want to go swimming and diving, that must be so thrilling. Jin Mengjia was also very interested, gazing at the deep blue sea with longing.
Uncle, where should we go next? Jiang Zhe, sitting in the front seat, asked the driver in Thai.
Since there was no set route and they were just exploring randomly, Jiang Zhe didn't know where they would end up next, so he asked the driver.
There are many places nearby to visit.
You can go snorkeling by the sea, hiking, kayaking, or visit the only century-old shop on the island to see handmade jewelry. You can also try delicious seafood. Where to go is up to you. I'll make sure to take you there safely.
The driver enthusiastically introduced the options to Jiang Zhe and sought their opinions.
Jiang Zhe wasn't sure either, so he repeated the driver's words to everyone, wanting to hear their opinions.
Hey, Xiao Zhe, you can speak Thai too? Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Zhe in surprise. Xiao Zhe is a jack of all trades, there's nothing he can't do. Huang Xiaoming chimed in from the side. The fact that I can speak Thai isn't the point. The important thing is where we're going next.
The driver is waiting for us to decide. Jiang Zhe smiled and asked everyone again.
Reba, Mengjia, where do you two want to go play? Zhao Wei asked Dilly Reba and Jin Mengjia. Dilly Reba and Jin Mengjia thought for a moment but couldn't decide. You decide. Wherever you go, we'll go.
Zhao Wei asked Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang again, and the two said they were fine with anywhere.
After asking everyone, there was still no clear direction.
Zhao Wei thought for a moment and asked Jiang Zhe to ask the driver. Xiao Zhe, ask the driver if the century-old shop he mentioned is the one that sells the sea heart pearl.
What is the sea heart pearl? Huang Xiaoming asked curiously.
Hearing the name, it sounded so similar to the globally renowned diamond ocean heart.
Could this also be a diamond? Zhang Xiaoliang was also quite curious.
Similarly, Jiang Xian, Dilly Reba, and Jin Mengjia were also very curious and turned to look at Zhao Wei, waiting for her explanation. At that moment, Jiang Zhe also asked the driver, Uncle, the century-old shop you mentioned, is that the old shop that sells the sea heart pearl? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's question, the driver's expression turned serious. My respected friend, it's not for sale. The sea heart pearl is a sacred token of love between the sea god's prince and his wife. It's a sacred symbol of love, and only the luckiest person can obtain it. Whoever possesses it will gain the happiest love in the world and a lifetime of good fortune. Looking at the driver's expression, Jiang Zhe scratched his nose, wondering if this thing was really that magical. Of course, he wouldn't dare question the driver's words in front of him. Jiang Zhe had never heard of the sea heart pearl before and planned to pull out his phone to search for it, but Zhao Wei was already explaining its origins to everyone. Jiang Zhe also perked up his ears to listen carefully. According to the myths of the Tai Kingdom, the sea heart pearl was crafted by a prince of the sea god from a 1,000-year-old shell with magical powers found in the depths of the ocean.
This heart-shaped treasure was incredibly magical. A gentle blow would produce a beautiful sound. The prince would often play it by the sea, and its melodious tones would echo throughout the heavens and earth. Zhao Wei searched her knowledge and began explaining the origin of the sea heart pearl to the people in the car. What happened next? How did it end? At her age, Diliriba was deeply fascinated by such legends, so she eagerly asked Zhao Wei about the rest of the story. Later, it is said that a fairy in heaven was captivated by the sound of the sea heart shell in the prince's hands. She secretly descended to earth and eventually fell in love with the prince. However, fearing divine retribution, they hid their true identities and settled on Elephant Island. Soon, they had a child, and their life was filled with happiness and joy. Zhang Zhe listened to Zhao Wei's explanation and couldn't help but smile. He could guess that such mythical tales, especially love stories, usually end tragically. Sure enough, the story unfolded much as Zhang Zhe had anticipated. However, the legendary sea heart pearl had long since vanished, and the one that appeared later was a handmade replica crafted by later generations, serving as a sort of memento. However, it is said that before the prince and his fairy wife passed away, they infused their love for each other into the sea heart pearl. Anyone who obtains it is said to gain the most beautiful love and a lifetime of happiness. Although the later sea heart pearls were all handmade replicas of the legendary original, many people still wanted to obtain one. After all, the symbolism of a lifetime of happiness and good fortune was highly appealing. Zhang Zhe also agreed with Zhao Wei's final statement. After all, people are just seeking some comfort for their hearts. Going to see this sea heart pearl isn't a bad idea. Chapter 51, A Chance Encounter with a Martial Arts Master. Though it's just a legend, it's been imbued with extraordinary meaning, which naturally sparks curiosity in many people. Especially when it comes to mythical items tied to love stories, even replicas can draw countless single men and women like moths to a flame. Just like Zhang Exayan, Diliriba, and Jin Mengjia in the car. After hearing Zhao Wei's explanation, they all showed signs of longing. Zhang Exayan was more composed, she was more mature and wouldn't get too caught up in such legends. But Diliriba and Jin Mengjia are different. They are both at that age where they are just beginning to explore love, and they are deeply yearning for it. I really want to see what the sea heart pearl looks like. There's even such a legend. If only I could have one. Diliriba's eyes were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day when someone holding the sea heart pearl would appear before her and blow it for her. Jin Mengjia wasn't far behind. She longed for a Prince Charming to sit by the sea and blow the sea heart pearl for her. She imagined the scene would be so warm and heartfelt. Watching Diliriba and Jin Mengjia, Zhao Wei gave each of them a gentle tap. Enough with the daydreaming. The sea heart shell is just a legend. Apparently, the ones that have been passed down are handmade by a master craftsman, and they're extremely rare. Getting one is incredibly difficult. Zhang Zhe wasn't interested in the mythical story, he just wanted to see what the sea heart pearl looked like. Since he was already there, seeing it wouldn't take much time. However, after hearing Zhao Wei mention how rare the sea heart pearl was, he feared that even catching a glimpse of it would be no easy feat. Micro, is it very difficult to obtain this sea heart pearl? Zhang Zhe asked Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei nodded uncertainly. I don't know much about the sea heart pearl either. I once saw it online, though the ones that appeared later were replicas. Even so, they were made from shells found in the deep sea and crafted entirely by hand. Creating a single sea heart pearl takes a lot of time, so their numbers are extremely limited. After hearing Zhao Wei's explanation, Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. The sea heart pearl was indeed a rare item in terms of quantity. Moreover, it was made from shells collected from the deep sea, which were extremely hard and entirely crafted by hand. The difficulty of creating it was unimaginable, making it truly rare. Micro, can we go take a look at this sea heart pearl? You make it sound so mysterious, I really want to see it. Zhang Exayan also felt a bit of anticipation, eager to see what the sea heart pearl actually looked like. Exactly. Since we're already here, let's go take a look. It sounds so high-end and luxurious. I really want to see it for myself. Jin Mengjia was also filled with anticipation. Micro sister, since that's the case, let's go take a look. It's still early, so let's just go and broaden our horizons. Everyone has a sense of curiosity, and Huang Xiaoming also nodded, eager to see it too. Xiao Zhe, what do you think? Should we go see it? Zhao Wei sought Zhang Zhe's opinion. Zhang Zhe had always been quite interested in the sea heart pearl. Since everyone else wanted to go, he decided to go take a look. Alright, since everyone wants to go, let's go take a look. Seeing that Zhang Zhe agreed, Zhao Wei had no objections either. Alright, let's go check it out. Driver, take us to the century-old shop that has the sea heart pearl. Zhang Zhe told the driver the destination. My dear friend, I advise you to brace yourself, you might end up disappointed. The driver nodded and gave a friendly warning. It's okay, uncle. What if I'm the lucky one who gets to see it? Zhang Zhe smiled, indicating it wasn't a problem. If we see it, we see it, if we don't, we don't. It doesn't matter. At the same time, Zhang Zhe also shared the driver's advice with everyone in the car. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying they'd leave it up to fate. Under the driver's guidance, Zhang Zhe and his group arrived at a beautiful yet secluded bay. The bay was crescent-shaped, with a narrow entrance protecting the entire bay from the waves of the open sea. In this crescent-shaped bay, there weren't many tourists. Instead, local fishermen were out in their boats fishing. The bay was very quiet, giving it a secluded, idyllic feel. Despite its relative remoteness, various signs were still visible, and there were also many roadside snacks and shops, though not as bustling as the area where Jiang Zhe's Chinese restaurant was located. The driver parked the car in a simple parking lot by the roadside and led Jiang Zhe and his group toward the depths of the bay, encountering many local residents along the way. The locals were extremely hospitable, generously offering the fresh fruits they had in their hands to Jiang Zhe and his group, showing great warmth. My respected friend, the residents here claim to be descendants of a legendary prince. They have lived here for generations, spanning hundreds of years. If it weren't for the government developing this area into a tourist attraction, it would likely be even quieter. The driver uncle explained the situation to Jiang Zhe as they walked. Oh, I see. Although Jiang Zhe didn't believe these people were really descendants of a prince, he decided to follow local customs and not break the rules. Soon, Jiang Zhe and his group climbed up a steep slope, encountering many tourists along the way. After reaching the top, they arrived at an old, dilapidated house deep within the dense forest. The old house was uniquely constructed, resembling a heart shape, quite distinctive. The house was situated right in the center of the bay, offering a clear view of the entire bay. Through the narrow bay entrance, one could also see the vast ocean beyond. Wow, this location is so unique. You can see the entire bay. It truly feels like you're overlooking everything. Jin Mengjia exclaimed with some exaggeration. Just then, a man slightly older than Jiang Zhe emerged from the old house. When Jiang Zhe used the system to identify the man's attributes, his pupils contracted sharply. This man was actually a martial arts expert. Chapter 52, Fellow Disciples. Name, Tony Yuantong. Age, 25. Martial arts, Muay Thai, Shadow Kick, Iron Wire Fist. Skill level, B rank. System note, this individual's combat skills have recently been upgraded from C rank to B rank, but they have not yet fully reached the standards required for B rank. The system has provisionally rated them as B rank. After reviewing these 4 attributes, Jiang Zhe was slightly surprised. I didn't expect to encounter a martial arts expert with B rank combat skills here. This is truly unexpected. Although the system does not explicitly classify individuals into specific ranks or levels, based on the grading of martial arts skills, each grade corresponds to a certain level of combat proficiency. Therefore, in Jiang Zhe's own understanding, the man named Tony Yuantong standing before him had already taken a step into the ranks of the experts, and ordinary people would not be his match. However, Jiang Zhe wasn't intimidated by this man. With his A-rank martial arts skills, he could easily overpower Tony Yutong without breaking a sweat. Jiang Zhe appraised Tony Yutong. The man had eagle-like eyes, a sharp gaze, and a steady lower body. He was no pushover. This Tony Yutong seemed to know the driver, and after exchanging a few words, they parted ways. After Tony Yuantong had gone, the driver led Jiang Zhe and the others into the old house, explaining as they went. This old house used to be a temple dedicated to the Sea Heart Pearl. However, after the Sea Heart Pearl disappeared, the temple lost its purpose and eventually became what it is today, a shop. Most of the items inside are handmade crafts crafted by the local residents using various items from the ocean, making them quite meaningful. Shugud, what is this uncle saying? Diliriba followed Jiang Zhe, looking confused and asking him. Yeah, Xiao Zhe, I didn't understand a word. The translator is busy explaining the local customs to Wei Jie and the others. Tell us what the driver said. Huang Xiaoming was also confused. Jiang Zhe smiled and explained to Huang Xiaoming and the others what the driver had introduced. Zhigu, is the legend of the Heart of the Sea really true? Jin Mengjia asked curiously. Who knows? Anyway, I heard there are quite a few handicrafts here. If we like any, we can pick a few to take back as souvenirs. Jiang Zhe shook his head. Girls, whether traveling or shopping, love to buy things, and Diliriba and Jin Mengjia were no exception. Hearing Jiang Zhe speak like this, their shopping desire immediately arose. Alright, I love seashells the most. I wonder if they have any here. Diliriba said excitedly. There should be some. If there are those shell decorations, I could buy them to decorate my room. Jin Mengjia started thinking about what she could buy. Uncle, who was that person we encountered outside the old house earlier? You seem to know him well. Jiang Zhe wanted to ask the driver uncle for more details about Tony Yuanchuang, not to investigate anything, just out of curiosity. He's Tony Jia, the most famous martial arts superstar in our country, and Tony Yuantong is his fellow disciple. They both grew up in this village, and their master was the famous Thai boxing master Manhwarecap. After they finished their training, Tony Jia entered the entertainment industry and became a martial arts superstar, while Tony Yuantong became an outstanding Thai boxing coach. After hearing the driver's explanation, Jiang Zhe was taken aback. No wonder Tony Yuantong is so skilled. He's the younger brother of T country's martial arts superstar Tony Jia. That explains it. This old house didn't look particularly remarkable from the outside, but upon entering, one would discover a vast courtyard with a large area. The courtyard was filled with countless handicrafts, conch shells, coral bracelets, shell necklaces, fish specimens, and many more.
At first glance, these handicrafts don't seem particularly, but upon closer inspection, one can see that many of them have been meticulously polished, giving them their unique shapes.
Wow, that's a seashell. Ah, I finally found one. Dilly Reba entered the house and was immediately overwhelmed by the array of handicrafts.
She looked around excitedly, unable to decide what to choose.
Jin Mingjia wasn't far behind, and the two of them looked around together, and before you knew it, they had disappeared.
Zhao Wei and Jiang Xayan followed the female translator around, while Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoyang, the two married men, walked together, discussing what to buy for their wives and children to take back home. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zhe was left alone with only a security staff member by his side.
Alright, you go follow Dilly Reba and Jin Mingjia. I'll explore on my own here.
If anything comes up, I'll call them.
Zhang Zhe didn't let the staff member follow him and started wandering around on his own. Zhang Zhe wasn't particularly interested in the handicrafts.
His main purpose for coming here was to see what the legendary sea heart pearl looked like, but after searching for a while, he couldn't find it. This suggests that the sea heart pearl was not displayed here. As Zhang Zhe wandered aimlessly, he noticed a crowd gathering ahead. He walked over and saw many tourists discussing something.
There were Asian tourists and European and American tourists.
From their conversations, Zhang Zhe could roughly tell that it was related to the sea heart pearl. Just then, an Asian man with an excited expression walked toward his companions, his words filled with excitement.
Zhang Zhe overheard them and realized they were Koreans.
He wondered what those two Koreans were talking about that made them so excited.
Zhang Zhe muttered under his breath. They were saying that the heart of the sea might be brought out for everyone to see. But he didn't know if it was true or not.
As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, a girl spoke up beside him.
Jiang Zhe turned around and froze. Hey, Jiang Shuang? What are you doing here? Chapter 53, Who is this old man? Ah, Jiang Zhe, you recognize me? That's wonderful.
Seeing that Zhang Zhe recognized her, Jiang Shuang was both surprised and excited.
Jiang Zhe was curious.
How did Jiang Shuang end up here, and why did she happen to appear right beside him?
Jiang Shuang, what are you doing here? Jiang Zhe asked, a bit puzzled.
Jiang Shuang feared Jiang Zhe might misunderstand and hurriedly explained.
It's like this, Jiang Zhe. I'm here on vacation.
I noticed you when you entered this old house with Wei Jie and the others earlier, but there were so many people around Wei Jie that I didn't dare to approach you. Plus, I happen to recognize you as a big star in the swimming world, so I came here to find you.
After hearing Jiang Shuang's explanation, Jiang Zhe nodded, I see.
By the way, that guy earlier said that the sea heart pearl would be displayed.
What does that mean? I'm not entirely sure either.
I came here specifically to see what the sea heart pearl looks like, but I haven't seen it yet. It seems like I came all this way for nothing. Jiang Shuang shook her head, expressing her disappointment as well. Zhang Zhe could tell that most of the people here were here to see the so-called sea heart pearl. Unfortunately, despite coming here with high expectations, they might end up leaving disappointed. After walking around for a while, Zhang Zhe left the old house, intending to explore the surroundings. Not seeing the sea heart pearl wasn't a big deal. Admiring the scenery was also a nice way to spend time.
Jiang Zhe, where are you going?
As soon as Zhang Zhe had left, Jiang Shuang followed closely behind.
Since we can't see the sea heart pearl, let's go out and take a walk. Enjoying the scenery is also nice.
Zhang Zhe said as he walked down the stairs toward the back of the old house.
I'll go with you.
Jiang Shuang hurriedly followed behind him. Zhang Zhe realized that Jiang Shuang was determined to follow him. Zhang Zhe wasn't particularly bothered by Jiang Shuang and smiled. Alright, let's go take a walk together.
By the way, how come you came to Elephant Island alone? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? I'm not afraid. This isn't my first time traveling alone. By the way, Zhang Zhe, did you and Wei Jie come to Elephant Island together?
Jiang Shuang asked curiously. No, I'm with Wei Jie and the others filming a variety show called Chinese Restaurant.
We just happened to have the day off, so we decided to go out and explore.
But now we've split up, which isn't a big deal. We'll just call each other and meet up later. Zhang Zhe started climbing up the hillside, and Jiang Shuang quickly followed.
Chinese restaurant?
From the name, it must be a variety show focused on food. I never expected our swimming superstar to know how to cook.
He's really something else.
Jiang Shuang was very talkative and kept asking questions non-stop.
Just a little bit, I guess. Zhang Zhe smiled. Hey, Zhang Zhe, look. There's a house up there.
As the two of them were climbing up the hillside, Jiang Shuang suddenly pointed up the mountain and shouted. Looking in the direction Jiang Shuang pointed, several small bamboo huts came into view. The huts were built amidst a dense bamboo grove, resembling the secluded retreats of martial arts masters who had retired from the martial arts world, as depicted in wuxia novels. When Zhang Zhe and Jiang Shuang arrived at the bamboo huts, an old man was cooking in the kitchen outside. When Zhang Zhe saw the vegetables the old man was stir-frying in the pot and caught the aroma wafting from it, his expression couldn't help but change slightly.
What on earth was this old man cooking?
Just the smell alone made it clear it wouldn't be tasty. Zhang Zhe muttered to himself.
From Jiang Shuang's expression, it was clear she was thinking the same thing. However, neither of them spoke, simply standing by. Hey, you two kids, have you had enough of watching? An old man like me can only cook this well. If you don't like it, don't stand here making yourselves miserable. Go do something else. The old man's words startled both Jiang Zhe and Jiang Shuang. Especially Jiang Zhe, who almost blurted out, "What the hell? How does this old man speak Mandarin? Is he Chinese?" Similarly, Jiang Shuang was thinking the same thing. Who is this old man? Old man, I'm sorry to disturb you. Are you Chinese? Jiang Zhe asked hesitantly. Sort of. You two kids are here on vacation, aren't you? Are you looking for that sea heart pearl? After serving the dish from the pot, the old man prepared to stir-fry the second dish. Jiang Shuang, who was standing nearby, nodded eagerly. Yes, old man, do you know where we can see the sea heart pearl? Of course I know. The old man smiled and nodded. Just as Jiang Shuang was about to ask where the sea heart pearl could be seen, the old man spoke up, but I won't tell you. Jiang Shuang's expression changed upon hearing this, clearly saying, Old man, are you playing with me? Seeing that the old man was about to start cooking the second dish, Jiang Zhe couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, Old man, if you don't mind, let me cook this dish. Oh, you know how to cook? The old man looked at Jiang Zhe in surprise. Just a little, enough to eat. Jiang Zhe replied modestly. Alright, I'll give it a try. If the old man here is satisfied, I'll take you to see the sea heart pearl. Are you serious, old man? Jiang Shuang was excited. Although Jiang Zhe was also curious about the legendary sea heart pearl, he wasn't desperate to see it, so he remained calm. Jiang Zhe ignored the conversation between the old man and Jiang Shuang, took out the spices the old man had placed nearby, washed them thoroughly, and began preparing them for cooking. When the old man saw Jiang Zhe's knife skills, his expression changed slightly. You're a good kid. You must have trained in martial arts. Jiang Zhe smiled but didn't say anything. As the ingredients went into the pot, a fragrant aroma wafted out, quickly filling the entire bamboo grove. The old man took a deep breath, filled with surprise. Delicious. Jiang Shuang also enjoyed the deep breath. Wow, this smells amazing. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Showdown. Despite the limited ingredients and rudimentary cooking tools, Jiang Zhe still managed to prepare 4 exquisitely cooked dishes with his exceptional culinary skills. Young man, your knife skills in cooking are truly impressive. At such a young age, you already possess such culinary talent. You are sure to achieve great things in the future. The old man savored the delicious food before him while praising Jiang Zhe. Old man, I told you I'm self-taught. Do you believe me? Jiang Zhe replied with a vague answer. I believe you. Jiang Zhe, you're so skilled in swimming, cooking is no problem for you, right? Jiang Shuang, who could only watch the old man enjoy the meal, nodded in agreement, believing that Jiang Zhe was indeed self-taught. Not bad. From what I see, you have a lot of potential. However, judging by your even breathing and steady lower body, you must have some martial arts training, right? The old man hit the nail on the head. Jiang Zhe heard this and his heart skipped a beat. Damn, this old man is sharp. He can tell just by watching. Thinking this, Jiang Zhe quickly checked the old man's attributes. Name, Huang Fengming. Age, 72. Self-taught techniques, shadowless kick, iron wire fist. Combat skill level, S rank. Upon seeing Huang Fengming's 4 attributes, Jiang Zhe nearly jumped up and shouted in disbelief. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary old man in front of him was such a formidable figure. S rank. That was already an extremely powerful individual. Just look at the piano queen Agrippa. Those with S rank skills were at the very pinnacle of their field. Ordinary people could only bow down in awe before them. In martial arts, it's even more so. A martial arts master can completely overwhelm their peers. When he saw Huang Fengming's martial arts techniques, Jiang Zhe suddenly thought of Tony Yuantu's techniques. This Tony Yuantong actually knows the shadowless kick and iron wire fist. Could he be connected to this old man? As Jiang Zhe stood there in shock and confusion, Jiang Shuang nudged him from the side. Jiang Zhe, the old man is asking you a question. What are you spacing out for? Oh. Startled by Jiang Shuang's push, Jiang Zhe snapped back to reality and nodded hurriedly. Yes, old master. I've always been physically weak since childhood, so I started practicing martial arts to strengthen my body and have some basic martial arts skills. Jiang Zhe wouldn't tell the truth, he told a lie. I see. The old man nodded. After finishing the delicious dish on his plate, he leaned back in his chair with a satisfied expression. It's been ages since I've had such delicious hometown cuisine. This is truly rare. Young man, I owe you a favor. Huang Fengming was quite polite and didn't act like an old man. The old man replied, You're too kind. I just did it out of kindness, how dare I take credit? Jiang Zhe wouldn't dare to act superior in front of Huang Fengming. He was a true master, one must stay humble. Old man, how did you end up living on this island? Jiang Shuang pointed around, looking puzzled. And you must have been living here for a long time, right? Yes, I've lived here for nearly 40 years. It's like my second hometown. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed. Sigh, I'm getting old.
Huang Fengming sighed softly, filled with regret. Just as Zhang Zhe was about to ask Huang Fengming why he had come to Elephant Island, a figure appeared not far from the bamboo house. Zhang Zhe had initially thought it was a tourist, but the person who approached him was quite unexpected.
Tony Yuantong. Master, have you had your meal? Tony Yuantong approached Huang Fengming with a respectful expression. Huang Fengming nodded, saying nothing more. Tony Yuantong, seeing this, silently cleared the table in front of Huang Fengming.
Seeing this, Zhang Zhe was a bit confused.
Tony Jia and Tony Yuantong were fellow disciples, and their master was the renowned Thai boxing master Manhwarecap from T country.
And since Tony Yuantong referred to Huang Fengming as his senior master, it followed that Tony Jia should also address Huang Fengming as senior master.
This led Zhang Zhe to conclude that the relationship between the Muay Thai master Manhwarecap and Huang Fengming must be extraordinary, far from ordinary. Holy crap, this relationship is getting complicated.
Zhang Zhe shook his head, indicating he couldn't make sense of the connections. After Tony Yuantong finished tidying up, Huang Fengming stood up, looked at Zhang Zhe, and pointed at Tony Yuantong, saying, "Young man, would you like to spar with my nephew?"
Old man, what do you mean by that?
Zhang Shuang saw this and quickly stood beside Zhang Zhe, ready to stand by him. Zhang Zhe had also figured it out. Huang Fengming must have noticed that he wasn't a pushover, which was why he made such a request.
No problem. Since the old master is in such a good mood, I can't refuse. Zhang Zhe reassured Zhang Shuang and agreed to give it a try. Tony Yuantong was only AB rank, and Zhang Zhe was confident he could defeat him.
However, that wasn't his main objective. He was more curious to see what Huang Fengming had in mind. Of course, Zhang Zhe also wanted to test the power of the A-class martial arts skill he had obtained, the Taizu Lone Fist, and since there was a sparring partner available, why not give it a try? Not bad, the young man has guts. Huang Fengming praised Zhang Zhe's attitude and told Tony Yuantua, "Do your best."
Huang Fengming's words were puzzling, and Tony Yuantong didn't understand what he meant.
However, he didn't dwell on it and gestured toward Zhang Zhe, indicating that they could begin.
Zhang Zhe nodded in response, indicating he was ready.
The space in front of the bamboo hut wasn't very large, so Huang Fengming and Zhang Shuang stepped aside. Zhang Shuang watched Zhang Zhe in the center of the space and pumped her fist to encourage him. "Zhang Zhe, go for it. You're the best."
Little girl, aren't you afraid that this young man will get beaten up? Huang Fengming teased Zhang Shuang. Of course not. Zhang Zhe is so skilled he definitely won't lose.
Zhang Shuang said this with a hint of doubt, as she didn't know Zhang Zhe's true strength and worried he might fail.
At the same time, Zhang Zhe and Tony Yuantong moved swiftly, charging toward each other with fierce attacks. Tony Yuantong's Muay Thai clashed with Zhang Zhe's Taizu Long Fist in a fierce showdown. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Harvest. Muay Thai is renowned for its power and agility, with immense destructive force. It primarily utilizes the fists, legs, knees, and elbows of the human body as 8 weapons for attack. Punches, kicks, knee strikes, and elbow strikes are executed with fluidity and power, showcasing immense strength and fierce attacking power, earning it the reputation of the strongest standing combat martial art. Taizu Chinquan, on the other hand, emphasizes movements as swift as the wind, strikes as swift as lightning, strict defense and offense, flexible footwork, and a balance of hardness and softness. When Zhang Zhe and Tony Yuantong first clashed, both fought with all their strength, avoiding the opponent's vital weaknesses while targeting the limbs, aiming to render the opponent unable to resist in the shortest possible time. This was Zhang Zhe's first time applying Taizu Chinquan in a real fight. Though he was a bit rusty at first, with his moves not quite in sync, allowing Tony Yuantong to gain the upper hand, once Zhang Zhe fully mastered Taizu Chinquan, the tide turned dramatically, and Tony Yuantong was completely overwhelmed by Zhang Zhe. Despite Tony Yuantua's fierce attacks, the significant disparity in skill levels proved insurmountable, and ultimately, Tony Yuantua was defeated. I admit defeat. Tony Yuantong bowed to Zhang Zhe, acknowledging his loss. Wow, Zhang Zhe, you're so amazing. I knew you could do it. Zhang Shuang, seeing this, cheered for Zhang Zhe from the sidelines. Not bad, not bad. You're quite skilled for your age. You're a promising young talent. Despite his disciple's defeat, Huang Fengming did not hold any grudge against Zhang Zhe but instead praised him highly. Thank you for your kind words, old master. It was just luck. Zhang Zhe smiled modestly, not letting the praise go to his head. Young man, since we have this connection, I see you as a promising talent. I have something to give you. Come with me. After speaking, Huang Fengming walked straight toward the small bamboo hut. Zhang Zhe, this old man won't harm you, will he? Don't go in. What if something happens? Zhang Shuang saw this and quickly grabbed Zhang Zhe's arm, indicating that she didn't want him to go in. Zhang Zhe was well aware that if Huang Fengming really intended to harm him, he would have no chance of defending himself. However, Zhang Shuang was unaware of this. Are you worried about me? Seeing Zhang Shuang's expression, Zhang Zhe teased him. Zhang Shuang nodded seriously. We came here together, so I have to take responsibility for your safety. That sounds backwards. Seeing Zhang Shuang's serious expression, Zhang Zhe was speechless. If they really encountered trouble, he'd probably have to protect Zhang Shuang instead. Oh, just don't go. I'm just worried about you. Zhang Shuang truly didn't want Zhang Zhe to go in. Miss, please rest assured. My master won't harm your boyfriend. He once said that if he encountered a fellow villager with a special connection, he would pass on all his knowledge to them. If I'm not mistaken, your boyfriend must be the one my master has chosen. Just then, Tony Yuansong spoke fluent Mandarin to Zhang Shuang with great seriousness. Tony Yuantong's words made Zhang Shuang blush fiercely. Although the two had known each other's names before, their relationship had only existed online. This was their first formal meeting. Being mistaken for someone's girlfriend on their first meeting was embarrassing for Zhang Shuang. I mean, I'm not his girlfriend. Don't misunderstand. Seeing Zhang Shuang's embarrassed expression, Zhang Zhe smiled. It's okay. If I'm not out in an hour, just call Zhao Wei. I'll leave my phone with you. After giving his instructions, Zhang Zhe followed Tony into the small bamboo house. After Zhang Zhe entered the small bamboo house, Zhang Shuang waited outside, counting the time, looking extremely anxious. Half an hour passed, but Zhang Zhe still hadn't come out. He said an hour, so let's wait a little longer. Half an hour passed, and Zhang Shuang tried several times to rush into the bamboo hut to find Zhang Zhe, but she eventually gave up. 40 minutes passed, and Zhang Zhe still hadn't come out. Should she call the police? Zhang Shuang looked at the time and realized it had been 40 minutes. She grew anxious and felt an urge to call Zhao Wei. Creak! Just as Zhang Shuang was about to lose her patience, Zhang Zhe emerged from the bamboo hut. Zhang Shuang rushed over and hugged Zhang Zhe tightly, her words filled with concern. You're finally out. If you hadn't come out, I wouldn't have known what to do. You worried me to death. Feeling the fresh scent of her breath, Zhang Zhe's heart warmed slightly. They had only known each other for a short while, yet she had been waiting here so patiently. The thought alone was enough. It's okay. I'm out now, aren't I? Zhang Zhe patted Zhang Shuang's fragrant shoulder and comforted her. By the way, the old man said he'd take us to see the sea heart pearl. Where's the old man? Zhang Shuang, who had been clinging to Zhang Zhe's embrace, suddenly pushed herself out and asked him urgently. The old man isn't feeling well. Let's not disturb him. Come on, we should go find Zhao Wei and the others. Zhang Zhe smiled, pulling Zhang Shuang toward the old house below. Are we really just leaving? So that means the old man never had any so-called sea heart pearl? Oh, what a disappointment. Zhang Shuang was filled with disappointment. Zhang Zhe smiled without speaking, unconsciously touching the area over his chest. There, a faint outline resembling a heart was visible. Zhang Zhe smiled faintly to himself. Although this isn't the legendary sea heart pearl, it's far more precious to me than the sea heart pearl. This unexpected gain was truly a surprise. I accidentally obtained an S-rank combat skill. Huang Fengming can be considered my half-master now. In the small hut, Huang Fengming imparted the mantras of his S-rank techniques, the Shadowless Kick and Iron Wire Fist, to Zhang Zhe. The system immediately recognized Zhang Zhe as having obtained S-rank skills, automatically implanting the complete versions of the S-rank Shadowless Kick and Iron Wire Fist into his mind. In other words, Zhang Zhe now possesses the S-rank martial arts skills Shadowless Foot and Iron Wire Fist. Combined with his A-rank martial arts skill Taizu Long Fist, he is now a genuine martial arts master. Zhang Zhe, do you know the background of this old man? Zhang Shuang asked Zhang Zhe on the way. The old man is the renowned descendant of Huang Feihong. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, he ended up here alone and settled down here, staying for decades without ever returning to China. Ah, truly, a fallen leaf cannot return to its roots. Zhang Zhe sighed softly. Chapter 56, System Skill Enhancement. Actually, the old man is quite pitiful. Living alone in a foreign land for so many years, he must have felt very lonely. Zhang Shuang felt deeply sympathetic. Everyone has their own choices, and others cannot dictate them. Since Huang Fengming chose to settle down on Elephant Island, he must have his reasons, which outsiders cannot fathom. Ding! Just as Zhang Zhe was leading Zhang Shuang out of the old house, the system emitted a ding sound. Zhang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the system had changed again. Taking advantage of the moment while Zhang Shuang was in the restroom, Zhang Zhe opened the system and quickly checked the system notifications. Congratulations, host! You have obtained an S-rank skill on your own. The system will automatically upgrade all skills of B rank or below that you have obtained to the next level. Opening the notification, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but smile. Upgrading all skills below B rank by one level, this reward was truly generous. Zhang Zhe hurriedly opened the skill panel to check, feeling reassured. C rank beverage mixing skill and C rank handmade snack making skill automatically upgraded to B rank beverage mixing skill and B rank handmade snack making skill. C rank comprehensive driving skill, D rank Thai language skill, and D rank English language skill automatically upgraded to B rank comprehensive driving skill, C rank Thai language skill, and C rank English language skill. This upgrade directly added 3 B rank skills, B rank beverage mixing skill, B rank handmade snack making skill, and B rank comprehensive driving skill. With these skill upgrades, Zhang Zhe is one step closer to becoming a versatile superstar, which is indeed cause for celebration.
Especially the upgrades in B-level beverage mixing skills and B-level handmade snack making skills will enable Jiang Zhe to create more delicious dishes, further enhancing the reputation of the Chinese restaurant.
Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Jiang Zhe's phone rang. It was Zhao Wei calling. Xiao Zhe, where are you? Zhao Wei's voice came through the phone. I'm outside the old house. What about you guys? When are you coming out? Jiang Zhe asked Zhao Wei. We'll be out in 10 minutes. Let's meet at the old house. Alright, let's do that. See you in 10 minutes.
After hanging up with Zhao Wei, Zhang Shuang appeared in front of Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe, are you guys heading back to the hotel?
Zhang Shuang looked at Jiang Zhe with a slightly reluctant expression.
Jiang Zhe nodded, not yet. What about you? Where are you planning to go?
I have a flight back to the country tomorrow night, so I can still spend another day on Elephant Island.
You guys also have the day off today and don't need to record the show.
Considering how I just went out of my way to watch over you and think about your safety, shouldn't you let this helpless woman stay with you, Jiang Zhe? After saying this, Zhang Shuang looked at Jiang Zhe with a pitiful expression, looking adorable. Seeing Zhang Shuang's expression, Jiang Zhe smiled. Alright, I'll take you out today.
Is that okay?
After saying that, Jiang Zhe instinctively pinched Zhang Shuang's cheek, making her blush. You're so mean, Jiang Zhe.
You're taking advantage of me. Oomph. Did I take advantage of you? No, did anyone see?
Jiang Zhe spread his hands, insisting he hadn't done anything, making Zhang Shuang stomp her feet in anger.
Oomph, little rascal, I'll remember this. You took advantage of me, just wait and see. 10 minutes passed quickly.
Zhao Wei, Jiang Xian, Wang Xiaoming, and others emerged, each carrying a bag. Judging by their expressions, they must have found something they liked. Hello, Ms. Wei, hello, Mr. Xiaoming, Zhang Shuang greeted Zhao Wei and the others one by one, looking very enthusiastic.
Hey, Shuang, what are you doing here? By the way, how did you end up with Xiao Zhe? Hurry up and tell us, are you two together or something?
Zhao Wei looked at Jiang Zhe standing beside Zhang Shuang and teased him with a mischievous expression.
You have to admit, Shuang, you have good taste.
You should know that our Xiao Zhe is a versatile talent. There are more than a few girls chasing after him. You better be prepared for a fight.
Huang Xiaoming also teased Zhang Shuang with a wink.
Though it was just a joke, it sounded a bit bitter to Dilly Rebar and Jean Mingjia's ears, but they couldn't show it, so they just kept it to themselves.
For a moment, their previously joyful expressions turned a little sulky. After a while of joking around, everyone got into the car and left together. Xiao Zhe, everyone else bought souvenirs. Why didn't you get one? Seeing Jiang Zhe with empty hands, Jiang Xian asked curiously. Me? I'm not really into these things. Besides, even if I bought one, there's no one to give it to. It'd just be a waste. Jiang Zhe spread his hands, indicating he didn't need to buy anything.
Actually, Jiang Zhe could have bought a small gift to give to Zhao Liying, but he decided against it. He thought he could buy something more meaningful elsewhere when he had time.
Zhigo, where should we go next? Dilly Reba hugged her gift bag and asked Zhang Zhe curiously. Yeah, where should we go next? We better get ready. Zhang Xiaoliang nodded in agreement.
Zhang Xiaoliang's words resonated with everyone, and they all turned their gaze toward Jiang Zhe, waiting for his decision. Zhang Shuang, standing nearby, felt a bit puzzled. It seems like Jiang Zhe holds a pretty high position in this production team. But then again, he is a swimming superstar, his status must be pretty high. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jiang Zhe thought for a moment, then consulted the driver and finally made a decision.
Next, we'll go snorkeling. After snorkeling, we'll race yachts. If there's still time, we'll make further plans.
In short, let's have fun today and work hard tomorrow to complete the task. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, everyone, including Zhao Wei, raised their fists in unison. Alright. Zhang Shuang watched the scene unfold and felt a bit reluctant to leave the team, but she knew it was impossible.
On the way to the next destination, everyone chatted together. What a pity we didn't see the sea heart pearl. It's okay.
It was just a legend anyway, and the sea heart pearl that appeared later was just a rare handmade item.
It's no big deal if we didn't see it. Don't dwell on it. Enjoy the next activity and don't waste such a great opportunity to have fun. Chapter 57, This Isn't Right. The scenery on Elephant Island is incredibly beautiful. Though it hasn't been fully developed yet, it still offers plenty of recreational activities. Snorkeling, kayaking, surfing, and other water activities kept Jiang Zhe and his group entertained, with laughter filling the air. As the sun set, the distant horizon slowly disappeared into the night. After a full day of activities, Zhao Wei, Dilly Reba, Jean Mingjia, Zhang Shuang, and the others were completely exhausted, collapsing in exhaustion. After getting into the car, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang leaned back in their seats and fell into a deep sleep. Hey, you guys were having so much fun surfing earlier. How did you end up like this? On the way back to the villa, Jiang Zhe teased the group sitting slumped in the car. Xiao Zhe, I really admire you. You played harder than all of us, yet you don't look the least bit tired. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, your stamina is amazing. Jiang Xian leaned back in her seat, completely drained of energy. Yeah, Zhe Ge, how come you're not tired? were about to collapse from exhaustion.
Jean Mingjia was seeing the sea for the first time and also playing in the sea for the first time. Not only did she show no fear, but she was actually having a wild time, full of enthusiasm. But she had so much fun that she ended up completely exhausted.
Look at you.
I told you to pace yourselves, but you didn't listen.
Now you're all exhausted.
Jiang Zhe stretched his limbs, indicating he still had energy to keep going.
I can't go on, I need to rest for a bit. I'm too tired and too sleepy.
Dilly-Reba shook her head and fell asleep.
I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep too, I'm so tired.
Jiang Xian and Jean Mingjia couldn't take it anymore either and collapsed in their chairs, falling asleep.
Jiang Zhe, can I borrow your shoulder for a moment? I'm so tired. Jiang Shuang was sitting next to Jiang Zhe.
Seeing that everyone else was asleep, she yawned and asked Jiang Zhe.
Aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you?
Jiang Zhe leaned his shoulder toward her and teased Jiang Shuang.
Anyway, I'm already asleep. If you want to take advantage, go ahead.
Jiang Shuang was bold and unafraid, leaning directly against Jiang Zhe's shoulder and falling asleep. Watching Jiang Shuang quickly fall into a deep sleep, Jiang Zhe smiled and gently maintained a certain distance. Taking advantage of someone while they're asleep was something Jiang Zhe would never do, and he wouldn't even consider it. Everyone in the car was asleep, including the translators and security personnel, who had closed their eyes to rest. Only Jiang Zhe and the driver were still awake. Bored, Jiang Zhe unconsciously touched the area on his chest, where a heart-shaped object lay quietly. This heart-shaped object was a special gift given to Jiang Zhe by Huang Fengming. It was an extremely ancient piece of celestial spirit jade. As for how many years it had been around, even Huang Fengming himself didn't know. He had obtained it decades ago at a secret location on Siang Island, and it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure that had been carefully preserved by Huang Fengming all these years. When Huang Fengming offered to give this jade to Jiang Zhe firmly refused. The two had only met once, yet Huang Fengming had generously imparted an S-rank martial art technique to Jiang Zhe. This favor alone was already immense. How could Jiang Zhe possibly accept such a heavy gift? However, when Huang Fengming revealed the true purpose behind giving the jade, Jiang Zhe eventually accepted it. As Huang Fengming put it himself, he was already quite old, and keeping the jade had no practical use for him. His relatives and friends had long since passed away, and he could never return to China. When the day came for him to die in a foreign land, Huang Fengming hoped that Jiang Zhe would bring his ashes back to his homeland in China, so that he could rest in peace. Returning to one's roots and having one's soul return to its homeland is the wish of every exile. Jiang Zhe simply couldn't bear to refuse Huang Fengming. Before leaving, Jiang Zhe noted down Huang Fengming's phone number and the contact information for Tony Jia and Tony Yuantong. Huang Fengming told Jiang Zhe that if he ever encountered any trouble in Tea Country, he should call them, and everything would be taken care of. Jiang Zhe felt that this trip was worthwhile after all. At the very least, if he encountered any trouble in Tea Country, he would have someone to turn to for help. Jade is a mystical object between heaven and earth, just like the piece of jade on Jiang Zhe's chest. Since he had been wearing it, he could faintly sense a mysterious energy spreading throughout his body, nourishing his meridians and dispelling all fatigue, keeping his energy and spirit in optimal condition. Otherwise, Jiang Zhe might have fallen asleep like the others in the car. Jiang Zhe touched the spiritual jade on his chest and sighed inwardly. No wonder it's a spiritual object nurtured by heaven and earth, it's truly extraordinary. An hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Everyone, wake up. We're home. Get out of the car. Jiang Zhe, full of energy, woke up Xiao Wei and the others one by one and told them to get out of the car. Ah, we're here already? I wasn't ready to wake up yet. I wanted to sleep a little longer. I'm so tired, I can't walk anymore. Seeing Xiao Wei and the others looking so exhausted, Jiang Zhe began to doubt whether tomorrow's mission could be completed. Xiao Zhe, take Shuang back to the hotel. She's a girl and it's so late. It's not safe for her to be alone. Xiao Wei yawned and asked Jiang Zhe to escort Jiang Shuang. Huang Xiaoming walked over, patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder. Just be a knight in shining armor for once. We're counting on you. Glancing at Jiang Shuang, who looked tired, Jiang Zhe nodded, hailed a taxi, and drove Jiang Shuang to her hotel. Jiang Zhe left in the car, while Dilly-Reba and Jean Mingjia were both worried about the same thing. Would something happen between them? Zhege, thank you so much for sending me back to the hotel so late. When you return to the country, I'll treat you to a big meal. Jiang Shuang was deeply grateful for Jiang Ze's thoughtful gesture. It's nothing. Everyone was worried about you going back to the hotel alone. Since you were with me, I had to make sure you were safe. Jiang Shuang heard this, wrapped her arms around Jiang Ze's arm, and said tearfully, Jiang Ze, you're so kind. I love you so much. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Jiang Shuang's hotel. After dropping Jiang Shuang off at her room, Jiang Ze planned to head back. He had to prepare for tomorrow's show. Jiang Shuang, I'm heading back. Get some rest. Jiang Ze, you're leaving already? Come in and sit for a while, have some water. A man and a woman alone in a room, watch out for sparks flying. You're a grown man, what are you afraid of? You won't have to take responsibility. As soon as Jiang Shuang finished speaking, Jiang Zhe immediately gave her a huge wall slam.
Are you scared?
Jiang Zhe, I was going to say, your way of doing that is wrong.
It should be like this, let me show you. Jiang Zhe froze. Holy crap, this isn't right. Chapter 58, Candied Haws. What's wrong? Are you scared?
Jiang Shuang stared straight at Jiang Zhe with a mischievous smile.
What am I afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. Jiang Zhe didn't believe Jiang Shuang was really not afraid. What am I afraid of? Having such a handsome guy by my side is such a wonderful thing. It's what many girls dream of. Jiang Shuang kept showing off.
A few seconds later, Jiang Shuang fled the scene.
Jiang Zhe hurried out of the room, his voice drifting into Jiang Shuang's room.
Jiang Shuang, this was your choice, don't blame me.
Go to bed early, have a safe trip back to the country tomorrow, good night.
Jiang Shuang, her face flushed red, heard Jiang Zhe's voice and stomped her foot in anger. You bastard. You took advantage of me and just ran off. Next time I see you, I'll show you what I'm made of. After calming down, Jiang Shuang recalled the scene and couldn't help but shiver. It's a good thing it was Jiang Zhe.
If it had been someone else, I would have been in big trouble.
But that guy took advantage of me and ran off.
It's so frustrating. Jiang Shuang walked to the window and watched Jiang Zhe get into a taxi downstairs.
A sweet smile spread across her face. Being with Jiang Zhe feels amazing.
It's a mental pleasure. If I could stay by his side and enjoy that happiness forever, how wonderful that would be.
In the car, Jiang Zhe thought about his earlier actions and couldn't help but laugh. Damn, I've never acted like a thug before in my life.
It's unbelievable.
Thinking about the full sensation in his hands, Jiang Zhe whistled. The feel is still pretty good.
They're also quite full. They've got some meat on them.
When Jiang Zhe returned to the villa, it was still brightly lit.
Are they still awake?
Jiang Zhe opened the door and walked in, only to find a group of people gathered around a large screen, watching something.
Wow, the cotton candy Zhe made is so beautiful. Is this the Cupid's arrow that Hoppa mentioned? It's so pretty. My goodness, it's really Agri and Christine.
I didn't expect them to come to a Chinese restaurant.
Wow, Brother Zhe's cooking skills are amazing. Look at these, I could eat the plates too.
Hearing the buzz, Jiang Zhe walked over and curiously asked, what are you all gathered around watching? As soon as Jiang Zhe spoke, Zhao Wei and the others turned around.
Hey, Xiao Zhe, how did you get back so quickly? Zhao Wei asked Jiang Zhe curiously. Jiang Zhe was confused. Wait, yeah, the hotel where Jiang Shuang is staying isn't far, of course I got here quickly.
Oh, Xiao Zhe, you didn't understand what micro meant. She was implying that a man and a woman are alone together in a room, and the time spent together is a bit too short.
Huang Xiaoming winked and grinned mischievously.
After hearing Huang Xiaoming's explanation, Jiang Zhe finally understood and looked speechless. Alright, you guys. I'm a good young man, not as dirty as you think.
By the way, what are you watching?
This is the first promotional short film our production team spent an entire day making today.
Xiao Zhe, take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with.
If there is, our production team will make revisions.
Wang Tian explained to Jiang Zhe and sought his opinion.
Jiang Xan, who was standing nearby, witnessed the scene and was somewhat surprised. It seems Jiang Zhe holds a high position in the Chinese restaurant program team. The production team even follows his opinions when editing the footage. That's a bit unexpected.
Jiang Zhe, upon hearing Wang Tian's words, was also a bit surprised.
When Jiang Zhe signed the contract with Chinese restaurant, there were no major restrictions. In other words, even if Jiang Zhe were to leave now, the production team would not hold him accountable. The post-production editing of a variety show is entirely done according to the production team's wishes to achieve the best promotional effect. They rarely consult the guests' opinions, as the production team has the right to modify the footage for broadcast. Of course, there are exceptions, and one cannot generalize.
Wang Tian asked Jiang Zhe to review the footage for any inappropriate parts, which demonstrated sufficient respect toward Jiang Zhe.
It was clear that the production team aimed to ensure Jiang Zhe's utmost satisfaction. Jiang Zhe understood the meaning and smiled. Director Wang, you decide how to edit it.
I don't mind.
Anyway, no matter how you edit it, I'm still the handsomest man in the Chinese restaurant, haha.
Jiang Zhe made a joke, skillfully diverting the topic.
Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang, who were standing nearby, weren't happy. Xiao Zhe, let's discuss what truly constitutes being handsome.
Oh no, Xiaoming, stop tickling me, I'm ticklish. Liang Ge, I'm sorry, stop tickling me.
Jiang Zhe and Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang's playful banter made the atmosphere in the room very harmonious.
Xiao Zhe, how should we plan for tomorrow? With our current menu, it'll be tough to hit the 80,000 Thai baht sales target.
Zhao Wei asked Jiang Zhe with some concern. Zhao Wei's words resonated with everyone, and they all turned to look at Jiang Zhe, eager to hear his plan. At that moment, Jiang Zhe once again became the backbone of the Chinese restaurant.
Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, we'll add a few more dishes to the menu and develop some new snacks and drinks.
This will increase our revenue and prevent our menu from becoming too limited, allowing us to boost sales more quickly.
Xiao Zhe, what kind of snacks do you plan to focus on? Jiang Zhe smiled and snapped his fingers. Candied hawthorn on a stick. Chapter 59, A Special Treat. What? Candied hawthorn on a stick?
As soon as Jiang Zei finished speaking, everyone looked at him in astonishment, their expressions odd. Seeing everyone's expressions, Jiang Zei raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you've never tried it before.
Of course we've eaten candied hawthorn on a stick. I just thought you were going to keep messing around with cotton candy, but I didn't expect you to come up with a new snack. Still, I'm really looking forward to trying your candied hawthorn on a stick. Huang Xiaoming recalled the sour and sweet taste and couldn't help but drool. The last time I ate candied hawthorn was so long ago, I can't even remember when. When I was a kid, getting to eat a stick of candied hawthorn was the happiest thing ever. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with memories, as if she was recalling something from her childhood. Xiao Zei, can we try the candied hawthorn you're making tomorrow?
You didn't mention it earlier, but now that you have, I can't help but think about that sour and sweet taste. It's truly unforgettable. Zhao Wei also couldn't wait to have a string of candied hawthorn. Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia were also filled with anticipation, especially Dilly Reba, who couldn't help but lick her lips. Candied hawthorn on a stick is something everyone has tasted, regardless of the era or age group. Especially the older generation, who have vivid memories of it. In those days when snacks weren't as abundant, being able to eat a string of candied hawthorn was truly a treat, a luxury. People of Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, and Jiang Xian's generation definitely have vivid memories of candied hawthorn. So when Jiang Zei mentioned making candied hawthorn, they were all filled with memories of their childhood. A string of candied hawthorn not only showcases the delicious traditional Chinese snack but also serves as a memory of a generation, a memory of their youth. Jiang Zei chose to make candied hawthorn because it's not too complicated to make, the flavor lasts a long time, and it's easy to store, making it very convenient.
Wow, thinking about eating candied hawthorn tomorrow is so exciting. Dilly Reba's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wishing she could eat it right now.
I'm so jealous you don't have to worry about dieting.
I'm worried sick. With such delicious food, I dare not eat freely.
Jiang Xian has always been concerned about her weight, so she is a bit conflicted.
Don't worry, Xiao Zei knows so many cooking skills. He can make you a weight loss soup. After drinking it, you'll lose 50 pounds instantly, and your figure will instantly become an S-shaped waist that everyone admires. Zhao Wei teased from the side.
So, Xinmei, you should spend more time with Xiao Zei.
He'll surprise you in ways you never expected. Zhang Xiaoliang laughed. After everyone joked around for a while, Jiang Zei asked, everyone, let us think about how to arrange things at the store tomorrow. We've already built up the Chinese restaurant's reputation yesterday, so there should be some repeat customers. But after all, most of the diners yesterday were tourists, so we can't rely solely on them. We need to consider how to increase our customer base. Xiao Zei is right. All the shops on this island rely on tourist business, so there is always some instability. The challenge we face is how to expand our customer base and increase foot traffic to the store. Zhao Wei analyzed seriously. Wei Jie, do you have any plans?
Jiang Zei turned to Zhao Wei, eager to hear her thoughts.
Zhao Wei thought for a moment and shared her thoughts. Alright, let's stick to the usual routine.
If you're not busy, the kitchen will be handled by Zhang Xiaoliang, Rebar, and Mengjia. I'll take care of the bar and drinks, assist Xinmei with serving in the restaurant and clearing tables. As for attracting customers, that's still your job and Xiaoming's. After all, you two have dubbed yourselves the handsomest men in our restaurant. We're counting on you.
I love hearing that from you, Wei Jie. Finally, you've noticed my strengths. Huang Xiaoming felt a bit elated after being praised by Zhao Wei. Enough with the self-praise.
Zhao Wei gave Huang Xiaoming a stern look. Jiang Zei had no objections to Zhao Wei's arrangement, but when it came to attracting customers, he suddenly had a great idea. However, he decided not to mention it yet, as it could only be implemented tomorrow at the Chinese restaurant. If there are too many customers, Xiaoming won't have to go out to attract customers. He'll need to help Xian Jie clean the restaurant.
Plus, I'll definitely have to go into the kitchen too, otherwise we'll be swamped.
Jiang Zei thought for a moment and said,
alright, let's decide that then. We'll see how things go tomorrow. As long as we solve the customer flow issue, everything else will be easy. Zhao Wei concluded. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their rooms to wash up and go to bed. Everyone had played too hard during the day, so they needed to rest early to avoid feeling too tired to get up tomorrow. Jiang Zei lay in bed chatting with Zhao Liang for a while. Just as he was about to turn off his phone to sleep, a message came in. Seeing the profile picture, Jiang Zei paused. Why is Christine still up so late? What does she want? Hey, Jiang, are you resting? Jiang Zei replied, I was just about to sleep. It's so late, aren't you resting yet? Christine. Jiang, I was thinking about you. Do you believe me? Kristen's message was followed by a heart emoji. Kristen, you should have added food at the end. You must be thinking about the food I cook, right? No, Jiang, I'm thinking about you too, and I'm thinking about your food too. Both. Christine was very direct, not at all shy. Kristen, I'm honored. When are you coming back to the country? Jiang Zei didn't believe Kristen's words at all. Don't you want to see me anymore? Oh, I'm so heartbroken, Jiang. Kristen's message was followed by a crying emoji. How could that be? It's nothing, I was just asking out of curiosity.
Jiang, I'll send you a few of my selfies so you can admire my S-shaped figure. Seeing Christine's message, Jiang Zhe wondered if she was about to send some perks.
Soon, Christine's profile picture flashed.
When Jiang Zhe saw the photos Christine sent, he almost couldn't hold back the blood rushing to his head.
What the hell? Are you trying to seduce me with that? And it's even in 3D style. Chapter 60, Sichuan-style cold noodles.
It has to be said, Christine really has an amazing figure.
Kristen, your figure is amazing. Since she gave us a treat, we should at least say thank you, right? It's only fair. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang. Your figure is also amazing, very strong. I like it too. Kristen's words left Jiang Zhe feeling confused. When did Kristen ever see my figure?
After thinking about it for a moment, Jiang Zhe figured it out. As a swimmer, he always competes in swim trunks, with his upper body completely exposed, so his physique is plain to see. While Jiang Zhe was chatting with Christine, Jin Mingjia was lying in bed in the next room, staring at her phone.
Should I send him a message? What if he's asleep?
Jin Mingjia opened the chat window labeled God, typed a few lines in the chat box below, hesitated for a moment, then deleted them. After a while, she typed a few more lines, but deleted them again. She repeated this process countless times, not even knowing how many times she had typed it, but in the end, she still didn't send it. After repeating this process dozens of times, Jin Mingjia finally made up her mind and sent a message. Zhige, are you asleep? Jiang Zhe, who was chatting with Christine, suddenly received another message. He opened it and saw it was from Jin Mingjia. It was clear that the god Jin Mingjia had noted was Jiang Zhe. Seeing the message Jin Mingjia sent, Jiang Zhe thought she had something to ask and quickly replied, I'm about to sleep.
Is there something you need, Mingjia? Zhige, I'm a bit nervous. I'm afraid I won't perform well tomorrow, which might affect the show's outcome.
Just as Jiang Zhe received Jin Mingjia's message, Christine's message also came through. Jiang, let's leave it at that.
Good night.
If you're free tomorrow, I'll come to the Chinese restaurant to try your cooking.
Alright, sure, anytime. Good night, Christine. Alright, good night, Jiang.
After closing the chat window with Christine, Jiang Zhe replied to Jin Mingjia, it's okay, don't be nervous.
Just host the show like you always do. Stay calm, it'll be fine. Jiang Zhe understood Jin Mingjia's feelings. In the show Chinese restaurant, Jin Mingjia had the lowest status in the entertainment industry and wasn't very well known. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming need no introduction, they're veterans of the entertainment industry.
Jin Mingjia is in a completely different league compared to them.
Zhang Xian also doesn't need any introduction, she's become quite famous in recent years with a high profile.
Even Doraba is currently one of the hottest rising stars, frequently trending on social media.
Being on a show with so many industry veterans is incredibly stressful.
If she performs poorly on the show, it will inevitably spark a wave of criticism from fans once it airs. No wonder Jin Mingjia turned to Jiang Zhe to vent her frustrations. I rarely participate in reality TV shows because I'm afraid of performing poorly and dragging everyone down. So, I'm really worried. Jin Mingjia's tone was filled with anxiety, fearing she might hold everyone back.
Don't overthink it. Get a good night's rest tonight. If you have any questions during the show tomorrow, just ask me. I'll let you know what to watch out for. Don't worry too much. Get some sleep and give it your best tomorrow. I believe in you and your abilities. What could Jiang Zhe say?
He could only encourage her. How Jin Mingjia would perform on the show ultimately depended on her own efforts. Jiang Zhe could only do his best to help her avoid making common mistakes.
Alright, I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhe. Thank you for your encouragement.
I won't disturb your rest anymore.
Good night, Brother Zhe. Alright, get some rest. Good night. Do your best tomorrow. I believe you can do it.
After replying to Jin Mingjia's message, Jiang Zhe put down his phone and went to sleep. On the other side, Jin Mingjia held her phone, looking at Jiang Zhe's reply, her expression sweet.
She gently tapped the screen. Good night, my voice. Sweet dreams. I'll see you tomorrow.
Soon, the night passed. After having a simple breakfast, Jiang Zhe and the others boarded the production team's dedicated vehicle and arrived at the Chinese restaurant. Since the restaurant had been cleaned thoroughly the night before, there was no need for a major cleanup today, just a quick tidy up would suffice. Ms. Wei, please withdraw all the revenue from the day before yesterday. We need to buy a lot of ingredients today.
Huang Xiaoming approached the counter and asked Zhao Wei for money.
Here is 47,000 in cash.
By the way, can the three of you handle it? Do you need us to help?
Zhao Wei handed Huang Xiaoming a stack of bills and asked.
No need. The three of us can handle it. Alright, go early and come back soon.
There's a lot to prepare today, so we need to get everything ready early.
Zhao Wei reminded them. Got it.
Jiang Zhe just came out of the kitchen and bumped into Jin Mingjia. Thinking about Jin Mingjia's mindset last night, Jiang Zhe encouraged her, don't be nervous, stay calm.
This show isn't that difficult, it's easy to handle. I believe you can do it.
Jin Mingjia felt Jiang Zhe's concern and encouragement and nodded quickly, alright, I'll try my best, Brother Jiang.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Seeing that Jin Mingjiao was in good spirits, Zhang Zhe nodded and went to the supermarket with Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang to buy ingredients. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei and the others began cleaning the Chinese restaurant and preparing for the event. An hour later, Zhang Zhe, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang returned to the Chinese restaurant carrying large bags.
Hey, Xiaoming, what's this? Is this flour?
Jiang Xian, who was helping carry things, picked up a bag of powdery substance and asked Huang Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming took a look and said, "Oh, it's mung bean starch."
Xiaoming, why did you buy mung bean starch? What can it be used for? Zhao Wei asked curiously. Have you ever tried liangfen? Zhang Zhe asked Zhao Wei and Jiang Xian. Yes, we have. Xiao Zhe, weren't you planning to make candied hawthorn on a stick? Why did you suddenly decide to make liangfen? Xiao Zhe said, our Chinese restaurant wants to add a delicious snack Sichuan-style cold noodles.
Zhang Xiaoliang explained. Zhang Zhe snapped his fingers. Exactly. Let you all taste the authentic flavor of Sichuan-style cold noodles.
Chapter 61, The Greedy Hotba.
P.S. Considering the preparation method of Sichuan-style cold noodles, the sweet potato starch in Chapter 60 has been changed to mung bean starch.
Please note this, readers. Xiao Zhe, you're so talented. You can do anything and everything tastes delicious. Jiang Xian felt completely defeated. As a woman, I can't even cook a delicious meal. I'm such a failure. Xian, if you really want to learn cooking, let Xiao Zhe teach you, but you need to have the talent for it. Otherwise, you'll still be unable to stir fry. Zhang Xiaoliang was moving things into the kitchen while giving Jiang Xian advice.
Forget it, even if I tried to learn cooking, I don't have the talent for it.
I'll never learn. Jiang Xian shook her head, indicating she couldn't do it. Zhang Zhe didn't have time to chat.
He needed to start preparing tonight's ingredients. The steps for making Sichuan-style cold noodles aren't complicated, but the noodles must be prepared in advance and given enough time to cool. Otherwise, the noodles will turn out rough and lack that smooth, refreshing texture.
Dilly, are you free right now?
Zhang Zhe started bustling around in the kitchen, while Zhang Xiaoliang also got to work in the kitchen. Zhang Zhe had too many things to prepare, so he had no choice but to ask for help.
Just then, Dilly Reba entered the kitchen, and Zhang Zhe asked her a question. Brother Jiang, do you need me to help you? Dilly Reba guessed Zhang Zhe's intention. Yes, there's just too much for me to handle. Could you give me a hand? Zhang Zhe said while cutting the chicken for the soup and urging Dilly Reba. Dilly Reba quickly tied on an apron. Brother Jiang, just tell me what you need help with.
Zhang Zhe pointed to the pile of ingredients on the ground. Help me wash these ingredients. I'll need them for the broth later.
Are you making Sichuan-style noodles, Brother Jiang?
There were no customers in the store, and Jin Mingjia had nothing to do, so she came in to ask Zhang Zhe.
Mangjia, broth has many uses.
It's not just for noodles, you can use it for stir-frying, steaming, and more.
In short, you can't cook delicious dishes without broth.
Zhang Xiaoliang explained to Jin Mingjia while slicing the vegetables.
Oh, I see. I really am ignorant. Jin Mingjia looked like she finally understood. Zhang Zhe wouldn't be using a pressure cooker like he did yesterday at the villa.
This time, he chose to simmer it over low heat to make the most authentic broth. With the experience from yesterday, Zhang Zhe had mastered many of the details, and soon, a pot of rich broth was placed on the stove, simmering slowly. Once the broth was ready, it was time to prepare the cold noodles.
Cold noodles may look simple, but they are actually very challenging to make.
To ensure the smooth and slippery texture of the liangfen, it is crucial to mix the mung bean starch thoroughly when stirring. If this step is not done properly, the water in mung bean starch will not blend thoroughly, resulting in coarse-textured liangfen that lacks the smooth, comfortable mouthfeel and loses much of its flavor. Zhang Zhe had purchased a large amount of mung bean starch this time, enough to make a significant quantity of liangfen. However, to avoid wasting ingredients, he decided to use only 2/3 of the starch. He placed the mung bean starch in a large ceramic bowl and carefully controlled the ratio of water to starch according to the steps for making jelly in the B-level porridge-style snack preparation skills. Once the mung bean starch was fully dissolved in the water, Zhang Zhe poured it into the prepared pot and began simmering. This boiling step is the most critical part of the entire liangfen making process. If anything goes wrong here, the liangfen will have an odd taste. Either it would stick to the pot and produce an unpleasant odor, or the mung bean starch would clump together due to uneven stirring, preventing it from blending properly. Zhang Zhe carefully controlled the heat while stirring gently. Gradually, the translucent liangfen began to form, with a vibrant color and no imperfections.
Wow, is this the original version of liangfen? It looks so beautiful. So smooth and delicate. Looking at the crystal clear liangfen, Dilly Reba was very curious.
Zhang Xiaoliang also came over to take a look and exclaimed, I've eaten jelly many times, but I've never made it before.
Seeing it today, I've really learned something new. Jelly can be made this crystal clear.
As the liangfen in the pot began to emit a faint fragrance, Zhang Zhe estimated the timing for removing it from the heat, aiming for perfect precision.
Dilly Reba, pass me that steel bowl.
Once the time was right, Zhang Zhe turned off the stove and prepared to serve.
Here it comes.
Jiang Zhe poured the liangfen from the pot into a square steel basin, gently smoothed the surface, and sighed in relief.
The initial form of the cold noodles was complete.
Next, they would wait for the noodles in the basin to cool down, then slice them into strips and add seasonings. A refreshing and delicious Sichuan-style cold noodle dish would be ready.
Reba, can you smell it? What is that scent? A faint fragrance wafted into Jean Mengjia's nostrils, and she curiously asked Dilly Reba beside her. Wait a moment, this scent must be coming from the liangfen.
Dilly Reba quickly identified the source of the fragrance and fixed her gaze on the translucent liangfen.
Because the noodles are made from mung bean starch, they have a mung bean aroma. Jiang Zhe explained from the side.
The liangfen is ready, so now it's time to start making the candied hawthorn. Making candied hawthorn isn't difficult, but since you have to thread the hawthorn berries onto bamboo skewers, it's a bit of a tedious process that takes time. Fortunately, Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia were there to help. Jiang Zhe walked in from the refrigerator outside carrying a bag of hawthorn berries and a bag of bamboo skewers.
Mengjia, Dilly Reba, can you help me thread the hawthorn berries?
Sure thing. Dilly Reba and Mengjia really enjoyed spending time with Jiang Zhe. As soon as he finished speaking, the two nodded enthusiastically. Gulp! Looking at the bright red hawthorn berries, Dilly Reba's throat made a loud sound.
Zhigu, can I have one?
Dilly Reba pointed at the hawthorn berries shyly, asking Jiang Zhe for permission.
Dilly Reba's greedy nature couldn't be changed no matter where she went.
Jiang Zhe smiled, go ahead and eat, but don't eat too many. You won't be able to eat the candied hawthorn later.
Alright.
Dilly Reba popped a hawthorn fruit into her mouth, savoring every bite, which made Jiang Zhe and Jean Mengjia burst into laughter.
Chapter 62, Shiny Candied Haws.
The hawthorn berries used to make candied hawthorn can be pitted or left with the seeds.
Jiang Zhe chose to leave the seeds in. Because removing the seeds is quite troublesome and wastes a lot of time. Zhigu, how many hawthorn berries do we need per skewer? How many skewers do we need in total? With Jiang Zhe's permission, Dilly Reba ate 2 hawthorn berries in a row, full of energy and enthusiasm. 1 bamboo skewer holds 5 hawthorn berries. Let us make 50 skewers today.
Jiang Zhe estimated the number of hawthorn berries and made a decision.
Alright.
Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia, having obtained the exact numbers, began threading the hawthorn berries.
After removing the stems, the hawthorn berries were easy to thread onto the bamboo skewers.
Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia were a bit clumsy at first, but after threading a few skewers, they gradually became more skilled and worked quickly. As time passed, the broth in the pot began to emit a fragrant aroma. Jiang Zhe adjusted the heat, simmering it over low heat to bring out the broth's flavor.
Hey, Dilly Reba, Mengjia, what are you doing? Jiang Xian, who had finished tidying up the restaurant, walked in and curiously asked the two. Xian Jia, we're making hawthorn berries. Want to try one? Dilly Reba handed a hawthorn berry to Jiang Xian. Let me try. Jiang Xian took the hawthorn berry, took a small bite, and couldn't help but pull her neck back. Wow, this sour taste is so refreshing. Huh, why is everyone in the kitchen? Is there something good to eat in there?
There were no customers outside, so Huang Xiaoming also came into the kitchen to join the fun.
Xiaoming, why did you come in here? Go out and greet the guests. Zhao Wei also ran in.
There you go, 6 people from the Chinese restaurant, all gathered around the kitchen. Xiao Zhe, is this the broth you're simmering? Huang Xiaoming suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, walked over to the broth, and asked curiously.
Yes, what do you think? Can you smell anything? Jiang Zhe asked Huang Xiaoming.
Huang Xiaoming sniffed carefully, then savored the aroma slowly. It's so fragrant.
It smells amazing.
Xiaoming, you might as well not have said that. It's the same broth made by Xiao Zhe.
When someone asks you what the difference is, you're just talking nonsense.
Zhao Wei teased Huang Xiaoming. I just feel that today's broth is lighter and more fragrant than yesterday's. It's not as thick, and the aroma lingers longer. After savoring it for a moment, Huang Xiaoming shared his thoughts. The difference between broth made in a pressure cooker and broth simmered over low heat lies exactly here.
Is there really such a difference?
Zhao Wei was skeptical and sniffed carefully.
There is indeed a slight difference. How is that possible?
Jiang Zhe explained to Zhao Wei and the others. The broth in the pressure cooker is cooked under high pressure, which quickly brings out the aroma of the broth, making it more concentrated. On the other hand, broth simmered over low heat gradually releases the flavors of all the ingredients in the soup, a process that is more gradual. Therefore, the flavor is relatively lighter and more delicate.
With a longer-lasting aroma. Ah, I see. After Jiang Zhe's explanation, Zhao Wei and the others nodded in understanding. Zhigu, the hawthorn berries are ready. Just then, Dilly Reba called out to Jiang Zhe.
Zhao Wei walked over and saw a basket full of prepared hawthorn berries. Wow, so many.
It looks like we're in for a treat today. Xiao Zhe, how much do you plan to sell each piece of candied hawthorn for?
Zhao Wei, in her role as store manager, began considering the price for the candied hawthorn. Have Xiaoming calculate the cost of buying the hawthorn berries first, then set the price.
I have no idea what the cost is. Jiang Zhe was too busy to calculate the cost and asked Zhao Wei to do it. Xiaozhe, what else do you need to add to the candied hawthorn?
I remember there are peanuts and sesame seeds on candied hawthorn, and those count as costs too.
Huang Xiaoming began calculating the costs. No sesame seeds or peanuts, just add some sunflower seeds.
Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and said,
Alright, I'll go calculate it.
Xiaoming, come with me.
I don't know where you put that invoice.
Zhao Wei dragged Huang Xiaoming out. Jiang Zhe brought over the prepared hawthorn berries and began making the candied hawthorn.
The first step in making candied hawthorn is to boil the sugar syrup. The process of boiling rock sugar is a crucial step.
If the rock sugar is not completely dissolved or if the heat is not properly controlled, causing the sugar to stick to the pot or become too thick, the resulting candied fruit on a stick will stick to the teeth.
Additionally, uneven distribution of sugar can lead to poor texture and taste.
Boiling water, adding rock sugar. Jiang Zhe carefully followed each step, daring not to be the slightest bit careless.
Jiang Xian, Dili Riba, and Jin Mengjia stood quietly by, watching Jiang Zhe busily at work. Jiang Zhe's expression was highly focused.
He gently stirred the spoon in his hand, his movements light and precise, as if he were not stirring the ice sugar in the pot but creating a work of art.
A man focused on his work is truly handsome. Jiang Xian couldn't help but compliment Jiang Zhe, who was so absorbed in his task. Dili Riba and Jin Mengjia nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhe didn't notice the expressions on the three of them.
At that moment, the ice sugar in the pot had reached the ideal consistency, and it was time to add the hawthorn berries. Adding the hawthorn berries to the pot was the final step, and it was also the most crucial one. The timing of how long the hawthorn berries rolled in the sugar syrup had to be just right. If it's too long, the hawthorn berries will absorb too much sugar syrup, making them overly sweet and sticky. If it's too short, the sugar syrup won't coat the hawthorn berries evenly, resulting in a texture that is not crisp and sweet like traditional candied hawthorn. Therefore, Jiang Zhe carefully monitored the timing, daring not to distract himself for even a moment. Soon, the first piece of candied hawthorn was ready. Jiang Xian, Dili Riba, and Jin Mengjia stared at the shiny, crimson candied hawthorn, their eyes wide with anticipation. Just one glance was enough to know that these candied hawthorn were absolutely delicious. They couldn't wait to try them.
Gulp! Dili Riba couldn't resist anymore. Her eyes sparkled. I can't wait any longer. I really want to grab a piece and taste it. It must be delicious. Chapter 63, The Senior Figures in the Entertainment Industry. Although Dili Riba really wanted to try a piece of candied hawthorn, she could only imagine it.
Because the candied hawthorn had not yet been fully prepared, Dili Riba could only watch longingly.
An hour later, Jiang Zhe finally finished making all the candied hawthorn.
Looking at the 50 pieces of candied hawthorn on the plate, Jiang Zhe felt quite accomplished. Having put his heart and soul into making the 50 skewers, he had expended a great deal of energy, and sweat was already beading on his forehead.
Shige, come wipe the sweat off. Look how tired you are. Dili Riba walked over holding a warm towel, gently wiping the sweat off Jiang Zhe's forehead with a tender touch, their actions resembling a couple deeply in love. Thank you, Riba.
Jiang Zhe's forehead was indeed quite sweaty, and if he didn't wipe it off, it would have felt uncomfortable.
Shige, have a sip of water to replenish your energy.
Dili Riba had just finished wiping the sweat off Jiang Zhe's forehead when Jin Mengjia walked in with a cup of warm water, personally bringing it to Jiang Zhe's lips. Watching Dili Riba and Jin Mengjia's warmth, Jiang Zhe could roughly guess what they were thinking, but he pretended not to notice. Taking the cup from Jin Mengjia, Jiang Zhe took a big sip of warm water. That's refreshing.
Brother Jiang, how long will it take before we can eat the candied hawthorn?
Looking at the bright red candied hawthorn, Dili Riba sniffed the fragrant aroma wafting from it, her expression filled with anticipation.
About an hour. We have to wait for the sugar to harden before we can eat it, otherwise, it'll stick to your teeth.
Jiang Zhe placed the candied hawthorn in the refrigerator, adjusted the temperature to a suitable setting, calculated the time, and replied to Dili Riba.
Alright, I'll wait then. Dili Riba reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the candied hawthorn. Liang Gu, how's your side coming along?
Jiang Zhe asked Zhang Xiaoliang beside him.
Almost done? What about you? Are the candied hawthorn and cold noodles ready?
Zhang Xiaoliang wiped his hands and asked Jiang Zhe about his progress.
Yeah, everything's ready. Once it cools completely, we can serve it. Jiang Zhe nodded, indicating everything was in order. Alright, let's go out for some fresh air. We've been in the kitchen for over an hour, it's stuffy in here. Zhang Shangliang exhaled deeply and walked toward the kitchen exit. Let's go out for some fresh air. Jiang Zhe led Dili Riba and Jin Mengjia out of the kitchen and into the Chinese restaurant. It's almost 11 o'clock and there's not a single customer yet?
Jiang Xian sat at the bar, looking at the time, her expression slightly anxious.
Don't worry, Xian Jia. It's only just past 11. There's still half the day left. Don't rush. Jiang Zhe comforted Jiang Xian. Let's just wait patiently. There's no need to rush, it won't do any good anyway. Zhao Wei also comforted Jiang Xian. Time flew by, and over an hour had passed. It was now 12:30 p.m., but the Chinese restaurant was still empty. However, the number of tourists on the beach was slowly increasing. Jiang Zhe entered the kitchen and took out the candied hawthorn from the refrigerator.
Looking at the candied hawthorn, which had completely hardened into shape, Jiang Zhe nodded satisfactorily. It looks pretty good.
The taste should be decent. Just then, Dilly Reba shouted from outside, "No way, it's starting to rain. Oh no, this is bad."
There were already no customers, and now it's raining, so there will be even fewer customers. Zhao Wei's voice was filled with worry.
What bad luck!
Jin Mingjia sat on a chair by the dining table, staring blankly at the raindrops outside. Come on, everyone, try the freshly made candied hawthorn on a stick and see how it tastes. Just as everyone's mood was dampened by the rain, Jiang Zhe walked out holding a plate of candied hawthorn, shouting out.
Yay, the candied hawthorn is finally ready. We can finally eat. When it comes to eating, the most enthusiastic person is definitely Dilly Reba.
However, even though she really wanted to eat, since Xiao Wei and the others hadn't touched theirs yet, she could only resist. Let this delicious candied hawthorn fill the void in my heart.
Zhang Xian rubbed her hands together, ready to enjoy the treat.
Here, one for each of you. Jiang Zhe placed the candied hawthorn on the table and distributed one to Xiao Wei and the others.
Try it and see how it tastes.
As soon as Jiang Zhe spoke, everyone eagerly tasted the flavor of the candied hawthorn.
This taste is so nostalgic.
Xiao Wei gently chewed the candied hawthorn in her mouth, savoring the sour and sweet sensation between her lips and teeth, and couldn't help but recall the candied hawthorn she had eaten as a child, filled with memories. Wow, this sour and sweet sensation is absolutely delicious. The initial taste is sweet, but when you gently bite into the hawthorn, the sourness doesn't feel unpleasant at all. It actually stimulates the taste buds, leaving a refreshingly pleasant sensation. Huang Xiaoming closed his eyes and chewed the candied hawthorn in his mouth, expressing his feelings.
As everyone savored the candied hawthorn, a few meters away from the Chinese restaurant, an elderly couple walked by holding an umbrella. Due to the umbrella's obstruction, Jiang Zhe couldn't see their faces clearly.
Old man, there's a Chinese restaurant here.
Why don't we go in and have some Chinese food? I really don't feel like eating seafood anymore. The voice of an elderly woman drifted into Jiang Zhe's ears.
Alright, let's go to that Chinese restaurant, an old man's voice replied.
Soon, the elderly couple, still holding their umbrellas, arrived outside the Chinese restaurant. When they put away their umbrellas, Jiang Zhe could clearly see their faces.
However, the identities of the two left Jiang Zhe speechless.
Isn't that Mr. Li Shuejin? And beside him is his wife, Ms. Yu Haiden?
These two are veteran figures in the entertainment industry. I never expected to encounter them here. Despite his surprise, Jiang Zhe hurried forward. Mr. Li Shuejin, Ms. Yu Haiden, welcome to the Chinese restaurant. Zhao Wei and the others, who were enjoying some candied hawthorn, also noticed the identities of the arrivals and were equally surprised.
Mr. Li Shuejin, Ms. Yu Haiden. When Yu Haiden, Li Shuejian's wife, saw Jiang Zhe standing before her, she was also very surprised. Hey, swimming prodigy Jiang Zhe, what are you doing opening a Chinese restaurant here? What a coincidence. Chapter 64, S-Rank Performance Skill. Jiang Zhe didn't expect Yu Haiden to recognize him either. What a coincidence.
At that moment, Zhao Wei and the others quickly put down their candied hawthorn and approached Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden to greet them.
Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Ms. Yu. Although Xiao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others were considered veterans in the entertainment industry, compared to Li Shuejian, the gap between them was truly enormous.
Therefore, Zhao Wei and the others showed great respect toward Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden. When Li Shuejian saw Zhao Wei and the others, he was also a bit surprised.
Xiao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, what are you all doing here?
Li Shuejian sensed something unusual.
He looked around and noticed several cameras nearby, quickly realizing, you're filming a variety show? Yes, Mr. Li.
Zhao Wei nodded hurriedly. Yu Haiden seemed to admire Jiang Zhe. Little Jiang, you were such a swimming prodigy, yet you retired for no apparent reason. After retiring, you actually switched careers to become a chef and opened a restaurant here. This is not focusing on your main career.
Old woman, what kind of restaurant chef? He's doing a variety show. Don't say such things. If Jiang Zhe's fans find out, they'll be upset. Li Shuejian nudged Yu Haiden and smiled as he reminded her.
Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, please rest assured.
Without your permission, our production team will not air any footage of you two. We will protect your privacy. Although China's restaurant is an outdoor variety show, when it involves public figures, reputation must be considered.
Just like Agrippa, if her consent isn't obtained, airing programs about her without permission is absolutely out of the question. Therefore, director Wang Tian hurried over to explain.
It's okay, as long as you don't use it for commercial profit again. Li Shuejian was quite generous and didn't object. Are you two here to dine? Please come inside. Jiang Zhe hurriedly ushered Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden into the restaurant.
When Yu Haiden saw the candied hawthorn on the table, she immediately perked up. Old man, this Chinese restaurant actually has candied hawthorn.
Do you want to try a string? Li Shuejian sat at the table and smiled. Sure, why not? Ah, candied hawthorn on a stick. When we were kids, if we could eat just one, we'd be excited for days. Yu Haiden picked 2 skewers of candied hawthorn from the plate and asked Jiang Zhe beside her, "Little Jiang, did you bring this candied hawthorn from China? I haven't seen it sold anywhere during my travels in tea country." "Ms. Yu, these aren't from China.
Jiang Zhe made them one by one himself.
Jiang Xian came over to Yu Haiden and explained. "Little Jiang, did you really make these yourself?" Yu Haiden asked Jiang Zhe curiously. "Mr. Yu, please try some and see if you like it." Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement. "Little Jiang, you're so talented. You're a swimming star, and you can even make these things that's extraordinary." Yu Haiden praised Jiang Zhe with a glance, then took a string of candied hawthorn and handed it to Li Shuajin. "Old man, try some. This was made by our swimming genius Little Jiang himself. See how it tastes." "Oh, Little Jiang actually has this skill? Let me try it."
Li Shuajin took the candied hawthorn from Yu Haiden, gently bit off a piece of hawthorn flesh, and chewed it slowly in his mouth. As the pure, tangy sweetness danced on his lips and tongue, Li Shuajin's eyes lit up. "This is excellent. The candied hawthorn is right up my alley, authentic and delicious. I love it." Yu Haiden, however, was quietly savoring the candied hawthorn in her mouth, as if lost in memories of the past. After a long while, she murmured, "This taste reminds me of the candied hawthorn my mother used to buy for me. It was the same pure flavor.
Thinking about it now, I really miss it." Yu Haiden's expression left Jiang Zhe a bit puzzled. "Really? A piece of candied hawthorn on a stick is that impressive?"
"Little Jiang, your skills are truly amazing. If you have time in the future, please teach Auntie how to make these candied hawthorn on a stick. I'd love to try making them myself." Yu Haiden savored the sour and sweet flavor of the candied hawthorn, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Zhe.
Ding! Just then, a system notification sounded in Jiang Zhe's mind, and a message appeared on the system panel.
Jiang Zhe opened the system message without showing any emotion, his heart instantly filled with joy. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the favor of a talent with an A-rank performance skill Yu Haiden and automatically obtained a D-rank performance skill." Jiang Zhe never expected that a string of candied hawthorn would grant him a D-rank performance skill. This was truly unexpected. Although it was only a D-rank performance skill, it signaled that Jiang Zhe could now enter the entertainment industry and participate in movies or TV shows, adding another skill to his repertoire. Now that he had D-rank performance skills, he should be able to view the acting skills of Zhao Wei and others through the system. After checking, Jiang Zhe gained an understanding of Zhao Wei and others' acting skills. Zhao Wei's acting was rated a grade, with a fairly high skill level.
Huang Xiaoming's acting is only B rank, which left Jiang Zhe speechless. It seems the system doesn't hold much hope for Huang Xiaoming's acting, though at least it's not C rank. Jiang Xian's acting is rated a level, the same as Zhao Wei's. Jiang Xian's acting is indeed quite good. Dilariba's acting is rated B grade. Even Dilariba outperforms Huang Xiaoming, which truly highlights how concerning Huang Xiaoming's acting is. Zhang Xiaoliang and Jin Mingjia's acting skills are rated D, slightly lower than Jiang Zhe's, which is basically entry level. When Jiang Zhe saw Li Shuejian's performance skill rating, he couldn't help but marvel. Veteran actors are truly veteran actors. As a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, his S-level performance skill effortlessly outshines a whole crowd. "Hey, Jiang, my dear friend, do you remember me? I'm back to enjoy your delicious food, and I've brought a few friends along. What delicious Chinese dishes do you plan to treat us to today?" Just then, a very bold and confident male voice rang out outside the Chinese restaurant. Jiang Zhe turned around and saw that it was the white man who had been live streaming at the Chinese restaurant the night before. Behind him were 5 other white men and women, all around the same age as the male streamer. P.S. The author's evaluations of the actors' performances in the book are based on the plot requirements and should not be taken literally or applied to real life to avoid controversy. Thank you very much for your support of this book. Chapter 65, Zhajong Mian. Hi, my dear friend, welcome back to the Chinese restaurant. What would you like to order? The other person was very enthusiastic, and Jiang Zhe was equally enthusiastic. Jiang, I love all the dishes at your Chinese restaurant. The food from the other night was absolutely delicious. I told my friends about it, and they were all curious, so I came here today specifically to try the food at your Chinese restaurant. The live streaming host was very talkative and showed no signs of shyness. Hey, Mike, what are those string things? A white woman beside him looked at the candied hawthorn on the plate with curiosity. Hey, beautiful lady, this is a traditional snack from China, candied hawthorn on a stick. How about trying one? Customers arrived, and everyone in the Chinese restaurant returned to their respective positions. Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden were greeted by Zhao Wei and Jiang Xian, while Huang Xiaoming came over to welcome the foreign tourists. Candied hawthorn? Jiang, did you make this too? The live streaming host looked at the candied hawthorn with curiosity and asked. Yes, my friend. How about it? Want to try a string? Jiang Zhe nodded. Can you tell me what it tastes like? The girl next to the live streamer asked with interest. It's made with hawthorn berries. It has a sour and sweet taste, very refreshing. Jiang Zhe explained to the girl. The girl nodded. I like hawthorn berries. The sour taste is really refreshing. If you like the sour taste, why not try a string? Zhang Zhe began to promote the candied hawthorn. Okay, I'll take one. The girl nodded and asked the other companions, including the live streamer, what about you guys? Want to try one too?
The live streaming guy was straightforward. He picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn berries and took a bite.
As he savored the delicate sour and sweet flavor, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Billy, how does it taste?"
The live streamer's companions looked at him with curious expressions.
Billy took another bite of the candied hawthorn, chewed slowly, and gave a thumbs up, sour and sweet, delicious.
Soon, the live streamer and his 5 friends each had a string of candied hawthorn, sitting around the table and savoring them, commenting as they ate. It was clear that the sour and sweet flavor of the candied hawthorn had left them thoroughly satisfied. On the other side, Yu Haiden watched the white people enjoying the candied hawthorn with such enthusiasm and said proudly, "Old man, did you see that? Our Chinese cuisine can conquer these foreigners with just any dish. Isn't that amazing? Old woman, this isn't even the candied hawthorn you made.
Look how excited you are." Li Shuejian shook his head. "You old man, can't you speak properly?
Little Jiang promised to teach me how to make candied hawthorn on a stick. Once I make some delicious ones, don't you dare drool over them."
Yu Haiden was displeased with Li Shuejian's attitude and clearly unhappy.
Yu Haiden looked at Zhang Zhe outside, who was chatting with the live streamer, and found him more and more appealing. Oh my, this Jiang is so handsome.
If he could enter the entertainment industry, he'd definitely become a big star. Enough already, isn't he famous now?
He's a swimming superstar, and he's won countless honors for the country.
It's impossible for him not to be famous.
Li Shuejian was eating candied hawthorn on a stick and casually replied.
Yu Haiden nodded in agreement.
Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked Li Shuejian, "Old man, I heard that Gao Yalan is preparing to shoot an anti-FTV series called The People's MY.
The production team is short on funds and can't find any actors. Why don't you introduce little Jiang to them? I think little Jiang's external conditions are very good." "What? You old woman, how did you come up with that? It's true that Gao Yalan's production team is short-staffed, and I admit that Xiao Zhan's external conditions are suitable. But what if his acting isn't up to par? It'll all be for nothing." Li Shuejian's expression turned serious when he mentioned business.
"If he can't play the lead, just have him play the second male lead or something. Besides, the TV series doesn't start filming for another month or so.
He can use the time to practice his acting. You've got some free time lately, right? You can also teach Xiao Zhang more. He's a good person, and he'll definitely be a promising talent in the future."
Yu Haiden insisted on her opinion and refused to compromise.
Li Shuejian, seeing his wife so supportive of Zhang Zhe, curiously asked, "Old woman, you really think so highly of Xiao Jian? What's there to be so optimistic about? Look at all those young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. How many of them have any real acting skills? They're still popular, aren't they? Zhang Zhe is already a handsome guy. With a little training, I don't believe he'll be any worse than those heartthrobs."
Seeing his wife so insistent, Li Shuejian nodded in agreement. "All right, let's ask Zhang Zhe later.
If he's willing, I'll teach him. Then I'll talk to Gao Yalan and see if he can get Zhang Zhe a role in their production to hone his acting skills. Mr. Li, Mr. Yu, would you like anything?" Zhang Xian walked over with the menu and asked Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden. "Xiao Zhang, do you have fried sauce noodles here?" Li Shuejian didn't look at the menu and asked Zhang Xian. The menu at the Chinese restaurant did not list fried sauce noodles, so Zhang Xian did not refuse Li Shuejian directly. "Mr. Li, please wait a moment, I'll go check." After saying that, Zhang Xian walked toward Zhang Zhe.
Meanwhile, the live streaming host's table had already ordered their meals.
Zhang Zhe put away the menu and was about to head to the kitchen when Zhang Xian arrived.
"Xiao Zhe, Mr. Li asked if our Chinese restaurant has Zhajiang noodles.
I didn't refuse him. Can you make it?"
According to the system's classification, fried sauce noodles fall under the category of porridge-style snacks. Therefore, Zhang Zhe, who possesses a B-level skill in making porridge-style snacks, could prepare a plate of fried sauce noodles without much difficulty. There are many flavors and methods for making fried sauce noodles, so it's important to clarify the details first.
Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xian approached Li Shuejian. "Mr. Li, what flavor of fried sauce noodles would you like?" Li Shuejian looked at Zhang Zhe in surprise. "Little Jian, you can make Zhajiang noodles? Little Jian, what flavors of fried sauce noodles can you make?" Yu Haiden also became interested and asked Zhang Zhe.
"Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, as long as it's Zhajiang noodles, I can make any flavor."
Zhang Zhe said confidently.
"Yes, Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, Zhang Zhe's cooking skills are truly unmatched, he's top-notch."
Zhang Xian added from the side.
"Alright, make me a authentic old Yanji Zhajiang mian."
Chapter 66. Everyone is enchanted. The noodles for fried sauce noodles are easy to make, just boil them in clear water until cooked.
But the real challenge lies in the fried sauce.
A delicious fried sauce is essential for a tasty fried sauce noodle dish.
If the fried sauce doesn't have the right flavor or isn't authentic, the overall taste of the dish will be greatly diminished, and it will taste no different from ordinary noodles. The fried sauce in old Yanjiang fried noodles is even more complex to make, as it involves many ingredients that must be perfectly balanced. If any one ingredient is not properly seasoned, it will affect the overall taste of the fried sauce. The B-level porridge-style snack-making skills include the specific method for making fried sauce noodles. Jiang Zhe is confident he can make delicious old Yenji fried sauce noodles. Please rest assured, Mr. Li. I will definitely make a plate of the most authentic old Yenji Jiangmian that will satisfy you. Jiang Zhe spoke with confidence. Little Jiang, you're really talented. Making authentic fried sauce noodles is no easy feat. I'm truly looking forward to seeing your culinary skills. Yu Haiden, seeing Jiang Zhe's confidence, was also very excited. Ms. Yu, what would you like to order? Li Shuajian wants fried sauce noodles, but Jiang Zhe wasn't sure what Yu Haiden wanted, so he asked. Yu Haiden looked at the menu and finally decided, give me a plate of kung pao chicken, then a plate of spinach, and a soup. That should be enough. Alright, please wait a moment, teachers. Jiang Zhe took the menu into the kitchen. As he passed the counter, he asked Xiao Wei, Sister Wei, how much do you charge for the candied hawthorn? Xiao Wei pulled out a notebook and checked. We've tentatively set it at 150 Thai baht per skewer. Xiao Zhe, is that a bit expensive? 150 Thai baht is roughly 30 yuan in Chinese currency. Even in China, good quality candied hawthorn on a stick is around that price. Let's go with this price for now. Actually, I think it's a bit cheap, but it's okay. Once we sell these 50 skewers, we can raise the price for the next batch. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and said, alright, let us go with that. Since Jiang Zhe had made the decision, Zhao Wei had no objections and agreed. In the kitchen, Zhang Xiaolian, Dili Riba, and Jin Mingjia were chatting. When Jiang Zhe walked in, the three gathered around him. Brother Jiang, is there anything we can help with? Jin Mingjia asked Jiang Zhe proactively. Come on, Liang Ge, there are a few dishes here that are your specialties. I'll leave those to you, and I'll handle these ones. Zhang Xiaoliang took the menu Jiang Zhe handed him, confirmed it, and nodded, alright, no problem. Let's get started. What about us? Is there anything we can do? Dili Riba asked Jiang Zhe. Riba, Mengjia, which one of you is washing the dishes today? Jiang Zhe asked. Mengjia and I will take turns. It's my turn today. Dili Ribar stepped forward. Alright, you rest for a bit. It might get busy later. Mengjia, help me wash these ingredients clean. I'll need them later. Jiang Zhe began assigning tasks. Alright. As Jiang Zhe gave the order, the kitchen began to buzz with orderly activity. Jiang Zhe started by making Li Shuejian's fried sauce noodles. After Jin Mengjia had washed all the ingredients, Jiang Zhe began chopping the ingredients and preparing to cook the noodles. Although the main seasoning for Zhejiang noodles is Zhejiang sauce, noodles cooked in plain water would taste bland and have a poor texture. Therefore, Jiang Zhe chose to cook them in broth. After over 2 hours of simmering, the broth in the pot had become very pure. When Jiang Zhe lifted the lid, a captivating, fragrant aroma wafted out, filling the kitchen with its scent. It smells so good. Dili Riba glanced in the direction of the broth and couldn't help but lick her lips. Jin Mengjia, seeing Dili Riba's expression, teased her, Dili Riba, there's chicken in the broth, it must be incredibly fragrant. Why don't we ask Zhe Ge to join us? No, let's just enjoy the aroma. Although Dili Riba said it casually, her eyes betrayed her true feelings. She was already craving the chicken in the broth. Jiang Zhe heard Jin Mengjia and Dili Riba's conversation, smiled, then took out 2 bowls, scooped a few pieces of fragrant chicken from the soup pot, and handed them to the two. Here, try some. Wow, chicken. Jigu, you're so kind. Thank you. Dili Riba looked at the chicken in her bowl, her eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you, Zhe Ge. Today is truly a treat. Jin Mengjia was also filled with joy. Delicious food is irresistible, especially for girls who have no resistance to good food. Soon, the fragrant aroma from the broth began to spread throughout the restaurant. Although I trust Xiao Zhang's cooking skills, I don't think he can make the most authentic old Yenji fried sauce noodles. There must be some differences. Li Shuejian shook his head slightly, doubting Jiang Zhe's cooking skills. Old man, I don't like hearing that. You haven't even tasted Xiao Zhe's fried sauce noodles yet, and you're already doubting his cooking skills. Really, you shouldn't be like that. Yu Haiden retorted to Li Shuejian. Alright, if Xiao Zhang's old Yanji Jiangmian really meets my taste, I'll wholeheartedly recommend him to Gao Yalan's production team. Moreover, I'll fully cultivate his acting skills and nurture him into a talented actor. If it doesn't meet my taste, whether Xiao Jiang can join Gao Yalan's production team will entirely depend on him. You're driving me crazy. Seeing Li Shuejian's attitude, Yu Haiden felt both anxious and angry, but there was nothing she could do. Although he had high hopes for Jiang Zhe, Yu Haiden wasn't very confident in his cooking skills. Just then, a pure, fragrant aroma wafted into their nostrils. This fragrance is so pure and pleasant to the nose. As they inhaled the fragrance, Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden were completely captivated by the delicate aroma. When the live streaming host and his friends caught the scent, they too were instantly captivated. The fragrance began to spread outside the Chinese restaurant. Huang Xiaoming, who was outside trying to attract customers, also became enchanted by the scent. Wow, it's so fragrant. As the fragrance continued to spread, more and more tourists began to follow the scent, eventually arriving outside the Chinese restaurant.
Chapter 67, Burned by the Heat.
Dear, this sudden fragrance is so fragrant. It's truly intoxicating. Yes, it must be the most delicious dish that's giving off such an enticing aroma. The scent must be coming from that Chinese restaurant over there.
Chinese food? I've never tried Chinese food before. Should we give it a try? I've never tried Chinese food either, but this aroma is simply irresistible.
Dear, why don't we give it a try? Outside the Chinese restaurant, a white couple was sniffing the aroma of the broth wafting out from the restaurant, discussing whether to go inside for a meal.
Although Huang Xiaoming was also captivated by the aroma, he overheard the couple's conversation.
Hey, dear friends, are you looking for a restaurant? The Chinese restaurant behind me will definitely let you taste the most delicious Chinese cuisine.
Why don't you go in and try it? Huang Xiaoming began to persuade the white couple.
But I've never eaten Chinese food before, and I'm worried it won't suit my taste.
The white woman hesitated.
The white man shrugged his shoulders at Huang Xiaoming, indicating he was also helpless.
Huang Xiaoming shifted his gaze. Dear friends, can you smell that incredibly enticing aroma?
Yes, the aroma is truly intoxicating and captivating. The white woman took a deep sniff, feeling the refreshing sensation throughout her body as the aroma stimulated her senses.
So why not give Chinese food a try? It might surprise you. Huang Xiaoming continued to tempt them.
Dear, we can actually give it a try. It's okay if it doesn't suit our taste, we can always leave. The white boy couldn't resist the fragrance's allure and began to persuade the girl beside him.
Alright, let's give Chinese food a try and experience its unique flavor.
In the end, the couple entered the Chinese restaurant.
As they entered the restaurant, the aroma became even more intense, and the white woman couldn't help but shiver. Wow, this feeling is amazing. The white woman couldn't help but exclaim. Slowly, more and more tourists followed the aroma into the Chinese restaurant. Before long, the restaurant was packed to the brim.
Wei Jia, it's full.
There's no more room. Zhang Xian had already settled all the guests and was sweating profusely.
Xinmei, weren't you worried about not having any customers earlier? Look, just this aroma alone has attracted so many people. It's clear that Xiao Zhe's cooking skills have reached an extraordinary level.
You have to admire him.
Zhao Wei saw Zhang Xian's forehead covered in sweat and handed her a cup of warm water. Wow, I really admire Xiao Zhe's cooking skills. I admire him from the bottom of my heart.
Zhang Xian glanced at the kitchen, her eyes filled with admiration.
Wei Jia, is there any more to drink? I'm dying of thirst.
Huang Xiaoming came to the bar counter looking for water to drink.
Zhao Wei handed Huang Xiaoming a cup of warm water. Xiaoming, we need to figure out how to sell these candied hawthorn skewers. Once we sell them all, we'll make a few thousand in profit. Although the candied hawthorn is absolutely authentic in taste, with a perfect balance of flavor and aroma, it's still just a snack. Without proactive promotion, these white people wouldn't even consider buying it. Wait for me to finish my water, and I'll go promote them right away. After drinking the water, Huang Xiaoming felt refreshed.
I'll go too. Zhang Xian didn't linger either. After taking a few sips of water, she got to work.
In the kitchen, Zhang Zhe was also busy. To ensure the flavor of the fried sauce noodles, he was boiling the noodles in broth while preparing the fried sauce in the pan. Once the noodles were done, the fried sauce in the pot could also be served, ensuring both were fresh and flavorful. Carefully controlling the heat, Zhang Zhe added the sauce to the pot and silently calculated the timing and proportions of the ingredients. Once all the sauce was in the pot, as Zhang Zhe stirred, a distinct aroma different from the clear broth began to spread. Meanwhile, the fried sauce in the pot gradually thickens over time, and Zhang Zhe remains extremely cautious at this stage. The quality of a fried sauce depends on whether the essence of all the ingredients is fully brought out and whether the flavors of the ingredients blend harmoniously together. This is also the moment that tests the chef's mastery of heat control. If the flame is too intense, it will burn the sauce in the pot, producing an unpleasant odor. If the flame is too weak, certain ingredients in the sauce will not fully release their aromatic essence, resulting in an uneven flavor. Upon tasting, one would not fully experience the harmonious interplay of the various ingredients' essences, depriving the dish of its signature refreshing and satisfying texture. Jin Mingjia watched Zhang Zhe with great concentration, dared not disturb him, and even Zhang Xiaoliang, who was busy cooking beside him, moved cautiously, afraid of interrupting him. Watching the color of the fried sauce in the pot change, then glancing at the color of the noodles in the broth, Zhang Zhe calculated the time. Mingjia, help me take the noodles out of the pot. As soon as the time was up, Zhang Zhe hurriedly instructed Jin Mingjia to scoop the noodles out of the pot.
Got it.
Mingjia acted swiftly, but as she placed all the noodles on the plate, she accidentally burned her hand. The excruciating pain made her almost scream, but upon seeing Zhang Xiaoliang and Zhang Zhe busy at work, she forced herself to remain silent. Zhang Zhe didn't notice Jin Mingjia's burn, as the fried sauce in the pot had reached the perfect cooking time. When Zhang Zhe poured the fragrant fried sauce over the translucent noodles, the hot sauce sizzled softly. Old Beijing-style fried sauce noodles aren't just about the sauce, they also include over 10 types of vegetable toppings like green beans, peanuts, carrot strips, and cucumber strips. When Jiang Zhe placed all the vegetable toppings on the plate, looking at the fragrant and flavorful fried sauce noodles, Jean Mengjia and Dilly Reba, who had just entered the kitchen, could barely control their taste buds.
Wow, it's so delicious. Mr. Li is truly a lucky man. Don't be jealous, I'll make it for you someday. Jiang Zhe smiled at the drooling Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia, then rang the bell. Jiang Xin hurried over. Xin Jia, this is Mr. Li's fried sauce noodles.
Looking at the plate of fried sauce noodles, Jiang Xin's expression was the same as Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia's.
If there weren't so many guests present, Jiang Xin feared she wouldn't be able to control her actions.
Xiao Zhe, can we have fried sauce noodles for lunch?
Jiang Xin looked at Jiang Zhe with anticipation. No problem, once we're done, I'll make zhejiang noodles for everyone.
Chapter 68, Taking You into the Industry. Suppressing the urge to sneak a bite, Jiang Xin carried the fragrant and delicious fried sauce noodles to Li Shuejian's table. Mr. Li, here is some freshly made old Beijing-style fried sauce noodles.
Please try them.
Looking at the fragrant, vibrantly colored plate of fried sauce noodles in front of him, Li Shuejian was both surprised and delighted. A bowl of authentic old Yanjiang fried sauce noodles, judging by its color and aroma alone, one can tell if it's delicious. Clearly, the fried sauce noodles Jiang made are nearly indistinguishable from the most authentic old Yanjiang fried sauce noodles I've ever had.
This is truly rare.
Old man, stop dawdling.
Try it and see how it tastes. If you don't pick up your chopsticks soon, I'm going to eat it myself. I'm already being drawn in by that aroma. Yu Haiden looked at the fried sauce noodles in front of Li Shuejian, enticed by the irresistible fragrance, and urged him to taste it. Jiang Xin didn't leave either, waiting for Li Shuejian to give his opinion on the fried sauce noodles Jiang Zhe had made.
Li Shuejian often ate fried sauce noodles. He knew that before picking up his chopsticks, he had to stir the fried sauce thoroughly to mix it with the noodles. Only then would the flavor fully permeate the noodles. Otherwise, it would taste raw and bitter, and one wouldn't be able to appreciate the true deliciousness. Li Shuejian skillfully stirred the sauce with his chopsticks, causing the sauce to spread over the noodles. As the sauce spread, the aromatic essence of its various ingredients wafted through the air, creating an irresistible aroma.
Gurgle. Feeling the intertwining aromas in his nostrils, Li Shuejian, who had eaten fried sauce noodles many times before, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, drawn in by the rich aroma of the fried sauce.
That's right, this is the taste.
It's the same aroma as the fried sauce made by the most skilled master chefs in Yanqing City.
How unexpected. How unexpected. With his taste buds already tingling from the intense aroma of the fried sauce, Li Shuejian quickly picked up a noodle coated in the sauce and put it into his mouth.
The moment the noodle touched his tongue, Li Shuejian's taste buds were hit by two distinct aromas, the fragrant scent of the noodles and the rich, concentrated aroma of the fried sauce.
The two fragrances intertwined harmoniously, complementing each other perfectly, creating an exceptionally unique and delicious flavor. The aroma sent a wave of tingling sensation through Li Shuejian's tongue, causing every cell in his body to seem to open up, eagerly absorbing the essence of this exquisite delicacy.
Li Shuejian was completely immersed in this extraordinary, exquisite flavor.
Meanwhile, Jiang Xin and Yu Haiden had been stimulated by the rich aroma of the fried sauce, causing their appetites to surge. Especially Yu Haiden, who couldn't resist picking up a strand of noodles and placing it in her mouth.
The moment the noodle entered her mouth, Yu Haiden's expression became extremely joyful.
She chewed the noodle slowly, utterly shocked. Is this really fried sauce noodles? Why is it so delicious?
Jiang Xin, watching Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden's expressions, already knew that the fried sauce noodles must be delicious.
Unable to resist the temptation of such a delicious dish that he could only look at but not eat, he hurriedly left.
Just as Jiang Xin reached the counter, the bell in the kitchen rang again, signaling that a fresh dish had been prepared. For Jiang Xin, serving dishes had become such a tiring task.
It wasn't the physical labor that was tiring, but the mental strain. Jiang Zhe had prepared all the dishes today in dark, vibrant colors. Whether it was the visual impact or the olfactory stimulation, Jiang Xin was completely immersed in the world of delicious food, unable to tear herself away. What tormented Jiang Xin the most was that she could only look at and smell these delicious dishes, but couldn't taste them. This was truly torture.
It's already gone?
Old man, couldn't you have saved some for me? How could you eat so fast? Watching the plate of fried sauce noodles completely devoured, Yu Haiden was displeased that Li Shuejian didn't save any for her.
Old woman, it's not my fault.
It's just that Jiang Zhao's fried sauce noodles are simply too delicious. Once I started eating, I couldn't stop.
Why don't we order another portion?
Li Shuejian savored the lingering flavors on his lips and couldn't resist the urge to have another serving of the fried sauce noodles.
Who was it just now who didn't believe in someone else's cooking skills?
Oh, now that you're full, you're already thinking about having a second serving.
Really? Yu Haiden glared at Li Shuejian with disdain.
I really underestimated Xiao Zhang's cooking skills.
Alright, I'll keep my promise.
Once I get back to the country, I'll personally go find Gao Yalan and discuss getting Xiao Zhang into the production team.
By the way, old lady, what if we're rushing to plan for Xiao Zhang's future, but he doesn't even want to enter the entertainment industry? Aren't we just making trouble for ourselves?
Li Shuejian tapped his forehead, realizing the crucial point.
Just then, Zhang Xian walked over to Li Shuejian's table carrying a plate of fragrant Kung Pao chicken.
Yu Haiden saw this and prepared to enjoy the meal.
We can ask Xiao Zhang later. My Kung Pao chicken is here. I need to enjoy the food first. We can talk about the rest later.
Xiao Zhe, are you done yet? Zhang Zhe had just turned off the stove and wiped his hands when Zhang Xian walked in and asked. Zhang Zhe glanced at the remaining menu, which had only a few items left, and nodded. Yeah, almost done. What's up? Mr. Li and Ms. Yu said they need to see you. Should you go take a look?
Alright, I'll go take a look. Zhang Zhe didn't know why Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden were looking for him, but he didn't hesitate and quickly made his way to Li Shuejian's table.
Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, how's the food? Are you satisfied?
Xiao Zhe, I've been cooking all my life, but your food is better than mine.
I truly admire your culinary skills.
Savoring the delicious taste lingering on her lips, Yu Haiden looked at Zhang Zhe with newfound respect.
Xiao Zhe, do you want to act in TV dramas or movies and enter the entertainment industry?
Li Shuejian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point.
Zhang Zhe was a bit puzzled. Why would this old man ask such a question? However, Li Shuejian had hit the nail on the head. Zhang Zhe had participated in the Chinese restaurant with the sole purpose of using it as a stepping stone to enter the entertainment industry. However, the entertainment industry was a treacherous place, and to establish a lasting career there, one needed high-quality works to back it up. Zhang Zhe had no acting experience before, so he dared not even consider it, but now that he at least has a D-level acting skill, he could give it a try. Mr. Li, I've been looking for an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, but since no one has recommended me, I haven't been able to get involved.
Having the ambition is the right start.
As long as you want to act, I can help you get into the industry, give you opportunities, and connect you with resources.
Li Shuejian said earnestly. Chapter 69, An Actoress Self-Cultivation.
Li Shuejian's words left Zhang Zhe speechless. He never expected that someone he had only met once would offer him such a chance from a senior figure in the entertainment industry.
Was this a stroke of luck?
Zhang Zhe was thrilled but also puzzled.
Why would Li Shuejian suddenly help him? Was there a reason behind it? Mr. Li, what do you mean? Zhang Zhe wanted to hear Li Shuejian's true intentions.
It's like this, Xiao Zhe. My old man has a friend who is currently filming a TV series. Due to various reasons, the production team is short of actors. I think your external conditions are very suitable, so I discussed it with my old man and thought of introducing you to the production team. Of course, whether you go or not is entirely up to you.
We're just making a suggestion.
Yu Haiden explained from the side.
Zhang Zhe believed Yu Haiden's explanation.
Given her status and connections in the industry, she wouldn't lie to him. However, Zhang Zhe suspected there might be other reasons involved.
However, Yu Haiden didn't elaborate, so Zhang Zhe didn't ask further. Nevertheless, for Zhang Zhe's current situation, Yu Haiden's suggestion was indeed very helpful, and he was tempted. Transitioning from the swimming world to the entertainment industry was a major career shift.
Although Zhang Zhe was extremely famous in the swimming world, with numerous fans both domestically and internationally. However, to establish himself in the entertainment industry, Zhang Zhe must deliver high-quality performances. Without solid works to back up his status, even his former fame in swimming would be meaningless, as audiences wouldn't buy into it. Of course, there is another option, taking the young heartthrob route, where acting skills are unnecessary as long as one has good looks, can be cute, and knows how to generate buzz.
Zhang Zhe does have these qualities.
However, Zhang Zhe absolutely refuses to take this path. He doesn't want to become a mere pretty face with no acting skills, a sissy.
Although he has the system's support, Zhang Zhe has not yet acquired advanced acting skills.
If Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden can truly guide him and introduce him to a production team, then Zhang Zhe would have opened the door to the entertainment industry, laying a solid foundation for his future career in the entertainment.
Moreover, Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden have been in the industry for so many years, their connections must be excellent, which is a valuable resource.
Therefore, Zhang Zhe is both excited and deeply grateful. Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, thank you both for your recommendation.
I will always remember this kindness and never forget your support today. Zhang Zhe had indirectly agreed. Xiao Zhang, there's no need to thank me. I'm just giving you an opportunity. Whether you can make it in this industry ultimately depends on you.
By the way, Xiao Zhang, how long will the recording of this variety show take?
Li Shuejian looked around and asked Zhang Zhe.
Mr. Li, the variety show was originally scheduled for 20 working days, but I'm not sure if there will be any changes. When Zhang Zhe signed the contract with the Chinese restaurant, it was for 20 working days. If there are any changes to the program, Zhang Zhe can choose to renew the contract or leave. The production team I introduced you to won't start filming for another month. If you have time, you can come find me, and I'll teach you some basic acting skills.
Otherwise, you'll be useless on set. Li Shuejian's expression was serious and earnest.
Li Shuajian, as a seasoned actor, places great emphasis on acting skills, and Zhang Zhe is well aware of this.
However, since Jiang Zhe is currently in Taigua, it's not practical for him to follow Li Shuajian to practice acting, so this is a bit challenging.
Mr. Li, please rest assured. I'll practice acting with Wei Jie and Xiao Ming on my own. I'll do my best to keep up with the crew once we start filming. After all, we still have a month.
A month? Jiang Zhe could easily level up his acting skills in the system by then. Would he still worry about not having enough acting skills?
Li Shuajian nodded and then pulled out a somewhat worn notebook from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Zhe.
The actor's self-cultivation?
Looking at the worn notebook, Jiang Zhe was puzzled. What is this for? Xiao Jiang, when I first embarked on this path of acting, I figured out a lot of things on my own. This book, The Actor's Self-Cultivation, has accompanied me for many years.
It contains my summaries and insights.
Take it and read it carefully, absorb the knowledge within, and give yourself a good recharge. Li Shuajian admonished him earnestly. Jiang Zhe flipped through the book and noticed that every page had notes. These must be Li Shuajian's own annotations.
Ding!
As Jiang Zhe was flipping through The Actor's Self-Cultivation, the system emitted a notification sound, and a system message appeared on the interface. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mentorship of an S-rank performance skill talent Li Shuajian, upgrading your D-rank performance skill to a rank. Looking at the system notification, Jiang Zhe would have jumped for joy if not for the circumstances. There was no doubt about it. Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden were truly Jiang Zhe's lucky stars, the benefactors of his life.
Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, thank you so much.
I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart, not a single word is false. Little Jiang, for us, this is just a small matter, nothing to mention.
Don't be so formal. If you really want to, you can teach your aunt how to make this old-style Yanjiang-style fried sauce noodles, so I can enjoy authentic Yanjiang-style fried sauce noodles anytime. Li Shuajian waved his hand dismissively, not caring about such trivial matters. However, the latter part of his statement revealed that he couldn't stop thinking about the old-style Yanjiang-style fried sauce noodles Jiang Zhe had made. Old man, if you want to eat it, you can learn how to make it yourself. Why make me learn and cook it for you? I 1T learn and I 1T cook. Yu Haiden was unhappy and started arguing with Li Shuajian. Watching the affectionate, chatty couple, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but feel a touch of envy.
If there were someone who could accompany you on trips in your twilight years, chat with you, that would truly be a blessing in life.
Half an hour later, Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden left the Chinese restaurant.
They hadn't started exploring Xiong Island yet, so they continued on to their next destination.
Chapter 70, all sold out.
After seeing off Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden, Jiang Zhe couldn't suppress his excitement and gave himself a thumbs-up gesture outside the Chinese restaurant. Having accidentally obtained an A-class performance skill, he had taken another step toward becoming a versatile superstar. What an unexpected surprise.
Xiao Zhe, what are you doing here? Enjoying yourself alone?
Zhao Wei happened to walk out of the Chinese restaurant and saw Jiang Zhe in such a state, feeling a bit puzzled.
Wei Jia, there were so many customers this morning.
We made a good haul, bringing us one step closer to today's goal.
Happy about that? Jiang Zhe told a white lie, not revealing the truth. You're not kidding.
This morning was exhausting.
In just over an hour, we had over 10 tables of guests. We were running around non-stop.
Zhao Wei said as she walked into the Chinese restaurant alongside Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Xian and Huang Xiaoming were busy clearing the tables.
Their foreheads were drenched in sweat and they looked exhausted.
Micro, where's the candied hawthorn inside?
Jiang Zhe looked at the empty plate where the candied hawthorn should have been and asked curiously.
They're all sold out. Jiang Xian replied while continuing to clear the tables.
Jiang Zhe was surprised that the candied hawthorn had sold out so quickly. The speed was impressive, but it also showed that the candied hawthorn had a good reputation. Xiao Zhe, the candied hawthorn sold so quickly thanks to that live streaming guy.
If he hadn't helped us promote it, we definitely wouldn't have sold so quickly.
Huang Xiaoming finished cleaning up the table, sat down at the counter, and took a big gulp of water. That live streaming guy seems pretty famous. A lot of people recognize him. It seems like many customers came to our Chinese restaurant after watching his live stream. To thank him for his help, we gave him 2 skewers of candied hawthorn before he left.
Jiang Xian sat beside him, wiping the sweat off her forehead, recalling the scene. The guests finally left, and I'm exhausted.
Dilly Reba tied her apron and sat down at the bar counter, repeatedly pounding her arms. Soon, Zhang Xiaoliang and Jin Mengjia also came out and plopped down at the bar counter. There they were again, 6 people from the Chinese restaurant, all sitting together.
Micro, can you make us a cup of your honey lemon water?
Huang Xiaoming sat at the bar and asked Zhao Wei for some honey lemon water to drink.
No way, this cup costs 150 Thai baht. If you drink it, we'll lose 150 Thai baht.
Zhao Wei said, this is for sale.
You can't drink it.
Huang Xiaoming made a sour face. Oh, Wei Jia, look at how hard we employees are working. As the store manager, just consider it a perk for us. I agree, store manager, just give us a little perk.
Jiang Xian also supported Huang Xiaoming's idea. I agree.
Zhang Xiaoliang also agreed.
Agreed. Since everyone agrees, Jiang Zhe also agrees. Wow, you're all teaming up to rebel. Zhao Wei looked at everyone agreeing, pointed at them, shook her head helplessly, and then started making honey lemon water for everyone. Huang Xiaoming made a victory sign. Yay, unity is strength. Soon, 5 cups of honey lemonade were placed in front of everyone, while Zhao Wei began counting money at the bar. The honey lemonade, with ice cubes added, felt incredibly refreshing and soothing as it went down. Everyone sipped the honey lemonade while watching Zhao Wei tally the morning sales. Although everyone was a bit tired from the morning, seeing so much Thai baht made them feel delighted. Alright, done counting. After counting the day's earnings, Zhao Wei looked up and noticed that all 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on the Thai baht in her hands, as if they were about to snatch it away. Zhao Wei was startled. What's with the looks on your faces? You're all staring like you've never seen money before. Micro, how much was this morning's sales revenue? Jiang Zhe smiled and asked Zhao Wei. Not only Jiang Zhe wanted to know, but Huang Xiaoming and the others also wanted to know, waiting for Zhao Wei to report the sales figures. This morning's sales were 37,138 Thai baht, including the sales of candied hawthorn on a stick and various beverages. Wow, over 30,000 Thai baht. It looks like we won't have to eat mustard tonight. Diliriba was thrilled and sighed in relief. All the hard work this morning wasn't in vain. Zhang Xian was also beaming with joy. What should we do tonight? We VE run out of candied hawthorn on a stick, which means we VE lost a significant source of income. Although Huang Xiaoming was also delighted, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, dozens of skewers of candied hawthorn on a stick could bring in several thousand Thai baht, which was a major portion of their income. It's okay if we don't have them. We'll just sell more dishes tonight. We can't keep relying on Xiao Zhe to carry the burden for us, can we? We need to put some pressure on ourselves too. What do you think? Zhao Wei shared her opinion. But I can't cook, I can only do odd jobs. Diliriba admitted she could only do odd jobs. I can make some simple dishes, but they won't taste very good. Jin Mingjia was a bit torn. I can only make Qingdao-style prawns. What should I do? Huang Xiaoming spread his hands, indicating he didn't know many dishes. I can stir-fry a few simple dishes, but anything too difficult is out of my league. Zhang Xian admitted she could manage a little. Zhang Xiaoliang doesn't need to be mentioned, he can do everything, just not as skillfully as Jiang Zhe in the kitchen. Jiang Zhe asked Zhao Wei, what about you, Wei? Me? I can make sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork, and a few other dishes. That's about it. Zhao Wei admitted she didn't know much else. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and had an idea. How about this? Each of you write down the dishes you can cook, and I'll teach you some simple dishes along with Liang Gu. This will improve your cooking skills and also alleviate some of the pressure in the kitchen. What do you think? Alright, I agree. Huang Xiaoming was very enthusiastic and was the first to agree. I can also learn more cooking skills. I support it. Zhang Xian also agreed. In the end, everyone agreed with Jiang Zhe's suggestion. Weijia, you're the manager, you're in charge of the bar, so you don't need to learn for now. Jiang Zhe snapped his fingers. Since everyone agrees, let's get started right away. Chapter 71, Coconut Milk Tea. Ah, Zhe good, do we really have to start now? I'm not ready yet. Diliriba looked nervous, with an expression that clearly said she wasn't ready. Xiao Zhe, are we really going to start now? Although Jiang Xian spoke calmly, it was clear that she lacked confidence. Xiao Zhe, should we reschedule this for later? It's already noon, shouldn't we have lunch first? Zhao Wei noticed the situation and quietly reminded Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe could tell that Diliriba and the others were clearly lacking confidence. Cooking is a skill, and if it's not done well, it's really hard to swallow. However, Jiang Zhe wasn't planning to let them off the hook. He didn't expect Diliriba and the others to cook a delicious meal, but they should at least be able to stir-fry some greens, right? The show Chinese Restaurant still had so much time left to film, they had to give them some practice, right? Jiang Zhe smiled slightly. I know you're not unwilling to learn, you just lack confidence. As the saying goes, you have to break the old to make the new. So, I've made a decision. Today at lunch, Liang Gu and I won't cook. Instead, each of you will prepare one dish and we'll eat what you cook for lunch. How about that? No way, Xiao Zhe, I haven't cooked in ages. What if the food I make is inedible? Zhang Xian was dreading it, unable to imagine what her dish would look like. Zhigu, are we really going to do this? Diliriba asked timidly. Xiao Zhe's idea is great. I'm all for it. Zhang Xiaoliang chuckled and raised both hands in agreement. I also think Xiao Zhe's idea is great. We can all practice our cooking skills. I support it. Zhao Wei expressed her support. It seems like I'll have to show off my cooking skills today. My Qingdao prawns are absolutely delicious. Huang Xiaoming wasn't intimidated and said he could cook too. Jin Mingjia didn't say anything, but her expression showed she wasn't very confident. Jiang Zhe clapped his hands. Since that's the case, let's get started. After speaking, Jiang Zhe led the way into the kitchen. Although Diliriba and the others were a bit worried, they followed suit into the kitchen. There's no need to make anything too complicated. Just choose something you're good at. Don't be afraid, give it a try. Cooking isn't that hard, it's actually quite simple. Zhang Zhe began encouraging everyone. Everyone has a natural talent for cooking. No one is completely incapable of cooking. As long as you want to do it, you can make it happen.
I'll make tomato scrambled eggs. Dilly-Reba quickly grabbed 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs and stood aside, holding them tightly, as if afraid someone would take them first.
Dilly-Reba, no one is trying to take them from you. Why are you holding them so tightly? Be careful not to crush the eggs.
Seeing Dilly-Reba like this, Zhao Wei shook her head with a helpless expression.
Then I'll make some spinach. Zhang Xian picked a bunch of spinach. What should I make?
Jin Mengjiao walked around the kitchen, looking indecisive. I'll stir-fry some lotus root slices. Huang Xiaoming snapped his fingers, looking confident. I'll make Qingdao-style shrimp. Then I'll make sweet and sour pork ribs. Zhao Wei started tying her apron and preparing the ingredients.
Alright, since everyone has chosen their dishes, it's up to you now. Today, you'll cook for yourselves first, and I'll wait outside with Liang Gu for your delicious meals. Good luck.
Zhang Zhe gave everyone in the kitchen a thumbs-up gesture and left the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoliang also laughed heartily. Chefs, let's see what you've got. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoliang followed Zhang Zhe out.
Ah, Brother Jia and Brother Liang are both gone. Who's going to guide us now? Dilly-Reba looked completely lost and a bit flustered. Don't worry, Rebar. Just go for it.
As long as you take the first step, you're already halfway there.
Keep it up. Zhang Xian washed the vegetables while encouraging them from the side. Yeah, we can do it.
Jin Mengjia nodded in agreement.
Everyone, don't panic. Micro and I are here to watch over you. Go ahead and do your best. Huang Xiaoming was also encouraging everyone. Liang Gu, want something to drink?
Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang sat at the bar counter, looking quite relaxed.
Anything is fine.
Zhang Xiaoliang leaned back in his chair, enjoying the moment. Xiao Zhe, let's let them handle it.
It'll be fine, right? Don't worry, it'll be fine.
We've got Xiao Ming and Wei Jia watching over them.
Nothing will go wrong.
After speaking, Zhang Zhe took out coconut, milk, and red tea from the refrigerator, preparing to mix a delicious drink according to the recipe for B-level beverage preparation skills.
Coconut milk tea. Xiao Zhe, what are you doing with that?
Zhang Xiaoliang asked curiously, looking at what Zhang Zhe was holding. Zhang Zhe gave him a cryptic smile. You'll see soon enough. Making coconut milk tea isn't complicated, but to make a delicious cup, you still need to put in some effort.
First, the milk and coconut flakes must be fresh. Second, the amount of black tea must be just right, not too much or too little, otherwise the flavor will be off.
Since the milk is fresh, there's no need to boil it again. However, the black tea must be steeped properly, as we want the tea water, not the leaves.
There is a small pot on the countertop, perfect for boiling water to steep the black tea.
After a few minutes, the water comes to a boil, and Zhang Zhe places the black tea bag into a pre-prepared bowl, waiting for the leaves to fully unfurl and release their aroma. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe began slicing the coconut and mixing it with the milk in the correct proportions. These steps may seem simple, but they actually require precise measurement and proportioning during the mixing process.
Even with the same ingredients, why does some people's drink taste refreshing, while others taste bitter?
The reason lies in whether the proportions of various ingredients are precisely balanced. If one ingredient is added in excess, it will affect the overall flavor. If it is insufficient, the original taste will be lost. Therefore, the proportions must be carefully controlled to achieve the perfect balance. Zhang Zhe carefully monitored every step, meticulously blending the proportions of milk, coconut, black tea, and white sugar to achieve perfection. Not too much, not too little, just right.
Zhang Xiaoliang remained silent, watching Zhang Zhe busily work at the counter.
Soon, a cup of milk-scented drink was placed in front of Zhang Xiaoliang. Zhang Xiaoliang's eyes lit up, and his expression brightened.
Coconut milk tea. Chapter 72, Super Little Lolita. Zhang Xiaoliang picked up the coconut milk tea and gently sniffed the rim of the cup.
The air was filled with the aroma of milk, coconut, and the refreshing scent of black tea. The three fragrances blended together, creating an incredibly refreshing aroma, a natural, earthy scent that lingered in the air. Xiao Zhe, this coconut milk tea, just the scent alone gives off a pure, natural vibe.
It's so refreshing.
Zhang Xiaoliang marveled. Generally, cold drinks made in most cold drink shops contain a lot of food coloring and artificial flavorings. While these additives enhance the visual appeal and texture of the drink. However, precisely because of these additives, while they provide a certain taste, they greatly compromise the original aroma of the ingredients. Therefore, when you consume too many beverages from cold drink shops, you may experience a cloying taste and a dull sensation. This is largely due to the excessive use of additives or an overabundance of certain ingredients, such as milk, which can cause a cloying taste and a dull sensation.
Zhang Zhe's coconut milk tea contains no additives whatsoever.
Both the coconut and milk are fresh ingredients, ensuring that the purest flavor is preserved. During the mixing process, Zhang Zhe precisely controls the ratio of all ingredients, especially the balance between milk, black tea, and white sugar. The milk should not be too much to avoid a greasy taste, nor should the black tea be too strong to prevent bitterness. Similarly, the sugar must not be too much, as too much sweetness would ruin the pure taste of the other ingredients.
Try it and see how it tastes. Zhang Zhe smiled and gestured for Zhang Xiaoliang to taste it. Zhang Xiaoliang nodded and took a small sip of the juice. Zhang Zhe added ice cubes to the juice. The first sip brought a refreshingly icy sensation, which stimulated Zhang Xiaoliang's taste buds, causing him to shiver involuntarily.
In that split second when his taste buds exploded, the pure milk aroma of the juice, the fresh coconut flesh, the subtle sweetness, and the tea fragrance of the black tea all blended together, penetrating Zhang Xiaoliang's taste buds and allowing him to experience the most primal flavors. Despite being just a small amount of juice, it contained 4 distinct flavors that harmoniously blended together without any conflict. They flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, leaving a refreshing and comfortable sensation, as if his body had been cleansed by nature.
The 4 flavors flowed through his body, leaving Zhang Xiaoliang with an endless aftertaste. This feeling was truly refreshing. Zhang Xiaoliang took a deep breath, his face radiating comfort. Seeing Zhang Xiaoliang's expression, Zhang Zhe thought the coconut milk tea must not be too bad. Zhang Xiaoliang took several sips of the coconut milk tea, savoring the pure flavor. Xiao Zhe, did you apprentice under some legendary master?
You seem to know everything. Even something as simple as this coconut milk tea is perfectly balanced.
It's hard to believe. Zhang Xiaoliang sipped the coconut milk tea while looking at Zhang Zhe with admiration.
Zhang Zhe smiled, took out 5 cups and placed them on the counter, intending to make one for everyone in the Chinese restaurant. There's no such thing as a master.
You know, I used to just swim all the time. I couldn't do anything else.
When I had nothing to do, I liked to mess around, and before I knew it, I learned a lot.
Zhang Zhe continued working while chatting with Zhang Xiaoliang, telling a little white lie. Huh, what's that smell? Just then, a scent wafted out from the kitchen.
Zhang Xiaoliang sniffed and realized someone in the kitchen had burned the food.
Zhang Zhe also caught the smell. He shook his head. It's fine. Let them keep trying. The more they practice, the better they'll get.
Before Zhang Zhe could finish speaking, a series of shouts came from the kitchen.
Mengjia, quickly add some water. The food is burning. Oh no, it's ruined. I added too much salt. What should we do?
I put flour instead of salt.
Hearing these voices, Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh. They're not cooking, they're fighting. Isn't that how it goes the first time you cook?
Chefs all start out this way, step by step, right?
Zhang Zhe smiled and said.
Zhang Xiaoliang, recalling his own days of learning to cook, sighed with emotion. When I was learning to cook, I started as a kitchen helper, chopping and washing vegetables every day. You wouldn't believe how many times I cut myself trying to perfect my knife skills. A chef who hasn't been cut by a knife isn't a real chef.
Zhang Zhe added from the side. That's right, Xiao Zhe, I agree with you. It's exactly like that.
Zhang Xiaoliang wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Zhe's words.
Wah, wah, wah. Mom, I don't want to eat seafood. I don't eat seafood. Bebe, be good. We want to eat seafood. Mom will take you to eat something else, okay?
Just as Zhang Xiaoliang and Zhang Zhe were chatting, a childless crying could be heard outside the Chinese restaurant, followed by the soothing voice of a woman. From the accent, it sounded like they were Chinese. Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang hurried out. Outside the Chinese restaurant, a woman in her early 30s, dressed casually and looking quite attractive, was comforting a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl had pigtails, a chubby face, and was wearing a princess dress. Even when she was wiping away tears, she looked adorable and incredibly cute. This little girl was the epitome of a super cute little girl.
Zhang Zhe couldn't help but praise her.
Zhang Xiaoliang, already a father, naturally felt a paternal affection toward children. He walked toward the little princess, and Zhang Zhe followed suit.
The appearance of Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang was also noticed by the beautiful woman.
When the woman saw Zhang Xiaoliang and Zhang Zhe, she was surprised.
Ah, isn't that Brother Liang? What are you doing here?
And you're not that person, oh right, you're the recently retired swimming superstar Zhang Zhe.
How did the two of you end up here? Chapter 73, Sugarman.
Zhang Zhe didn't expect the woman to recognize him in Zhang Xiaoliang, which was a bit of a surprise.
Hello, are you and your little one here to tour Elephant Island?
Zhang Xiaoliang greeted them first. The little girl in front of the woman, seeing two strangers approaching, shyly clung to the woman's arms.
Yes, I'm here on Ko Chang Island with my little one. Bright, Zhang Zhe, what are you two doing here? Are you here for a vacation too?
The woman hugged the little girl in her arms, curious. As they approached, Zhang Zhe noticed that the woman's face looked familiar, resembling someone he knew, but he couldn't quite place her.
It's like this.
Xiao Zhe and I are participating in a variety show called Chinese Restaurant.
Here it is. Have you had lunch yet? Why don't you come in and try some hometown flavors? Zhang Xiaoliang enthusiastically recommended. Hey, little one, have you had lunch yet? Uncle heard you say you don't want to eat seafood. How about some Chinese food? Try some of the local delicacies?
Zhang Zhe knelt down in front of the little girl, looking at her teary eyes, and spoke softly.
Bibi, Uncle Zhang Zhe is asking you a question. Do you want to eat?
The woman squatted down, tidied up Bibi's dress, and looked at her with extreme affection.
The little girl, Bei, rubbed her eyes and asked Jiang Zhe curiously, "Uncle, what delicious food can you make?" Jiang Zhe pretended to think for a moment, then said, "Bibi, what would you like to eat? Tell me, and Uncle will make it for you." "Really, Uncle? I want to eat sugar figurines." Bei seemed to have a particular fondness for sugar figurines and blurted out her desire without hesitation. "Bibi, there's no sugar figurines here. Let's go back home and eat them then, okay? Or Uncle can make you something else delicious, okay?" The woman knew very well that in this foreign land, there was no way to find the hometown specialty of sugar figurines, so she suggested Bibi choose something else. "Alright, then whatever Uncle makes, Bei will eat." Though Bei was a little disappointed, she was quite understanding and didn't cry or fuss. There are two common methods for making sugar figurines: blowing sugar figurines or drawing sugar figurines. Blowing sugar figures requires special tools and is a bit troublesome, but painting sugar figures is much simpler. As long as you're skilled and have the right technique, you can usually create sugar figures of various designs. In the B-level handmade snack making skills, there are instructions for both blowing and painting sugar figurines, so making them isn't that difficult or complicated. "Liang, do we have any sugarcane or malt sugar in our restaurant?" Sugar figurines are typically made using sugarcane or malt sugar, so Jiang Zhe asked Zhang Xiaoliang. "We don't have maltose, but we have a little bit of sugar, not much." Zhang Xiaoliang thought for a moment and replied. Since we have sugar, Jiang Zhe had an idea. He looked at Bei and said mysteriously, "Bei, if Uncle makes you a sugar figure, how will you thank Uncle?" "Oh, Uncle, are you really going to make a sugar figurine for Bei? Uncle is so kind." "Thank you, Uncle." The little girl Bei was thrilled. If Uncle made a sugar figurine for her, she would give him a kiss, hee. Jiang Zhe was speechless. This sounded like the story of the big bad wolf holding candy and the little lamb. "Jiang Zhe, you really know how to make sugar figures? That's amazing." The woman was surprised and very amazed. Xiao Zhe can do so many things, there's nothing he can't do if you can think of it. Zhang Xiaoliang was already used to it and remained calm. "Have you had lunch yet?" Jiang Zhe asked the woman. The woman shook her head and explained, "No, I was playing here with Bei, waiting for someone. Bei was hungry, but I couldn't find anything good to eat here, so I wanted to take Bei to eat seafood, but Bei didn't want to, so he was crying. That's when we happened to meet you. Well, we haven't had lunch either. Let's go in and eat together. Zhao Wei and the others should be almost done with lunch. One more person won't hurt." The woman felt a bit embarrassed. This is so awkward. It's okay. Meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign land and sharing a meal together is fate. Jiang Zhe smiled and indicated he didn't mind. The woman led the little girl Bei to follow Jiang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang into the Chinese restaurant. Just then, Jiang Zhe's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhang Shuang calling. Seeing the call, Jiang Zhe remembered that Zhang Shuang had returned to the country today and the flight should be about to land. "Jiang Zhe, you're so inconsiderate. I'm leaving and you didn't even call me." As soon as the call connected, Zhang Shuang's voice was filled with resentment. "I was extremely busy this morning. I just finished and was about to call you when you called. See, we're on the same wavelength. Have you entered the departure lounge yet?" Jiang Zhe laughed it off. Who knows if you're telling the truth? There are only a few minutes left before the flight, so I called to let you know. Unlike you, who took advantage of me and didn't even bother to call." The last part of Zhang Shuang's sentence was barely audible, but Jiang Zhe still heard it. "Well, have a safe trip. Once you're back in the country, make sure to let me know you're okay. I'll come find you when I get back." Jiang Zhe pretended not to hear the last part, but he couldn't help but think about the warm feeling he had just experienced. "That's more like it. Alright, I'll hang up now. I need to board the plane. Alright, have a safe trip." After hanging up on Zhang Shuang, Jiang Zhe suddenly heard a scream coming from the kitchen. "Quick, the kitchen's on fire. Oh no, what should we do? Everything has burned. What are we going to eat for lunch?" Soon after, a strong smell of burning filled the air, and Zhao Wei, Diliriba, and others emerged from the kitchen looking disheveled. Jiang Zhe looked at the scene and thought, "This isn't cooking, this is playing with fire." "Hey, Liku, Bei, what a coincidence. What are you two doing here?" Jiang Zhe didn't expect Zhao Wei to know this mother-daughter duo. "Hello, Aunt Wei. Micro, are you also a guest on the Chinese restaurant?" The woman was also surprised. Jiang Zhe whispered to Zhao Wei, "Sister Wei, who is she? I feel like I've seen her before, like she reminds me of someone." "You should know Li Xian, right? She's Li Xian's older sister, Li Ku, the editor-in-chief of Entertainment Frontline magazine." "Li Xian's sister? No wonder. I knew she looked familiar. P.S. Li Xian and Li Rui." Chapter 74, Uncle, Kiss Kiss. Jiang Zhe never expected Li Ku to be the younger sister of the popular actress Li Xian. What a surprise. When Li Ku saw Diliriba and others running out of the kitchen, she was even more surprised. "Diliriba, Zhang Xian, Xiao Minggu, Mang Jia? My goodness, are you running a celebrity-studded Chinese restaurant here?
Li Ke was the editor-in-chief of Entertainment Frontline magazine, so she naturally recognized all the celebrities in the entertainment industry. She immediately recognized all the guests present.
Wei Jia, what are you all doing out here? Aren't you supposed to be cooking? Zhang Zhe is waiting for dinner. Why did you all come out? Zhige, I accidentally burned the pot dry while cooking, so it caught fire.
Jin Mengjia blushed and explained the reason.
Just then, Zhang Xiaoliang came out of the kitchen, clapped his hands, and said, "It's okay, the pot is clean now. Everyone can continue cooking. Hurry up, we have guests here." "Oh, there are guests coming. Should we continue?"
Zhang Xian was worried that her cooking skills might embarrass her, so she was a bit concerned.
"It's okay, keep going."
Li Ke probably guessed that Zhang Xian and the others weren't very good at cooking, so he quickly assured them he didn't mind.
"Everyone, let's give it our all. Since we've already started, we can't give up now. Let's get back in the kitchen and keep going." Wang Xiaoming led the way into the kitchen.
Dili Reba, Jin Mengjia, and Zhang Xian saw that Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang had no intention of helping, so they had no choice but to enter the kitchen and continue cooking.
"Li Ke, take Bei Bei and wait here for us for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon, and we'll eat lunch together." After Zhao Wei finished speaking, she looked at Bei Bei with great affection. "Bei Bei, will you try the sweet and sour pork ribs that Aunt Wei made for you later?" Bibi nodded obediently. "Okay, Aunt Wei." After Zhao Wei entered the kitchen, Bei Bei walked over, holding Zhang Ze's hand, full of anticipation. "Uncle, where's my sugar figurine? Will you make one for Bei Bei?" Zhang Ze nodded. "Bibi, just wait a moment. Uncle will make you a sugar figurine right away." "Yay! Uncle is so great." Bei Bei was very happy and excited.
Earlier, when Zhang Ze asked Zhang Xiaoliang if there was any sugar or maltose, he had already guessed what Zhang Ze was going to do, so he had already taken the sugar out of the kitchen in advance.
"Xiao Ze, here's the sugar." "Alright, thanks, Brother Liang."
A sugar figurine doesn't actually require much sugar, just a little bit is enough to make one. In the kitchen, Zhao Wei and others were stir-frying. Zhang Ze went to the counter, found a flat piece of granite, cleaned it thoroughly, and dried it.
He would need it later for making the sugar figure. Li Ke's phone rang at that moment. "Hello, yeah, keep walking forward. Yes, there's a Chinese restaurant over there."
"We're at the Chinese restaurant.
Hurry over, there's a surprise waiting for you here." "Yeah, come quickly." From Li Ke's words, Zhang Ze realized that her sister was coming. Zhang Ze wondered if it could be Li Xin. "Mom, is it Auntie coming?" Bei Bei asked curiously. "Yeah, your aunt is on her way here."
Li Ke picked up Bei Bei and sat her on a chair at the bar counter, watching Zhang Ze pound the sugar cane. Zhang Ze placed the crushed sugar into a pre-prepared pot and began to melt it. Cooking sugar requires precise control of heat and time. The flame must not be too intense, and the cooking time must not be too long or too short. If the heat is too high or the time is too long, the sugar will burn, leaving a bitter taste. If the time is too short, the sugar won't melt completely, making it difficult to pour during the sugar figure making process, and the final product will have a grainy texture and an impure flavor. The most technically challenging part of sugar art is the drawing process. This step not only tests the artist's drawing skills but also their ability to control the force when pouring the sugar. If too much sugar is poured, it will form clumps, and if too little is poured, the sugar figure will easily break apart. Therefore, this process must be done with great care and precision, ensuring the right amount of force is applied at all times. Once the sugar in the pot is properly melted, Zhang Ze begins preparing to draw the sugar figure. Since he doesn't have professional tools for shaping the sugar, Zhang Ze has to rely on his sense of touch to control the amount of sugar. Zhang Ze planned to draw a cheerful character for Bei Bei, so it was a bit more complicated. Using a spoon, he scoops out the boiled sugar and carefully begins to draw patterns on the granite surface, taking it one step at a time, daring not to be the slightest bit careless. Time ticked by. Outside the Chinese restaurant, a woman dressed in casual attire and wearing a baseball cap first checked outside before entering. This person was none other than Li Ke's younger sister, Li Xin. Li Ke saw her and hurried over. "Sis, this Chinese restaurant is filming a variety show. Wei Jia, Xiaominggu, and Dili Reba are all here, and your idol is here too." "Idol? You mean Zhang Ze is here too? Where? Where? Take me there quickly." Li Xin heard this and became instantly excited, about to shout out loud, but was stopped by Li Ke, who gestured toward the surroundings, signaling Li Xin to be mindful of her surroundings. Li Ke pulled Li Xin to the bar counter, pointed at Zhang Ze, who was intently making a sugar figurine, and said admiringly, "Look, your idol is making a sugar figurine for Bei Bei. Isn't he amazing? Wow, it really is Zhang Ze. I never thought my idol could make sugar sculptures. I'm so impressed." Li Xin was thrilled. She watched Zhang Ze carefully crafting the sugar sculpture, becoming more and more captivated, her eyes filled with admiration. Although drawing Xianjiang was troublesome, for Zhang Ze, it was merely a matter of time. A few minutes later, a perfect Xianjiang appeared before everyone's eyes. "Wow, it's Xianjiang. Uncle, you're so awesome." Bei Bei was thrilled. She dashed over to the counter and gave Zhang Ze a kiss on the cheek. "Uncle, kiss kiss."
Jiang Zhe didn't expect the little girl Bei to actually run over and give him a kiss. Alright, Bei, wait until the Xianjiang hardens and it's all yours. Jiang Zhe exhaled deeply, looked up, and just happened to catch Li Xian's admiring gaze. Hello, Li Xian. Nice to meet you. Chapter 75, C-Rank Painting Skill. Ding.
Just as Jiang Zhe had greeted Li Xian, a system notification popped up in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have manually created a painting with an 80% similarity rate, earning you C-Rank Painting Skill.
What? Making a happy lamb candy figure actually earned me a C-Rank painting skill? This is so unexpected. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This skill came completely out of the blue, totally unexpected.
Li Xian saw Jiang Zhe greet her first and felt a little excited. Hello, Mr. Jiang.
I've only seen you on TV before. I never expected to meet you in person in this foreign country. This is so exciting.
Meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land is truly a stroke of fate.
Jiang Zhe smiled. Uncle, when will my Xianjiang candy figure be ready? Bei looked at the cooling Xianjiang candy figure, filled with anticipation.
Jiang Zhe ruffled Bei's hair and said, Don't worry, little one.
Once it's ready, Uncle will give it to you, okay?
Jiang Zhe unexpectedly obtained this C-Rank painting skill, and the most direct reason was because of Bei. If it weren't for Bei wanting to eat the candy figure, Jiang Zhe wouldn't have used the drawing techniques from the B-Rank handmade snack-making skill to draw the candy figure. Who knows how long it would have taken to acquire a painting skill otherwise. Although this C-Rank painting skill is currently useless, having an extra skill is always a good thing. Hey, Li Xian, you're here on Elephant Island too? That's such a surprise. Zhao Wei walked out wearing an apron and was surprised to see Li Xian standing outside the bar. Micro, your outfit really makes you look like a chef. Li Xian teased Zhao Wei upon seeing her attire. Hey, I'm no chef. The real chef of our Chinese restaurant is right in front of you. Xiao Zhe is the true chef. Zhao Wei pointed at Jiang Zhe, being modest. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Are you going to show off your cooking skills today and let us enjoy your amazing culinary skills? Li Xian was both surprised and excited about Jiang Zhe's cooking. Li Xian, the head chef today, is Micro and her team. We should look forward to their cooking. Jiang Zhe pointed toward the kitchen.
Zhao Wei, you're so amazing. We can't wait to taste the dishes you've prepared. Aunt Wei, when are we going to eat? I'm hungry.
Bei walked up to Zhao Wei and rubbed her little belly. Judging by her expression, she was indeed hungry.
Almost ready, Bei, don't be impatient. Uncle Jiang will make you something delicious soon, okay?
Zhao Wei pinched Bei's chubby little cheeks, showing her concern.
Aunt Wei, Uncle Jiang made me a happy lamb candy figure.
Bei pointed to the cooling happy lamb candy figure, her little face brimming with joy. When Zhao Wei saw the highly similar Xianjiang candy figure, she couldn't help but praise, Xiao Zhe, I think we don't need to sell main meals anymore.
Let's specialize in snacks. We can make a lot of money selling snacks. Wei Jia, does that mean Jiang Zhe can make a lot of snacks too? Li Ku asked curiously, with Li Xian also looking on with interest. Now he's a true culinary master.
Once the show Chinese Restaurant airs, you'll see how amazing he is, a man who can both entertain guests and cook in the kitchen. After saying this, Zhao Wei added with a mischievous smile, of course, a man as handsome as him is also perfect for warming the bed.
Ha, Micro sister, you're killing me. Li Ku burst out laughing upon hearing this.
Li Xian, on the other hand, had a gleam in her eyes, lost in thought. Jiang Zhe blushed and quickly changed the subject. Sister Wei, stop teasing him.
How's dinner coming along? Can we eat yet? Almost done.
Zhang Xiaoyang said there were guests coming, so he went to cook a few dishes himself.
We should be ready to eat in a few minutes.
Zhao Wei said as she walked over to the dining table. Li Xian, come help me set the table.
Let's get ready to eat.
Jiang Zhe walked toward the kitchen to see what was going on inside. As soon as he entered the kitchen, a strong smell of burnt food hit his nose. Jiang Zhe looked around and saw that the kitchen was in complete disarray, with the trash can filled with various burnt vegetables.
Jiang Zhe shook his head, but didn't say anything. After all, it was her first time cooking, so there were bound to be some mistakes.
Jin Mengjia, Diliriba, Jiang Xian, and Huang Xiaoming were gathered around a plate of food, discussing it.
Xiaoming, how's it taste?
Jin Mengjia asked nervously.
It's okay. Much better than the last few times. Good job, keep it up. Huang Xiaoming nodded in approval. Try mine. Try mine. Jiang Xian hurriedly asked Huang Xiaoming to taste the dish she had made.
Huang Xiaoming took a bite and furrowed his brows. Xian, you should add a little more salt, it's a bit too salty.
Oh, what should I do? Should I put it back on the stove? Jiang Xian replied disappointedly. No need to cook it again. If you cook it a second time, the flavor will be completely ruined.
Jiang Xian had stir-fried a plate of green vegetables. Though the color and taste were only average, Jiang Zhe thought it was still decent. After all, it was her first time stir-frying, so one couldn't expect too much. Hearing Jiang Zhe say that, Jiang Xian felt embarrassed. Xiao Zhe, did I cook it badly? Will it taste bad? Relax, have confidence in your cooking skills.
Jiang Zhe encouraged Jiang Xayan, then picked up his chopsticks and tasted Dilly Reba's tomato and egg stir-fry.
As soon as the tomato and egg stir-fry touched his lips, Jiang Zhe realized that the tomatoes and eggs hadn't absorbed the flavor at all, leaving a bland taste in his mouth.
Zhigu, is it really that bad? Dilly Reba looked at Jiang Zhe intently, waiting for his judgment. Jiang Zhe didn't say anything, glancing at Jean Mengjia's lotus root slices.
The three dishes, judging by their appearance, were quite ordinary. They were merely cooked and edible, but as for the taste, it was undoubtedly poor.
Jiang Zhe didn't want to dampen their spirits, so he encouraged them. It's your first time cooking, and it's already pretty good. Let's eat first. Liangu, how's it going over there? Is it done yet?
Yeah, I just stir-fried 3 small dishes and made a soup.
We can eat now. Jiang Zhe nodded and called out to the dining room. Wei Jie, dinner is ready. Chapter 76, A Life of Good Fortune. Alright, let's eat.
In the dining room, Zhao Wei responded and walked toward the kitchen.
Li Xian followed her in. Xiaominggu, Xian Jia, Reba, Mengjia, you're all here. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Xian was surprised to see so many celebrities and greeted everyone. Isn't that Li Xian? Welcome to the Chinese restaurant.
Huang Xiaoming served the dishes while greeting Li Xian.
Hello, Xian. Dilly Reba and Jean Mengjia also greeted Li Xian. Li Xian, it's been a while. Are you here on Xiangao Island for a vacation? Zhang Xian greeted Li Xian and asked her.
Yeah, I just finished filming a TV series a few days ago and was feeling a bit tired, so I came here to relax and unwind.
After replying, Li Xian asked, is there anything I can help with? Li Xian, could you please take this out for me?
Zhang Zhe washed the dishes and handed them to Li Xian to take out. Soon, everyone gathered together for lunch.
At the table, Dilly Reba, Jean Mengjia, and Zhang Xian were a bit nervous.
This was their first time cooking in a long time, and they were worried the food wouldn't taste good and wouldn't suit everyone's tastes.
This mindset persisted until after lunch, when they finally dispersed.
After finishing their meal, Li Ku, Li Xian, and the others voluntarily began cleaning up the dishes. Since the kitchen was in such a mess today, they let Dilly Reba and the others handle it. Jiang Zhe acted like a hands-off manager, standing at the bar watching Bei Bei.
Here, Bei Bei, this is your Xianjiang.
Jiang Zhe saw that the Xianjiang candy figure had completely hardened, so he picked it up and handed it to Bei Bei.
Bibi took the candy figure, gently licked it with her little tongue, and her pink cheeks lit up with satisfaction.
Uncle Jiang, the candy figures you made are so delicious.
Is that so? As long as you like it. Jiang Zhe mixed the coconut milk tea while chatting with Bei Bei.
Bei Bei, where are you going to play later?
Mom is taking me diving to see the little fish underwater.
Bei Bei said this with great enthusiasm, clearly looking forward to it.
Uncle Jiang, someone's coming outside.
Just as Jiang Zhe was mixing the coconut milk tea, Bei Bei pointed to the restaurant entrance. Jiang Zhe looked up and saw 4 people coming and 2 men and 2 women, who appeared to be 2 couples.
Jiang Zhe greeted them in English. Hi, dear friends, welcome to the Chinese restaurant. What can I get for you?
It was already past lunchtime, so Jiang Zhe guessed that these people were probably here to buy something to drink rather than have lunch. As soon as the 4 entered the restaurant, Bei Bei left her chair at the counter and joined Jiang Zhe at the bar, quietly savoring the Xianjiang sugar figurines. After entering the restaurant, the 4 sat casually at the bar.
The man wearing a sun hat asked Jiang Zhe, hey, boss, do you have any drinks? If there are any snacks, that would be great too. Jiang Zhe didn't know what the 4 wanted to drink, so he asked, we have beer, honey lemonade, soda, and coconut milk tea. What would you like?
Lin, Mark, Shirley, what would you like? The man in the sun hat asked his companions.
I don't need anything. You guys go ahead. The woman named Shirley seemed dissatisfied with the limited drink options and didn't want anything. I'll have a beer. Mark said he'd just have a beer. Is the coconut milk tea fresh? Lin asked curiously. Rest assured, it's absolutely fresh. Jiang Zhe nodded. Okay, I'll have one then. Lin ordered a cup. Owner, I'll have a bottle of beer too. Ice cold.
The man in the sun hat pointed at the beer.
Alright, please wait a moment.
Jiang Zhe placed 2 bottles of beer and a glass of soda on the counter and began making the coconut milk tea for the girl named Lin. Having made several cups of coconut milk tea already, Jiang Zhe had mastered the technique and the ratio of ingredients, so he quickly placed a cup of coconut milk tea in front of Lin. Please try it.
Okay, thank you. Lin politely held the coconut milk tea and took a casual sip. The next second, she exclaimed, oh my god. Is this really coconut milk tea? Why does it taste so different from the coconut milk tea I had before? What's wrong, Lin? Is the taste too strong?
Sherry looked at Lin with sympathy, and from her expression and gestures, she could tell that Lin thought the coconut milk tea tasted terrible.
No.
Lin shook her head quickly.
I meant it tastes amazing. This is the best coconut milk tea I've ever had. It's so refreshing and delicious, very pure with no off flavors. I love it. Really?
The other 3 listened to Lin and were a bit skeptical.
Yes, if the owner is willing to make another cup, you can try it. Lin nodded firmly, sounding very certain. Hey, Jiang, are you there?
Just then, a voice came from outside the Chinese restaurant, catching the attention of Jiang Zhe and the 4 tourists at the bar. Jiang Zhe glanced over and saw it was Christine, with another girl by her side.
Who is that? Jiang Zhe looked and was surprised. Isn't that Emma Watson, who played Hermione in Harry Potter? How did the two of them end up together? The people at the bar counter were stunned and excited once they recognized Christine and Emma Watson. Oh, my God. It's Kristen and Watson.
My goddess, the man in the sun had exclaimed excitedly. The others were also extremely excited, constantly trying to take photos with Kristen and Watson. Kristen and Watson were accompanied by 2 bodyguards, but the 2 bodyguards didn't enter the restaurant and waited outside the Chinese restaurant. Just then, Zhao Wei, who was cleaning the kitchen, was startled by the commotion outside and came out. Xiao Zhe, who are these people?
Zhao Wei asked casually, but the next moment she froze. Wait, isn't that the actress who played Hermione in Harry Potter? What is she doing at a Chinese restaurant? She must have come with Kristen. Xiao Zhe, is she here to find you? I never would have guessed. You really are one lucky guy. Chapter 77, Extra Reward.
Zhao Wei's words made Jiang Zhe blush.
He had met Kristen once before, and their relationship was decent. As for Emma Watson, he had only seen her on TV and didn't know her at all. As for being so lucky with women, that was a bit of an exaggeration. Jiang Zhe looked embarrassed. Sister Wei, I don't know Emma Watson. Where did you get that idea? Besides, deep down, I still prefer Chinese girls. They're more reserved.
Although Kristen and Emma Watson are of European descent, their appearances still align with Asian aesthetic preferences. They're not bad looking either, definitely considered little beauties, and their figures are great too. Plus, they're big stars. If you could happen to meet such beauties, it wouldn't be a bad thing. However, Jiang Ze's standards for choosing a partner still lean toward Chinese girls. As for Western girls, there is always a bit of a distance in his heart. Xiao Zhe, you're young, don't be too rigid. I hear European and American girls are very wild and passionate. You're single, why not give it a try? Zhao Wei looked around and saw that the photographer and camera weren't pointed at her, so she whispered a teasing remark in Jiang Ze's ear. Well, Jiang Ze didn't expect Zhao Wei to be so bold when joking around. Hey, Micro, stop teasing me. If Xin and Hoppa hear you, they'll probably think I'm so open-minded. Jiang Ze felt embarrassed, as if he were the one who was open-minded, when in reality he was quite introverted. But then again, Zhao Wei had a point. Men do like variety, don't they? Stay calm, stay calm. Hey, Jiang, we meet again. Did you miss me? I specially brought a beautiful girl for you today. Aren't you excited and surprised? Fortunately, at that moment, Christine and the tourists finished taking photos and signing autographs, and came to the bar to rescue Jiang Ze. Otherwise, Jiang Ze wouldn't have known what kind of joke Zhao Wei, who was so eager, would have made. Zhao Wei, Christine, and Emma Watson exchanged greetings. Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Emma Watson. If you've seen Harry Potter, you should know who she is. Christine pulled Emma Watson forward and introduced her to Jiang Ze. Hi, Watson, I'm Jiang Ze. Nice to meet you. Welcome to our Chinese restaurant. I'd be happy to serve you. Jiang Ze greeted Watson enthusiastically. Jiang, I saw your swimming competition at the London Olympics. You were amazing, strong, and handsome. I really like men like you, you're so manly. Watson's first words left Jiang Ze speechless. These Western girls are really open-minded. Thank you for the compliment, Watson. You're also very beautiful, and I like you too. Jiang Ze was just being polite. Oh, really? Jiang, can you be my boyfriend? Damn it. Jiang Ze almost blurted out. What the hell? Are you being this direct? We only just met. Where's your modesty? Modesty. Kristen tapped Watson on the shoulder. Watson, you're scaring Jiang. Eastern men prefer reserved, gentle girls. You're too bold, Jiang won't like that. Is that how it is? Jiang? Watson asked Jiang Ze curiously. But that's just my personality. Would you really reject me because of that? No, Watson, your personality is so straightforward. I really like it. Jiang Ze, of course, wouldn't tell the truth. Whether Watson was serious or joking, he couldn't say someone was wrong to their face. Jiang Ze quickly changed the subject to avoid getting caught up in the issue. Kristen, Watson, do you two need anything? I have drinks and snacks here. Jiang, did you make all these drinks yourself? Kristen told me your cooking is amazing, so I really want to try your homemade food. Watson looked at Jiang Ze with anticipation. Didn't you two have lunch yet? Don't tell me these two haven't eaten lunch yet. No, we've already eaten. Watson and I came here specifically to find you, mainly to enjoy the food you made. Of course, I mean the snacks. If there are no snacks, that's fine too. We can enjoy other delicious food tonight. Kristen explained. Okay, I'll start by making you a cup of coconut milk tea. It's homemade, and it's absolutely delicious. Jiang Ze began to promote the coconut milk tea.
At that moment, Li Xian and Diliriba had finished cleaning the kitchen and came into the dining room.
Although they couldn't understand each other's language, they still knew how to greet each other. After greeting Christine and Watson, they saw Jiang Zhe preparing new drinks and became curious.
What's Jiang Zhe preparing? Diliriba asked curiously. I don't know either. I've never seen her make any drinks before.
Zhao Wei was also puzzled.
What Xiao Zhe is making is called coconut milk tea. It tastes very authentic and refreshing. He made a cup for each of you. They're on the counter. You can try them later.
Zhang Xiaoliang, who had tasted coconut milk tea before, explained. I saw them over there, 9 cups in total.
They must have made one for each of us.
Jean Mengjia has sharp eyes. She spotted the 9 drinks on the counter right away.
Let's wait a moment.
Once Xiao Zhe is done, we'll go over.
There are guests at the bar. We should be mindful of the impression we make. Alright, let's do that. Everyone nodded in agreement.
This is my homemade coconut milk tea made with fresh milk and coconut flakes.
Try it and let me know how it tastes.
Jiang Zhe placed 2 cups of coconut milk tea in front of Christine and Watson.
Okay, it looks great.
I'll take a photo and post it on Facebook as a keepsake. Christine pulled out her phone to take a photo and post it on Facebook, specifically noting that it was personally crafted by swimming superstar Jiang Zhe. Yes, delicious food deserves to be preserved forever. Watson did the same, taking photos and posting them on Facebook. Kristen and Watson are very famous in Europe and America, and they have a large number of followers on Facebook. As soon as their post was published, many people left comments below, and Jiang Zhe's popularity abroad quickly soared.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! Your overseas popularity has surpassed the 100,000 mark.
After breaking this threshold, you will receive an additional reward. Chapter 78. This reward is quite generous. The system notification caught Jiang Zhe off guard. He quickly opened the system to check his fan count. So far, his total domestic fan count had reached 320,000, and his total overseas fan count had reached 90,000. Since the system indicated that his overseas fan count would break the 100,000 mark, the 90,000 figure should soon reach 100,000. According to the system's popularity conversion ratio, 100,000 overseas fan points would be converted at double the rate, meaning 200,000 popularity points. This meant Jiang Zhe's system popularity points would reach 520,000, allowing him to exchange for more system traffic. But that's not the main point. The real focus is that the system will grant an additional reward, which is what Jiang Zhe cares about most. I wonder what this extra reward will be. I'm really looking forward to it.
Jiang Zhe muttered to himself. Meanwhile, outside the bar, Christine and Watson finished posting on Facebook and put away their phones.
Oh, it's so refreshing. Jiang, did you put ice cubes in there?
Christine gently touched the cup with her hand, feeling the coolness, and asked Jiang Zhe.
Yes, Christine, can't you drink cold drinks?
Jiang Zhe thought to himself, don't tell me Christine is here for that.
Jiang, Christine can drink it. These days are her safe period.
Watson added from the side, giving Jiang Zhe a meaningful look full of hidden meaning.
Hey, Watson, how could you say that? You're making me feel embarrassed. Christine playfully hit Watson and laughed. It has to be said, Watson is really straightforward and open-minded. Kristen, Watson, try some and see how it tastes.
Jiang Zhe had gradually grown accustomed to Kristen and Watson's playful banter and took it in stride.
Okay, I'll try it. Christine nodded and took a small sip of the juice.
Jiang Zhe's coconut milk tea was made using the same method, so the taste was identical. After sipping the juice, Christine felt the same as Zhang Xiaoliang had earlier, icy, pure, and a fresh, natural aroma. Oh, my goodness, fragrant, pure, and refreshing. This feeling is absolutely amazing.
Watson, can you feel it? Watson hadn't tasted it yet. Seeing Christine's exaggerated expression, he couldn't help but ask, Christine, really? Is it that magical? Try it quickly, Watson. It will give you a completely different experience.
Kristen urged Watson to take a sip.
Okay, I'll try.
Seeing how excited Christine was, Watson took a small sip with anticipation.
Oh my god, this taste.
Watson, who had taken a small sip, felt the smooth blend of different aromas in his mouth and was so excited that he danced around, his face full of excitement. I swear, this is the purest coconut milk tea I've ever had. The coconut milk tea I had at a Michelin 2-star restaurant wasn't as pure as this.
Mingu, what are Christine and Watson talking about? Look at their exaggerated expressions. Li Xian watched Christine and Watson's expressions from the side, feeling curious.
I guess it must be the coconut milk tea that Xiao Zhe mixed, which must be very pure and delicious.
That's why the two of them had such expressions after taking just a small sip. Jiang Xian speculated. Jean Mengjia nodded in agreement. I think so too.
This just proves that the coconut milk tea Xiao Zhe mixed must taste amazing.
I really want to try it. Huang Xiaoming nodded. You're all right. Kristen and Watson really did react that way because they drank Xiao Zhe's coconut milk tea. Xiao Zhe is truly amazing. He's so talented at everything. Calling him a jack of all trades is no exaggeration. Of course. He's my idol. He must be amazing. Li Xian looked up at Jiang Zhe with admiration.
What Li Xin didn't notice was that her comment caused Jean Mengjia and Dilly Reba to feel a little bit of resentment. Oh my, our Chinese restaurant will have another source of income now. Zhao Wei mused. At the bar, Christine and Watson were completely immersed in the delicious taste of coconut milk tea. Feeling the pure and refreshing taste of the coconut milk tea, Christine and Watson kept interacting with their fans on Facebook. Zhang, can I have another cup? It's so delicious. After finishing her first cup, Christine couldn't get enough and ordered a second one. John, could you get me another one too? Look, my fans say they can't believe you, a swimming superstar, have such great skills to make such a delicious drink. However, many of them also say they're so impressed by you and have automatically become your fans. Watson handed her phone to Zhang to take a look, proving that she wasn't lying. Okay, thanks for helping me promote it, Watson. I really appreciate it. Here, this is your coconut milk tea. Zhang Zhe placed the prepared coconut milk tea in front of Watson and waved at Dilly Reba. Zhege, is there anything I can help with? Dilly Reba walked over and asked Zhang Zhe. Reba, have everyone share these cups of coconut milk tea and try the flavor. Dilly Reba had been eager to taste the coconut milk tea Zhang Zhe had prepared, so she quickly waved to Jean Mengjia and the others. Soon, the Chinese restaurant erupted with exclamations of delight as everyone immersed themselves in the pure, authentic flavor of the coconut milk tea. Just as Zhang Zhe was about to head to the kitchen to prepare the seasonings for the Sichuan-style cold noodles, a notification popped up on the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your overseas fan count has surpassed 100,000, earning you an extra reward. The prize distribution is now beginning. Immediately, the system's lottery panel began to scroll automatically, flashing countless skills and system credits, leaving Zhang Zhe feeling incredibly nervous. Reward distribution complete. Please claim your prize. Seeing the familiar golden, eye-catching small gift package, Zhang Zhe excitedly clicked on it. Heaven help me, earth help me, Buddha protect me, let's open it. S-rank hacker skill. Seeing this skill, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This reward is pretty big. Chapter 79, Not Impressed. Zhang Zhe currently possesses 3 S-class skills. The first is an S-class swimming skill, which was the first skill Zhang Zhe obtained. It was precisely because of this skill that he gained his current fame and achievements. The second is the S-rank Shadow Kick and Iron Wire Fist he obtained from Huang Fengming. These 2 skills are the most practical ones. With them, Zhang Zhe has the foundation to survive. Excluding hot weapons, in a cold weapon duel, Zhang Zhe wouldn't back down from anyone. The third is the newly acquired S-rank hacking skill. While it currently has no practical use, it is an S-rank skill, and one never knows when it might come in handy. This S-rank hacking skill, though currently useless, doesn't mean it won't be useful in the future. What a valuable asset! Zhang Zhe glanced at the 3 S-rank skills in the system and happily logged out. Hey, Zhang, do you have any snacks? Like some of your Chinese specialties, such as peanuts or buns? After drinking 2 large cups of coconut milk tea, Christine seemed unable to satisfy her appetite and began asking Zhang Zhe for something to eat. Christine, you ate such a big portion of lobster for lunch. Are you already hungry? Watson asked curiously. Watson, I heard from Agrius that China not only has delicious main dishes but also a wide variety of tasty snacks. I'll be returning home in a few days, so before I leave, I'd like to try some snacks made by Zhang himself. That would make me happy, Christine said with anticipation. Zhang, what kinds of snacks do you have in China? Are there many? Can you make them? Watson asked Zhang Zhe curiously, full of questions. Watson, Christine is right. Chinese cuisine is rich and diverse, with countless delicious dishes. Snacks are an important part of our culinary culture, with a wide variety of options. I can't guarantee I can make all of them, but the ones I do make will definitely be delicious. Zhang Zhe was still very confident in his cooking skills, so he spoke with confidence when introducing them to Watson, showing no signs of nervousness. Watson, I've told you, Zhang is a very talented person. Don't doubt his cooking skills, he's a jack of all trades. Christine spoke up for Zhang Zhe. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt your cooking skills. I know very little about Chinese cuisine, and I'd love to experience its unique flavors. Would you be willing to satisfy my curiosity? Watson felt a bit apologetic, afraid Zhang Zhe might misunderstand. No problem, Watson. I can make you a delicious snack right now. By the way, can you handle spicy food? Based on the timing, the prepared liangfen has already cooled down and is ready to be served. Since Christine and Watson are both here, we can bring it out for them to taste the unique charm of this famous Chinese snack. Zhang, I can handle spicy food. I think, with your cooking skills, you could easily apply to become a Michelin-starred restaurant. If you're interested, I can help you get started. Watson was excited and enthusiastic. A Michelin-starred restaurant? Does Chinese cuisine need to be rated by a foreign culinary institution? Zhang Zhe shook his head, indicating he wasn't interested. Zhang Zhe directly declined. Thank you for your kind offer, Watson. Chinese restaurants are here to showcase the diversity of Chinese cuisine to the world. As for becoming a Michelin-starred restaurant, I'm afraid I'm not interested. That's truly a shame, Zhang.
Watson waved his hand, looking a bit disappointed. Despite the strong sea breeze on Elephant Island, which was cool, the daily heat was intense, and with it being midday, more and more tourists were arriving at the Chinese restaurant. There were foreign tourists, Asian tourists, and no shortage of Chinese tourists. They didn't come to the Chinese restaurant for lunch, most were there to drink something, eat some snacks, cool off, and then continue on to their next destination. As more and more tourists arrived at the Chinese restaurant, Zhao Wei and the others began to get busy. Drinks and beverages started selling like hotcakes. Weijie, Xinjie, come over here. I'll teach you how to make coconut milk tea. Zhang Zhe couldn't stay at the bar mixing coconut milk tea all the time. He also needed to go to the kitchen to prepare the seasoning for Sichuan-style cold noodles. Huang Xiaoming and Jin Mingjia were helping to greet customers, while Zhang Xiaoliang and Dili Riba were busy washing cups in the kitchen. Therefore, the task of mixing coconut milk tea fell to Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian. Xiao Zhe, you explain, we'll listen. Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian realized the Chinese restaurant was getting a bit overwhelmed, so they listened carefully to Zhang Zhe's instructions. Zhang Zhe could perfectly control the proportions of the various ingredients for the coconut milk tea, but Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian couldn't. Therefore, Zhang Zhe brought out several fixed tools to standardize the ingredient ratios for each cup of coconut milk tea. Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian could then follow these fixed ratios to prepare the drinks. Of course, the flavor achieved through this blending method will inevitably fall short of the purity and crispness of Zhang Zhe's blend. However, after Zhang Zhe's demonstration, Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian gained an understanding of the basic mixing technique and were able to mix the sauce to achieve approximately 65% of the texture and flavor that Zhang Zhe had achieved, which was already quite impressive. After teaching Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian, Zhang Zhe entered the kitchen. He took a look at the finished cold noodles from the morning, which were already perfect. The next step was to prepare the sauce. Authentic Sichuan-style cold noodle dish must be paired with the most authentic sauce to truly appreciate the crisp, smooth, and silky texture of the noodles. Another crucial characteristic of Sichuan-style cold noodles is their spiciness. However, this spiciness must be controlled within an appropriate range. It shouldn't overpower other flavors or leave the spiciness undetectable. If the two flavors are completely separated, you won't be able to experience the spicy aroma with a hint of smoothness and tenderness. Prepare all the ingredients needed for the sauce, light the stove, heat the pot, add oil, and add the ingredients. Zhang Zhe carefully controls the heat and the ratio of ingredients to ensure that the essence of each ingredient is fully combined. As the aroma of the stir-fried ingredients continues to fill the air, the fragrant mixture is tossed and served. Done. Chapter 80, Ice and Fire. Wow, Mr. Handsome, it smells so good. What is it? Li Xian entered the kitchen, drawn by the aroma of the stir-fry, which sparked her appetite. Li Xian, stop calling me God. We're around the same age, call me Zhang Zhe. This is the seasoning for Sichuan-style cold noodles. Have you ever tried them? Zhang Zhe poured the fragrant seasoning into a pre-prepared bowl, ready to start slicing the noodles. Alright, Zhang Zhe. When Li Xian saw the translucent, visually appealing finished liangfen and smelled the refreshing aroma of mung beans, she couldn't resist wanting to try it. Zhang Zhe, how is liangfen made? Is it difficult? Why don't you teach me? I want to learn too. Any culinary skill is actually quite simple to learn, but the real challenge lies in turning it into a delicious dish. That's where the true test of skill lies. Li Xian wanted to learn how to make liangfen, which wasn't difficult and could be mastered quickly. However, to reach Zhang Zhe's level of skill was something she couldn't even dream of. Alright, I'll teach you when I have time. However, making a delicious and refreshing liangfen isn't an easy task. You'd better be mentally prepared. Since Li Xinyang wanted to learn, Zhang Zhe wouldn't refuse. He'd teach her the simplest methods, but as for the taste, he couldn't guarantee that would require practice. Alright, I'll start with the simple methods first and practice slowly. Li Xian was full of confidence. Zhang Zhe smiled and began cutting the liangfen into uniform small pieces, then started arranging them on a plate. Zhang Zhe's knife skills were sharp and precise. Cutting the liangfen into uniformly sized pieces was no challenge at all. Meanwhile, Li Xian watched as the even strips of liangfen appeared under Zhang Zhe's knife, and she was quite amazed. Zhang Zhe, did you learn Tian Buguan's whirlwind sword technique? Your speed is so fast and precise. Xian, Zhang Zhe's cooking skills are that amazing. Why don't you say he apprenticed under the food god? Dili Reba teased after hearing Li Xian's words. After cutting the liangfen, pour the seasoning sauce over it, add the pre-prepared sesame seeds and peanuts, then sprinkle some scallion greens on top. A plate of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious Sichuan-style liangfen appeared before Dili Reba and Li Xian. Wow, just the smell alone tells me there's chili in there. I can't take it anymore, it's making my mouth water. Dili Reba couldn't resist and secretly licked her lips, unable to resist the temptation. Sichuan-style cold noodles aren't just spicy, they also have a sour taste. What does spicy and sour in perfect harmony mean? You'll know once you try it. Zhang Zhe poured the right amount of aromatic vinegar over the prepared Sichuan-style cold noodles. The vinegar aroma wafted up, blending perfectly with the spiciness. It was truly sour and spicy, smelling incredibly bold. Liang Ge, are you done over there? Zhang Zhe asked Zhang Xiaoliang by the sink. Almost done. What's the rush? Zhang Xiaoliang turned around and asked Zhang Zhe. I made some Sichuan-style cold noodles for you, Reba and Li Xin. Come and try some. Zhao Wei and the others are busy outside. Let's prepare some for them after this group of customers leaves. Wow, Zhe good, you really prepared this for us? Thank you so much. Dilly Reba was overjoyed. Oh my gosh, what a treat. I have to try this authentic Sichuan-style cold noodles with its sour and spicy flavor. Zhang Xiaoliang also came over with a hungry look on his face, ready to enjoy the tempting dish. Li Xian was almost about to hug Zhang Zhe and give him a kiss. She was the closest one, so she could clearly sense how delicious the Sichuan-style cold noodles were. If it weren't for the awkwardness of asking, she would have already tried it. So when Zhang Zhe spoke up, Li Xian got excited. My idol, I love you so much. Enjoy it, and by the way, there's warm water over there to help neutralize the spiciness. After Zhang Zhe finished speaking, he carried the Sichuan-style cold noodles toward the restaurant. As soon as he left, the muffled voices of Dilly Reba and Li Xian could be heard. Wow, it's so spicy, but the smooth texture of the noodles is so tempting. Spicy is spicy, but it's so delicious. When Zhang Zhe arrived at the restaurant, a group of customers had already left. Christine and Watson were surrounded by a group of white girls. From the looks of it, they were probably her fans asking for autographs and photos. Hey, Zhang, did our snacks arrive yet? Zhang Zhe appeared in the restaurant and was spotted by Watson, who excitedly called out to him. Kristen also walked over, and her fans gathered around her as well. Zhang, can you tell me what this crystal-clear, noodle-like thing is called? Why does it smell sour and spicy? Christine took a deep breath and asked Zhang Zhe with curiosity. Oh my goodness, is this the legendary dark cuisine? This is so interesting. Watson looked at the Sichuan-style cold noodles in front of him, utterly amazed. Meanwhile, Christine and Watson's fans began to discuss among themselves. What is this? Have you ever seen it before? No, this must be the legendary Chinese snack. But it smells like chili and something sour. Do you want to try it? Even though it looks a bit like dark cuisine, I want to give it a try. Exactly, because I absolutely love that sour and spicy flavor. Zhang Zhe looked at the hesitant Christine and Watson, smiled, and said, why not give it a try? Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Okay, Zhang, how do you eat this? Christine had no idea where to start. Do it this way, I'll show you. Under Zhang Zhe's demonstration, Christine mixed the cold noodles with the sauce evenly, then put a small piece in her mouth. Oh my god, it's so spicy. Kristen's first reaction was that it was extremely spicy, and she couldn't help but want to drink water. But Zhang just stopped her. Kristen, just bear with it. Chew it gently, and you'll discover the deliciousness inside. Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Christine forced herself to resist the urge to drink water, gently chewed and bit into it. The next moment, a cool, smooth, and delicate flavor rushed straight to her taste buds, leaving Christine's eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my god, what am I eating? Why are there such distinct two flavors? This silky smoothness is simply irresistible. Kristen savored the spiciness while feeling the smooth, delicious flavor in her mouth. Sipping on a cold drink, it was like experiencing both ice and fire at the same time. Chapter 81, Random Task. Kristen ate with relish, while Watson watched in astonishment. Oh my god, Kristen, tell me, is it really that delicious? Watson felt an urge to try it himself. Kristen chewed on the cold noodles in her mouth, nodded quickly, and said, Watson, you have to try it yourself to understand this sour, spicy, delicate, and refreshing taste. This texture is so intense, it's the most explosive, delicious snack I've ever had. Hearing Christine's description, Watson couldn't resist. He picked a small piece of the dish from the plate and put it in his mouth. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the sensation and exclaimed loudly, oh my god. It's so spicy. This feeling is so intense. Water. I need water. Zhang Zhe didn't stop Watson, but Christine beside him did. Listen to me, Watson, hold on. Chew slowly, and you'll experience a different kind of delicious flavor. Trust me, you won't regret it. Watson's expression was comical at that moment, his eyes wide open, his face flushed red from the spice, and his expression exaggerated, looking somewhat terrifying. Zhao Wei and Zhang Xian, standing nearby, nearly burst out laughing at Watson's appearance. Micro, is the Sichuan-style cold noodles that Xiao Zhe made really that spicy? Look at Watson's expression, he's almost smoking from the heat. Zhang Xian whispered. Zhao Wei took a look and nodded. You know, Sichuan-style cold noodles are a specialty of the Sichuan region, and they're known for their spiciness. Watson probably hasn't had much spicy food before, so that's why he's reacting like this. Maybe it doesn't seem that spicy to us. That's true, but Christine is eating it quite happily, enjoying every bite. It must be pretty tasty. Thinking about it, that sour and spicy flavor is really addictive. Just thinking about that explosive flavor makes Zhang Xian unable to resist wanting to try it. Look, Watson has started eating after Christine's persuasion, and he is eating even more enthusiastically than Christine. Zhao Wei reminded Zhang Xian.
At the bar counter, Watson was savoring the spicy, explosive flavor while enjoying the refreshing, smooth, and delicate texture of the liangfen, all while sipping on coconut milk tea.
Like Christine, she was experiencing a dual sensation of heat and coolness.
Seeing their idols enjoying this dish that looked like dark cuisine, a few of Christine and Watson's fans couldn't control their appetites.
Hey, boss, give me a serving of this dark cuisine too.
A Watson fan was the first to speak up and order a portion.
My dear friend, I must correct you. This isn't dark cuisine, it's Sichuan-style liangfen, a very famous snack from our Chinese heritage. Are you sure you want to try it? Jiang Zhe corrected the fan's statement and confirmed again.
Yes, I want to try this unique flavor.
It's really interesting.
The fan was certain.
Alright, just a moment.
Jiang Zhe estimated that the finished Sichuan-style cold noodles in the kitchen could make around 70 servings, and there were currently 20 tourists in the Chinese restaurant, so the portion size was ample.
People tend to follow the crowd. Once someone takes the lead, others will follow.
Sure enough, following the lead of this fan, many others also expressed their desire to try some. Jiang Zhe nodded and gestured for everyone to wait a moment. In the kitchen, Dili Riba, Li Xian, and Zhang Xiaoliang had already finished their portions of Sichuan-style cold noodles, sipping water while savoring the tangy and spicy flavor in their mouths.
This flavor is truly explosive.
It's very spicy, but the texture of the noodles makes it impossible to resist.
This sensation is truly refreshing. Li Xian licked her lips, savoring the aftertaste.
To be precise, it was a combination of several flavors: spicy, sour, smooth, and delicate that seemed to follow one another in a sequence, creating a layered sensation of refreshment.
This deliciousness can only be created by Xiao Zhe. Zhang Xiaoliang was once again impressed by Jiang Zhe's culinary skills. What should I do? I want more. I haven't had enough yet.
Dili Riba savored the delicious flavor, as if one serving of Sichuan-style cold noodles wasn't enough to satisfy her appetite.
Jiang Zhe had just entered the kitchen when he heard Dili Riba say this. He smiled and replied, Dili Riba, I'll make sure there's plenty of cold noodles for everyone. Don't worry, take your time. Zhige, am I eating too much? Is that not good? Dili Riba felt a bit embarrassed and awkward. What's there to be good or bad about? Being able to eat is a blessing.
Liang Ge, come help me out and slice the cold noodles. Jiang Zhe needed some time to prepare so many portions of Sichuan-style cold noodles on his own, so he asked Zhang Xiaoliang to lend a hand.
Zhang Xiaoliang's knife skills weren't bad either. Cutting the cold noodles wasn't a problem. Alright. Zhang Xiaoliang and Jiang Zhe swung their knives together, and piece after piece of evenly cut liangfen appeared on the plate. Soon, over 20 portions of liangfen were placed in front of the fans.
The entire restaurant soon erupted into a chorus of exclamations, leaving Jiang Zhe speechless.
Ding! The system has assigned a random task.
Just as the fans were enjoying their meal, Jiang Zhe suddenly saw a system notification in his mind.
Random task? What kind of task is this?
Jiang Zhe was puzzled and quickly opened the system message. Task objective: within 2 working days, the number of overseas fan points before conversion must reach 300,000.
Task reward: random system traffic. Task failure, to be determined. After reading the task, Jiang Zhe froze for a moment.
This was a bit challenging. Overseas fans weren't as easy to gain as domestic ones. Increasing their numbers would be no easy feat.
Zhigu.
Just then, Jin Mengjia rushed in. Zhigu, the people in the restaurant want another order of Sichuan-style cold noodles.
Oh, and also another order of the Christine and Watson dish. Jiang Zhe perked up upon hearing this. Aren't Christine and Watson quite popular overseas? How did I forget about them? Let's use them for promotion. Chapter 82, Completing the System Task.
If Christine and Watson help promote these delicious snacks and specifically mention that they were made by Jiang Zhe's name will appear much more frequently on European and American online platforms. Moreover, Jiang Zhe already has a certain level of fame in Europe and America. Combined with Christine and Watson's promotion, his fan base will grow rapidly and surge in popularity.
Mengjia, wait for me in the kitchen.
Watching Jiang Zhe rush out of the kitchen in a hurry, Jin Mengjia was puzzled. What is Zhe doing?
Hey, Kristen and Watson, how's the snack taste? When you ask someone for help, you should at least be polite, right?
Jiang, I have to say, this flavor is absolutely amazing.
I love it so much. Could you make me another portion? I want to enjoy this explosive flavor again. Christine was very satisfied and eagerly anticipated another serving. Hey, Jiang, don't forget to get me a portion too.
I really like this feeling. Even though it's a bit spicy, it's so explosive and refreshing. Watson had completely fallen in love with this explosive flavor.
Hey, boss, give me another one too. Me too.
It's not just Christine and Watson who want another serving. Everyone in the restaurant who has tried the Sichuan-style cold noodles wants another serving.
Okay, everyone, don't worry.
We'll have more of this explosive flavor coming soon.
However, I have a favor to ask of everyone. Could you please help me out? Jiang, we're friends. I'll help you out. Christine is very loyal and insists on helping. Just tell me what you need, Jiang. If I can help, I will definitely do it.
Watson also said she had no problem.
Boss, are you asking us to help promote your food? A fan asked Zhang Zhe.
Zhang Zhe really wanted to give this fan a thumbs up. He hit the nail on the head. Yes, my friends, such delicious snacks deserve to be shared with more people. I'd like to ask everyone to help spread the word.
Thank you very much, my friends. Zhang, is that it? Kristen asked uncertainly. Zhang Zhe nodded. Yes, Christine, that's it. Zhang, this is too easy.
I'll start promoting it on Facebook right now to let more fans know how amazing your cooking is. Kristen didn't hesitate, picked up her phone, and started posting on Facebook.
Hey, Zhang, this is no big deal. I'm sure my fans will love the food you make.
Watson also picked up his phone and started posting. The fans nearby didn't hesitate either, quickly picking up their phones to post updates. Zhang Zhe saw this and thought to himself, done. This random task should be completed soon.
For everyone at the Chinese restaurant, today was an extremely busy day.
They worked non-stop from morning until night, so busy they didn't even have time to rest. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after sending off the last group of customers, Zhang Xian, Dilly Reba, and the others were all exhausted. Come on, have a drink to perk up. Although Zhang Zhe was also quite tired, he was still full of energy. He personally made a coconut milk tea for everyone and placed it in front of them.
Oh my gosh, I'm so exhausted.
I think the production team should give us an extra chicken drumstick tonight.
Dilly Reba sipped the refreshing coconut milk tea, leaning weakly on the bar counter.
Yeah, today was really tough. We did everything we could to complete the production team's tasks, and I wonder if we finished them all.
Zhang Xian was also exhausted.
Micro, hurry up and count today's sales so we have an idea of the total. Huang Xiaoming leaned against the bar counter, urging Zhao Wei, who was sitting on a chair, to count quickly.
Xiaoming, don't rush me. Let me rest for a moment.
I've made so many cups of coconut milk tea today that my hands are sore.
Let me rest for a bit.
Zhao Wei shook her sore arms, indicating she didn't want to move.
I'll do it.
Seeing that no one else wanted to move, Zhang Zhe stepped forward voluntarily. Alright, thanks for taking over, Xiao Zhe.
I really don't feel like moving anymore. My arms are about to fall off.
Zhao Wei made room for Zhang Zhe.
Zhang Zhe went to Zhao Wei's spot and began counting tonight's sales.
After about 10 minutes, the counting was finished. Xiao Zhe, hurry up and tell us how much it is.
Huang Xiaoming asked impatiently.
Yeah, Xiao Zhe, have we finished today's task?
Zhang Xian was also eager to know.
Good, stop teasing us, just tell us already.
Dilly Reba was almost too exhausted to speak. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Zhang Zhe decided to tease them a bit.
He shook his head slightly, his expression filled with regret.
Seeing Zhang Zhe's expression, everyone sensed that today's task was probably not completed.
Oh well, it looks like we'll have to swallow the mustard today.
Huang Xiaoming looked utterly dejected.
We can't escape the mustard-eating fate after all.
Zhang Xiaoyang felt defeated.
Alright, I'll skip this coconut milk tea and save it for after I swallow the wasabi. Jean Mingjiao looked at the coconut milk tea in her hand and couldn't bear to drink it. Xiao Zhe, how much is it? Just tell us. Zhao Wei remained calm and wasn't as discouraged. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe laughed. Actually, today's sales not only met the program's target but also exceeded it by 10,000 Thai baht. So, we've completed the program's task and don't have to eat the wasabi.
What? We completed it and even exceeded it?
Zhao Wei was the first to react. You little trickster, you deceived us.
Zhigu, you're so mean.
Upon hearing that the task was completed, Dilly Reba perked up instantly. Xiao Zhe, I'm too scared to handle such a scare.
Zhang Xian patted her chest, finally relaxing a bit.
9,000 Thai baht, that's more than double what we made 2 days ago.
Ha, what a great haul.
Zhang Xiaoliang leaned back in his chair, feeling quite accomplished. Just as the Chinese restaurant was filled with laughter and joy, Zhang Zhe saw a system notification appear in his mind.
Ding!
Within 2 working days, the Chinese restaurant's daily total sales reached 80,000 Thai baht, meeting the system task completion conditions. The host has earned a system reward.
Chapter 83, Departure Back to China.
Looking at the system notification, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but smile.
The task is finally completed. Let's see what reward the system has in store. Zhang Zhe was filled with anticipation and excitement.
As the familiar golden gift box appeared on the lottery panel, Zhang Zhe clicked on it with anticipation.
The golden gift box exploded. A ranked dance skill.
And a ranked dance skill, that's pretty good.
Although Jiang Zhe was currently participating in the variety show Chinese Restaurant, he knew he would eventually enter the entertainment industry.
In the entertainment industry, having more skills related to entertainment undoubtedly gives one an extra edge to stay relevant and popular for longer.
Therefore, even though this ranked dance skill isn't immediately useful, it will definitely come in handy someday.
Zhang Zhe deemed the skill practical and worthwhile. Alright, everyone, start cleaning up the restaurant and head back early to rest properly. Since the task was completed, everyone was in high spirits. Zhao Wei noticed this and instructed everyone to start cleaning up and go home early to rest.
Alright, let us clean up.
With everyone working together, half an hour later, everyone boarded the private car returning to the seaside villa.
Time flew by, and 5 days had passed. The show Chinese Restaurant had been filming for a week. Have you noticed that the wind has been getting stronger and the waves higher these past few days? On the way back to the seaside villa, Zhao Wei looked out at the ocean and asked casually. I noticed too. I checked the weather forecast back home, and it said that due to the influence of a tropical storm, a typhoon named Tiangu is moving towards Southeast Asia and should be approaching the southern waters of Tea Country soon. Huang Xiaoming checked the weather forecast and shared the latest information with everyone. Oh, is a typhoon coming? Dilly Reba asked nervously. If a typhoon is coming, should we continue filming at the Chinese restaurant? Jin Mengjia asked with concern. Let's see how the production team handles it. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and said. Zhang Xiaolian looked at the churning waves and sighed. Humans are so fragile in the face of nature. If this typhoon really hits, there's nothing we can do to stop it. Just as everyone had returned to the seaside villa, director Wang Tian walked over with a gloomy expression. Seeing Wang Tian's expression, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Director, has something happened? Zhao Wei asked curiously. Wang Tian smiled. Actually, it's nothing major. I received a notice from my superiors that Typhoon Hato is rapidly moving towards Southeast Asia and is expected to reach southern Tea Country in 10 hours. The island we are on will also be affected. To ensure everyone's safety, all members of the Chinese restaurant program crew must return to the mainland. We will resume filming after Typhoon Hato passes. Oh, a typhoon really is coming. Dilly Reba was quite surprised. Director, when will we depart for China? Zhao Wei was more concerned about the production team's arrangements. Wang Tian, seeing Zhao Wei ask this question, explained the production team's arrangements. The production team has already booked return flights for everyone. The departure time is at 4 a.m. tonight, so time is tight. Everyone should pack their belongings quickly. We'll depart for the airport in 2 hours. Since the production team had already arranged the itinerary and time was tight, everyone didn't hesitate and returned to their rooms to pack their luggage, preparing to return home. Jiang Zhe had not brought much luggage when he came to Xiang Island, only some clothes for changing, so he quickly finished packing. After packing, feeling bored, Jiang Zhe asked his cousin Zhao Liying where she was currently located. Cousin, where are you? In Shanghai or still filming outside? Jiang Zhe sent Zhao Liying a message. Soon, Zhao Liying replied, I'm filming in Hengdian, but my scenes are done, so I'll be back to Shanghai tomorrow. I need to rest properly. When I get back I'm exhausted. Take care of yourself, cousin. Don't overwork yourself. You little rascal. I'm a bit tired today and want to rest early. I have to drive back to Shanghai tomorrow. You should rest early too. Good night, little rascal. Alright, good night, cousin. Jiang Zhe didn't tell Zhao Liying about his plans to return to China tomorrow, intending to surprise her later. 2 hours later, Jiang Zhe and his group left the seaside villa where they had stayed for a week, boarding the production team's private vehicle to head to Bangkok International Airport in Thailand, officially beginning their journey back home. Zhege, we're going back to China. Will we be able to meet again? Jin Mengjia, sitting beside Jiang Zhe, looked at him with reluctance. Jiang Zhe had been very considerate toward Jin Mengjia during this time, not only teaching her basic cooking skills but also helping her avoid making many mistakes. As a result, the relationship between Jin Mengjia and Jiang Zhe had grown quite close. Jin Mengjia had also developed a strong attachment to Jiang Zhe. Although this return to China was temporary, and they might have to return to Xiang Island in a few days, Jin Mengjia had already grown accustomed to having Jiang Zhe by her side and couldn't bear to leave him for even a moment. Looking into Jin Mengjia's eyes, Jiang Zhe knew exactly what she was thinking. He smiled reassuringly and said, of course we'll see each other. As long as I have time, come find me, and I'll make time to be with you. Oh, Jiangzhe, you're so kind. Hearing Jiangzhe say this, Jin Mengjia was overjoyed, her face glowing with happiness. She wrapped her arms around Jiangzhe's arm and leaned against his shoulder, looking like a little bird clinging to its mother. The car was dimly lit, and after a long day, everyone was tired and had fallen asleep in their seats, unaware of the intimate exchange between Jiang Zhe and Jin Mengjia. The only one who noticed was Dilly Reba, sitting behind Jiang Zhe. At that moment, Dilly Reba was filled with resentment, her lips pouted high, watching Jin Mengjia so intimately wrap her arm around Jiang Zhe's arm. A strong pang of jealousy welled up in her heart. Several hours later, everyone transferred to another ship, then boarded a vehicle, and after a series of delays, they finally arrived at Bangkok International Airport in Thailand. Upon boarding the plane, following the seat assignments on their tickets, Dilly Reba found herself sitting next to Jiang Zhe, leaving Jin Mengjia seething with jealousy. Chapter 84, My cousin is in danger. When the plane landed at the Magic City International Airport, it had already been 6 or 7 hours. After a long night of travel, everyone was picked up by the production team's private car and arrived at the Kuantai International Hotel in Shanghai. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I'm completely exhausted. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Zhao Wei collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Zhang Xian, Jin Mengjia, Dilly Reba, Wang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang were all in the same state, slumped on the sofas, too exhausted to speak. Director, what's the next plan for the show? Seeing Wang Tian walk in looking exhausted, Jiang Zhe asked.
Similarly, Zhao Wei and the others also wanted to know what the program had planned next. Although they had returned to China, the variety show China's Restaurant had not yet wrapped up filming. According to the contract, everyone had to follow the production team's schedule. However, there was one exception, Jiang Zhe. When he joined the show, the contract he signed was relatively lenient, so the production team had no right to interfere if he wanted to do something else. However, Jiang Zhe wouldn't do something that would draw criticism, so he also wanted to know the production team's plans. Currently, we still don't know when Typhoon Hato will end, and we can't fully grasp the situation on Elephant Island. Therefore, during this period, everyone can arrange their own schedules and wait for the production team's notification. Wang Tian's words caught everyone off guard. No one expected the production team to have no alternative plans. But upon reflection, it makes sense. The show Chinese Restaurant is being filmed on Elephant Island, and it is currently only being promoted online in China. It hasn't officially aired yet, so there's no need for a press conference or anything like that. The production team's arrangements are reasonable. I need to go home and sleep for a few days to recharge my energy. Zhang Xian stood up, stretched her arms, and indicated she wanted to sleep as much as possible. I need to go home and check Tian's homework to see if he's been slacking off. Zhang Xiaoliang doesn't need to be told, he definitely has to go home to spend time with his son. Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei are no exception. They are both married with children, and after being away from home for so many days, their first priority is to go home and see their kids. As for Diliriba and Jean Mengjia, they are signed artists and need to report back to their respective agencies. Among the people present, only Jiang Zhe was the most free, able to do whatever he wanted. Half an hour later, Zhao Wei and the others left one after another. And in the end, only Jiang Zhe and Diliriba were left. Since the person who came to pick up Diliriba hadn't arrived yet, Jiang Zhe stayed to keep her company for a while longer. Zhego, what should I do if I miss you? Diliriba sat beside Jiang Zhe, reluctant to leave. Seeing Diliriba's expression, Jiang Zhe also felt conflicted. He was well aware of her feelings. It's okay. We won't be apart for too long. Once the typhoon passes, we'll be able to meet again. Seeing Diliriba on the verge of tears, Jiang Zhe hurriedly comforted her. If you miss me, just give me a call. Whenever I have time, I'll come visit you. How about that? Okay, that's settled. Diliriba nodded excitedly upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words. Glancing at the time, the person coming to pick up Diliriba should be arriving soon. Diliriba, the person coming to pick you up should be here soon. Go back and rest well, recharge your energy, and get yourself in the best condition so you can have plenty of energy for the upcoming filming of the Chinese Restaurant. Alright, thank you, Zhe. After kissing for several seconds, the two finally parted ways. There were still staff members outside the restroom, so they couldn't get too intimate. As soon as they parted, the atmosphere grew awkward. Diliriba's heart was racing, and her face was flushed red. She hadn't expected herself to make such a bold move, and even she felt utterly amazed by her own actions. Although Jiang Zhe and Dilraba had separated, their body postures remained the same. Zhegu, I. Diliriba was extremely shy, lowering her head and avoiding Jiang Zhe's gaze. Jiang Zhe gently straightened Diliriba's body and said, Diliriba, let's keep this between us as a secret. Okay, I understand, Zhegu. I just don't want to leave you. I want to stay with you. Diliriba gathered her courage and confessed her feelings to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe nodded quickly, I know. It's okay. If I have time, I'll spend more time with you. And we'll see each other soon. Don't worry. Yes, Zhe, you're so kind. Thank you. After more than 10 minutes, Diliriba reluctantly left the hotel. After everyone had left, Jiang Zhe returned to the suburban villa, freshened up, and drove toward Hangdian. Jiang Zhe was driving a BMW sports car, and since he was on the highway, he was moving quickly. A few hours later, he arrived at the underground parking lot outside the Hangdian film studio. Jiang Zhe had been here before to visit the set, so he was familiar with the area. He planned to park the car and then go find his cousin Zhao Liang. However, as soon as he drove into the underground parking lot, he suddenly noticed that his cousin Zhao Liang's car was blocked in a corner, with Zhao Liang and her agent Lan Jia surrounded by over 10 black-clad bodyguards. One of the bodyguards even pushed Lan Jia roughly. Jiang Zhe's eyes narrowed. This is bad, my cousin is in danger. Chapter 85, full of threats. Jiang Zhe never expected to encounter Zhao Liang in danger at this place, but for now, it seemed there was no immediate threat to her life. Damn it, how dare you bully my cousin? You're asking for trouble. Zhao Liang held a special place in Jiang Zhe's heart, and he wouldn't tolerate her being harmed in any way. He dared not imagine what might have happened if he hadn't been there today. Since he was too far away, Jiang Zhe couldn't see what kind of conflict had erupted between Zhao Liang and Lan Jia and the group of black-clad bodyguards. He circled around and approached a spot not far from Zhao Liang's vehicle. Upon getting closer, Jiang Zhe noticed that among the black-clad bodyguards stood a man who was only a few years older than him. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, with a refined and elegant demeanor. From his appearance alone, he seemed quite presentable. Isn't that Lin Lidong, the young president of Deshang Entertainment Company? What is he doing here? Although Jiang Zhe had been a swimmer and had never been involved in the entertainment industry, he had some knowledge of the entertainment world through Zhao Liying's career, so he recognized the man immediately. Lin Lidao's Deshang Entertainment Agency was one of the top entertainment companies in the city, far more powerful than the Ruyang Entertainment Media where Zhao Liying worked. Jiang Zhe had no idea why Lin Lidao was blocking Zhao Liying here to cause trouble for her. However, when Lin Lidao spoke, Jiang Zhe's expression turned cold, and he silently condemned Lin Lidao in his heart.
Miss Xiao, you have two choices. First, immediately terminate your contract with Ruyang and join our Deshang Entertainment. Become one of us, and we'll make you a star. Otherwise, I'll blacklist you in the entire entertainment industry. Don't think that being Ruyang's top star now will protect you. Once Deshang makes a move, do you really think Ruyang can stand up to us? Second, have dinner with me tonight, and everything can be arranged. Lin Lidao's words were filled with threats. Jiang Zhe was well aware that despite Zhao Liying's immense fame and success in the entertainment industry, a powerful company like Deshang could indeed blacklist a star if it wanted to. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Zhao Liying's contract with Ruyang hasn't expired yet. How could we terminate it early? Moreover, Zhao Liying needs to rush back to Shanghai urgently. She won't have time to accompany you for dinner tonight. Please spare Zhao Liying. You are a distinguished guest. How could our Zhao Liying possibly accompany you for dinner? That would be a disgrace to your status. Seeing Lin Lidong's extremely hostile expression, Blue Sister stepped in front of Zhao Liying. Facing Lin Lidong's threats, she adopted a very submissive stance. Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. Lin Lighting shouted at Blue Sister, pointing at Zhao Liying. Miss Xiao, you have 2 minutes to decide. Otherwise, don't blame me for using force. Zhao Liying was extremely panicked at that moment, unsure of what to do. She wished she had brought a few bodyguards from the production team along, otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up facing this trouble here. Zhao Liying was well aware of Lin Lighting's true nature. The two conditions he had presented were both unacceptable. If she agreed to either one, she would certainly face dire consequences. Mr. Lin, aren't you afraid that today's incident will be exposed? If the outside world finds out about your actions today, it won't be good for you or the reputation of Deshang Entertainment. Zhao Liying said calmly. Miss Xiao, you've been in the entertainment industry for so long. Don't you know how those entertainment media work? They're all money-grabbing, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As long as I, Lin Lidong, give the word, who dares to report today's incident? Besides, there are no surveillance cameras here. Who knows what really happened? How do you plan to expose it? Lin Xuedong's words made Zhao Liying and Lan Jie's faces turn ashen. Lan Jie tightly shielded Zhao Liying behind her and scolded, Lin Lidao, do you have any professional ethics left? You've resorted to such underhanded tactics? You're the CEO of a listed company, how could you act this way? You're truly despicable. Do you think I chose this underground garage to act because I wanted to? Even if I take Miss Zhao away today, if you expose this matter, who will prove it was me? Will you prove it? Lin Lidong glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards around him. They all shook their heads coldly, their intentions clear. Lin Lidong spread his hands. There you go. 2 minutes are up. Miss Xiao, have you made up your mind? Lin Lidong, I won't agree to either of your conditions. Forget it. Zhao Liying faced the threat with a firm attitude. Since that's the case. Lin Lidong sneered and waved his hand at the bodyguards beside him. Go ahead. Yes. Several bodyguards obeyed the order and surrounded Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying and Lan Jie saw this and their expressions turned fearful. They kept pushing backward, while Lan Jie kept shouting, get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. Zhao Liying was also in a state of panic. She was desperate and suddenly thought of Jiang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, come save me. Come save me. This was a completely instinctive reaction. In this critical moment, the only person she could think of was Jiang Zhe. She hoped he would appear and rescue her from these men. Boom! Just as Zhao Liying and Lan Jie were about to be grabbed by the black-clad bodyguards, a piercing engine roar suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately afterward, a BMW sports car rounded a corner, executed a smooth drift, and charged directly toward Zhao Liying and Lan Jie's location. Jiang Zhe had not acted immediately because he wanted to find out what was happening. He was not too far from Zhao Liying and could ensure her safety without any risks. Additionally, Jiang Zhe had recorded the previous scene on his phone, which would serve as crucial evidence to threaten Lin Lidong in the future. Seeing the black-clad bodyguards move, Jiang Zhe slammed on the gas pedal and charged straight toward the dozen or so bodyguards surrounding Zhao Liying and Lan Jie. Damn it, dare to touch the woman by my side? I'll run you all over. Chapter 86, If you're not ruthless, you can't hold your ground. The sudden roar of the car caught Lin Lidong's attention, as well as the attention of the dozen or so bodyguards, Zhao Liying and Lan Jie. Especially Lin Lidong, who saw a BMW sports car charging toward his position and was immediately terrified. Quick, stop him. Stop him. Jiang Zhe slammed the gas pedal, and the sports car shot forward like a bullet. Squeal! Just as the sports car was about to collide head-on with the bodyguards who hadn't reacted in time, Jiang Zhe slammed on the brakes.
The sports car screeched to a halt, its rear end swerving and slamming into the 3 bodyguards who were still in shock. Put! The 3 bodyguards were flung through the air by the car's immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground. They spat blood, twitched a few times, and then lost consciousness. Although Jiang Zhe had stepped on the gas pedal hard, he had controlled his speed, so the bodyguards' lives were not in danger, but they would likely have to spend some time in the hospital. As long as no one was killed, everything could be handled. Therefore, Jiang Zhe didn't care about the bodyguards' injuries. What was that? Zhao Liang and Lan Jie were completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Just as they thought their lives were in danger, a sports car suddenly appeared and rescued them. Though they were thrilled, they couldn't help but wonder who this person was. Lin Lidong and the remaining dozen or so bodyguards were also stunned by the sudden scene. By the time they reacted, the bodyguards lying on the ground were already unconscious and coughing up blood. Damn it, who are you? Get out here! Lin Lidong shouted at the sports car once he had regained his composure. At the same time, the bodyguards around him kept a wary eye on the sports car, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Creak! The car door opened, and Jiang Zhe stepped out holding a baseball bat. Xiao Zhe, is it really you? Am I dreaming? When Zhao Liang saw Jiang Zhe getting out of the car, she suddenly became extremely excited, followed by a moment of disorientation. Was this a dream? Was this real? Lan Jia was also extremely excited at that moment. Xiao Zhe is here. We're safe. We're safe. Jiang Zhe approached Zhao Liang, who was both surprised and dazed, gently embraced her, and whispered softly, "Silly girl, who else could it be?" Hearing Jiang Zhe's familiar voice and feeling the warmth of his strong embrace, Zhao Liang finally realized that everything was real. She wasn't dreaming. The person she had been longing for had finally arrived, just when she was in the most dangerous situation. In Zhao Liang's heart, Jiang Zhe was like a savior sent from heaven, rescuing her and Lan Jie from their perilous situation and bringing her endless hope. Zhao Liang's tightly knotted heart finally relaxed. Feeling Jiang Zhe's warm embrace, she couldn't help but cry, "You little rascal, you really came. You really came. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, you wouldn't abandon me." Jiang Zhe cradled Zhao Liang's delicate face, gazing at her tear-streaked cheeks. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Crying makes you look ugly. Be good. I'm here. Everything will be okay. You're safe now. Yes, don't cry. I won't cry." Zhao Liang nodded obediently, clinging tightly to Jiang Zhe's arm, unwilling to let go. "Blue sister, are you okay?" Blue sister had been pushed and shoved by those black-clad bodyguards earlier, and I didn't know if she was injured. I asked her, taking a deep breath. Before Zhao Liang became famous, Lan Jia had always been by her side, and she had a very good relationship with Jiang Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, I'm fine, but what should we do now? There are so many of them, and Lin Lidong's status is also quite special. He's not easy to deal with." Blue sister was a bit worried. Jiang Zhe glanced at Lin Lidao and the others with a cold smile. Daring to lay a hand on my closest person? You're asking for trouble." Lin Lidao recognized Jiang Zhe and threatened, "You must be the swimming champion Jiang Zhe, right? I'm warning you, don't get involved in this today, or else." However, before Lin Lidao could finish speaking, Jiang Zhe, who had lost his temper, swung the baseball bat in his hand and struck him on the arm with a single blow. The excruciating pain instantly shot through his arm, causing Lin Lidong to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. The bodyguards around Lin Lidong saw this and were about to attack Jiang Zhe, but Jiang Zhe acted first. These amateur bodyguards might be able to handle ordinary people, but in Jiang Zhe's eyes, they were nothing but trash. In just a few rounds, they were all knocked to the ground and knocked unconscious. Zhao Liang and Lan Jie, standing nearby, watched as Jiang Zhe swiftly disposed of the bodyguards, their expressions filled with shock. "Liang, how did Xiao Zhe become so powerful? I never noticed this before." Lan Jie was utterly astonished. I don't know what's going on either. When did Xiao Zhe's skills become so good?" Zhao Liang was also utterly astonished. "A bunch of weaklings, not worth a single blow." After swiftly dispatching the bodyguards, Jiang Zhe swung his baseball bat and kicked Lin Lidao, who was crouching on the ground, screaming in pain. "Hey, you were so tough earlier? Get up. I'll let you use one hand. If you can last one round against me, I'll admit defeat." Lin Lidong clutched his injured arm, looking at Jiang Zhe in sheer terror. Jiang Zhe, I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. This isn't over." Jiang Zhe swung the bat again, striking Lin Lidong's thigh, causing him to scream in pain once more. "Lin Lidong, I know you're tough and powerful, but you just said yourself that the surveillance cameras in this underground parking lot can't see this spot. So if I really go all out and kill you, who would know?" Seeing Jiang Zhe's fierce expression, Lin Lidong felt uneasy. "Jiang Zhe, you don't do anything reckless. Let's talk this out calmly." Zhao Liang and Lan Jie also hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Xiao Zhe, let it go. Lin Lidong's influence in the entertainment industry is too much for us to handle. Let's just drop it. Forget it? Even if Jiang Zhe lets it go, will Lin Lidao? This matter won't be so easily resolved today. Cousin, Blue sister, do you think Lin Lidong would just let this go given his character? Facing Jiang Zhe's doubts, Zhao Liying and Lan Jie also realized the severity of the situation. They knew very well that there was no room for negotiation today, and they had no idea what to do. Jiang Zhe wouldn't just let Lin Lidong off the hook. If you're not ruthless, your position isn't secure. That's an immutable truth. Jiang Zhe swung the baseball bat in his hand and struck Lin Lidong's thigh with all his might. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the parking lot.
Chapter 87, Releasing a Song.
A few minutes later, Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying drove away. Jiang Zhe drove the car with Zhao Liying inside, while Lan Jie drove Zhao Liying's car. Lin Lidong's two threatening remarks had already made clear what had happened earlier, so Jiang Zhe didn't ask Zhao Liying for an explanation. In the sports car, Zhao Liying looked at Jiang Zhe with eyes full of tenderness and gratitude.
Xiao Zhe, thank you.
If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't dare to think what might have happened if I fell into Lin Lidong's hands.
Jiang Zhe gave Zhao Liying a gentle glare.
Cousin, if you say that again, I'll get angry.
Do we need to say thank you between us?
Today, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to harm you, I won't let them off easily. Jiang Zhe's concern filled Zhao Liying's heart with warmth, and her gaze toward him held a new, deeper meaning.
By the way, Xiao Zhe, weren't you filming a show on Xi'an Island in Tea Country? Why did you suddenly come back to China and end up in Hengdian?
Zhao Liying had been dying to ask this question earlier.
It's like this, cousin. Have you heard of Typhoon Haido? Jiang Zhe asked Zhao Liying.
Zhao Liying had many outdoor scenes while filming and had to keep a close eye on the weather.
She nodded. I know.
Typhoon Haido is rampaging in the southern part of China, with immense power, causing significant damage to the coastal areas.
Is that why you came back? Jiang Zhe smiled. Cousin, you guessed right.
The production team received notice that Typhoon Haido would reach the southern waters of Tea Country in just over 10 hours. Since Xiong Island is also within the typhoon's path, the production team decided for safety reasons to have all staff of the Chinese restaurant return to the mainland. We'll head back to Xiong Island to continue filming after the typhoon passes.
Oh, I see. Why didn't you tell me when you were coming back?
I could have come to the airport to pick you up earlier. Zhao Liying playfully tapped Jiang Zhe on the shoulder, feeling a bit upset. Jiang Zhe chuckled. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Well, there's no surprise today, but there's definitely a scare. If I hadn't shown up suddenly, who knows where that Lin Lidao would have taken you? That Lin Lidao was really despicable. Thinking back to what had just happened, Zhao Liying felt a chill run down her spine. She climbed from the passenger seat into Jiang Zhe's arms and rested her head on his thigh. Xiao Zhe, you broke Lin Lidong's leg. Given his character, he'll definitely seek revenge. What should we do next? If he really does what he said, putting pressure on Ruyang and bribing the media to spread false reports, I'll never be able to make it in the entertainment industry.
Zhao Liying's concerns were indeed justified.
Lin Lidong would definitely seek revenge. Even if Jiang Zhe hadn't broken his legs, and even if his sudden appearance had foiled his plans, he would still choose to retaliate.
So, when Jiang Zhe was in the basement, he went ahead and broke Lin Lidong's leg. He wanted revenge, right? Fine, I'll make you pay for it too. However, Jiang Zhe had his reasons for doing so.
He wouldn't blindly break Lin Lidong's thigh with a single blow. Jiang Zhe explained to Zhao Liying with a serious expression, Cousin, even if Lin Lidong wants to take revenge, he won't do it immediately. He'll wait for some time before taking action. Moreover, even if he does, I have a trump card. If he dares to take revenge, I'll expose everything that happened today. Then we'll see who's afraid, him or us.
Zhao Liying sat up abruptly, surprised, and asked Jiang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, you still have a backup plan?
Jiang Zhe opened his phone, launched a video app, and handed it to Zhao Liying. Cousin, take a look. Zhao Liying took the video with confusion, opened it, and saw that it was a recording of what had happened in the parking lot. Her expression relaxed slightly. Xiao Zhe, I didn't expect you to secretly record what happened earlier. With this video in our hands, Lin Lidao definitely won't act rashly. No, cousin, this video isn't enough to make Lin Lidong truly fear us.
Jiang Zhe shook his head. Lin Lidong's revenge will be fierce.
We need to obtain more evidence that will truly scare him. Zhao Liying, hearing this, felt her previously relaxed mood grow heavy again.
Xiao Zhe, what should we do? Where can we find evidence? We're outnumbered and outmatched, it won't be easy to find anything. Jiang Zhe's lips curled slightly. Don't worry, cousin. Leave this to me.
Before taking action, Jiang Zhe had already mapped out the subsequent response strategies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly against Lin Lidong. In this internet age, smartphones, computers, and the internet have become essential tools in daily life. Jiang Zhe believed that someone like Lin Lidong, who handles a vast amount of information, would rely heavily on his phone and the internet, which presented a golden opportunity for him. S-class hacking skills would come in handy. With the S-level hacking skills obtained from the system, infiltrating Lin Lidong's phone and computer, monitoring his every move, and collecting highly valuable intelligence would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Jiang Zhe wouldn't hesitate, and there was no need for him to do so.
In this day and age, who knows how much evil lurks behind society's glamorous facade? Whoever holds the power is the victor, and Jiang Zhe is determined to be that victor. What are you going to do? Is it safe? Zhao Liying was worried about Jiang Zhe's reassurances. Don't worry, cousin. There's no danger. You just focus on resting and relaxing.
I'll stay home and take care of you during this time.
Jiang Zhe smiled reassuringly at Zhao Liying. Alright, I'll listen to you. But you must be careful. If there's any danger, don't do it. If it comes to that, I won't pursue a career in the entertainment industry. The money we've saved is enough for the rest of our lives. We can find a place to live a peaceful life.
Zhao Liying tapped her fingers thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Zhe, by the way, Xiao Zhe, the filming of the Chinese restaurant is almost over, right?
What are you planning to do after it ends? Are you going to join the entertainment industry?
Well, I might be filming a TV series, and I also plan to release a song to boost my presence in the entertainment industry.
Chapter 88, Assigning Bodyguards. Ah, Xiao Zhe, you can sing? When did you learn?
Zhao Liying was curious and surprised.
Jiang Zhe smiled. I was bored, so I taught myself a lot about music theory.
I have a decent understanding of singing and have mastered some techniques.
Though I'm no match for those top-tier stars, the songs I sing aren't too bad.
Jiang Zhe spoke humbly, but when it came to singing, he had a lot of confidence. A few days earlier, the system had assigned a random task requiring the number of overseas fan points before conversion to reach 300,000 within 2 working days. With the strong promotion from Christine, Watson, and their fans, the task was completed on the second day after it was posted. After completing this random task, the system rewarded him with 50,000 system points. With these 50,000 system points, Jiang Zhe could exchange them for a S-class skill. Jiang Zhe had been hesitating about which skill to exchange for, but after careful consideration last night upon returning home, he finally decided to exchange for singing skills.
Currently, Jiang Zhe possesses a class dance skills and a class performance skills, which are suitable for developing a career in the entertainment industry.
If he were to exchange for an S-class singing skill, he would have 3 skills in total. With these 3 skills and his current popularity, as long as Jiang Zhe doesn't make any major mistakes, he will definitely carve out a niche for himself in the entertainment industry. Although he previously had no connections, he has now established contacts with Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden. As long as he can showcase his acting skills, there will undoubtedly be a steady stream of film and television projects in the future. If Jiang Zhe is willing, it's even possible that he might try his hand at directing one day. Therefore, Jiang Zhe has made all the necessary preparations to enter the entertainment industry. He only needs to take the final step.
Zhao Liying listened to Jiang Zhe's explanation and didn't doubt the truth of his words. Zhao Liying never doubted a single word Jiang Zhe said.
Seeing that Jiang Zhe could even sing, Zhao Liying was thrilled.
Xiao Zhe, you have to write a song just for me in the future, and you can only sing it to me, okay?
Zhao Liying's eyes were filled with tenderness, and this look already revealed her admiration for Jiang Zhe.
Seeing Zhao Liying's gaze, Jiang Zhe's heart nearly melted. He nodded seriously. Yes, I promise you, I'll write a song just for us two, a song that belongs only to the two of us. Xiao Zhe is so kind.
Zhao Liying said, unable to resist giving Jiang Zhe a kiss on the cheek. Faced with Zhao Liying's sudden kiss, Jiang Zhe was both surprised and sweet.
What did this kiss mean? Was it a kiss of love? A kiss of affection? Or just a simple, excited kiss? However, for Jiang Zhe, regardless of Zhao Liying's intention, their relationship would take a substantial step forward. After Zhao Liying finished the kiss, she realized she had done something she couldn't believe, even to herself. The feeling just now was so magical, completely spontaneous, with no coming straight from the heart, and there was a hint of sweetness. Thinking back to her earlier action, Zhao Liying blushed. She sneakily glanced at Jiang Zhe and noticed he was also looking at her. Their gazes locked, and a romantic atmosphere began to fill the car. Jiang Zhe pointed at his own face with a mischievous smile. Zhao Liying understood his meaning and quickly shook her head, turning her face away, feeling incredibly shy. Cousin, come here. Jiang Zhe whispered to Zhao Liying. No, you big rascal. You're never satisfied. Zhao Liying was already flushed red. Just once, just once, just once. No way. Fine, just once then. In the end, Zhao Liying couldn't control herself and shyly leaned toward Jiang Zhe's face. Just as Zhao Liying's lips were about to touch Jiang Zhe's face, Jiang Zhe suddenly turned his head, and his lips instantly covered Zhao Liying's delicate lips. The next second, a scream echoed through the sports car. You little rascal, you're being naughty. Wait until I get you. Ha, cousin, stop messing around. I'm driving. Oh no, drive. Lan Jia, who was following behind, saw Jiang Zhe's sports car swaying left and right on the highway. She furrowed her brows slightly. How is Xiao Zhe driving? Did he just get off the plane and didn't rest well? Is he tired? I better call him and ask. Several hours later, Jiang Zhe and his group returned to the villa on the outskirts of the metropolis. Lan Jia had her own place and parted ways outside the villa area. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Liying took off her shoes and flopped onto the sofa, spreading out in a relaxed pose. Home is still the best, so comfortable. Jiang Zhe sat beside Zhao Liying, gently massaging her calves, and said seriously, Cousin, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing that Jiang Zhe looked serious and wasn't joking, Zhao Liang nodded. Xiao Zhe, go ahead, I'm listening. Jiang Zhe continued massaging Zhao Liang's calves while sharing his thoughts. It's like this, cousin. I plan to hire a few bodyguards for you to ensure your safety. Ah, Jiang Zhe, why did you suddenly come up with this idea? Zhao Liang sat up, surprised, and asked Jiang Zhe. Zhao Liang didn't have any bodyguards herself. Every time she went out to film, her agency provided her with security personnel, but in Jiang Zhe's opinion, those security personnel were completely ineffective. Sometimes they were just there for show. Therefore, Jiang Zhe wanted to hire loyal bodyguards for Zhao Liang to protect her safety. This idea had been in Jiang Zhe's mind for a long time but had never been implemented. After today's incident at the underground parking lot in Hengdian, Jiang Zhe felt it was necessary to act quickly, which is why he brought it up. Cousin, you know that Lin Lidong will definitely come looking for trouble, so we must be prepared. Your safety is our top priority, and I don't want you to get hurt. Jiang Zhe gently cupped Zhao Liang's cheeks and spoke earnestly. Chapter 89, Two Primitives. Zhao Liang did not resist or reject Jiang Zhe's actions. Looking into Jiang Zhe's concerned eyes, at the face that had accompanied her through countless hardships, and feeling the overwhelming warmth enveloping her, Zhao Liang's heart melted. Her eyes grew dreamy as she looked at Jiang Zhe, gently brushing his hand with her small hand, then nodding obediently. Alright, Xiao Zhe, I'll listen to you. I'll always listen to you. Slowly, an irresistible aura began to fill the air between them, and they leaned against each other. Zhao Liang closed her eyes slightly, clinging tightly to Jiang Zhe. Her heart raced, hoping this magical moment would last forever, allowing her to cherish it for the rest of her life. Just as Zhao Liang was filled with anticipation, Jiang Zhe gently placed his hand over hers. However, at the last moment, Zhao Liang suddenly grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with confusion as she said, Xiao Zhe, are we moving too fast? Perhaps Zhao Liang had only spoken casually, but Jiang Zhe suddenly snapped back to reality. He knew Zhao Liang had accepted him, but perhaps her heart wasn't fully open yet. Therefore, Jiang Zhe abandoned his final action. Zhao Liang hugged him gently. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhe. Can you give me some time? I'll be yours sooner or later. I just haven't prepared myself yet. Can you understand me? Jiang Zhe nodded. It's okay. I'll wait for you. I understand you. Just hold me like this. I like the feeling of you holding me. It makes me feel safe. And so, the two of them stayed together in silence. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe felt refreshed and relaxed, humming a tune. For Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liang, everything that had happened today had solidified their relationship. Zhao Liang had been busy filming lately and was quite tired, so she went upstairs to rest after a while. Jiang Zhe, on the other hand, dialed a phone number. Xiao Zhe, I didn't expect you to call me. Did you run into trouble? Tell me, and I'll help you handle it. After the call connected, a familiar voice came through the phone. Hearing the voice, Jiang Zhe smiled. Yuan Tonggu, I've already returned to the country. I'm not currently on Elephant Island. I didn't encounter any trouble in Tea Country, but there's a small issue back home. I was hoping you could lend a hand. The person on the other end of the call was not someone else, but Tony Yuanchuan, the nephew of Huang Fengming, whom Jiang Zhe had met in Tea Country. In the outside world, Tony Yuantua is a highly renowned boxing coach. However, after Huang Fengming revealed Tony Yuantua's true identity to Jiang Zhe gained a new perspective on him. Tony Yuantong is not only a renowned boxing coach but also the leader of a prominent underground organization in Southeast Asia. Despite his relatively young age, he holds a prestigious position, commands a large following of skilled fighters, and has extensive connections. That's why Huang Fengming had told Jiang Zhe earlier that if he ever encountered trouble in Tea Country, he should seek out Tony Yuanchuan. With him involved, no problem would be insurmountable. Jiang Zhe had come to Tony Yuantong today not to ask him to resolve any issues, but primarily to request several female martial arts experts from him to serve as bodyguards for Zhao Liang. Over the phone, Tony Yuantong spoke sharply to Jiang Zhe. Little Zhe, tell me who wants to harm you. As long as you give the nod, I'll eliminate them for you and ensure there are no future troubles. It must be said that Tony Yuantua's words were indeed quite domineering. Jiang Zhe hadn't even mentioned what the matter was, yet he had already offered to help Jiang Zhe resolve the issue. Although Tony Yuanchuan's proactive offer might be due to Huang Fengming's influence, regardless of the reason, Jiang Zhe still owed him this favor. Yuantong, it's not that serious. Besides, this happened while I was in the country. If you get involved, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Don't worry, with my skills, I'll handle it. You can trust me. Tony Yuantong was well aware of Jiang Zhe's abilities. Hearing Jiang Zhe speak so confidently, Tony Yuantong's tone relaxed slightly. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. If anything comes up, just let me know. Between us, there's no need to be so formal. Is there anything I can do to help you? Here's the thing, Yuantong, do you have any female martial artists who are currently available? I need a few bodyguards to protect the people around me. Jiang Zhe stated his purpose. No problem, that's easy. Do you want Chinese people? Tony Yuantong agreed without hesitation. Yes, female bodyguards, Chinese. Alright, I'll get back to you in an hour. Chapter 90, All Experts. After hanging up with Tony Yuan Tong, Zhang Zhe sighed slightly. It's really easier to get things done through connections. If I had to find bodyguards on my own, it wouldn't have been this easy. Thankfully, Tony Yuan Tong helped out, and this troublesome matter was resolved effortlessly. Since Tony Yuan Tong had agreed to help, the bodyguard matter should be no problem. He would definitely assist. As for the loyalty of the bodyguards Tony Yuan Tong would find, Zhang Zhe wasn't overly concerned. Although Zhang Zhe had only met Huang Fengming once, Huang Fengming had passed on his lifetime of martial arts skills to Zhang Zhe. Although Huang Fengming had stated that he didn't need Zhang Zhe to acknowledge him as his master, this still constituted a genuine master-disciple relationship. Additionally, Huang Fengming had given Zhang Zhe a precious jade, a favor that Zhang Zhe would never forget. Additionally, Zhang Zhe had agreed to handle Huang Fengming's affairs after his death. Thus, a close bond had formed between Zhang Zhe and Huang Fengming. Though this relationship appeared superficial on the surface, it was actually very solid. Furthermore, from the situation outside the small bamboo hut, Tony Yuan Tong showed great respect for Huang Fengming, his senior master. Zhang Zhe and Huang Fengming's conversation in the small bamboo hut was also witnessed by Tony Yuan Tong. Therefore, based on this alone, Tony Yuan Tong would never betray Zhang Zhe. If Huang Fengming were to find out, Tony Yuan Tong would likely face severe consequences. An hour passed quickly, and Zhang Zhe's phone rang on time. Xiao Zhe, the matter has been handled. There are 10 bodyguards in total, 8 women and 2 men, all Chinese nationals. Moreover, they are all former members of the Chinese Special Forces, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and firearms, and have all seen combat. Due to injuries sustained in action, they were unable to remain in the military and now make a living in Southeast Asia. As for their identities and loyalty, you can rest assured there will be no issues. After hearing Tony Yuan Tong's explanation, Zhang Zhe was also surprised. He never expected him to be so capable, having directly found 10 retired soldiers from the Chinese Special Forces. That was truly impressive. Although there were 2 men, they could serve as Zhang Zhe's personal bodyguards and also assist him with tasks in the future. As for the authenticity of what Tony Yuan Tong said, Zhang Zhe didn't doubt it. Just like Huang Fengming, everyone has their own choices, and everyone chooses their own way of life. These Special Forces soldiers who were injured and retired, why they ended up making a living in Southeast Asia, that's their own way of life, and Zhang Zhe didn't need to know more. Thanks, Yuan Tong. When will they arrive? Zhang Zhe asked Tony Yuan Tong. They all have legal status in China, so there is no need for any additional procedures. I've already notified them to return to China immediately. Once they arrive, I'll give them your phone number so they can contact you directly. Tony Yuan Tong explained the arrangements over the phone to Zhang Zhe. Alright, that's best. Zhang Zhe nodded. Xiao Zhe, I need to say this seriously. They chose this line of work mostly out of necessity. So, don't treat them unfairly. Though I'm not Chinese, I deeply admire these warriors who don't burden their country. They are true soldiers and deserve respect. This is my only request. Tony Yuan Tong's tone was solemn, and his words were filled with admiration and respect for these people. Zhang Zhe was a man with a strong sense of national identity, deeply loyal to his homeland. Similarly, he held the soldiers who sacrificed their lives to defend the nation in the highest regard. They were the true warriors of the nation, the guardians of the entire Chinese nation, and a group of people worthy of respect. Therefore, facing these people, Zhang Zhe would never harbor any contempt. Yuan Tong, please rest assured. For these true warriors, these true soldiers, I know exactly what to do. I will never treat them unfairly. Zhang Zhe replied solemnly to Tony Yuan Tong. I trust your character, Xiao Zhe. Tony Yuan Tong sighed in relief. By the way, Xiao Zhe, will you come back to Tea Country? Zhang Zhe didn't know why Tony Yuan Tong asked this, but he nodded, of course. I'll come to Tea Country every now and then to visit the old man and send him my regards. Xiao Zhe, if your master were here, he would be very happy to know of your filial piety. Tony Yuan Tong spoke with evident satisfaction. Xiao Zhe, when you come next time, could you bring some of the most authentic Maotai wine from your homeland? After I tried it last time, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Moreover, my master also has a particular fondness for it. If you could bring a few bottles, it would be better than anything else. Zhang Zhe didn't expect Tony Yuan Tong and Huang Fengming to also have a taste for authentic Maotai wine. It's not easy to find on the market, but with Zhang Zhe's current connections, getting a few bottles shouldn't be too difficult. Brother Yuan Tong, don't worry. When I come to Tea Country next time, I'll make sure you have your fill. That's great. Don't make me wait too long, Xiao Zhe. Alright, let us leave it at that. I've got some things to take care of. If you run into any trouble, give me a call, and I'll figure out a way to help you. Alright, no problem. After hanging up the call with Tony Yuan Tong, Zhang Zhe exhaled deeply. As long as Zhao Liang is safe, nothing else matters. Zhang Zhe opened the system panel, intending to use the 50000M system data reward to exchange for an S-rank singing skill. Ding! System task assigned. Task objective, the host must obtain 5 S-rank skills within 10 days. Task reward, randomly receive 1 reward. Task failure penalty, to be determined.
Just as Zhang Zhe had finished exchanging the S-rank singing skill, the system issued a task, leaving Zhang Zhe stunned.
5 S-rank skills? That's going to be tough.
After checking the system credits currently available for exchange, Zhang Zhe shook his head. Although he currently had 4 S-rank skills, obtaining another S-rank skill would require 50,000 system credits, which was no easy feat. Zhang Zhe didn't know if he could complete the task, but he decided to go with the flow. If he could, he would. If not, there was nothing he could do. Seeing that Zhao Liying was sleeping soundly, Zhang Zhe didn't disturb her. He went to the study, took out a notebook, sat at the desk, and began to calm his mind, recalling the classic songs in his head and writing down the lyrics and melodies one by one.
Chapter 91, My Dream.
Zhang Zhe had many songs in his mind, including the classic hits of the divas and kings of the music industry.
Zhang Zhe didn't write down all of these songs.
He only wrote down the ones he remembered clearly and left the deepest impression on him.
Soon, the notebook in front of Zhang Zhe was filled with densely written lyrics and melodies.
After writing around 20 songs, Zhang Zhe's gaze settled on an English song. He planned to release this song as his first one. The English title of the song was Dream It Possible, which translates to My Dream. In Zhang Zhe's original world, this song was created by Huawei in collaboration with Hollywood as the theme song for a promotional video for their P9 smartphone.
At the time, the song was a massive hit both domestically and internationally.
Especially after everyone watched the music video, no one could help but be moved to tears. In the music video, Anna, a girl influenced by her grandfather, developed a love for the piano from a young age. As she grew up, she left her hometown to pursue her piano dreams. In just a few minutes, the music video vividly portrayed the various hardships Anna faced while pursuing her musical aspirations. After years of hard work, she finally gained her teacher's recognition. Just as she was about to find love, she received the devastating news that her grandfather was critically ill. She rushed back home to see him. Anna's 15-year journey of growth, through her unwavering perseverance and effort, ultimately led her to the stage of the Vienna Music Hall, where she realized her life's dream, vividly portraying her relentless pursuit of her aspirations.
Anna's grandfather, in the final moments of his life, finally saw his granddaughter enjoying honor and applause. The dream Anna had pursued was finally realized, and her grandfather witnessed this glorious moment, leaving this world with a satisfied and contented smile. Everyone strives for their dreams from the moment they are born. Some succeed, and some fail. However, regardless of success or failure, we are all moving forward toward a common goal. That goal is my dream. Where there are dreams, there is hope. Where there are dreams, there is motivation. A life with dreams is the most perfect life. Zhang Zhe's dream is simple: to live a good life in this world and create his own brilliance. Without professional recording or composing equipment, Zhang Zhe could only find simple music composition software online to create a basic melody for the song. After countless attempts, he finally created the simple melody for Dream It Possible. When he pressed play, the first melody filled his ears, and he was immediately captivated by its irresistible rhythm. This song, Dream It Possible, Zhang Zhe had listened to countless times, but every time he heard it, he was captivated by its moving melody. As the melody played, Zhang Zhe began to sing along softly with the rhythm. Since Zhang Zhe had obtained the S-rank singing skill, his vocal cords had undergone a perfect transformation. No matter what pitch he sang, there was not a single flaw. Perfectly flawless was an apt description. Zhang Zhe slowly opened his mouth, and the room was filled with the soft, delicate sounds of his singing. I will run, I will climb, I will soar. Run, climb, strive upward. I am undefeated. I will never bow down. Jumping out of my skin, pulling the cord. The beautiful chords of my body leaping. Yeah, I believe it. It's my belief. The past is everything we were, but it doesn't make us who we are. Past successes do not guarantee the present. So I'll dream until I make it real, and all I see are stars. So I keep chasing the horizon until my dreams come true, and all I see are stars. It's not until you fall that you fly. Pursue the horizon, never stop. As the melody unfolds, Zhang Zhe's passionate, deep voice echoes through the room. Though only Zhang Zhe's clear vocals could be heard in the room, his voice was incredibly delicate and melodious, filled with passion, a pursuit of the future, and an unwavering dedication to his dreams. The melody was beautiful, and despite the absence of instrumental accompaniment, it did not sound hollow but rather incredibly inspiring, the unwavering pursuit of a dream by someone with aspirations for the future. Just as Zhang Zhe was singing with deep emotion, Zhao Liying, who had woken up from her dream, came downstairs and arrived outside Zhang Zhe's room, hearing the singing coming from inside. That voice, it was Xiao Zhe's. He was actually singing? Just as Zhao Liying was about to push the door open, she was suddenly frozen in place by the powerful singing coming from inside the room. I will chase, I will reach, I will fly. Running, chasing, spreading wings to fly. Until I'm breaking, until I'm breaking. Spread my wings and fly until the edge. Out of my cage like a bird in the night. When I fly out of my cage and into the night sky. I know I'm changing, I know I'm changing. I know I've done it. Into something big and better than before. I have grown to be incredibly powerful. And if it takes 1,000 lives, even if it means thousands of trials and errors, then it's worth fighting for. I know it's worth fighting for.
Listening to the delicate and profound melody, Zhao Liying's soul seemed to be struck deeply. She suddenly recalled the path she had walked and the hardships she had endured, which quietly surfaced in her mind at that moment. Listening to the song in the room, Zhao Liying couldn't help but shed tears, slowly immersing herself in the melody. Soon, Jiang Zhe's singing in the room came to an end, and Zhao Liying snapped back to reality. At that moment, her eyes were unconsciously filled with tears, making her look utterly adorable. In the room, Jiang Zhe took off his headphones and rubbed his eyes. Although he had heard this song, Dream It Possible, many times before, it still moved him every time he heard it, especially when he sang it himself. That was when he truly felt the magic of the lyrics and melody. If only he had perfect recording equipment to capture this song in its entirety, it would surely sound amazing. Jiang Zhe sighed, and suddenly an idea popped into his head: why not film a music video for this song? If he could make a music video, it would surely touch more people. Though it was just a sudden whim, it grew stronger and stronger in Jiang Zhe's mind. No, I must make this music video. Just then, the door opened, and Zhao Liying walked in. Jiang Zhe was about to greet her but noticed the tear stains at the corner of her eyes. Xiao Zhe, what is the name of this song? It's really beautiful, I love listening to it. Cousin, the song is called Dream It Possible, translated as My Dream. Can you sing it again? I want to hear it again. Sure. P.S. If you're interested, you can go listen to this song Dream It Possible. Remember, make sure to watch the music video while listening, it will give you a completely different experience. Chapter 92, Bad Habits. Zhao Liying seemed to have a special fondness for the song Dream It Possible. To hear the full version of Dream It Possible, she even asked Jiang Zhe to download a singing app, specifically recorded the entire song, and listened to it with headphones multiple times before she was satisfied. Xiao Zhe, I just realized you're so talented. Your singing is amazing, how did I never notice before? After leaving the room, Zhao Liying leaned against the sofa, admiring Jiang Zhe with a look of admiration. Jiang Zhe smiled, cousin, you'll see. Your cousin here is a jack of all trades. If I weren't talented, how could I be a versatile superstar, right? Having that goal is good. By the way, Xiao Zhe, you mentioned earlier that you're planning to star in a TV series. Aren't you currently filming the Chinese restaurant on Siang Island in Tea Country? How did you get in touch with the production team? When did this happen? Zhao Liying was puzzled and wanted to know the details. Jiang Zhe felt it was necessary to explain the situation to Zhao Liying. It's like this, cousin. While I was filming Chinese restaurant on Siang Island, I met Mr. Li Shuajian and Ms. Yu Haiden. Then they... Wait, don't tell me it was Mr. Li Shuajian who introduced you to the production team? Jiang Zhe hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Liying interrupted him. Zhao Liying looked at Jiang Zhe with confusion and surprise. Yes, I never expected Yu Haiden to know me. She thinks I'm a rising star, the future king of the film industry, and the winner of an Oscar. So she actively introduced me to a production team. Jiang Zhe started bragging non-stop, talking himself up to the heavens. However, what Jiang Zhe said wasn't entirely untrue. The first part was something that had just happened, while the latter part was something that was about to happen, or rather, something that would happen in the future. Zhao Liying glared at Jiang Zhe. Keep bragging. Tell me the truth. Keep bragging, or I'll beat you up. Zhao Liying waved her little fist, full of threats. Hey, cousin, that's not fair. What's the matter? Your cousin here is so talented and has such great looks. Don't you think I have the potential to become a superstar? Don't you think I can win an Oscar? Jiang Zhe looked smug, as if to say, don't underestimate me. Alright, I know you're talented. I'm just curious, how did Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden meet you? Why did they introduce you to this production team? You know, people like Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden are legends in the film industry. If you can gain their recognition, as long as you work hard, your future career path will definitely be extraordinary. Zhao Liying explained to Jiang Zhe with great seriousness. I know all that. Actually, Mr. Li Shuajian and Ms. Yu Haiden introducing me to the production team was a complete coincidence. Maybe it's because the old-style Beijing-style fried noodles and a string of candied hawthorn berries I made won them over. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he explained the events of that day to Zhao Liying. After hearing Jiang Zhe's explanation, Zhao Liying was extremely surprised. No way. You're telling me that because of a bowl of fried sauce noodles and a string of candied hawthorn, Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden introduced you to the production team? I'm not sure what they were thinking, but there might be some truth to it. Oh well, cousin, let us not dwell on it. Given Mr. Li Shuajian and Ms. Yu Haiden's status in the industry, they wouldn't lie to me. I'll give them a call tomorrow or whenever I have time to discuss this further. As for what Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden are thinking in their hearts, Jiang Zhe isn't very clear either, but it doesn't matter anyway. The result is already here, so why bother caring about the process? Alright, Jiang Zhe, I need to remind you, no matter how famous this production team is or what role you play in the show, you must take it seriously. Don't be half-hearted and ruin your bright future. If I find out you're not taking your acting seriously on set, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Zhao Liying displayed the authority of an older sister, scolding Jiang Zhe earnestly. Dear cousin, don't worry. I promise to complete the task assigned by our superiors.
However, cousin, look at the sky, it's getting late. Shouldn't we start preparing dinner?
Jiang Zhe pointed to the sky outside, seeking Zhao Liying's opinion.
Alright, let's cook. The task of cooking eventually fell on Jiang Zhe.
After all, he had mastered so many cooking skills. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was laid out before Zhao Liying. There was no holding her back. Zhao Liying began to devour the food, and Jiang Zhe was also getting hungry. The table was soon cleared of all the delicious dishes. After everything was tidied up, Zhao Liying went back to her room to read, while Jiang Zhe returned to his own room to start working.
Jiang Zhe's task was simple: monitor Lin Lidong's every move and gather as much incriminating evidence as possible. With his S-level hacking skills, Jiang Zhe easily created several virus programs. These programs included tracking, downloading files, forced recording, and opening the camera, effectively setting up a comprehensive surveillance system around Lin Lidong. While much of Lin Lidong's information could be found online, obtaining his phone number proved more challenging. However, this was no obstacle for Jiang Zhe. After some manipulation, Jiang Zhe obtained Lin Lidong's current phone number. Lin Lidong, now that I have your phone number, I can monitor everything you do at any time. Just wait and see how arrogant you can be.
Jiang Zhe smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Lidong's phone number on the computer screen.
Every time a phone is inserted into a device, it automatically generates a unique code.
Jiang Zhe used the phone number to pinpoint Lin Lidong's current location after a brief search.
Tianlong Hospital? Isn't that one of the top private hospitals in Shanghai?
It seems like Lin Lidong is getting his broken leg treated there. After half an hour of data collection and program intrusion, Jiang Zhe successfully implanted the virus program he had prepared in advance into Lin Lidong's phone. After the program was downloaded and installed, Jiang Zhe forcefully activated the camera on Lin Lidong's phone. When the camera opened, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but whistle in astonishment at the visually shocking scene that greeted his eyes. Holy crap, Lin Lidong is still partying hard even with a broken leg. He's actually playing dress-up in the hospital room. He's definitely a seasoned pro. Chapter 93, Discovered. Through the camera, it was easy to tell that this was a hospital room, and a very high-end one at that. But thinking about it, it made sense. Someone as wealthy as Lin Lidong wouldn't go to an ordinary hospital. What Jiang Zhe didn't expect was that even though Lin Lidong's leg was in a cast and he couldn't move, he was still up to something. Soon after, Lin Lidong shouted excitedly, "Get out!" A few minutes later, Lin Lidong shouted at the nurse, who left the ward. At that moment, the nurse's face was clearly visible on the camera. When Jiang Zhe recognized her, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This woman was none other than Jin Na, a second-tier actress who was still somewhat famous at the time. Moreover, she was an artist under the Dichang Entertainment Agency. This wasn't a nurse. Lin Lidong was really something else. After the nurse left, Lin Lidong seemed tired. He didn't make a call or play with his phone. He lay on the hospital bed and fell asleep. Soon, snoring sounds could be heard. Seeing that Lin Lidong was asleep, Jiang Zhe exited the video. A virus program was monitoring Lin Lidong's every move, so Jiang Zhe didn't need to stay by the computer all the time. Jiang Zhe turned off the video and stood up, only to find that Zhao Liying was standing behind him. Her expression was slightly flushed, and the look in her eyes was odd. Seeing Zhao Liying like this, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of unease. Don't tell me my cousin saw those explicit scenes on Lin Lidong's phone earlier? This is so embarrassing. Xiao Zhe, I never expected you to secretly watch such videos alone in your room. If you really want to, I can give them to you, but you... Zhao Liying spoke softly, but her tone was filled with disappointment. Jiang Zhe thought to himself, damn it, I didn't do it on purpose. I was doing something important, and besides, you didn't even knock before coming in. You saw it yourself, so why are you blaming me? Seeing Zhao Liying's expression, Jiang Zhe hurriedly explained, cousin, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Xiao Zhe, how could you do this? You're still trying to justify yourself. You've really disappointed me. You. Zhao Liying didn't finish her sentence and stormed out angrily. Jiang Zhe quickly pulled Zhao Liying back. He couldn't let her leave like this. If she did, he'd be in big trouble. Jiang Zhe pulled Zhao Liying over, sat her down on the chair, and said seriously, cousin, what I'm going to show you later is absolutely the most explosive, no, the most valuable thing. This is very important. It's crucial to whether we can win against Lin Lidong. I'll only show you the most important part. Don't look at the rest. Okay? Upon hearing that it was related to Lin Lidong, Zhao Liying's expression grew anxious. Hurry up and show me. As soon as Zhao Liying finished speaking, she suddenly remembered the scenes she had accidentally seen earlier and quickly turned her face away. Jiang Zhe quickly edited out the close-ups of Lin Lidong and the second-tier female celebrity, then turned Zhao Liying's head back toward him. Here, cousin, do you recognize these two people? Isn't that Lin Lidong? And that nurse isn't Jin Na, the second-tier actress under Dachin Entertainment? What's going on between them? Zhao Liying was shocked, utterly shocked. Cousin, now you understand, right? I wasn't watching some trashy movie. I was doing important work. The scenes you just saw were evidence I recorded while monitoring the crime scene of the two of them. I'll use it to negotiate with Lin Lidong later.
Do you get it?
Jiang Zhe looks serious, with a righteous expression.
Little Zhe, it's my fault, I misunderstood you. Don't be angry.
Zhao Liying felt guilty, but she thought of something and asked Jiang Zhe curiously, by the way, how did you get these videos?
Did you start monitoring Lin Lidong from the beginning? Jiang Zhe smiled mysteriously. Cousin, that's not the point.
The key is that we now have evidence against him, which will only benefit us more in the future.
Xiao Zhe, you're right. You're really amazing. You even managed to get these videos. I really misunderstood you. Zhao Liying was also excited.
She was well aware that the more negative information they had about Lin Lidong, the more advantageous it would be for them.
So, does what you said earlier still stand?
Jiang Zhe wrapped his arms around Zhao Liying from behind and lifted her up, flashing a mischievous grin like a wolf seeing a lamb.
Xiao Zhe, stop. I only said that in the heat of the moment. Don't take it seriously. Quick, put me down.
Zhao Liying gently pushed Jiang Zhe, trying to get out of his arms.
However, Jiang Zhe didn't make any inappropriate moves.
He gave her a mischievous smile and said, I can put you down, but you have to agree to one condition.
What condition?
The condition is, Jiang Zhe made a gesture, and Zhao Liying immediately understood.
You little rascal, always picking on me. Fine, but don't move around later, I promise.
Jiang Zhe heard this and burst into laughter. Hee, my cousin is so kind.
Cousin, I love you. Chapter 94, Yu Haiden's Call.
After enjoying the benefits, and since it was already late, Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying each returned to their rooms to rest. Jiang Zhe wasn't in a hurry either. After all, it was something that would happen sooner or later, so it didn't matter if it was a day earlier or later. Jiang Zhe would get up on time every day, either going for a run or practicing the iron wire fist, shadowless kick, and taizu long fist techniques in their entirety. First, it helped him stretch his muscles, and second, it allowed him to become more familiar with the attack techniques of these martial arts skills. After working out in the villa's garden for 2 hours, Jiang Zhe returned to the villa to prepare breakfast. He found Zhao Liying still hadn't gotten out of bed, so he went to her bedroom to wake her up for breakfast.
Cousin, get up and eat breakfast. You lazy pig.
Zhao Liying, still half asleep, got up. By the time Zhao Liying finished getting ready and came downstairs, it was already half an hour later.
Cousin, the sun is already high in the sky, and you're just getting up. You're such a lazy pig.
Jiang Zhe had already cleaned up the scene and returned to his usual calm state. However, whenever she saw Zhao Liying, she couldn't help but think back to what had happened earlier. Although the two had already been open and honest with each other, the feeling in the morning was still different. Feeling Jiang Zhe's strange gaze, Zhao Liying asked him, Xiao Zhe, did you come into my room this morning?
Yeah, I was going to wake you up, so I came in. Jiang Zhe didn't deny it and nodded.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying couldn't help but ask Jiang Zhe about what had happened earlier that morning.
Yeah, I saw it. Jiang Zhe didn't deny it again. Xiao Zhe, it's broad daylight. Hee. Xiao Zhe. This commotion went on for quite some time.
By the time Zhao Liying had finished tidying up her clothes and sat down at the dining table to eat, it had already been over 20 minutes. Cousin, I plan to buy a villa in this neighborhood. I took a look this morning, and there's an empty villa right next to ours.
It's only a couple of minutes away from our house. I plan to buy it.
Jiang Zhe served Zhao Liying a bowl of porridge and said,
Xiao Zhe, why do you want to buy a villa? Are you tired of living with me? If that's the case, I'll move out.
Zhao Liying said this with a dejected expression, sounding a bit sad. Seeing Zhao Liying's expression, Jiang Zhe realized she had misunderstood his intentions. He hurried over, embraced her, and explained, how could I ever find my cousin annoying? I'll never find you annoying for the rest of my life.
Hearing Jiang Zhe's explanation, Zhao Liying, who had thought he was going to move out, sighed in relief. Then why are you buying a villa? Isn't this villa big enough for the two of us? A cousin like you, didn't I hire several bodyguards for you? They should be arriving today. Once they're here, it'll be inconvenient for them to stay with us, so I thought I'd buy a villa next door for them to live in. That way, they won't disturb our little world, hee.
Jiang Zhe said this while waving his hands.
Alright, I'll listen to you. Don't move around. Hurry up and eat breakfast.
Xiao Zhe, don't. It took over an hour to finish breakfast, and Zhao Liying ate with extreme shyness. These days, with money, anything is possible. Jiang Zhe simply called the developer, and someone came to handle the property matters.
A few hours later, the ownership of the villa next door was transferred to Jiang Zhe's name, officially becoming his property.
Just as he finished handling the house matters, his phone rang.
Why is Yu Haiden calling me? Chapter 95, China's First Paparazzi. Jiang Zhe didn't expect Yu Haiden to call at this time and was a bit surprised. Could it be that there's been some progress with the film crew?
Jiang Zhe made a rough guess and answered the call.
Hello, Ms. Yu.
Xiao Zhe, are you still on Elephant Island?
Typhoon Hado is about to hit that area. You must stay safe.
If necessary, head inland to seek shelter.
Once the typhoon hits, it's no joke. You must prioritize your safety. On the phone, Yu Haiden was deeply concerned about Jiang Ze's safety, repeatedly urging him to stay safe. It must be said that Yu Haiden was truly kind to Jiang Ze. Though they had only met once, she not only introduced him to the production team but also took the trouble to call and remind him to stay safe. This concern deeply moved Jiang Ze. Ms. Yu, thank you so much for your concern. As it happens, all the staff from the China restaurant program returned to the mainland yesterday, so we're not on Ko Chang now. We're safe. Please don't worry, everything is fine. Jiang Ze hurriedly explained his current situation to Yu Haiden. Back to China? That's good, that's good. You're still young, and your career is indeed important, but your health and safety are the most important things. No matter where you are, you must always be careful, understand? Yu Haiden was like a mother, reminding Jiang Ze to be careful here and there. Ms. Yu, thank you for your concern. I will always be careful. Ms. Yu, did you call today because there was something important? Actually, I called mainly to remind you to stay safe and avoid any danger. But since you're back in the country, my old man has already sorted things out with the production team I mentioned earlier. They've agreed to let you join the crew, but you'll need to audition first to assess your acting skills, and then they'll make arrangements for you. Jiang Ze perked up upon hearing it was related to the production team. Mr. Yu, when will the production team schedule the audition? Jiang Ze was very concerned about this. Although the Chinese restaurant program had temporarily returned to China and suspended filming, there was no guarantee that the production team wouldn't leave T country's southern region at any moment, and Xiong Island might resume normal operations. Therefore, Jiang Ze's schedule was tight and he wasn't idle. Can you spare some time in the next couple of days to come to Shanghai? The production team's director is currently in Shanghai handling some matters and won't be leaving anytime soon. My father and I also have some business in Shanghai and won't be leaving either. The timing is perfect, so let's get this sorted out as soon as possible. Yu Haiden explained her arrangements to Jiang Ze. Jiang Ze considered it and found that he had some free time in the coming days. Although Lin Lidong was an unpredictable factor, so far he didn't seem to have any immediate plans to act, so Jiang Ze made up his mind. Alright, Ms. Yu, I'm also in Shanghai. Could you give me an address? I'll come visit you in person tomorrow. Jiang Ze shared his schedule with Yu Haiden. Xiao Ze, there's no need to be so formal with Auntie. Don't mention visiting. If you have time, teach me how to make your old-style Yanjiang-style jjajang noodles. You don't know, ever since my old man tasted the jjajang noodles you made, he's been nagging me non-stop. It's driving me crazy. Yu Haiden kept complaining on the phone. From her words, it was clear that Li Shuajin really couldn't stop thinking about the old-style Beijing-style fried sauce noodles Jiang Ze had made. Alright, I'll come over tomorrow and make the jjajang noodles for Mr. Li myself to satisfy his appetite. Jiang Ze smiled and said. Alright, by the way, what ingredients do you need for the old-style Beijing-style fried sauce noodles? Tell me, and I'll go prepare everything so we can start cooking tomorrow. Yu Haiden was excited and eager. Jiang Ze listed all the ingredients and seasonings needed for the old-style Yanjiang-style jjajang noodles for Yu Haiden. Got it, I've written everything down. I'll go to the market to buy them right away. That's all for now, Xiao Ze. As Yu Haiden was about to hang up, Jiang Ze hurriedly reminded her, Ms. Yu, you haven't told me your address yet. Oh dear, look at me, my memory isn't what it used to be. Write it down. My address is in Pudong District. After noting down Yu Haiden's address, Jiang Ze said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Xiao Ze, who was that on the phone? Jiang Ze had just hung up when Zhao Liang, who had just come out of the new villa, asked curiously. It was Mr. Yu calling, asking me to go to the film set tomorrow for an audition. Jiang Ze held Zhao Liang's small hand and walked back while saying, So soon? I'll have to tell you all about the things to watch out for during the audition process when we get home. Let's aim to pass it in one go tomorrow. Upon hearing it was about the audition, Zhao Liang took it seriously and insisted on giving Jiang Ze a proper lesson. It was clear she really hoped he would pass the audition on his first try. Zhao Liang's acting skills were rated A, the same level as Jiang Ze's, but she had been in the entertainment industry for many years and shared many tips with Jiang Ze that he had never heard before. The lecture went on for 2 or 3 hours. Alright, these are the basic principles. I've explained everything I can to you. Whether you can grasp them fully depends on you. After finishing her lecture, Zhao Liang gently tapped Jiang Ze's forehead. However, I believe that with your intelligence, you'll definitely figure it out. In the future, your acting will definitely surpass mine. No matter what happens in the future, you'll always be my mentor. Master, please have some tea. Jiang Ze solemnly picked up a cup of water from the nearby table, held it with both hands, and handed it to Zhao Liang. This isn't tea, it's boiling water. Oh, using water instead of tea, it's the same. Zhao Liang had the habit of taking a nap after lunch, so she went to bed to rest. Jiang Ze opened the surveillance file package sent from Lin Lidong's phone. Lin Lidong actually made several calls. I need to see who they were. After listening to all the audio files, Jiang Ze's expression turned surprised. This Lin Lidong is actually colluding with Li Wei, the top paparazzi in China. He's using Li Wei to smear me and my cousin. What a clever move. Chapter 96, the battle is about to begin. Li Wei's reputation and the studio he founded, Bongchuan Studio, were infamous in the entertainment industry, with many celebrities hating him to the core. Because Li Wei is extremely skilled at tracking, taking secret photos, conducting investigations, and editing text, many celebrities' scandals have been exposed online through his work. Similarly, this guy is also a master at smearing others. Any celebrity who dares to post a Weibo post criticizing Li Wei will inevitably be subjected to a relentless smear campaign by him. Most celebrities cannot withstand his relentless attacks and eventually have no choice but to delete their posts and apologize to him. Li Wei's methods are highly sophisticated, earning him the nickname the disciplinary commissioner and prosecutor of the entertainment industry. Most celebrities dare not offend Li Wei, as he has an extremely professional team working for him, including individuals skilled in surveillance and covert photography. According to rumors circulating online, Li Wei has covert connections with many entertainment companies, using the blackmail material in his possession to make huge profits. Online reports have claimed that Li Wei is backed by a powerful security team. Despite his tarnished reputation, many celebrities would love to eliminate him, but they dare not act due to his formidable connections. Jiang Zhe never expected that Lin Lidong would not take direct action to retaliate against him and Zhao Liying, but instead use Li Wei as a pawn to deal with them. This situation has become quite complicated. Jiang Zhe opened the audio file and listened to it from start to finish again. Li Wei, are you free lately? There's something I need you to handle. On the phone, Lin Lidong's tone was harsh, clearly showing he wasn't afraid of Li Wei. Mr. Lin, please give me your orders. Whatever you ask of me, I will not refuse. Li Wei's tone was the opposite of his usual arrogant demeanor in public. When facing Lin Lidong, he seemed to feel inferior. Jiang Jin understood Li Wei's actions. Although he was quite reckless in the entertainment industry, he knew how to play the game. He was well aware of who he could afford to offend and who he couldn't. Clearly, Lin Lidong was one of those people Li Wei couldn't afford to cross. I want you to ruin two people for me. I want their reputations destroyed so they can't stay in the entertainment industry. Lin Lidong's tone was harsh. Mr. Lin, although I have extensive experience in exposing scandals and smearing people, I still need to know who these two individuals are before I can make a decision. I hope you can understand. Don't worry, these two have no powerful connections. Go ahead and smear them. One is Zhao Liying, the current top actress at Ruyang Entertainment, and the other is Jiang Zhe, the swimming superstar. Can you handle it? What? Mr. Lin, you want me to smear Jiang Zhe? That's absolutely impossible. I can't do that. Li Wei, I'm warning you, don't push me. If you make me angry, I'll expose your shady dealings. That one T just ruined your reputation, it'll land you in prison. Think carefully about this. Mr. Lin, you know that Jiang Zhe has brought countless honors to the nation and enjoys high popularity both domestically and internationally. Even though he's retired, those within the system absolutely will not tolerate any negative information about him. Mr. Lin, it's not that I'm refusing your job, it's just that I can't afford to offend Jiang Zhe. You know the taboos in our line of work, it's better to offend a big star than someone within the system. That's asking for trouble. Alright, I'll back down. What about Zhao Liying? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry. Although Zhao Liying is very popular, bringing her down is a piece of cake, no difficulty at all. Alright, when you go after Zhao Liying, make sure to drag Jiang Zhe into it. You don't need to expose his scandals, just make sure he gets dragged down along with her. Once it gains attention online, Jiang Zhe's reputation will be tarnished as well. At that point, we can fan the flames, and they won't be able to stop us. As long as you don't directly expose Jiang Zhe's scandals, mentioning them in passing is still feasible. Once the matter is settled. Once it's done, 5 million will be transferred to your account in advance, and the remaining 3 million will be sent to you afterward. Alright, let's settle on that. The conversation between the two ended here. After listening to the recording of the conversation, Jiang Zhe's expression was peculiar. Am I really that powerful? Even Li Wei, the top paparazzi in China, is afraid of me? He dares not expose my dirt? However, upon further reflection, Jiang Zhe came to understand that although he had retired, he still held the title of honorary coach at the national sports, even though it was a ceremonial position. Nevertheless, this title could still be useful in certain situations. So, Li Wei was pretty sharp, knowing who to target and who to leave alone. Jiang Zhe sat in front of the computer, deep in thought. From what Lin Lidong said, Li Wei must have a lot of dirt on him, and it's in Lin Lidong's hands. It seems like Li Wei isn't a good guy either. I need to investigate. He got to work immediately. Jiang Zhe spent some time and managed to obtain Li Wei's phone number from Lin Lidong's phone, then began his investigation. The investigation took 3 or 4 hours. During that time, Zhao Liying came by, saw Jiang Zhe busy, and left on her own. Despite Jiang Zhe's top-tier S-class hacking skills, he avoided leaving any traces by using a bunch of foreign proxy IP addresses to investigate Li Wei's information. After the investigation, Jiang Zhe was stunned. What the hell?
According to the investigation materials, Li Wei had no criminal record, not even a single one, despite his substantial wealth. Even the finances of the notoriously shady Win Studio were spotless, and Li Wei himself had no vices whatsoever. This couldn't be possible. Looking at the information he had gathered, Jiang Zhe fell into deep thought. Lin Lidong had already instructed Li Wei to take action. Although there was no movement online at the moment, it was only a matter of time before some negative information about Zhao Liang surfaced. From the moment Lin Lidong and Li Wei ended their call, the battle between Jiang Zhe and the two of them had already begun. The real showdown was about to begin. However, at this critical juncture, Jiang Zhe had not managed to gather any incriminating information about Li Wei. This was not a good sign. After pondering for several minutes, Jiang Zhe's eyes lit up. Wait a moment, didn't Lin Lidong say he had some incriminating information on Li Wei? Why not start with Lin Lidong? Chapter 97, The Addict. Having come to this realization, Jiang Zhe launched a thorough investigation into Lin Lidong. First, he went through Lin Lidong's phone. Aside from the recording of his call with Li Wei, there was nothing else of use on his phone. That wasn't to say there were no gains at all. He managed to find the email account Lin Lidong used regularly. After intercepting Lin Lidong's email account, Jiang Zhe tracked down the two computers he used most frequently based on the IP addresses associated with the account. One IP address belonged to the internal network of Deshang Entertainment Media, which was likely Lin Lighting's work computer. However, this IP address was currently inactive, clearly indicating that the computer was not turned on. Since it wasn't turned on, Jiang Zhe couldn't investigate anything further. Jiang Zhe then investigated the other IP address. Through his investigation, he found that this IP address belonged to the network of Lin Lidong's private villa. In other words, the computer using this IP address should belong to Lin Lidong's private computer. It could also be called an office computer, as it was used by Lin Lidong. This IP address is active, the computer is still on. Seeing that the IP address is active, Jiang Zhe immediately launched a breach and easily broke through the computer's firewall. Lin Lidong's private computer was now as exposed as a naked girl, allowing Jiang Zhe to search it freely. During this search, Jiang Zhe actually discovered quite a few valuable items in the hidden files of Lin Lidong's computer. Details omitted. Holy crap, Lin Lidong is actually into drugs. He's an addict. Seeing these videos, Jiang Zhe whistled in disbelief, having uncovered so much information about Lin Lidong. He then clicked on the next hidden file, and a face appeared in the video. However, the face was blurry, obscured by smoke, but Jiang Zhe vaguely recognized it. This face, where have I seen it before? Jiang Zhe frowned and tried to recall, then suddenly realized, damn it, isn't that Li Wei? This guy is also a drug addict like Lin Lidong. No wonder Li Wei was afraid that Lin Lidong would expose his scandals. If this gets exposed, Li Wei might really end up in trouble. Jiang Zhe copied the video but remained unsatisfied. Although it resembled Li Wei, the smoky footage made it difficult to use as evidence to bring him down. No, he had to keep searching. However, Jiang Zhe was ultimately disappointed. In the entire folder, the only video related to Li Wei was the blurry one from earlier. There were no other videos, leaving Jiang Zhe with a slight sense of regret. After some digging, Jiang Zhe discovered an encrypted email in Lin Lidong's inbox. After cracking the encryption, Jiang Zhe glanced through the email's contents. The sender was someone named Wang Yang, whom Jiang Zhe speculated was one of Lin Lidong's subordinates. From the content of the email, it mainly revealed that a company named Qingyi Technology, which was under Lin Lidong's personal control, was facing debt issues and had to expand its capital again. They also planned to engage in a premeditated stock manipulation scheme, buying low and selling high to cash out from the stock market and ultimately plug the financial holes in the company. The rest were some detailed issues. Qingyi Technology? After reading the email, Jiang Zhe paused for a moment and muttered, isn't this the actual holding company of the well-known video website AIE Wang? I didn't expect such a seemingly reputable company to be facing a debt crisis. It seems that Lin Lidong's management skills are indeed limited. Jiang Zhe didn't pay much attention to this matter and didn't delve deeper. After copying all the useful files from Lin Lidong's computer, he wrapped up the task, erased all traces of his visit to the computer, and logged out. Jiang Zhe sat there for several hours. By the time he finished everything, his arms were already feeling stiff. He stood up to stretch his limbs, checked the time, and saw that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Damn it, in the blink of an eye, the whole day was gone. Xiao Zhe, your phone. Just then, Zhao Liang's voice rang out from downstairs. Coming. Jiang Zhe hurried downstairs. Cousin, who is it? Zhao Liang shook her head and handed the phone to Jiang Zhe. I don't know, no name. Jiang Zhe pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Mr. Jiang, this is Tony Yuan Tua speaking. We have arrived at Pudong International Airport. What should we do next? The voice on the phone belonged to a man with steady breathing and a deep, authoritative tone. Jiang Zhe immediately recognized him as a seasoned professional. At the same time, Jiang Zhe also guessed the identities of these people. They must be the bodyguards Tony Yuan Tong had arranged for him. Alright, stay where you are. I'll come pick you up myself. Zhang Zhe didn't let them take a taxi on their own. Instead, he went to pick them up personally, mainly to show respect for them.
This is the most basic principle of human interaction. Alright, Mr. Jiang, we'll wait for you there. See you soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Liying curiously asked, Xiao Zhe, who was that?
Oh, it's the bodyguards I arranged for you at Pudong Airport.
I need to go pick them up. Should I come with you? No need, stay home. I'll be back soon. Alright, then. Drive carefully on the way.
A few minutes later, a Lamborghini sports car left the underground garage of Zhang Zhe's villa and headed toward Pudong Airport.
Chapter 98, It's Really Them. It only takes half an hour to get from Zhang Zhe's villa to Pudong International Airport via the expressway. An hour later, Zhang Zhe arrived at Pudong International Airport. Following the address provided by the other party in the navigation route, Zhang Zhe quickly located the group of people who had arrived from Southeast Asia. Could it be them?
In the distance, Zhang Zhe noticed a group of people dressed in ordinary attire, 2 men and 8 women, totaling 10 individuals.
They carried simple luggage, and from their appearance alone, they resembled ordinary migrant workers.
Zhang Zhe found a parking spot, parked the car, and walked over.
Upon recognizing their faces, Zhang Zhe was utterly shocked. Holy crap, isn't that Lei Zhan?
Wait, the one next to him should be Harley, the woman beside him is probably Ran, the young girl over there is likely Tianhua, and the one over there must be Tang Xiaoxiao. Damn it, the main characters from the other world's Fire Phoenix are all here.
Zhe's arrival also caught their attention. May I ask who you are? Although Zhang Zhe was shocked inside, he didn't show it.
Seeing that the other party had asked first, he smiled and nodded, I'm Zhang Zhe.
Nice to meet you all. Zhang Zhe extended his hand in a friendly manner. Seeing Zhang Zhe's friendliness, the other party relaxed slightly and shook his hand. Mr. Jiang, you can call me Lei Zhan.
Zhang Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, it really is them.
However, he remained calm on the surface. Hello, Lei Gu. Lei Zhan was older than Zhang Zhe, so it made sense for Zhang Zhe to address him as Lei Gu. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Harley. Mr. Jiang, hello, I'm Tang Xiaoxiao. Mr. Jiang, hello, I'm Tianhua.
After that, Zhang Zhe shook hands with everyone to introduce himself.
Once everyone had been introduced, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. This really is fate. It's really them. It seems like I could make a TV series out of this. I don't even need to think of a title, let's just call it The Phoenix. Of course, that was just a thought.
Zhang Zhe only had one car, so it wasn't possible for everyone to fit inside. Only Lei Zhan, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Tianhua got into Zhang Zhe's sports car, while the rest took taxis to follow Zhang Zhe to the suburban villa area. Zhang Zhe didn't let Lei Zhan drive, he drove himself. After all, it was their first meeting, so there was no need to be formal about such trivial matters. In the car, Zhang Zhe and Lei Zhan chatted.
Don't think that bodyguards on TV are all serious and unapproachable.
People like Lei Zhan, who have been around the social scene, are actually quite laid back. On the surface, they look no different from ordinary people, but they were all genuine experts. For instance, Lei Zhan had reached B-level strength, while Tang Xiaoxiao, Yi Zuanxin, and Ran, and Tianhua were all at B-level, with the weakest being C-level. Therefore, Zhang Zhe felt fortunate to have found such people. If he had tried to find them through a bodyguard agency, he would never have found anyone like them. Even if he did, they would be rare and hard to come by. With Tang Xiaoxiao and Ran and the others protecting Zhao Liying's safety, Zhang Zhe felt at ease.
Lei Gu, how long has it been since you last went home?
In the car, Zhang Zhe asked Lei Zhan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. If I think about it, it's been 2 or 3 years since I last went home. I have no idea what the situation is like there. For soldiers, home is a very heavy topic. People like Lei Zhan, even though they've retired, had to go to Southeast Asia to make a living, which was also very tough.
Xiaoxiao, what about you? Tang Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. It's been 2 years, I guess. Tianhua, what about you? Tianhua answered quickly, I only went home once 6 months ago. Lei Gu, Xiaoxiao, if you miss home, why don't you go back this time? Stay as long as you like. I don't have much to do here for now.
Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and decided to give them some time off. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were both surprised and excited, and they said in unison, Mr. Jiang, are you serious?
Seeing their expressions, Zhang Zhe knew they really missed home. He nodded, of course I'm serious.
It's not as complicated here as in Southeast Asia.
Though I've encountered some issues recently, they're not major. I can handle them. Let's decide this way, I'll give you a break. Go back and spend some quality time with your families. Seeing that Zhang Zhe wasn't joking, Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were deeply grateful. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. We really do miss home, but due to some special circumstances, we can't go back. Sometimes, there's just nothing we can do.
Lei Zhan felt deeply grateful. Lei Zhan's words were a bit melancholy. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Zhe could see that Tang Xiaoxiao's expression was similar to Lei Zhan's. She must have been thinking about her own family as well. After this brief exchange, Zhang Zhe felt much closer to the three of them, and the topics of their conversation began to broaden.
Lei Gu, Xiaoxiao, are you both from the same unit?
No, we met in Southeast Asia.
I was in the same unit as Xiao Guo and the others, while Lei Guo and Er Ha Guo were in the same unit. This time, Tang Xiaoxiao answered. Er Ha Guo? Zhang Zhe froze for a moment. Who is Er Ha Guo? The Er Ha Guo they were referring to was Harley. Lei Zhan explained with a smile. Er Ha Guo, huh? That's a pretty unique name. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Zhang Zhe's villa area. Since everyone hadn't had dinner, Zhang Zhe decided to cook a hearty meal himself as a welcome dinner for them. So, Zhang Zhe brought them to the villa he was currently living in, rather than taking them directly to the newly purchased villa. After everyone had introduced themselves to Zhao Liying and Lei Zhan, Zhang Zhe went into the kitchen to start cooking. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was laid out before everyone. Zhang Zhe also opened 2 bottles of red wine and poured everyone a glass. Wow, boss, you're so amazing. You can cook so many dishes? I haven't had such a sumptuous dinner in ages. Tianguo, who was more lively and uninhibited, looked at the table of dishes with sparkling eyes. Come on, let's toast to our gathering. Zhang Zhe raised his glass first. Cheers. Chapter 99, A Token of Appreciation. The meal was enjoyed with great enthusiasm. Zhang Zhe didn't put on any airs in front of everyone, and everyone relaxed. Especially Tianguo, with her lively personality, she wasn't the least bit shy and was great at livening up the atmosphere. Although everyone had a little wine, the amount was small and didn't affect anyone. After dinner, Tang Xiaoxiao and the others voluntarily began clearing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. With many hands, everything was quickly taken care of. Zhang Zhe then led them to the newly purchased villa. The newly purchased villa was fully furnished and ready to move in, making it very convenient. Wow, Zhe, are we going to live here from now on? This is so luxurious. Looking at the spacious and elegant villa, Tianguo was filled with excitement. Among everyone present, Tianguo was the youngest, being 1 or 2 months younger than Zhang Zhe. Therefore, Zhang Zhe didn't want him to call him Mr. Jiang or boss instead, he preferred the more casual brother. The villa had a total area of over 200 square meters, with 3 floors and over 10 bedrooms, more than enough for Lei Zhan and the others to live in. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, "That's right. This will be your home from now on. All toiletries are provided. Since I don't know your living habits, I didn't buy too many extra items. Once you've settled in, you can purchase anything else you need. Xiao, take everyone to settle in. I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Jiang." Although Tang Xiaoxiao and the others came from different military units, they had likely reformed a team in Southeast Asia. Since Lei Zhan was the oldest and most skilled, he had become the leader of their team. Alright. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and led Harley and the others to find rooms they liked. Mr. Jiang, can you tell me about the issues you encountered? Zhang Zhe and Lei Zhan entered the living room, where Lei Zhan inquired about the situation from Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe understood Lei Zhan's intention and nodded, explaining the dispute between him and Lin Lidong, but emphasized the importance of ensuring the safety of his cousin Zhao Liying. After listening to Zhang Zhe's account, Lei Zhan understood the issues they needed to be cautious about moving forward. Mr. Jiang, the safety of Miss Zhao will be handled by Xiao and the others. Harley and I will follow your orders directly from now on. Is there anything else you need us to do? Lego, in my eyes, I consider you all my brothers and friends. There is no need to be so formal. I don't have anything special to instruct you on. If any issues arise in the future, we'll discuss them together. Of course, please rest assured that I won't ask you to do anything that goes against your professional ethics. I will respect your profession. Although Lei Zhan and the others have retired, their sense of justice remains. Therefore, Zhang Zhe will not force them to do anything they are unwilling to do. Moreover, Zhang Zhe will not actively engage in acts like murder or arson. Of course, unless someone comes looking for trouble, he will only act in self-defense. Lei Zhan was deeply moved by Zhang Zhe's understanding and gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I hope we can work together harmoniously in the future and face any challenges that come our way. Zhang Zhe nodded and pulled out a card from his pocket, placing it on the table. Mr. Jiang, what is this? Lei Zhan was puzzled. Lei Ge, there are 2 million in this card. It's my way of showing my appreciation. How you choose to distribute the money is entirely up to you. I won't interfere. Zhang Zhe pushed the card toward Lei Zhan and said it earnestly. Lei Zhan's expression grew serious. Mr. Jiang, according to the standard rates in our industry, this already exceeds what we should receive. Therefore, I cannot accept it. Before Lei Zhan could finish, Zhang Zhe interrupted him. Lei Ge, this is my heartfelt gift. Take it. I've said it before, I consider you all my brothers and friends. So don't refuse it. In the end, Lei Zhan accepted the card with gratitude. Zhang Zhe told him the password, and as for how he would distribute it, Zhang Zhe wouldn't interfere. Shige, let's discuss something. While Jiangzhe was talking with Lei Zhan, Tianguo rushed over, looking at Jiangzhe with great anticipation. Xiao Guo, don't be rude. Lei Zhan glared at Tianguo. Brother Lei, it's okay. Zhang Zhe really liked Tianguo's lively personality and smiled as he asked, tell us, Xiao Guo, what's going on? Shige, look, this villa is so big, and there are only 10 of us living here. Isn't that a bit of a waste?
I was thinking maybe we could convert a few of the rooms into training rooms. That way, when we have nothing to do, we can train inside and avoid our skills getting rusty.
After Tianhua finished speaking, she waited eagerly for Jiang Zhe's response.
Xiaoguo, you're just being silly.
How can we mess with the villa like that?
Although Lei Zhan scolded Tianhua, his eyes were also filled with anticipation. It was clear that he was also someone who couldn't sit still.
The villa already belonged to Jiang Zhe, so as long as they didn't demolish it, they could remodel it however they wanted. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation. It's fine. As long as you don't demolish the villa, you can remodel it however you like.
Of course, I'll cover the costs.
Yay, Zhe, you're so kind.
Tianhua was thrilled and made a victory gesture. After settling Lei Zhan and the others, Jiang Zhe left the villa and returned to his own residence.
Xiao Zhe, have they all been settled properly? Zhao Liying was lying on the sofa watching TV.
After Jiang Zhe entered the room, he asked.
Yes, everything is taken care of.
However, Lei Zhan, Tang Xiaoxiao, and the other 3 girls will be going home to visit their families tomorrow and won't be back for a few days. Jiang Zhe leaned against Zhao Liying's side, wrapping his arms around her waist.
Xiao Zhe, you're so kind. Thank you for doing so much for me.
Zhao Liying leaned gently against Jiang Zhe, hugging his arm, her eyes filled with tenderness.
There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do for you.
By the way, Xiao Zhe, Lan Jia called me earlier and asked me to go shopping with her tomorrow. Since we have a few days off and there's nothing scheduled at the company, I also want to go out and browse the mall.
Zhao Liying perked up at the mention of shopping. Cousin, I have to meet you teacher tomorrow, so I might not be able to accompany you. Jiang Zhe looked a bit reluctant. It's okay, important matters come first. We can talk about it another time.
Zhao Liying was very generous and said it was no problem.
Alright, then have Tianhua and the others go with you tomorrow. Alright. Chapter 100, The People's Mai.
Since Zhao Liying wanted to go shopping and Jiang Zhe had to meet Yu Haiden, the two of them got up early.
After a simple breakfast, Jiang Zhe left first.
As for Zhao Liying's safety, Tianhua and the others would handle it. They were more professional, and Jiang Zhe couldn't be of much help. Lei Zhan had already returned home early. Since Harley had come back home once 6 months ago, he didn't go back. Harley drove the car, carrying Jiang Zhe, heading toward the address provided by Yu Haiden.
Harley had an outgoing personality and was very talkative.
Jiang Zhe also enjoyed joking around with him.
Harley, do you have a girlfriend?
Oh, we're just scraping by day to day.
Who has time for that? Besides, I'm still young.
I want to stay single for a few more years, save up enough money, then have a grand romance, get married, and have a big, healthy baby.
That would be enough for me in this lifetime.
Harley shared his future plans with Jiang Zhe.
Well, that's a long-term plan. You better get started on it soon. Jiang Zhe followed the address given by Yu Haiden and drove for 40 minutes to an older neighborhood. Harley, go explore the area. I'll be there for a while.
You can decide what to do for lunch. Jiang Zhe didn't plan to bring Harley along to meet Yu Haiden, to avoid any misunderstandings.
Alright, give me a call once you're done, and I'll come pick you up.
Harley was used to this kind of situation and nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhe had only taken a few steps before turning back. Harley, I'll let you take my car out for a spin, but remember, picking up girls is risky. Drive carefully and don't get into trouble. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he left Harley sitting in the driver's seat looking embarrassed. It took him a while to snap out of it, and he looked miserable. Even if I wanted to pick up girls, I don't know anyone. Just as he finished speaking, a heavily made-up woman spotted Harley sitting in the Lamborghini sports car. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she confidently swayed her curvy hips toward him.
Harley also noticed the woman. Upon closer inspection, he was startled. My goodness, is that Mrs. Wang? She's incredibly unattractive.
Harley sped off in his car, and the woman with the curvy hips hurried after him. Hey, handsome.
Don't run away. Wait for me.
Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe knocked on Yu Haiden's door.
Coming.
Yu Haiden's voice came from inside the room, followed by the door opening.
Hello, Ms. Yu.
Jiang Zhe greeted her as soon as he saw her. Seeing it was Jiang Zhe, Yu Haiden was very enthusiastic. Little Zhe, come in, come in.
Old man, look who's here.
Yu Haiden led the way, calling out to the living room as she went. When Jiang Zhe entered the living room, there were 3 people sitting there, all of whom Jiang Zhe recognized. One was Li Shuajian, another was someone Jiang Zhe was familiar with, Gao Yalan, and the third was someone Jiang Zhe also recognized, Li Lu, the director of the film The Peach Blossom Tree. Seeing Gao Yalan and Li Lu, Jiang Zhe recalled the very famous TV series The People's Mai he had watched before.
Wasn't that produced by Gao Yalan and directed by Li Lu? Could this be the production crew for The People's MY? Xiao Zhe is here. Come sit down and talk. Li Shuajian greeted Jiang Zhe warmly, insisting he sit down and talk. Jiang Zhe quickly greeted the 3 people present. After introductions, Li Shuajian chuckled and said, You 2 old friends, let me tell you, Xiao Zhe's cooking is absolutely top-notch. Today, you're in for a treat. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Jiang Zhe smiled modestly.
Xiao Zhe, I'm really looking forward to enjoying your cooking today.
I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had a proper meal. Today, I'm counting on you to whip up something delicious to satisfy my hunger. Gao Yalan leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his stomach, clearly excited. Since Mr. Li is praising your cooking so much, Xiaozhe, you've got to show us what you've got. Li Lu was also looking forward to Jiang Zhe's cooking. Since everyone was saying that, Jiang Zhe couldn't refuse. He nodded and said, Mr. Li, Mr. Gao, Mr. Li Lu, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. I don't want anything else, just your old Beijing-style mixed noodles. That flavor, I've been dreaming about it all night. Li Shuajian licked his lips, looking quite amusing. Alright, I don't want anything else either, I'll have a plate of fried sauce noodles too. Yao Yalan also joined in, requesting a plate of fried sauce noodles. Since Mr. Li and old Gao are having fried sauce noodles, I'll have some too. I won't make anything else. Li Lu also chose the fried sauce noodles. Alright, you three teachers discuss while I go prepare some broth. Jiang Zhe smiled and entered the kitchen to start preparing the broth. Yu Haiden followed him in and asked Jiang Zhe, Xiaozhe, do you need any help? Ms. Yu, you don't need to help. Just watch from the side. I'll teach you how to simmer the broth and make the fried sauce noodles. Since she was already there, he decided to teach Yu Haiden the process of making the broth and preparing the fried sauce noodles. However, given Yu Haiden's current cooking skills, if she could reach 40% of Jiang Zhe's level, that would already be quite impressive. While preparing the ingredients, Jiang Zhe asked Yu Haiden, Ms. Yu, what kind of TV series is Gao Teacher's production team planning to film? Yu Haiden, who was washing garlic, explained to Jiang Zhe, it's a TV series with an anti-F theme called The People's MY. Because this kind of TV series has never been made before, many investment companies are not optimistic about it and are unwilling to invest, so the production team is short on funds. Old Gao and Old Li came to Shanghai this time to try to secure some investment and see if they can start filming as soon as possible. Jiang Zhe heard this and thought to himself, sure enough, it's The People's MY. Just like the situation before the filming of the original The People's MY, no one was willing to invest, and the entire crew's salaries weren't even as much as a single young heartthrob. However, Jiang Zhe knew that once this TV series premiered, it would be a sensation, sweeping across the entire country. The actors in it would all become overnight sensations, known to the masses. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe suddenly had an idea, why not invest in this TV series? This is going to be a huge hit. Chapter 101, 100 million. The idea of investing in the TV series The People's MY grew stronger in Jiang Zhe's mind, and he decided to give it a try. The success of a TV series is a mix of necessity and chance, just like The People's MY. Before filming began, no one had high hopes for it. However, once it was released, it swept across the entire country, dominating the screens of major TV networks. Additionally, its online viewership was also #1, with no other TV series coming close. In the past, the main reason The People's MY became so popular was because its theme was novel and caught everyone's attention. Of course, after gaining popularity, the series also faced criticism, but these were not major issues. Every TV series has its strengths and weaknesses, there are no perfect TV series. However, Jiang Zhe didn't act impulsively, instead, he first tested the waters with Yu Haiden. Ms. Yu, do you think the TV series The People's MY can resonate with people? Yu Haiden has been in the film and television industry for many years and can discern the quality of a script. Jiang Zhe wanted to hear her opinion before making a decision. I've read the rough draft of this TV series, and I think it's an excellent one. It's been years since such a TV series with an anti-F theme was produced. The People's MY is a brand new breakthrough, with a fresh theme, a rich plot, and it aligns with the current political environment. Once it's released, it will definitely cause a big stir and resonate with people. After listening to Yu Haiden's analysis, Jiang Zhe nodded to himself. Although this world is different from the one he once knew, the current political environment is very similar to that of the past. This government has been actively promoting anti-F policies. If a topic like this is combined with the current political climate, it will definitely catch people's attention. Jiang Zhe silently analyzed the situation in his mind. Perhaps it would become a hit? Of course, it might not go viral, but Jiang Zhe ultimately made up his mind to invest in The People's MY. If it becomes popular, we'll make a profit. If not, it's no big deal, we'll just work harder to earn money in the future. Xiaozhe, when making this old-style Yanjiang fried sauce noodles, do you really need to simmer the broth? Just then, Yu Haiden asked. It's like this, you teacher. You can make old Yanjiang Zhejiang mian without simmering the broth, you can just boil it in water. However, if you want to make a delicious old Yanjiang Zhejiang mian, you must use the broth. Because the noodles cooked in the broth have a crystal clear, smooth texture and the flavor reaches the highest level. Jiang Zhe added the broth ingredients to the pressure cooker while explaining to Yu Haiden. Yu Haiden nodded, seeming to understand but still a bit confused. Although the broth was being simmered in a pressure cooker, it still took about half an hour. After covering the pressure cooker and adjusting the stove to the optimal heat, Jiang Zhe went to the living room. In the living room, Gao Yalan had just hung up the phone, his expression disappointed. Old Gao, rejected again? Li Shuejian asked with concern. Gao Yalan, with a disappointed expression, nodded and sighed heavily. Old Gao, don't lose heart. Make a few more calls and see if anyone agrees. As long as there's a sliver of hope, we can't give up. Li Lu comforted him from the side. Jiang Zhe sat down quietly beside them and asked Gao Yalan, Mr. Gao, is the production team short on funds? Gao Yalan, Li Shuajian, and Li Lu were taken aback when Jiang Zhe suddenly asked them that. Gao Yalan spoke with a wry smile, Xiao Zhe, to be honest, our production team is still significantly short on funds. Even if your acting skills meet the production team's requirements, the salary might not be very high. In fact, as a swimming superstar, we're a bit strapped for cash when it comes to salary. After Gao Yalan finished speaking, he quietly looked at Jiang Zhe. Similarly, Li Shuajian, Li Lu, and Yu Haiden, who had just come out of the kitchen, all turned their gaze toward Jiang Zhe, wanting to know his final response. Yu Haiden, however, was silently repeating to herself, Xiao Zhe, you mustn't give up because of the salary. You know, this film has many seasoned actors who can teach you a lot about acting. Jiang Zhe noticed that everyone was looking at him. From their expressions, he could understand their intentions. Jiang Zhe smiled, Mr. Gao, you've misunderstood me. I don't care about the pay. Even if I had to do this TV series for free, I'd be willing. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Gao Yalan and Li Lu nodded in approval of his character, while Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden were also greatly relieved, believing they had chosen the right person. I like Jiang Zhe's temperament, it's rare. Gao Yalan praised Jiang Zhe, and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhe looked at Gao Yalan, thought for a moment, and said, Mr. Gao, I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. What do you think? Go ahead. Gao Yalan had a good impression of Jiang Zhe and nodded. Mr. Gao, I plan to invest in the TV series The People's My under my own name. Do you think that's feasible? Jiang Zhe knew Gao Yalan wouldn't refuse, but since he was the major shareholder of the TV series, he had to discuss it with him. Jiang Zhe's words left everyone present speechless. They never expected Jiang Zhe to voluntarily invest in this TV series that no one believed in. This was indeed hard to imagine. Gao Yalan was taken aback and asked Jiang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, how much do you plan to invest? You must be aware of the risks involved. Jiang Zhe was well aware of the risks involved, but he spoke without hesitation, Mr. Gao, I plan to invest 100 million. How much? As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Gao Yalan jumped up from his chair. Li Lu, Li Shuadong, and Yu Haiden were all momentarily stunned, unable to react. Seeing Gao Yalan's reaction, Jiang Zhe smiled and raised his index finger confidently. 100 million. Chapter 102, B-Class Stock Analysis Skills. The entire room suddenly fell silent, with everyone's gaze fixed on Jiang Zhe's finger. 100 million, what a generous offer. For the people in the room, the total value of their fixed assets combined would certainly be measured in billions. But that was the total value of all their assets, including their life savings. When it came to cash flow, it was definitely not that much. Otherwise, Gao Yalan wouldn't have mortgaged his house to invest. Gao Yalan, Li Shuajian, Li Lu, and Yu Haiden weren't surprised by Jiang Zhe's wealth, but by his boldness. Under the premise that no one was optimistic about the TV series, and without even reading the script, Jiang Zhe directly invested 100 million yuan without a moment's hesitation, his expression calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. This clearly demonstrated that his mindset was far from ordinary. Investing 100 million yuan was a decision Jiang Zhe made after careful consideration. Over the years since his debut, combined with various awards and earnings from commercial activities, his personal assets amount to roughly 300 million yuan. Jiang Zhe currently has no urgent need for large sums of money. Investing 100 million yuan, even if it results in a loss, is acceptable. Within his means, he can simply work harder to recoup the investment in the future. At his age, there are plenty of opportunities to earn money. If People's My becomes a hit, his investment would reap the lion's share of the profits, making the returns undoubtedly the largest. This is essentially a gamble. If he bets right, he wins. If he bets wrong, he loses. Isn't life just a gamble? Who knows what will happen in the next second? After a moment of shock, Gao Yalan snapped back to reality and asked Jiang Zhe seriously, Xiao Zhe, you must know that investing isn't something to joke about. If you lose, it's all gone. At the same time, Li Shuajian, Li Lu, and Yu Haiden also snapped out of their daze. Xiao Zhe, the trouble old Gao is in now, though I also hope you can help. This matter requires careful consideration. Don't act impulsively, maybe think it over again? Li Shuajian urged Jiang Zhe earnestly, urging him to give it more thought. Li Shuajian wasn't against Jiang Zhe investing in the People's My, he just wanted him to think it through before making a decision. This concern was well-meaning. Xiao Zhe, Mr. Li is right. Although our production team is currently in dire need of funds, if you were to inject this capital, the production could start filming sooner and resolve many previous issues. However, I still urge you to think it through carefully. Investment is no trivial matter, especially such a significant one. Why not discuss it with your family first? Li Lu was also pleading earnestly. Although Yu Haiden didn't say anything, her expression made it clear she felt the same way. Jiang Zhe nodded seriously and said, Mr. Gao, I can make this decision on my own. Just like you, Mr. Gao, you've also invested everything you have into this TV series to get it produced as soon as possible. If you're not afraid, why should I be? right?
Upon hearing Jiang Ze's words, Gao Yalan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Young Jiang Ze, despite your age, you have such a bold spirit. You're not like other young people who hesitate and lack courage. You dare to take risks and act decisively.
I admire you.
Seeing that Jiang Ze had approved the investment, Li Shuajian, Li Lu, and Yu Haiden didn't say much either.
They admired Jiang Ze's boldness.
Xiao Ze, I've met countless young people, but someone as bold and daring as you is rare.
In the future, you're sure to achieve great things.
Li Shuajian gave Jiang Ze a thumbs up, full of admiration. Yes, look at Xiao Ze, he is handsome, bold, capable, and decisive. When I was his age, I was still playing in the mud at home.
Li Lu also greatly admired Jiang Ze's personality and praised him highly.
Yu Haiden grew more fond of Jiang Ze the more she looked at him.
You're all too kind. My investment is just to make more money. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound.
I don't deserve such praise. Facing the sincere compliments from everyone, Jiang Ze remained humble, without a trace of arrogance.
Ha!
After hearing Jiang Ze's words, Gao Yalan and the others laughed, not feeling offended by his remark.
Investing to make money is a natural thing to do. Earning money through one's own abilities is nothing wrong.
Xiao Ze, since you've decided to invest 100 million yuan in the People's Mai under your personal name, there will be many legal procedures involved.
When should we sign a contract to finalize this?
Oh, you don't know how much I've been worrying about this funding issue for the past half month. I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly, and I've even lost a lot of weight. Gao Yalan spoke while gesturing around his waist to emphasize how much weight he had lost.
Xiao Ze, you don't know the whole story.
Old Gao has mortgaged all his assets. He dares not go to bed at night, afraid his wife will kick him out of bed. Now that's settled, old Gao can finally sleep soundly.
Li Lu teased Gao Yalan from the side. Old Gao, with Xiao Ze's contribution, the production team should be able to start filming soon, right? Li Shuajian asked from the side. It should be possible. The initial review we submitted has already passed. The next step is the final review after we finish filming, but I can't guarantee it will pass. However, no matter what, we can't give up on this TV series at this point. Gao Yalan nodded seriously, his attitude firm. By the way, Xiao Ze, I have a few preliminary agreements here. Let's sign them. Once signed, you'll become the largest investor in the TV series The People's MY. After speaking, Gao Yalan took several agreements from the document folder and placed them in front of Jiang Ze. Jiang Ze glanced through them briefly before signing the agreement. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing your first investment.
The system has randomly awarded you a skill.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the B-rank stock analysis skill.
Chapter 103 can begin. B-rank stock analysis skill? This skill doesn't seem very useful right now.
Jiang Ze took a look at the skill and felt a bit disappointed, as it wasn't something he could use immediately. However, unexpectedly obtaining a skill still made Jiang Ze quite satisfied.
The more skills, the better. Even if they're useless, they can just sit there for now. Watching Jiang Ze sign all the agreements in front of him, Gao Yalan finally exhaled in relief.
The weight on his heart had finally lifted. The next step was to go through the legal procedures, sign legally binding contracts, and officially make the investment effective.
However, Gao Yalan wasn't in a hurry.
He trusted Jiang Ze's character and believed he wasn't the type to go back on his word.
Ah, the weight on my chest has finally lifted. I can finally go home and get a good night's sleep. Gao Yalan carefully put away the agreements, his expression relaxed. Xiao Ze, I really can't thank you enough this time. If it weren't for your timely investment, I wouldn't have known what to do.
I wouldn't even know when this TV series could start production.
Thank you. Gao Yalan put away the agreements, deeply grateful for Jiang Ze's timely assistance.
Li Shuajian, Li Lu, and Yu Haiden were also happy for Gao Yalan.
They could only say that Gao Yalan was lucky to have met Jiang Ze, a man of such determination.
Otherwise, he would have had to continue suffering, and the TV series they all believed in would have had to be put on hold indefinitely. Old Gao, you're lucky to have met Xiao Ze, who came to your rescue. Now that the funding issue is resolved, we need to discuss the casting for the production team. There are still many actors who haven't been confirmed, so we need to act quickly and aim to start filming officially within a week. We've already delayed things too long, we need to speed things up.
Li Lu discussed the filming schedule with Gao Yalan. Gao Yalan nodded, yes, now that the funding is in place, the rest isn't a problem.
However, we still haven't decided who will play the lead role, which is a big headache. The actors we were considering earlier turned us down because they wanted higher pay. Even with the funding now secured, I don't want to spend that money on them. Oomph. Whenever this topic came up, Gao Yalan's tone turned sour. It was clear he'd faced numerous rejections and cold shoulders during his search for actors.
Speaking of which, Xiao Ze, you came for the audition today, right? Why don't we start the audition now?
If your acting meets the production team's requirements, you can take the lead role, and we won't have to run around looking for someone else.
Gao Yalan looked at Jiang Ze, intending to have him give it a try. Old Gao, isn't Xiao Ze a bit too young? Will he be able to achieve the desired effect?
Li Shuajian spoke up with some concern. Mr. Li, as long as Xiao Zhe's acting is up to par, the rest can be handled by the makeup team. Modern makeup techniques are very advanced, making Xiao Zhe look older is no problem at all.
Director Li Lu has directed so many TV dramas, so he doesn't think this is an issue. However, Xiao Zhe, I need to make one thing clear. Since we are now partners, and you are the biggest investor in this production, you can make decisions in other areas, and we have no objections. But if you want to play a role in this production, you must have solid acting skills. We need to ensure the overall quality of this production. What do you think? Gao Yalan spoke seriously, using a consultative tone with Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe smiled and nodded, indicating he understood Gao Yalan's concerns and had no objections. The reason why The People's MY became so popular was largely due to the actors' solid acting skills, with a bunch of veteran actors delivering outstanding performances in the show, making it highly entertaining. As the largest investor, Jiang Zhe naturally hopes the TV series will become a hit so he can make a fortune. He fully agrees with Gao Yalan's perspective. Mr. Gao, please rest assured. If my acting skills do not meet the production team's requirements, I will not take any role in the show. Moreover, even though I am the largest investor, I fully respect your opinions and those of Mr. Li Lu, and will not interfere in any way. Jiang Zhe stated his own viewpoint. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Gao Yalan and Li Lu both sighed in relief. Jiang Zhe is now the largest investor. If he were to force his ideas onto the production team, the two of them wouldn't know how to handle it. However, it seems their concerns were unfounded. Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden looked at Jiang Zhe with admiration and nodded approvingly. This young man is promising, he truly has potential. Alright, since you agree, Xiao Zhe, we'll use the fried sauce noodles you made today as the main theme for today's script. Here's a script excerpt. Take a look and familiarize yourself with the lines. We'll start the on-site audition in half an hour. Gao Yalan spoke while taking out a few sheets of A4 paper from his briefcase, which had the printed lines on them. Jiang Zhe took the script from Gao Yalan and glanced at it, smiling to himself. This scene was from the opening of The People's MY, specifically the part where Ho Liangping leads his team to arrest Zhao Dahan at his dilapidated apartment building. Jiang Zhe remembered this scene vividly. Ho Yong had portrayed Zhao Dahan's series of psychological changes with such intensity that even when he was eating tasteless white flour during the performance, he did so with relish, leaving the audience captivated by his acting. Gao Yalan and Li Lu didn't specify which role Jiang Zhe should play. He had to memorize and fully understand all the dialogue and plot points on the A4 paper. Jiang Zhe now possesses A-level acting skills, and having watched The People's MY countless times, he remembers all the lines clearly. The only thing left to do is to perfectly showcase his acting skills. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhe put down the script in his hands. Mr. Gao, Director Li, we can begin. Gao Yalan and Li Lu were surprised to see Jiang Zhe start the audition so quickly. Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden beside them were also utterly astonished. That's way too fast. You memorized half an hour of the plot in just 10 minutes? Is this what they call an acting prodigy? Xiao Zhe, are you sure you're ready? Have you memorized all your lines? Do you understand the key points of the plot? Gao Yalan asked Jiang Zhe in disbelief. Yes, everything's fine. We can start now. Let's begin. Chapter 104, He's a Genius. Seeing Gao Yalan's disbelieving expression, Jiang Zhe nodded confidently. With the help of his A-level acting skills and having watched The People's MY numerous times, all the plot points were already firmly embedded in his mind. That's why Jiang Zhe was able to memorize the lines so quickly and grasp the essence of this scene. Li Lu was very familiar with this plot. Although there weren't many lines in this segment, the psychological battle between Ho Liangping and Zhao Dahan was a true test of acting skills. Especially the character of Zhao Dahan, who transforms from a calm official eating fried noodles, sitting firmly in his position, to someone filled with remorse after his schemes are exposed. Most actors would struggle to capture this emotional shift. However, it is precisely this psychological transformation that becomes the biggest highlight of the series at the beginning and the driving force that keeps viewers hooked. Therefore, when Li Lu heard that Jiang Zhe had mastered this plot in such a short time, his first instinct was that the person in front of him was lying and hadn't put any effort into understanding the plot. However, upon seeing Jiang Zhe's calm and confident demeanor, he abandoned that thought. Whether he truly understood it or was just pretending, trying it out would reveal the truth. Li Lu had an idea. Li Shuajian, standing beside him, feared Jiang Zhe was trying to over-impress himself and hurriedly reminded him, Xiao Zhe, don't rush. There's plenty of time. Take your time to study this script carefully and don't mess it up. That's right, Xiao Zhe. This is a rare opportunity, you can't be careless. Yu Haiden admired Jiang Zhe and had high hopes for him. Precisely because of this, she didn't want him to make any mistakes during his first audition, so she hurriedly added a word of advice. Facing the concern from Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden, Jiang Zhe reassured them, Mr. Li, Ms. Yu, please rest assured. I won't let you down. Seeing Jiang Zhe's confident expression, Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden exchanged glances and could only choose to believe that Jiang Zhe could pull it off. Gao Yalan saw that Jiang Zhe was ready and temporarily set aside his doubts about Jiang Zhe's acting skills. He said to Li Lu, boldly, since Xiao Zhe is so confident, let's get started. I'll play Ho Liangping, and Xiao Zhe will play Zhao Dahan.
We'll just act out the scene where they eat jajang noodles in the dormitory building.
Li Lu nodded with a smile. Xiao Zhe, if you play Zhao Dehan well, your acting will be highly recognized by our peers. So, I hope you take it seriously, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Li Lu was quite considerate toward Jiang Zhe, both acknowledging his talent and giving him a boost of confidence. The underlying message was clear: go ahead and act freely. Even if you mess it up, it won't matter. But would Jiang Zhe mess it up? If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have agreed to start so quickly. This was his first role. If he messed it up, it would truly be a disaster. Mr. Gao, shall we begin?
Alright, let's begin. Gao Yalan's acting skills are rated A, one level higher than Jiang Zhe's A level, so this kind of improvisational performance is second nature to him, and he can handle it with ease.
Due to space constraints and the absence of props, Gao Yalan and Jiang Zhe sat at Li Shuejian's dining table and began Jiang Zhe's first scene. Oldly, there's nothing in this plate. Will this work? Since this scene involves Zhao Dehan continuously eating mixed noodles, Li Lu brought a plate and placed it in front of Jiang Zhe, meaning Jiang Zhe had to act out the rest of the scene while facing an empty plate. Gao Yalan thought this would be quite challenging, so he wanted to put something in the plate to make it easier for Jiang Zhe. Mr. Gao, don't worry, I can handle it. Jiang Zhe shook his head, insisting he could do it. It's just acting like you're eating something delicious off an empty plate. If you can't even manage that, then your A-level acting skills are wasted. Seeing that Jiang Zhe was confident, Li Lu was surprised for a moment before giving a hand signal.
Okay, action. As Li Lu gave the command, Gao Yalan, playing Ho Liangping, and Jiang Zhe, playing Zhao Dehan, began their scripted dialogue. From the moment Li Lu shouted action, he seemed to be truly immersed in the dilapidated, cramped apartment where Zhao Dehan lived, with its shabby decor, old-fashioned furniture, and dim lighting. Everything felt so real. It was a strange sensation. Jiang Zhe had subconsciously transformed himself into Zhao Dehan. The plate in front of him didn't seem empty. It was as if it truly contained delicious fried sauce noodles, which he was savoring with relish, the flavor sweet and aromatic. Jiang Zhe was completely immersed in this state of reality and illusion, where he no longer felt like he was portraying Zhao Dehan or the character, but had fully transformed into Zhao Dehan himself. He was Zhao Dehan, and Zhao Dehan was him. As time went on, the interaction between Jiang Zhe and Gao Yalan became increasingly.
Jiang Zhe's smooth delivery of lines, his expressions and movements that were neither exaggerated nor understated, and his flawless body language, everything was perfect, everything was just right.
Li Shuejian, watching Jiang Zhe's seamless performance, was utterly amazed.
He slowly stood up from his chair and said from the bottom of his heart, he's an acting genius. Yes, he truly is a genius. Yu Haiden also nodded in astonishment, completely taken aback. The one most deeply moved was Gao Yalan, who was acting opposite Jiang Zhe. He had originally thought he would need to slightly lower the difficulty for Jiang Zhe, but he was wrong. There were a few lines he hadn't even realized he had said incorrectly, but Jiang Zhe pointed them out to him proactively. Li Lu watched Jiang Zhe's performance from the side, utterly shocked. Is he really acting for the first time? Could he really be an amateur actor? Why does he look so much like a professionally trained actor? This must be the legendary genius. Yes, he's a genius. Only a genius could be so outstanding in their first performance. Chapter 105, Playing the Lead Role. Li Lu watched Jiang Zhe and Gao Yalan go head-to-head in their acting, completely forgetting that Jiang Zhe was a complete newcomer who had never appeared in any TV shows or movies. In his eyes, although Jiang Zhe's acting was still slightly inferior to some veteran actors, it was absolutely on par with the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. Therefore, when Li Lu saw Jiang Zhe portray the role of Zhao Dehan with such depth and intensity, he momentarily forgot to call cut. Similarly, Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden beside him were also enjoying the scene, watching Jiang Zhe and Gao Yalan go head-to-head in their acting. Gao Yalan initially believed Jiang Zhe's acting was at an entry-level stage, so he subconsciously decided to give Jiang Zhe some leeway to avoid him messing up due to nervousness during his first audition. However, as time went on, Gao Yalan realized he was wrong in a big way. He never expected Jiang Zhe to portray Zhao Dehan so accurately and so convincingly. As a result, Gao Yalan had to take Jiang Zhe seriously and reassess his acting skills. For Gao Yalan, this impromptu audition would forever be etched in his memory. A young man who had never acted before, a first-time auditionee, had matched him in acting skill that was truly unimaginable. The script wasn't long, and the plot was brief. Soon, the scene between Gao Yalan and Jiang Zhe came to an end. After Jiang Zhe and Gao Yalan finished their scene, Li Lu, Li Shuejian, and Yu Haiden finally snapped out of their trance. Clap. Li Lu couldn't help but clap for Jiang Zhe's performance. Similarly, Li Shuejian and Yu Haiden also couldn't help but praise Jiang Zhe's performance. Gao Yalan secretly gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. Xiao Zhe, I can't believe you're not professionally trained. Your first time acting was so spot on. Whether it's your familiarity with the lines or your control over the character's personality, you're amazing. I'm truly impressed. You have unlimited potential. That's right, Xiao Zhe. If it weren't for Mr. Li telling me personally that this was your first time acting, I would have thought you were just putting on a show. With your acting skills, you could easily outshine many celebrities in the entertainment industry.
I have high hopes for you. Li Lu also praised Zhang Zhe's acting skills highly. Old man, I told you so. I knew Xiao Zhe was a promising talent. What do you think now? If it weren't for Yu Haiden insisting that Li Shuajian bring Zhang Zhe to audition for Gao Yalan, Zhang Zhe wouldn't have had the chance to come here. So, Yu Haiden is very happy because she's discovered a real gem. Oh my, old lady, your eye for talent is truly remarkable. I admire you. Li Shuajian smiled and then looked at Zhang Zhe, saying, Xiao Zhe, I was worried that you might be nervous since it's your first time acting, which could affect the audition. But now it seems I was overthinking it. Old Gao, old Li, how about it? The person I introduced to you didn't disappoint you, did he? Zhang Zhe was introduced by Li Shuajian. Since Zhang Zhe performed so well, Li Shuajian felt proud and asked Gao Yalan and Li Lu with a smile. Gao Yalan nodded seriously, satisfied, very satisfied. Zhang Zhe is my lucky star. Not only did he bring ample funding to our production team, but he also has such excellent acting skills. For the entire production team of the People's MY, Zhang Zhe is undoubtedly a major contributor. Oldly, I think Zhang Zhe is capable of taking on the lead role in this play. What do you think? Faced with everyone's praise, Zhang Zhe smiled, everyone is too kind. I still have many shortcomings and will continue to learn from all of you. Regarding Gao Yalan offering him the lead role, Zhang Zhe was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. Getting to play the lead role in a TV series, especially one with so many seasoned actors, would be a great opportunity to hone his acting skills. If the People's MY really becomes a hit, Zhang Zhe, as the lead actor, would undoubtedly become wildly popular, and there's a possibility he could even break into the ranks of top-tier celebrities. Therefore, Zhang Zhe also harbored a small hope of being cast as the lead in this play. After hearing Gao Yalan's words, Li Lu pondered for a moment before analyzing seriously. Although Xiao Zhe has just entered the entertainment industry, his acting skills are already very solid. Coincidentally, we haven't finalized the lead role for this show yet, and I also think Xiao Zhe is a viable option. Alright, let him play the role of Ho Liangping. Alright, it's decided. Let's turn down all the other celebrities who are waiting for our offer. Gao Yalan didn't object to Li Lu's suggestion. He nodded seriously and then asked Zhang Zhe, Xiao Zhe, how should we calculate your salary? You can name your price. Don't worry, the money you invested won't be mixed with your salary, they'll be calculated separately. Zhang Zhe felt that getting the lead role in his first TV series was already a great opportunity. As for the salary, why would he take his own money to pay himself? It's better to focus on doing a good job and earning more money in the future. Therefore, Zhang Zhe chose to appear in the show for free, without any compensation. Mr. Gao, I won't take any payment this time. I'll do it completely for free. Zhang Zhe spoke with great confidence, leaving no room for ambiguity. Alright, that's refreshing. Little Zhe, even though I'm several generations older than you, I really like your straightforward personality and boldness. Don't call me teacher anymore, just call me brother from now on. I wish our first collaboration goes smoothly. After Gao Yalan finished speaking, he reached out his hand proactively, showing great enthusiasm and sincerity. Alright, Mr. Gao, let us wish our first collaboration a smooth start. As a newcomer to this field, I have much to learn, and I humbly request your guidance. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Seeing Zhang Zhe's young appearance yet mature demeanor, everyone felt reassured. This is a promising young talent, I hope he can grow and thrive. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Zhe knew that the broth was almost ready, and it was time to prepare the fried sauce noodles. Chapter 106, The Evening Party. When Zhang Zhe left Yu Haiden's house, it was already getting dark. This visit to Yu Haiden's house had been highly fruitful. He had invested 100 million yuan in the People's MY under his own name and unexpectedly gained a B-level stock analysis skill. Additionally, thanks to his acting skills, he had also secured the lead role in the play, a completely unexpected surprise. In fact, the People's MY is a play where there is no absolute lead role. Every character has roughly equal screen time, and everyone is important. Of course, Ho Liangping and Li Dekong are the de facto leads. Since Zhang Zhe had become the largest investor in the People's MY, he needed to understand all the details of the production team. Therefore, he spent several hours discussing the matter with Gao Yalan and Li Lu, finally gaining a clear understanding of the current situation of the production team. After understanding the production team's situation, the three discussed the timing of the film's production. After discussing it, they decided to officially start filming in a week. Zhang Zhe ended up becoming a hands-off manager, unwilling to get involved in the production team's affairs. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the time, as he had numerous other matters to attend to, and the timeline was too tight. Harley, come pick me up at the same spot this morning. Harley wasn't at his usual spot, so Zhang Zhe called him. Soon, Harley arrived in his sports car. Harley, let us go home. Once in the car, Zhang Zhe immediately told Harley to drive home. Alright. Just after getting in the car, a call came in. Zhang Zhe picked up his phone and saw it was Christine calling, and the number was a domestic landline number. Why is Christine calling me from a domestic landline? And it's a Shanghai landline number. Could she be in China and even in Shanghai? Hey, Christine, it's been a while. How are you? Jiang Zhe answered Christine's call and greeted her first. Hi, Jiang, it's been a while. Do you know where I am now?
Christine's voice sounded excited and thrilled.
Jiang Zhe really wanted to say, Kristen, are you kidding me? Didn't you notice that the landline you're using is in China? Kristen, don't forget you're using a landline phone within China. Of course I know you're in China, it's obvious. Oh, Jiang, I'm so stupid. How could I not notice that? Alright, Jiang, are you in the magic city of China? Christine's tone was self-deprecating as she asked Jiang Zhe about his whereabouts. Yes, I'm in the magic city of China. So you must be in the magic city too. Jiang Zhe confirmed Christine's location with certainty. Hey, Jiang, don't do this. I really wanted to surprise you, but now it seems there's no surprise at all. I'm so disappointed.
Christine's tone sounded a bit downcast. Kristen, if you really wanted to surprise me, you could have used an international call to reach me instead of using a landline in the magic city of China. So, next time, please be sure to pay attention to this detail and avoid making the same mistake. Jiang Zhe believed that Christine truly wanted to surprise him, but her carelessness had inadvertently revealed her whereabouts.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Hey, Jiang, are you free lately? Can we meet up?
I'm in China with Professor Agrippa for an academic exchange program and will be staying for a few days. There's a gala tonight, and Professor Agrippa has an invitation.
Can you come? Christine eagerly invited Jiang Zhe.
Jiang Zhe was surprised to learn that the piano queen Agrippa had also come to the Magic City, which was somewhat unexpected. However, they were here for an academic exchange, so it made sense.
Jiang Zhe checked the time and realized he didn't have anything important to do that evening, so he asked Christine, Christine, when does the evening event start? Where is it located? The gala won't start for another hour. Are you really coming? Hold on, I'll send you the address first. Jiang Zhe checked the time again.
It was around 6 o'clock, leaving an hour to spare. He looked at the address Christine had sent, which was quite far from his current location, but he should still make it in time. Kristen, I'm curious about who will be attending the event.
Can you give me a hint? Jiang Zhe didn't immediately confirm his attendance, he wanted to find out who was organizing the event first. This evening event is quite grand, with many big names from different industries and media reporters in attendance. There will be live performances, but you'll have to come to the venue to find out who exactly will be there. Jiang, can you come with me? I'm lonely and want you to keep me company.
Christine's words were full of pleading. Although he didn't know who would be there, Jiang Zhe felt it wouldn't hurt to attend the event. Since many industry leaders would be present, it would be a good opportunity to network and perhaps even promote his upcoming TV show and new song.
Kristen, I didn't receive an invitation. I'm afraid I can't attend.
Events like this, with media present, are quite formal and typically require an invitation.
Jiang, are you really going to attend?
Oh, that's wonderful. Don't worry, the invitation in Ms. Agri's hands is yours.
I'll go get it right away. I have to hang up now. Jiang, see you later.
Jiang Zhe hadn't officially agreed yet, but Christine hung up excitedly. It was clear that Jiang Zhe hadn't immediately refused, so she subconsciously assumed he would attend the gala.
Harley, I won't be coming home for now. Let's go to this place. Can we get there within an hour?
Jiang Zhe gave the address of the evening event to Harley, who was driving.
Got it, boss, trust my skills.
You should know, I used to be in the military and drove tanks.
Driving is a piece of cake.
After saying that, Harley stepped on the gas pedal, and the sports car roared forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins.
Jiang Zhe checked Harley's skills. Wow, this guy actually has B-level driving skills, he's even better than me. Chapter 107, Paparazzi on the Trail. On his way to the gala, Jiang Zhe called Zhao Liying to see if she had returned home. Soon, Zhao Liying's phone rang. Hello, Xiao Zhe, where are you now?
Zhao Liying was the first to speak. Jiang Zhe heard some background noise on the phone, so she must be in a crowded area.
Cousin, where are you? Haven't you gone home yet? Jiang Zhe asked with a frown. Not yet, Xiao Zhe. I'm eating hot pot. Where are you? Want to come over? Blue sister, come on over. Try this beef.
Jiang Zhe heard this and thought, they're having a great time eating hot pot.
Cousin, I won't come over for now. Did you have fun shopping today? Jiang Zhe asked with concern. Wow, I had so much fun.
I haven't gone shopping in ages. I bought so many things today, and I also bought a lot for Xiaoguo and the others. Hee, but I didn't buy anything for you because we were shopping at women-only stores.
Xiao Zhe, you won't be mad at me, will you?
Zhao Liying's speech was a bit slurred, and it was clear she was eating something. Jiang Zhe hadn't taken Zhao Liying shopping in a long time, and he felt a bit guilty about it. Whether she bought things or not didn't matter as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered.
It's okay, cousin. As long as you're happy. Jiang Zhe smiled and asked Zhao Liying, cousin, did anything unusual happen while we were out shopping today? Like being spotted by some paparazzi or recognized by your fans? Oh, right, Xiaoze, I heard from Xiaoguo that someone was following and taking photos of me today. If I'm not mistaken, they must be paparazzi. Zhao Liying's tone was casual for a celebrity like her. Being followed and photographed by paparazzi was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Jiang Zhe grew wary. He suspected this wasn't just ordinary paparazzi, it might be someone from Li Wei's Fengchuan studio. Cousin, give the phone to Xiaoguo. I'll ask her. Jiang Zhe wanted to hear Tianguo's opinion. Alright. A few seconds later, Tianguo's voice came through the phone. Zhigu, it's Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo, tell me what happened today. Jiang Zhe asked with a furrowed brow. Zhigu, the people following us today were very professional, probably specially trained, but their skills were much clumsier compared to military personnel. They didn't seem like soldiers. I think they're professional paparazzi. However, we managed to secretly take a photo of the person. I'll send it to you once you get back. After hearing Tianguo's words, Jiang Zhe exhaled in relief. If there were really people targeting Zhao Liying, Tianguo and her team should be able to judge the situation. If they were paparazzi, there wasn't much to worry about in terms of safety. Whether they are paparazzi or not, we'll have to wait until we get back, see the photos, and conduct an investigation before making a definitive conclusion. Alright, I understand. Make sure to protect my cousin's safety. Jiang Zhe reminded them over the phone. Don't worry, brother Jiang. This is our responsibility. We know what to do. I'll hand the phone over to Sister Zhao now. Xiaoze, where are you now? When will you be coming home? Zhao Liying asked Jiang Zhe over the phone. It's like this, Auntie. I have to attend a gala tonight and might get home late. If I come back late, just go to bed early and don't wait for me. Jiang Zhe explained the gala to Zhao Liying. Alright, be careful, don't drink too much, and come home early. Oh, Xiaoguo, don't eat my beef. Beep. Before Zhao Liying could finish speaking, the phone cut off with a series of beeps. From the last half of her sentence, it was clear that Zhao Liying was arguing with Tianguo over the beef. Jiang Zhe shook his head in exasperation. What a bunch of foodies. Thinking about the person following Zhao Liying, Jiang Zhe fell into deep thought. Who could that person be? Soon, Jiang Ze's car arrived at the hotel where the evening event was being held. The hotel where the evening event was being held was called the Four Seasons Fragrance International Grand Hotel. Jiang Zhe took a look and saw that it was a 5-star luxury hotel with a good reputation in Magic City. The hotel had professional valets, so Jiang Zhe and Harley got out of the car without parking it themselves. After getting out, Harley's expression turned serious. He quickly got into character, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Zhe and keeping an eye on the surroundings. Jiang Zhe looked around and spotted Christine standing at the hotel entrance. Tonight, Christine was wearing a black V-neck evening gown with a shawl. The gown fit her perfectly, not only highlighting her flawless figure but also enhancing her overall elegance and feminine charm. Hi, Christine. Jiang Zhe walked over and greeted Christine proactively. Hi, Jiang, you finally arrived. I'm so happy. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Christine was thrilled and excited, initiating a hug with him, clearly showing her inner joy. I'm truly sorry I was late. After all, Christine is a woman of such elegance and beauty, making her wait like this is a bit inconsiderate. It's okay, Jiang. As long as you're here, it's fine. You know, I was so bored being here alone. After venting to Jiang Zhe for a while, Christine took out a gold embossed card from her small bag and handed it to him. John, this is the only invitation card Ms. Agrip has. She was very happy to hear you were coming and didn't hesitate to give you the only one she had. A gala held at a 5-star hotel, especially one with international guests, wouldn't be anything less than top-notch. At such an event, highly renowned invited guests are granted an additional invitation card, allowing them to bring their own family and friends. Given Agrippa's fame and status, she was undoubtedly entitled to receive such an invitation card. To Jiang Ze's surprise, Agrippa actually gave him the only invitation card she had. That's truly generous of Professor Agrippa. Jiang Zhe put the card away and smiled, saying, let's go inside. Alright, Jiang, let's go in together. Kristen naturally linked her arm through Jiang Ze's, and the two looked like a young couple, very close. At such a high-profile gala, many industry leaders from various fields would attend, typically accompanied by bodyguards. The event organizers provided a dedicated resting area for bodyguards, so Jiang Zhe didn't need to worry about Harley having nowhere to go. Harley had been through countless such events before and didn't follow Jiang Zhe. He went to their designated resting area on his own. Soon, Jiang Zhe and Christine arrived at the main venue of the gala. What a lively scene! Chapter 108, A Gathering of Titans. Such events, especially those attended by media personnel, usually have a charitable nature. Those in attendance were mostly prominent figures from various fields of society, either famous, wealthy, or both, with few ordinary individuals present. Upon entering the banquet hall, Jiang Zhe surveyed the room. There were many people he didn't recognize, though there were quite a few celebrities present. Internet tycoons like Ma Yun, Ma Huoding, Lu Changdong, and Li Yanhong were present, along with veteran filmmakers like Feng Xiaojiang and Chen Kaiga. Real estate tycoons like Wang Jianlin and Pan Shirka were also present.
Similarly, there were also many celebrities from the film and television industry, such as Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi couldn't help but exclaim, "This gala really is a gathering of bigwigs." Before the gala officially began, most people from the same circle gathered to taste wine and chat, as this provided common topics of conversation. Of course, some socialites also began to move around, looking for their ideal partners. Zhang Zi didn't know many people inside, so he followed Christine toward the east side of the hall, where Agrioshi was. However, along the way, many people recognized Zhang Zi and greeted him. He responded politely, exchanging a few simple words before parting ways. "Kristen, aren't you here with Professor Agrius for an academic exchange? Why are you attending this gala?" Zhang Zi asked Kristen in a low voice. "It's like this, Zhang. This evening event was reportedly organized by the Chinese Red Cross, and they've been preparing for it for a long time. Ms. Agrippa and I received the invitation before coming to China, and since we happened to be here, we decided to attend." Christine briefly explained the circumstances. After hearing Christine's explanation, Zhang Zi roughly understood the reason behind it. The gala not only invited many Chinese celebrities but also several foreign celebrities. Zhang Zi could recognize over a dozen of them. "Master, it's really you. I never expected to meet you here. It's wonderful." As Zhang Zi was walking toward Agrius's location, he was blocked by two beautiful girls who were roughly the same age as him and had sweet-looking faces. "Hey, Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei, what are you two doing here? What a coincidence." The two girls blocking Zhang Zi's path were Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei, sisters from the Chinese women's swimming team, who had also won Olympic gold medals and were well known in the swimming world. Due to Zhang Zi's extraordinary swimming skills, Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei had trained under his guidance for a long time, and it was from that point onward that they began referring to Zhang Zi as their master. Upon seeing Zhang Zi with Christine, Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei exchanged glances with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yufei whispered in Zhang Zi's ear, "Master, what's your relationship with Christine? Why are you together? Did you find me a foreign master's wife? You're really something." Kristen is also quite famous in China, so it's not surprising that Zhang Yufei knows her. "What master's wife? Don't make things up. I met her while participating in a variety show, and besides, I was able to attend this gala because of her teacher, Agrippa's invitation." Zhang Zi explained to Zhang Yufei. "What? Master, you actually know the piano queen Agrippa? Is that true?" As soon as Zhang Zi finished speaking, Lu Xian hugged Zhang Zi's arm, curious and surprised. "Of course I know her. What's the matter?" Zhang Zi asked Lu Xian in confusion. "Nothing, I heard that many piano masters are here tonight, and they'll be performing on stage later. Oh, by the way, I just saw Lang Lang, Li Yundi, and Zhaoyin over there. I'm sure they'll be performing later too. I'm so excited." Lu Xian's expression was filled with anticipation. "Zhang, are these two your friends? You seem very familiar and friendly with them." Christine asked curiously. "Hello, my name is Lu Xian. I'm a member of the Chinese women's swimming team. He's my teacher." Lu Xian understood Christine's words and greeted her in English. Zhang Yufei also greeted Christine in English. Members of the swimming team all receive foreign language training, so almost everyone can speak English. Therefore, it's no surprise that Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei can speak English. After getting to know each other, Christine, Lu Xian, and Zhang Yufei walked together toward the location where Agrius was. On the way there, Christine voluntarily let go of Zhang Zi's arm. As soon as she let go, Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei moved closer, one on each side. Well, does that count as a sandwich tactic? Just a few steps later, they happened to run into a Greekie coming out of the restroom, and a Greekie also noticed Zhang Zi. "Hey, Zhang, it's such a surprise that you could come to this evening event. Mr. Agri, I'm very grateful for the invitation card you gave me. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your invitation card, I probably wouldn't have been able to attend this evening event. Zhang, no need to be so formal. You're more than qualified to attend such an event." A Greekie smiled and then asked Zhang Zi's companions, Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei, "Zhang, who are these two?" "Hello, Mr. Agriki. My name is Lu Xian. I am a member of the Huaxia women's swimming team. It's a pleasure to meet you. He is my teacher." Lu Xian, who was a bit excited to meet Agriki, greeted him proactively. "Hello, Mr. Agri, my name is Zhang Yufei. I am also a member of the Chinese women's swimming team. It's a pleasure to meet you. He is also my mentor." After listening to Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei's introductions, Agriki laughed. "Zhang, I didn't expect you to have such beautiful students. You're truly blessed. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Agrisic." Zhang Zi clearly noticed that Agrisic was teasing him, so he didn't say anything in response. Under Agriki's guidance, Zhang Zi and his group arrived at a corner of the banquet hall where he saw several people he had only ever seen on TV. Lang Lang, Li Yundi, and Zhaoyin, three renowned young pianists from China. French pianist Richard Klaterman, Croatian pianist Maxim Mervica, and Japan's Joe Hisaishi, among others. This was a gathering of the piano world's elite. Ding! Congratulations, host! You now have 5 individuals with S-rank piano playing skills, and your B-rank piano playing skill has been upgraded to a rank.
Chapter 109, Yaha. Just as Zhang Zhe had just met this group of piano legends, the system displayed a notification. Zhang Zhe clicked to open it, feeling a bit puzzled. 5 individuals with S-rank piano playing skills? Could it be that Lang Lang and the others have already reached S-rank? Zhang Zhe didn't have time to check who the 5 were, as Lang Lang and the others had already noticed him. Hey, swimming superstar Zhang Zhe, it's a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to see you here, what a rare opportunity. Li Yundi took the initiative to shake Zhang Zhe's hand, showing no signs of awkwardness. Hello, Li Yundi. It's a pleasure to meet you. What a honor. Li Yundi was so enthusiastic that Zhang Zhe couldn't act aloof. He smiled and greeted Li Yundi. After greeting Zhang Zhe, Li Yundi also introduced himself to Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei. After that, Zhang Zhe also introduced himself to Lang Lang, Zhao Yin, and others. As for Chad Kleiman, Maxim Mervich, and others like them, Zhang Zhe also briefly introduced himself to them through a Greeky, but he didn't show much enthusiasm. Zhang Zhe had only seen these people on TV and had never met them in person, so they weren't very familiar with each other. After the introductions, Zhang Zhe took the time to check the skill attributes of these individuals. After some investigation, Zhang Zhe finally identified the 5 individuals with S-rank performance skills. They were Agri, Chad Kradman, Zhang, Lang Lang, and Li Yundi. After reviewing them, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but whistle in admiration. They were all top-tier pianists. Zhang, there will be different performance programs later. Will you take the stage? Kristen leaned against Zhang Zhe and asked him. The evening event had a charitable nature, and the general was similar to other such events. Talented individuals perform their skills, those with means donate money, and the organizers auction off contemporary artwork by famous artists, with the proceeds going to underprivileged children or medical institutions, among other causes. The media journalists in attendance will also report on these events, which can help elevate the reputation of these influential figures to a certain extent. In response to Christine's question, Zhang Zhe smiled. Let's just skip it. I don't have any talents. Let's leave the stage to them. Zhang Zhe quietly pointed to Lang Lang and others in the distance. Lang Lang's playing skills were S-class, and Zhang Zhe didn't want to embarrass himself in front of them. Master, what are you afraid of? Believe in yourself. You're a swimming legend, how could you lose to them? Go for it. Your disciple supports you. Lu Xiao cheered Zhang Zhe on from the side. Xiao Shu is right. Master, we believe in you. You're the big name of our swimming team and its representative. I support you too. You can do it. Zhang Yufei stood beside him, pumping her fists and cheering him on with a serious expression. Zhang, look, your students are all supporting you. So you must be able to do it. Christine shrugged her shoulders, indicating that he had to go. Zhang Zhe gave Lu Xiao and Zhang Yufei each a light tap on the head. Stop making a fuss. Just wait and see. Yes, master. Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei rubbed their little heads and stuck out their tongues, looking mischievous. Just then, on the main stage of the evening hall, a female hostess appeared, dressed in an evening gown, tall and slender, with a beautiful face and a very elegant demeanor. Zhang Zhe looked up, his expression changing slightly, and chuckled. The host tonight is actually Yaya? That's a bit unexpected. To host such a high-profile gala, one must be a prominent figure with a certain social standing. Ordinary hosts wouldn't qualify for such an honor. However, Yaya's background was quite extraordinary. She was a popular hostess at China's Central Television CCTV and had a significant reputation in the hosting industry, having hosted numerous large-scale events and galas, making her highly experienced. Zhang Zhe and Yaya had known each other for many years. Back then, Yaya was not yet famous and was an intern host at a local satellite TV station. Yaya's current fame is largely due to Zhang Zhe. One could even say that Zhang Zhe has made her who she is today. The reason Yaya became involved with Zhang Zhe was due to an interview several years ago. At that time, Zhang Zhe was already renowned worldwide. After winning an international competition, many domestic media outlets wanted to conduct an exclusive interview with him. However, Zhang Zhe was not particularly fond of dealing with the media at the time and politely declined all requests. At that time, Yaya received an order from her station to secure an exclusive interview with Zhang Zhe at all costs, or else she would lose her internship, which was the only thing keeping her afloat. To keep her job, Yaya desperately tried to get close to Zhang Zhe. Due to budget constraints, she couldn't afford to stay at the hotel where Zhang Zhe was staying, so she couldn't get near him. To survive and keep her job, Yaya waited outside the hotel where Zhang Zhe was staying for an entire day and night. Zhang Zhe clearly remembered that it was extremely cold at the time. After accidentally discovering Yaya outside the hotel, she had already been frozen to the point of losing consciousness. If Zhang Zhe hadn't promptly taken her to the hospital, Yaya wouldn't be here today. Seeing how determined Yaya was, Zhang Zhe agreed to grant her an exclusive interview. After that, Zhang Zhe only accepted interviews from Yaya, and Yaya, through her relentless coverage of Zhang Zhe's every move, eventually rose from a minor host to one of the most popular female hosts in China. However, due to some reasons, Zhang Zhe voluntarily distanced himself from Yaya, and the two had not seen each other in person for nearly 2 years. At that moment, the young, beautiful, and tall Yaha took the stage and spoke. Dear friends, we come from all corners of the world, gathered here with a shared dream. May this world be filled with peace, free from war, hunger, and poverty. Yaya's opening remarks were very formulaic, just like the generic opening lines from those online novels I've read before, the same old cliches with no originality. However, Yaya's voice was incredibly gentle and delicate, sweet and melodious. Despite the dull opening lines, her voice managed to captivate the audience, leaving no trace of boredom. That is Yaya's charm. No matter the occasion, her voice always sets the tone and lifts the mood, ensuring everyone feels positive and at ease in the moment. Now, we will auction the first piece of calligraphy, with a starting bid of 10,000. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to the International Children's Disease Research Center. The auction begins. Chapter 110, A Feast for the Ears. With Yaya's announcement, the first segment of the evening's event, the auction officially began. The items up for auction were not precious artifacts but mostly genuine calligraphy and paintings by contemporary famous artists, so the auction prices were not very high. Jiang Zhe had no interest in the auction, nor did Christine, Lu Xian, or Zhang Yufei. The four of them sat in a relatively quiet corner, enjoying some snacks while chatting. The auction lasted approximately 1 hour before concluding. According to our backstage data, the auction raised a total of 356,720,000 yuan in donations. After deducting tonight's expenses, this amount will be donated in full to the International Children's Disease Research Center. On behalf of the organizers of this evening's event, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for your kindness. Thank you all. As Yaya finished speaking, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The auction came to a close, and it was time for the artistic performance segment. Tonight, we were honored to have with us the world-renowned piano virtuoso, the piano queen Martha Argerich, the famous French pianist Richard Klaterman, and the renowned Croatian pianist Maxim Mrvica. Yaya listed a long string of names, including piano masters like Agrippa, as well as world-renowned symphony orchestras such as the London Symphony Orchestra and the renowned Chinese Symphony Orchestra, the Philharmonic Orchestra. In addition to pianists and orchestras, there are also many vocal artists, including Chinese singers Lu Huan and Qi Qin, as well as renowned international vocalists. The next segment of the artistic performance will feature leading figures from various industries. None of them are minor figures, any one of them could be a household name. Wow, Master, there are so many famous people here tonight. This is definitely worth the trip. It's even more exciting than watching a celebrity concert. Listening to Yaya rattle off a long list of names, Lu Xian was thrilled and excited. That's right. This isn't just any concert, it's an all-star concert. We're going to hear the most famous music from both home and abroad. This is truly an auditory feast. Zhang Yufei nodded in agreement, equally excited. There were many people here that Jiang Zhe didn't recognize, but he was certain that these weren't ordinary individuals, they were all influential figures with significant backgrounds. Jiang Zhe nodded and said, "Don't you see who's attending tonight's gala? Even Ma Yun and Ma Huading are here. Do you think ordinary people have the qualifications to step onto this stage?" Jiang, you're right. There are many internationally renowned pianists, musicians, and singers here. Christine was also surprised to see so many big names. I've only attended such a grand gala once before in Vienna. This isn't just a charity event, it could easily be called a concert. While Jiang Zhe and Christine were chatting, Yada had already announced her name. We are honored to have so many industry pioneers and renowned artists performing together tonight. This will be a tremendous auditory feast. Please welcome our first performer, the world-renowned cellist, Mr. Mstislav Rostropovich. As soon as Yaya finished speaking, the banquet hall erupted into a thunderous round of applause. A white-haired elderly man then walked onto the stage. Oh, my goodness. He is Mr. Maysky, the most renowned cellist in Europe and America and the most accomplished disciple of Ross. What an honor to hear him perform. Watching the elderly man take the stage, Christine was thrilled and excited. Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei exchanged glances and shrugged their shoulders, indicating they didn't recognize him. Jiang Zhe also didn't recognize him, despite having a B-rank string instrument skill, which he had never used and knew little about the people in this circle. However, from Christine's expression, it was clear that this Mstislav Rostropovich must be a pretty influential figure. After taking the stage, Maxi underwent a brief interview with Yada, holding the cello prepared by the production team, ready to begin his performance. At the same time, the lights in the entire venue grew soft and gentle, with no sound except for the quiet hum of the crowd. As Maxi began to play the strings, a melodious sound echoed throughout the venue. The sound was beautiful and ethereal, as if it could purify one's soul, causing one's heart to move in rhythm with the melody. Jiang Zhe didn't have a deep appreciation for music, but at that moment, he couldn't help but let himself drift away with the melody, immersing himself in a state of utter tranquility. Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei, who weren't very familiar with music, were also completely immersed in the melodious melody. Kristen, however, was completely captivated. She closed her eyes slightly, her expression changing in rhythm with the melody, as if she were under a spell. Everyone in the banquet hall quietly savored the sense of inner peace brought by the melody, with not a single distracting thought.
Listening to the melody and watching the scene before him, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart, "A true master is a true master." With just a casual movement, the melody they play can stir a person's emotions.
That's truly amazing.
Soon, the piece came to an end, and the hall erupted in thunderous applause.
Maxi bowed gracefully to the audience and left the stage amid the enthusiastic applause.
The cultural performance continued, with many renowned artists taking the stage to perform moving melodies in pieces. Next, please welcome our piano queen, Ms. Agri Chi, to the stage for her performance. Please give her a warm welcome. Jiang Zhe had noticed that Agrippi was likely the oldest person in the audience, including the guests. Therefore, when her name was announced, everyone in the audience stood up and clapped, showing their respect for Agrippi, which clearly demonstrated her significant influence. After taking the stage, Agrippi interacted briefly with Yaya.
Holding the microphone, she began to speak.
Tonight's performance, I would like to invite a young piano prodigy to join me in performing a piece together.
Chapter 111, Long Time No See.
As soon as Agrichi finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper among themselves.
Who could be so fortunate to receive a personal invitation from Ms. Agrippi? That's right. To be personally invited by Ms. Agrippa is the highest honor. I suspect it might be Lang Lang or Li Yundi. Because among the younger generation, only they can truly be called geniuses. Could it be Agrippa's disciple, Christine? Her talent isn't bad either.
Similarly, Lu Jin and Zhang Yufei were also very surprised.
Wow, who could it be?
To be praised as a genius by the piano queen and perform alongside such a legendary figure in the industry, that's truly remarkable.
Jiang Zhe was also thinking it must be Kristen. He asked, Kristen, was Ms. Agrippa talking about you?
No, Jiang, I'm not feeling well today and it's not suitable for me to perform on stage.
Professor Agrippa knows this, so it can't be me.
Christine shook her head regretfully, as if she had thought of something, and looked at Jiang Zhe with a meaningful expression. Jiang, I think I can guess who Professor Agrippa invited.
Jiang Zhe looked at Christine's strange expression and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Christine, what's that look on your face? Do you really know who Ms. Agrippa invited? I'm 100% certain who it is.
Christine nodded confidently. Jiang Zhe, seeing how certain Christine was, grew curious. Tell me, who is it? Kristen gave a meaningful smile and pointed at Jiang Zhe. If I'm not mistaken, the person Professor Agrippa invited must be you.
Me? Christine's assessment caught Jiang Zhe off guard.
He shook his head. Christine, there's no way it's me.
I'm just an amateur piano enthusiast. How could I be the genius Ms. Agrippa is talking about? Don't joke around. It definitely won't be me.
Jiang Zhe was well aware that although he and Agrippa had a close relationship in such a setting, Agrippa wouldn't dare to bring an amateur like him on stage to perform with her.
If it went wrong, it would ruin her reputation. On stage, Ya also curiously asked Agri, Ms. Agri, who was the genius you mentioned? Is he one of us? Agriki nodded seriously. That's right.
He's an amateur piano enthusiast who hasn't received any professional training, but his piano talent is truly remarkable.
I believe his talent shouldn't be overlooked, it should be showcased for the world to see. And he's here with us today. Many of our friends will recognize his name.
After Agriki said this, the crowd began to buzz with speculation, guessing who this person might be.
Jiang Zhe felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no, don't tell me it's me. Kristen looked at Jiang Zhe with a smug expression, as if to say, see? I told you so. Ya on stage spoke again. Ms. Agri, please don't keep us in suspense. Tell us who he is. Look, the gentlemen and ladies below are already getting impatient. Agrippa smiled and nodded, then pointed to Jiang Zhe's location.
She spoke firmly. That's right, the person I'm inviting is our swimming genius, the swimming superstar Jiang Zhe. As soon as Agrichi finished speaking, the stage lighting crew promptly shone a spotlight on Jiang Zhe. In that moment, Jiang Zhe became the center of attention, with everyone's eyes fixed on him.
On stage, when Yaya recognized Jiang Zhe's face, her emotions changed noticeably.
Excitement, surprise, and joy overwhelmed her, causing her body to tremble slightly, and she nearly dropped the microphone she was holding. Yaya looked at that familiar face, and scenes from the past flashed through her mind. There were happy and sweet times, there were moments when Jiang Zhe stayed by her side through one difficult challenge after another, and there were. As she reminisced about the past, tears streamed down Yaya's face, filled with bitterness, joy, happiness, sweetness, and a great deal of helplessness. 2 years had passed, and you finally reappeared in my life. This time, no matter what, I will not let you leave. Your promise, I have always kept deep in my heart. I have never forgotten. After a brief emotional outburst, Yaya secretly wiped away the tears in her eyes and adjusted her emotions to the best possible state. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Zhe, and no one noticed her emotional change. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly report the sensational news of the popular host Yaya breaking down in tears during a live broadcast. At that moment, Jiang Zhe was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Agrius to actually invite him, which was completely unexpected. His mind couldn't process it for a moment. Hey, Jiang, what are you still standing there for? Professor Agrichi is waiting for you on stage. Seeing Jiang Zhe staring blankly, Christine hurriedly reminded him. Master, hurry up.
Hurry! Lu Xian, who was standing nearby, was extremely excited upon hearing that Agrippa had invited Jiang Zhe and kept urging him to get on stage. Master, you can do it. Your disciple is your strong support. You'll make it. Zhang Yufei was also cheering Jiang Zhe on from the side. At the same time, the banquet hall erupted into a round of enthusiastic applause, filled with immense encouragement. Most of the attendees at the evening event were well-traveled and worldly individuals. They had certainly heard of Jiang Ze's name before, though they had only seen him on TV as a recipient of numerous honors. Now they were seeing him in person, a true stroke of fate. After a moment of distraction, Jiang Zhe smiled and walked toward the stage. When he reached Yaya, he looked at her with emotion and said, "Yaya, it's been a long time." Chapter 112, The Ocean of Music. Yaya was actually a few years older than Jiang Zhe, so he always addressed her as sister in front of others. After a brief emotional stir, Yaya completely hid her feelings inside, but the look in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Zhe was filled with deep longing. "Yes, it's been 2 years. You finally appeared before me again." Yaya's voice was very soft, and Agriki had moved a certain distance away, so only Jiang Zhe could hear. Jiang Zhe understood the complex emotions behind Yaya's words. He smiled. "Let's talk after the concert." "Okay, I've been waiting for you." Yaya nodded calmly, then held the microphone and walked toward Agriki. Though her expression was peaceful, her eyes betrayed a hint of unusual excitement and anticipation. Jiang Zhe approached Agrippa and gave her a polite hug. Agrippa looked at Jiang Zhe with a hint of apology and said, "Jiang, you won't blame me for doing this, will you?" If his playing skills hadn't improved from B rank to A rank, Jiang Zhe would have been at least a little nervous and lacking confidence. However, now that he had reached A rank, his playing technique had risen to a new level. Though he still lagged behind professionals like Lang Lang and Li Yundi, they were after all professional musicians, while he was just an amateur. Why compare himself to them? Therefore, Jiang Zhe felt at ease, and the slight tension in his heart had also subsided, leaving him calm and composed. Although Agrippa's invitation was so sudden, how could Jiang Zhe blame her? He shook his head. "Ms. Agrippa, how could I blame you? In fact, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing on this stage tonight. I'm honored to perform with you tonight. It's a great honor for me." When Jiang Zhe approached, the staff handed her a microphone, so her words echoed throughout the banquet hall. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in applause. It was applause of encouragement, and also applause for Jiang Ze's humility. "Xiao Zhe, Professor Agrippa highly praises your piano skills. Is there anything you'd like to say?" As the host, Yaya conducted a brief interview with each performer before they took the stage, and Jiang Zhe was no exception. However, the audience in the banquet hall didn't notice that when Yaya asked Jiang Zhe, her tone was much softer, and there was even a hint of tenderness. Holding the microphone, Jiang Zhe smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a bit nervous right now. Standing beside me is the legendary pianist and pioneer of the piano world, Ms. Agri Chi. As Ms. Agri Chi mentioned, I'm just an amateur pianist. Compared to professional pianists, I still have a lot to learn. There may be many shortcomings in my upcoming performance, so I kindly ask for your understanding and forgiveness. Thank you." After finishing his words, Jiang Zhe bowed slightly toward the crowd below. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Although Jiang Zhe was confident in his piano skills, he still wanted to give these industry veterans a heads up to avoid any potential criticism if there were any flaws during his performance. Jiang Ze's humble attitude earned him the goodwill of the crowd, who responded with friendly thumbs-up gestures, encouraging him to do his best. "Wow, Master is truly amazing. He's getting more and more masculine." Lu Xian stared at Jiang Zhe on stage with a dreamy expression, filled with admiration. "Master has always been my Prince Charming." Zhang Yufei's eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Kristen looked at Jiang Zhe on stage, his demeanor elegant and graceful, and his eyes were already filled with tenderness. "Jiang is truly outstanding and amazing. He embodies all the virtues of an Eastern man. I love men like him." On stage, Yaya looked at the humble and mature Jiang Zhe in front of her, her heart filled with memories of the past. He's changed, more mature and even more handsome than before. But he hasn't changed, he's still as humble and steady as ever, still the man I've always admired. After a brief interaction, Jiang Zhe and Agrippa approached the piano, ready to begin their performance. My goodness, Agrichi is going to perform a four-hand piano duet with Jiang Zhe. This is unbelievable. Though I know nothing about music, I've heard that four-hand piano duets are extremely challenging for performers and incredibly difficult. I never expected that Jiang Zhe, not only a swimming prodigy, is also an amateur pianist and has been so highly regarded by the piano queen. Tomorrow, media outlets across China and even the world will definitely report on this. I can't wait to see if Jiang Zhe can create a miracle. I believe Jiang Zhe will definitely create a miracle. If he can create a miracle in the swimming world, he can create one in the music world too. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, but Agrippa on stage was comforting Jiang Zhe. "Jiang, don't be nervous. Stay calm. I believe you can do it." Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, my mindset is calm now, with no fluctuations." "Ms. Agri, we can begin." "Alright, let's begin."
Back when they were at the Chinese restaurant on Elephant Island, Agrichi had asked Zhang Zhe to perform Rabbel's Mother Goose Suite in a four-hand piano duet with Christine, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, it didn't happen. Zhang Zhe never performed Mother Goose Suite with Christine, but tonight, he was playing it with the piano queen Agrippa.
What a coincidence!
As Agrippa pressed the first key, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Hearing Agrippina play the piano in person is undoubtedly a great honor, and no one would want to miss such a beautiful moment. Gradually, the concert hall began to fill with the most beautiful piano melodies. The piano melodies flowed like waves, continuously touching everyone's souls. Everyone in the banquet hall felt as though they were immersed in a sea of music, being cleansed by its beauty.
Chapter 113, Confident and Assertive.
Agri's playing style was passionate and intense, with extremely complex and varied techniques. As her partner, Zhang Zhe had to keep up with her rhythm and the tempo of her fingertips. Agrippa is called the piano queen for a reason. Her familiarity with the piano, her control over the pressure on the keys, the strength of her fingertips, and her mastery of the rhythm of every melody have reached a level of perfection. No matter how difficult the piece, it flows effortlessly through her hands, executed with precision and accuracy. Therefore, when performing the Mother Goose Suite, she completely dictates Zhang Zhe's rhythm. For an ordinary person, keeping up with Agrippina's rhythm would be extremely challenging, but for Zhang Zhe, with his level playing skills, it was no problem at all. He perfectly matched the frequency of Agrippina's fingertips, and each melody was flawlessly brought to life under his fingers, with no stiffness, only perfection and precision. As their fingers danced nimbly across the keys, melodies echoed throughout the concert hall, penetrating everyone's eardrums and reaching their souls, immersing them in a flawless, all-encompassing auditory feast.
Lu Xian, Zhang Yufei, and Christine were completely immersed in the flawless musical melody.
Their souls danced in rhythm with the melodies, free from any distractions. Yaha watched Zhang Zhe remain calm and composed, her heart beating in sync with his every breath. In that moment, Zhang Zhe became her entire world in Yaya's eyes. There was nothing else but the man before her, playing that breathtaking melody. When Zhang Zhe and Agrippa pressed the final key, their fingers released the keys simultaneously.
The concert hall continued to echo with the rhythmic melodies.
Their souls remained intertwined with the beautiful melody, unwilling to part for a long time.
After Zhang Zhe and Agrippa finished, they did not stand up or speak.
They seemed to be savoring the sensation of their fingertips dancing on the keys, feeling incredibly at ease.
Clap.
After a long while, a crisp round of applause echoed through the concert hall.
Clap.
Then a second, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth.
Clap.
Finally, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause, heartfelt and enthusiastic.
Gratitude filled the air for Zhang Zhe and Agrius for their exquisite performance, for allowing everyone to experience what a true auditory feast was like, for letting everyone feel the magic of music, and for letting everyone feel the beauty that emerges when musical melodies and the soul intertwine.
Jiang, you're amazing. You completely exceeded my expectations. Agrippa looked at Zhang Zhe beside him, full of praise. Although Zhang Zhe performed flawlessly, perfectly keeping pace with Agrippa's melody, he still felt some strain during the performance, particularly when playing certain passages. Zhang Zhe was well aware that this was the gap between A rank and S rank skills. If he had performed this piece using his S rank skills today, it would undoubtedly have been flawless.
Zhang Zhe could sense that Agrippa highly recognized his abilities.
He humbly smiled and said, "Mr. Agrippa, this is the best I can do. If I were to raise my level by one more tier, I wouldn't be able to handle it."
Zhang Zhe was speaking the truth.
If the difficulty of the piece were increased further, the performance would undoubtedly have many flaws.
No, Jiang, your level is already very high.
Compared to your performance at the Chinese restaurant last time, you've improved a lot.
You're amazing, you're a genius, a true genius.
Agrippa raised his thumb toward Zhang Zhe, lavishing praise without reservation. The banquet hall erupted once again in enthusiastic applause, clearly indicating that everyone was once again impressed by Zhang Zhe's flawless performance and that his playing had truly earned their recognition.
Who would have thought that Zhang Zhe, an amateur pianist, could play such a perfect piece? That's amazing. Agriki was right, he's a genius, a true genius. If Zhang Zhe were to enter the music industry, could he make a name for himself? That's hard to say. It depends on whether Zhang Zhe can sing.
If his singing skills are also exceptional, that would truly be extraordinary.
On stage, Yaya had a brief exchange with Zhang Zhe and Agrippi again.
Ms. Agri, what did you think of Xiao Zhe's performance just now?
I think Zhang's skill is already quite impressive. In the entire industry, he is undoubtedly one of the top performers.
Agriki said with great certainty.
Yada, hearing Agri's evaluation, was also very happy for Zhang Zhe.
Xiao Zhe, I heard some friends saying earlier that if your singing voice were as outstanding as your piano skills, you would be a true all-rounder, a genuine prodigy.
Yaha teased Zhang Zhe with a smile.
Zhang Zhe smiled, held the microphone, and said seriously, "Actually, I want to say that my singing voice is much better than my piano skills."
Zhang Zhe spoke with great confidence and authority. Wow! As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, everyone in the hall was stunned, and some people couldn't help but exclaim wow. Agrippa, standing beside him, was equally astonished. "Zhang, you can sing too? God, is that true?" Yaya was also utterly surprised. She shouted inwardly, "Is this really the man I know? Why has he become so outstanding? Xiaozhe, are you serious? You know there are many journalists here. You must take responsibility for your words." Yaya's words seemed like a joke, but she was actually reminding Jiang Zhe not to speak carelessly. Jiang Zhe smiled, "Of course. If the gentlemen and ladies present permit, I can prove whether what I said is true. However, if you do not permit it, then I am sorry, because you will not get to hear my perfect singing." "Ha ha. That's confident and manly." As Jiang Zhe finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in laughter, a friendly smile, without a trace of mockery. Chapter 114, Unthinkable. "Xiaoshu, did you know that Master can sing?" Hearing Jiang Zhe's bold declaration, Zhang Yufei nudged Lu Shu beside her and asked. Lu Xiao strained to recall every detail of her time with Jiang Zhe but shook her head. "No, we've been with Master for a long time, but he's never mentioned that he can sing." Could Master be a hidden master? Kristen was also utterly astonished. In her understanding, Jiang Zhe was not only an exceptional chef but also a piano virtuoso. Now, he was revealing that his singing skills surpassed even his piano playing, once again shattering Kristen's worldview. Oh my god, is this real? How could he be so talented? Is he a genius sent by God? How does he know so much? On stage, Yada saw Jiang Zhe speak with such certainty and confidence, and her initial concerns that he might be exaggerating and causing a negative reaction vanished. Yaya asked the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to hear Jiang Zhe sing?" Yes. Jiang Zhe's piano performance had already impressed everyone with his skill. Plus, many people here frequently attended similar events, so they found the highly similar program a bit boring. Jiang Zhe's sudden appearance undoubtedly added a major highlight to tonight's event, so many people agreed to let him sing a song. Of course, there were also many people who came out of curiosity to see how Jiang Zhe would handle the situation tonight. The specially invited media journalists wouldn't miss this opportunity, focusing their cameras on Jiang Zhe on stage. At such high-profile events, unauthorized access is typically prohibited, so the media journalists could only record some scenes with their cameras for post-production. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, a Greekie, who was standing nearby, curiously asked Jiang Zhe, "Jiang, you've given me so many surprises tonight. Can you tell me whose song you plan to sing? Is it a famous foreign song, or a famous song from your homeland?" A Greekie's question was also on everyone's mind, and they all turned to look at Jiang Zhe. Ya, standing nearby, was no exception. She curiously asked Jiang Zhe, "Xiaozhe, can you tell us whose song you're going to sing? An English song? Or one of our classic Chinese songs?" Seeing that everyone was so interested in the question, Jiang Zhe held the microphone and said seriously, "This song is one I composed myself. It's a song that hasn't appeared in reality yet." "Oh my goodness, Jiang, are you serious? You wrote the song yourself? That's truly unexpected. Can I see the sheet music you wrote?" A Greekie was utterly shocked. As a music enthusiast, she desperately wanted to see the song Jiang Zhe had written himself, to satisfy her burning desire for new music. The audience in the banquet hall was also stunned. They had all assumed Jiang Zhe was going to cover someone else's song, but they never imagined he would sing his own original composition. This was simply beyond belief. Yaha couldn't find the words to describe her feelings. This completely overturned her perception of Jiang Zhe. During the 2 years they were apart, why had he changed so much? Why had he become so outstanding? Was this really the same person? "Jiang Zhe, hurry up and let everyone hear the new song you wrote. Let us experience your musical talent." Just then, Wang Feng, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly spoke up, eagerly urging Jiang Zhe to start as soon as possible. That's right, the Chinese music industry hasn't seen a young person who can compose and write their own songs in a long time. This is truly rare. Lu Huan, standing next to Wang Feng, nodded in agreement, also filled with anticipation. Many others shared the same thoughts as Lu Huan and Wang Feng, whether they understood music or not, all waiting with curiosity for Jiang Zhe to showcase his vocal talents. Jiang Zhe, seeing this, nodded and asked Ya, who was deep in thought beside him, "Ya, do you have paper and a pen?" "Ha?" Ya was snapped back to the present by Jiang Zhe's question and hurriedly nodded, yes, just wait a moment." Soon, Yaya brought the paper and pen to the stage and handed them to Jiang Zhe. Taking the paper and pen, Jiang Zhe leaned against the piano and began to write and draw. Although many people in the banquet hall didn't understand music, anyone with a basic knowledge of music knew that Jiang Zhe was composing and writing lyrics. Therefore, everyone fell silent, refraining from making any noise to avoid disturbing Jiang Zhe's concentration. Agri and Yaya approached Jiang Zhe. Upon seeing the lyrics and melody on the paper, their eyes lit up, and they both silently murmured to themselves, "This is an English song?" When Yaya and Agrichi saw the title of the song, they were quite surprised. "Dream It Possible, My Dream?" What a meaningful name. That's right, Jiang Zhe was about to sing the first song he had just written recently, Dream It Possible. Soon, Jiang Zhe wrote the lyrics and melody on the paper. Jiang Zhe handed the lyrics and melody to Agrichi with great solemnity and sincerity. "Ms. Agrichi, would you please play this piece for me?" Agrichi herself had a strong passion for new music.
Faced with Zhang Zhe's request, she immediately took the sheet music, excited and eager, and nodded seriously. Zhang, I'm thrilled to play this new song you wrote.
It's an honor. Thank you, Ms. Agri.
Zhang Zhe believed that having Agri play the piece herself would elevate it to a whole new level. The cultural performance would include a singing segment, and the organizers had arranged a professional accompaniment team. Zhang Zhe copied a few more copies of Dream It Possible and handed them to the other accompanists. A new piece of music requires everyone to try playing it first, and Agrichi was no exception. The accompaniment team was also no exception. As Agrichi and the accompaniment team were getting familiar with the melody of Dream It Possible, Zhang Zhe held the microphone and announced with utmost seriousness.
Tonight, I will sing an English song titled Dream It Possible, which translates to My Dream. Chapter 115, A New Journey.
After Zhang Zhe announced the song title, the audience in the evening hall gathered in small groups to discuss it.
My Dream, what a great name, with deep meaning. That's right. Even though it's an English song, as long as the song is good, it's great. I'm truly looking forward to hearing this swimming superstar showcase his vocal talents. Hearing that name reminds me of the hardships I faced when I first started my business. Thinking back now, it's all still vivid in my mind. Yes, back then, I was driven by the dream of living a better life, working tirelessly. Though I now have a business and no financial worries, the passion I had during those entrepreneurial days is gone. Kristen, Lu Xiao, and Zhang Yufei were also very surprised to hear this name. Xiao Shu, master, what a meaningful name for the song. Zhang Yufei looked at Zhang Zhe on stage and exclaimed. Of course. If the master weren't so talented, how could he have become the unrivaled king of the swimming world? Lu Shen nodded proudly, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Zhe.
Kristen murmured to herself, Dream It Possible.
Could this be Zhang Zhe's inner monologue? Yaya was also silently repeating in her mind, is this song a reflection of Xiao Zhe's past? Or his aspirations for the future? My Dream, what a profoundly meaningful song title. Jiang, I've completely mastered this piece. Can we start now? I'm very curious to know the circumstances in which you composed this piece. It sounds a bit melancholic and very resonant. I really love this kind of music. It reminds me of the hardships I endured when I first started learning the piano. It's all so vivid in my memory.
Agrippy only played Dream It Possible twice before fully grasping its essence.
Holding the sheet music in her hands, she asked Zhang Zhe with curiosity.
Zhang Zhe wanted to say that the original music video for this song already depicted Anna's journey in pursuing her piano dreams. Ms. Agri, this song is a reminiscence of my past life, with all its hardships vividly etched in my memory. Of course, it can also be seen as my pursuit of the future. Both aspects are present.
Zhang Zhe smiled and said. Jiang, you're amazing. I'm really looking forward to your performance.
I'm sure it will be fantastic.
Agrippy never doubted Zhang Zhe's ability, she always believed he could do it. Mr. Jiang, we're ready too. Let's begin. We're ready too. Let's begin.
As the other accompanists also mastered the melody of Dream It Possible, Zhang Zhe composed himself. He knew that his first song would officially debut in the world.
This moment was extremely significant for Zhang Zhe, as it marked his official entry into the entertainment industry and the beginning of a new journey. The path ahead would officially commence from this very moment. After confirming that all preparations were in order, Zhang Zhe gently waved to the crowd. Seeing Zhang Zhe's gesture, everyone understood that he was about to perform.
They stopped their conversations and fixed their gaze on Zhang Zhe, who stood on stage with a solemn expression.
Zhang Zhe gave a hand signal to the accompaniment band behind him.
Agrichi composed himself and gently pressed the first key.
Ding!
The first melody of Dream It Possible echoed through the vast banquet hall. That single note resonated like a thunderous bell, striking deep into the hearts of everyone present. Agrichi closed her eyes slightly, recalling every melody of Dream It Possible in her mind. As her fingertips danced, the low-pitched melody flowed like waves, gently caressing the souls of the audience. As the melody continued, Zhang Zhe slowly spoke, and his deep, smooth voice filled the banquet hall.
I will run, I will climb, I will soar.
Run, climb, strive upward.
I am undefeated. I will never bow down.
The moment Zhang Zhe's voice echoed through the banquet hall, everyone present felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. The melody struck a chord deep within their memories, causing their emotions to rise and fall in rhythm with the music.
Jumping out of my skin, pulling the cord.
The beautiful chords leaping through my body.
Yeah, I believe it. It is my belief. The past is everything we were, but it doesn't make us who we are. Past successes don't define the present.
So I'll dream until I make it real, and all I see are stars. So I keep chasing the horizon until my dreams come true, and all I see are stars.
It's not until you fall that you fly. Pursue the horizon, never stop.
The entire banquet hall echoed with the melody of Dream It Possible, sometimes low and sometimes high, accompanied by Zhang Zhe's magical and penetrating voice. Zhang Zhe's enchanting voice swirled around everyone's ears, and some who had been feeling down couldn't help but shed tears under the spell of his voice. Those seasoned veterans who have weathered countless storms may not harbor such intense melancholy, but they inevitably find themselves reminiscing about the hardships of their early entrepreneurial days. The song Dream It Possible is only 3 minutes and a few seconds long, but its melody lingers on.
After the song ended, everyone was moved by Jiang Ze's voice, captivated by the melody, and touched by the inspiring lyrics.
Even though Dream It Possible had ended, everyone in the venue was completely immersed in their own emotions, unaware that Jiang Ze's enchanting voice had already faded away.
Good. The first to snap out of it was Lu Huan, who shouted good, to express his approval of the song and his praise for Jiang Ze. Lu Huan's shout brought everyone back to the present. At that moment, the look in their eyes toward Jiang Ze was filled with admiration, yes, admiration.
In their eyes, this was not just a song, it was an inspiration for life, urging them to keep fighting, never to stop.
Snap.
At that moment, the entire banquet hall erupted in thunderous applause.
The applause was enthusiastic and prolonged.
Watching this scene, Jiang Ze felt a sense of satisfaction.
Success. This is a good start. Chapter 116, I'll be there for you.
Yufei, I don't know why, but hearing Master sing this song made me feel like crying. Lu Xian rubbed her slightly reddened eyes and touched the corner of her eyes while holding onto Zhang Yufei's arm.
Yes, I feel the same way. Our master is truly amazing.
His voice was so magnetic and enchanting when he sang just now.
The inspiring melody and lyrics were so moving that they brought tears to my eyes. Zhang Yufei patted Lu Xian on the shoulder, comforting her.
Oh my god, this song reminds me of the hardships I once endured.
What kind of melody is this, that it can touch the deepest memories of my heart? It's truly incredible.
Kristen gently wiped the corner of her eye, overwhelmed with emotion and a touch of sadness. A good song isn't just about having a perfect melody and beautiful lyrics, what's most important is having a great singer to bring it to life.
A song must fully evoke the emotions of the audience, which greatly tests the singer's vocal skills and the perfection of their voice.
Clearly, Jiang Ze achieved this when performing Dream It Possible. Whether it was the melody, the lyrics, or Jiang Ze's voice with its powerful emotional impact, he performed Dream It Possible flawlessly, leaving the audience moved to the core and lingering in their minds long after the melody faded away. Yaya was very close to Jiang Ze and could directly feel the magical power in his emotionally charged voice. At that moment, her mind was filled with memories of the past, the hardships of life, the exhaustion of work, and above all, the beautiful time she had spent with Jiang Ze. Memories flashed through her mind one after another, and Yaya's emotions fluctuated greatly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled slightly. She looked at Jiang Ze, biting her lips tightly, clearly struggling to hold back her emotions from erupting.
Yaya clutched the microphone tightly in her hands.
If it weren't for its sturdiness, it would have been crushed to pieces.
Jiang Ze noticed that Yaya's emotions were off, and he sighed softly. He walked over, gave her a gentle hug, and whispered in her ear, "Don't let negative emotions get to you. This time, I'll be with you." After speaking, Jiang Ze walked toward Agrippa. Although Jiang Ze had only given her a brief hug, it brought endless warmth to Yaya, especially the words "this time, I'll be with you," which made her feel deeply cared for. Yaya's emotions quickly stabilized. She took a deep breath and gently wiped the corners of her eyes. Watching Jiang Ze's familiar figure, Yaya smiled and said, "All right, I believe you.
Mr. Agriki, thank you so much for playing this song for me tonight.
I truly appreciate it." Jiang Ze said gratefully to Agriki. "Jiang, I really like this piece. Can we record it in full?" Agri's eyes held a hint of pleading.
Looking at Agri's expression, Jiang Ze shared his thoughts with her. "Ms. Agri, I want to record an MV for this song.
I already have a complete script in my mind, and I'd like to ask you to play a role in the MV. Oh, my goodness, Jiang, are you serious? This is wonderful. I'm honored to appear in the music video for this song. This is my first time participating in a music video shoot, and I'm very excited." Agriki was quite excited and eager. The evening continued, and Jiang Ze was not the last performer. Soon, she and Agriki left the stage and returned to their previous positions. "Master, you're amazing. I'm so proud to be your disciple." As Jiang Ze returned to her seat, Lu Xian proudly gave her a thumbs up, filled with admiration. "Master, can you teach me to sing this song?" Zhang Yufei was direct, expressing her desire to learn the song. "Jiang, when will you record this new song? I'll listen to it forever." Dream It Possible was a new song, and tonight was its first public performance. It couldn't be found anywhere, neither online nor in real life. Kristen wanted to hear it, but she would have to wait until Jiang Ze recorded it in full. "Sure, I'll record it in full in a few days, and I'll give you a special edition copy." Jiang Ze smiled. "That's wonderful. Jiang, I can't wait for that moment," Kristen said excitedly. "Master, what about mine?" Lu Xian also wanted one. "And mine too, Master. I'm your cutest disciple, you can't forget me." Zhang Yufei ran behind Jiang Ze, massaging his shoulders and back, afraid he wouldn't give her a special edition. "All right, everyone gets one." An hour later, the evening's cultural performance officially ended, and it was time for free activities. This should also count as a time for the big shots to bond and interact with each other. "Jiang Ze, come on, have a drink." While Jiang Ze was discussing the music video with Agri, the renowned director Jiang Wen walked over with a glass of wine, inviting Jiang Ze to drink.
Zhang Wenda was no slouch in the director's circle, and he was being so enthusiastic and proactive, so Zhang Zhe couldn't refuse.
Director Jiang, according to etiquette, I should be the one to toast you. How could I let you come over personally?
I'll drink first as a sign of respect.
Zhang Zhe's attitude was very humble.
He held the wine glass and drank the remaining red wine in one gulp.
Good, you're a straightforward young man. I like that.
Seeing Zhang Zhe's generous nature, Jiang Wen didn't hesitate and downed his drink in one gulp. Seeing that Zhang Zhe had some personal matters to attend to, Agrichi gave him a nod and then led Christine toward another spot where they had some acquaintances. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Zhang Zhe and Jiang Wen gradually relaxed and began to talk more freely, covering a wide range of topics.
Xiao Zhe, I'm currently preparing for a movie, and filming starts in a few days. Are you interested?
If you're willing to join, the role of the second male lead is yours.
Jiang Wen formally invited Zhang Zhe to join his new movie.
Oh, Director Jiang, that's really unfortunate. I've just taken on a TV series, and the schedules don't align.
Chapter 117, The Value of Oneself. Zhang Zhe's words caught Jiang Wen off guard. What? You've already joined the TV series? When did that happen?
It happened this afternoon, so Director Jiang is truly sorry, but I can't join your crew this time. However, don't worry if you need someone for your next film, I'll make a guest appearance. I won't just play the second male lead, I'll even play the nth male lead. Jiang Wen was actively inviting Zhang Zhe, a newcomer with no prior works, and offering him the role of the second male lead right off the bat. That was quite generous.
Therefore, Zhang Zhe couldn't be too casual. He had to explain the situation to Jiang Wen.
He wasn't worried that Jiang Wen would hold it against him, because he was telling the truth. Zhang Zhe hadn't lied to him. Of course, Zhang Zhe also understood Jiang Wen's ulterior motives. He was essentially trying to leverage Zhang Zhe's fame to generate buzz for his new film.
Zhang Zhe doesn't mind this either.
In human relationships, especially those involving money, there are always some things beyond mere courtesy that come into play.
This is only human nature, and there's nothing to make a big deal out of it. Jiang Wen sighed and tapped his forehead. Oh, I really came a bit too late. But I never expected you, Xiao Zhe, to get into the entertainment industry. Are you planning to stay in the entertainment industry for good?
Sort of. After all, I've retired and have no source of income.
I've got to make a living somehow. It's just the way life is. Zhang Zhe began to complain about his financial struggles.
Jiang Wen, being the shrewd one, shook his head with a smile. Xiao Zhe, with your current fame, if you're willing, any advertisement would start at least 9 digits.
Are you worried about not having enough money? Ah, Director Jiang, is my fame really worth that much? Zhang Zhe had never shot an advertisement before, though he often attended commercial events.
He had no idea how much his advertising endorsement fees were. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was genuinely unaware, Jiang Wen explained to him.
Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that you're a 3-time Olympic champion is enough to give you a lot of weight.
So, you need to recognize your own value. Xiao Zhe, from now on, we're all in the same circle. I need to remind you, while you're young, you should focus on building your family fortune. Otherwise, the path ahead in your later years might be quite difficult.
Jiang Wen's words made sense and resonated with Zhang Zhe.
If you don't make more money while you're young, you'll really have to scrape by when you're old. Zhang Zhe and Jiang Wen chatted freely, covering a wide range of topics.
Of course, they didn't skimp on the alcohol.
After a thorough exchange, their relationship grew much closer. Jiang Wen could hold his alcohol well, drinking several glasses of red wine without any issues, while Zhang Zhe felt a bit tipsy.
Xiao Zhe, we had a great time drinking tonight. I like your personality. If you ever run into any problems in this industry, let me know.
I can't promise I'll solve them all, but I know some connections and might be able to help a little.
Jiang Wen patted Zhang Zhe on the shoulder, sounding quite loyal.
Alright, I'll have to trouble Brother Wen for your guidance in the future. Zhang Zhe knew that Jiang Wen's words might have been influenced by alcohol and shouldn't be taken too seriously, but he still wanted to maintain appearances and be humble.
Alright, we had a good time tonight, but I need to meet some friends to discuss something. I won't be able to stay with you. Let's catch up another time and have a proper drink. Jiang Wen stood up and started to leave. Alright, that's fine.
Wen Ge, you go ahead and take care of your business. Jiang Wen left, and Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei walked over, looking at Zhang Zhe, who seemed a bit tipsy.
Master, how much did you drink? Are you okay? Should we send you back to the hotel? Zhang Zhe shook his head. I'm fine. Just rest for a bit. My drinking tolerance really isn't what it used to be. I need to practice more. Zhang Zhe, it's been ages.
Just as Zhang Zhe sat down, a woman's voice came from behind him.
Li Ke? What are you doing here? Zhang Zhe turned around and saw that it was someone he knew, Li Xian's older sister, Li Ke. Of course I can be here. Did you forget what I do for a living? Li Ke sat down next to Zhang Zhe.
Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei saw that Zhang Zhe had someone to deal with, so they sat down nearby, but their expressions were clearly displeased.
Li Ke's reminder made Zhang Zhe remember. Li Ke was the editor-in-chief of Entertainment Frontline magazine and had likely entered as a journalist. Zhang Zhe slapped his forehead. Oh my, how could I forget? I didn't see you earlier. Where were you hiding? We're different from you. We're here on a mission, so we're pretty busy. It's no wonder you didn't notice me.
Li Ke smiled and then asked Zhang Zhe seriously, Xiao Zhe, I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you and write a report specifically about you.
Do you think that's possible? An interview and a report? What do you mean? Zhang Zhe didn't understand Li Ke's intentions.
Xiao Zhe, are you planning to enter the entertainment industry in the future?
Li Ke asked seriously. Yeah, what's the problem with that? Zhang Zhe nodded. Since you want to enter the entertainment industry, you'll definitely have to film TV shows and do promotions. By the way, I overheard you mention earlier that you've just joined a production team, right? I can help you with promotions. First, it'll increase your visibility and influence in the entertainment industry. Second, it'll help promote your new TV series and generate buzz. Isn't that a win-win situation? Li Ke guided Zhang Zhe step by step. Zhang Zhe thought about it and realized he was right.
To establish a long-term career in the entertainment industry, one must maintain a certain level of popularity, and increasing exposure is a good strategy.
Li Ke's suggestion seemed feasible. By the way, Xiao Zhe, you sang that song tonight really well. I really liked it. When will it be officially released? Should I help you promote it in advance? Before Zhang Zhe could answer Li Ke's previous question, Li Ke brought up a new topic.
Zhang Zhe thought for a moment. Alright, let me think about it and get back to you later.
Alright, let me think about it and let me know. Chapter 118, Master, give me a kiss?
Li Ke, I have something I need your help with.
Zhang Zhe suddenly remembered something and asked Li Ke for help.
Li Ke thought he had heard wrong and paused. Zhang Zhe, you said you need my help?
Yes, judging by your expression, is there something troubling you?
Zhang Zhe saw Li Ke's expression and thought she might be in trouble and unable to help.
No. Li Ke hurriedly waved her hands, indicating that it was nothing.
However, her expression was quite surprising. I never thought you would ask me for help.
Tell me, what is it?
As long as I can help, whether it's work or personal matters, I will definitely help.
Who told you to be so good to my little Bebe? She talks about you, Uncle Jiang, every day at home.
Last time at the Chinese restaurant, Zhang Zhe had made a lot of delicious food for Li Ke's daughter, Bebe candied hawthorn on a stick, Sichuan-style cold noodles, and cotton candy. Before leaving, Zhang Zhe even specially bought a small gift for Bebe. So, Bebe and Zhang Zhe have a very close relationship. As it happens, the matter Zhang Zhe asked Li Ke for help with is actually related to Bebe. Li Ke, how has Bebe been lately?
Has she been behaving at home?
Zhang Zhe really likes the lively and adorable Bebe.
He hasn't seen the little girl in a while and is eager to see her again.
This little girl is great in every way, but she keeps talking about the candied hawthorn and cotton candy you made for her at the Chinese restaurant.
By the way, has the recording of the Chinese restaurant finished yet? Li Ke didn't know how many episodes of the Chinese restaurant were left to record and asked Zhang Zhe out of curiosity. I'm not sure when the next recording will start either. Maybe it'll begin after Typhoon Hato passes. By the way, what about Li Xin? What has she been up to lately?
Zhang Zhe suddenly remembered Li Ke's younger sister, Li Xin, and asked her. She's not filming anything lately, so she's just resting at home.
What's up? Do you want to ask her out? If you do, I'll set it up for you.
Don't be shy, I support you having feelings for my sister.
Li Ke started gossiping as soon as she mentioned it. Oh, come on, do you have a sister like that?
You're practically trying to marry her off as soon as possible. This Li Ke really left Zhang Zhe speechless.
Of course. Look at you, you're so talented, you can sing, play the piano, cook, and you're so handsome.
If you became my sister's husband, that would be her good fortune.
If she misses out on such an outstanding man like you, where would she find another? You'd better act fast. Zhang Zhe was completely speechless. This Li Ke really wanted to marry his sister Li Xin to Zhang Zhe right now. This is classic meddling. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Is Bebe free lately? I want to cast her in a role.
Seeing that Li Ke was about to lose control, Zhang Zhe quickly changed the subject and got down to business.
Wait, I don't understand what you mean. Hearing Zhang Zhe say that, Li Ke didn't react at first. After thinking about it carefully, she looked at Zhang Zhe with some confusion. Zhang Zhe, don't tell me you're going to make a movie? Are you trying to be so cool? Are you starting a directing career now? What director? I just want to shoot an MV for my new song.
Bebe fits the role in the MV perfectly, and there aren't any other girls her age around me who would be suitable, so I thought of Bebe right away.
Don't worry, I'll pay you, and it won't be too hard. Why don't you consider it?
In the original music video for Dream It Possible, there are scenes of Anna as a child, and Bebe's age fits perfectly for that role.
That's why I asked Li Ke for help. Zhang Zhe, you're being too formal.
Just because Bebe calls you Uncle Jiang, I wouldn't hesitate to help out with the payment.
Alright, let me know when you're shooting, and I'll handle everything for Bebe. It's settled. Li Ke agreed readily without any hesitation. Alright, once I'm ready, I'll come over to your place. I need to talk to Bebe personally to avoid any resistance from her.
Although Li Ku agreed, Jiang Zhe felt it was better to talk to Bei Bei himself to prevent the child from throwing a tantrum.
Alright, give me a call when you're ready.
Li Ku thought it made sense and nodded in agreement.
After chatting with Li Ku for a while, she left. She had come tonight on a magazine assignment and couldn't stay too long.
Before leaving, she kept urging Jiang Zhe to take the initiative to ask Li Xian out to help build their relationship.
Really, Li Xian has such an older sister, she is really unlucky.
Jiang Zhe watched Li Ku's departing figure and shook his head in silence.
Master, I notice you're really lucky with women, they're always coming after you. After Li Ku left, Lu Xian sat back down next to Jiang Zhe, looking unhappy. Sigh, who can blame the master for being so handsome and talented?
Zhang Yufei sat beside Jiang Zhe, sighing deeply. Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei were the sisters of the swimming team, both stunningly beautiful and in top-notch shape. At school, they were definitely campus queens, with suitors lining up in droves. However, the two of them had a bad habit of being too reclusive and disliking socializing with strangers. The fact that they had come to this evening event tonight was likely because they had received orders from the swimming team's leadership.
Given their personalities, Jiang Zhe didn't believe they would have come on their own. Alright, when are you two heading back to the swim team? I'll send someone to drive you back. Jiang Zhe looked at their expressions and smiled. Lu Xian glanced at the time and said to Yufei, should we head back? It's getting late. This gala is probably wrapping up. We've made our donations and completed the tasks assigned by the leaders.
There's no point in staying here any longer.
Zhang Yufei nodded, alright, let's go back to the swimming team. After saying that, Zhang Yufei looked at Jiang Zhe pitifully, Master, can you drive us back? I don't know when I'll see you again. Yeah, Master, we'll miss you so much. Lu Xian hugged Jiang Zhe's arm, reluctant to leave. Alright, I'll make time to visit the swimming team in the future.
Let's go, I'll go say goodbye to the organizers and drive you both home.
Yay, you're the best, Master. Master, kisses. Chapter 119, I'll wait for you.
After saying goodbye to the organizers, Jiang Zhe led Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei out of the hotel and headed toward the parking lot. On the way, Jiang Zhe sent a message to Harley, telling him to wait for him in the hotel lounge. If it got too late, he should book a room in the hotel and rest first.
Wow, Master, when did you buy the Lamborghini? It's so cool.
Looking at the sports car in front of him, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Master, do you often drive this car out to pick up beautiful women?
A luxury car and beautiful women, wow, that must feel amazing. Zhang Yufei started to let her imagination run wild, looking completely starstruck.
Jiang Zhe gave Zhang Yufei a light tap on the head. You're so young, what are you thinking about all day? Get in the car, I'll take you back to the swim team. Alright, back to the swim team.
The drive from the hotel to the swimming team took about 40 minutes. The distance was a bit far, but it was almost 11 o'clock now, so there weren't many cars on the ring road, and they didn't worry about traffic.
40 minutes later, Jiang Zhe dropped Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei off at the swimming team's entrance. Alright, we're here. Get out of the car, my two good disciples. Master, I don't want to leave you. We finally got to see each other, and now we have to part so soon. Lu Xian looked at Jiang Zhe with reluctance, not wanting to go inside. Master, we're about to start another long training session. When will you come to the swimming team to train with us? We want to train with you, it gives us motivation. Zhang Yufei was just as reluctant as Lu Xian.
Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei could be said to have been trained by Jiang Zhe from scratch, and the three of them had a very close relationship. Later, due to time constraints, Jiang Zhe rarely went to train the two of them, so they saw each other less often. Even meeting once in a while had become a rare occurrence. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Zhe also felt a bit reluctant. He pinched their cheeks playfully. Alright, you're both grown-up girls now. Why act like little kids? Go back home. Once I'm done with my work, I'll come visit you and train with you. Yay, Master is the best. Master, give me a hug. Me too, Master. Since it was already late, there was no one else around the swimming team's entrance, so Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei felt free to act, one on each side, burrowing into Jiang Zhe's arms for a close hug. Taking advantage of Jiang Zhe's inattention, they each gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before darting away. Master, goodbye. Good night. Master, remember what you said. After running a short distance, they waved at Jiang Zhe and then entered the swimming team's gate with a smile. Feeling the lingering scent of their lips on his face, Jiang Zhe watched Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei's bouncing backs and shook his head in silence. These two were still as mischievous as ever, but the two little girls from before had grown into two little beauties. After dropping Lu Xian and Zhang Yufei off at the swimming team, Jiang Zhe drove toward the Four Seasons Fragrance International Hotel. He checked the time, it was almost 11:30 p.m. I wonder if my cousin is asleep yet. Jiang Zhe called Zhao Liying. Just a few seconds after the call connected, Zhao Liying answered, Hello, Xiao Zhe, are you coming back tonight? Zhao Liying's voice was low and cautious. Liying, the mask is done. You can take it off. Jiang Zhe was about to ask Zhao Liying what she was doing when Tianguo's voice came through. Jiang Zhe immediately understood she was applying a face mask. Moreover, Tianguo was also there with Zhao Liang, so it must be that Zhao Liang was bored at home and had called Tianguo over to keep her company. Cousin, I'm not sure if I can come back tonight either, because the gala hasn't ended yet and I need to go back to the hotel to check. So, go to bed early and don't wait for me. Jiang Zhe said uncertainly. Alright, then I'll go to bed first. I've been shopping all day and I'm a bit tired. I want to rest early. Zhao Liang didn't ask any more questions, indicating that she was tired and needed to rest. Alright, then. Cousin, get some rest. Just as Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liang hung up the phone, it rang at that moment. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Yaya calling. Yaya, where are you now? Jiang Zhe was driving while talking to Yaya on the phone. Xiao Zhe, the evening event has ended. I'm not at the Four Seasons Fragrance International Hotel. I'm at another hotel. Xiao Zhe, do you still mean what you said tonight? Yaya's voice was gentle and full of anticipation, but at the same time, she was subtly hinting at something special to Jiang Zhe. Although Jiang Zhe wasn't an experienced driver, he could still pick up on the hint. Jiang Zhe had only said 2 sentences to Yaya tonight. Let's talk after the evening event ends, and this time, I'll accompany you. Recalling the happy times he had spent with Yaya, Jiang Zhe felt deeply moved. Back then, despite the age difference, there was no generational gap between them, and their private relationship was very close. One of the main reasons Jiang Zhe left Yaya was that he didn't want to hinder her future prospects. 2 years ago, Yaya was in the midst of her career ascent. To get into CCTV, she worked tirelessly day and night, and Jiang Zhe remained by her side, supporting her quietly. Yaya eventually made it into CCTV through her own efforts, but CCTV has very strict rules. Jiang Zhe was worried that if anyone found out about their relationship, it would definitely affect Yaya's career at CCTV. Therefore, Jiang Zhe chose to leave. Although the two had appeared on screen together countless times in real life, they had never crossed paths. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, all the way until tonight. Thinking about Yaya's expression and behavior tonight, Jiang Zhe couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Of course it's still on. Alright, I'll wait for you at the hotel. I'll send you the address on your phone. Yaya didn't say anything else and hung up quickly. After hanging up, Jiang Zhe received the hotel address from Yaya within seconds. Chapter 120, Tonight, You're Mine. Looking at the hotel address Yaya had sent, Jiang Zhe checked the hotel's exact location online. According to the information he found online, the hotel where Yaya was staying was quite far from the Four Seasons Fragrance International Hotel. This was really thoughtful of her. She had chosen a hotel so far away. Jiang Zhe smiled, then stepped on the gas and drove toward the hotel where Yaya was staying. Jiang Zhe understood why Yaya had chosen such a distant hotel. Her sole purpose was to avoid anyone discovering her whereabouts. Yaya is now a prominent public figure, and every word and action must be mindful of her social influence. Additionally, she currently works at CCTV, where the management regulations are extremely strict. No host is permitted to be involved in any negative news. If such an incident occurs, the consequences could range from dismissal to being permanently blacklisted. Therefore, Yaya had gone to great lengths tonight just to meet Jiang Zhe. On the way to the hotel, Jiang Zhe sent a message to Harley, instructing him to book a room at the Four Seasons Fragrance International Hotel and rest there first, with plans to contact him by phone tomorrow. Soon, Jiang Zhe's car arrived at the hotel where Yaya was staying. Jiang Zhe did not go straight to Yaya but went to the front desk to book a room under his own name, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Ma'am, is room 709 occupied? Yaya's room number is 707. Jiang Zhe chose a room that was a certain distance away from Yaya's. Please hold on, sir. The front desk staff checked for Jiang Zhe. The result came back quickly. Sir, room 709 is currently unoccupied. Would you like to check in tonight? Jiang Zhe nodded. Yes, check me in. After completing the check-in procedures, Jiang Zhe went to the 7th floor, took a quick look around his own room, and then knocked on Yaya's door with a mix of nervousness and excitement. 2 years had passed. Although they had seen each other on screen, they had never met in person. This was an extremely complicated feeling, filled with helplessness and longing. Ding! Jiang Zhe took a deep breath and knocked on Yaya's door. Creak! A few seconds later, the door opened, and a familiar face appeared before Jiang Zhe. Looking at Yaya's face, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile sweetly. Yaya inside the room was the same, her smile filled with excitement and sweetness. Come in, it's not like this is your first time in my room. Yaya stepped aside and whispered softly. The words were ambiguous, causing Jiang Zhe to unconsciously recall the countless times he had entered Yaya's bedroom in the past. It could be said that Jiang Zhe had left too much of his presence in Yaya's bedroom. Jiang Zhe nodded and entered the room. This was a sea-view room. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the vast ocean could be clearly seen in the distance, offering a wide-open view. At the same time, a familiar scent filled Jiang Ze's nostrils. Though 2 years had passed, this scent remained as familiar to him as ever. This was the unique scent of Yaya. Once upon a time, it had accompanied him into dreams, but now, it felt a little. Xiao Zhe, would you like something to drink? Just as Jiang Zhe was lost in his memories, Yaya's voice came from behind him. You know what I like to drink. Turning around, Jiang Zhe froze when he saw the heart-shaped nightgown Yaya was wearing. He recognized it immediately. It was the one he had personally bought for her 3 years ago, a memory he cherished deeply. Yaya noticed Jiang Zhe looking at her pajamas. She spun around in place in the room and asked Jiang Zhe, familiar? Watching Yaya like this, Jiang Zhe recalled the day he had bought the pajamas. Yaya had been wearing them then, just like now, spinning in place and asking him, do you like them? The same action, but different words, revealed the shift in their circumstances and the experiences they had shared. Jiang Zhe smiled, yes, it's very nice. After all these years, you've become more mature and more charming. I like you just the way you are now. Yada slowly walked over, stood in front of Jiang Zhe, looked into his eyes, and asked seriously, so you mean you don't like the way I used to be? Looking at Yaya's eyes filled with a hint of resentment, Jiang Zhe gently wrapped his arms around her waist and said apologetically, yeah, there were so many reasons why I left back then. I didn't want to be an obstacle on your path to success. At that time, we were both so weak and couldn't withstand any major storms. So, I hope you can understand. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Yaya suddenly lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. She clung tightly to Jiang Zhe, her tears streaming down her face as she poured out her heartfelt feelings from all these years. I know you were doing it for my own good, but do you know how it feels? Every time I see anything about you on the screen or online, I can't help but think about our past. All those memories, do you know how much they torment me? I'm afraid of that torment anymore. I don't want to go through it again. Xiao Zhe, please don't leave me anymore, okay? Jiang Zhe gently wiped the tears from Yaya's eyes and kissed her forehead. I know. I've caused you so much pain. It's all my fault. I'll never leave you again. Xiao Zhe, let us not talk about the past anymore, okay? I just want you to be with me in the future, to return to those happy, joyful, and sweet days. Yaya, with tears streaming down her face, clung tightly to Jiang Zhe, afraid he would suddenly leave and disappear. Alright, I promise. I'll always be with you. Jiang Zhe nodded firmly. Chapter 121, A Surefire Win. Tonight was Jiang Zhe and Yaya's special night, and it would be an unforgettable one. The two of them forgot everything, completely immersed in the sweet atmosphere. When the sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the blinding light woke Jiang Zhe from his slumber. The first thing he saw upon waking was the lovely figure in his arms. Seeing Yaya's rosy cheeks, the satisfied smile on her lips, and the happy, sweet expression on her face, Jiang Zhe gently kissed her forehead. This gentle touch woke Yaya from her deep sleep. She opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Zhe, yawning tiredly. I took the day off from work yesterday, so I don't have to work today. The meaning behind Yaya's words was clear. She wanted Jiang Zhe to stay with her and not leave. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment. There was nothing urgent he needed to handle, so he nodded. Alright, I'll stay with you today. Xiao Zhe, thank you. Yaya snuggled into Jiang Zhe's arms, her words filled with happiness and sweetness. A few hours later, Jiang Zhe and Yaya freshened up, had a meal, and then Yaya leaned against Jiang Zhe, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant ocean and sharing her thoughts. Xiao Zhe, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to enter the entertainment industry, right? Yada bit into the apple Jiang Zhe had peeled for her, munching away as she asked Jiang Zhe about his future plans. Yes, after all, we're still young. We need to earn some money to support ourselves in the future. By the way, I invested in a TV series yesterday. If it becomes popular, it might bring me a decent income. Despite not having had a face-to-face conversation with Yaya for 2 years, the unspoken understanding between them remained unchanged. What TV series? Jiang Zhe's affairs were something Yaya cared deeply about and found intriguing. The TV series is called Human MY. Ah, is that the TV series you invested in? Before Jiang Zhe could finish speaking, Yada looked at him in surprise. Jiang Zhe looked at Yaya's expression, a bit surprised. Yes, I invested in it. Why, have you heard of this TV series? Not only have I heard of it, but due to its subject matter and plot content, I was also involved in the review process by the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television when it was being approved. It was just a few days ago. I never expected this TV series to be funded by you. Jiang Zhe, you're amazing. You dared to invest in such a TV series. Tell me, how much did you invest? Yaya asked Jiang Zhe with great interest. Yaya's words caught Jiang Zhe off guard. He hadn't expected her to have been involved in the review of the TV series. This was truly fate. However, Jiang Zhe was also a bit confused. Yaya is a host at CCTV, right? How did she end up involved in the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television's script review process? Actually, it wasn't that much. Just 100 million yuan. Jiang Zhe told Yaya honestly. What? 100 million? Yaya jumped to her feet, her expression filled with astonishment. Jiang Zhe didn't expect Yaya's reaction to be so strong and was a bit puzzled. Yeah, 100 million. Yaya, do you think that's too much? Don't worry, it's just 100 million. If we lose it, it's not a big deal. With my abilities, making 100 million shouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Zhe, it's not too much, it's too little. Yaya looked deeply distressed. This time, Jiang Zhe was speechless. Too little? Yaha, what do you mean?
Yaya sat in front of Jiang Zhe and said seriously, Xiao Zhe, do you know how much the higher-ups value this film, the MY of humanity? Jiang Zhe hadn't had any dealings with higher-ups before, how would he know what they meant? He shook his head and spread his hands, indicating he had no idea. I don't know about the rest, but I do know that the broadcasting rights for this TV series are something the central government must secure at all costs. This TV series aligns perfectly with the current political climate, and many leaders are paying close attention to it. Of course, you could also say they're just trying to please their superiors, it's all the same. So, this TV series is definitely a surefire hit. Yaya revealed some key information to Jiang Zhe. So what? They may care, but does that have anything to do with how much I invest? Jiang Zhe said, I don't care what the leaders think. I just know I need to make money. Are you kidding? Do you know how much the central government is willing to pay for the broadcast rights to this TV series? Yaya looked at him with a disappointed expression. How much? Jiang Zhe also became very interested. 50 episodes or fewer, 7 million per episode, and that includes a portion of the advertising revenue during broadcast. In other words, the TV series you're investing in is a surefire moneymaker. Chapter 122, Fame. Jiang Zhe was stunned. 50 episodes or fewer, 7 million per episode. He didn't know if that was the highest per episode rate, but it far exceeded his expectations. Yesterday, when Jiang Zhe was discussing the script with Gao Yalan and Li Lu, the total number of episodes for this TV series was tentatively set between 45 and 50. That meant the total revenue for this TV series would exceed 300 million, and that didn't even include the advertising fees. It is important to note that CCTV's advertising fees are among the highest in the country. If advertising revenue shares are factored in, the total revenue for the People's MY will undoubtedly be significantly higher, with the figures increasing substantially. Although Jiang Zhe had already prepared himself for potential losses when investing in the People's MY, who wouldn't want to make more money if possible? Who would willingly let their hard-earned money go to waste? Therefore, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but feel a little excited and a bit thrilled. Yaha, are you serious? Jiang Zhe asked Yaha again for confirmation. Although I only participated in the script review, I wasn't involved in the negotiations for purchasing the broadcast rights. However, I have a very close colleague who was involved, and I accidentally overheard the information from her. According to CCTV's regulations, such confidential information is strictly prohibited from being disclosed. But since this TV series is your investment, Jiang Zhe. Yada leaned into Jiang Zhe's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, utterly happy and content. I'm already yours, so I'm telling you this. But as for the final copyright fee, that will only be determined after the show is filmed and negotiations take place. Jiang Zhe nodded. Yaya was right. Although the information was relatively reliable, the TV series hadn't been filmed yet, so no one knew what the final outcome would be. Yeah, I'm curious. Aren't you a host at CCTV? How did you get involved in matters related to the state administration of radio, film, and television? That doesn't seem to follow the usual procedures. Jiang Zhe had always been curious about this and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yaha chuckled, let me tell you a secret. I'll be transferred to the state administration of radio, film, and television in a few days, and my position won't be low. In the future, if you shoot a TV series or movie, it might just pass through my hands. So, you'd better bribe me, well otherwise, I won't let them pass the review. Ha ha. Seeing Yaya's mischievous expression, Jiang Zhe felt a bit dazed. Is this really the same popular CCTV anchor? She acts like a little kid. Jiang Zhe knew Yaya was just joking. In a powerful department like the Broadcasting Administration, many people were watching. If Yaya really abused her power for personal gain, she might be reported the next day. Since there were no buildings across from the guest room, no one could see them, so Jiang Zhe started performing right there. Back and forth, the two of them didn't know how many times they had gone through it, and the day had passed. Although Yaya didn't have work today, she had a show to host tomorrow, so she had to rush back to Beijing to prepare for tomorrow's program. At the airport, Jiang Zhe and Yaya were wrapped up tightly, and no one could recognize them. Xiao Zhe, I'm leaving. Remember to think of me. When you have time, come to Beijing to find me. In the departure lounge, Yaya held Jiang Zhe's arm, reluctant to part. I know. Once I'm done with my work, I'll come to Yanjing to find you and spend some quality time with you. Once I make enough money, you don't have to work anymore. I'll take care of you. Working is so tiring, running around all the time. Jiang Zhe pinched Yaya's cute face, looking very doting. That's not possible. If a woman doesn't work, she'll get stupid. So I don't want to get stupid. I still have to work, but I can consider switching to an easier job so I can spend more time with you. Yaya leaned against Jiang Zhe's shoulder, her eyes filled with anticipation. Alright, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Half an hour later, Yaya's plane departed from Shanghai. After leaving the airport, Jiang Zhe drove to the Four Seasons Fragrance International Hotel, where Harley was still waiting for him. Boss, where should we go now? Harley asked Jiang Zhe after taking the driver's seat. Harley, let's drive home. Alright. Just as the sports car had entered the highway, Jiang Zhe's phone rang. It was Zhao Liyin calling. Xiao Zhe, where are you now? Are you coming home today?
Zhao Liang didn't ask Zhang Zhe what he had been doing all day, but instead asked if he was coming home today.
I'm on my way back. What's wrong, cousin? Xiao Zhe, have you seen the news? Zhao Liang's voice came through the phone. Zhang Zhe had spent the entire day with Ya, doing things that made them both happy.
He hadn't had time to watch the news.
No, what's going on? Did some countries start fighting again? Did the island nation have another earthquake?
Zhang Zhe teased Zhao Liang curiously.
Xiao Zhe, what are you talking about? I was trying to tell you that you're famous now. Most of the news online is about you switching careers to the entertainment industry. You should check it out yourself. I'm still getting a spa treatment. I'll hang up now.
As soon as Zhao Liang finished speaking, she hung up on Zhang Zhe. My cousin is really like a dragon, you see her head but never her tail. She hangs up the phone faster and faster. After hanging up, Zhang Zhe opened today's headlines and skimmed through it. He was also quite surprised.
Well, this really made me famous.
These media reporters are way too fast.
Chapter 123, The Duckbill Hat Paparazzi. Latest news, swimming superstar Zhang Zhe has officially transitioned into the entertainment industry and is currently filming an unknown TV series. The release date of the series is still unknown. Let's look forward to seeing what surprises Zhang Zhe will bring us after his transition. Entertainment Pioneer Report.
According to a well-known insider, last night at a charity gala, Zhang Zhe showcased his flawless vocals by performing a new song he composed and wrote himself. According to insiders, this is an English-language song, accompanied by the world-renowned pianist and European Queen Agrippa, who personally played the piano, treating the audience to a musical feast.
Sogu Entertainment Times reported.
Last night, the world-renowned pianist Agri-Chi personally invited Zhang Zhe to perform a duet of Ravel's Mother Goose Suite with her. It is reported that Zhang Ze's piano skills were highly praised by Agri-Chi, who referred to him as a true genius.
Phoenix Entertainment Report.
According to insiders, Zhang Ze's new song will be released soon. Kugo Music is currently in contact with Zhang Zhe himself, hoping to release his latest song as soon as possible, allowing everyone to enjoy it firsthand. Reported by Kugo Music. He is not only a swimming superstar but also a piano prodigy. He possesses a perfect and limitless voice and exceptional culinary skills. He is not just a genius in one field, he is racing toward becoming a true polymath. He is Zhang Zhe, a legendary figure.
Entertainment Frontline Magazine.
Looking at the various news reports online, Zhang Zhe smiled. It seems the journalists who attended last night's event did a good job, exposing all this information about me online. But it doesn't matter, it was bound to come out eventually, just a bit earlier than expected.
There were numerous news articles about Zhang Zhe online.
He skimmed through them briefly, noticing that many of the articles were similar, all highlighting his various skills.
However, the report from Entertainment Frontline magazine caught Zhang Ze's attention.
This article was either written by Li Ku himself or commissioned by him, lavishly praising Zhang Zhe.
Not only major entertainment media outlets but also social media platforms featured Zhang Zhe the most.
Zhang Zhe already has a high level of fame, and his transition from the swimming world to the entertainment industry naturally makes him a highly talked about figure. Cross-industry development is not unheard of, but few have succeeded. Most end in failure. Various Weibo influencers and entertainment commentators from major newspapers and websites have shared their exclusive opinions on whether Zhang Zhe will succeed in his career transition.
However, their final consensus is that Zhang Ze's transition is not very optimistic, and the outcome is self-evident. Zhang Zhe dismissed these comments with a sneer. These people really have no idea what they're talking about. They're just making blind comments. What a bunch of so-called experts. After reading the news, Zhang Zhe opened his Weibo account and saw that his follower count had reached 7 digits, on the verge of breaking into 8 digits. In the comments section of his Weibo, fans left messages, and the discussion was lively. Unlike the commentators' unanimous pessimism, Zhang Ze's fans were highly supportive of him. Wow, the heartthrob is filming a new TV series. I can't wait. Xiegu isn't just releasing a new TV series, he's also releasing a new song. What's Xiegu up to? Is he aiming for a multi-talented superstar career? Check out the news from the Entertainment Frontline magazine. It says the heartthrob is also an amazing cook. Wow, is he really planning to diversify into multiple industries? Isn't Jiang Zhe participating in the upcoming show Chinese Restaurant? Although the first episode hasn't aired yet, there are rumors online that Jiang Zhe's cooking skills have reached a masterful level, and the dishes he makes are incredibly delicious. A classmate of mine studying in the US said that a male streamer on Twitch livestreamed Jiang Zhe's cooking skills in full, which was truly eye-opening. Really? Is there any video recording? Hurry up and find it. Looking at the fan comments under the Weibo post, Zhang Zhe speculated that the Twitch streamer must be the same guy who appeared on Chinese Restaurant twice. After reading these news articles, Zhang Zhe clicked into Baidu's celebrity hot search rankings and discovered that he had somehow made it into the top 5, with his search index still on the rise. Did I just accidentally become famous? Zhang Zhe couldn't believe it. Boss, we're home.
As Jiang Zhe browsed through the news and various comments, he unknowingly arrived home. Although his name had been made this time, he would have to prove his true abilities with his own work moving forward. Perhaps then, he would astonish everyone. Hey, Xiaoguo, are you resting in home today? Jiang Zhe had just reached the villa's entrance when he happened to bump into Tianguo, who was out for a run. Shige, you're back. Liang Jie went out for a spa treatment and my other teammates are accompanying her. There's no issue with security. Tianguo wiped the sweat off her face and reported the situation to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe nodded. Xiaoguo, you have those paparazzi photos of my cousin from yesterday, right? Let me take a look. Sure, hold on. Tianguo sent the photos to Jiang Zhe via his phone. Tianguo sent over a total of 5 photos. The 5 photos couldn't be viewed separately because they formed a complete set, showing a single, uninterrupted scene. The photos showed a man wearing a baseball cap. From his appearance alone, there was nothing unusual about him. He looked ordinary and unremarkable. Shige, should we discreetly investigate this person's background? Tianguo noticed that Jiang Zhe was very concerned about this person and asked in a low voice. An investigation is definitely necessary, but there's no need for Tianguo and the others to handle it for now. Even if we need to look into this paparazzi, we should first gather information about him online. Once we have sufficient information, we can conduct the investigation at that time. Let's wait a moment. I'll do some preliminary research first. If we need to conduct an on-site investigation, I'll notify you. Alright, I'll go for a run first, Shige. Let me know if you need anything. Alright, go ahead. Chapter 124, Taking the Initiative. Jiang Zhe returned to his room but did not immediately investigate the paparazzi. Instead, he opened the call records he had eavesdropped on from Lin Lido's phone. There were 5 call records in total, and Jiang Zhe listened to each one carefully. The first call was from Lin Lighting's father, Lin Shui, asking about his injuries. The second call was from Lin Lidao to a woman. From their conversation, it seemed the woman was an actress under Dechang Entertainment. Lin Lidao wanted her to come to the hospital to accompany him, and she agreed, even offering to dress up in a uniform to seduce him. The third call was from someone named Wang Yang, who informed Lin Lidong that the company was facing severe financial shortages. If no solutions were found soon, the company might face bankruptcy. Wang Yang? This name sounds familiar. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes brightening. Isn't this the same Wang Yang who sent the encrypted email to Lin Lidong? Aren't they planning to manipulate the stock prices of Qingyi Technology? Using underhanded methods to cash out through the stock market and fill the financial gaps of Qingyi Technology. Wait, stocks? Just thinking about stocks made Jiang Zhe think of the B-level stock analysis skill he had just obtained. Wang Yang suggested that Lin Lidong focus on Qingyi Technology's stocks. Why not secretly follow their lead and also get involved in the stock market? This could be a quick way to make some money. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Zhe had an idea. What is the fastest way to make money legally? It's undoubtedly the stock market. As long as you know how to operate, understand economic trends, analyze candlestick charts, and maintain proper caution, you can earn substantial income from it. Of course, if you make a mistake, losing everything is common, and most people end up losing money. Jiang Zhe possesses S-level hacking skills combined with B-level stock analysis skills. By monitoring Wang Yang and others' movements in secret, figuring out their intentions, and following them covertly when they act, he might just make a decent profit. However, Wang Yang did not reveal the specific timing of the operation in his call to Lin Lidong, so Jiang Zhe could only wait. The fourth call record was between Lin Lidong and Li Wei. The content was unremarkable. Li Wei merely informed Lin Lidong that he had already dispatched someone to track and monitor Zhao Liang, with no other significant information. The fifth call recording made Jiang Zhe's brows furrow. It was a conversation between Lin Lidong and someone named He Shan. Black Mountain, have you been busy lately? Who are you? Why do you have my number? The man's voice was cold and indifferent, with a deep, resonant tone, suggesting he was a trained fighter. I'm Lin Lidong from Deshang Entertainment. We've had a good working relationship in the past. Oh, Mr. Lin. What business do you have with me? I need to find a person, a woman. Are you interested in this deal? What is her background? She's a big celebrity, but she shouldn't have any bodyguards, and her background is fairly ordinary. Who? Zhao Liang, the current top star of Ruyang Entertainment. After Lin Lidong finished speaking, there was a silence of several seconds on the phone. He Shan spoke up, fixed price, 60 million. Follow the old rules, pay me 20 million as a deposit up front, and the remaining 40 million will be paid after the job is done. Alright, deal. But I have one condition, I need the person alive and unharmed. Do you understand? Alright, no problem. Wait for my call. The call ended there. Jiang Zhe's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected that Lin Lidong not only had Li Wei start smearing Zhao Liang online but was also planning to take action against her in secret, even going so far as to kidnap her. Damn it, this Lin Lidong really wants to play a big game, doesn't he? Good thing I had the foresight to hire bodyguards for my cousin. Otherwise, this would have been a big mess. Jiang Zhe coldly retrieved the phone number of the person named He Shan from the call log and began investigating his background using the computer. After half an hour of investigation, Jiang Zhe was somewhat disappointed. This card had only been used once, and it was currently inactive, with no further usage. This was clearly the work of a professional specializing in black ops, with extremely strong counter-surveillance capabilities a bit tricky. Failing to uncover any useful information, Jiang Zhe resorted to technical means to trace the last known location of the phone number.
This process took considerable time, and it took over an hour to pinpoint a general location. The area around Fuxing Park in Huangpu District?
Looking at the information he had gathered, Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly.
There were many bars in that area, wasn't there? Did Black Mountain enjoy frequenting bars? It seemed that to find Black Mountain, he would have to pay a visit to the bars along Fuxing Road and conduct some inquiries. Having failed to uncover any useful information about the Black Mountain, Jiang Zhe turned his attention to the paparazzi in the duckbill cap. After facial recognition comparison, Jiang Zhe found the paparazzo's information online. The paparazzi was named Qiu Chenghe, unmarried, living alone in Shanghai without a home or car, classified as an outsider. Jiang Zhe noticed Qiu Chenghe's movements. This man frequently appeared in bars around Fuxing Road and had a rather active nightlife.
Apart from that, there were no negative reports about Qiu Chenghe online, and his background seemed clean.
Someone who frequents bars and has such an active nightlife yet has no scandals? That's too good to be true.
We need to take the initiative and go check out this Qiu Chenghe in person. Moreover, this Black Mountain is also active in this area, so we must visit Fuxing Road as well. Jiang Zhe forcibly broke into Qiu Chenghe's phone but found no useful information.
The phone was face down, and the camera couldn't see anything.
When he turned on the microphone, all he heard was snoring.
This guy is actually sleeping in a bar? What a talent! Let us find out which bar he is in. Chapter 125, Stay Strong. Using Qiu Chenghe's phone location, his current location was at the Jiuqi Inzwa on Fuxing Road.
Forcibly breaching the surveillance system of Jiuqi Inzwa, they intercepted the latest surveillance footage. Jiang Zhe used facial recognition to screen through the footage and eventually confirmed that Qiu Chenghe had entered the bar an hour ago. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to shut off the video, a middle-aged man appeared beside Qiu Chenghe, exchanged a few words with him, and then left.
Wait a minute, this man looks so much like Li Wei.
Looking at the figure, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of familiarity and quickly zoomed in. It was indeed Li Wei. He never expected Li Wei to also be at this bar. Based on the timing, it should have been an hour ago, right when Qiu Chenghe entered the bar. The last known location of He Shan was also in the Fuxing Road area, and both Qiu Chenghe and Li Wei had appeared at the same bar on Fuxing Road. They really had gathered together. Jiang Zhe captured the video of Qiu Chenghe and Li Wei and called Harley and Tianguo over.
Boss, any orders?
Harley was holding a barbell, presumably working out. Tianguo, on the other hand, was holding a pair of nunchucks, clearly practicing martial arts.
Get ready. We're going out tonight to investigate someone. This person's identity is currently unknown, and we haven't found any usable information online.
So, we need to take the initiative and investigate slowly. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he pulled up the photos of Li Wei and Qiu Chenghe.
Hey, isn't this the guy with the duckbill hat who was following Sister Liang?
Tianguo recognized Qiu Chenghe as the guy with the duckbill hat who had been following Zhao Liang and was a bit surprised.
That's right, it's him. Besides him, there's another person we must find. I have a recording of a phone call. Listen to it.
Jiang Zhe opened the recording file and played the conversation between Lin Lidong and He Shan for Harley and Tianguo to listen to.
After listening to the recording, Harley and Tianguo's expressions changed. Zhigu, this Lin Lidong is really bold. He didn't learn his lesson after getting hurt once, and now he's trying to kidnap Sister Liang. He's asking for trouble. Boss, although I haven't met this Black Mountain before, I've dealt with people like him before. These are the kind of people who live by taking risks and walking on the edge. We can't go easy on them.
If we show any mercy, they'll take advantage of it, and the consequences could be severe.
Jiang Zhe nodded. I know, that's why I called the two of you here. We'll take the initiative tonight and see if we can track down this Black Mountain.
We must eliminate this dangerous threat before it grows any further.
Harley and Tianguo nodded in agreement with Jiang Ze's assessment. Zhigu, when should we act? Tianguo asked Jiang Zhe. Wait a bit longer. The bar usually opens after 8 o'clock. Going now won't yield any information. Go back and prepare yourselves.
Wait for my signal, and we'll depart as soon as the time is right. Investigating Qiu Cheng and gathering information about Black Mountain can't be done now.
The bar isn't even open normally. Going there now to investigate would just leave us open to being caught. So let us wait a bit longer.
Although Jiang Zhe also wanted to clarify these matters as soon as possible, he couldn't rush things. He had to proceed step by step. Jiang Zhe stepped away from the computer and stretched his limbs.
Just then, his phone rang.
He picked up the phone and saw it was Jin Mengjia calling. Since returning to China, Jiang Zhe hadn't proactively called any of his colleagues from the Chinese restaurant. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoyang had called him, but Jiang Zhe had been neglectful.
Hello, Mengjia, what have you been up to lately? Jiang Zhe asked after answering Jin Mengjia's call. Zhege, I think I'm going to lose my job. Jin Mengjia's voice sounded sad, and her tone was quite low. What happened? Jiang Zhe was surprised. How could this happen? I thought your contract was still valid. What happened? I don't know the details, but in the past few days, our company signed several artists from South Korea. Apparently, they have a lot of fans in China. According to what my agent found out, the company plans to heavily promote these South Korean artists and replace me with one of them to appear on the show Chinese Restaurant. What? Let a Korean artist appear on China's Restaurant? Is the production team out of their minds? What are they thinking? Jiang Zhe was furious. China's Restaurant is at least a show that promotes Chinese cuisine. You're letting a Korean artist appear on this show? What the hell are you promoting about Chinese cuisine culture? Although Chinese culture emphasizes inclusivity, Jiang Zhe personally believes that this decision will inevitably provoke domestic viewers' displeasure and significantly reduce the show's entertainment value. Zhege, I don't know the specifics either. I also heard that the show's executive producer signed a cooperation agreement with our company's boss. According to information circulating within the company, the executive producer has already agreed to our company's arrangement. I suspect the production team will notify you and Wei Jia individually. Jin Mengjia shared the information she had obtained with Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe realized that his sources of information about the entertainment industry were indeed too limited. If Jin Mengjia hadn't brought it up, he would have had to wait for the production team to notify him. Mengjia, don't worry yet. There might still be a chance for this to turn out well. Let me ask Wei Jia and Xiao Lianggu if they know about this and see what their stance is. Jiang Zhe needed to first find out what Zhao Wei and the others thought about it. Zhege, if I lose my job, I don't know where to go. I'm so scared. Really scared. On the phone, Jin Mengjia's sobbing could be heard. Mengjia, don't cry. Be strong. I'll be there to help you get through this. Okay, I won't cry. I'll be strong. Thank you, Zhege. Chapter 126, the first episode of Chinese Restaurant. After hanging up on Jin Mengjia, Jiang Zhe didn't immediately call Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, or Zhang Xiaoliang. Jin Mengjia's agency, Haichin Entertainment Media, was one of the top 6 companies in the entertainment industry, with substantial resources and influence. Whether Jin Mengjia would be shelved or terminated by Haichin Entertainment Media, Jiang Zhe couldn't predict the outcome. Moreover, in this matter involving Jin Mengjia, Jiang Zhe couldn't do much to help, so he decided to wait until the final outcome was determined before making a decision. Should he call Zhao Wei and the others now? He doesn't know if they're aware of what Jin Mengjia mentioned. Jiang Zhe pondered in his room for a moment and decided to wait and see how the production team would handle it. The variety show The Chinese Restaurant has 4 main cast members: Jiang Zhe, Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, who have signed full-term contracts. Others like Zhou Dongyu, Dilraba, and Jiang Xian have guest contracts. This means their appearances on The Chinese Restaurant will be limited, possibly just 1 episode, or maybe 2 depending on how the production team negotiates with the guests. Jin Mengjia once quietly revealed to Jiang Zhe that her agency, Haichin Entertainment Media, has signed a full-term contract with The Chinese Restaurant. This means that as long as Jin Mengjia is not replaced by Haichin Entertainment Media, she will continue to appear on the show. For entertainment newcomers like Jin Mengjia, who aren't very well known, The Chinese Restaurant is undoubtedly a great opportunity to gain high exposure and build a solid reputation in the entertainment industry, which will benefit her future career in the industry. So, if Jin Mengjia is replaced by an artist from South Korea, she will disappear from the public eye and it will be difficult for her to gain recognition from outsiders. If she continues to be kept under wraps by Haichin, Jin Mengjia's future career in the entertainment industry is likely to be much more challenging. Jin Mengjia is a good girl, but unfortunately, that's how the entertainment industry works. Those with more resources rise to fame. However, it seems that Jin Mengjia's future path may be fraught with challenges. During the filming of The Chinese Restaurant, Jin Mengjia performed exceptionally well and received consistent recognition from Jiang Zhe. Additionally, the relationship between Jin Mengjia and Jiang Zhe is somewhat complicated. If she were to leave the Chinese Restaurant production team, Jiang Zhe would undoubtedly feel a sense of regret. If I had my own entertainment company, maybe I could help Jin Mengjia. Jiang Zhe suddenly thought about starting his own entertainment company. Why not? I could even start a studio. That way, I could handle a lot of troublesome matters more conveniently. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Jiang Zhe's eyes grew brighter. After careful consideration, he temporarily abandoned the idea. Let's wait a bit longer. I'll think about it after this busy period is over. Ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Zhe picked it up and saw it was Zhao Wei calling. Wei Jia, what's up? Jiang Zhe and Zhao Wei were old acquaintances, so they didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Xiao Zhe, The Chinese Restaurant will premiere tonight on all platforms. Do you know about this? Zhao Wei's voice came through the phone. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows. He hadn't heard about this at all. I didn't receive any information from the production team. When did this happen? Xiao Zhe, how busy have you been these past few days? Didn't you see the news? Zhao Wei's tone suddenly became excited when she mentioned this. Xiaozhe, you're amazing. When you were on Elephant Island, you didn't even tell us you could sing. You really kept that a secret. When are you planning to release your new song? Can you send me a copy of the limited edition? Zhang Zhe obtained the S-rank singing skill after returning to China. Back on Elephant Island, Zhang Zhe couldn't sing at all, not that he couldn't sing, just that he sang terribly. Wait, yeah, it wasn't that I didn't want to mention it on Elephant Island. It's just that there wasn't an opportunity to sing back then. Even if I had mentioned it, there wouldn't have been anywhere to sing. Don't worry, once I release my new song, every guest on the Chinese restaurant show will get a copy of the limited edition. Zhang Zhe laughed it off. Alright, it's settled. By the way, there's one more thing. You really joined the production team? Are you planning to diversify your career and try more things? Zhao Wei's voice was filled with surprise and astonishment. I'm just trying to make a living, I'm not that great, micro-sister. Zhang Zhe didn't want to dwell on the topic and asked Zhao Wei, micro-sister, has the production team called you lately? Have they notified us when we'll go back to Kochang to continue filming the Chinese restaurant? No, I checked the news. Tianga hasn't left the southern waters of Tea Country yet. I guess even if she leaves, Elephant Island will suffer significant losses. Elephant Island will definitely need to be rebuilt, so China's restaurant probably won't start filming anytime soon. That's why the production team moved the premiere to today. There's a reason for it. Zhao Wei shared her thoughts over the phone. Zhao Wei didn't mention what Jean Mengjia said, so it's unclear whether she is intentionally keeping it secret or genuinely doesn't know. Since Zhao Wei didn't bring it up, Zhang Zhe also chose not to mention it for now. Micro, what you're saying is that the production team is worried that after Typhoon Hato passes through, the reconstruction of Elephant Island will take a long time, leaving a prolonged gap in filming. If the current wave of publicity fades, it will inevitably affect the ratings of the Chinese restaurant. That's why the production team decided to premiere the show earlier, leveraging the current buzz to maintain ratings. Zhang Zhe shared his speculation. That is probably it, but the production team really has good luck. The Chinese restaurant is set to premiere tonight across all platforms, but they didn't expect your news to be all over the internet today. Your popularity is currently sky high, so is the production team riding your coattails? Ha ha! Zhao Wei laughed out loud over the phone. Zhang Zhe thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Chapter 127, Preparing for the Press Conference. After chatting aimlessly for a while, Zhang Zhe and Zhao Wei ended the call. Since its preparation and recording, the Chinese restaurant has been constantly promoting itself, running ads, and boosting its popularity. This can't really be considered riding on Zhang Zhe's coattails. However, the Chinese restaurant had better luck. Zhang Zhe showcased his talent at last night's charity gala, and today, major media outlets reported on it extensively, causing his popularity to skyrocket, nearly dominating the headlines of all entertainment sections. The Chinese restaurant premiering tonight was also a well-timed move, coinciding with this peak period. It can only be described as good luck. However, the show's premiere tonight is also a good thing for Zhang Zhe. The show features numerous scenes of Zhang Zhe showcasing his culinary skills, musical talent, various snack-making techniques, and beverage mixing abilities. After the broadcast, online discussions about Zhang Zhe's personal abilities will undoubtedly surge again. As a result, Zhang Zhe's popularity will undoubtedly reach an extremely high level. Could I arrange for Gao Yalan and Li Lu to hold a press conference to capitalize on this buzz and boost the popularity of the people's MY? Zhang Zhe thought about it and decided this was a viable plan. Such a great opportunity shouldn't be wasted. He quickly called Gao Yalan and told them to get ready. Zhang Zhe dialed Gao Yalan's number and the call connected quickly. Xiaozhe, why aren't you resting yet so late? Still busy? Gao Yalan's voice came through the phone, sounding relaxed, indicating he was in a good mood. Zhang Zhe checked the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. These days, who goes to bed at 8? Especially a young guy. Using a popular online expression, the nightlife has just begun. There's still plenty of fun to be had. How could you waste it like this? Gao Ge, it's only this late. How many young people these days would go to bed so early? It seems like you've been working yourself into a frenzy these past few days. Zhang Zhe teased Gao Yalan. Hey, look at me. I've been under a lot of mental pressure lately, and my energy has been on high alert. No wonder I feel a bit dizzy. Even though most things have been resolved, it still takes time to relax. You're right, Xiaozhe. For young people like you, nightlife has just begun. How could you possibly go to bed so early? Oh, right, did you call me because you needed to discuss something? After talking for a while, Gao Yalan finally got to the point. Here's the thing, Gao Ge. I plan to hold a press conference to boost the popularity of the TV series The People's MY. What do you think? Zhang Zhe asked Gao Yalan. Whether it's a movie or a TV series, from the start of production to the end of the official screening, there will be a flood of advertisements to generate buzz and boost ratings. However, the People's MY has yet to release any advertisements, and the general public has no idea the TV series even exists. Although Tong Ya, to make it easier for everyone to read, we will refer to her as Tong Ya from now on, revealed that CCTV is willing to pay a hefty sum for the broadcast rights to the People's MY. Zhang Zhe believes that securing advertising sponsorships to reduce production costs in the early stages is also a viable option. Xiao Zhe, we had also considered holding a press conference, but the production team has been unable to secure sufficient funding, and we are unsure whether the TV series can even be produced. As a result, we have not made any preparations for such an event. Now it seems necessary to hold a press conference, but to do so, we need media outlets to attend. Although I have decent connections within the industry, inviting so many media outlets may prove challenging. Gao Yalan pointed out the difficulty of the matter. Is the challenge Gao Yalan mentioned really a challenge for Zhang Zhe? This isn't a challenge at all, it's easily solvable. Cao Ge, have all the actors for our production team arrived? Zhang Zhe asked about the actors. Thanks to the 100 million you invested, all the actors are in place, and all the preliminary preparations are complete. We're just waiting to start filming. Gao Yalan spoke in a relaxed tone. Cao Ge immediately arranged for staff to prepare various promotional posters for the press conference. The style must match the theme of our TV series. It can't be too exaggerated, it must be dignified and grand. As for the media, don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Remember, this must be done quickly. We can't delay. Also, does our crew have someone specifically responsible for advertising and sponsorship? Xiao Zhe, we've been scrambling to secure funding. Having investors for our TV series is already a blessing, we never even considered advertising sponsorships. Gao Yalan chuckled self-deprecatingly. We didn't consider it before, but we have to now. Gao Ge, please take the initiative and start preparing. We need to hold a press conference before filming begins. Additionally, please work with Director Li to estimate the release date of our TV series and give the public something to look forward to. Alright, I'll get right on it. Gao Yalan said firmly. Alright, the sooner the better. Let me know once it's done. Alright, that's all for now. Thanks for your hard work, Xiao Zhe. Cao Ge, this is all part of my job. We've invested so much money into this project, we have to make it back somehow, right? Zhang Zhe smiled. Xiao Zhe, I love your straightforwardness. Alright, I've got to get back to work. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Zhang Zhe checked the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. Time to head out. Zhang Zhe called Harley and Tianhua. Soon, Harley, Tianhua, and Enran appeared together in front of Zhang Zhe. Harley, can you get a listening device and a pinhole camera? Zhang Zhe asked Harley. We have all that stuff. In our line of work, these are basic essentials. Boss, do you need them? Harley nodded, indicating they had plenty. Alright, take them with you. Let's head to Fuxing Road. Zhang Zhe instructed Harley to pack everything and get ready to leave. Got it. Chapter 128, The Ferry. Zhang Zhe couldn't find any incriminating information about Li Wei or Qiu Cheng online. This meant that people in their line of work were very careful about protecting their privacy and avoiding leaving any evidence for others to use against them. Since online investigations yielded nothing, Zhang Zhe decided to focus on the real world. He didn't believe Qiu Cheng wouldn't leave any loopholes. If they could break through Qiu Cheng's defenses, they might just follow the trail and find Li Wei's incriminating information. Harley returned to his newly purchased villa and soon came back with a small bag. Zhang Zhe saw this and asked, Harley, did you bring everything? Harley nodded, feeling the small bag beside him. Yes, everything is ready. Let's get started. Are you two ready? Have you brought everything you need for self-defense? Zhang Zhe asked Tianhua and Enran. The two nodded seriously, indicating they were all set. Alright, since everything's ready, let's head out. Tonight, we don't need to make any arrests, just figure out Qiu Cheng's exact whereabouts. Alright. Soon, a ordinary SUV drove out of Zhang Zhe's villa and sped toward the direction of Huangpu District's Fuxing Park. When handling business, one must not be too conspicuous, so the ordinary SUV driven by Harley was the perfect mode of transportation. The area around Fuxing Road had many bars, and as night fell, numerous men and women were indulging in hedonistic pleasures. Zhang Zhe had installed a software on his phone that could monitor Qiu Cheng's exact whereabouts in real time. At that moment, Qiu Cheng was still at the Silver Palace and hadn't left. Qiu Cheng was still at the bar. If no incriminating evidence could be found there, they should not act rashly to avoid alerting him. Zhang Zhe shared Qiu Cheng's exact location with Harley, Tianhua, and Enran. Alright. Harley and the others nodded in agreement. Let's split up and act cautiously. Zhang Zhe and Harley had all disguised themselves under normal circumstances, no one would notice their identities. After getting off the car, the four put on the pre-prepared wireless earbuds, spread out, and followed the pre-planned scheme to act separately. Zhang Zhe entered through the main gate. Even before entering the bar, he could hear the deafening DJ music. Once inside, the thunderous beats hit him like a wall, nearly shattering his eardrums. Zhang Zhe ordered a drink, sat in a corner, and casually scanned the surroundings, keeping a close eye on Harley and the others' latest movements. Hey, handsome, want to have a drink together?
As Jiang Zhe sipped his drink and observed his surroundings, a stunningly beautiful woman sat down next to him, batting her eyelashes at him with a seductive smile. Judging solely by her appearance and figure, this woman was undoubtedly top-notch and could be considered a beauty, though it was a pity she had a hint of a worldly woman's aura.
Jiang Zhe didn't really mind the woman's behavior. Everyone has their own way of life, why bother getting so worked up over it? Moreover, a woman like her, who frequently frequented such places, might know a thing or two. Who knows? Perhaps she could uncover something useful. If you want a drink, go get it yourself. The bill is on me. But there is one thing I need to make clear: whatever you order, you have to drink it. If you can't finish it, well, you know how it goes. Jiang Zhe smiled and gestured for the woman to order whatever she wanted, though he also gave her a warning not to order anything recklessly. Although Jiang Zhe rarely came to bars, he knew there were drink scammers there. He couldn't tell if this woman was one, but even if she was, it didn't matter, it was just one drink. The handsome guy was generous, but you're underestimating me. I can afford the cost of a drink. Don't treat me like some other kind of person. I'm just here to have some fun because I'm bored. After speaking, the woman snapped her fingers at the nearby waiter. Bring me a whiskey, and charge this young gentleman's tab to me. The waiter took the order and left. Jiang Zhe looked on, thinking, this must be some rich girl from a wealthy family. She sure knows how to spend money. Jiang Zhe smiled nonchalantly and didn't say much. The woman leaned in closer. Young man, judging by your age, if you're free tonight, we could have a proper chat. Discuss life. Interested? Jiang Zhe, being a passionate young man, rarely encountered such a situation and couldn't help but react accordingly. Damn it, if you're going to get physical, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Zhe definitely wouldn't get involved with this woman, but a little physical contact shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing that the woman didn't stop her actions, he smiled slightly and made a move with his hands. Next, Jiang Zhe was also taken aback. What the hell? Empty. You, how could you do that? The woman snorted disdainfully. Chapter 129, I'm the little driver. Seeing the woman's proud expression, Jiang Zhe smiled. Pretty lady, I didn't start this. You did it first. I was just defending myself. Oh, little brother, I didn't expect you to be such an experienced driver. Miss, I guess I misjudged you tonight. You took advantage of me. The woman's expression quickly returned to its previous state. She sat back down next to Jiang Zhe, took the whiskey handed to her by the waiter, took a small sip, and smiled. However, this time, the woman kept a safe distance from Jiang Zhe. It seemed she had grown wary of him. Jiang Zhe noticed the woman's actions and smiled. You're wrong. I'm not an old hand. I'm just a newbie. In front of you, I wouldn't dare call myself an old hand. You're the real old hand. Giggling, the young man replied, You're so smooth. Looking at your calm expression, I bet you're not here just to drink and have fun, are you? You must have something on your mind. The woman smiled seductively and speculated. It must be said that this woman had sharp eyes. She could tell at a glance that Jiang Zhe wasn't here to drink and have fun, but to handle something. If it weren't for Jiang Zhe's wireless earpiece being covered by his hair, this woman would have spotted the flaw immediately. Jiang Zhe shrugged his hands. How did you come to that conclusion, miss? Coming here to drink is obviously for a beautiful encounter, just like you and me right now. Aren't we already in the midst of a perfect encounter? Is that so, little brother? Then shall we have a chance encounter tonight? Though I often come here to unwind, there aren't many men who catch my eye. It must be said that the woman spoke the truth. Just based on her appearance and figure, she was undoubtedly a tempting beauty in the eyes of many men. But Jiang Zhe had noticed a problem from the very beginning. Ever since the woman appeared by Jiang Zhe's side, several groups of men had tried to approach her. But when these men saw her face, their expressions turned to shock and they dared not approach, instead turning to pursue other targets. This alone revealed something significant. This woman's identity was definitely not ordinary. A woman like her appearing in such a setting, yet not a single man dared to flirt or approach her, clearly indicated that these men knew her identity and were intimidated. Therefore, Jiang Zhe remained vigilant toward the woman from the start. After she made her move, he immediately tested her. From her reaction, it was clear that she was not an ordinary woman of the night. Her identity was suspicious. After hearing the woman's words, Jiang Zhe smiled without showing any emotion. Miss, tell me, why did you choose me? The woman leaned against Jiang Zhe, gently wrapping her arms around his neck, and spoke in a sweet voice. Because you're very handsome, and your face reminds me of someone, a very handsome man. I like handsome guys, especially young, handsome ones like you. Boss, Zhou Qinghai has left, and a man left with him. We will proceed with the next step. Just then, Harl's voice came through Jiang Zhe's earpiece. Although the woman was leaning against Jiang Zhe's side, due to the environment's limitations and the low volume of the wireless earpiece, she didn't hear anything. After hearing Harley's report, Jiang Zhe tapped his earpiece 3 times without showing any emotion. This was the pre-arranged signal among the 4 before the operation, indicating caution. Just then, a man in black suddenly appeared not far from Jiang Zhe. Though his movements were casual, Jiang Zhe noticed that the man was secretly signaling to the woman. Handsome guy, wait here for a moment. The lady will be right back. The woman headed toward the restroom and the bar. As soon as she left, the black-clad man followed her discreetly. The show is about to begin. I'll see what kind of person this woman really is. Zhang Zhe snorted coldly and followed after them. There's a small door here?
Near the entrance to the restroom, there was a small door labeled emergency exit.
The emergency exit door wasn't closed, clearly indicating someone had just passed through.
If I'm not mistaken, it must be the woman and the man in black from earlier.
Zhang Zhe followed them through the emergency exit.
Following the stairs outward, he soon arrived in a narrow alley. Just as Zhang Zhe rounded a corner, he suddenly noticed two groups of people standing in the alley. Due to the dim lighting, Zhang Zhe couldn't make out their faces, but they were all well dressed and clearly not ordinary people.
Black Mountain, I'm warning you, stop your kidnapping and murdering. If you dare to do such things again, I'll cut you to pieces. Just then, a furious woman's voice rang out.
Zhang Zhe recognized the voice immediately. It was the same woman from earlier. From those words, Zhang Zhe also heard a name he never expected to hear.
Hey Shan.
I never expected this woman to know Black Mountain. However, judging by their demeanor, their relationship doesn't seem very good. They look like they're ready to fight at the slightest provocation.
Wang Xiaoyu, I'm just letting you know about this. I'm not asking you to make the decision. I'm just wondering, what can you do with this rundown bar? After a month, you only make a little money. The living expenses you give the brothers aren't even enough for a proper meal. So, the brothers have decided that starting today, we're going solo. From now on, we'll each do our own thing. If you dare to cut off our livelihood, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 130, getting straight to the point. This woman is actually named Wang Xiaoyu? That's a pretty nice name.
Zhang Zhe whispered from the corner, furrowing his brows slightly. This guy Heishan used to follow Wang Xiaoyu, but now he's planning to go solo. And from what Wang Xiaoyu said, Heishan must have been involved in kidnapping and murder in the past.
He's definitely a tough character.
What Zhang Zhe didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoyu is actually a big shot in this area, with some reputation to her name. Moreover, the wine pool silver seat bar was also hers. No wonder the men in the bar backed away when they saw Wang Xiaoyu's appearance. Clearly, they knew her true identity and were intimidated. Thinking about this, Zhang Zhe smiled. I never expected to accidentally tease a big shot in the underworld.
This is really interesting. Hey Shan, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for Sister Wang taking you in and feeding you, you wouldn't be where you are today. You ungrateful bastard. Just then, a voice filled with anger reached Zhang Zhe's ears. There was no doubt it was someone from Wang Xiaoyu's side. What do you mean?
It means that starting today, I, Heishan, am going my own way.
I won't be under her control anymore.
I'm taking my brothers to make big money.
Anyone who dares to block our path to wealth is our enemy and will die. That's what I mean.
Heishan's voice was cold and stern, filled with threats. Black Mountain, I advise you to give it up while you still can. The things you've been doing behind my back are enough to get you executed 10 times over.
If you want to die, don't drag your brothers down with you.
Wang Xiaoyu ignored Black Mountain's threats and coldly reminded him.
Wang Xiaoyu, are you threatening me? Black Mountain's tone grew icy. I'm not threatening you.
I don't care about your shady business.
You can leave tonight if you want, or go your own way. Just return the 6 million you owe the brothers tonight, and from now on, we'll go our separate ways. You can make your money, and I won't stop you. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. This Black Mountain actually owes Wang Xiaoyu so much money? 6 million enough for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. If you want money, you won't get it. If you want your life, you'll have to give it up. Wang Xiaoyu, it's your own fault for knowing too much about me. So, go to hell. Brothers, kill this woman.
From now on, the obstacle blocking our path will be completely removed.
The time to enjoy the good life has come. Kill.
Just as Zhang Zhe was about to watch the show, Black Mountain suddenly started shouting and calling for blood.
This was completely unexpected. They started fighting at the drop of a hat. Heishan, do you really think I can't handle you?
When I, Wang Xiaoyu, was wielding a knife, you were still playing in the mud.
Kill. Wang Xiaoyu's voice was domineering.
As soon as Wang Xiaoyu finished speaking, the alley echoed with shouts of battle and screams.
If it weren't for the alley's remote location, the commotion would have already attracted the police.
Zhang Zhe hurriedly looked into the alley. At that moment, two groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle, the clanging of steel blades echoing through the air, and the screams were continuous.
The fighting was extremely intense.
Despite the dim lighting, the general situation on the battlefield was still discernible.
Wang Xiaoyu's side was outnumbered.
If this continued, they were likely to be at a disadvantage. Zhang Zhe watched the situation unfold from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. It wasn't that Zhang Zhe didn't want to help. Wang Xiaoyu's side hadn't yet reached a point of collapse, and Heishan and Wang Xiaoyu hadn't officially clashed yet.
Zhang Zhe was eager to see who between Wang Xiaoyu and Heishan was the more formidable fighter.
If Wang Xiaoyu were to lose, Zhang Zhe would immediately step in to save her. After all, Wang Xiaoyu was on the opposite side of Heishan, and since she was in an adversarial relationship with Heishan, she was naturally on the same side as Zhang Zhe. If He Shan were to lose, that would be perfect. He could use Wang Xiaoyu to eliminate He Shan and eliminate future threats. In any case, since they had encountered He Shan here tonight, Zhang Zhe would not let him off the hook. The fierce battle in the alley continued, and the situation on the battlefield gradually turned unfavorable for Wang Xiaoyu's side. Zhang Zhe shook his head. Wang Xiaoyu's side is bound to lose sooner or later. There's nothing we can do. Black Mountain's side has too many people, and they're clearly well prepared. However, Wang Xiaoyu is quite fierce. She's fighting 4 or 5 burly men alone and isn't even taking a single blow. Her martial arts skills are indeed impressive. Wait, why am I so stupid? I should have checked their combat rankings using the system. Zhang Zhe slapped his head and quickly opened the system to take a look. Holy crap, both Wang Xiaoyu and Black Mountain have reached C rank. Their combat skills are indeed impressive. After checking their combat rankings, Zhang Zhe was also surprised. Both Wang Xiaoyu and Black Mountain are no slouches in combat. Although Wang Xiaoyu and He Shan had the same combat rating, Wang Xiaoyu was outnumbered. Under He Shan's relentless attacks, her allies fell one after another. Sister Yu, hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Hurry up. As Wang Xiaoyu's side was about to be completely wiped out, a large black-clad man in her group sacrificed himself to block the way, allowing Wang Xiaoyu to escape first. No, we'll leave together. I can't abandon you all. After slashing down a burly man with a single stroke, Wang Xiaoyu refused to retreat. When everyone around Wang Xiaoyu had been cut down, He Shan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave Wang Xiaoyu a sinister smile. Wang Xiaoyu, you won't be able to leave today. Next year on this day will be your funeral. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe knew very well that if he didn't act now, Wang Xiaoyu would surely die in this alley. He Shan, even if I die here today, I'll take you with me. Wang Xiaoyu was no pushover either. She twisted the knife and charged straight at He Shan, completely unafraid of the dozens of men lurking around her. Zhang Zhe saw this, shook his head, picked up a discarded steel pipe lying in the corner, and walked out from the corner toward He Shan. Chapter 131, Personal Grudges. Zhang Zhe was a distance away from where He Shan and Wang Xiaoyu were, so they didn't notice his arrival. Black Mountain seemed to know that Wang Xiaoyu was no pushover, so when he saw her charging forward with her knife, he didn't choose to confront her head-on. Instead, he ordered his men beside him, follow me. Kill her. The men by Black Mountain's side immediately twisted their steel knives and followed his lead, charging toward Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu, seeing this, did not flinch. He Shan, is that all you've got? Wang Xiaoyu, if I can kill you, that's skill. On this path, do you really think your old-fashioned brotherhood nonsense still works? That's outdated. Brothers want the good life, the easy money. Otherwise, do you think so many brothers would follow me? You're such an idiot. He Shan continued his relentless attack while mocking Wang Xiaoyu. I must have been blind to take you in. I should have killed you with a single blow back then. Under the relentless attacks from He Shan and his men, Wang Xiaoyu was forced to retreat step by step. A moment of carelessness left her wounded. However, despite this, Wang Xiaoyu continued to fight with determination, showing no sign of fear. Die. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyu was injured, He Shan intensified his attacks. He let out a loud roar and swung his sword at Wang Xiaoyu with all his strength. If Wang Xiaoyu had been hit by that blow, he might have lost his life. Clang! Wang Xiaoyu saw this, her eyes narrowed, and she swung her steel sword horizontally to block the attack, managing to deflect Black Mountain's fierce strike. However, due to her injuries and the immense force of Black Mountain's strike, although she managed to block it, her body swayed violently and she nearly fell to the ground. Just as Wang Xiaoyu blocked Black Mountain's fierce strike, a burly man beside Black Mountain kicked her in the back. Wang Xiaoyu was knocked back several steps by the sudden kick, lost her balance, and fell backward. At the same time, Black Mountain swung his steel knife and charged straight toward Wang Xiaoyu, intending to strike her down with a single blow. Although Wang Xiaoyu's combat skills were no slouch, after the previous intense battles, coupled with her injuries and the surprise attack, her physical strength was severely depleted. She had already given up resistance, her eyes filled with unwillingness. How unfair! I'd been in this line of work for so many years, I've seen it all, yet I never thought I'd end up dying at the hands of my own people. This is fate. Dad, Mom, your daughter is coming to be with you. You left your daughter alone in this world. Your daughter is truly exhausted. Finally, I'm free. The steel knife in He Shan's hand grew closer. Wang Xiaoyu, completely drained of strength, knew that she was about to meet her end tonight. The knife in her hand fell to the ground. Before her eyes, images of her loved ones flashed by, and tears of longing slowly trickled down the corners of her eyes. Wang Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Wang Xiaoyu, die. Seeing this, He Shan's expression brightened. He shouted loudly, and the blade swiftly closed in on Wang Xiaoyu, who was in imminent danger. Feeling the sharp blade, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly smiled, her smile tinged with a sense of relief. It seemed that this was the perfect ending for her. He Shan, how could you bear to harm my beautiful young lady? Do you know you're asking for death? Just as Wang Xiaoyu was waiting for the final moment to arrive. Suddenly, a warm, sturdy embrace caught her falling body.
At the same time, a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar echoed in her ears. That voice was. Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly opened her eyes and saw the familiar face. She was extremely surprised, then filled with astonishment. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoyu smiled. "Little brother, I owe you my life." Looking at Wang Xiaoyu, who was smiling in his arms, Jiang Zhe's expression flickered. A demon is a demon. That glance and smile are truly seductive. Although Jiang Zhe was momentarily dazed, he quickly snapped back to reality. He straightened Wang Xiaoyu's body in his arms and teased, "Miss, we agreed that tonight would be a beautiful encounter. It hasn't even started yet, how can it end already? Right? Alright, if the two of us can survive tonight, I'll have a proper romantic encounter with you tonight." Wang Xiaoyu, exhausted, could only lean against Jiang Zhe to prevent herself from collapsing. Meanwhile, He Shan had thought he could finish off Wang Xiaoyu with a single strike, but he never expected a man to suddenly appear and completely deflect his earlier deadly blow, leaving him defeated. He Shan's murderous intent flared up, and he shouted at Jiang Zhe, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Get out of here immediately, or else you and Wang Xiaoyu will both die here tonight. Miss, step aside for now. I have a personal grudge to settle." Jiang Zhe helped Wang Xiaoyu to the side and had her lean against the wall to regain her strength. After hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Wang Xiaoyu wanted to ask him how he had a personal grudge with He Shan, but she ultimately refrained and nodded obediently. "Be careful. He Shan's skills aren't any worse than mine, and there are many of them. If it comes down to it, don't worry about me. Just leave first. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Meeting me tonight is your good fortune." After speaking, Jiang Zhe looked at He Shan, whose face was filled with anger, and said coldly, "Of course, meeting me can only mean bad luck for you. Who are you? We've never met before. Is there some misunderstanding between us?" After Jiang Zhe made his move, Black Mountain knew the other party wasn't someone to be underestimated, so he remained on high alert. "Who I am? You'll find out soon enough." Jiang Zhe moved, his entire body like a jungle leopard, swinging the steel pipe in his hand and charging directly into the crowd, launching a fierce attack. Soon, cries of pain echoed through the air, leaving Wang Xiaoyu, who was watching nearby, utterly astonished. His skills are truly remarkable. I really underestimated him. Chapter 132, Hold on at all costs. As Jiang Zhe moved, He Shan, who had been on guard, immediately ordered his men to attack. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. Under Jiang Zhe's relentless S-rank skill attacks, the burly men under He Shan had no chance to fight back and quickly lost the ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with bodies, some missing limbs, moaning in agony. Gurgle. Seeing the scene before him, even He Shan, a desperate criminal, was filled with dread. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a chill ran down his spine. Black Mountain knew he had encountered a master tonight. However, Black Mountain reacted quickly. He abandoned his direct attack on Jiang Zhe and turned toward Wang Xiaoyu, who was resting against the wall, intending to kidnap her and escape from the area. Overestimating your abilities. As soon as Black Mountain moved, Jiang Zhe noticed him. He gave a cold snort, his body flickering several times, quickly catching up to Black Mountain. He swung the steel pipe in his hand, striking Black Mountain's calf. "Ah! My leg! My leg!" Jiang Zhe's steel pipe pierced Black Mountain's calf, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, instantly losing the ability to move. For a moment, He Shan's calf was covered in blood, and the excruciating pain caused him to wail in agony. "Why don't you run? Let's see who's faster, you or me. You're overestimating yourself." Jiang Zhe kicked Black Mountain's wound, and the excruciating pain caused Black Mountain to faint from the pain. Seeing Jiang Zhe's ruthless actions, Wang Xiaoyu was also startled. She looked at Jiang Zhe in disbelief. "I never expected you, so young, to be so ruthless. This is so different from your usual style on TV." Hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Could Wang Xiaoyu have recognized him? Jiang Zhe smiled nonchalantly. "Wang Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? I don't understand." Seeing Jiang Zhe deny it, Wang Xiaoyu smiled and analyzed. "Actually, the first time I saw you, I felt you looked familiar. You resemble a certain superstar very much. At the time, I just thought it was a coincidence, just a resemblance. But now I'm certain you're not just resembling him, you must be that superstar, right, Jiang Zhe?" Jiang Zhe was taken aback that Wang Xiaoyu had guessed his true identity. It was truly unexpected. It must be said that Wang Xiaoyu's observational skills were truly sharp. She had already noticed in the bar that he wasn't there to drink but to conduct business, and now she could even discern his true identity. She was truly someone not to be underestimated. However, Jiang Zhe didn't admit it either. "That's just your guess. There's no real evidence. Besides, do you really think a big star would come to a bar to drink? That's impossible. Don't make things up. It's not possible. What's impossible about it? A swimming legend, a perfect voice, a piano prodigy, and exceptional cooking skills, that's what the media said, not something I made up." Jiang Zhe didn't feel like arguing with Wang Xiaoyu anymore. He looked at the group of people lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and asked Wang Xiaoyu, "You're supposed to be a big shot in the underworld. Don't tell me you only have this many people under your command? These people can't stay here forever. What if the nearby police discover them? Then you'll be in trouble. Lend me your phone.
Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the situation in the alley, nodded, and asked Zhang Zhe to borrow his phone. Zhang Zhe handed his phone to Wang Xiaoyu, who quickly dialed a number.
Soon, an elderly voice came through the phone. Xiaoyu, is there something you need?
The voice on the phone sounded respectful.
Uncle Wu,
Bring your men to the back alley of Zhouqi Injua immediately and clear the area.
Wang Xiaoyu regained her earlier domineering demeanor and coldly ordered over the phone. Yes, I'll be there in 5 minutes. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoyu returned the phone to Zhang Zhe. Thank you for saving me.
If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life tonight. Though I'm not afraid of death, the business my parents left me would have been taken by that ungrateful bastard. After speaking, Wang Xiaoyu kicked the unconscious He Shan on the ground, venting her pent-up anger.
We really do have some kind of connection.
If you hadn't come looking for me, I wouldn't have followed you into this alley, and I wouldn't have found the person I was looking for.
We're even now, right?
Zhang Zhe shrugged indifferently, indicating it was no big deal. Zhang Zhe was able to find He Shan so quickly, and that was all thanks to Wang Xiaoyu provoking him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to find He Shan.
What's your beef with He Shan? Can you tell me about it? Don't worry, I won't say anything. You did me a favor, and I just want to listen to see if I can help you.
Wang Xiaoyu was afraid Zhang Zhe would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Just as Zhang Zhe was about to explain to Wang Xiaoyu, he suddenly noticed her face growing paler and paler, and her entire demeanor beginning to wither away.
Are you injured? I'll take you to the hospital.
Zhang Zhe had noticed Wang Xiaoyu's good complexion earlier, so he didn't think much of it. But as her face grew paler, he realized the seriousness of the situation and knew he had to get her to the hospital immediately.
I'm fine, I can hold on. Wang Xiaoyu shook her head weakly and asked Zhang Zhe, can you tell me your real identity? I want to know if you're really Zhang Zhe.
Seeing Wang Xiaoyu in this state, Zhang Zhe couldn't bear to keep it from her. Alright, you guessed correctly.
I am Zhang Zhe. Yes, the very same Zhang Zhe you're talking about.
I never thought I'd end up taking advantage of a big star tonight. Wang Xiaoyu, upon receiving the confirmation, looked delighted. I never would have guessed that a big star like you would take advantage of a weak woman like me. You're really surprising.
Xiaoyu, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital?
Just then, an elderly man in his 50s arrived with over 10 men in black uniforms, surrounding Wang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhe.
Uncle Wu, take your men and clear this place immediately. Also, make sure Black Mountain is well guarded.
After speaking weakly, Wang Xiaoyu leaned against Zhang Zhe and said, take me to the upstairs bar, to my bedroom. There's a first aid kit there.
Alright, I'll carry you. You must hold on tight, no matter what. Chapter 133, B-Rank Medical Skill.
The Silver Plaza has 3 floors. The first floor is a dance hall, the second floor is private rooms, and the third floor is an office and rest area. Zhang Zhe carried Wang Xiaoyu on his back and followed her instructions, quickly making their way to the third floor.
Turn left at the third room, that's where I usually rest.
There's a medical kit inside, and all the medications are fully stocked. Lying on Zhang Ze's back, Wang Xiaoyu, with a weak breath, guided Zhang Ze along the way.
Following Wang Xiaoyu's directions, Zhang Ze arrived at the third room at the end of the corridor. Wang Xiaoyu, is this the room where you usually rest? Upon entering the room, Zhang Ze was surprised it didn't look like a girl's bedroom at all.
The room was sparsely furnished, with only a bed and a vanity table, and no other items in sight, not even any cosmetics. In one corner of the room were fitness equipment such as nunchucks, dumbbells, and sandbags, which were far from what Zhang Ze had imagined a girl's bedroom to be.
Of course it is. Are you surprised? It's very different from what you imagined a girl's bedroom to be like, isn't it? Wang Xiaoyu smiled and said. It is a bit. Your room is too simple.
After speaking, Zhang Ze carefully placed Wang Xiaoyu on the bed and gently laid her flat. This wasn't the time to dwell on the decor of Wang Xiaoyu's bedroom. They needed to tend to her injuries first.
Alright, now isn't the time to worry about the room.
Tell me where the first aid kit is.
We need to clean your wounds first. It's in the cabinet over there. Look, that one.
Wang Xiaoyu pointed to the cabinet in the corner of the wall. Zhang Ze opened the cabinet in the corner, pulled out a large first aid kit, and opened it. Inside, there was a wide variety of medications and supplies, all neatly organized and fully stocked. Bandages, antiseptics, medical cotton, and everything else were all there, not a single item missing. Zhang Ze carefully checked everything, then carried the first aid kit to the bedside. Wang Xiaoyu, I never would have guessed you prepared so thoroughly.
You have to be prepared.
In our line of work, accidents and injuries are inevitable, so these items must always be on hand for emergencies.
Alright, don't move. Lie still.
I'll examine your wound, disinfect it, and apply medication.
Alright, go ahead. I can handle it.
This is just a minor injury, nothing serious. Wang Xiaoyu closed her eyes and nodded, indicating that there was nothing serious. After a thorough examination, Wang Xiaoyu's injuries weren't too serious, but Zhang Ze was in trouble because he couldn't get a good grip on him. Wang Xiaoyu had faced off directly with He Shan, so most of her injuries were on the front of her body. Although the wounds weren't very deep and hadn't damaged any bones or tendons, posing no immediate threat to her life, the locations of the injuries were somewhat awkward.
Wang Xiaoyu. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhang Zhe needed to explain the situation to her. Ha? Zhang Zhe, what did you say? Wang Xiaoyu opened her eyes and asked Zhang Zhe with a puzzled expression. Well, these injuries here.
Zhang Zhe gestured at Wang Xiaoyu's body to show her the locations of the injuries, making her understand that the positions were quite sensitive, and he felt awkward about it.
Wang Xiaoyu also realized, it's okay, go ahead. Anyway, you've already taken advantage of me once. What's one more time?
Don't worry, I won't touch you inappropriately or stare at you.
Alright, go ahead.
Zhang Zhe nodded, took a deep breath, and began to carefully trim the wounds with the scissors in his hands.
Stay calm, stay calm.
Zhang Zhe repeated to himself over and over in his mind, then followed the standard wound care procedure, carefully and gently treating Wang Xiaoyu's injuries to prevent infection. After half an hour of careful work, all of Wang Xiaoyu's wounds were properly treated. After finishing with Wang Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhe took a deep breath, quickly pulled the blankets over her, and covered her to spare her from the visual distress.
Phew! Finally done.
Zhang Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Wang Xiaoyu, who was still keeping her eyes closed, Wang Xiaoyu, how do you feel?
Are you feeling any better?
Yes, thank you, Zhang Zhe. Although my whole body still hurts a bit, it's much better than before. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu's face was pale, and due to the earlier scene, her instinctive shyness made her feel incredibly embarrassed, with a blush spreading across her delicate face, creating an alternative kind of beauty.
Hey, no need to be so formal. We're friends, after all. Don't be so formal, Zhang Zhe smiled. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first wound treatment.
No accidents occurred during the process. The system rewards you with a B rank medical skill. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, the system popped up a notification. Upon opening the message, Zhang Zhe was surprised. Just treating Wang Xiaoyu's wound earned me a B rank medical skill? That's pretty good. Chapter 134, An Unexpected Harvest.
Zhang Zhe briefly studied the B rank medical skill. The B rank medical skill includes common disease treatment techniques, practical massage methods, wound care techniques, and more. Although the B rank medical skill wasn't particularly advanced, Zhang Zhe was still quite satisfied.
Zhang Zhe, can I ask you a question? Just as Zhang Zhe was studying the B rank medical skill, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up.
Zhang Zhe quickly exited the system, moved a chair to Wang Xiaoyu's bedside, and nodded, sure, go ahead. Although Wang Xiaoyu was injured, her physical condition was strong due to her martial arts training, and her body could withstand pain better than others. Gradually, her complexion improved significantly, and her pale face began to show a hint of color.
Lying in bed, Wang Xiaoyu asked Zhang Zhe with great interest, can you tell me what personal grudge you have against Black Mountain? I'm really curious. Of course, if you're not comfortable answering, that's fine too, I won't hold it against you.
Regarding Wang Xiaoyu's question, Zhang Zhe truly didn't know how to respond. In theory, Zhang Zhe had no direct grudge against Black Mountain. However, his agreement with Lin Lidong to kidnap Zhao Liang had directly involved him. But he couldn't explain the details to Wang Xiaoyu, as doing so would reveal his connection to Zhao Liang.
Here's the situation, I accidentally learned that Black Mountain had received orders from someone to kidnap one of my close relatives.
I came to the bar tonight to investigate, but I didn't expect to run into you, which indirectly led me to Black Mountain.
In that case, I should actually be thanking you. Zhang Zhe gave Wang Xiaoyu a rough explanation. So that's how it is. Wang Xiaoyu nodded, speaking of which, we really are meant to meet. I've been running the Silver Pool Bar for so many years, and it's rare for me to go out to the club. Yet I ended up meeting you.
Plus, you're the first man who dared to approach me, and the first to take advantage of me. But thinking about it, being taken advantage of by a swimming superstar like you isn't such a bad deal after all. After finishing, Wang Xiaoyu smiled and said, but I never expected that you, a big star, would have such a mischievous side.
It's so different from your serious demeanor on TV. Zhang Zhe puffed out his cheeks, Wang Xiaoyu, you were the one who started it.
After saying that, Zhang Zhe gave Wang Xiaoyu a mischievous smile.
You're so mean, bringing that up.
Wang Xiaoyu blushed upon hearing Zhang Zhe's words, pulled the blanket over her face, and couldn't bring herself to look at Zhang Zhe directly. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu like this, Zhang Zhe speculated in his heart, could it be that Wang Xiaoyu isn't an experienced woman after all, but a novice? But that doesn't seem right at all. Wang Xiaoyu, can I ask you something? Zhang Zhe had a good impression of Wang Xiaoyu, so he decided to ask her a personal question.
Sure, go ahead. Wang Xiaoyu peeked out from under the blanket, curious about what Zhang Zhe wanted to ask. Well, how should I put this?
Zhang Zhe felt a bit embarrassed to speak up.
What's the matter? Don't beat around the bush. Don't worry, I'm a big person. I won't be petty. As long as I can answer it, I'll tell you. Alright, I'll go first. Don't get angry. Zhang Zhe gathered his courage and asked, do you often go to those places? You know, like tonight, you know what I mean.
Zhang Zhe was afraid to embarrass Wang Xiaoyu, so he asked in a roundabout way.
However, Wang Xiaoyu was no fool. She figured out what Jiang Zhe was asking after a moment's thought. If I say no, would you believe me? Wang Xiaoyu asked Jiang Zhe seriously. Well, okay, I'll choose to believe you. Jiang Zhe couldn't very well say he didn't believe her. I've been feeling stressed lately because of the Black Mountain incident, so I came to the venue to relax. I didn't expect to run into you. The moment I saw you, I knew you weren't here to drink and have fun. How did you figure that out? Before Wang Xiaoyu could finish, Jiang Zhe asked curiously. Because of your eyes. Your eyes are too clear. I've been running this place for so long, I've seen all kinds of people. With just one glance, I can tell what they're thinking. But someone with eyes as clear as yours, I've never seen before. Plus, you're really handsome, and you give off a very comfortable vibe. So I thought I'd come over and tease you a bit. But I made a mistake. I ended up meeting an old pro. Come on, you're the one who has been around. You're the real veteran here. When he mentioned this, Jiang Zhe retorted. What are you talking about? I'm wearing this for the first time tonight, and you noticed? This is so embarrassing. Wang Xiaoyu said, thinking about everything that had happened tonight, her heart racing even more. Well, it seems like I'm in luck tonight. Jiang Zhe spread his hands and said with a smile. Jiang Zhe, let me tell you, all those who had improper intentions toward me in the past either ended up missing limbs or spent half a month in the hospital. So don't take advantage of me and act innocent. Wait until I recover, and you'll see what I do to you. Wang Xiaoyu wanted to punch Jiang Zhe to show her defiance, but the pain throughout her body forced her to give up, daring not to make any big moves. By the way, Wang Xiaoyu, do you know Li Wei? Jiang Zhe, thinking about Li Wei appearing at the bar today, casually asked Wang Xiaoyu. Are you talking about the first paparazzi in China? I know him. I know a bit about him. He is not someone to mess with. Jiang Zhe was startled upon hearing this. It seems Wang Xiaoyu knows quite a bit about Li Wei. Could this be an unexpected bonus? Chapter 135, The Power Behind the Scenes. Since Wang Xiaoyu knew some information about Li Wei, Jiang Zhe definitely needed to learn more about this person from her. Jiang Zhe asked Wang Xiaoyu casually, can you tell me more about this person? Wang Xiaoyu thought for a moment, furrowing her brows slightly. Li Wei is someone I only know in general. He's very cautious in what he does, and I'm not very clear on the details. So, if you're looking for his very private personal information, I can't help you with that. Jiang Zhe found Wang Xiaoyu's response quite reasonable. Up until now, aside from a video of Li Wei using drugs that he had obtained from Lin Lidong's computer, Jiang Zhe had not found any negative information about Li Wei online. This clearly indicated that Li Wei had done an exceptional job of protecting his personal information, making it nearly impossible for others to find any incriminating evidence against him. Can you tell me what you know? I'm quite interested in this person. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Zhe, furrowing her brows slightly. Jiang Zhe, have you offended someone? How did you get involved with these people? Jiang Zhe looked at Wang Xiaoyu's expression, raised his eyebrows slightly, and sighed. This is a long story, and it's hard to explain in a few words. But why do you think that? Generally speaking, the people Black Mountain targets for kidnapping aren't ordinary folks. He owes a lot of money, so he's kidnapped wealthy celebrities in the past to make more money, and even killed his hostages. If Black Mountain is targeting your family, it means he's acting on someone else's orders, and that person must be extremely powerful. Black Mountain usually demands a high ransom, so only someone with a lot of money could afford him. After listening to Wang Xiaoyu's words, Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement, not denying her speculation. You're right. The situation is more or less as you described. It seems you know a lot about this Black Mountain. Since you know this man isn't a good person, why didn't you report him to the police and send him to prison? Wang Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. That's where Black Mountain's cunning lies. I learned from my men that he's done plenty of bad things, but no one has ever been able to pin anything on him. How could I report him to the police? Besides, Black Mountain is a ruthless man with a bunch of desperate thugs around him. You saw it tonight. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be drinking tea in the underworld by now. Alright, now that Black Mountain has been captured, let's not worry about him. Tell me about this Li Wei. Black Mountain has been captured and is being watched by Wang Xiaoyu's men. He can't cause much trouble now. Jiang Zhe is more concerned about Li Wei. Jiang Zhe, why don't I hand Black Mountain over to you to deal with? Maybe you can get some information out of him, and you can follow the trail to get the information you want. Wang Xiaoyu didn't immediately answer Jiang Zhe's question but instead planned to hand Black Mountain over to Jiang Zhe to deal with. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and asked Wang Xiaoyu, with Black Mountain in your custody, can you guarantee his safety? Rest assured. Black Mountain has previously harmed many of our brothers. However, since he is skilled in combat and has a group of desperate followers by his side, we couldn't do much to him. This time, now that we've captured him, we'll make sure he pays dearly. He won't escape. Wang Xiaoyu nodded confidently. Alright, keep him locked up for now. I'll interrogate him properly when I have time. As long as Black Mountain doesn't escape, there's no rush. Alright, that works too. Wang Xiaoyu nodded and then asked Jiang Zhe, did you come to my bar tonight to find evidence against Li Wei and also to inquire about Black Mountain's whereabouts? Jiang Zhe nodded, that's exactly it. Actually, what I want to tell you is that you won't find any dirt on Li Wei at our bar. He never drinks or has fun here. He usually comes here to chat with his studio employees and then leaves. If you really want to find something on him, you should investigate his mistress. Once you find his mistress, you'll find some dirt on him. What? Li Wei has a mistress? Are you sure? In Zhang Zhe's investigation, Li Wei didn't have a mistress. This is quite unexpected. Of course, Li Wei handled this very discreetly. His mistress used to be a hostess at my bar, and for some reason, she started seeing Li Wei. This information was accidentally revealed by one of his employees, Zhou Chang, after he got drunk. However, no one knows where Li Wei and his mistress usually meet in private. That's all I know about Li Wei. Wang Xiaoyu shared all the information she knew with Zhang Zhe. After that, Wang Xiaoyu added,
Zhang Zhe, as far as I know, Li Wei has deep connections with some underground organizations in Shanghai and several entertainment company executives. Their relationships are highly complex. It's said that they frequently launder money through underground channels, and their influence is significant. If you have any grievances with Li Wei, I advise you to think carefully before acting. Of course, if you encounter any trouble, you can tell me, and I'll do my best to help. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Zhe realized that Li Wei's background was no simple matter. His backing included underground organizations and was involved in money laundering schemes. Such a person would not be easy to deal with. However, Zhang Zhe couldn't avoid this matter this time, as it involved Zhou Liying, and he wouldn't stand idly by. Moreover, judging from Lin Lidong's attitude toward Li Wei, Lin Lidong must be part of the forces backing Li Wei. To be honest, this power is no small matter. It seems that thorough preparations must be made. Otherwise, once Li Wei launches his offensive, the process will likely be complex and dangerous. Chapter 136, Cousin and Cousin. Although dealing with Li Wei is a bit tricky, Zhang Zhe has his own methods, so he's not about to back down just because of that. Wang Xiaoyu, can you give me the name of Li Wei's mistress? Photos would be even better. Since Li Wei is so cautious in his dealings, we can't get any useful information from him. We'll have to go after his mistress instead. I have a vague memory of his mistress. Her name is Zhang Min. As for the photo, could you hand me your phone? I'll take a look. Wang Xiaoyu pointed to the table beside her and gestured for Zhang Zhe to pick up the phone on the table. After Zhang Zhe handed the phone to Wang Xiaoyu, she searched through it for a while before finally selecting a photo and placing it in front of Zhang Zhe. There it is. What do you think? Isn't she seductive? Don't all men like women like this? Wang Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Zhe with a smirk, her expression odd. It must be said that Zhang Min was indeed quite attractive, the kind of seductive and alluring beauty. Especially those eyes full of temptation. Even just a photo could make one feel an urge to hold her close and comfort her. This must be what they call natural allure, right? Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's expression, Zhang Zhe smiled. Alright, I'm not the kind of guy who can't resist a woman. Zhang Zhe put the photo away, checked the time, and realized it was getting late. It was time to go home. Wang Xiaoyu, thank you for providing this information. It's very helpful to me. You should rest now, I need to go home. It's getting late. Zhang Zhe stood up and prepared to leave. As for He Shan, let Wang Xiaoyu's people keep an eye on him for now. He won't be able to escape anyway. As Zhang Zhe was about to leave, Wang Xiaoyu felt a bit reluctant. Zhang Zhe, will you come visit me again? Zhang Zhe smiled. Don't worry, I'll come visit you. Besides, He Shan is in your hands. It's too late today, so I won't interrogate him now. I'll come back when I have time. In the meantime, you should rest well and focus on getting better. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Feeling Zhang Zhe's care, Wang Xiaoyu's heart warmed. Just as Zhang Zhe was about to turn and leave, Wang Xiaoyu's phone rang. Wang Xiaoyu picked up her phone, smiled at Zhang Zhe, and said, "It's my cousin calling." "Hold on, I'll take this call." "Hello, Shuang?" "Yes, everything is fine." "Come up then." "Alright, I'll hang up now." Wang Xiaoyu hung up after a few words, but Zhang Zhe caught a name from her sentence. Shuang? Could it be Zhang Shuang? "Zhang Zhe, my cousin knows I'm injured, so she's coming over tonight to take care of me." "My cousin is a real beauty. Want me to introduce you?" Wang Xiaoyu said with a smile after hanging up the phone. "Oh, who's your cousin?" "Her name is Zhang Shuang. She's acted in a few TV dramas, but what she's really good at is business management. I was planning to hand over some of my businesses to her to manage, but she turned me down, saying I'm not cut out for it. She has a hobby, she loves traveling. She recently went to Taigua and told me she met her ideal man there. I wonder who it is." Upon hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Zhe was quite surprised. Wow, Wang Xiaoyu's cousin is actually Zhang Shuang? This is truly a coincidence within a coincidence. Wang Xiaoyu, I never expected your cousin to be Zhang Shuang. This is truly a coincidence. Zhang Zhe smiled and said. Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Oh, you've met my cousin?" "Cousin, I'm here. How careless of you, you hurt yourself again." Before Zhang Zhe could respond to Wang Xiaoyu, a concerned voice came from outside the door. The door creaked open, and a figure appeared before Wang Xiaoyu and Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe looked up and saw that it was none other than Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang, upon entering, also saw Zhang Zhe, her expression turning extremely surprised, her small mouth forming an O shape. Zhang Zhe, what are you doing in my cousin's room? Could it be that you too? Shuang, what are you saying? You little brat, don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing Zhang Shuang's words, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly recalled the earlier scene and hurriedly spoke up to stop Zhang Shuang from continuing. Upon seeing Zhang Shuang, Zhang Zhe recalled the scene from the night before she returned to Tea Country, feeling a bit awkward as he greeted her. Zhang Shuang, it's been a long time. Zhang Shuang, upon seeing Zhang Zhe, also recalled the scene in the hotel in Tea Country, feeling an overwhelming sense of longing. However, the current situation forced her to control her emotions. After greeting Zhang Zhe, she hurried over to Wang Xiaoyu to check on her. Cousin, did you get into another fight? How careless of you. Look, you're injured again. This time it must be pretty serious. Zhang Zhe could tell that the relationship between Zhang Shuang and Wang Xiaoyu wasn't just an act. Their feelings for each other were clearly deep. It's okay. Thank goodness Zhang Zhe saved my life tonight. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see your cousin. Wang Xiaoyu hurriedly comforted Zhang Shuang. Wow, Zhang Zhe, you're so skilled. Zhang Shuang was very surprised by Wang Xiaoyu's words, but she still looked sincere as she thanked Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, thank you for saving my cousin. Thank you. Hey, it's nothing. I should go now. You two sisters should chat more. Zhang Zhe had a hint of a romantic connection with Wang Xiaoyu and also a hint of a romantic connection with Zhang Shuang. When facing both of them, Zhang Zhe always felt a bit awkward, so he quickly made his exit. Alright, Zhang Zhe, send me a message when you get home to let me know you're safe. Wang Xiaoyu reminded him. Cousin, I'll walk Zhang Zhe out. Zhang Shuang said before following Zhang Zhe out the door. Zhang Zhe heard this and thought to himself, why is Zhang Shuang following us? Did she notice something? Chapter 137, The Ultimate Wall Squeeze. Although Zhang Zhe was curious about why Zhang Shuang had followed him, he didn't stop walking. It wasn't that Zhang Zhe didn't want to acknowledge Zhang Shuang, it was because there was a surveillance camera on one side of the hallway. If Wang Xiaoyu were to notice anything between him and Zhang Shuang, it would be awkward. Why am I overreacting? There's nothing between me and Zhang Shuang. We're just ordinary friends. Why am I panicking? Zhang Zhe walked while thinking it over, deciding he was overreacting. He stopped at a corner of the hallway, but the position just happened to avoid the surveillance camera. Zhang Shuang, what are you doing? Before Zhang Zhe could finish speaking, Zhang Shuang, who had caught up to him, suddenly made a move, pinning Zhang Zhe against the wall with a powerful wall slam. Facing Zhang Shuang's super wall slam, Zhang Zhe didn't resist. However, since Zhang Shuang was wearing a knee-length dress, her dramatic move accidentally exposed her pink underwear, causing Zhang Zhe to feel dizzy. Zhang Zhe pointed down at Zhang Shuang and awkwardly reminded her, Zhang Shuang, you're really into this wall slam, aren't you? It's pretty bold, but you seem to have forgotten one thing, you're wearing a dress. So, Zhang Shuang ignored Zhang Zhe's reminder, glaring at him with a hint of resentment. Do you remember this move? Zhang Zhe didn't have amnesia, of course he remembered. He nodded, yeah, I remember. But what does that have to do with now? By the way, why aren't you going to the room to take care of your cousin? Why did you come here to wall dance with me? I have things to do, you. Change the subject. Zhang Shuang interrupted Zhang Zhe angrily and demanded, do you remember what you told me back then? Zhang Shuang's reminder made Zhang Zhe think carefully. He seemed to remember promising Zhang Shuang that he would call her after returning to the country and go out to eat together. However, because he was busy after returning, he had forgotten about it. Zhang Shuang, I was busy after returning to the country, so I forgot about it. How about this, when you have time, let's go out for a meal together. Zhang Zhe smiled apologetically, then pointed to something below. Zhang Shuang, look, you've been like this for so long. Don't do that. You're exposing yourself in front of me, it's distracting me. It's not like you haven't taken advantage of me before. Some people take advantage and then forget so quickly. You're so ungrateful. Zhang Shuang pulled her leg back, ending the wall-pressing gesture, then straightened her clothes and pouted, looking upset. I found out from the official Weibo account of the Chinese restaurant the day you came back. I'd been waiting for your call, but you never called me. If I hadn't run into you tonight, I wouldn't even know if you still remembered me. After speaking, Zhang Shuang's eyes began to redden, as if she truly felt wronged. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe was reminded of the time on Xiang Island when Zhang Shuang had stayed by the small bamboo hut, waiting for him to come out safely. This rare bond of friendship was something Zhang Zhe would never forget. Zhang Zhe wasn't a sentimental person, but he never forgot those who had done him favors. After all, there had been a beautiful encounter between him and Zhang Shuang, and their relationship wasn't bad. Though it couldn't be called a romantic relationship, there was still a hint of something special between them. Seeing Zhang Shuang in such a state, Zhang Zhe quickly embraced her gently and comforted her. How could I possibly forget you? I won't. Don't worry. Once your cousin's injuries are healed, I'll take you out to play. It'll be my way of making up for not calling you. Okay?
Jiang Shuang held Jiang Zhe tightly in her arms and nodded earnestly. Alright, you have my word, no backing out. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. How could I go back on my promise? Even if Jiang Zhe is busy or doesn't have time, he can't say he won't accompany her. Besides, finding some time to spend with Jiang Shuang isn't that difficult. Alright, I believe you. Jiang Zhe, will you help my cousin clean her wounds and apply medicine tonight? Jiang Shuang wriggled out of Jiang Zhe's embrace, wiped her eyes, and asked him earnestly. Jiang Shuang's question really stumped Jiang Zhe. If he said yes, it might lead Jiang Shuang to misunderstand. If he said no, Jiang Shuang probably wouldn't believe him either. Well, the situation was a bit special at the time, so Jiang Zhe stammered out an explanation. Seeing Jiang Zhe's hesitant expression, Jiang Shuang giggled. Look at you. I didn't say anything. Actually, I really do need to thank you for saving my cousin tonight. She's the only family I have in this world. If anything had happened to her, I wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Zhe, thank you. This was the second time Jiang Shuang had sincerely thanked Jiang Zhe for something related to Wang Xiaoyu. It was clear that Jiang Shuang truly cared about Wang Xiaoyu's safety and was very concerned about her cousin. It's nothing. It was just a small favor. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, could I? My conscience wouldn't let me. Jiang Zhe chuckled. Then tell me, does my cousin have a great figure? Jiang Shuang suddenly asked Jiang Zhe. Indeed, Jiang Zhe, who hadn't reacted in time, almost fell into Jiang Shuang's trap and quickly changed his words. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Cut it out. You're getting the better of me. Let me tell you, whenever my cousin was injured, I was the one who applied the medicine. You're the first man to see my cousin's body, the first to enter her room, and the first to touch her body. So you should be grateful, you know? Seeing Jiang Shuang's smug expression, Jiang Zhe really wanted to say, I didn't do anything, why are you getting so worked up? Alright, Jiang Shuang, I have to go back now. Take care of your cousin. I'll come visit you in a few days. After saying that, Jiang Zhe added, of course, and your cousin too. Jiang Zhe. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to turn and leave, Jiang Shuang suddenly called out to him. What is it? Woo. Before Jiang Zhe could finish speaking, Jiang Shuang suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned in unexpectedly, and gave Jiang Zhe a long, lingering kiss. Chapter 138, Major Event in the Entertainment Industry. After leaving the Silver Plaza bar, feeling the lingering scent of Jiang Shuang's kiss, and recalling her words, this is my first kiss. I've decided it's forever. Jiang Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile. He's too handsome, everyone loves him. Could this be the start of a sister act? Although Jiang Zhe was a man of principles, he was still a man at heart. He's a man, not a saint. He's bound to have a little wandering eye. Besides, even if he were a saint, he wouldn't necessarily remain unaffected by female beauty. Speaking of which, he just received a text message on his phone. It must be from Harley and the others. Despite his wandering thoughts, Jiang Zhe didn't forget about tonight's important matter. Earlier, while cleaning Wang Xiaoyu's wounds upstairs, his phone received a text message. Due to the special circumstances at the time, he didn't have time to read it. Boss, everything is going smoothly. The target is under our surveillance and we're proceeding according to plan. We'll report back immediately once we have any results. Upon receiving this message, Jiang Zhe knew that Harley and the others must have succeeded. Although Qiu Qinghe had undergone special training and had some counter-surveillance awareness, compared to specially trained personnel like Harley, Tiangui, and Enran, he was still inexperienced. Moreover, 3 people were monitoring him closely, so finding a weakness to exploit wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Zhe wasn't worried about the safety of Harriet and the others. Before the operation began, he had explicitly instructed them that their mission was to gather intelligence, not engage in combat. In case of an emergency, they were to prioritize their own safety and retreat immediately. Having received the accurate information from Harley, Jiang Zhe knew that Black Mountain was now under the watch of Wang Xiaoyu's men. His objective for the night was largely accomplished. He needed to return immediately to investigate the specifics of Li Wei's mistress, Zheng Min, and then follow the trail to uncover Li Wei's incriminating information. Glancing back at the neon-lit nightlife district, Jiang Zhe drove his ordinary SUV back home. My cousin should be asleep. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhe found that except for a few main lights still on, the rest of the lights were already turned off. This indicated that Zhao Liying had already gone to sleep. Jiang Zhe did not go to the room to disturb Zhao Liying. Instead, he freshened up on his own, then turned on the computer and began some operations. Using the phone number provided by Wang Xiaoyu, Jiang Zhe found that the number was active, meaning the phone was currently in use. Jiang Zhe forcibly accessed Zheng Min's phone but did not obtain any useful information. Additionally, the phone's camera seemed to be facing downward, leaving the screen completely dark and unreadable. There was no background noise coming from the speaker, except for the occasional snoring sounds. It seems like this is going to be a long, drawn-out battle. After muttering to himself, Jiang Zhe implanted several pre-prepared virus programs into Zheng Min's phone and then lay down to rest. Before he knew it, 3 or 4 days had passed. During these 3 or 4 days, several major events occurred in the entertainment industry, and all of them were related to Zhang Zhe. The first was that the Chinese restaurant debuted and immediately topped the Baidu hot search chart, dominating the rankings. The reason for the show's high popularity was primarily due to Zhang Zhe's stunning performance on the show. Currently, when it comes to which celebrity in the entertainment industry has the highest popularity, Zhang Zhe is undoubtedly the top choice. A few days ago, after his outstanding performance at a charity gala was widely reported by major media outlets, his popularity had already been steadily rising. When everyone saw Zhang Zhe's stunning performance on the Chinese restaurant, they were once again amazed by his exceptional culinary skills and the delicious snacks he created. Now, Zhang Zhe is not only known as a swimming superstar, piano prodigy, singing sensation, and rising star in the film industry, but he has also earned new titles such as Culinary Prince, Snack Master, and Multi-Talented All-Rounder. Zhang Zhe's Weibo follower count has skyrocketed to 8 digits and continues to rise. In recent days, numerous media outlets have sought to conduct exclusive interviews with Zhang Zhe, but all have been declined. Meanwhile, major entertainment companies have extended offers to Zhang Zhe, offering high salaries to recruit him to their companies, but he has not accepted any of these offers. Second, taking advantage of this wave of popularity, the Chinese restaurant will hold a press conference this Sunday, tomorrow, to announce the guest list for the upcoming episodes. Whether Zhang Zhe will become the next guest has sparked endless speculation among online media outlets. The third piece of news is that Zhang Zhe posted a personal statement on Weibo yesterday, announcing that he will hold a press conference next Monday to reveal details about his first new song and his first television drama, sparking anticipation among entertainment media outlets. Fourth, Li Wei, China's top paparazzi, revealed through his Weibo account that Zhao Liying, a popular actress from Ruyang Entertainment, allegedly bullied newcomers on the set of a TV series, and this was confirmed by the involved parties and the deputy director of the production team. The news sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, with online criticism of Zhao Liying pouring in. Her fans and online trolls began to clash on social media, and the image she had carefully built began to crumble. Zhang Zhe scrolled through the news related to himself, his expression calm and unruffled. The first, second, and third incidents were all within Zhang Zhe's expectations, but the fourth one caught him off guard. He hadn't expected Li Wei to act so quickly, moving so swiftly. However, Li Wei, you didn't expect that I've already obtained some incriminating information about you. Whoever laughs last will be the true winner. Zhang Zhe smiled and then clicked on a video file. In the video, a man and a woman were engaged in an extremely intense scene. From the footage, it was clear that the man was Li Wei, and the woman was his mistress, Zhang Min. Although the video was short, its content was extremely explicit. If it were leaked online, Li Wei would be in serious trouble. Wow, I never would have guessed that our country's top paparazzi had such a hobby. Impressive. Closing the video, Zhang Zhe's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression filled with meaning. Chapter 139, A Hundredfold Repayment. Li Wei and Zhang Min were always very cautious during their secret meetings, turning off all their phones. Even if Zhang Zhe wanted to use their phone cameras to film their private encounters, he had no way of doing so. In the end, he had to have An Ran secretly infiltrate the location where they frequently met and install a hidden camera, finally capturing these explosive scenes. Zhang Zhe had been monitoring Lin Lidong's phone calls closely in recent days. Lin Lidong had been calling more frequently, but the content of his calls held no value. On the other hand, Lin Lidao's father, Lin Shui, had warned him multiple times not to squander company funds on his reckless behavior. If he continued, Lin Shui threatened to freeze Lin Lidao's accounts at Deshang Entertainment and sever all financial ties between him and the company. It was precisely Lin Shui's phone call that prompted Lin Lidong to instruct his subordinate Wang Yang to accelerate his stock market to cash out as soon as possible. Additionally, the uniform-themed temptation between Lin Lidong and a second-tier actor under Deshang Entertainment left Zhang Zhe feeling uneasy. Observing the two, Zhang Zhe inadvertently discovered several new skills. Just as Zhang Zhe was reviewing these documents, his phone rang. It was Zhao Liying calling. Li Wei had spread rumors online, launching the first round of smear campaigns against Zhao Liying, sparking a strong backlash from netizens who demanded an explanation from her. Zhao Liying had been leaving early every day to meet with Lan Jie at Ruyang Entertainment to discuss countermeasures, returning late at night, looking exhausted, which made Zhang Zhe feel deeply concerned. When he answered Zhao Liying's call, Zhang Zhe asked her with concern, "Cousin, what did Ruyang say?" "The company's stance is that I must personally issue a statement to clarify the situation at the time." "If that's not feasible," Zhao Liying trailed off, her voice breaking. Zhang Zhe's expression turned cold as he asked Zhao Liying, "What else?" "The company wants me to apologize and admit my mistake." Zhao Liying's tone was filled with resentment. "I refuse to accept that. Why should I? That new actress made the mistake herself. I was just trying to help. It was another assistant director who scolded her until she cried. Why should I take the blame? Why?" The online rumors about Zhao Liying bullying the newcomer on set, Zhang Zhe had heard Zhao Liying explain before. Zhang Zhe believed that, given Zhao Liying's personality, she wouldn't bully a newcomer with whom she had no connection.
Therefore, this incident was clearly orchestrated by Li Wei, who had bribed the assistant director and the newcomer at the time, colluding with them to falsely accuse Zhao Liying. Zhang Zhe was furious and started cursing angrily.
Damn it, has Ruyan lost his mind? This isn't your fault, why are you apologizing? Cousin, you must not show weakness or back down.
If you do, the reputation you've worked so hard to build in the entertainment industry will be ruined, and they'll keep harping on it until you have no place left in the industry. I know, Xiao Zhe, but I'm really unwilling to accept this. I've worked so hard in the entertainment industry for all these years to achieve what I have today. Am I supposed to just give it all up? I'm unwilling, really unwilling. This is what I've earned with my sweat and tears. Why is this happening? Why? Although Zhang Zhe and Zhao Liying were separated by a screen, Zhang Zhe could sense Zhao Liying's emotions at that moment. If Zhang Zhe hadn't guessed wrong, Zhao Liying was already crying uncontrollably. Zhang Zhe's guess was correct. In Zhao Liying's private resting room at Runyang Entertainment, Zhao Liying was holding her phone and talking to Zhang Zhe. She was lying face down on the vanity table, crying uncontrollably, looking extremely pitiful. Lan Jie stood beside Zhao Liying, handing her tissues. Seeing Zhao Liying in such a state, she felt deeply heartbroken. She was also furious at Ruyang's actions, but she was powerless to change anything.
This is the harsh reality of the entertainment industry.
Despite the glamorous facade of many big stars, once they lose the support of their companies, they can be pushed off the pedestal in an instant. Some may fall to second-tier stardom, while others are outright blacklisted by the industry. Zhao Liying is currently in this exact situation.
Zhang Zhe's hand trembled with anger as he held the phone. Take a deep breath, stay calm, don't panic. Zhang Zhe kept repeating this to himself, trying to stay composed. Once his emotions had settled, Zhang Zhe spoke calmly to Zhao Liying on the other end of the phone. Cousin, are you still listening to me? Alright, Xiao Zhe, go ahead. Cousin, do you trust me? Zhang Zhe asked Zhao Liying earnestly.
Xiao Zhe, we've been relying on each other for all these years.
Besides you and Lan Jie, who else could I possibly trust?
Zhao Liying's words warmed Zhang Zhe's heart. He smiled gently and said, Cousin, you can issue a statement to clarify the situation, but you must never apologize.
And be prepared to leave Ruyang at any moment.
Rest assured, any losses they cause you this time, I will make them pay tenfold, no, 100-fold. Zhao Liying was one of the few family members Zhang Zhe had in this world. He would never allow anyone to harm her without reason. If they did, he would make them pay tenfold, even 100-fold.
Alright, I trust you, Xiao Zhe. What should I do now? Zhao Liying agreed without any hesitation. You don't need to do anything. Just rest well every day. The rest is up to me. Alright, I understand. Let's do that then. We'll talk more when we get home later.
After hanging up with Zhao Liying, Zhang Zhe's face broke into a cold smile. Poof, Lin Li Dong, Li Wei, go ahead and make your final desperate moves. This time, I'll make sure your reputations are ruined and send you to prison. Otherwise, I'll never be able to ease the hatred in my heart. Just as Zhang Zhe had stepped downstairs to go out, his phone rang again. This time, it was Lei Zhan calling.
Hello, Lei Ge, are you having fun at home? After answering Lei Zhan's call, Zhang Zhe asked. Xiao Zhe, I'm back.
I'm outside the villa complex, but I can't get in because I don't have the access card.
Can you come pick me up? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. Huh, Lei Zhan is back so quickly? He's back just in time. Chapter 140, Return to the Battlefield.
Lei Zhan hadn't been home for years, and Zhang Zhe had assumed he'd stay longer. But he'd only been gone a few days, which surprised Zhang Zhe. Upon entering the villa, Lei Zhan took a sip of water, stretched his body stiff from the long car ride, and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Zhe. Xiao Zhe, I really have to thank you this time. With your help, I was able to resolve many issues at home.
I can't thank you enough.
After speaking, Lei Zhan stood at attention and saluted Zhang Zhe with a standard military salute, making Zhang Zhe feel a bit unworthy of such honor.
Brother Lei, don't say that. It's just a small gesture from me. Don't worry about it. How are uncle and auntie feeling? Zhang Zhe asked about the health of Lei Zhan's elderly parents.
We're getting old, so our physical functions have declined a bit, but it's not too serious.
With proper care, we'll be fine.
After Lei Zhan replied to Zhang Zhe, he composed himself and said earnestly, Xiao Zhe, I need your help with something.
Do you think you can do it?
After speaking, Lei Zhan probably feared Zhang Zhe might misunderstand, so he added, Xiao Zhe, don't worry.
If this is something you find difficult, you don't have to agree. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position.
Zhang Zhe saw Lei Zhan's expression and guessed that the matter must be related to his close relatives, but he couldn't figure out exactly what it was. He nodded and said, Brother Lei, there's no need to be so formal.
If I can help, I'll do my best. Just tell me what it is.
Zhang Zhe's attitude was clear, and Lei Zhan sighed in relief.
Here's the thing. When I went back this time, I ran into some old comrades in arms.
They were all soldiers who risked their lives for the country. Due to varying degrees of injuries, they had to retire. After retiring, although the government provided generous compensation, many of them still struggle to make ends meet. I was thinking, with your extensive connections, could you help them find a job?
As long as they can earn a living, they're willing to do any kind of work. Seeing Lei Zhan's expression, Jiang Zhe nodded. It must be said that Lei Zhan was a true man. If Jiang Zhe hadn't guessed wrong, the money he had given Lei Zhan would definitely be shared among his comrades, and he probably wouldn't get much. However, the matter Lei Zhan mentioned was indeed tricky, and Jiang Zhe couldn't make up his mind immediately.
Jiang Zhe paced back and forth in the room, carefully considering whether to take them in and how to properly accommodate them. It was a tough decision. Lei Zhan saw that Jiang Zhe was deep in thought and didn't disturb him, waiting quietly for his response. However, Lei Zhan's expression still held a hint of anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Zhe asked Lei Zhan, "Brother Lei, how many people are there in total?" The exact number is uncertain, but there are definitely over 100, possibly even more. Xiao Zhe, if. Lei Zhan seemed to be afraid of putting Jiang Zhe in a difficult position and wanted to him. However, he was stopped by Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe would never stand by and do nothing for these retired veterans. If they hadn't encountered them, it would be one thing, but now that they had, he certainly wouldn't ignore them. Moreover, Jiang Zhe already had an idea in mind. Lei Gu, there's no need to say more. I'll take care of this. Go wash up first, and we'll head out together later. Jiang Zhe instructed Lei Zhan to go wash up first. Go out? Lei Zhan was momentarily confused and asked Jiang Zhe in surprise. Yes, we're going out. I've already figured out how to take care of your comrades, but we'll discuss the details on the way. Jiang Zhe gave him a cryptic answer. Upon hearing that Jiang Zhe had a good plan, Lei Zhan relaxed and became very happy. Alright, I'll go freshen up right away. Soon, Lei Zhan was ready. After changing into a comfortable outfit, he looked like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, still as sharp as ever. Jiang Zhe sat in the passenger seat, looking at Lei Zhan, who was full of energy, and asked with a smile, Lei Gu, have you ever thought about returning to the battlefield one day? Hearing Jiang Zhe's question, Lei Zhan sighed deeply, filled with emotion. Of course I want to. How could I not? We were born to be warriors. A warrior has two possible outcomes, either to die on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide, or to return home in glory, be in theft as a marquis, and become a minister. But I have neither. I haven't died on the battlefield, nor have I returned home in glory. I'm left with nothing but scars. Ah, what a pity. Jiang Zhe could tell that Lei Zhan truly longed for the battlefield. If Jiang Zhe wasn't mistaken, it wasn't just Lei Zhan who longed for the battlefield. People like Harley and Ran and Tang Xiaoxiao must also want to return to the battlefield. Unfortunately, since they were all injured, the nation wouldn't allow them to return to the battlefield. There was no choice but to seek other paths and make a living. Looking at Lei Zhan's expression, Jiang Zhe gently patted his sturdy shoulder and said earnestly, don't lose heart. Perhaps you will have the chance to return to the battlefield one day. Don't be impatient. Xiao Zhe, do I really have a chance to return to the battlefield? Lei Zhan listened to Jiang Zhe's words with great anticipation. Seeing Lei Zhan's expression, Jiang Zhe thought of the B-rank medical skill he had obtained from the system. If he could raise its level, perhaps he could heal their old wounds and allow them to return to the battlefield, fulfilling their lifelong dream. Don't worry, that day will come. So, starting from now, take care of your body. Perhaps one day, your body will perform a miracle, your injuries will heal, and returning to the battlefield will no longer be a dream. Jiang Zhu encouraged Lei Zhan. Haha, okay, even though the hope is faint, I still feel excited inside, haha. Despite the slim chances, Lei Zhan's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Therefore, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the sports car shot forward like a bullet. Lei Gu, slow down, slow down. Soon, Jiang Zhe's car came to a stop outside the gates of the Huangpu District Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Magic City. Xiao Zhe, why are we here? Lei Zhan asked with some confusion. We're here to register and establish a company, of course. Let's go. Once we've taken care of the company, I'll tell you all about your comrades. Chapter 141, Jiang Zhe's Thoughts. Establishing a new company was something Jiang Zhe had been considering for a long time. After the incident involving Jin Mengjia and the recent matters involving Zhao Liang, coupled with Lei Zhan's situation today, Jiang Zhe finally made up his mind to establish his own company. Registering a company is straightforward as long as all the paperwork is in order, but running a company is extremely challenging. However, these things can be done gradually. Let's establish the framework first before making any decisions. 2 hours later, Jiang Zhe emerged from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, holding a document in his hand. At the top of the document, the words Qiyang Investment were clearly printed. That's right, the new company Jiang Zhe had registered was named Qiyang Investment. Qiyang Investment had a registered capital of 10 million yuan, with Jiang Zhe as the legal representative and holding 100% ownership. Finally, he had his own company. From now on, when investing in movies or TV shows, he could do so under the company's name. Xiao Zhe, where should we go now? After getting into the car, Harley asked Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe closed the car door and asked Lei Zhan seriously, Lei Gu, can you get in touch with your old superiors? Lei Zhan looked at Jiang Zhe with a puzzled expression. Xiao Zhe, I haven't been in touch with my old superiors for a long time. I heard they've been promoted due to military merits and transferred to new positions. I can't tell you exactly what those positions are, but if you really need to contact them, I can try to get in touch. Jiang Zhe nodded and explained the reason to Lei Zhan. Lei Ge, my idea is simple. To settle your comrades, simply finding them jobs won't solve the problem fundamentally. The only effective solution is to create job positions for them and allow them to utilize their skills. Create a job position? Xiao Zhe, can you explain your true intentions? Lei Zhan was puzzled and didn't understand Jiang Zhe's meaning. My idea is simple, establish a security company. Of course, this won't be an ordinary security firm where they just guard gates. Given their capabilities, we can go for high-end services such as providing security for large-scale conferences or safeguarding important assets for major companies. If we become strong enough, we can expand into other industries. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Zhe explained everything carefully to Lei Zhan, who nodded thoughtfully. That's a good idea, but what does that have to do with calling my old boss? Of course it does. Jiang Zhe nodded firmly, because your identities are not ordinary people. The newly established security company is not an ordinary company. Therefore, we need military support. Without their support, we won't be able to obtain a business license, and we won't be able to legally create job opportunities for our retired comrades. Do you understand? After the events of the past few days, Jiang Zhe realized how weak his own strength was and that he must enhance his capabilities. However, he was at a loss for direction and had no choice but to give up. However, Lei Zhan's reminder today gave him a brand new idea. If he could control his own force, things would be much better. However, to gather such a force, one must have a powerful backing. Even with the system's assistance and sufficient internal strength, external support is also essential. Without external backing, many matters would be difficult to handle. Therefore, Jiang Zhe decided to leverage Lei Zhan's network to achieve this goal. If Lei Zhan lacked the capability, Jiang Zhe would have to settle for the next best option, secretly assembling such a force. However, this would be extremely challenging. If an underground force can be cleaned up and used openly, why hide it? To achieve success, one must know how to leverage opportunities and utilize available resources. Jiang Zhe leveraged Lei Zhan's network, perhaps with personal motives, but his actions also addressed the employment issues of many retired soldiers and contributed to the nation, allowing him to enjoy some national benefits. There's nothing wrong with that. Lei Zhan listened to Jiang Zhe's explanation, thought it over carefully, and nodded. Alright, I'll try to make some connections. But this place is too crowded and noisy, let's find a quieter spot. Lei Zhan drove to a secluded area on the outskirts of the city. He got out of the car, took his phone, and went to an empty field to make a call. Jiang Zhe didn't follow him, as this was a private matter, and one should respect others' privacy. While Lei Zhan was on the call, he stood straight and tall. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but admire him. A soldier is a soldier. Even after retiring, he never forgets his former identity. Soon, Lei Zhan finished his call and returned to the car. Xiao Zhe, the old superior wants to see you. What? Why see me? Jiang Zhe was surprised but still asked, did the old superior say when? Today happens to be free, so it's today. Jiang Zhe was a bit confused. Was it really necessary to meet so soon? He had only just come up with the idea and hadn't even figured out how to implement it yet. However, Jiang Zhe wasn't intimidated. Alright, you drive and lead the way. Let's go. Alright. Lei Zhan stepped on the gas pedal, and the sports car sped westward toward the metropolis. Lei Ge, where are you taking us? Jiang Zhe didn't know the exact location and was a bit confused. Lei Zhan gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out when we get there. After 3 hours of high-speed driving, Jiang Zhe's sports car arrived at the gates of a heavily guarded compound. Jiang Zhe looked up and was speechless. Eastern War Zone Command Headquarters. Looking at the sign, Jiang Zhe swallowed hard, feeling a mix of awe and fear. Lei Ge, you brought me here? Is the old leader you mentioned inside? Lei Zhan smiled and nodded. That's right, go in. I've been here a few times, I know my way around. Stop. Military restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. As soon as Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan appeared at the entrance, 6 or 7 fully armed soldiers with loaded guns appeared, their black gun barrels pointed at Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan bowed first. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Lei Zhan pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan were led by several armed soldiers into an office building. Upon seeing the words Warzone Commander's Office on the sign, Jiang Zhe's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? I just wanted to start a small company, do we really need all this? Chapter 142, the matter is settled. Reporting to the commander, the person has been brought in. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan stopped in their tracks. The guards announced their arrival inside the office. Let them in. A voice boomed from inside the office. Just hearing the voice, Jiang Zhe could sense a sharp aura of authority emanating from within, causing his heart to tighten. Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan followed the guards into the office. At the desk, an elderly man in his 60s was bent over papers. Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan, seeing this, remained silent and stood quietly in place. It really is him, Commander Lu Jun of the Eastern War Zone. I've only ever seen him on TV before. I never thought I'd have the chance to meet him in person. This is Lei Zhan's former superior officer.
His rank is truly impressive. Jiang Zhe muttered to himself. Soon, Lu Jun finished handling the documents, looked up at Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan, stood up, walked over to Lei Zhan, and patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "Little Lei, it's been a long time. You don't look as tough as before." "Good morning, sir. I've let you down." Lei Zhan's expression was filled with emotion as he hurriedly saluted and greeted him. "In my eyes, you are all heroes of the party and the nation. You have made great sacrifices for the party and the nation, yet you are now covered in wounds. The party and the nation cannot take care of everything for you. Do not blame the party and the nation." Lu Jun nodded and said with emotion. "Please rest assured, Commander. It is our duty, and we harbor no resentment." Lei Zhan spoke with passion, expressing his inner resolve. Lu Jun nodded and then looked at Jiang Zhe. "Jiang Zhe, our country's swimming prodigy, who has brought countless honors to the nation and is a hero who has brought glory to the country. You're a fine young man, full of potential." Lu Jun was very friendly toward Jiang Zhe, who was not a soldier, so he did not perform the military salute, though it would have been acceptable. "Commander, you flatter me. It is my duty, and I dare not take credit for it. Young man, stay humble and down to earth." "I like that. I have another meeting soon and didn't have much time, so I called you here to hear your thoughts in person." Lu Jun nodded and sighed slightly. The country puts a lot of effort into resettling retired veterans each year. We've considered leveraging social resources to assist them, but there are many uncertainties involved, and we're not entirely confident in various aspects. It's challenging. Seeing Lu Jun's expression, Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan knew he hadn't finished his thought. Neither of them interrupted, waiting for Lu Jun to continue. Lu Jun continued, "However, if you, Jiang Zhe, were to step in and help resettle these retired veterans, I would feel much more at ease. Although you have left the swimming arena, you are still part of the system. So, if you dare to act recklessly, you know the consequences." From Lu Jun's words, Jiang Zhe could tell that he agreed with the idea of starting a company. However, there was also a warning in his words, cautioning Jiang Zhe not to do anything reckless. In fact, even without Lu Jun's warning, Jiang Zhe wouldn't do anything reckless. He wasn't stupid. Why would he go against the state? "Please rest assured, Commander. I know what to do," Jiang Zhe hurriedly assured him, his attitude very proper. "All right, I believe you." Lu Jun smiled and then asked Jiang Zhe, "Tell me your ideas. If they're feasible, I'll support you." Jiang Zhe nodded and explained his ideas in detail to Lu Jun. After listening to Jiang Zhe's ideas, Lu Jun looked satisfied. "That's a good idea. Instead of assigning them a career, it's better to create job opportunities for them. This will also alleviate the burden on the nation. I support you. However, to ensure supervision, the military must hold a 50% stake in the security company you establish." "No way, no more than 49%. Jiang Zhe disagreed with Lu Jun's suggestion and immediately objected. Lei Zhan, standing nearby, was startled and quickly signaled to Jiang Zhe not to provoke the man in front of him. However, Jiang Zhe chose to ignore him. What a joke! This security company must have an absolute majority stake. Otherwise, the military would interfere here and there all the time, and that would be a complete mess. Explain why it's not possible." Lu Jun didn't get angry. He calmly asked Jiang Zhe for the reason. Jiang Zhe quickly explained the situation to Lu Jun, adding a condition: the military must not assign personnel to directly manage the company, though appropriate supervision was acceptable. "Jiang Zhe, you're really asking for the moon." Lu Jun's expression grew displeased. Jiang Zhe, seeing this, wore a bitter expression. "Commander, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. You know I need to expand the company's business and take care of their basic needs. If the military suddenly sends someone to give orders all day, it'll hinder my work. How will the company operate and make a profit? Isn't that the truth?" After Jiang Zhe's heartfelt explanation, Lu Jun could understand his predicament. Having been in the system for so many years, he was well aware of certain bureaucratic practices. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll agree to your request. But I must make it clear beforehand, if you dare to use our military's authority to engage in illegal activities, don't blame me for the consequences." Jiang Zhe hurriedly assured him, "Please rest assured, sir. I absolutely will not engage in any illegal activities. Feel free to supervise me at any time." "All right, let's settle this then. If you encounter any issues you can't handle, give me a call, and I'll handle it for you." Seeing Jiang Zhe's attitude, Lu Jun nodded and ultimately agreed. Of course, starting a new company is no easy task. The military can't provide financial support, but we can allocate a piece of military-owned wasteland on the outskirts of the city for you to build a small training camp. I'll also provide some basic training equipment to help your new company get off the ground. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan left the camp. With the security company matter settled, Jiang Zhe felt much more at ease. Chapter 143, Weibo Updates. Jiang Zhe had already decided on the company name, Shield Security. "Lei Ge, what do you think of the name Shield Security?" Jiang Zhe wanted to hear Lei Zhan's opinion on the name and seek his advice. "Shield Security, Shield Security." Lei Zhan repeated it a few times while driving, then blurted out, "Xiao Zhe, why don't we just call it Holy Shield Security? People will know our profession at a glance, and it's simple and clear.
Hearing Lei Jun say that, Zhang Zhe nearly choked on his own blood. Lei Gu, even though our nature is equivalent to security, our future goal is to protect large-scale events and conferences.
Are you really taking yourself as a gatekeeper? Alright, let's say we are indeed security, but the company name can't be so outdated, can it? If the old commander finds out about this name, do you think he'll believe you have no education?
Zhang Zhe had to start changing Lei Jun's way of thinking, telling him not to see himself as an ordinary security guard but to aim higher. After being scolded by Zhang Zhe, Lei Jun smiled awkwardly. Little Zhe, don't take it to heart.
I'm just a rough and tumble guy. When it comes to fighting, I'm as good as anyone. But asking me to come up with names? I'm really not good at that.
Alright, shield security it is.
I'll follow your lead. That's more like it.
Zhang Zhe nodded and shared his future plans with Lei Jun. Lei Gu, the shield security company will be under your management from now on. I won't interfere unless necessary, so you'd better work hard and don't mess it up.
What? You want me to manage the company?
Lei Jun was completely taken aback by Zhang Zhe's words, nearly stepping on the gas pedal and sending the car into a ditch. No, Xiao Zhe, I'm not cut out for this.
This company needs you. Without you, I wouldn't know where to start.
Zhang Zhe was about to get busy with filming a TV series, releasing a new song, and shooting an MV, among other things. He didn't have much time to prepare for shield security, so he had no choice but to entrust it to Lei Jun. Moreover, Lei Jun had good connections with the military, and many matters would be handled more smoothly if he took the lead.
Lei Gu, don't be so timid. It's just managing a company. You can learn it.
I didn't know how to do it either, but I had to learn, right?
Zhang Zhe glared at Lei Jun and encouraged him.
Xiao Zhe, this really won't work.
Look, why don't you come up with a plan, and I'll follow your instructions. Lei Jun looked extremely reluctant, clearly feeling overwhelmed and afraid he couldn't handle it.
Lei Gu, have you ever led troops?
Zhang Zhe asked Lei Jun.
Of course.
Every soldier I've ever led has at least a platoon under them, if not a company.
When he mentioned this, Lei Jun became confident and proud.
Then let me ask you this, are you familiar with the military regulations? Do you know how to train soldiers? Zhang Zhe guided Lei Jun's thoughts in the direction he wanted. Of course I'm familiar with that. I can forget anything, but not that.
I've studied the military regulations and training methods so thoroughly that I'll take them to my grave. Lei Jun said this with a serious and solemn expression.
Zhang Zhe didn't doubt the sincerity of Lei Jun's words. He nodded, that's precisely why I've entrusted the management of Shindun Security to you. And only you can maintain order in such a situation.
Xiao Zhe, I don't understand what you're saying. Lei Jun was completely confused by Zhang Zhe's words and had no idea what he meant.
Zhang Zhe felt it necessary to give Lei Jun a proper lesson.
He began explaining the operational model of Shindun Security and the upcoming training methods.
This explanation took over an hour.
Xiao Zhe,
are you saying that the training methods for Shindun Security will now be completely based on military training protocols? Lei Jun finally understood Zhang Zhe's meaning. Zhang Zhe nodded, yes, to become the best in the industry, you must undergo constant intensive training.
Of course, you won't be going to the battlefield, and since you've all been injured, the training intensity will be lower than in the military. This will allow your physical condition to adapt while maintaining your skill levels.
Lei Jun finally understood Zhang Zhe's meaning and felt more at ease.
However, to build this company from scratch, relying on Lei Jun alone was insufficient.
Xiao Zhe, I can't handle all this on my own. Can you find me some helpers? Lei Jun looked at Zhang Zhe with eager anticipation.
Alright, I'll look around and see if there are any talented individuals with management expertise who can assist you. However, there will be frequent interactions with the military in the future, so that will be your responsibility.
If you encounter any difficulties, I'll come back to you. Is that acceptable? Since Jiang Jia had spoken so decisively, Lei Jun couldn't refuse.
He took a deep breath and nodded. Alright, since you trust me so much, I'll give it a try.
If it doesn't work out, I'll come back and seek your advice. Alright, let's do it that way. We'll go back and discuss it thoroughly. The establishment of Shindun Security must be prioritized, we can't delay it.
Lei Gu, you should also speed up contacting your old comrades and have them all come to Shanghai.
I'll cover the travel expenses.
The sooner they arrive, the sooner they can help.
Alright, I'll start planning this immediately upon returning. Ding dong.
Just then, Zhang Zhe's phone emitted a system notification sound. Zhang Zhe recognized the sound immediately. It was the notification tone for new updates from his Weibo friends.
My cousin updated her Weibo. Zhang Zhe clicked in to take a look.
It was Zhao Liying who had updated her Weibo status, a post clarifying the rumors circulating online. Zhao Liying's Weibo post was published according to Zhang Zhe's instructions. The message was clear: the smear campaign was completely fabricated, someone had intentionally spread rumors, and it constituted malicious defamation, and so on. In this Weibo post, Zhao Liying made her stance clear and stated at the end of the post that she would not rule out taking legal action to protect her reputation. After reading the post, Jiang Jia smiled, shared it, and added a few bold words. strongly condemns certain malicious individuals for slandering others with malicious intent. The net of heaven is wide but does not miss anything. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded according to their deeds.
Chapter 144, A Major Uproar. After reposting Zhao Liying's Weibo post, Jiang Zhe paid no further attention to it.
When Jiang Zhe returned to the villa, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhe found that Tang Xiaoxiao and others, who had come home to visit their family, had also returned and were chatting with Zhao Liying in the villa where Jiang Zhe was staying.
Xiao, why did you come back so quickly? Why not stay a few more days? Jiang Zhe asked Tang Xiaoxiao. Boss, there wasn't much to do at home, so we came back early. When we got home, we saw that Liying was in a bad mood, so the sisters came over to chat with her. Since you're back, we'll head out first. After Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she gave a subtle nod to Yi Tsuanshin and the others beside her. Yi Tsuanshin and the others exchanged knowing glances and got up to leave the villa. Tsuanshin, wait a moment. I have something to ask you.
Jiang Zhe saw Yi Tsuanshin about to leave and suddenly thought of something he wanted to inquire about.
Boss, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know. Yi Tsuanshin nodded and stopped in his tracks. It's like this: before you enlisted, did you study management? Yeah, managing a company, handling logistics, that sort of thing. Boss, I can answer that for Sister Kunshin. She's a management expert.
Before enlisting, she managed a large company with hundreds of employees.
She's quite impressive. He Lu, standing nearby, took over and replied. Don't listen to Xiao Lu exaggerating. It's not as impressive as she makes it sound.
She's not an expert, but she does know a lot about how a company operates.
What's the matter? Are you planning to start a company? The question Yi Tsuanshin asked piqued the interest of everyone in the room except Lei Zhan.
Xiao Zhe, are you really planning to start a company? Zhao Liying, who looked a bit pale, also asked Jiang Zhe, her curiosity evident.
Well, sort of.
But it's still in the planning stages.
That's why I'm looking for talented people.
So, if any of you have any special skills, you can go report to Lei Gu, and he'll assign you specific tasks. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he glanced at Lei Zhan, who nodded quickly. That's right.
Xiao Zhe has established a new company.
The specific business operations will be discussed in detail with you all at the villa.
Please follow me there.
Lei Zhan spoke while giving everyone a nod.
Right, let's go back and talk about it. That's right. There are too many people here, and the space is too small. Let's go to the big villa over there.
Tang Xiaoxiao, Yi Tsuanshin, and the others rushed out of the villa, leaving only Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying behind. Jiang Zhe walked over and leaned against Zhao Liying's side, looking at her haggard face with a look of concern. Cousin, don't worry.
I'm here. The sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll be there to support you. Jiang Zhe comforted Zhao Liying.
Zhao Liying listened to Jiang Zhe's reassuring words, nodded, and her originally restless heart gradually calmed down. As long as you're by my side, I'll feel much more at ease.
Jiang Zhe, having you is truly wonderful.
Zhao Liying smiled sweetly, looking extremely adorable.
Jiang Zhe gently pinched Zhao Liying's cheek. Cousin, don't worry. I'll handle this matter for you.
However, before this matter is completely resolved, you'll have to endure some pressure. The more Li Wei and the others stir up trouble, the more we can strike them with a fatal blow and vent the anger in our hearts. Zhao Liying nodded and sighed softly. When I first entered the entertainment industry, I could endure any hardship. I didn't care what others said, I just couldn't accept it.
Why should I be treated this way? I did something kind, and this is what I get in return? It's truly infuriating.
Zhao Liying grew increasingly upset, her eyes brimming with tears.
Don't worry, cousin. I'm here for you. I'll make sure you get justice.
Seeing Zhao Liying's expression, Jiang Zhe quickly changed the subject. Cousin, you must be tired after all these days.
Let me give you a good massage to help you relax.
Seeing that Jiang Zhe knew how to give a massage, Zhao Liying's attention shifted. Xiao Zhe, you know how to give a massage?
When did you learn that? I learned it from someone else.
My techniques aren't very skilled yet, but they're not too bad either. After saying that, Jiang Zhe took Zhao Liying upstairs. Meanwhile, online, Jiang Zhe had reposted and commented on Zhao Liying's Weibo post, causing a huge stir.
Countless media outlets and netizens erupted in chaos.
The already turbulent online world became even more complicated due to Jiang Zhe's sudden intervention.
Chapter 145, The Highlight.
My goodness, Jiang Zhe actually reposted and supported Liying's Weibo post.
From the looks of it, he's clearly siding with Liying. Our idol is amazing. We support you, idol. What is Jiang Zhe trying to do?
Zhao Liying is already caught in a whirlwind of criticism due to Li Wei's exposed Weibo post.
By getting involved now, isn't he just asking for trouble? I think there's something fishy about this incident involving Zhao Liying. Given her personality, she wouldn't do something like bullying a newcomer. This is definitely Li Wei smearing Zhao Liying and trying to extort money.
Cut it out, upstairs. You have no right to speak without investigating.
Have you never heard of hypocrisy? It just shows that Zhao Liying is good at putting on a facade, so you brainless fans didn't notice.
I agree with the post above. There were reports that Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying were dating and even living together.
They're two of a kind, hypocritical pretenders. Damn it, did your mother explode?
When Brother Zhou was bringing honor to the country, you were still eating.
He is standing on the side of justice. Even if they're living together, what's wrong with that? They're a perfect match, what's so bad about that?
10086. Damn it, Li Wei's online army is terrifying.
They attack anyone they can.
I'm a fan of Zhao Liying.
Whoever supports Zhao Liying, we support.
Unbeknownst to many, an online frenzy erupted after Jiang Zhe liked and reposted Zhao Liying's Weibo post. Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying's fans have joined forces to engage in a verbal battle with online trolls. Meanwhile, major online media outlets rushed to publish their latest analyses of the situation.
Since Li Wei exposed Zhao Liying's suppression of newcomers, this is the first time Zhao Liying has issued a personal statement.
From the statement, it is clear that Zhao Liying insists she has been defamed and slandered, even going so far as to take legal action. Meanwhile, our swimming champion Jiang Zhe was the first to repost and comment on the Weibo post, and Jiang Zhe firmly supports Zhao Liying.
Since the Zhao Liying incident, no other celebrities in the entertainment industry have commented on the matter.
Zhao Liying's agency, Ruyang Entertainment, has only issued a statement promising to thoroughly investigate the matter and clarify the truth for the public. Amid this unclear situation, Jiang Zhe is the first celebrity to publicly support Zhao Liying.
Whether there are any underlying motives behind this, we will have to wait and see.
From Jiang Zhe's Weibo post, it is clear that the Zhao Liying incident is a malicious defamation campaign. The phrase "heaven's net is wide but does not miss anything" clearly reflects Jiang Zhe's stance on the matter.
Is Jiang Zhe courting trouble by getting involved? His intentions remain unclear.
Previous online rumors claimed that Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying were seen riding in the same car and staying at the same villa.
Could they have already confirmed their romantic relationship? Is Jiang Zhe protecting his girlfriend out of love, or does he have other motives? The upcoming China's restaurant meet and greet event may provide the answers we seek.
Regarding the various rumors and comments circulating online, Jiang Zhe simply has no time to pay attention to them.
Xiao Zhe, where did you learn those massage techniques? They're so relaxing.
I feel completely at ease now, and the pressure in my heart is slowly fading away. I suddenly feel so sleepy, I just want to sleep.
Although Jiang Zhe currently only has B-level medical skills, the massage techniques he uses are quite practical.
Under his massage, Zhao Liying, lying on the bed, slowly entered a state of extreme comfort. This feeling was truly magical. Under Jiang Zhe's fingertips, the gloom that had been weighing on Zhao Liying's heart for days vanished completely, leaving her in a state of pure tranquility, free from any distracting thoughts. Seeing the signs of fatigue on Zhao Liying's face, Jiang Zhe whispered in her ear, "Cousin, if you're tired, rest.
Sleep well. Don't think about anything, don't ask any questions. Tomorrow, everything will be okay."
Zhao Liying felt Jiang Zhe's fingertips gliding across her skin, listening to the gentle words in her ear. Slowly, a wave of fatigue washed over her.
She let out a soft before drifting off into a deep sleep.
Listening to the faint sounds of breathing, Jiang Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. This is truly torture. Jiang Zhe tucked the blanket around Zhao Liying and left her room. Seeing her incredibly tempting figure, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. After taking a cold shower, Jiang Zhe turned on his computer, intending to investigate the assistant director and the new actor who had slandered Zhao Liying. Before getting to work, Jiang Zhe browsed through some online information. When he saw the various bizarre comments online, the fans and paid trolls arguing fiercely, and the exclusive comments published by major online media outlets, Jiang Zhe smiled. "Keep arguing, keep causing a scene. I'll just watch you all make a mess of yourselves." After Li Wei posted the defamatory Weibo post about Zhao Liying, the assistant director and the new actor also posted their own updates confirming the matter. The assistant director was named Li Yishui, and the new actor was named Oh Xiaoya. Li Yishui is somewhat well known in the industry and has appeared in a few decent works. Oh Xiaoya isn't very well known, and her agency isn't particularly prominent in the industry. Her Weibo account is verified as belonging to Yuaneng Cultural Media.
You snakes and rats. Just wait until I find the evidence, then you'll see what I do to the two of you.
Due to the Zhao Liying incident, the two of them saw their Weibo follower counts reach 7 digits.
After this incident, they can be considered truly famous. Jiang Zhe browsed through their Weibo accounts and began taking action. Soon, he tracked down their computer IP addresses online. Their IP addresses are active. They must be online. Jiang Zhe first hacked into Oh Xiaoya's computer.
After taking a quick look, he nearly choked on his own blood.
Damn it, Oh Xiaoya is so freaking awesome. He's actually watching this kind of movie? What a talent, with such a heavy taste. Oh Xiaoya's computer was still running.
Jiang Zhe carefully searched through Oh Xiaoya's computer, looking for any usable information.
Soon, Jiang Zhe discovered an encrypted file package. Could there be something good in there? Chapter 146, Another Selfie Addict. Jiang Zhe didn't immediately decrypt the encrypted file package.
He first copied the file package to his own computer, then continued browsing through Oh Xiaoya's computer.
However, he didn't find any other valuable information.
Oh Xiaoyao's computer had been thoroughly searched, and there was nothing useful to be found.
Let's check her phone for anything good.
Zhang Zhe quietly logged out of Oh Xiaoyao's computer and, using the phone number he had intercepted from a verified website on her computer, hacked into her phone.
Nothing on the phone?
Zhang Zhe searched through Oh Xiaoyao's phone but found nothing of value.
The last call record on her phone was a call with Li Yishui half an hour ago. After implanting several virus programs into Oh Xiaoyao's phone, Zhang Zhe then hacked into Li Yishui's computer and phone.
However, there was nothing of value on Li Yishui's computer or phone, not even a single valuable photo. This Li Yishui must be very careful in his work. He didn't leave a single trace on his computer or phone.
His vigilance is on par with Li Wei's.
After implanting the virus programs into Li Yishui's phone, Zhang Zhe logged out.
Let's see what's inside this encrypted file package.
Zhang Zhe looked at the encrypted file package, which was a full 2 GB in size, and began the brute force cracking process with high expectations. After a series of brute force attacks, the 2 GB encrypted file package was completely cracked by Zhang Zhe, and all the contents were clearly displayed before his eyes.
Wait a minute. What's this?
When Zhang Zhe opened a video file, he was stunned. Damn it, how could Oh Xiaoya have such a hobby? She's actually doing the same thing as Lin Lidong, taking secret videos.
This woman is really crazy. The file folder contained over 10 videos and dozens of photos.
After carefully reviewing all the videos and photos, Zhang Zhe's expression became incredibly vivid. The popular directors He Nang, Li Yishui, Li Wei, and Wang Deng were all there.
This Oh Xiaoya isn't someone to be underestimated.
She's involved with so many famous celebrities and well-known directors in the industry.
Moreover, Li Wei and Li Yishui are also among them. This is truly unexpected.
After saving all the videos, Zhang Zhe shut down the computer and lay down on the bed to rest. If he could intercept the phone recordings of Li Wei, Li Yishui, and Oh Xiaoya, he would have the most compelling evidence. Additionally, the team working on the cases involving Harley, Tianhua, and Enran should also bring back some leads. The countermeasures were already in place now. It was just a matter of waiting to see how the situation unfolded. Zhang Zhe now had a substantial amount of evidence, giving him a strong sense of confidence. He would now wait and see how things unfolded, addressing each issue as it arose. Soon, the night passed. Zhang Zhe got up early, practiced his martial arts for a while, then prepared breakfast and called Zhao Liying to wake up. As Zhang Zhe approached Zhao Liying's bedroom door, a sudden scream came from inside. Xiao Zhe, come quickly.
What's wrong, cousin?
Zhang Zhe thought something had happened to Zhao Liying and rushed inside. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Liying holding a tablet, her expression unsettled.
Xiao Zhe, did you repost the Weibo post I shared yesterday? Zhao Liying asked in confusion. Yes, why? Is there a problem?
Zhang Zhe was puzzled by Zhao Liying's question.
Forwarding a Weibo post was a normal thing to do, wasn't it?
Xiao Zhe, how could you be so careless?
You shouldn't have gotten involved in this.
Look, there are already attacks against you online, calling you a hypocrite and saying you're all talk and no action.
If this continues, your reputation will eventually be ruined because of me.
Zhao Liying's expression was anxious and restless. Zhang Zhe thought it was something else, but upon hearing what it was about, he smiled. Cousin, don't worry about this.
No one is perfect. Some people like you, and some don't.
Besides, you've endured so much online abuse, and none of your so-called friends have come forward to support you. If I don't stand up for you, they'll really think you have no allies. But this will cause significant damage to your reputation. The image of the good guy you've worked so hard to build will be ruined. Plus, you have to attend the China's restaurant press conference this morning, and there will be many media reporters asking about this.
How will you respond then?
Zhao Liying has always cared deeply about Zhang Zhe's reputation and doesn't want him to suffer because of this.
My cousin, this isn't a big deal.
As the saying goes, the clear remain clear, and the turbid remain turbid.
We have nothing to hide, so what is there to fear? Don't pay attention to what people say online. I know how to handle the media at the Chinese restaurant press conference. Come on, get up and have breakfast.
I still need to head to the press conference later. Zhang Zhe comforted Zhao Liying, and her mood calmed down. She got up, washed up, and had breakfast with Zhang Zhe.
Cousin, you have pretty good connections in the entertainment industry. Why didn't anyone come forward to support you? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Zhang Zhe asked Zhao Liying with a hint of dissatisfaction. I didn't ask my friends to issue statements.
As soon as something happened to me, several friends called to ask about it. They're also very concerned about this matter. But you know, each of them is managed by a talent agency, and many things are beyond their control.
It's okay. As long as you're by my side, that's enough. Come on, have some chicken. Zhao Liying peeled a chicken egg for Zhang Zhe and placed it in his bowl. Alright, I understand, cousin. Eat more.
After breakfast, Lei Zhan drove the car carrying Zhang Zhe toward the hotel where the Chinese restaurant program was holding its press conference. This hotel was the same one Zhang Zhe had visited twice before. Magic City Kuantai International Hotel. Xiao Zhe, there will definitely be a lot of fans at the press conference today. You must stay safe and maintain a safe distance from the fans to avoid getting hurt.
Alright, got it. Jiang Zhe nodded.
Soon, Jiang Ze's car arrived at the press conference venue, the Magic City Kuantai International Hotel.
Chapter 147, Harmony and Joy.
Having already made arrangements with the production team of the Chinese restaurant, Jiang Ze's car pulled into the hotel parking lot, where director Wang Tian was waiting.
Xiao Zhe, it's been a while. Wang Tian greeted Jiang Zhe warmly.
Jiang Zhe was surprised that Wang Tian had come personally to greet him. Director Wang, I didn't expect you to come personally.
I'm truly honored. Wang Tian smiled and shook his head. Xiao Zhe, you're a big celebrity now.
I couldn't send ordinary staff to greet you, that would be too much of a downgrade for you.
Director Wang was just joking. Jiang Zhe smiled modestly. Director Wang, who else is attending the press conference today?
Jiang Zhe wasn't sure if all the guests from the Chinese restaurant would be attending the launch event, as he had been busy these past few days and hadn't had the chance to inquire about it.
Xiao Zhe, go rest first. We'll talk as we walk. Wang Tian led the way, guiding Jiang Zhe through the VIP and out of the parking lot.
Due to some adjustments made by the production team, not all the guests are attending this press conference. According to the production team's arrangements, there will be some changes to the guests for the next episode of the Chinese restaurant. As for which guests have been added or removed, I'm not entirely sure either and can't tell you at the moment. Hearing Wang Tian say this, Jiang Zhe felt that today's press conference was a bit unusual. As the director of Chinese restaurant, Wang Tian didn't even know which guests had been added or removed. It seemed that the higher-ups in the production team were keeping things tightly under wraps.
Jiang Zhe asked Wang Tian casually, Director Wang, as the director of the Chinese restaurant, you don't even know about the personnel changes? Wang Tian detected the doubt in Jiang Ze's words and sighed wryly.
Xiao Zhe, to be honest, while I am indeed the director of the Chinese restaurant, I was responsible for selecting the guests and negotiating their contracts in the past. However, this time, the entire process was handled by the show's executive producer, Lin Pinghai, who is the true decision-maker behind the Chinese restaurant.
I am unaware of the specifics.
Seeing that Wang Tian didn't seem to be lying, Jiang Ze's doubts grew even stronger.
This Lin Pinghai didn't even tell Wang Tian.
It seems the next episode's guest will have to wait until the press conference to be announced, Jiang Zhe thought to himself.
Since Wang Tian didn't know the specifics either, Jiang Zhe couldn't ask any further questions and quickly followed Wang Tian to the restroom. Jiang Zhe pushed open the door.
In the restroom were Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaolian, Dilraba, Zhou Dongyu, and Zhang Xian, but Jin Mingjia was nowhere to be seen.
Hey, Xiao Zhe, long time no see. How have you been lately?
As soon as Jiang Zhe appeared, Zhang Xiaoming, who was sitting by the door, noticed him first and stood up to greet him.
Liang Gu, it's been a while. You've gotten so tan.
Jiang Zhe bumped fists with Zhang Xiaoliang and teased him with a smile.
Xiaoliang has been traveling with Tian lately. He just returned from Sanya yesterday. No wonder he's so tanned. Huang Xiaoming, who had stood up, teased Zhang Xiaoliang after hearing Jiang Ze's remark. Hey, Xiaoming.
Jiang Zhe smiled and greeted Huang Xiaoming. Xiao Zhe, when you have time, we should have a singing competition.
I didn't expect you to be able to sing.
You really kept that hidden well. Huang Xiaoming was very enthusiastic, bumped fists with Jiang Zhe, then put his arm around Jiang Ze's shoulder, issuing a challenge.
Enough, Xiaoming.
Your voice can't compare to Xiao Zhe's golden voice.
Don't scare people.
Zhao Wei teased Huang Xiaoming before approaching Jiang Zhe and examining him closely. Xiao Zhe, you've really become more handsome after returning home. Xiaoming, Xiaolian, from now on, Xiao Zhe will be the face of our Chinese restaurant.
Wei Jie, stop teasing me. My heart can't take it.
Huang Xiaoming made a gesture as if he were spitting blood.
Wei Jie, I agree with you.
Xiao Zhe has always been the face of our Chinese restaurant.
One word, handsome. Zhang Xiaoliang raised his thumb in agreement with Zhao Wei's statement. Hi, Micro.
Facing Zhao Wei's teasing, Jiang Zhe was speechless for a moment and quickly greeted Zhao Wei.
Xiao Zhe, when can you cook us a big meal? I miss the delicious meals you used to make. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Zhang Xian stood by, reminiscing about Jiang Ze's cooking. Yeah, Jiang Ze's Sichuan-style cold noodles were absolutely delicious.
I miss that sour and spicy, refreshing flavor.
Diliriba stood beside Jiang Zhe, reminiscing. Zhege, when can you teach me how to make cotton candy?
I want to open a cotton candy snack shop someday. Zhou Dongyu was also filled with memories. The guests of the Chinese restaurant gathered together, chatting happily, deeply missing the time they spent on Elephant Island. For everyone, it was truly a time filled with memories and endless joy. Watching the scene before him, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but sigh softly. It seems everyone is looking forward to accompanying the Chinese restaurant through the coming days. I wonder how many people will be left for the next episode. Speaking of which, where is Meng Jia? The press conference is about to start, and she's the only one missing. As everyone was chatting happily, Zhao Wei glanced at the time and asked curiously. Yeah, where is Meng Jia? Without her, our Chinese restaurant family isn't complete. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Why don't we give her a call? Huang Xiaoming said, then took out his phone and dialed Jean Mengjia's number, but her phone was turned off. Why would it be turned off?
Maybe the battery is dead? Dilly Reba said puzzledly. Everyone looked puzzled, but Jiang Zhe felt uneasy. He recalled the call Jean Mingjia had made to him a few days ago and speculated, could it be that Jean Mingjia had been replaced by her agency and they were planning to replace her with a Korean artist in the Chinese restaurant? Chapter 148, Resistance. Xiao Zhe, have you been in contact with Mingjia? Zhao Wei asked Jiang Zhe, who remained silent. After Zhao Wei asked, everyone in the room turned to look at Jiang Zhe, waiting for his response. Jiang Zhe hesitated whether to tell them the truth. If he told them about Jean Mingjia, perhaps everyone could reach an understanding before the press conference and have a plan in place. If he didn't tell them, and if they later found out that he had known the truth but hadn't revealed it, then Jiang Zhe's actions would certainly be criticized. After careful consideration, Jiang Zhe ultimately decided to reveal the truth. Earlier, Mingjia had called me and mentioned some things. Moreover, this matter is related to the upcoming guest changes on the Chinese restaurant, and Mingjia might be replaced. Perhaps that's why she didn't attend today's press conference. Although Jiang Zhe's tone was calm, his words revealed a lot of substantive information. Xiao Zhe, tell us what really happened. Even though it's just a variety show and guest changes are common, they should at least inform us. Meng Jia's performance on the Chinese restaurant was well received, and she got along well with everyone. If she's just leaving like this, the production team should at least give us an explanation. Huang Xiaoming was the first to express his dissatisfaction. That's right. During the filming of China's restaurant, Meng Jia worked diligently as the dishwasher. Even if she didn't have any merits, she at least put in the effort. How can they just replace her like that? We're a team, after all. At the very least, they should respect our opinions, right? Zhao Wei was also very dissatisfied and angry. The production team has gone too far. Not only did they not disclose the details of the press conference to us, but they didn't even inform us of the guests' movements in advance. Isn't that showing a lack of respect for us? Jiang Xian was also extremely dissatisfied with the production team's approach. Why don't we go together to ask the production team for an explanation? Zhang Xiaoliang looked at everyone, seeking their opinions. I support Liang Ji's approach. Dilly Reba nodded in agreement. Zhou Dongyu also nodded firmly. I also support Liang Ji's approach. Seeing everyone united, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of relief. Everyone truly regarded each other as friends and as a team. However, Jiang Zhe felt that even if they went to ask the production team, it would likely be in vain, as the final decision-making power lies with the production team. Everyone, please stay calm. Don't forget that when we signed the contract, there was a clause stating that we must cooperate with the production team. Even if we go to argue with them, it might not yield good results. Meng Jiao only mentioned this to me briefly over the phone, and I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Let's stay calm for now and wait for the production team to give us an update. Jiang Zhe stopped everyone from acting impulsively and seriously urged them not to act rashly. Xiao Zhe, did Meng Jia tell you who was replacing her? Huang Xiaoming asked Jiang Zhe. Meng Jia revealed that it should be a well-known artist from South Korea who was quite famous in China, so that's why she was replaced. Jiang Zhe shared the information he had obtained from Jean Mingjia with everyone. What? An artist from South Korea? Has the production team lost their minds? Huang Xiaoming jumped to his feet, his expression furious. Although our Chinese culture emphasizes inclusivity, inviting foreign artists isn't a big deal, but a Korean artist? I firmly oppose it. If that's the case, I'll just refuse to participate in this show. It's truly despicable. Zhang Xiaoliang also opposed the idea. What's wrong with Lin Pinghai? How could he think of inviting an artist from South Korea? Has he lost his mind? Zhao Wei immediately started venting her frustration. Although Jiang Xian, Dilly Reba, and Zhou Dongyu didn't say anything, their expressions clearly showed their dissatisfaction with the production team's decision. Creak! Just then, the door to the break room opened, and Wang Tian walked in. Upon entering the break room, Wang Tian noticed the tense atmosphere. His eyebrows twitched, and he asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Seeing the looks on Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others, Wang Tian felt awkward and gave a wry smile. Although Jiang Zhe, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others had significant grievances toward the production team due to the incident involving Jean Mingjia, they all knew how to control their emotions and did not directly express their dissatisfaction toward Wang Tian. Director Wang, why hasn't Mingjia arrived yet? Zhao Wei smiled and asked Wang Tian. Wang Tian, seeing Zhao Wei ask this question, sighed. I'm here for the same reason. I just received notice from the higher-ups that Jean Mingjia's agency has arranged another job for her, so she will no longer appear on China's restaurant. The show will bring in a new artist, but I can't reveal who it is yet. Please understand. Wang Tian spoke in a very diplomatic tone, keeping his head down. Upon hearing Wang Tian's explanation, everyone in the break room understood. They exchanged glances, realizing what he meant, and feared that a South Korean artist might indeed be joining the China's restaurant production team. Although everyone was well aware of the situation, no one revealed their thoughts. Before the production team provided official information, no one would dare to disclose their true feelings.
However, deep down, everyone felt a growing sense of dissatisfaction toward the Chinese restaurant production team, and a subtle resistance began to form in their hearts.
Director Wang, did you come here for this?
Zhang Zhe felt deeply sorry for Jin Mengjia in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment.
Seeing Wang Tian's awkward expression, he asked. Oh, right. Zhang Zhe's reminder made Wang Tian slap his forehead and look at Zhang Zhe. Xiao Zhe, I came to find you.
Lin, the chief planner, has an important matter to discuss with you.
Come with me. Alright, lead the way. Chapter 149, Tensions Run High. Following Wang Tian, Zhang Zhe didn't ask who was looking for him. Soon, Wang Tian led Zhang Zhe to another restroom.
A middle-aged man in his 40s sat in the boss's chair, reviewing documents. He had a round face, a shiny head of hair, and the appearance of someone who had lived a life of privilege. After leading Zhang Zhe inside, Wang Tian reported, Boss, Zhang Zhe is here. The man in the chair heard Wang Tian's report, put down the documents, and upon seeing Zhang Zhe, forced a smile on his chubby face and waved at him.
Zhang Zhe, right? You're the latest internet sensation.
Thanks to you, the ratings for our show Chinese Restaurant have gone up by several percentage points.
Come, sit down.
Wang Tian hurriedly introduced Zhang Zhe to the man. Xiao Zhe, this is Lin Pinghai, the executive producer of the Chinese Restaurant program, and the actual decision-maker behind the show. Zhang Zhe felt a bit annoyed at that moment, and the source of his annoyance was Lin Pinghai's hand gesture. At first glance, Lin Pinghai's hand gesture seemed ordinary. His fingers were together, palm facing down, with minimal movement.
It was a standard gesture used by superiors to signal subordinates.
Zhang Zhe had encountered this gesture before when he was on the swimming team and met with officials from the sports bureau.
He was very familiar with it.
Although Lin Pinghai was the executive producer of the Chinese Restaurant and the behind-the-scenes boss of the show, he was not Zhang Zhe's direct superior. Their relationship was that of business partners, with no hierarchical distinction. Lin Pinghai using this gesture toward Zhang Zhe implied that he was treating Zhang Zhe as his subordinate, someone to be commanded at will. Because of this, Zhang Zhe didn't have a good impression of Lin Pinghai. Moreover, he was certain that Lin Pinghai was involved in the matter involving Jin Mengjia, so his attitude toward Lin Pinghai became rather indifferent.
Zhang Zhe suppressed his dissatisfaction, gave a faint smile, and pulled his chair away from Lin Pinghai's position to create some distance.
Mr. Lin, the chief planner, I heard from Director Wang that you wanted to discuss something important with me.
Let's not beat around the bush, let's get straight to the point. Seeing Zhang Zhe's attitude, Wang Tian furrowed his brows slightly, sensing something was amiss. Could Zhang Zhe have heard something about the production team from elsewhere?
Meanwhile, Lin Pinghai observed Zhang Zhe's actions and tone, his expression clearly showing dissatisfaction, though he did not express it directly.
Zhang Zhe, since you brought it up, I'll be straightforward. The contract between our Chinese restaurant program and you needs to be renegotiated.
The previous contract was too flexible, which is not conducive to our long-term cooperation.
After discussing it within the program team, we've decided that this contract must be re-signed. Renegotiate the contract? Zhang Zhe was taken aback.
He glanced at Wang Tian, who also looked surprised.
Zhang Zhe smiled. Mr. Lin, the executive producer, may I take a look at the contract? If it's possible, re-signing it isn't a problem. Since we're partners, it should benefit both parties.
Zhang Zhe emphasized the words partners to make it clear to Lin Pinghai that he shouldn't try to use their hierarchical relationship to negotiate with him. That approach wouldn't work on him.
All right.
Seeing Zhang Zhe's firm attitude, Lin Pinghai smiled slightly and then took a contract from the file folder beside him, handing it to Zhang Zhe.
You can take a look at it. Speaking of which, I should actually thank you. If it weren't for your outstanding performance, the ratings for Chinese Restaurant wouldn't be this high.
Now, many popular celebrities want to appear on our show, but I've had to turn them all down.
There are only so many spots available.
Zhang Zhe flipped through the contract in his hands, his expression calm, ignoring Lin Pinghai's words.
However, Zhang Zhe could sense the underlying meaning in his words. The implication was clear: the Chinese Restaurant was now a hit show, and many celebrities wanted to appear on it.
Whether or not Zhang Zhe was involved no longer mattered. The threat was evident.
Zhang Zhe ignored Lin Pinghai's coercion.
If Lin Pinghai wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't have excluded Zhang Zhe from the show at this point, because as long as Zhang Zhe was there, the show's ratings would be guaranteed, given his current popularity. However, after Zhang Zhe finished reading the contract in his hands, he realized that Lin Pinghai wasn't just stupid, he was incredibly stupid.
The terms of this new contract were completely unfair. Mr. Lin, the executive producer, are you sure we need to sign this contract? Zhang Zhe asked Lin Pinghai with a displeased expression. Sign it, of course we need to sign it.
Lin Pinghai nodded firmly. Zhang Zhe, as long as you sign this contract, you will appear in every episode of the Chinese Restaurant, and you will have the most screen time in each episode. Additionally, we can arrange many advertising endorsements for you. Rest assured, with your fame, the endorsement fees will be substantial, and everyone will benefit.
This is fair, right? After hearing Lin Pinghai's words, Zhang Zhe sneered. Fair?
Working for free to promote your show, with you taking 80% of the endorsement fees and me getting 20%, and during the contract period, all my commercial activities and schedules are completely under your control, and I can't object to anything? If I violate any of these terms, I'll have to pay 5 times the breach fee? Mr. Lin, the chief planner, do you really think I built my fame through China's restaurant? Jiang Zhe glared at Lin Pinghai with a frosty expression, his face brimming with anger. Jiang Zhe. Seeing Jiang Zhe's attitude, Lin Pinghai stood up abruptly, pointing at Jiang Zhe and shouted angrily, Jiang Zhe, even if you're a swimming superstar, so what? Once you enter the entertainment industry, you're just a newcomer. Don't think your current fame will protect you. I'm warning you, in this entertainment industry, you, Jiang Zhe, won't be able to stir up any trouble. Lin Pinghai, I'm warning you too. It wasn't the Chinese restaurant that made me, it was me who made the Chinese restaurant. Let me tell you, even without the Chinese restaurant, I, Jiang Zhe, can still thrive in the entertainment industry. You can't threaten me. Oomph. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense and charged, making Wang Tian, who was standing nearby, feel uneasy. Chapter 150, The Deal. Wang Tian, standing nearby, saw Jiang Zhe and Lin Pinghai facing off, ready to fight, and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Mr. Lin, Mr. Jiang, let's talk this out. The contract can be negotiated later. Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. Wang Tian was being extremely cautious at that moment, not wanting to offend either side. Wang Tian was well aware that although he was the director of the Chinese restaurant, Lin Pinghai was the actual controller of the show and his direct superior. If he angered Lin Pinghai, his job would likely be in jeopardy. As for Jiang Zhe, Wang Tian was also well aware of his influence. Although the Chinese restaurant had such high ratings, he knew the real reason behind it. 70% of it was due to Jiang Zhe. If it weren't for Jiang Zhe's outstanding performance on the Chinese restaurant and his recent surge in popularity, the show wouldn't have such high ratings. Therefore, Jiang Zhe's role in Chinese restaurant is crucial. Although Wang Tian dares not say it in front of Lin Pinghai, he fully agrees with Jiang Zhe's statement. It's not Chinese restaurant that made me, it's me who made Chinese restaurant. Without Jiang Zhe, the Chinese restaurant wouldn't be the Chinese restaurant, it would just be another variety show. Don. Don. Just then, the door was knocked on. Wang Tian hurried over to open the door, and outside stood a staff member wearing a uniform with the Chinese restaurant printed on it. What's the matter? Wang Tian asked. The staff member didn't notice the tense atmosphere in the room and reported, Director Wang, the press conference is about to begin, and the special vehicle for South Korean artist Wu Shixuan is about to arrive at the venue. May we proceed with the press conference? Wang Tian dared not make a decision on his own at this point and could only ask Lin Pinghai, who was still in a rage, Boss, what do you think? Lin Pinghai, who had been very dissatisfied with Jiang Zhe, slowly sat down in the boss's chair. The anger on his face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Jiang Zhe with a smile. Jiang Zhe, young man, don't be so angry. Wang Tian is right. We can negotiate the contract. Let's start the press conference first, and then we can discuss the contract. How about that? Is that okay? Seeing how quickly Lin Pinghai's expression changed, Jiang Zhe mentally labeled him as a hypocrite. Alright, since Mr. Lin, the chief planner, has said so, let's hold the press conference first and then discuss the contract later. Director Wang, let's head to the press conference venue. Jiang Zhe gave a faint smile and then left the room first. Sir, is there anything else you need me to do? After Jiang Zhe left, Wang Tian hurriedly sought instructions from Lin Pinghai. Go ahead. We must leverage Jiang Zhe's popularity. Let's finish the press conference first. Lin Pinghai waved his hand, signaling Wang Tian to follow. Alright. Wang Tian, having received Lin Pinghai's instructions, hurriedly followed Jiang Zhe's footsteps. After Jiang Zhe and Wang Tian left, Lin Pinghai's expression darkened instantly. Jiang Zhe, humph. Don't think you can negotiate with me just because you're a bit famous now. You're still too green. You're just a newcomer in the entertainment industry, yet you dare to disobey my orders? I'll make sure you regret it. You'll see that the entertainment industry isn't the swimming pool you used to play in. Ding ding ding. Just then, Lin Pinghai's phone rang. The number displayed was from Hai Chen Entertainment's Yuan Yuda. Old Yuan, why are you calling me personally? This is truly rare. Lin Pinghai answered the call. From the tone of his voice, he must be quite familiar with this Yuan Yuda. Old Lin, Wu Shixuan should have already arrived at the press conference venue. According to our agreement, he's the main star today. Jiang Zhe, Jiang Xiaoyang, and the rest should all step aside. Don't worry, old Yuan. I'll handle it. With Wu Shixuan's popularity in China, the Chinese restaurant will definitely boost his popularity to new heights. Your Hai Chen Entertainment has really hit the jackpot this time by signing a contract with that popular young star from South Korea. I admire your skills, old Wu. That's the best outcome. The current buzz around the Chinese restaurant is the highest among all variety shows. Old Lin, this is all thanks to your excellent leadership. Your contributions to this achievement are truly commendable. This is all thanks to the support of our peers. Without their help, the Chinese restaurant wouldn't have achieved such success. By the way, Old Lin, Jiang Zhe is currently quite popular.
Do you think this might affect Wu Shixuan's popularity? I suggest you reduce Jiang Ze's screen time to avoid him overshadowing Wu Shixuan. Don't worry about that. Although Jiang Ze is a swimming champion and currently quite popular in the entertainment industry, he's just a newcomer with no real backing. Dealing with him would be a piece of cake. You can trust me on this. However, regarding our deal, rest assured, the 5 million I promised you will be transferred to your account once the next episode of Chong Restaurant starts filming. I won't renege on our deal. That's good. I trust your integrity, old Yuan. Alright, let us work together smoothly. That's all for now. Alright, stay in touch. As Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda were talking on the phone, Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others followed Wang Tian and others to the square outside the hotel. To boost the popularity of Chinese restaurant, a large open area had been reserved on both sides of the leading to the press conference venue. This was specifically prepared for Jiang Ze's fans, with the aim of creating an additional interaction zone between the guests and their fans. As soon as Jiang Ze and the others appeared, the hundreds of fans waiting on both sides of the pathway erupted into excitement. They waved their glow sticks and flashlights, shouting Jiang Ze's name at the top of their lungs. Zhege, I love you, look this way. Zhege, you're my idol, my Prince Charming. Micro sister, can you sign my autograph? Xiaoming, you look so handsome today. Little Liang, I'm a fan of Tian Tian. Please tell him I love him. Chapter 151, Physical Altercation. Hundreds of fans gathered in the square. Upon seeing Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, and others, they were all thrilled beyond words, their faces radiating joy. The fans' shouts echoed continuously, with the names of Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others reverberating throughout the square. To prevent the fans from causing chaos due to their excitement, dozens of security personnel formed a human barrier by holding hands along the leading to the press conference venue, blocking the fans from entering. Although the production team had provided security personnel for Jiang Ze and the others, Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, and the others each brought their own bodyguards as a precaution. Lei Zhan stayed by Jiang Ze's side, closely following his every step. Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, and Huang Xiaoming walked at the front, waving to the enthusiastic fans. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Ze. Thank you for your support. I'm truly grateful. After speaking, Jiang Ze actively shook hands with the excited fans beside him. Heartthrob, over here. Over here. Heartthrob, can you sign my autograph? Heartthrob, I love you. Handsome guy, can you make me a Cupid's arrow? I really want one you made. Jiang Ze walked toward the press conference venue while waving to the fans along the way. Faced with the fans' enthusiasm, Jiang Ze fulfilled their requests one by one. If he could sign an autograph, he signed it. If he could take a photo with them, he took one. In short, Jiang Ze did his best to fulfill the fans' requests within his capabilities. Although the fans were excited and enthusiastic, there were no extreme behaviors. Everyone remained rational. However, many fans behind him wanted to get closer to Jiang Ze and his entourage, constantly pushing forward. Despite the security personnel's efforts to maintain order, they were gradually pushed forward by the crowd, causing me to narrow gradually toward the center. The only silver lining was that, although the fans' movements were somewhat vigorous, they remained within reasonable limits and did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Xiao Ze, the fans are too enthusiastic. We need to hurry to the press conference venue, otherwise, we might get surrounded here. Huang Xiaoming, noticing the situation, hurriedly reminded him. Jiang Ze also noticed the changes on site, nodded, and quickened his pace. Just as Jiang Ze and the others were hurrying toward the press conference venue. Outside the press conference venue, 7 luxury cars suddenly pulled up. The one in the middle was a Lincoln stretch limousine, with 3 Mercedes-Benzes in front and 3 behind. As the 7 luxury cars came to a stop, over 20 burly men dressed in black with sunglasses got out of the 6 Mercedes-Benzes. Their imposing presence clearly marked them as professional bodyguards. The bodyguards quickly surrounded the Lincoln limousine. One of them opened the door, and a fair-skinned man with pierced ears and dressed in casual attire stepped out. The man had his hair dyed in vibrant colors, giving him a very distinctive appearance. He was adorned with various accessories on his clothes and wrists, making him stand out. If it weren't for his broad chest, which clearly marked him as a man, most people would have mistaken him for a woman due to his exceptionally fair and delicate features. At first glance, he looked too feminine, lacking any trace of masculinity. This unexpected scene at the press conference caught the attention of Jiang Ze, Zhao Wei, and their fans present at the event. Micro, who is that woman? She's so glamorous we can't compare to her. Huang Xiaoming glanced over and asked Zhao Wei beside him in astonishment. Xiaoming, your eyesight must be failing you. That's not a woman, it's a man. I don't recognize him either, but he looks like one of those young heartthrobs nowadays, dressed up like a woman. Zhao Wei shook her head, indicating she didn't know him either. Is that a man? At first glance, he looks like a woman. That's way too effeminate. That's what they call a little fresh meat. Zhang Xiaoyang made a disapproving sound and looked surprised. Don't worry about who he is. Since he's here, he must be attending the press conference. We'll get to know him soon enough. Who knows, he might even be a guest on the later episodes of China's Restaurant. Zhang Zhe had already figured it out. This must be the Korean artist Jean Mingjia was talking about, though he didn't know who this person was. Shursun Appa, quick, Appa is over there. Appa, don't go. We love you, we love you. Appa is so handsome, so handsome. Hurry up, move aside, don't block us from seeing Shursun Appa. Just as Zhang Zhe and the others were about to head toward the press conference, suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the square. Immediately afterward, a large crowd of teenagers, both boys and girls, holding flashlights with Seo Hoon's image, charged toward Zhang Zhe and the others' fan group, rushing toward the Lincoln Stretch limousine. Wherever these teenagers went, they charged recklessly, and the originally orderly scene began to descend into chaos due to their reckless behavior. What the heck are you doing? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't disturb us from seeing Sehun Appa. Hurry up, make way, get out of here. Anyone who blocks us from seeing Seo Hyunwoo will get beaten up. Damn it, you idiots. This is probably the Korean group's Woo Shirshuan. What's so great about a sissy like him? If Woo Se-hun is here, don't tell me he's joining Chinese restaurant. If he joins Chinese restaurant, I'll boycott it for sure. That's right, we'll boycott this sissy Korean. Sissy Koreans, get out of China. Due to the reckless behavior of these teenagers, many people at the scene recognized who the effeminate man was and began to express their dissatisfaction. Zhang Zhe and Zhao Wei also learned his identity. This guy is Woo Se-hun from the EXO group in South Korea? What is he doing in China? Judging by the setup, he must be here for the China's restaurant press conference? Doraba was puzzled and looked confused. Wait, what is the bodyguard next to Woo Shirshuan doing? He's heading toward that little boy over there. That boy is holding Zhe Ji's flashlight screen. He's one of your fans. Zhou Dongyu reminded him from the side. Shiga, the bodyguard is attacking your fan, and more bodyguards are surrounding him. They're beating him up. Chapter 152, a major brawl. Time rewinds a few minutes earlier. After Woo Shirshuan got out of the Lincoln Stretch limousine, he noticed that there were no fans there to greet him, which made him extremely angry. He asked his assistant angrily, how did the production team arrange this? Why aren't there any fans here to greet me? Who are these people? Can you get them all out of here? Woo Shirshuan's assistant was a woman in her 30s. She had a face that looked like it was mass-produced on a Korean beauty factory assembly line, with no trace of natural beauty or elegance, but her eyes were cold and aloof. Upon hearing Woo Shirshuan's question, she looked around and explained to him in Korean, Shirshuan, since the production team spent so much money to bring you here, they would definitely arrange for fans to greet you. As for these fans, I took a look, most of them are fans of Zhang Zhe, and there are also fans of Huang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei. Woo Shirshuan's assistant could read Chinese and recognize the names of the celebrities on the screen. Zhang Zhe? Huang Xiaoming? Who are they? Are they more famous than me? Tell the production team I'm extremely dissatisfied with this entrance ceremony. I demand they remove all these Zhang Zhe fans and Huang Xiaoming fans. It's disgusting. I don't want to see these people. Woo Shirshuan looked at the fans who weren't his and was extremely dissatisfied, immediately starting to curse. Fortunately, Woo Shirshuan spoke Korean. If he had dared to use Mandarin, he would have been surrounded and attacked by Zhang Zhe's fans in the next second. Seo-hun Appa, look here, Appa. Appa, we're here. We love you, we love you. Appa is so handsome, so handsome. Quick, move aside. Don't block us from seeing Se-hun Appa. Just then, a large crowd of teenagers rushed onto the square, the same group that Zhang Zhe and the others had seen earlier. Woo Se-hun's assistant looked over and joked, Se-hun, did you see those people rushing over there? They're your fans, and they're all trying to get to you. I told you, these Chinese people are absolutely crazy and worship us Korean stars. Woo Shirshuan glanced at the teenagers charging wildly, his expression smug and arrogant. That's right. In my eyes, these Chinese fans are just tools for making money. With these fanatical brainless fans, I can earn even more money. Se-hun, look over there, those few people were knocked over by your fans and even stepped on a few times. This scene is getting more and more chaotic. Step on them. Step on them until they're dead. That'll create a buzz and generate heat. In my eyes, these Chinese fans are nothing. I only care about the heat and making money. Exactly. Due to Woo Shirshuan's fans charging recklessly, the previously orderly scene began to descend into chaos, sparking strong dissatisfaction among Zhang Zhe and his fans. Several girls standing near Woo Shirshuan watched as the young men and women charged toward them. One girl, dissatisfied, muttered to her friend, how can Woo Shirshuan's fans behave like this? They're ruining the event. Woo Shirshuan is just a sissy with no manly spirit. What's so great about him? Why are they all so crazy? Exactly. They're all brainless. There are so many big stars in our country, yet they choose to chase after this Korean sissy. Korean stars wouldn't even give them a second glance. It's laughable. Can Woo Shirshuan even compare to Zaegu? Zaegu is so manly, while Woo Shirshuan is just a sissy. They're not even in the same league. A few female fans were relatively close to Woo Shirshuan, and their words happened to be overheard by him. What are they talking about? Woo Shirshuan asked his assistant beside him. Shurshuan, these people are insulting you, saying you're not as good as someone named Jiang Zhe. The assistant didn't hide anything and translated the girl's words exactly to Wu Shurshuan. What? Dare to insult me? How dare they insult me, Wu Shurshuan? I performed so many concerts in China, and it's only my place to insult these trashy fans. How dare they insult me? They're asking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Wu Shurshuan's effeminate face twisted with anger. He ordered the bodyguard beside him, "You, go slap her a few times and show them how powerful Korean stars are." Shurshuan, just let it go. Don't bother with these trashy people. The assistant was worried and tried to him. No way. They dared to insult me, so they have to pay the price. What are we afraid of? This isn't the first time we've taken action against Chinese people. These brainless fools, hit them if you have to. My brainless fans will support us unconditionally. Go! Under Wu Shurshuan's orders, the bodyguard charged toward the young girl who had spoken earlier. Before she could react, he slapped her across the face. The girl had no time to react and was knocked to the ground by the blow, leaving a clear handprint on her face. The girl's friends, who had been standing nearby, were so shocked by the sudden scene that they froze in place for a moment, unable to react. A few boys nearby saw what happened and rushed forward, pointing at the bodyguard and shouting, "What are you doing hitting her? You bastard!" The bodyguard snorted disdainfully, turned around, and walked away, seemingly unconcerned about the incident, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing that the attacker was about to leave, the boys surrounded him, trapping the bodyguard in the middle. What the hell? You hit someone and think you can just walk away? You Korean bastard, are you too arrogant? Apologize. That's right, apologize. Otherwise, you're not leaving. Wu Shurshuan's assistant, seeing the situation, grew anxious. Shurshuan, the bodyguard is surrounded. What should we do? Wu Shurshuan also noticed the scene before him. He hadn't given the altercation a second thought, but seeing his bodyguard surrounded, his expression grew even more arrogant. What the hell? You dare to lay a hand on my bodyguard? You lot, attack. Beat them up. What followed was the scene that Doraba and the others witnessed. A large group of bodyguards charged toward Jiang Ze's fans and began beating them mercilessly. Chapter 153, Paying the Price. Due to Wu Shurshuan's fans charging recklessly and the conflict between Wu Shurshuan's bodyguards and Jiang Ze's fans, the scene quickly descended into chaos, with the situation growing increasingly complicated. These bodyguards of Wu Shurshuan actually dared to hit people. How despicable. Xiao Ze, what should we do? Should we go help? Huang Xiaoming noticed the scene unfolding nearby, his expression furious, and asked Jiang Ze for his opinion. What else can we do? They dared to hit my fans. These Koreans are getting too arrogant. Let's go help. Seeing his fans being bullied by these Koreans, Jiang Ze was furious and charged forward. Boss, I'll handle it. Don't get involved. You're a public figure, you have to watch your words and actions. If this causes trouble, it'll be disastrous. Lei Zhan followed Jiang Ze, urging him. What's there to fear? What's so special about being a public figure? On Chinese soil, these Koreans don't have the right to act wild. Lei Gu, when the time comes to act, don't hold back. As long as no one gets killed, don't let a single one of them escape. Jiang Ze didn't care about influence. When it was time to act, he wouldn't hesitate. Xiao Ze, don't be too impulsive. There are many media reporters here. If this gets reported by the media, it'll be trouble. Plus, this Wu Shurshuan has a huge fan base in China. If these fans band together and cause a stir online, it'll severely damage your popularity. Seeing Jiang Ze say this, Jiang Xayan, who was standing beside him, grew concerned and urged Jiang Ze not to act impulsively. Jiang Ze merely nodded without responding, but his heart was filled with rage as he quickened his pace. Wu Shurshuan was surrounded by professional bodyguards who had undergone special training. Those few boys were no match for them, and after a few rounds, they were all knocked to the ground by Wu Shurshuan's bodyguards, completely overwhelmed in terms of strength. Despite the disparity in strength, the boys who had been knocked to the ground refused to surrender, continuing to fight back. However, their efforts were in vain, and they ended up injured. At that moment, Wu Shurshuan's fans rushed over, surrounding the area. They watched the boys lying on the ground in a pitiful state, but instead of helping them up, they laughed mockingly. The production crew of the Chinese restaurant had also deployed several security personnel on site. Upon seeing the chaos, over 10 security personnel rushed over to restore order. Step back. Step back. Seeing the injured boys lying on the ground, one of the security guards, who was tall and muscular with a sharp gaze, rushed forward, intending to pull the teenagers away from the Korean bodyguards. However, his actions were blocked by the fans of Wu Shurshuan who were surrounding him. Get out of the way. Don't come near them. These people provoked Seo Hyun Appa, they deserve to be beaten. Exactly. You're just a security guard. Go back to your post and stop getting in the way. Get out of here. The security guard looked at the scene before him, his expression hardening. He spoke coldly, are you just going to stand by and watch your own people being bullied by outsiders? So what? We only care about Seo Hyun Appa. What's the difference between compatriots and non-compatriots? That's right, these people brought it upon themselves. They deserve it. I just like Seo Hoon Appa. What's wrong with that? Don't you agree?
These fans of Wu Shishun faced the security guard's scolding not with a hint of shame, but with bold defiance. In their eyes, aside from Wu Shishun, even their own compatriots didn't matter.
How could these brainwashed fans act like this? Damn it, they're helping a foreigner against their own people. How despicable.
These brainwashed fans are beyond redemption.
Don't stop me, I'm going to kill these people. I can't take it anymore.
These people don't even care about their own countrymen, yet they defend Wu Se-hun, this effeminate man, everywhere.
How despicable.
Many of Zhang Ze's fans, seeing how brainwashed Wu Shishun's fans were, became enraged. If it weren't for the security personnel holding them back, these brainwashed fans would have been beaten senseless. Wu Shishun's assistant, who was nearby, saw the commotion and smiled.
Shishun, they're about to fight.
Your fans are willing to fight with those outsiders to protect you.
Let them fight. The more they get beaten up, the better. That'll give us something to talk about and boost our popularity. By the way, have you contacted the production team yet? We need to express our strong dissatisfaction.
Wu Shishun watched the tense situation unfold with a cold smile.
We've already contacted the show's production team. Their actual supervisor is on his way here. Don't worry.
Make sure those who insulted you apologize to you.
If they don't, we won't participate in this press conference today. These people are always so stupid. Fight them. Kill a few of them.
Due to Wu Shishun's fans' extreme remarks, the scene grew increasingly chaotic, and the conflict between the two sides was about to erupt.
Step aside immediately.
On sight, the security guard with a sharp gaze shouted at the Wu Shishun fans who had lost their composure.
Slap.
As soon as the security guard finished speaking, a teenage fan directly slapped him across the face.
Who do you think you are? Just a security guard. Get out of here. I spit on you. Do you really think you're a savior? Get out, get out, get out.
Despite being slapped, the security guard remained expressionless. He coldly replied, "Let me tell you, if it weren't for my principles and my refusal to harm my own people, your actions just now would have cost you your life 10 times over."
I'll say it again, get out of the way.
Meanwhile, the dozen or so bodyguards who had been attacking the boys saw that there was nothing for them to do here. They glanced disdainfully at the few boys on the ground and the security guard, then turned to leave and returned to Wu Shishun's side.
All of you, stay where you are. Who gave you permission to leave?
Just as they were about to turn away, a loud shout suddenly rang out, causing the previously chaotic scene to fall silent.
Zhegu is here. Zhegu, these brainless fans are so despicable. You must avenge us. That's right, Zhegu, we can't let these thugs get away with this. They must pay the price.
Looking at the crowd of fans around him, Zhang Ze, who had just arrived, nodded. Rest assured, on the soil of our great nation, a weakling from a foreign country won't get away with this.
He'll pay a heavy price for his actions. Chapter 154, Thunderous Strike.
Zhang Ze wouldn't let those bodyguards who beat people get away like that.
In China, if you hit someone and don't even apologize, that's unthinkable. Yuan Bao, what are you doing here? Just then, Lei Zhan, standing beside Zhang Ze, shouted in surprise. Yuan Bao? What Yuan Bao?
Zhang Ze hadn't processed it yet when the security guard who had been slapped earlier froze, then recognized Lei Zhan and became extremely excited. "Captain, is it really you?" Zhang Ze quickly understood that Yuan Bao was probably Lei Zhan's former comrade in arms, though he wasn't sure if that was his real name. This is a long story, and we'll talk about it in detail later.
Yuan Bao, what happened to the slap mark on your face?
Due to the circumstances, Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao didn't have time to catch up. Yuan Bao had been slapped earlier, leaving a handprint on his face, which Lei Zhan happened to notice.
Yuan Bao smiled and didn't take it too seriously. "Captain, it's nothing.
We need to get these injured boys to the hospital quickly to prevent their injuries from worsening."
"All right."
Lei Zhan nodded and whispered to Zhang Ze, "Boss, Yuan Bao is my old comrade in arms." Zhang Ze, who had been listening, suggested after recognizing Yuan Bao, "Lei Gu, Yuan Bao Gu, you two take these injured boys out first. I'll handle these bodyguards who beat them up."
"Boss, let me go instead. I'm worried Lei Zhan hasn't seen Zhang Ze's skills yet, and he might try to stop Zhang Ze from getting hurt." "It's fine. Do as I say." Zhang Ze waved his hand, signaling Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao not to hesitate and take the boys out first.
"All right."
Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao nodded and walked toward the injured boys on the ground.
But this time, they were once again blocked by Wu Shishun's fans.
"Damn it, I can't take it anymore. These brainless fans, get out of the way."
Just then, one of Zhang Ze's fans broke through the security guard's blockade and charged at the female fans of Wu Shishun who were blocking Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, delivering a series of fierce blows, sending those brainless female fans flying to the side. The male companions behind those brainless female fans tried to come to their aid, but were stopped by several other Zhang Ze fans, who beat them up as well. The scene descended into chaos, but fortunately, the security personnel intervened in time, otherwise it would have escalated into a full-scale brawl. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao rushed forward and helped the injured boys to their feet.
Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and others who had followed suit also pitched in to help. Fortunately, the boys were not seriously injured, otherwise, the situation would have been dire. On the other side, Jiang Zei's loud shout caused Wu Shixuan and his assistant, along with the 20-plus bodyguards, to turn their attention to him. Seeing Jiang Zei's furious expression, the bodyguards immediately heightened their vigilance, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Who is this man? Wu Shixuan didn't recognize Jiang Zei and asked his assistant. I don't know either. I'll go ask. The assistant, protected by 2 bodyguards, approached Jiang Zei and asked him arrogantly, Who are you? We are Koreans. Your actions today have severely insulted Seo Hoon's reputation. I strongly demand that you apologize. What the hell? You hit someone and now you want us to apologize? Are you crazy? Jagu, don't be afraid. We're all your strong backing. We support you. That's right, Brother Zei, we support you. The assistant's words sparked anger among the surrounding fans, who began to shout angrily, fully supporting Jiang Zei. Jiang Zei was also furious at that moment. Damn it, who gave you the guts? A sissy celebrity dares to act so arrogantly? This is ridiculous. Jiang Zei looked at the assistant and smiled coldly. Are you sure you want me to apologize to you? Seeing Jiang Zei's hostile gaze, the assistant's heart began to race, and he quickly took a few steps back. The bodyguards around him were already ready to act. The tension between the two sides escalated once again, and the atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense. Jiang Zei, what are you doing? This isn't the place for you to cause trouble. Just then, a loud shout came from behind Jiang Zei. Looking back, Lin Pinghai was walking toward them, with Wang Tian by his side. Jiang Zei had been wondering why Wang Tian hadn't intervened despite the commotion. It turned out he had gone to find Lin Pinghai. Lin Pinghai approached Jiang Zei, gave him a cold glance, and then walked past him toward Wu Shixuan. Wu Shixuan's assistant led Lin Pinghai and Wu Shixuan over to talk for a moment before the group approached Jiang Zei. Wu Shixuan and his female assistant looked smug, while Lin Pinghai glared at Jiang Zei with a hostile expression. Jiang Zei, these people who spoke so boldly to Mr. Wu are all your fans, right? Since they're your fans and they did something wrong, you should apologize to Mr. Wu. Remember, your attitude must be sincere. Lin Pinghai said to Jiang Zei in a commanding tone. What the hell? Who is this guy? He's an idiot. They started it, and now he wants our boss to apologize? What the hell is this? Jagu, don't listen to this fat pig. We can't apologize. Why should we? Exactly. This fat pig is a complete idiot. He doesn't stand up for his own people and instead defends this Korean sissy. The fans at the scene were furious and expressed their dissatisfaction. Jiang Zei ignored Lin Pinghai's threats and coldly asked the arrogant Wu Shixuan in front of him, the bodyguards who attacked earlier, come forward. The assistant translated this to Wu Shixuan, who then arrogantly gestured for the bodyguard who had attacked the young girl to step forward. Wu Shixuan's actions were clearly a show of force toward Jiang Zei, implying that he was the one who had ordered the attack and there was nothing Jiang Zei could do about it. As soon as the bodyguard who had attacked the girl stepped forward, Jiang Zei's expression turned cold and his body moved swiftly. He kicked the bodyguard in the knee before he could react, and a crisp snap echoed, signaling that the bodyguard's knee had been shattered, leaving him permanently disabled. The bodyguard winced in pain, his legs buckled, and Jiang Zei seized the opportunity to thrust his knee forward, colliding forcefully with the bodyguard's jaw. The bodyguard was struck with such force that he spat out blood and flew through the air, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious and possibly dead. Within a few breaths, Jiang Zhishuan had disposed of the first bodyguard to attack him. He coldly snorted, "You arrogant bastards, today you will learn who truly rules this land." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zei launched another lightning-fast attack. Immediately, the sound of crisp cracking echoed throughout the scene. Each sound signaled the permanent fracture of someone's knee. Chapter 155, Who do you think you are? Jiang Zei's attack was sudden, catching everyone off guard. By the time they reacted, 6 or 7 Korean bodyguards were already lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Wu Shixuan and his female assistant were stunned. In the blink of an eye, the specially trained bodyguards surrounding them had been easily knocked to the ground, losing their ability to move or fight. Ah, Shiba, you dare to lay a hand on us Koreans? You're finished, you're finished. What Jiang Zei didn't expect was that Wu Shixuan, in his panic, actually spoke Chinese, though not very fluently, but not too badly either. Protest. We must protest to your country. This is bullying international friends and damaging national relations. The female assistant was also stunned by the scene before her. In her panic, she escalated the matter to the level of bilateral relations, which left Jiang Zei wide-eyed. Jiang Zei, you actually hit someone. You've gone mad. Lin Pinghai looked at the Korean bodyguard lying on the ground, wailing in pain, and was deeply shocked. He knew that if he didn't give Yuan Yuda a satisfactory explanation, the deal between him and Yuan Yuda would be ruined, and the deal he had already sealed would be lost. Wang Tian was also utterly shocked. He never imagined that Jiang Zei, who was usually so friendly and courteous, could possess such terrifying strength. It was truly unimaginable. Captain, this.
Xiao Zhe's skills are probably on par with yours. Although Yuan Bao had been tending to the injured boys earlier, he was also a skilled martial artist. Though he hadn't witnessed the entire process, the sheer force and agility displayed were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Lei Zhan was also greatly surprised. No, his skills are above mine. Taking out these professional bodyguards isn't difficult, but doing it in such a short time is something I can't do. Therefore, Xiao Zhe's skills are far superior to mine. Yuan Bao nodded and joked, Captain, if we ever encounter some real masters, it might be Xiao Zhe protecting you instead of you protecting him.
Enough with that. At least I can take you down.
Lei Zhan glared at Yuan Bao.
Stop dawdling. There are still over 10 bodyguards here. Judging by the situation, Xiao Zhe is probably going to have a major showdown today. We need to act quickly. Take out as many as you can. This kind of fight is a rare opportunity. Captain, aren't you worried this will get reported? If it does, Xiao Zhe's reputation will suffer greatly. Yuan Bao looked around at the countless cameras and media reporters focused on them, looking concerned. Now isn't the time to worry about that. If it comes to that, I'll call the old boss. These Koreans are getting too arrogant.
Lei Zhan snorted disdainfully.
The surrounding fans, along with Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, were extremely excited.
The pent-up anger in their hearts had been released to some extent by Jiang Zhe's actions.
However, for Jiang Zhe, this was merely the beginning, as the anger burning within him had not yet been fully released.
He glanced at the remaining dozen or so Korean bodyguards who were watching him warily, ignored Lin Pinghai's threats, and walked toward Wu Shixuan, coldly asking, "You have 5 seconds to prepare. Apologize immediately, or you won't be leaving here standing today."
Jiang Zhe, you're crazy. Do you know who Wu Shixuan is? He's the top star of Hai Chen Entertainment. If you offend Hai Chen Entertainment, you'll never make it in the entertainment industry. Before Wu Shixuan could speak, Lin Pinghai angrily scolded Jiang Zhe. Xiao Zhe, think twice before acting. Think twice. Wang Tian hurriedly tried to calm Jiang Zhe down.
Facing Lin Pinghai's threats, Jiang Zhe glared at him angrily, "Get out of here.
Who do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here? I'm warning you, Lin Pinghai. If you dare to utter another word, I'll beat you up too." Jiang Zhe was deeply hurt.
These entertainment industry people only care about money and benefits, even abandoning the most basic sense of national pride. When their own compatriots are being bullied, they don't stand up for them but instead defend a Korean effeminate man.
It's utterly disheartening. Fat bastard, get out. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. If I ever find out, I'll beat you up every time. Fat bastard, if you don't leave, do you think we won't beat you to death?
Seeing Jiang Zhe's furious gaze and feeling the anger of the fans around him, Lin Pinghai was scared. He was afraid of really getting beaten up, so he angrily ordered the security personnel beside him, "Escort Mr. Wu out, quickly." Although the security personnel were highly dissatisfied with Lin Pinghai and Wu Shixuan's actions, they had no choice but to follow orders. However, their movements were as slow as a snail, clearly just going through the motions. Wu Shixuan also sensed the hostility around him. Facing Jiang Zhe's scolding, he pointed at Jiang Zhe and shouted, "You bastard. After all these years, you're the first person to dare to scold me like this. You all, beat him. Beat him to death." Anyone with a shred of sense would have immediately left, but Wu Shixuan, perhaps accustomed to flattery, actually ordered his bodyguards to attack Jiang Zhe, a clear sign of mental instability. The dozen or so bodyguards, upon receiving the order, immediately surrounded Jiang Zhe and began attacking him. "Yuan Bao, attack. As long as no one dies, hit him as hard as you want." Lei Zhan saw this and immediately ordered Yuan Bao to act. "Alright, I love a fight." Yuan Bao was thrilled, itching to get started. Jiang Zhe also made his move. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhe, Yuan Bao, and Lei Zhan charged into the midst of the dozen or so bodyguards, unleashing a brutal beating. There was no suspense. The dozen or so bodyguards were as weak as chickens, unable to withstand a single blow. After a few rounds, they all lay on the ground, none able to stand, beaten into a pulp. Wu Shixuan watched the scene unfold before him, his heart racing with fear. The arrogance and confidence he had displayed earlier had vanished, replaced by panic and cowardice. He had only one thought now: escape. However, Jiang Zhe wasn't going to let him get away that easily. "Think you can run? Think again." As he turned to flee, Jiang Zhe, who had been chasing after him, delivered a powerful slap to his terrified, effeminate face. Jiang Zhe's slap was powerful, and the effeminate man, who had never been trained, was completely outmatched. He was sent flying by the slap and collided with the assistant standing beside him. Ah! Both of them fell to the ground, landing in a classic dog-eating position. Chapter 156, Kneel Down and Apologize. When Wu Shixuan was knocked flying, he collided with the female assistant standing beside him. The female assistant was unlucky. Hit by Wu Shixuan without any warning, she was knocked straight into his arms. Her body lost balance and she fell to the ground, while Wu Shixuan landed heavily on top of her. The force from both impacts hit the female assistant, whose body couldn't withstand the force. She was knocked unconscious, her internal organs were shaken, and blood rushed to her throat. She coughed up blood, her face contorted in pain, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The arrogant aura she had earlier was gone, leaving only utter humiliation. Her face, which had been through countless plastic surgeries, was now completely distorted, with some parts of her collagen completely misaligned, too gruesome to look at. Seeing the bodyguards lying on the ground in the pitiful state of Wu Shixuan and his female assistant, Lin Pinghai was so shocked that he trembled uncontrollably. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and pointed at Zhang Zhe, shouting angrily. It's over. This time you're finished. Zhang Zhe, you're done for. There's no place for you in the entertainment industry anymore. You've offended Hai Chen Entertainment. You're in for a world of trouble. After scolding Jiang Zhe, Lin Pinghai rushed toward Wu Shixuan, intending to pull him up. Just as Lin Pinghai reached Wu Shixuan, Zhang Zhe kicked him hard, sending him flying. Lin Pinghai, caught off guard, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. His obese body rolled several times like a round winter melon before coming to a stop. Ouch, my back! My back! Lin Pinghai lay flat on the ground, screaming in pain. Jiang Zhe walked over, clenched his fist, and waved it in front of Lin Pinghai. Lin Pinghai, I kicked you just to teach you a lesson. If you're not satisfied, come find me anytime. One-on-one or a group fight, it's up to you. And don't think you can still rely on that so-called Hai Chen Entertainment to dominate the entertainment industry. When it comes to connections, I'm no worse than you. So don't you dare threaten me, it won't work. Lin Pinghai was furious. He had always been high and mighty, with countless people fawning over him. But now, he had been kicked to the ground by someone. This was an unbearable humiliation. Moreover, this humiliation was inflicted in front of so many media reporters. Lin Pinghai knew that his humiliating state would be reported by major media outlets, and from now on, he would likely become a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. This was unbearable, absolutely unbearable. Zhang Zhe, I'm warning you this time, even the gods can't save you. With just one word from me, you'll never be able to stand your ground in the entertainment industry. Slap. Ah. Before Lin Pinghai could finish speaking, his vision went blurry, followed by a searing pain on his face. That slap wasn't from Zhang Zhe, it was from Lei Zhan. You traitorous scum deserve to be executed. You're a disgrace to society. Yuan Bao added from the side, shooting them is a waste of bullets. Just stab them with a knife, it'll be much quicker. Although Lin Pinghai didn't recognize Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, he could tell from their expressions that they were dangerous men. Therefore, after being slapped, he didn't dare utter a single word, obediently closing his mouth to avoid another slap. Good, beat that traitorous fat bastard to death. Well done. He deserves it. I just found out his name is Lin Pinghai, the manager of the Chinese restaurant. Then this Wu Shixuan might be the next guest on the Chinese restaurant. Damn it, no wonder he is so protective of this effeminate Korean. Holy, this sissy is joining Chinese restaurant? Are the show producers all idiots? As Lin Pinghai was being beaten, his fans cheered loudly, and his personal information was dug up, sparking public outrage. Xiao Zhe, what should we do now? How should we handle Wu Shixuan? Huang Xiaoming walked over at this moment and asked Zhang Zhe with concern. Xiao Zhe, you're really famous today. Look at all these media reporters around us, some have already started writing articles. You better be prepared for a barrage of insults from Wu Shixuan's fans. Zhang Xian came over to Zhang Zhe and reminded him. Zhang Zhe smiled indifferently, I don't care about fame. Let those brainless fans say whatever they want. But if Wu Shixuan doesn't apologize today, he's not leaving here. After speaking, Zhang Zhe approached Wu Shixuan. Wu Shixuan and his female assistant looked at Zhang Zhe with extreme fear and terror. Please spare me. I'll give you money any amount you want. Wu Shixuan, who had been beaten senseless by Zhang Zhe, was now cowering in fear, stammering in Mandarin as he begged. I don't care about your money. Are you insulting my intelligence? Zhang Zhe snorted coldly, get up and apologize to the girl who was just beaten. Zhang Zhe grabbed Wu Shixuan by the collar and twisted him around, dragging him like an eagle snatching a chick, and shoved him in front of the girl who had been beaten earlier. The girl who had been beaten earlier had calmed down with everyone's comfort, but the red marks from the slaps were still clearly visible on her face. Moreover, tears were still lingering at the corners of her eyes, looking very wronged. Seeing Zhang Zhe drag Wu Shixuan over, the fans glared at him with hatred, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Zhe dragged the trembling Wu Shixuan in front of the young girl and coldly ordered, kneel down and apologize. I won't kneel. I absolutely won't kneel. Wu Shixuan shook his head in terror, refusing to kneel. Kneel down and apologize. The fans around them also shouted in unison, kneel down. The voices were passionate and filled with anger. No, no. Wu Shixuan continued to struggle. He was well aware that there were media cameras all around him. If he were to kneel now, his career in the entertainment industry would be over. You won't kneel, huh? Then I'll help you kneel. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, he kicked Wu Shixuan hard on the thigh. Under the force of the blow, Wu Shixuan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees before everyone. Apologize. The crowd erupted once more with angry shouts from the fans.
Chapter 157, A Soldier's Dignity. As Jiang Zhe twisted Wu Shixuan around, he was accompanied by Lei Zhan, Wang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, and others, with fans surrounding them and media journalists unable to capture the next scene from a distance. They only saw Jiang Zhe twist Wu Shixuan around. What happened next was unclear to them. What should we do? There's a crowd surrounding them, and we can't capture the video footage. A journalist, seeing the situation, grew anxious. Hurry up and follow them. Jiang Zhe is personally attacking someone. This is a major event. That's right, this is major news. It must be said that Wu Shixuan is truly unlucky. Back when he was arrogant in China, he often ordered his bodyguards to beat up fans. No one could stop him back then, but today he's met his match and was soundly beaten by Jiang Zhe. He deserves it. Jiang Ze's actions today are likely to spark a confrontation between the Chinese entertainment industry and the South Korean entertainment industry. But why do I feel so satisfied? That's right. These Korean stars have been arrogant in China for too long. It's about time someone put them in their place. As the media journalists discussed among themselves, they rushed toward Jiang Zhe. When they arrived at the scene, they happened to see Wu Shixuan kneeling on the ground. Holy crap, Wu Shixuan is kneeling. Quick, take a photo. We have to capture this. This will definitely make the headlines. We can't miss it. So satisfying, so satisfying. Damn it, these Koreans have been insulting Chinese people all the time. His kneeling is so satisfying. The journalists quickly recorded the moment when Wu Shixuan knelt down, while the fans at the scene shouted in unison, "Kneel down." This cry of "kneel down" expressed the fans' anger. It was not merely about seeking justice for the beaten girl but also a silent protest against the actions of Korean celebrities on Chinese soil. It also served as a warning to those Korean celebrities currently exploiting China for profit: pack up your arrogance and don't dare to challenge the Chinese people's bottom line. The scene fell silent. Jiang Zhe remained silent, Lei Zhan remained silent, and those behind him, such as Wang Xiaoming and Zhao Wei, also remained silent. The media journalists present also fell silent, directing their cameras at Wu Shixuan, who was kneeling on the ground. The media journalists ignored how Wu Shixuan had knelt down. They only cared about what they saw before them. As long as he was kneeling, that was enough. The process didn't matter. Wu Shixuan saw the angry glances from the crowd around him. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to provoke public outrage and to bring misfortune upon oneself. Wu Shixuan immediately apologized. Don't think I'm afraid to fight. I'm warning you, don't challenge my limits, don't challenge the limits of all of us. If you cross the line, the anger will unleash. Won't be something you can handle. Jiang Ze's voice was firm and resolute. Wu Shixuan glanced at Jiang Ze in fear. When he saw the icy glare in Jiang Ze's eyes, he was completely terrified. He knew that if he didn't apologize, he might not be able to leave today. He hurriedly spoke in stiff Mandarin to the young girl in front of him. Yes, I'm sorry. Louder. Wu Shixuan's voice was too soft, no one could hear him. Jiang Ze snapped at him. Yes, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I apologize to you. Please don't hold it against me. I really made a mistake. It was my fault. Wu Shixuan was terrified by Jiang Ze's rebuke and immediately began pleading with the young girl, refusing to take her lightly. That's satisfying. You worthless Korean, you finally know you're wrong. You deserve this. You sissy, go back to your Korean country. That's right, go back to your Korean country. Damn it, dare to act so arrogantly on Chinese soil? You deserve to be beaten. Wu Shixuan apologized, and the surrounding fans cheered in relief, while the media journalists recorded this rare scene. This was explosive news. A popular Korean idol with a large fan base in China, kneeling and apologizing in front of everyone, was a devastating blow to both Wu Shixuan and the Korean entertainment industry, leaving them utterly humiliated. However, everyone knows that the entertainment industries of China and South Korea are likely to be rocked by a major upheaval due to Jiang Ze's decisive action today. As for Jiang Ze himself, he is likely to find himself at the center of a storm. Jiang Ze ignored Wu Shixuan on the ground and turned to Yuan Bao behind him. Yuan Bao, did one of Wu Shixuan's brainless fans just slap you? Yuan Bao was confused by Jiang Ze's question and nodded uncertainly. Xiao Ze, no, it's nothing, it doesn't matter. Jiang Ze's question caught the attention of the sharp-eyed journalists, who immediately trained their cameras on Jiang Ze and Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao, just answer yes or no. Lei Zhan understood Jiang Ze's intention. He knew Jiang Ze was trying to restore Yuan Bao's dignity. He glared at Yuan Bao and snapped. Yes. Despite having retired, Yuan Bao still regarded Lei Zhan as his superior. At Lei Zhan's rebuke, Yuan Bao immediately straightened his posture and answered firmly, yes. Shiga, I saw it. Earlier, that man tried to rescue those boys being beaten by the South Korean bodyguards, but one of Wu Shixuan's brainwashed fans not only refused to move out of the way but also slapped that man. How despicable. That's right, I saw it too. These brainless fans are despicable. They don't stand up for their own people but instead defend that effeminate Korean, Wu Shixuan. How despicable. There were also many fans nearby who witnessed Yuan Bao being beaten and immediately came to his defense. Shiga, it's this fanatic fan. It's her.
Just then, a few fans pointed to a girl dressed in a flashy, provocative outfit, clearly not someone with a proper job, and accused her of being the one who had attacked Yuan Bao.
Yuan Bao, was it her who hit you? Zhang Zhe asked seriously. It was this girl. Yuan Bao nodded but didn't press the matter with the young woman. Xiao Zhe, it's okay. I'm not hurt. Let's just forget about it. Yuan Bao was very magnanimous and didn't dwell on the matter. No, Yuan Bao, you're wrong.
That slap wasn't just an insult to your personal dignity, it was an insult to the dignity of a former soldier, an insult to all the soldiers who risked their lives to protect our country. A soldier's dignity cannot be insulted, so she must apologize for her actions.
Chapter 158, The Ultimate Idiot. What? He is actually a soldier? And he was slapped by one of Wu Shixuan's fans?
This little girl is clearly not someone who works hard.
Look at her outfit and how she's dressed.
I never expected that this little girl not only refused to help her fellow countrymen but actually attacked those who came to assist.
This is truly unbelievable. What else could she do? Do you think the term brainless fan came out of nowhere? Soldiers are different. He's so magnanimous.
If it were me, I'd have slapped that brainless fan right in the face.
Zhang Zhe's single sentence not only made the fans on site admire Yuan Bao's military background but also praised his actions and were impressed by his generosity.
Soldiers have always been a highly revered term in China. Without the blood and sweat of soldiers, there would be no national stability or economic prosperity. This former soldier, who thought to help his fellow countrymen in a crisis, was stopped by a brainless fan and even slapped, yet chose to forgive afterward. Such behavior is truly admirable. The behavior of this fan, however, was utterly shameful, despicable, and intolerable. Therefore, the fans and media reporters at the scene condemned the fan who attacked Wu Shixuan, standing firmly on Yuan Bao's side. Everyone's gaze turned to the Wu Shixuan fan in the distance.
Though no one spoke, their eyes conveyed the demand for an immediate apology.
Under everyone's gaze, the Wu Shixuan fan finally spoke, but the words that came out of her mouth left everyone stunned.
So what if I hit him? So what if I'm protecting Wu Shixuan? What's wrong with being a soldier? Who told you to show up here? You deserve it.
The fans' words left everyone speechless, their expressions filled with disbelief. No one could have imagined that these brainless fans would be so stupid. Even Wu Shixuan knelt down to apologize, yet she still defended him so fiercely.
How brainless can she be? Is this really the future of our country? How brainwashed can they be? Hateful, despicable, pitiful, and helpless. Jingjing, we support you. In our eyes, there's only Co Han Appa. Anyone who dares to be unkind to our Co Han Appa will get beaten up.
That's right, that so-called soldier deserves it.
He deserves to be beaten. Good job, Jingjing. You're our hero. Si Hun Appa will definitely give you an autograph and take a photo with you. Co Hun Appa, don't worry. We'll always support you. Appa, don't be afraid.
However, what's even more infuriating is that after the girl finished speaking, her companions actually cheered her on loudly.
With the support of her companions, the girl grew arrogant, looking as if she were saying, "What can you do to me?"
Seeing the girl's expression and hearing the brainless fan's words, everyone at the scene was speechless.
Wait, am I seeing things? What is going on here? How can these people be so brainless? These young people, how could they be this brainwashed? It's terrifying. There's nothing wrong with being a fan, but you can't be brainless.
The media reporters were speechless, murmuring among themselves as they helplessly watched the bizarre, brainless individuals before them. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, upon hearing these words, their eyes filled with anger, their necks bulging with veins, their fists clenched tightly, and an endless aura of murderous intent emanated from their bodies.
Yuan Bao, hold back, don't act on it.
Remember, they are our fellow countrymen, we can't break our oath. Although Lei Zhan desperately wanted to charge forward and beat these brainless fans senseless, he knew he couldn't do it.
He reminded Yuan Bao beside him. Don't worry, Captain, I can hold back.
Yuan Bao clenched his teeth, his heart aching. Captain, I just feel that all our past efforts were in vain.
These are the people we once protected, and look at how they're behaving today. It's truly heartbreaking. Zhang Zhe was also furious.
If it weren't for the fact that she was a girl, he would have lost his temper and struck her.
Damn it, I'll beat you to death, you brainless fan. How dare you insult a soldier? I'll beat you to death, you brainless fool.
Just then, a man in his 20s suddenly rushed forward and landed a punch on the smug fan's face. The fan's face instantly bloomed, and blood flew everywhere. At the same time, several other men rushed out and began beating up the brainless fan's companions.
Damn it, I won't rest until I beat you brainless fans to death. Hit him. Hit him harder. Damn it, you dare to fight back? I'll tell you, you're in trouble now. Zhang Zhe never expected this to happen.
Before he could even move, these enraged fans had already started fighting, and each one was more brutal than the last. Suddenly, the scene was filled with screams of pain. Wu Shixuan's brainwashed fans were beaten to a pulp, begging for mercy, but no one paid them any attention.
Being a brainless fan comes at a price. Quick, make way. Everyone step back. Stop. Everyone stop. Just then, the sound of sirens grew louder in the distance.
Soon, dozens of police officers quickly dispersed the crowd and rushed forward, pulling those who were beating the brainless fans apart to prevent any casualties. When the police who had come to restore order saw the brainless fans lying on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised, they all gasped in shock. They really hit them hard. One officer began calling for an ambulance, while over a dozen others started clearing the area, moving the nearby journalists to a safer distance. Meanwhile, a middle-aged police officer and a middle-aged man in a suit approached Zhang Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, this is going to be trouble today. The police are here," Zhao Wei muttered beside Zhang Zhe. "Don't worry, they started it. Brother Zhe was just trying to seek justice. We can all be witnesses." Diliriba stood firmly by Zhang Zhe's side. "I support Brother Zhe too." "Absolutely." Zhou Dongyu also expressed his support for Zhang Zhe. The police officer who had walked over recognized Zhang Zhe and Zhao Wei, and sighed inwardly, "This is going to be a tough one today. Zhao Wei and the others aren't a problem, but Zhang Zhe is a big shot. This is going to be tricky. Where is Zhang Zhe and Wu Shixuan? What did you do to him?" Before the officer could ask, the man in the suit beside him spoke first, partially questioning Zhang Zhe. Chapter 159, Standing Up for Justice. Zhang Zhe raised an eyebrow, about to ask, "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Lin Pinghai, who had been kicked to the ground by Zhang Zhe, rushed over. "Old Yuan, you're finally here. It's this Zhang Zhe who beat up Mr. Wu and injured his bodyguard. Look, they can't even get up," Lin Pinghai said through gritted teeth, pointing toward where the bodyguard had been beaten to the ground. Upon hearing this, Old Yuan and the police officer followed his gaze in the direction he had pointed. When they saw the Chinese bodyguards lying on the ground, their expressions turned serious, and they were deeply shocked. "Old Lin, where's Wu Shixuan? Where is he?" "Him." Lin Pinghai hurriedly looked around. When he saw Wu Shixuan kneeling on the ground surrounded by a crowd of fans, he shouted angrily, "Old Yuan, over there! Over there! I handed Wu Shixuan over to you, and this is how you handled it. Today's Chinese restaurant press conference I don't think Wu Shixuan needs to attend anymore." Seeing Wu Shixuan kneeling on the ground, Lao Yuan vented his anger at Lin Pinghai and hurried over. Lin Pinghai followed closely behind. As the two left, the police officer saluted Jiang Zhe and introduced himself. "Mr. Jiang, hello. I am Wu Wenchang, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Huangpu District, Magic City." "Hello, Captain Wu." Zhang Zhe nodded and exchanged greetings with the officer. Wu Wenchang didn't immediately inquire about the specifics of what had happened at the scene. Instead, he whispered into Zhang Zhe's ear. "Mr. Jiang, you've really gotten yourself into something this time. Did you go too far? By the way, the man who came with me earlier is Yuan Yuda, the owner of Haichen Entertainment. We received his emergency call and brought people here. This man has extensive connections in the industry. You'd better be careful." Zhang Zhe nodded nonchalantly, then said seriously, "Captain Wu, they brought this upon themselves. I was just standing up for my fans." After that, Zhang Zhe and Wu Wenching talked for a while. After clarifying the circumstances of the incident, Wu Wenching adopted a serious expression and said, "Mr. Jiang, if what you're saying is true, this matter is quite serious. Do you have witnesses who can confirm that they were the ones who initiated the altercation and that you acted in self-defense?" Zhang Zhe didn't think Wu Wenchang was questioning the truth of his words. Wu Wenchang was just doing his job and had to stick to the facts. "I can confirm it." Lei Zhan stepped forward from behind. "I can also prove it. I was also involved." Yuan Bao also stepped forward. "Who are the two of you?" Wu Wenchang was curious about the identities of Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao exchanged glances, then pulled out a small notebook from their chests and handed it to Wu Wenchang. Zhang Zhe didn't know what was inside the notebook, but the bright red August 1st metal emblem on it indicated that it was no ordinary item. Sure enough, after Wu Wenching finished reading the two notebooks, he hurriedly saluted Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, then solemnly returned the notebooks to them. "Captain Wu, we can also confirm that Xiao Zhe acted to seek justice, and it was entirely Wu Shixuan's own doing." "That's right, I can prove it. I can prove it too." At the same time, Wang Xiaoming, Zhao Wei, Zhang Xiaoliang, and other guests from the Chinese restaurant also stood by Zhang Zhe's side, expressing their support. The fans nearby stood firmly by Zhang Zhe's side. "We can testify that Brother Zhe acted to seek justice for us. He did it for the sake of justice." Seeing so many people standing by Zhang Zhe's side, Wu Wenching nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He was well aware that for a public figure like Zhang Zhe to get into a physical altercation, it wasn't a trivial matter. There needed to be sufficient evidence to prove he wasn't the aggressor but acted in self-defense, especially since Wu Shixuan was a South Korean national, which could complicate matters. Seeing so many people standing by Zhang Zhe and testifying on his behalf, Wu Wenching knew that the matter would be easier to resolve. Just then, Yuan Yuda supported Wu Shixuan as he walked over, speaking to Wu Wenching in a tone that brooked no argument. "Captain Wu, Zhang Zhe acted with such brutality, even forcing an international guest to kneel. This has completely undermined the international relations between our country and South Korea. You must report this to your superiors and handle it properly." "That's right, Zhang Zhe is completely lawless." As a public figure, he dared to injure someone, which has severely tarnished the reputation of our Chinese nation and caused serious damage to our international standing. Lin Pinghai finished speaking with gritted teeth and added, Zhang Zhe, I am officially informing you that you have been expelled from the Chinese restaurant program. Your actions have nothing to do with the Chinese restaurant program. With Yuan Yuda's arrival, Wu Shixuan thought he had found a lifeline and began to act arrogantly again, pointing at Zhang Zhe and shouting, Zhang Zhe, this matter isn't over between us today. I will make you pay for daring to offend me, Wu Shixuan. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid to hit you? Zhang Zhe really lost his temper this time, charging straight at Wu Shixuan and unleashing a barrage of punches. Ah, my face. In an instant, Wu Shixuan's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the air. Xiao Zhe, stop immediately. You'll kill him if you keep hitting him. Mr. Jiang, stop immediately. You'll kill him if you keep hitting him. Despite using only a fraction of his strength, Zhang Zhe still beat the effeminate Wu Shixuan half to death. When the crowd pulled Zhang Zhe away, they saw Wu Shixuan lying on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, blood and snot flowing everywhere, one arm limp and lifeless, barely clinging to life. Everyone around him gasped in horror. You really hit him hard. Captain Wu, you saw it too. Zhang Zhe is committing assault. What are you police doing? Arrest him immediately. Seeing Wu Shixuan lying on the ground barely clinging to life, Yuan Yuda, furious, shouted at Wu Wenshang. Wu Wenshang, enraged by Yuan Yuda's outburst, retorted, Mr. Yuan, please watch your language. We are the police. We will handle this according to regulations. There's no need for you to make such a scene here. After scolding him, Wu Wensheng turned to the police officers beside him and issued an order, take all the involved parties back to the station. Don't let a single one escape. Yes, Captain. A few minutes later, several police cars carrying Zhang Zhe and others drove toward the Huangpu District Public Security Bureau. Chapter 160, Online Buzz. The police cars departed with Zhang Zhe and the others, but the media journalists at the scene weren't about to let such a sensational story slip away. They followed the police cars toward the Huangpu District Public Security Bureau, aiming to obtain the most valuable information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, many journalists at the scene sent their written reports and video footage back to their respective companies. Upon receiving the reports and videos, the companies immediately posted the news about Zhang Zhe beating up Wu Shixuan online. Many fans at the scene recorded the entire incident and uploaded the complete video to the internet, giving it a very bold title. Swimming sensation Zhang Zhe brutally attacked the effeminate South Korean star. The scene was thrilling and satisfying. This is the victory of justice. Information on the internet spreads extremely quickly. About 10 minutes later, after being widely shared by fans and bombarded by major media outlets, news of Zhang Zhe brutally beating Wu Shixuan and the full video were circulating across the entire Chinese internet. The latest revelation, Wu Shixuan, a South Korean heartthrob with millions of fans in China, allegedly instigated his bodyguards to assault a young woman at the Chinese restaurant press conference today. His actions were utterly despicable. Swimming legend Zhang Zhe, at the Chinese restaurant press conference, stepped in to defend his fans and brutally attacked the South Korean heartthrob Wu Shixuan, acting decisively. Wu Shixuan was forced to kneel and apologize. Zhang Zhe is the first person to take action against a South Korean heartthrob star. Can we call him the anti-H first person? Although Zhang Zhe acted to defend his fans, his brutal methods were excessive. He should reflect on whether such actions were appropriate. As a public figure, Zhang Zhe disregarded international relations and acted recklessly, injuring someone. His behavior is truly despicable, and he should be permanently expelled from the entertainment industry. On-site reports indicate that one of Wu Shixuan's female fans attacked a retired military officer, verbally abused him, and insulted his reputation. She was then severely beaten by Zhang Zhe's fans and received the lesson she deserved. Currently, Zhang Zhe and Wu Shixuan have been taken to the police station. For the latest updates on this incident, please stay tuned for further reports. Online, some media outlets have supported Zhang Zhe's actions, while others have condemned his violent behavior, leading to a polarized public opinion. Similarly, Wu Shixuan's die-hard fans have also launched a campaign to defend their idol online. How is my Wu Shixuan doing? Is he seriously injured? Protest. Zhang Zhe is a murderer, a butcher. He injured our CO Hunapa. We will sue him. Where is our Appa now? Let's go to the hospital together to see CO Hunapa. Our Appa isn't in the hospital, he's at the Huangpu District Police Station. The murderer Zhang Zhe is also there. Let's form a group to protest and demand severe punishment for the assailant Zhang Zhe. That's right, let's go to the police station entrance and unfurl a banner. We must demand justice for CO Hunapa. Pray for CO Hunapa. Tonight, we are all CO Hunapa's people. Wu Shixuan's brainless fans are relentlessly defending him online, demanding severe punishment for Zhang Zhe, and some are even calling for a group to go to the Huangpu branch to protest with banners. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe's fans and netizens who have long been fed up with South Korean effeminate celebrities have begun to retaliate. Good job, support Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe was too lenient, he should have beaten Wu Se-hun to a pulp. That's satisfying. Watching the video, seeing Wu Se-hun kneel down was so satisfying.
These Korean stars have been asking for it for a long time. That's impressive. 3 people took on over 20 of them.
I never expected our swimming superstar to be a martial arts master.
I want to be his disciple. Jagu is a hidden martial arts master. Impressive. Jagu, please accept my kneeling. Damn it, Wu Shixuan's brainwashed fans are actually going to the police station to unfurl banners demanding severe punishment for Jiang Zhe.
They're so brainwashed.
Brothers, let's go unfurl banners too and support Brother Zhe. That's right, we must support Zhe Gu. The first to resist none other than Brother Zhe. Forums, bulletin boards, Weibo, social media, anywhere there are netizens, online battles are raging.
This incident has only been half an hour, yet its heat has skyrocketed, surpassing the controversy over Li Wei smearing Zhao Liang and suppressing new actors, firmly securing the top spot on Baidu's trending search list. Wu Shixuan's parent company, SM Entertainment, also received news of the incident immediately and launched a series of PR campaigns. They capitalized on the situation, lodging protests through the South Korean embassy in China, expressing strong condemnation, and assembling a legal team to file a lawsuit with the Shanghai No. 1 People's Court, vowing to have Jiang Zhe placed under guardianship. Meanwhile, Haichin Entertainment's official Weibo account also issued a legal notice, suing Jiang Zhe for the violent assault on its artist. The production team of the Chinese restaurant announced on its official Weibo account that Jiang Zhe would be permanently expelled from the show and would no longer be involved in any future collaborations. Less than 10 minutes after the China's restaurant Weibo post was published, Huang Xiaoming updated his Weibo, expressing support for Jiang Ze's righteous actions and announcing his temporary withdrawal from the China's restaurant variety show. Shortly after, Zhao Wei reposted the Weibo post and also announced her temporary withdrawal from the Chinese restaurant. Following that, Zhang Xiaoliang, Dili Riba, Zhang Exayan, and Zhou Dongyu also reposted the news on their Weibo accounts. Moreover, Zhao Liang also reposted Huang Xiaoming's post, expressing her unwavering support for Jiang Ze's righteous actions. Similarly, Li Ku, Li Xian, and Zhang Shuang also reposted the post and gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. Everyone who knew Jiang Zhe praised his actions, except for one guest from the Chinese restaurant, whose Weibo remained silent, that was Jin Mengjia.
Jiang Zhe was completely unaware of the online information. At that moment, he was in the police station's meeting room, taking one call after another. Alright, don't worry, cousin. It's fine. Stay home. I'll be back soon. Alright, hang up.
As soon as Jiang Zhe hung up, his phone rang again. Seeing the number labeled Old Bureau Chief on the screen, Jiang Ze's expression turned serious, and he pressed the answer button.
Director, why are you calling? Xiao Zhe, what are you up to? Couldn't you have been more discreet when you hit someone?
Several higher-ups called to ask me about the details.
They asked why you didn't choose a more discreet location.
Just now, the Foreign Affairs Department called to ask me what happened, but I managed to deflect their questions.
By the way, what's the deal with that guy? Did you beat him up badly? If you didn't, go back and give him a few more kicks. Chapter 161, Nothing happened. Jiang Zhe listened to the bureau chief's call and almost burst out laughing. This bureau chief was none other than Wen Su, the director of the Chinese Sports Bureau.
10 years ago, when Jiang Zhe first joined the swimming team, Wen Su was his coach, guiding him through major swimming competitions around the world.
Since Jiang Zhe possessed S-level swimming skills, he always secured first place in any competition he entered.
As Jiang Ze's honors multiplied, Wen Su's reputation within the National Sports Administration grew, and coupled with his exceptional management skills, his status rose accordingly. 2 years ago, he finally ascended to the prestigious position of Director of the National Sports Administration. It can be said that Wen Su's current position owes a great deal to Jiang Zhe, who had earned him much of his success. As a result, Wen Su held Jiang Zhe in the highest regard and cared deeply for him, harboring a sense of gratitude toward him. Jiang Zhe never expected that so soon after the incident, the old leader would call him. The call did not reprimand Jiang Zhe for hitting someone, but instead asked why he didn't consider the circumstances or the impact of his actions. This was somewhat unexpected. Director, I didn't want to use force, but that man was truly provoking me to the point of no return, so I couldn't help but act. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Please help me explain to the higher-ups that I acted out of necessity. If any losses have been incurred as a result, I am willing to take full responsibility. Although Jiang Zhe knew that his senior leader would speak on his behalf, he still needed to make his stance clear. What responsibility? Who told you to take responsibility? If anyone dares to make you take responsibility, I'll confront them. This isn't your fault. It's that arrogant star from that stick country who overstepped his bounds. He brought this upon himself. Don't worry about it. I'll handle the major responsibility for you. However, you'll have to deal with the online rumors yourself. I won't get involved. Hearing his old superior speak like this, Jiang Zhe felt reassured. It seemed like this matter was nothing to worry about. Thank you, Director. I'll come visit you in Beijing when I have the chance. Please give my regards to your elderly parents. Oh, by the way, when I went to inspect the swimming team today, I heard those kids say you participated in some program. At this point, Jiang Zhe reminded him, Director, it was China S restaurant, but I've already been kicked out.
Oh, right, Chinese restaurant. They said your cooking skills are amazing. Even the veteran actor Li Shuejin praised your fried noodles on the show, saying they were delicious. When you have time to come to Beijing, show me your skills. I want to try them too. You're hiding your talents well. Zhang Zhe chuckled, Director, don't worry. Next time I come, I'll definitely show you my skills. I'll make sure you get your fill. That's good. Come to Yanjing soon. Oh, by the way, I just received word that the South Koreans are organizing a team of lawyers to sue you, and there's also an entertainment company in China preparing to sue you. Don't worry about either of these matters. The military will handle them. Just focus on your work and don't overthink it. Remember, you have the General Administration of Sport behind you, and the nation is behind you. Don't be afraid, don't be timid. Upon hearing Wen Su's words, Jiang Zixin was startled. He never expected someone would sue him. What surprised Jiang Zixin even more was that the military had gotten involved. This was truly unexpected. Director, this is all your fault for getting involved. Director, why would the military get involved in this matter? Normally, the military wouldn't get involved. But that fan of this so-called son not only attacked military personnel but also publicly insulted them. This incident has caused a major stir. The military won't take action against the girl, but the team behind Wu Shixuan and that entertainment company are in for trouble. Alright, that's all for today. I have other matters to attend to. Come to Beijing soon. I'm looking forward to your fried sauce noodles. Please rest assured, Director. I'll definitely come to Beijing soon and make you a delicious plate of jajang noodles. Jiang Zhe patted his chest in assurance, but unfortunately, Wen Su couldn't see him. Alright, that's settled. After ending the call with Wen Su, Jiang Zhe felt much better. The matter was settled, but he would have to deal with Wu Shixuan's fans online. However, that wasn't a big deal. One word, just do it. Don't agree? Then keep doing it until you do. Despite being taken to the police station, Jiang Zhe wasn't brought into an interrogation room. Instead, he sat in the lounge, leisurely sipping tea. Mr. Jiang, you're free to go. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to check the news online, Wu Wencheng walked in with a smile on his face and said to Jiang Zhe, Ah, that's it? No need to record a statement or give testimony? Jiang Zhe was surprised. Could he really leave so quickly? That efficiency was too fast. What statement? What testimony? The complete video of today's incident is already circulating online. It's clear that the other party provoked it themselves. The fault doesn't lie with you. If our bureau chief wasn't out of town on a business trip, it would have been him coming here to deliver the message, not me. Wu Wencheng explained to Jiang Zhe with a smile. Jiang Zhe remarked, this treatment is indeed quite generous. What about Captain Wu Shixuan, and his bodyguards? What about the dozen or so people who beat up Wu Shixuan's brainless fans at the scene? Jiang Zhe must clarify this matter. Don't let Wu Shixuan be released so soon after he left. That would be too disappointing. Moreover, if the over 10 fans of Jiang Zhe who beat up Wu Shixuan's brainless fans aren't released, Jiang Zhe won't feel at ease either. Wu Wencheng straightened his expression. Mr. Jiang, please rest assured. I have received instructions from higher-ups. Those dozen or so boys who beat people will leave with you. However, considering the impact, this matter will not be made public. As for Wu Shixuan and his bodyguards who beat people, not a single one will escape. On our Chinese soil, those who commit violence must pay the price. Since Wu Wencheng had said that, Wu Shixuan was definitely not getting away. After chatting with Wu Wencheng for a while, Yuan Bao and Lei Zhan walked in. Seeing the expressions on their faces, they looked relaxed and at ease. The three exchanged a smile, understanding that the incident of beating someone today would ultimately amount to nothing. Chapter 162, Vicious Targeting. Wu Team Leader, how are Wu Shixuan's injuries? Before leaving the police station, Jiang Zhe asked Wu Wencheng about Wu Shixuan's condition. The test results for Wu Shixuan had come back a few minutes ago. There was no life-threatening danger, but one of his arms was completely fractured. Whether it could be fully healed was still uncertain. Don't worry, this Wu Shixuan is definitely finished. He's basically ruined himself. Wu Wencheng relayed the latest information about Wu Shixuan to Jiang Zhe. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Jiang Zhe nodded. Alright, we'll leave this to Captain Wu. We'll head out now and not disturb you further. There was nothing left for Jiang Zhe to do here. Staying would only waste time. Jiang Zhe, along with Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, decided to leave the police station. Mr. Jiang, don't go out the front door. There's a crowd of journalists gathered there. If you walk out like that, you'll definitely be stopped and asked for interviews. Come with me, I'll take you out this way. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to head toward the front door, he was stopped by Wu Wencheng, who led him out through a side door. Jiang Zhe didn't want to face the media either. If he could avoid the reporters, he would. After leaving the police station, Jiang Zhe, Lei Zhan, and Yuan Bao took a detour and returned to the Magic City Kuantai International Hotel. Since Jiang Zhe's car was still parked here, he had to come here to drive it. Yuan Bao, what are your plans from here on out? On the way to the parking lot, Jiang Jia asked Yuan Bao. Hey, what else can I do? Just get by day. Yuan Bao smiled helplessly. Yuan Bao, you shouldn't go back to being an ordinary security guard. Quit your job and come work for me. In a few days, Lei Gu will have a big plan, and you'll be involved. If you keep going back to being an ordinary security guard, you're really wasting your talent. The Shindun Security Company is already in the works. Right now, we're not just short on management talent, we're also desperately in need of someone like Yuan Bao who's skilled in martial arts. That's why Jiang Zhe won't let Yuan Bao go back to being an ordinary security guard. Really? Yuan Bao's expression lit up. It was clear he wanted to follow Jiang Zhe and didn't he want to go back to being an ordinary security guard. That would be too frustrating. Xiao Zhe is telling the truth, but I'll explain everything in detail when we get back. We haven't seen each other since we retired. Tonight, we must have a good drink together. By the way, Erha is also with Xiao Zhe. In the future, more and more old comrades will gather. So, you must not miss this opportunity. Lei Zhan saw that Jiang Zhe had voluntarily taken Yuan Bao in, and he was also very happy. He explained the situation to Yuan Bao. Erha is here too? Great, that's wonderful. Finally we can meet those old comrades again. Yuan Bao was very excited and thrilled. Soon, the three of them got into the car. Lei Zhan drove, Jiang Zhe let Yuan Bao sit in the front passenger seat and he sat in the back. Xiao Zhe, where are we going now? Lei Zhan asked Jiang Zhe from the driver's seat. Let's go home first, Lei Gu. Harley and Yuan Bao hadn't seen each other in years, and they spent the entire ride reminiscing about the past. Both of them felt deeply nostalgic and reflective. Jiang Zhe couldn't join in the conversation, so he sat quietly in the back, but hearing these veterans talk about their experiences on the battlefield was a rare and precious opportunity. Ding ding ding. Just as the three were chatting, Jiang Zhe's phone suddenly rang. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao immediately fell silent. He picked up the phone and saw it was Li Ke calling. Hello, Mr. Li, the editor-in-chief. Why are you calling me? Is there something you need me to do? Jiang Zhe and Li Ke were old acquaintances, so they spoke casually. Jiang Zhe joked. Oh my, Jiang the great hero, the first to resist the martial arts master, I wouldn't dare give you any instructions. If your fans found out I dared to give you instructions, they'd tear me apart. Li Ke's voice came through the phone. Alright, my fans are pretty rational. They're not like Wu Shixuan's brainless fans with no common sense. What's the matter? Li Ke must have called for a reason. He wouldn't just call to chat. I said I called specifically to ask you to come out for dinner with my sister Li Xin. Do you believe me? Li Ke's tone was soft and it was quiet around him, so he must be at home or in the office. Alright, tell me where, and I'll come over. Jiang Zhe smiled, indicating that the date was fine. What? You actually agreed? I thought you were going to refuse. Li Ke was surprised and shocked. Alright, stop beating around the bush. What's the real reason you called? Jiang Zhe didn't believe Li Ke was really just helping her sister Li Xinyue with a date. Alright, you're right, I actually do have something important to discuss with you. Li Ke switched to a more formal tone. Jiang Zhe, have you seen the news online? Since Jiang Zhe had entered the police station, 3 or 4 hours had passed, but he had been too busy to check the news online. I haven't had time to check. What's happening online? Did some celebrity get married? Did some celebrity get caught by the police for something? Jiang Zhe joked. Enough with the jokes. You still have the nerve to joke around? Don't you know that a lot of people are targeting you and they're going all out? You still have the nerve to joke around? Li Ke's voice was urgent, and from her tone, the situation seemed serious. Tell me about it. How are they targeting you? Jiang Zhe remained calm. Country SM Company has officially filed a lawsuit against you, and Haichin Entertainment has also officially filed a lawsuit against you. All the stars from South Korea and China have formed an alliance and formally submitted a lawyer's letter to sue you. The companies that have endorsement deals with Wu Shixuan have also issued lawyers' letters to sue you. This includes Wu Shixuan's brainless fans. In other words, anyone associated with Wu Shixuan is suing you. After Li Ke finished speaking, he added, oh, right, the head of the Chinese restaurant, Lin Pinghai, has also formally sued you for intentional injury. In short, you may receive no fewer than 10 lawsuits or court summonses. Jiang Zhe, have you thought about your strategy? After hearing Li Ke's words, Jiang Zhe smiled faintly. Well, this is truly targeting me relentlessly. Chapter 163, if you don't agree, come fight. Jiang Zhe, how can you stay so calm? Given this trend, plus some media stirring the pot, your online reputation will suffer greatly. Plus, you've just entered the entertainment industry and already offended a company like Haichin. How do you plan to survive in this industry? Have you even considered the consequences? Li Ke saw that Jiang Zhe was very calm and not the least bit anxious, so he urgently explained the stakes to him. The concern in Li Ke's words touched Jiang Zhe deeply. However, regarding the various online rumors and lawsuits, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed. He was certain he was in the right, and a significant portion of the public would support him.
Moreover, his former superior, Wen Su, had already spoken up, stating that they would handle the matter. Additionally, others had also gotten involved, so in the end, he would suffer no losses.
As for the current rumors and lawsuits, Jiang Zhe didn't give them a second thought. Li Ku, thank you for your concern. Rest assured, you will see the final outcome soon. Jiang Zhe smiled and asked Li Ku, by the way, which media outlets are you referring to when you say they're setting the narrative? They're all small media outlets. They're just doing their jobs for money. As long as you pay them, they'll go with the flow and have no stance at all. Li Ku analyzed the situation for Jiang Zhe. The major media outlets won't report on your case recklessly because your status is too sensitive. If their reporting is biased, they might end up getting into trouble themselves, and that would be a big problem. Jiang Zhe was somewhat surprised. In his impression, media journalists were a group of people with no principles, always chasing after interests. Li Ku's explanation made Jiang Zhe a bit skeptical. Li Ku, aren't all media journalists like that? They go with the flow, don't distinguish between right and wrong, and manipulate public opinion. Isn't that the standard practice for media professionals? Does it really matter whether it's a major or minor media outlet? Jiang Zhe, you can't say it like that. I'm also a media person. Though I don't fully agree with what you're saying, some of it is true. You know, we media people rely on this for our livelihood. If we can't get sensational news, how else are we supposed to make a living? So, some unprincipled things are unavoidable, but it depends on the situation. You can't generalize. Li Ku explained it all to Jiang Zhe with a sigh. Alright, I don't know much about your line of work, so maybe you have a point. Jiang Zhe nodded and didn't argue with Li Ku's explanation. Jiang Zhe, I need your help with something. Can you agree to it? Li Ku asked Jiang Zhe in a pleading tone. You've at least promised to help me before. Just tell me what it is. As long as I can agree to it, I'll definitely do it. Jiang Zhe didn't refuse Li Ku's request and agreed. Here's the thing, I want to do an exclusive interview with you. As you know, you're very popular right now, and many media reporters want to contact you for interviews. This would result in very valuable news coverage and increase the company's visibility in the industry. So, do you think it's possible? Jiang Zhe usually doesn't accept media interviews. Back when he was on the swimming team, he only agreed to an interview with Tong Yaya. Now that he's entered the entertainment industry, he's never accepted any interviews from anyone. However, accepting an interview with Li Ku wouldn't be a bad idea. You'll be interacting with these media outlets frequently in the future, so it could help build connections. Here's what we can do, Li Ku. Tomorrow, I have to hold the press conference for my first TV series. After the conference, I can give you the interview. What do you think? Jiang Zhe doesn't want to give an interview today. Let's do it tomorrow. I didn't expect you to agree. That's great. Alright, let's do it tomorrow. Thank you, Jiang Zhe. After the interview, I'll treat you to a big meal. Li Ku was very excited and grateful. By the way, Li Ku, could you help me contact a few more media outlets for my press conference tomorrow? This is my first TV series, and I need to create some buzz. Jiang Zhe asked Li Ku. Don't worry, your popularity is sky high right now. Even if you don't invite them, there will be plenty of media reporters at the press conference. Trust me, we're old friends. I'll handle it and make sure everything goes smoothly. Li Ku was very proactive and assured him it wouldn't be a problem. After chatting with Li Ku for over 10 minutes, the two hung up the phone. Xiao Zhe, did you run into any problems? As soon as he hung up, Lao Lei asked Jiang Zhe with a serious expression. Nothing much, just some minor matters. Jiang Zhe didn't hide anything and told Lao Lei and Yuan Bao what Li Ku had said. So that's what it was. After hearing this, Old Lei sighed in relief. Xiao Zhe, don't worry. I've already discussed it with the old leader, and he's made it clear that insulting a soldier must be severely punished. We don't need to worry. However, the rumors online still need to be handled by you yourself. Their words were similar. The major issues would be handled by them, while the minor ones were left for Jiang Zhe to handle. Alright, I understand. Jiang Zhe nodded and didn't give it another thought. Then, Jiang Zhe took out his phone and began browsing the news online. What he saw shocked him. At that moment, the news about Jiang Zhe assaulting someone had completely dominated the online headlines, appearing everywhere. However, one piece of news caught Jiang Zhe's attention. On Manhwa H-Star, over a dozen H-Star celebrities had formed an alliance and issued a statement demanding severe punishment for Jiang Zhe, the perpetrator who had assaulted H-Star Wu Sun. Furthermore, they all stated that if China did not take action against Jiang Zhe, they would boycott all commercial performances. Below this news article, there were also a large number of Jiang Zhe's brainwashed fans expressing their support, cheering him on relentlessly. Jiang Zhe sneered coldly. Form an alliance? I'll see if you can turn the tables on me. Jiang Zhe logged onto Weibo and posted an update. I, Jiang Zhe, hereby declare that Wu Sun's actions were entirely his own fault. If you disagree, it's simple, come and fight. Whoever backs down is a coward. Let's see if your words are stronger than my fists. At the end of the post, Jiang Zhe specifically tagged the over 10 H-Star celebrities mentioned in the news, directly declaring war. Chapter 164, A New Round of Insults.
Jiang Zhe has never been one to shy away from trouble, let alone a bunch of Korean celebrities.
Jiang Zhe couldn't understand it. Despite having a large fan base in China, this was still China. No matter how powerful you are, you have to consider your own identity. If something were to happen, the Chinese government would definitely side with its own citizens. Having a bunch of brainless fans supporting you is useless. These people really have gotten too used to being arrogant in China, they don't even know their own names anymore. After posting this Weibo, Jiang Zhe didn't log out but continued browsing through the platform. Jia Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others have actually withdrawn from Chinese restaurant? This is quite unexpected.
Looking at Wang Xiaoming's Weibo, Jiang Zhe was surprised. After browsing around, Jiang Zhe noticed that all the guests from the Chinese restaurant had announced their withdrawal from the show via Weibo, except for Jean Mengjia, whose Weibo hadn't been updated.
Her last post was a few days ago, a photo of her life on Ko Chang. What's going on with Jean Mengjia? Why hasn't she posted anything for so long?
Jiang Zhe was puzzled and dialed Jean Mengjia's phone.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later.
However, the voice prompt on the phone left Jiang Zhe very surprised.
Why is Jean Mengjia's phone turned off? Has something happened?
Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment and came up with a plan. He needed to find out where Jean Mengjia was currently located and visit her home when he had the chance. Closing Weibo, Jiang Zhe recalled last night's events and asked Lei Zhan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Brother Lei, did you have a good talk with Xuanqin last night?
Can she help us out?"
Last night, Jiang Zhe had asked Lei Zhan to go back and discuss with Yi Xuanqin about setting up a new company. This matter was quite important, so he needed to ask Lei Zhan for an update.
Last night I talked to Xuanqin.
She said she could come help, and she also has several friends who are skilled in management and are currently unemployed, so they can come help too.
Therefore, we can start implementing our plan. Lei Zhan nodded and informed Jiang Zhe of the results of their discussion from last night.
Lei Gu, there is one thing you must pay attention to. While talent is important, we must find reliable people. They must also have strong confidentiality awareness. You must make this clear to Xuanqin.
If her friends are unreliable, don't use them. We must ensure that everyone we hire has no ulterior motives.
Shield Security will inevitably deal with confidential matters in the future, so Jiang Zhe must ensure that the people we hire are of good character.
Xiao Zhe, you can rest assured on this point. I know what to do. When can we officially launch this project?
During my conversation with the senior leader today, he mentioned that the abandoned military land outside the suburbs has been approved for us. There is an abandoned elementary school nearby with relatively complete infrastructure, which just needs some renovation.
The site issue is basically resolved, it's just a matter of some details. Upon hearing Lei Zhan's words, Jiang Zhe felt a surge of joy.
The old commander was indeed efficient, he had managed to handle it so quickly, and there was even an abandoned elementary school available. This would save a lot of trouble.
Alright, Lei Gu, once we get back tonight, you and Xuanqin should start planning and draft an itinerary. We'll begin tomorrow.
Additionally, I prepared 50 million yuan in startup funds for the initial development phase.
If more funds are needed, I'll figure out a way to secure them.
All the company-related procedures will be on you. I'll be quite busy and won't have time to handle that aspect.
Since everything is already in place, let's get started. We can't afford to delay any further.
Alright, I'll start preparing for this tomorrow and strive to get the company up and running as soon as possible.
Lei Zhan was visibly excited.
He knew that once the company was operational, many of his comrades would have stable jobs instead of running around aimlessly like they were now.
You'll have to work hard from now on, Lei Gu. Don't complain about the hard work. Jiang Zhe joked. It's not tiring. If it weren't for you, my dream wouldn't have come true.
Lei Zhan shook his head quickly, his face brimming with joy.
Ring ring.
Just then, a call came in on Jiang Zhe's phone.
He picked it up and saw it was Gao Yalan's call.
Hello, Gao Gu.
Jiang Zhe answered the call. Xiao Zhe, are you free right now? Gao Yalan's voice came through the phone.
Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and realized he didn't have anything urgent to do.
Yeah, I'm free.
What's up?
Since you're free, could you come over to my place?
It's the hotel where the press conference is being held tomorrow. Most of the main cast members have already gathered, but we're still waiting for you, the major shareholder.
Once you arrive, we can discuss the details to be announced at the press conference tomorrow. Alright, send me the address, and I'll head over right away. The press conference is tomorrow, and there are many issues to discuss. Moreover, there will definitely be media asking about the incident where Jiang Zhe beat up Wu Shixuan today, so Jiang Zhe needs to prepare accordingly.
Alright, I'll send the address to your phone shortly.
The two ended their call. 2 minutes later, Jiang Zhe received a message from Gao Yalan.
Lei Gu, go to this hotel.
Jiang Zhe handed the address Gao Yalan had sent him to Lei Zhan.
Got it. Lei Zhan nodded, stepped on the gas, and the sports car sped toward the hotel where tomorrow's press conference would be held.
Just as Jiang Zhe was heading toward the hotel where Gao Yalan was staying, the internet exploded due to Jiang Zhe's latest Weibo post. Supporters of Jiang Zhe and the brainless fans of the Koreans began another round of online abuse. Jagu is so badass and powerful. Jagu is a real man. Come challenge him if you dare. I support him. Jiang Zhe, the top anti-H figure of the year, the tough guy of China's entertainment industry, I support you. Jiang Zhe, you murderer. Give us justice for Seo Hun Appa. Apologize to Seo Hun Appa immediately. You idiots don't even bother explaining. How dare you openly oppose this H-rated star? You're asking for trouble. If Jiang Zhe isn't sent to prison, the public's anger won't be appeased. Chapter 165, Let the Quality Speak. Jiang Zhe didn't check his phone, so he was unaware of the new online feud.
40 minutes later, Jiang Zhe arrived at the hotel where Gao Yalan was staying, which was also the venue for tomorrow's press conference. The hotel was called Shanghai International Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment.
Brother Gao. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jiang Zhe got out of the car and immediately noticed Gao Yalan waiting at the hotel entrance.
He hurried over to greet him. No problem, Xiao Zhe. You're all over the internet right now.
Gao Yalan smiled upon seeing Jiang Zhe, gave him a thumbs up and said, your actions today were bold and decisive.
The Chinese entertainment industry needs more men like you who dare to act. Gao Gu supports you. Jiang Zhe heard this and realized that Gao Yalan already knew about today's incident. Hi, brother is joking. I just acted on impulse because I couldn't stand what they were doing.
Jiang Zhe remained humble, not letting the praise go to his head.
Let's go, we'll talk as we walk.
Gao Yalan led the way toward the hotel lounge they had rented in advance. Xiao Zhe, we firmly support you for beating up Wu Shixuan. These H-star celebrities run rampant in the Chinese entertainment industry, and many domestic entertainment companies not only fail to curb this trend but instead grovel before them.
It's truly disheartening.
Entertainment companies, after all, are primarily concerned with making money.
As long as there's money involved, they'll do anything. It's just the way things are. Jiang Zhe smiled.
Speaking of which, there's something I forgot to tell you earlier. That Haichin Entertainment was still contacting me a few days ago, offering our production team $5 million in investment, with the condition that we include a young heartthrob in the cast. However, unexpectedly, you ended up clashing with Haichin today.
That's truly unforeseen. Gao Yalan sighed. Jiang Zhe was also surprised. There's that too? That's really unexpected. Xiao Zhe, Haichin Entertainment holds significant influence in the industry. You must be cautious and avoid falling into their traps. Gao Yalan warned Jiang Zhe.
I'll be careful, Jiang Zhe nodded.
Following Gao Yalan, they quickly arrived at the restroom rented by the production team at the hotel. Upon entering the lounge, Gao Yalan took on the role of introducer. Come, let me introduce everyone.
This is our production team's major shareholder and the lead actor of this film, Jiang Zhe. The fact that this film was able to start production so quickly is largely thanks to Xiao Zhe.
After Gao Yalan's introduction, the seasoned actors in the lounge all stood up to shake hands and introduce themselves to Jiang Zhe.
The cast of The People's Mai is quite large, and many of the lead actors couldn't make it to tomorrow's press conference due to scheduling conflicts. However, prominent actors such as Wu Gang, who plays Secretary Dakon, Zhang Jijian, who portrays Gao Yuliang, and Su Yajun, who plays Qi Tongwei, among others, a total of over 10 lead actors are all present. Although Jiang Zhe is the major shareholder of the show, he didn't boast in front of these veteran actors. He remained respectful and courteous, showing no signs of arrogance. These veteran actors initially believed that it would be difficult to work with Jiang Zhe, as he is also a celebrity, and given today's circumstances, they were concerned that he might be the type of person who was arrogant and looks down on others. However, after some conversation and interaction, everyone's perception of Jiang Zhe changed, and they all acknowledged him, with a very positive impression of him. Xiao Zhe, your actions today were truly commendable. You gave those H-star actors a lesson they won't forget. Perhaps they will tone down their arrogant attitudes and adopt a more humble demeanor in the future. Wu Gang, the actor portraying Dakon's secretary, gave Jiang Zhe a thumbs up, clearly supporting his actions today. Mr. Wu, I don't think they've learned their lesson. Look, these fans of Wu Shixuan are saying they'll come to our press conference tomorrow to protest. Lu Yike's portrayer, Kalan, opened a news article and showed it to everyone. After reading the news, Jiang Zhe shrugged indifferently. This isn't a big deal. Don't worry about it. We'll just do what we need to do and ignore them. Yes, the hotel will arrange for plenty of security personnel on site tomorrow. We don't need to manage the event. Li Lu nodded seriously. Let's discuss the details of tomorrow's press conference. We'll start filming in 2 days.
Time waits for no one. Alright, let's focus on the important matters. Gao Yalan nodded in agreement.
The important matters come first, the rest are trivial.
The discussion lasted over an hour.
After everyone finalized the details, Wu Gang and the others returned to their rooms to rest.
The restroom was left with only Jiang Zhe, Gao Yalan, and Li Lu.
Xiao Zhe, teachers Li Shuajian and Yu Haiden will be joining our crew to play 2 roles.
The 2 teachers will portray Qin Yanshi and his wife. Since the 2 teachers dislike dealing with the media, they will not attend tomorrow's press conference. Gao Yalan's news came as a surprise. Jiang Zhe had not received any information about this beforehand. This is great news. With the addition of Mr. Li Shuejian and Ms. Yu Haiden, the quality of our production will be significantly enhanced. Zhang Zai's expression brightened. Although the cast had changed compared to the original play, Mr. Li Shuejian and Ms. Yu Haiden were renowned actors whose acting skills were beyond question. Yes, that's true. By the way, Xiao Zai, I've been trying to contact several advertising sponsors, but so far, we've only secured 5 million in advertising sponsorship fees. This is the absolute limit. Yao Yalan said as he took out a small notebook from his briefcase and placed it in front of Zhang Zai. Here's the breakdown. Take a look. Zhang Zai didn't open the notebook to look at the details. He said seriously, Gao Gu, if there are no advertising sponsors, that's fine. We don't need this money right now. What we need to do now is to make the people's NY well and let the quality speak for itself. As long as the public recognizes it, we will make money. Xiao Zai is right. Let's let the quality of this show speak for itself. We don't need to worry about anything else for now. Li Lu strongly agreed with Zhang Zai's viewpoint and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 166, Slander on Weibo. 2 hours later, Zhang Zai left the Shanghai International Hotel. The details of tomorrow's press conference and some production team issues had already been discussed and finalized with Gao Yalan and Li Lu. There were no major issues for now. On the way back, Zhang Zai unexpectedly received a call from Christine. Hey, Christine. Hey, Zhang, how have you been lately? I wanted to say, I saw the video of you beating someone today. Wow, your martial arts skills are amazing. So cool. Over the phone, Christine's tone was exaggerated and excited, clearly in awe of Zhang Zai's martial arts abilities. Listening to Christine's excited tone, Zhang Zai really wanted to say, Christine, didn't you even bother to find out who that Korean celebrity was that I beat up? But then he thought, maybe she doesn't know him? After all, Wu Shixuan is famous in China, but he might not be well known in the West. Kristen, thank you for the compliment. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. My opponent was just too weak. Zhang Zai smiled and quietly downgraded Wu Shixuan by a notch. No, Zhang, you're so amazing. Is this what they call Chinese martial arts? When can you teach me? I want to learn. Christine was like a curious child. She had wanted to learn Zhang Zai's cooking skills before, and now she wanted to learn his martial arts. But it wasn't that easy, was it? Kristen, I'll teach you when the opportunity arises. Did you call me for something? Zhang Zai asked Kristen. Zhang, I wanted to ask you, when will you be able to record your new song? I've been waiting for days. Ms. Grip told me that we only have a week left before we have to go back to the country. Can you record it before we leave? And when will you start filming the music video for the new song? After Christine reminded him, Zhang Zai realized he had so many things left to do: recording the song, shooting the music video, everything had piled up. It was really overwhelming. I'm really sorry, Christine. I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't had time to record my new song yet. But don't worry, I'll make time to record it as soon as possible. I'll keep my promise. Zhang Zai assured Christine that he wouldn't forget about it. Alright, Zhang, I'll wait for you. But you need to hurry up because we're heading back to the country. Once we're back, I'll have to start working, and Ms. Agrippa will also be very busy. Time is tight, so you must make sure to get it done as soon as possible. Christine reminded Zhang Zai. Alright, I'll make sure to hurry up, Christine. Thanks for the reminder. Since Christine had matters to attend to, the conversation with Zhang Zai ended after just a few minutes. Sigh, so busy. When will this ever end? Zhang Zai rubbed his temples, feeling that his time was really tight, with everything piling up. Back at the villa, Yuan Bao followed Lei Zhan to the newly purchased villa. There were many rooms there, so there was no need to worry about not having enough space to stay. Wow, it smells so good. This must be chicken soup. As soon as Zhang Zai entered the villa, he caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. The scent was coming from the kitchen, and it was definitely the smell of chicken soup. Hey, Xiao Zai, you're back. Hurry up and wash your hands, it's time to eat. Zhang Zai was about to enter the kitchen to investigate when Zhao Liying came out. She was wearing an apron and sleeves, looking just like a housewife, with not a trace of her usual star aura. Alright, thank you for your hard work, cousin. Soon, Zhang Zai and Zhao Liying sat down at the dining table and began their delicious dinner. Though Zhao Liying's cooking wasn't as tasty as Zhang Zai's, it wasn't bad either, and Zhang Zai wasn't picky. Half an hour later, the two of them had eaten their fill. Zhang Zai spent another 10 minutes or so washing the dishes. By the time everything was tidied up, an hour had passed. Xiao Zai, come and see. What's wrong with Jean Mengjia? How could she post such a weibo? This is clearly slandering you. It's so infuriating. Zhang Zai had just come out of the kitchen when Zhao Liying, who was lying on the sofa playing with her tablet, shouted at him angrily. Jean Mengjia? Zhang Zai paused for a moment, walked toward Zhao Liying, and asked, What's wrong, cousin? What did Jean Mengjia post? Here, look. Zhao Liying handed the tablet to Zhang Zai, and the screen displayed Jean Mengjia's Weibo post. Zhang Zai is a hypocrite. During the filming of China's restaurant, he secretly bullied me and even spoke harshly to me at times. I'm just a minor celebrity and dared not resist. But today, his act of assaulting Wu Shixuan has completely exposed how despicable his character is. Therefore, I must stand up and expose his ugly true colors. Jin Mengjia's Weibo post was published 20 minutes ago, but in such a short time, the number of comments and shares has already exceeded 20,000. This is a terrifying figure. If Jiang Zhe is not mistaken, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating this situation to deliberately smear Jiang Zhe. The comments from netizens below are also polarized. Supporters of Jiang Zhe and those opposed to him have engaged in a heated online argument in the comments section of this post. Those supporting Jiang Zhe are condemning her. Damn it, Jin Mengjia, are you brain dead? If Jiang Zhe is really like this, why didn't you say so earlier? Now you're speaking up, and I think you're the hypocrite. How brainwashed do you have to be to post such a Weibo? Show us the evidence that Jiang Zhe bullied you, or else we'll sue you for defaming Jiang Zhe's reputation. This must be someone instigating Jin Mengjia to do this, with the aim of taking advantage of the situation and slandering brother Jiang. This is unbearable. Those opposed to Jiang Zhe, however, rushed to support him. Mengjia, don't be afraid. Someone like Jiang Zhe deserves to have his evil deeds exposed. We firmly support you. That's right, Mengjia, if you have any dirt on Jiang Zhe, expose it all. We'll protect you. Jiang Zhe, give us back our Co Hunapa. Justice will prevail. Let everyone see Jiang Zhe's ugly true colors. He's the scourge of the entertainment industry, a hypocrite. After skimming through these comments, Jiang Zhe returned the tablet to Zhao Liying. Cousin, this Weibo post wasn't posted by Jin Mengjia. I know her, she's not the type to stab someone in the back. If I'm not mistaken, this was probably done by her agency, Haichin Entertainment. There's something fishy about this, it's highly suspicious. Chapter 167, Playing Both Sides. Although Jiang Zhe hadn't spent much time with Jin Mengjia, he still trusted her character. She wouldn't do something like this behind his back. Considering her phone was turned off, it's not hard to deduce that Haichin Entertainment must have obtained Jin Mengjia's Weibo account password and posted the message in her name to smear Jiang Zhe. This tactic was clearly effective, as Jin Mengjia was a cast member of the Chinese restaurant. If she were to slander Jiang Zhe, it would be highly convincing, and many netizens would likely side with her and choose to believe her. Xiao Zhe, are you so sure this Weibo post wasn't written by Jin Mengjia herself? Zhao Liying asked Jiang Zhe curiously. Jiang Zhe nodded firmly, that's right. I know Jin Mengjia's personality. This Weibo post is most likely posted by someone from Haichin Entertainment. In other words, Jin Mengjia is currently being restricted by Haichin Entertainment. If it were really her, she would never post such a Weibo. But Xiao Zhe, what should we do now? Clearly, many netizens believe it. After all, Jin Mengjia's Weibo post was very emotional. Given the general public's tendency to side with the underdog, they will naturally support Jin Mengjia and not you. If we don't clarify the truth soon, it will be very detrimental to your reputation. Zhao Liying was extremely worried and growing impatient. It must be said that Haichin's move really hit Jiang Zhe's weak spot. If Jiang Zhe doesn't figure out what's going on soon, and if Haichin continues to post more defamatory Weibo posts under Jin Mengjia's name, Jiang Zhe might really be in big trouble. However, Jin Mengjia's phone is currently turned off and she cannot be contacted. Additionally, Jiang Zhe does not know where Jin Mengjia lives or her current location, making this situation quite tricky. Cousin, don't worry yet. I'll go back to my room and see if I can find any useful information online. What Jiang Zhe needs to do now is trace the IP address of the Weibo post and see if he can find any useful information. Alright, go quickly. Zhao Liying was very anxious and urged Jiang Zhe to hurry up, as this was an urgent matter. As soon as Jiang Zhe had taken a few steps, Zhao Liying called him back. Xiao Zhe, look. The official Weibo account of the Chinese restaurant has also posted an update. This is a setup. What's going on? The official Weibo account of the Chinese restaurant has also posted an update? Jiang Zhe paused for a moment and picked up his tablet to check. According to staff members from the Chinese restaurant program, during the recording of the show, Jiang Zhe, relying on his status, frequently insulted the program staff behind their backs with an extremely hostile attitude. Regarding the ordeal of Miss Jin Mengjia, the Chinese restaurant program team expresses sympathy and support. All employees of the Chinese restaurant firmly oppose Jiang Zhe and unanimously support Miss Jin Mengjia to seek justice and expose Jiang Zhe's despicable behavior. The official Weibo post from the Chinese restaurant was only 10 minutes apart from Jin Mengjia's Weibo post, clearly indicating that this was pre-planned. The timing and coordination between the two posts were extremely clever. Lin Pinghai is truly formidable. He dared to speak on behalf of the entire Chinese restaurant team. His smear tactics are no less effective than Li Wei's. Jiang Zhe returned the tablet to Zhao Liying, coldly uttered a few words, and then returned to his room. Opening his computer, the first thing that popped up was the voice recordings of Lin Lidong, Li Yishui, Ou Xiaoya, and Li Wei. However, Jiang Zhe didn't have time to look at them now. The heat from the incident involving Wu Shixuan far surpassed the buzz from Li Wei's defamatory Weibo post, so Jiang Zhe temporarily ignored those matters and began tracing the IP address of the Weibo post shared by Jin Mengjia. After over 10 minutes of effort, Zhang Zhe tracked down the IP address of the Weibo post, which was still active. Forcing his way into the computer, Zhang Zhe searched around and was surprised. This is Jin Mingjia's personal computer, and look. Zhang Zhe browsed through Jin Mingjia's computer and found that it contained a lot of things related to himself. Even the desktop background was his poster, which touched Zhang Zhe deeply. This little girl is really something. Zhang Zhe sighed softly, feeling warm inside. Jin Mingjia was using a desktop computer. Zhang Zhe checked the peripheral configuration and noticed that there was no webcam or headset. It seems I need to check this place out and see what kind of issues Jin Mingjia is facing. Jin Mingjia's IP address showed the information about her residential area. Zhang Zhe noted it down. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was Zhao Wei calling. Micro. Xiao Zhe, what is going on with Mingjia? How could she post such a status? You've always been good to her. How could she slander you like this? Zhao Wei's voice was angry and furious. Wei Jia, this Weibo post wasn't posted by Mingjia herself. We haven't received any information from her for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably been restricted by Haichen Entertainment. This post was likely posted by Haichen using her name. Zhang Zhe explained his analysis to Zhao Wei. What? How could this happen? Is Mingjia in any danger? What should we do? And Lin Pinghai isn't anyone either. He's using the name of the Chinese restaurant to slander you. If it weren't for you, the Chinese restaurant wouldn't have such high ratings. What a jerk. Wei Jia, Mingjia shouldn't be in any immediate danger. I need to go out for a while and won't have time to explain everything now. Everything will be clarified at my press conference tomorrow. Alright, go ahead. Don't worry. All the guests of the Chinese restaurant are like a big family. We'll stand together and support you. Alright, I'm leaving now. After hanging up on Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming called, asking the same questions as Zhao Wei. Next came Zhang Xiaoyan, Zhou Dongyu, Zhang Ixayan, and Dili Riba. Zhang Zhe answered all their questions, then called Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, and drove the old SUV toward the residential area where Jin Mingjia was located. Chapter 168, Breaking Free from Control. According to the information Zhang Zhe obtained from the IP address, Jin Mingjia's residential complex was about a 20-minute drive from where he lived, not too far away. Xiao Zhe, once we arrive, should we take action? This was Yuan Bao's first time accompanying Zhang Zhe on an operation, so he was unsure of Zhang Zhe's modus operandi. If we can avoid using force, we should. Of course, if they attack us first, we won't hold back, but we mustn't kill them. Since Jin Mingjia's freedom of movement was restricted, she might be confined to a small area. If we encounter a tough opponent, a confrontation might be unavoidable. Therefore, Zhang Zhe's approach was to avoid violence if possible, but if it was necessary, he wouldn't hold back. Zhang Zhe's mission is to bring Jin Mingjia out. If anyone obstructs him, don't blame him for being ruthless. Alright, I understand what to do. Yuan Bao nodded, grasping Zhang Zhe's meaning. After driving on the ring road for over 20 minutes, Zhang Zhe, Lei Zhan, and Yuan Bao arrived at the residential complex where Jin Mingjia lived. This is the place. The security measures here aren't very strict. Let's go in. Zhang Zhe and the others stood at the entrance of the residential complex, surveying the area. They noticed that the security measures weren't very strict, and with a bit of caution, they could blend in with the residents and enter. After sneaking into the complex, they located the building where Jin Mingjia lived. Jin Mingjia lived on the 6th floor. To avoid exposing their identities, Zhang Zhe and the others were wearing baseball caps and masks, making them unrecognizable to ordinary people. Yuan Bao, knock on the door. To avoid arousing suspicion from the people inside, Yuan Bao went to knock on the door alone, while Zhang Zhe and Lei Zhan hid in the corner of the hallway, ready to ambush. Yuan Bao nodded and knocked on the door. Dong. The person inside was very cautious. Yuan Bao knocked 3 times before an old woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? What are you doing knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Facing the question, Zhang Zhe and the others had already rehearsed their response. What's going on at your place? Your bathroom is leaking again. How are we supposed to wash downstairs? We'll contact the property management tomorrow. It's too late now, just make do for tonight. The people inside did not open the door. Zhang Zhe and Lei Zhan listened to the response from inside, speechless. What a weirdo. The bathroom is leaking, and they're telling us to make do? What a talent. Make do with it? Open the door. If you don't open it, I'm not leaving tonight, and you won't get any peace either. Yuan Bao was quick to react. Upon hearing that they refused to open the door, he immediately launched into a tirade and kicked the door several times. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Under Yuan Bao's fierce kicking, the person inside finally opened the door, cursing all the way. The moment the door opened, Yuan Bao burst inside. Who are you? What do you want? A loud shout came from inside the room. Yuan Bao charged in first, followed instantly by Zhang Zhe and Lei Zhan. As soon as the 3 of them entered, 3 men wielding baseball bats burst out of the room and swung at Zhang Zhe, Lei Zhan, and Yuan Bao. Although the room wasn't very spacious, Jiang Zhe, Lei Zhan, and Yuan Bao were still able to move freely. After a few rounds, they knocked the three men to the ground. Don't move. If you move, I'll beat you to a pulp. After subduing the three men, Yuan Bao and Lei Zhan shouted loudly. Jiang Zhe turned his head and saw an unusually obese, ugly-looking middle-aged woman holding a phone, about to make a call, and then turning toward the door and rushing out. Jiang Zhe couldn't let her get away. He rushed forward, swung his palm like a knife, and struck her neck. The middle-aged ugly woman let out a muffled groan, then collapsed onto the ground with a thud, unconscious. After knocking out the ugly woman with a single blow, Jiang Zhe finally had a chance to survey the layout of the room. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, reasonably well decorated. From the furnishings, it was clearly a woman's residence. There was no sign of Jin Mengjia in the living room. Jiang Zhe checked the 2 guest bedrooms first, but they were empty as well. The only option left was the master bedroom. The door was locked. Jiang Zhe turned the doorknob of the master bedroom and found it locked from the inside. As he turned the knob, he heard a terrified voice coming from inside the room. And it was the voice of a woman. Mengjia, is that you inside? Hurry up and open the door. It's Jiang Zhe. I'm here to save you. Jiang Zhe hurriedly knocked on the door, growing increasingly anxious. Jingjie, it's Zijie coming to save you. Hurry up, open the door. What Jiang Zhe didn't expect was that a surprised and delighted voice came from inside the room. Mengjia, don't be impulsive, don't open the door, don't open it under any circumstances. However, a voice from inside the room tried to stop her. No, it must be Zegu coming to save me. That's his voice. That's his voice. Jiang Zhe couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the door with all his strength. Jiang Zhe's kick was extremely powerful. The door burst open with a loud bang, and the sound of the door colliding with the wall was so loud that the glass in the room shook. What met his eyes was Jin Mengjia being held by a woman in her 30s. The woman looked terrified as she stared at Jiang Zhe, who had kicked the door open. Zhegu, it's really you. It's really you. Jin Mengjia looked at Jiang Zhe, who had kicked open the door, and after a moment of shock, she suddenly became extremely excited and thrilled. She violently broke free from the woman's grip and threw herself into Jiang Zhe's arms. Zhegu, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, you wouldn't abandon me. You're finally here, you're finally here. I was so scared, I was really scared. Jin Mengjia clung tightly to Jiang Zhe, quickly breaking down into tears. Due to her intense emotions, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Jin Mengjia's appearance was extremely pitiable, making Jiang Zhe feel deeply heartbroken. It's okay, everything will be fine. Don't cry, don't cry. Holding Jin Mengjia in his arms, Jiang Zhe gently wiped the tears from her eyes and comforted her softly. The woman who had earlier grabbed Jin Mengjia watched the scene unfold before her, suddenly exhaling deeply. Her previously terrified expression softened into one of immense relief. She relaxed her body and plopped down onto the bed. She too had been overcome with emotion, crying tears of joy. She wiped away her tears while smiling happily. Finally, it's over. We finally escaped Hai Chen's control and can leave this suffering behind. Chapter 169, Swearing. Jin Mengjia cried in Jiang Zhe's arms for a while before her emotions finally stabilized. Just as her emotions had stabilized, Jin Mengjia seemed to remember something important. She grabbed Jiang Zhe's hand, her expression urgent. Zhegu, that Weibo post wasn't posted by me. I'm useless. I really am useless. I couldn't stop them from posting that Weibo under my name. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Jin Mengjia's emotions, which had just calmed down, suddenly became agitated again. Her expression was filled with guilt and regret, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes once more. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Mengjia's agent, Wan Cheng. I can vouch for her. The post on Mengjia's Weibo was forced upon her by Haichen Entertainment, who made her reveal her account password and then posted it under her name. This was not Mengjia's intention. Please don't blame her, Mr. Jiang. The fault lies with me, her agent, for failing to protect her and letting her suffer such injustice. I'm the one who's useless. Wan Cheng looked at the wrong Jin Mengjia and took responsibility voluntarily. Sister Qing, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do during this time. This isn't your fault. Blame me for being useless and not discovering earlier that Yuan Yuda was such a person. I should have listened to you back then and not signed with Haichen Entertainment. Then none of this would have happened, and we wouldn't have dragged Brother Zhe into this. Seeing Wan Cheng take responsibility, Jin Mengjia shook her head hurriedly, insisting it wasn't her fault. It was clear that Jin Mengjia and Wan Cheng had a very close relationship. Wan Cheng and Jin Mengjia voluntarily took responsibility for the defamation on Weibo. Jiang Zhe shrugged indifferently. This has already happened. There is no point dwelling on who is right or wrong. I've always believed Mengjia wouldn't do such a thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here tonight. The Weibo post has already been published, and the negative impact has already been caused. Now is not the time to dwell on who is right or wrong, but to clarify the matter as soon as possible. Moreover, Jiang Zhe wouldn't bother to assign blame that no longer mattered. Hearing Jiang Zhe speak like this, Wan Qing sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. If you ever need anything from me, just give me a call, and I'll do as you say. Jin Mingjia walked over, hugging Jiang Zhe's arm, and said softly, "Good, thank you for coming to find me tonight. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what to do next. After what happened, I won't be able to show my face in the entertainment industry anymore." Perhaps because she had been cooped up indoors for so long without seeing sunlight, Jin Mingjia's complexion was pale, her hair disheveled, and her face completely makeup-free. Moreover, due to lack of rest, her dark circles were very prominent, giving her a haggard appearance. Looking at the exhausted and noticeably thinner Jin Mingjia in front of him, Jiang Zhe recalled the days on Elephant Island when she was a sweet, hard-working young beauty who always followed him around. Jiang Zhe gently stroked Mingjia's haggard face, speaking with deep concern. "It's okay, Mingjia. Everything is over now. From now on, you'll stay by my side, and I'll protect you." "Yes, I'll listen to you, Zhe Gu." Jin Mingjia nodded earnestly, clinging tightly to Jiang Zhe's arm, afraid he might suddenly disappear from her sight. "Xing, have you had dinner yet?" Wan Cheng was older than Jiang Zhe, so calling her sister was appropriate. "Sai, we've been confined to this room every day, living in constant fear and anxiety. How could we possibly have the heart to eat?" Wan Cheng sighed softly. "Are you hungry? I'll make something for you. You can't go without eating. This isn't good for your health." Jiang Zhe asked Jin Mingjia and Wan Cheng. "We're not hungry." Jin Mingjia and Wan Cheng shook their heads simultaneously, indicating they weren't hungry. "Mr. Jiang, there is one thing we must resolve immediately. If we don't handle this right away, Mingjia might still be under Hai Chen's control." Wan Cheng's expression grew serious, making it clear that the matter was likely quite serious. "What's going on?" Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly and asked Wan Cheng. "It's like this, Mr. Jiang." Earlier, Wan Cheng explained the situation to Jiang Zhe in detail. After a few minutes, Jiang Zhe roughly understood what had happened, his expression turning cold. "What? You're saying they forced Mingjia to sign a lifetime authorization contract, granting Hai Chen Entertainment unrestricted rights to everything related to her, including her likeness, Weibo account, and all commercial activities? In other words, even if Mingjia were to privately accept media interviews, she would be held legally liable and forced to pay exorbitant breach of contract fees?" "Yes, brother Zhe. This contract was forced upon me the day after I called you. From that day onward, they restricted my freedom of movement, which is why they dared to post that message on my Weibo account without hesitation." Jin Mingjia nodded, looking dejected, sad, and helpless. This contract completely violates the principle of equal cooperation between a company and an artist. It is a binding contract. If this contract is not terminated, Jin Mingjia will likely have to follow Hai Chen's orders for the rest of her life, with no way to escape. Moreover, even if Jin Mingjia wanted to terminate the contract now, she would definitely be unable to afford the breach of contract penalty. Hai Chen is truly despicable. Jiang Zhe punched the wall hard, his heart filled with anger. "Good, just an hour ago, Yuan Yuda sent a talent manager from the company to threaten me, saying that if I didn't follow their orders, they would. Jin Mingjia stopped speaking, biting her lips, seemingly unwilling to continue, unable to speak. Seeing Jin Mingjia's expression, Jiang Zhe knew it couldn't be good news. "Mingjia, what happened?" Jiang Zhe comforted Jin Mingjia, telling her not to feel guilty. What they meant was that if Mingjia didn't follow Haichen's instructions, they would post it on Weibo, saying that during the recording of the Chinese restaurant, you had made inappropriate advances toward Mingjia and had improper intentions toward her. Holy, this is bull. Jiang Zhe couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out a curse. Chapter 170, Are They All Pigs? It must be said that Yuan Yuda's move was truly ruthless. In the entertainment industry, many celebrities have seen their careers ruined by such scandals. If a celebrity gets involved in such a scandal, the consequences can be extremely severe. If they don't have enough backing or handle it promptly, once it spreads online, it will lead to public condemnation and widespread criticism. Jin Mingjia's Weibo post today had already sparked sympathy for her. If she posted another one like this, even if netizens remained rational and didn't believe Jiang Zhe would do such a thing, it would still be a devastating blow to his reputation. At that point, if Lin Pinghai were to collaborate in putting on another show like today's, Jiang Zhe would truly be plunged into a cesspool. Even if he were to clean himself up, he would still reek of filth. Therefore, Jiang Zhe is furious. If Yuan Yuda were standing before him right now, Jiang Zhe would undoubtedly beat him half to death to vent his anger. Wan Cheng and Jin Mingjia looked at Jiang Zhe's furious expression and felt deeply concerned. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Their power was too weak to oppose Hai Chen. It would be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Therefore, they could only pin their hopes on Jiang Zhe. "Brother Jiang, I've caused you trouble." Jin Mingjia felt deeply guilty, lowering her head and avoiding Jiang Zhe's gaze. "It's okay, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it." Jin Mingjia had no power to resist, so Jiang Zhe wouldn't blame her. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? Is there no way to handle this?" Wan Xing had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and was well aware of the severity of the situation, so she was also very anxious. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and asked Jin Mengjia, Mengjia, where's your computer? Can I borrow it? Ah, brother Jia, you need the computer? Jin Mengjia was confused and didn't understand. Jiang Zhe nodded, yes, it's urgent. Come with me to the study.
Jin Mengjia led Jiang Zhe to the study next door, pulled a chain, and Jiang Zhe noticed the computer behind the chain. He turned on the computer, and the desktop background was a promotional poster from when Jiang Zhe was on the swimming team. Generally speaking, girls set the profile picture or photo of the opposite sex as their phone background or computer desktop for one of two reasons. Either the person on the cover is the setter's idol or it's the setter's secret crush. As for Jin Mengjia, which one was she? Looking at her originally pale face, which now had a faint blush, and the way she avoided Jiang Zhe's gaze, looking shy and bashful, it was obvious. "Zhege, my little secret has been discovered." Jin Mengjia was extremely shy and stammered for a moment, unable to speak. Cough, Mengjia, why did you use this poster as your desktop background? This poster is pretty ugly. Change it when you have time. To break the awkward silence that had suddenly fallen between them, Jiang Zhe cleared his throat and changed the subject. Zhege, what are you going to do on the computer? Are you trying to recover your Weibo password? The security questions I set up when I registered have been changed by someone sent by Yuan Yuda, so I'm afraid I won't be able to recover it anytime soon. Jin Mengjia thought Jiang Zhe was using the computer to recover his Weibo password and reminded him with great concern. Jiang Zhe did indeed plan to use the computer to recover his Weibo password. Jin Mengjia's Weibo account was definitely not something he would let Yuan Yuda take and manipulate it, who knew what trouble he might cause later? Jiang Zhe had another idea for using the computer, but he couldn't tell Jin Mengjia about it. Mengjia, I have something very important to do on the computer. Go out and close the door. I need to work for a while. Jiang Zhe didn't want Jin Mengjia to know what he was about to do, so he had to make sure she left. Alright, Zhe, I'll go out. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll come in to help you. Although Jin Mengjia really wanted to stay with Jiang Zhe, since he said he had important things to do, she could only suppress her feelings of reluctance and leave the study, then close the door behind her. After Jin Mengjia left, Jiang Zhe began working. He had to retrieve the Weibo password, but he also needed to intercept the chat and call records between Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai. Otherwise, without evidence against the two of them, handling Jin Mengjia's matter would be tricky. After muttering to himself, Jiang Zhe began his operations. First, he used a foreign proxy IP address as a cover, then employed brute force cracking methods to reset the Weibo account password, security questions, and all other information. Jiang Zhe believed that even if Yuan Yuda discovered the password had been changed and tried to recover it, it would take him significant time and effort. By then, it would be too late. Done. Although he had recovered the Weibo account password, Jiang Zhe did not delete the defamatory post on Jin Mengjia's Weibo. It had been posted for so long that even if it were deleted, it wouldn't make much of a difference, so he decided not to delete it. After securing the Weibo account, he used Jin Mengjia's computer to bypass the firewall Jiang Zhe had designed and accessed his own computer. Since Jiang Zhe hadn't shut down his computer when he left, he downloaded several eavesdropping virus programs onto Jin Mengjia's computer. Finding Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda's phone numbers wasn't difficult. Within a few minutes, Jiang Zhe found their phone numbers. After about 10 minutes of operation, the virus programs were successfully implanted into both of their phones. He then searched their phones and discovered quite a few interesting things. Among these were some short videos recorded by Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai due to their special interests. After copying these video files, Jiang Zhe erased all traces of his activity on Jin Mengjia's computer and then went to the living room. Lei Ge, Yuan Bao, come here. Let's interrogate these people properly. Jiang Zhe did not tell Jin Mengjia or the others what he had just done. Instead, he instructed Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao to interrogate and monitor the people who had been watching Jin Mengjia, aiming to extract useful information from them. Alright, interrogating criminals is my specialty. Yuan Bao rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. An hour later, Jiang Zhe left with satisfactory results. Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing also followed Jiang Zhe, each carrying their important belongings. Just a few minutes after Jiang Zhe and the others had left, Yuan Yuda's phone rang. Moments later, Yuan Yuda, who was in a room, shouted angrily, "What? You say Jin Mengjia was rescued by Jiang Zhe? What are you doing? Are you all pigs?" Chapter 171, Let's Talk. Upon learning that Jin Mengjia had been rescued by Jiang Zhe, Yuan Yuda sensed that the situation might be developing in an unfavorable direction for him. If Jin Mengjia exposed what he had done through the media, it would pose a fatal threat to him, something he absolutely could not allow to happen. Yuan Yuda quickly picked up the phone and started calling some people in his circle. The first call was to Lin Pinghai. Jiang Zhe was unaware of Yuan Yuda's actions. At that moment, he was accompanying Jin Mengjia to the hotel where tomorrow's press conference was to be held, the Xiangyi International Grand Hotel. Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing had nowhere to stay, so Jiang Zhe had no choice but to bring them to the hotel to stay temporarily. Moreover, this hotel was the same one where tomorrow's press conference would be held, making it convenient for handling matters. Lei Ge, Yuan Bao, wait here for me.
I'll take them up, and we'll come down later. After parking the car, Jiang Zhe told Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao to wait in the parking lot for a moment while he took Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing into the hotel. Soon, Jiang Zhe booked a more upscale room for Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing and completed the check-in procedures. Mengjia, Qingjie, you two will stay here for now. Once this matter is resolved, I'll find you a better place to live long-term. After helping Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing carry their luggage into the room, Jiang Zhe clapped his hands, looked around, and said to Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing, "Thank you so much, Brother Zhe." After Jiang Zhe's words in the car, Jin Mengjia's expression had improved significantly, and her mood had brightened. "Mr. Jiang, we are truly grateful for your help. Without you, Mengjia and I would have had no choice but to obey Hai Chen and become tools for them to make money, with no chance of ever escaping that life." Wan Qing was deeply grateful. Jiang Zhe smiled, "Mengjia and I are good friends, and besides, this matter has already involved me. I can't just walk away, so I can't abandon them either." Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing hadn't rested well in the past few days, and both looked exhausted. After chatting with them for a while, Jiang Zhe gave them some important instructions before leaving, telling them to rest properly. Before leaving, Jiang Zhe emphasized one more thing: "Mengjia, Qingjie, at tomorrow's press conference, your wording must be firm. Expose Hai Chen's actions so that the public will believe that the Weibo post was forced upon you by Hai Chen, and that you have nothing to do with it." After tomorrow's TV drama press conference, there will be a separate press conference for Jiang Zhe, where he will address everything that happened today and respond to all the online comments. At that time, Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing will also be present to provide a detailed explanation of the defamatory post on Jin Mengjia's Weibo. The filming of The People's Mai is set to begin the day after tomorrow. Jiang Zhe must resolve this matter as soon as possible. Although delaying it further won't cause him much harm, it will undoubtedly add some trouble. It's best to resolve it quickly. Brother Jiang, don't worry. I know what to do. After hearing Jiang Zhe's instructions, Jin Mengjia nodded seriously, indicating that he understood what needed to be done. Wan Qing also nodded seriously. Though he didn't say it outright, his attitude made it clear he took the matter seriously and dared not take it lightly. "Alright, get some rest and sleep well. We need to be well prepared for tomorrow's battle." Jiang Zhe gave Jin Mengjia and Wan Qing a thumbs-up gesture before leaving the room. Ding dong! Just as he stepped out of Jin Mengjia's room, Jiang Zhe's phone emitted a ding-dong sound. He picked up his phone and saw two voice memo folders pop up. Each file displayed a phone number. These are the voice recordings of Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda. Looking at the two phone numbers, Jiang Zhe realized these were the voice recordings of their conversation intercepted by the virus program. Seeing no one around, Jiang Zhe opened the call recordings. "Old Lin, something's gone wrong." Jin Mengjia was rescued by Jiang Zhe. Yuan Yuda sounded anxious. "Old Yuan, you said it was foolproof. How could this happen? If Jin Mengjia reveals what happened between us, we're in big trouble." This was Lin Pinghai's voice. "It's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big deal. Before that, I had my people force Jin Mengjia to sign a lifetime authorization contract. The contract explicitly states that she will be held legally responsible if she accepts any form of interview without Hai Chen's permission. If Jin Mengjia has any sense, she will come to negotiate with us." "You're really resourceful, old Yuan. You managed to get Jin Mengjia to sign such a contract. However, you must not say that you sent people to force her to sign it, nor can you say that you restricted her personal freedom. Additionally, the defamatory Weibo post about Jiang Zhe must not be revealed to the public as having been posted by you under her name. Even if she really exposes this matter through the media, we must deny it vehemently. Otherwise, we'll be in real trouble. I know how to handle this. A minor figure like Jin Mengjia can't cause much trouble. The real issue is Jiang Zhe. Now that he has gotten involved, this could get complicated. Jiang Zhe, what are you afraid of? He's just a retired athlete, he can't cause much trouble. By the way, immediately send someone to post the pre-planned Weibo post on Jin Mengjia's account. Since we're going to smear him, let's go all out." "Alright, got it. You also need to prepare on your end. This time, we must send Jiang Zhe to prison. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." "Exactly, we can't let our guard down." The conversation ended there, but a few minutes later, a second call came in. In this conversation, Yuan Yuda informed Lin Pinghai that the Weibo password couldn't be recovered, and there was a major problem. After discussing for a while, they decided to confront Jiang Zhe. "Talk to me? I'll see how you two talk." Jiang Zhe snorted coldly. Coincidentally, Jiang Zhe's phone rang at that moment. It was Yuan Yuda calling. "Jiang Zhe, let's talk. We need to settle today's matter. This way, it's good for both of us." Yuan Yuda's tone was stiff and arrogant. "Talk, huh? Sure, let's talk. Where?" Jiang Zhe curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, and an idea flashed through his mind. Chapter 172, You have no qualifications. "Alright, I'll send you the address later." Yuan Yuda coldly finished speaking and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Zhe retrieved the short videos he had copied from Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai's phones, selecting a few with strong visual impact where the faces were clearly visible. Yuan Yuda, Lin Pinghai, when you two see these videos, will you still be so arrogant? Zhang Zhe put away his phone and left the hotel. Yuan Yuda had already sent the address. Lei Gu, Yuan Bao, go to this place. The address Yuan Yuda provided was not far from Zhang Zhe's current location, just a 10-minute drive. Xiao Zhe, where are we going? On the way, Lei Zhen asked Zhang Zhe. We're going. Before Zhang Zhe could finish speaking, a ding sound rang out from his phone. Zhang Zhe looked at it. It was a voice recording of Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai's conversation. Lei Gu, wait a moment. Don't drive too fast. I'll tell you later. Zhang Zhe opened the intercepted call recording and instructed Lei Zhan while doing so. Got it. Lei Zhan nodded and slowed down. Old Lin, Zhang Zhe has agreed to our negotiations. Is everything ready on your end? Yes, I've brought 20 men, all professionally trained and skilled. Even if Zhang Zhe can take on 10 of them alone, these 20 can subdue him. What about you? Is the venue ready? Alright, I've got all the recording equipment ready, and the poison is also prepared. The hotel room and the second-tier actress are all arranged. Everything is in order. We just need to wait for this kid to take the bait. Alright, this time we must bring that kid to justice. Once we ruin his reputation, everything else will be easy. No problem. The SM company from H country just sent someone to meet with me. As long as we can ruin Zhang Zhe, they'll pay us 100 million in compensation. We'll figure out how to split it later. Alright, this deal is worth it, haha. The call didn't last long and ended quickly. Xiao Zhe, who are these two? They clearly have malicious intentions toward you. I suggest we either cancel the meeting or change the location to gain the upper hand in negotiations. Zhang Zhe was listening to the recording with the volume turned up, and Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao also heard it. Lei Zhan looked serious and reminded Zhang Zhe, proposing two suggestions. Zhang Zhe was also extremely angry at that moment. He was well aware that Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda had come to meet him with ulterior motives, and he never expected them to pull such a trick. How cunning. Xiao Zhe, we're not afraid of 20 people, but we can't let them dictate the pace. Let's change locations. This way, we'll have the upper hand. Yuan Bao also suggested. After hearing Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao's suggestions, Zhang Zhe nodded. Yes, we can't let them lead us by the nose. Zhang Zhe pulled out his phone, searched for a while, and found a cafe nearby. Lei Gu, go to this cafe. Zhang Zhe gave the address to Lei Zhan, who changed direction and drove toward the cafe. Zhang Zhe also sent the cafe's address to Yuan Yuda, along with a message. Come to this location for a meeting. Of course, you can choose not to come. In that case, some valuable information I have might end up online. As for what it is, that depends on your sincerity. You can choose to see it yourselves or share it with netizens online. You have 20 minutes to decide. After sending the message, Zhang Zhe didn't wait long before Yuan Yuda's phone rang. Zhang Zhe, what do you mean? Don't forget, we're suing you. Be careful, I might add a charge of threatening someone's safety. Then no one will be able to help you. Yuan Yuda's tone was filled with anger as he confronted him. Yuan Yuda, I don't want to waste my breath with you. You have only 20 minutes. The countdown starts now. You can choose not to come or choose not to believe me, but after 20 minutes, all the shady things you've been up to will be exposed online. Zhang Zhe didn't back down and directly threatened Yuan Yuda. Zhang Zhe, I've been in this circle for so long. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? You can't threaten me. Yuan Yuda was making his last desperate attempt, refusing to believe that Zhang Zhe had any leverage over him. Believe it or not, I'm starting the countdown now. Remember, you only have 20 minutes. Zhang Zhe didn't bother to engage in a verbal battle with Yuan Yuda. After speaking, he hung up the phone and started the countdown. Think you can play me like a monkey? Let's see who the real monkey is. Zhang Zhe found a cafe not far from his original location and arrived quickly. Upon entering, he requested a very quiet VIP booth. Zhang Zhe, Lei Zhan, and Yuan Bao each ordered a cup of coffee and waited quietly for Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai to arrive. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Zhe explained the events of the evening to Yuan Bao and Lei Zhan. Xiao Zhe, do you think Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai will come? Yuan Bao asked uncertainly. Don't worry, they'll come. Zhang Zhe smiled calmly. As the countdown reached 19 minutes, Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai arrived at Zhang Zhe's VIP booth accompanied by 4 or 5 men in black, their faces filled with anger. As soon as they entered, the VIP room became tense, with everyone facing off against each other, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Zhang Zhe, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't test our patience. Everything that had been meticulously planned had come to nothing, and the plan had to be changed. This left Yuan Yuda furious and enraged. Zhang Zhe, I'm warning you. Your influence in this circle is weak. Don't oppose us. Be careful, or we'll destroy you. Lin Pinghai also shouted at Zhang Zhe, panting with anger. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, seeing Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai's attitude, were about to explode but were stopped by Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe smiled, pointed to a video, and pressed play. Take a look at this first. Soon, a lewd voice could be heard from the video. Ha, take good care of me, and the female lead in the next TV series will be yours. Oh my, Mr. Yuan is truly so kind. I will never forget your kindness. What followed were extremely explicit scenes. Zhang Zhe, where did you get these things? Where? Yuan Yuda looked at the screen and was completely stunned. He asked Zhang Zhe in a terrified voice and made a move to grab the phone.
Zhang Zhe coldly warned him, Yuan Yuda, don't play games with me. And you, Lin Pinghai, the two of you have no right to shout at me.
Let's talk about the terms. If you're satisfied, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Chapter 173, 2 Conditions.
Furthermore, I warn you, don't think that bringing a few people here will intimidate me.
In my eyes, the people you brought are nothing but worthless trash, easily defeated.
Zhang Zhe now held all the upper hand, completely ignoring Yuan Yuda's boiling anger. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, Lei De and Yuan Bao stood up, glaring at Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai. At the same time, the few black-clad thugs Lin Pinghai had brought also stepped forward, facing off against Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao. However, their aura was significantly weaker than that of Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao. Zhang Zhe seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the room, which was on the verge of erupting into conflict. He casually opened another video and said to Lin Pinghai, this is your handiwork. Take a look. Lin Pinghai was even more reckless than Yuan Yuda, and he was extremely skilled in SM practices, clearly a seasoned veteran in such matters. Zhang Zhe, how did you get this video? Tell me, where did you get it? Lin Pinghai lost his composure and charged toward Zhang Zhe, trying to grab his phone. However, Zhang Zhe, who was prepared, wasn't going to let him get away with it. He easily caught Lin Pinghai's outstretched hand, gave it a hard tug, and subdued him. Ah! My hand! Let go of me! Let go of me! The intense pain in his hand made Lin Pinghai scream loudly, looking utterly humiliated. Lin Pinghai, I'm warning you, don't try any tricks. If you've got the guts, move. Be careful, or I'll cripple you. Zhang Zhe spoke coldly, then turned to Yuan Yuda, who looked friendly beside him. Yuan Yuda, you too. Don't try any tricks. My patience is limited. If you push me too far, these videos will be online in the next moment. Think about the consequences. Yuan Yuda had been in the industry for many years and knew that tonight's situation wouldn't be so easily resolved. He nodded decisively, alright, let's sit down and talk. Release him first. Zhang Zhe released Lin Pinghai and warned him, if you dare to cause any trouble again, I'll break your hand. Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai, seeing that Zhang Zhe held the evidence against them, reluctantly sat down. The two couldn't figure out how the videos they had secretly recorded had ended up in Zhang Zhe's hands. It was simply unbelievable. Though they were filled with doubts and resentment, they knew that now was not the time to dwell on that. They had to figure out how to get those videos back. Zhang Zhe, state your conditions. What do you want in exchange for returning these videos to us? Yuan Yuda knew that since Zhang Zhe hadn't released the videos but had shown them to the two first, he must be using them as leverage to demand something else. Therefore, he directly asked Zhang Zhe what conditions he needed to meet. Yuan Yuda was straightforward. Hand over the original copy of the lifetime contract you forced Jin Mingjia to sign, and issue a public apology stating that this matter was entirely your doing and has nothing to do with Jin Mingjia. Impossible. I can give you the contract, but I absolutely refuse to apologize. Before Zhang Zhe could finish speaking, Lin Pinghai interrupted him in a fit of rage. Lin Pinghai wasn't stupid. If he really apologized, he wouldn't be able to stand his ground in the industry anymore, and it would also leave him with the stain of falsely accusing someone else something they couldn't afford. Zhang Zhe smiled, don't worry, this is just my first condition. You can choose not to agree, but those videos will likely be seen by even more people. Zhang Zhe spoke while playing with his phone. You're all married men. If your wives found out you were out having so much fun, I wonder what they'd think. Zhang Zhe, Yuan Yuda heard this and suddenly stood up, but when he saw Zhang Zhe's sharp gaze in the phone, he deflated like a punctured balloon and sat back down helplessly. If his wife found out about this video, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. Yuan Yuda had no choice but to give in. Alright, I agree. I'll call them right now and have them bring the contract over. Zhang Zhe glanced at the time and said indifferently, you only have half an hour. Yuan Yuda nodded helplessly and began making the call. Half an hour later, the contract was delivered to Yuan Yuda's hands. Zhang Zhe, I'll give you the contract, but you must write me a guarantee that you won't upload these videos online. Holding the contract, Yuan Yuda began to negotiate terms with Zhang Zhe. Mr. Yuan, I'm afraid you haven't thought this through. Which is more important, the videos in your hands or the contract? I'll give you 3 minutes to consider it. Zhang Zhe ignored Yuan Yuda's conditions, spread his hands, and gestured for him to think it over. Zhang Zhe, we're all part of the same circle now. Leave some room for future dealings. Don't be too ruthless. Lin Pinghai, seeing Zhang Zhe's firm attitude, muttered angrily from the side. Zhang Zhe ignored Lin Pinghai's remark, glanced at the time, and said, Mr. Yuan, you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. 1 minute remaining. 1. Alright, I'll give it to you. Under Zhang Zhe's pressure, Yuan Yuda finally relented and handed over the contract. Zhang Zhe glanced at it. This was undoubtedly the contract Jin Mingjia had mentioned earlier. At the time, they had forced Jin Mingjia to sign only one copy. If Yuan Yuda had known this would happen, he probably would have signed several copies. Jiang Zhe, you should fulfill your promise. Seeing that Jiang Zhe had put away the contract, Yuan Yuda hurriedly reminded him.
Did I promise you anything?
Jiang Zhe shrugged his hands. This is just the first condition.
I have a second condition. Jiang Zhe, don't push it too far. If you go too far, we'll all go down together.
Lin Pinghai was furious, completely enraged. He didn't care if he was Jiang Zhe's match or not. He stood up abruptly and shouted at Jiang Zhe. Old Lin, don't act impulsively, sit down.
Yuan Yuda remained calm, quickly restraining the enraged Lin Pinghai, and asked Jiang Zhe, what is your second condition?
You slandered my reputation on Weibo, causing me immeasurable reputational and mental damage. In exchange, you will pay me 500 million yuan in compensation for mental distress, and this matter will be settled.
This time, Yuan Yuda also lost his temper. He shouted at Jiang Zhe, you forced me to do this. You forced me. Someone, grab his phone back.
As Yuan Yuda shouted, a group of black-clad thugs stormed into the VIP room. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, seeing this, their expressions turned cold, and they stepped forward to confront them.
Chapter 174, Surrender.
Facing the black-clad thugs who had stormed in, Jiang Zhe remained seated in his chair, confident in the combat skills of Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao. Although the men Lin Pinghai had brought were all professionally trained, they were no match for Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, who had seen battle and shed blood. Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao merely sneered, showing no fear, and charged forward, activating their berserk mode. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda hurriedly hid in a corner, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire.
Jiang Zhe, you're as good as dead. If you surrender now and hand over the video, I might spare your life.
Lin Pinghai saw that Jiang Zhe had only brought 2 people, while he had brought over 20 men. He believed the situation would unfold exactly as he had planned, so he directly threatened Jiang Zhe, intending to force him to surrender.
Yuan Yuda saw that Jiang Zhe hadn't moved and felt a sense of foreboding.
He suspected that tonight's events were not as simple as they seemed.
How could he remain so calm? Could it be that those 2 men were that skilled, capable of taking on over 20 men alone? Yuan Yuda was utterly astonished. What happened next confirmed Yuan Yuda's suspicions.
Under the combined efforts of Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, the black-clad thugs who had stormed into the room were no match for them. They were easily subdued by Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao. Seeing this scene, Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai were both speechless.
This wasn't going according to their plan at all.
After dealing with the black-clad men who had charged into the room, Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao saw more people trying to break in from outside and immediately rushed out. Soon, the sound of a fight could be heard outside, accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of objects breaking. The commotion outside lasted for several minutes before Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao appeared at the door.
Xiao Zhe, it's all taken care of.
Jiang Zhe saw this and nodded with a faint smile.
What? How could this happen? Why?
Lin Pinghai was completely stunned. Having previously clung to a sliver of hope, he now felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, filled with disbelief.
This is over. It's really over. Yuan Yuda also felt hopeless.
He had been hoping to retrieve the video from Jiang Zhe, but now it seemed completely impossible. Jiang Zhe looked at Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai, who were clearly flustered, and sneered, this is called having a path to heaven but choosing hell instead.
What's your decision? Jiang Zhe didn't do anything to Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai.
He just wanted to use the videos in his hands to blackmail them. Since the other party had shown no mercy, Jiang Zhe wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. These videos would eventually be made public, but before that, Jiang Zhe was determined to use them to gain some extra benefits.
The most practical thing was money.
Jiang Zhe isn't short on money right now, but with the company's establishment, there will be many expenses in the future. Currently, everything is in the investment phase, and it will take time to recoup the costs.
So, why give up an opportunity to make money? Is this method despicable? That's others' opinion.
Given how Yuan Yuda and Lin Pinghai treated Jiang Zhe, he's already being lenient by not eliminating them. Jiang Zhe, we can give you money, but what you're asking for is simply too much.
We don't have that much money. Yuan Yuda had surrendered.
He had already used every available means at his disposal. Although he was currently suing Jiang Zhe, the legal process would take a significant amount of time and wouldn't be resolved in a day or 2.
Given the current situation, if we can't send Jiang Zhe to prison, our reputation will be ruined.
But whether we can continue to survive in this circle is another matter entirely.
That's right, we don't have that much money.
Jiang Zhe, your demands are too high, we can't meet them.
500 million yuan, just thinking about it makes me wince.
So Lin Pinghai flatly refused. Jiang Zhe stood up, patted his butt, and said, alright, since you refuse, let's call it even.
Do as you please. You've already filed a lawsuit against me, haven't you? I won't stop you.
Go ahead and do as you wish, I'll play along. After saying that, Jiang Zhe walked toward the door. Since Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda refused the deal, there was no point in wasting words here.
Let things take their course. Wait, Jiang Zhe, wait. Let's talk, let's talk. Seeing Jiang Zhe turn and walk away, Yuan Yuda panicked and hurriedly called him back.
Mr. Yuan, I came here with the utmost sincerity to discuss this matter with you. But given your attitude, there is nothing I can do.
Jiang Zhe shook his head, looking deeply regretful. Jiang Zhe, let's be straightforward. We definitely can't come up with 500 million.
Since we've both come this far, let's each give a little.
As long as it's within our acceptable range, we'll agree to your terms. This way, it's good for both of us, and the matter is settled. What do you think?
Yuan Yuda clenched his teeth tightly but ultimately chose to yield, his tone much more submissive.
Jiang Zhe thought for a moment.
Alright, Mr. Yuan, since we both have the intention to cooperate, I'll go back and think it over.
I'll give you an answer in half an hour.
After speaking, Jiang Zhe left with Lei Zhan and Yuan Bao, carrying the contract from Jin Mengjia.
Jiang Zhe, wait. Jiang.
Yuan Yuda's voice echoed from behind, but Jiang Zhe ignored him and walked away. That bastard, I'll kill him. As soon as Jiang Zhe left, Yuan Yuda erupted in anger, punching the coffee table in front of him, his face twisted in fury.
Old Yuan, don't we have any other options?
Lin Pinghai was also furious, his expression betraying his desire to cut Jiang Zhe into pieces. There's nothing else we can do about this matter, we can only let him do as he pleases. However, regarding the incident with Wu Shixuan, we must pursue it to the bitter end. If we lose here, we must make up for it elsewhere. After getting into the car, Jiang Zhe thought carefully and sent a message to Yuan Yuda.
400 million to buy back all the videos in my possession. This matter will be considered settled, not a single penny less. Here is my account number. If the transfer isn't received by midnight, the consequences will be on your heads. After sending the message, Jiang Zhe turned off his phone and stopped paying attention to the matter. Chapter 175, The First Press Conference. Back at the villa, Zhao Liying hadn't gone to bed yet. Seeing Jiang Zhe walk in, she approached him with concern and asked, Xiao Zhe, how did it go? How did you handle things? Jiang Zhe smiled, it's mostly taken care of. Just some follow-up matters. Nothing major. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? How could I sleep without you back? Zhao Liying hung up Jiang Zhe's clothes and sighed in relief. As long as the matter is resolved, that's good. Go to bed early tonight. The press conference is tomorrow morning. This is your first press conference after your career transition. You must be on your best behavior and avoid any mishaps. Zhao Liying's expression was serious. It was clear she placed great importance on Jiang Zhe's press conference. Alright, I understand, Auntie. I've been through a lot, I won't let you down. Don't worry. Jiang Zhe smiled and gently pinched Zhao Liying's cheek. Alright, I believe in you. Go wash up and get some rest early. Zhao Liying saw Jiang Zhe's confident expression and was very satisfied. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe had finished getting ready and was just lying in bed when something occurred to him. He called Li Ku. The phone rang several times before Li Ku answered. His voice was low and seemed deliberately muffled. Jiang Zhe, why aren't you resting so late? Hearing Li Ku's voice, Jiang Zhe teased, Li Ku, your voice sounds strange. Are you up to something? What are you talking about? Wait a moment, I'll move to another room. The phone fell silent for a few seconds, and Jiang Zhe heard the faint sound of a door closing. Then Li Ku's voice came through. Jiang Zhe, what nonsense are you talking about? Bei just fell asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up, so I lowered my voice. What are you thinking about all day long? Your thoughts are unhealthy. Oh, so that's what happened. Jiang Zhe smiled secretly and asked Li Ku, how many media outlets did you contact for tomorrow? It's a press conference, of course the more media the better. That way we can maximize our exposure and increase our visibility. Don't worry, I've already contacted dozens of media outlets. They were planning to attend your press conference anyway, so there's no need for me to invite them. They'll come on their own. Li Ku paused and asked Jiang Zhe, what's the deal with Jin Mengjia's Weibo? I watched the show China's Restaurant and you seem to get along really well with her. How did this happen? It's so strange. Oh, you're talking about that incident. Yuan Yuda used forceful means to obtain Jin Mengjia's Weibo account password and posted under her name. I will reveal the truth about this matter at tomorrow's press conference. Jiang Zhe briefly explained the situation to Li Ku. What? That's possible? Yuan Yuda is really bold. This is a clear violation of the law. Li Ku was surprised. How will you expose this tomorrow? Can I write a column about this? Of course, no problem. I can also use your Entertainment Frontline magazine to expose this matter. Jiang Zhe did not refuse Li Ku's suggestion and agreed. Alright, don't worry. I'll definitely give this story proper coverage and help you regain the popularity you've lost. Li Ku was on board and planned to support Jiang Zhe throughout this matter. After chatting with Li Ku for over 10 minutes, he hung up the phone. He then sent messages to Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and others, briefly explaining the situation with Jin Mengjia to avoid any misunderstandings. Back and forth, over an hour had passed. Ding dong, you have new funds deposited into your account. Please check your balance.
Jiang Zhe was just about to go to sleep when his system notification sounded. He picked up his phone and saw that $1 million had been transferred into his account. This account was one Jiang Zhe had opened a few days earlier using technical means at a Swiss bank, and the name wasn't his real one. It had been set up as a backup for future use, but he hadn't expected it to come in handy so soon. The $1 million deposited into his account was undoubtedly transferred by Yuan Yuda. The voice prompt sounded several times, indicating that multiple transfers had been made, all in US dollars. Jiang Zhe calculated the exchange rate and found it was roughly 400 million yuan. Jiang Zhe picked up his phone and sent a message to Yuan Yuda, "The money has been received. The videos in my possession will be deleted in batches." After sending the message, Jiang Zhe turned off his phone and went to sleep.
The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Jiang Zhe arrived early at the Xiangyi International Hotel.
Gao Yalan, Li Lu, and others were instructing staff to prepare for the press conference. "Xiao Zhe, you're here early. The press conference doesn't start for another hour." Gao Yalan saw Jiang Zhe arrive at the hotel, checked the time, and asked, "How many media outlets are expected to attend today?"
"The ones I've managed to contact will all come, but there are only about 10.
"That's a bit few."
"Don't worry. There are quite a few media outlets today. This press conference will definitely generate a lot of buzz." Jiang Zhe smiled and reassured Gao Yalan with confidence.
"That's good."
Gao Yalan relaxed a bit upon hearing this.
After chatting with Gao Yalan and Li Lu for a while, Jiang Zhe went to check on Jin Mengjia and Wan Cheng. After a night's rest, Jin Mengjia and Wan Cheng both looked much better. When Jiang Zhe handed the lifetime contract he had retrieved from Yuan Yuda to Jin Mengjia, she jumped up in excitement and planted a kiss on Jiang Zhe's face right in front of Wan Cheng, leaving him blushing fiercely. After leaving Jin Mengjia, Jiang Zhe checked the time and saw that the press conference was about to begin, so he hurried toward the venue. When Jiang Zhe arrived at the press conference venue, Wu Gang and the other lead actors had already begun entering. Out of respect for these veteran actors, Jiang Zhe was the last to enter. Despite being the last to enter, Jiang Zhe was the focal point of the press conference, with all the flashes of cameras constantly aimed at him. Jiang Zhe glanced at the media reporters present and estimated there were several groups, at least 30 outlets, with Li Ku also among them. Gao Yalan, as the first speaker, stood up and delivered an official welcome speech. Then it was time for the journalists to ask questions. Jiang Zhe's first press conference in the entertainment industry officially began. Chapter 176, Media Troublemakers. The People's MY was a major-scale drama featuring a star-studded cast of renowned veteran actors, including Wu Gang, Zhang Jijin, and Li Shuajin, who was absent from the event. While these veteran actors may not match the online popularity of the younger generation of idols, they possess the invaluable asset of a stellar reputation. Such seasoned actors are more than enough to elevate the quality of a TV series by several notches. With over 10 such actors appearing in the same series, it's clear that the show will be a hit once it airs. Facing these seasoned actors of both moral integrity and artistic excellence, whether they were journalists there to support them or those looking for a scoop, everyone had to maintain respect, greet the actors, and then proceed with their questions in an orderly manner. The atmosphere on set was relatively harmonious, with no overly sharp questions asked. However, Jiang Zixin knew that this situation wouldn't last long. Whether it was his previous altercation with Wu Shixuan, the formation of the anti-Jiang Zixin alliance by H-Star, or the official Weibo account of the Chinese restaurant program and Jin Mengjia's post on her Weibo, all these incidents were highly attention-grabbing. Any response from Jiang Zhe to these incidents would undoubtedly trend on social media. Jiang Zhe keenly noticed that many journalists were asking the veteran actors questions while secretly sizing him up, preparing to ask him various probing questions. Soon, it was Jiang Zhe's turn. He knew that the questions to come would likely become more pointed. "Hello, Jiang Zhe. I'm a reporter from the Magic City Business Daily. Could you please talk about your role in the drama and the general plot?" The first question came from a female journalist, and her question was fairly standard, which was quite normal. After all, the first question is never too direct. This is also a question that everyone is concerned about, and everyone is eagerly awaiting Jiang Zhe's response. Jiang Zhe smiled and answered seriously, "The role I play in the drama is Ho Liangping, a prosecutor." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Since the cast list for The People's MY was announced, the public has learned about the show's general theme and plot through various channels. Although the show did not feature any of the current popular young stars who could immediately generate buzz, the seasoned actors had a strong fan base and a solid reputation, allowing them to sustain the momentum of a topic and turn it into a long-term focal point of discussion. Therefore, since the series entered the public eye, discussions about The People's MY have continued to rise, gradually forming a very positive trend with high praise. Especially with the addition of Jiang Zhe, a highly controversial figure with a massive following, the show's popularity has skyrocketed, becoming a hit even before filming began. Earlier, the production team revealed most of the characters and actors, but the lead role of People's Prosecutor Ho Liangping remained shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing who would portray this central character. However, many had a hunch that Jiang Zhe would be the one to play Ho Liangping. But when Jiang Zhe finally confirmed the news, many found it hard to believe. Firstly, Jiang Zhe is too young, having just turned 20. Moreover, Ho Liangping's backstory had already been extensively researched by journalists and netizens, portraying him as a married man with a successful career, a deputy department-level official in his 30s. For a 20-year-old to portray the composure and experience of a man in his 30s, as well as the integrity and authority of a deputy department-level prosecutor, the challenge was undeniable. Second, Ho Liangping is the most crucial and central character in this series, with all the plot and conflicts driven by this role.
As a first-time TV actor, everyone doubted whether Jiang Zhe could handle such a demanding role and bring the character to life.
After all, the supporting actors are all seasoned veterans with established reputations. If the lead actor's performance is overshadowed by them, the entire plot and structure of the series would be in jeopardy.
We can't possibly ask the other seasoned actors to deliberately underperform just to accommodate Jiang Zhe, can we?
In that case, the show should be renamed The People's Farce. In everyone's eyes, the only thing Jiang Zhe and Ho Liangping have in common is their good looks. While Jiang Zhe's acting skills are unknown, his good looks are undeniable. No matter where he appears, he looks like he belongs in a romantic drama rather than a serious, high-stakes production. Thus, the issue suddenly becomes sharp. Jiang Zhe, as a newcomer who has transitioned from the swimming world into the entertainment industry, you've taken on such a crucial role in your debut, and you're working alongside several highly respected veteran actors.
How do you see your own role in this? Do you have confidence that you can pull it off? Everyone could hear the underlying meaning of the question, but Jiang Zhe didn't take it personally. He replied solemnly, "It is an honor for me to collaborate with such distinguished seniors in the industry.
I have done extensive research to prepare for the role of Ho Liangping.
With the guidance and support of my seniors, I am confident that I can portray Ho Liangping authentically and will not disappoint everyone."
Joking aside, Jiang Zhe possesses A-level acting skills, though not yet at the S-level. When it comes to acting, even if he doesn't match those veteran actors, he can still outshine some current top-tier stars.
Gao Yalan, who was standing nearby, nodded slightly after hearing Jiang Zhe's response.
At first, he had also been skeptical of Jiang Zhe, but his performance during the audition had left him impressed.
Therefore, Gao Yalan added, "Jiang Zhe's acting is definitely on point. I can guarantee that." Gao Yalan also has a good reputation in the industry, so if he vouches for Jiang Zhe, his acting skills must not be too shabby. The question was concluded, and a female journalist from the press section introduced herself. "Hello, Jiang Zhe. I'm a reporter from Weekly One." Jiang Zhe's heart sank slightly. Weekly magazine, this media troublemaker has finally arrived. Chapter 177, Gathering for Protest.
One Week is a notorious tabloid known for sensationalizing stories and fabricating details. If a celebrity has dinner with an opposite-sex friend, they'll write about a suspected overnight stay in a luxurious apartment. If they hug a same-sex friend goodbye, they'll make a big deal out of it and claim the celebrity is having an affair. Within the industry, Weekly One was as notorious as Li Wei's Win Studio for smearing celebrities. The female journalist started off sharply, "Mr. Jiang, based on information we've gathered from various sources about the character Ho Liangping, some netizens are questioning whether you, in terms of age, experience, or demeanor, are completely different from the character. What are your thoughts on this?" Jiang Zhe couldn't help but pause. Although he was confident and had already gained the approval of the veteran actors in the production team, he didn't want to boast about his acting skills in public. Moreover, such doubts were widespread. No matter how well he explained himself, without concrete evidence, people would inevitably remain skeptical. Jiang Zhe was thinking of how to deflect such questions and prevent the spotlight from focusing on this issue. Li Lu, who noticed his predicament, stepped in and took the question. "Let me answer this for him. As the director, I should have more authority to speak on this matter," Li Lu said. As everyone knows, actors must go through auditions before being cast. During his audition, Jiang Zhe received unanimous approval from teachers Gao Yalan and Li Shuijin. Therefore, please believe that Jiang Zhe's acting skills will not disappoint you. As for the criticism that Jiang Zhe and the character Ho Liangping differ in appearance and demeanor, I do not agree. As the director of this TV series, Li Lu clearly has his own unique insights into character development. All the journalists listened intently, eager to hear Li Lu's final opinion. Physical appearance is not an issue. There are plenty of methods to make an actor's age match the role through makeup. As a director, what I truly value is an actor's aura. Jiang Zhe, as a former world-class swimming champion who has brought honor to our country countless times on the international stage, his composure is undeniable. He has always been our nation's ambassador in the swimming world, and his integrity and demeanor are deeply ingrained in the public's mind. However, Jiang Zhe's striking good looks are so dazzling that his inner qualities are often overshadowed by his outward appearance. Li Lu made a small joke, and everyone in the room couldn't help but smile. As an athlete, Li Lu continued, Jiang Zhe possesses an indomitable spirit. No matter how powerful his opponents may be, he never gives up and never surrenders. This is the core essence of the character Ho Liangping. Calm, dignified, upright, and unyielding, these are the qualities that make Jiang Zhe and Ho Liangping so well suited for each other. In my opinion, no one is more suited for this role than Jiang Zhe. Li Lu made his final conclusion.
After hearing Li Lu's conclusion, many of the journalists present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his assessment. However, the female journalist from Weekly One was not concerned with whether Jiang Zhe was suitable for the role. She seized on several key points Li Lu had raised earlier and launched a direct attack on Jiang Zhe. Director Li, you mentioned earlier that Jiang Zhe is upright and highly compatible with Ho Liangping. However, netizens have differing opinions on this point. As everyone knows, Jiang Zhe injured H-star Wu Shixuan in public yesterday, severely injuring his bodyguard and forcing Wu Shixuan to kneel and apologize. This incident has caused a strong backlash, and Jiang Zhe is now facing legal action. Additionally, the production team of the Chinese restaurant has issued a joint statement condemning Jiang Zhe's arrogant and tyrannical behavior on the show. The female journalist coldly remarked, "Such behavior can hardly be called righteous. It's no different from that of a brute. What do you have to say about this, Jiang Zhe?" These words sparked a heated discussion among all the journalists. Compared to an unproduced TV series, Jiang Zhe's assault was the real headline news. Gao Yalan and Li Lu were also powerless to help and could only wait for Jiang Zhe's own response. However, Gao Yalan and Li Lu also stated that since the incident had not been officially concluded, they would firmly support Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of anger. He had finally seen the malicious journalist's ability to twist the truth. He coldly responded, "Regarding this issue, I will hold a personal press conference soon. Please save all such questions for my personal press conference. I refuse to comment on any issues unrelated to the people's MY." Jiang Zhe had not previously announced that he would hold a personal press conference. Upon hearing this, the journalists on site could no longer sit still, eager for the press conference to end quickly, as Jiang Zhe's personal press conference was the most important event. This mood affected everyone present. A few journalists who upheld their professional integrity, such as Li Ku, asked a few questions before the People's My launch event was hastily concluded. Faced with this situation, Gao Yalan and the other main cast members could do nothing but answer the journalists' questions before leaving the stage. Next up was Jiang Zhe's personal press conference. Meanwhile, outside the press conference venue, Wu Shixuan and the fans of the H-Star Alliance began to gather in protest outside the venue, with their numbers growing steadily. They held up various signs and banners, shouting at the top of their lungs outside the press conference venue, their voices drowning out the microphones inside and echoing throughout the area. Jiang Zhe must immediately apologize to Wu Shixuan. Boycott Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, get out of the entertainment industry. Jiang Zhe should be sent to prison and made to rot there. No, harming our idols is a heinous crime. They should be executed immediately. Among them are many brainless fans of H-Star, as well as many who merely heard rumors about Jiang Zhe's misdeeds or happened to pass by and were stirred up by the emotions, joining the ranks of those condemning Jiang Zhe. However, Jiang Zhe doesn't care about any of this. He completely ignores what his brainwashed fans say. As for those who are condemning him without knowing the truth, Jiang Zhe is confident that once they understand the facts, they will ultimately support him. Chapter 178, Head-to-Head Confrontation. Jiang Zhe directly utilized the venue of the People's MY to hold a personal press conference, without changing the location. Taking advantage of the gap when the hotel staff were replacing the production team's posters and props, Jiang Zhe had just gone backstage to rest when Li Ku, looking anxious, followed him there. Li Ku had anticipated that journalists would confront Jiang Zhe at the press conference, so he decided to use his own status as a journalist to steer the conversation and keep the focus on the production team. Unfortunately, Li Ku was a legitimate media journalist, and his audience had significant trust and influence in him, so he couldn't ask questions as freely as smaller media outlets. Mainstream media reports are always cautious and avoid making serious accusations without concrete evidence. They would consider the industry's influence before taking any action. Backstage, staff members were blocking Li Ku from entering, but Jiang Zhe noticed and instructed them to let her in. "Li Ku, why are you backstage? Is something serious happening?" Li Ku nodded and pulled Jiang Zhe aside, looking anxious as she said, "Xiao Zhe, I just received a call from a colleague. Just now, Lin Pinghai, representing the Chinese restaurant program, and Yuan Yuda's Haichen Entertainment have teamed up and are preparing to hold a press conference at the Kuantai Hotel." "A press conference?" Jiang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly and asked curiously, "What are they planning to announce?" Li Ku shook her head in confusion. "We don't know yet. I have a colleague there following up, but the information hasn't come back yet. However, it's not just Lin Pinghai attending the press conference. Someone from the H-Star Alliance is also there. Oh, and I heard that Wu Shixuan was allowed to be released on medical parole due to his status, and he seems to be attending the press conference as well." "Oomph." Jiang Zhe sneered inwardly. Lin Pinghai, Yuan Yuda, Wu Shixuan, and the H-Star Alliance attending the briefing together, and choosing such a critical moment. What are they up to? No need to guess. They aim to stir up trouble and smear Jiang Zhe first. Once everyone is implicated, Lin Pinghai will have already released the news first, making Jiang Zhe's personal press conference easily misinterpreted as a counterattack or retaliation from Jiang Zhe's side, creating the illusion of a dog-eat-dog situation. At first glance, Lin Pinghai's move seems like a desperate act of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of his own. However, upon closer inspection, one can see the malicious intent he harbors. The evidence Jiang Zhe has on Lin Pinghai is merely his involvement with a female celebrity through under-the-table deals. However, what Lin Pinghai is holding over Jiang Zhe is the charge of publicly humiliating someone. If the situation escalates to the point where official intervention is necessary, Lin Pinghai's actions would merely constitute a disciplinary issue and not a criminal offense. Moreover, he was the mastermind behind the scenes and would not step into the public eye, so his reputation would have little impact on his career. However, Jiang Zhe's offense involves publicly injuring multiple people. Although the military and the general administration of sport will get involved in this matter, no action has been taken yet. In the public's eyes, this has already transcended the scope of a routine public order case and will be treated as a criminal case. If Jiang Zhe were to continue mingling in the entertainment industry under such circumstances, his reputation would likely suffer. Unfortunately, while Lin Pinghai's plans were well thought out, Jiang Zhe was not the type to wait for others to make the first move before responding. He fully understands the principle of striking a snake with one blow to kill it, and has already made preparations for any possible moves by Lin Pinghai. Seeing Li Ke's grim expression, clearly worried about himself, Jiang Zhe felt a warm surge in his heart. He smiled reassuringly. Li Ke, it's okay. Don't worry. Let them do whatever they want. In the end, they'll be the ones to suffer. Seeing Jiang Zhe so confident, Li Ke also relaxed. You've already made preparations? Then I won't worry about you. Li Ke couldn't stay in the backstage area for too long, so after a brief chat, he turned and left. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, when I interview you later, don't forget to tell me exactly what happened. Jiang Zhe nodded, indicating he understood. In this clash with Lin Pinghai, some of the methods he had used were simply unsuitable for public discussion, and many of the details were completely unsubstantiated. How to tie up the entire incident during the interview would be quite challenging. Jiang Zhe hadn't guessed wrong. At that moment, Lin Pinghai's true intention was indeed to drag Jiang Zhe down with him and escalate the matter. After being extorted a large sum of money by Jiang Zhe the previous night, he was so enraged that he couldn't sleep all night. Besides the financial loss, which was extremely painful, he felt like a vital part of himself had been cut away. Moreover, the videos Jiang Zhe possessed were even more terrifying. If the videos were leaked, it wouldn't just affect Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda, it would also drag a large number of female celebrities into the scandal. These female celebrities might have unclear connections with others, and if they were involved, it would be like getting entangled in a vast network of powerful connections. Even with Lin Pinghai's status in the entertainment industry, he dared not touch such a sensitive issue. Therefore, Lin Pinghai believed that Jiang Zhe was also aware of the gravity of the situation. Better safe than sorry, Lin Pinghai was well aware that the videos were stored on his own phone, and he was the one who took them. Even if he were to shift the blame for the leak onto Jiang Zhe, the exposed female celebrities would inevitably ask, why did you secretly record these videos? What were you planning to do with them? Lin Pinghai spent the entire night deliberating and met with Yuan Yuda early the next morning to discuss a strategy. The two of them, who were in the same boat, managed to come up with a plan to break the deadlock. Slinging mud at each other. The more they thought about it, the more they believed there was potential in this plan, so they immediately set it into motion. They already had significant influence in the entertainment industry, and the media they gathered in a hurry outnumbered Jiang Zhe's side. Moreover, they deliberately timed their press conference to coincide with Jiang Zhe's appearance at the People's MY press conference, aiming to gain the upper hand and define Jiang Zhe's character first. To deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Zhe, Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda even contacted the entertainment agency behind Wu Shixuan, H-Country SM Company, to build sufficient scale and influence and attract brainwashed fans to fuel the fire. Their plan was sound, but unfortunately, they had underestimated Jiang Zhe. The situation would not unfold according to their wishes. Chapter 179, Purifying the Entertainment Industry. At that moment, in the lobby of the Kuantai Hotel, the joint press conference organized by Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda was underway. While Jiang Zhe's press conference was so crowded that no one could move, Lin Pinghai's press conference was so packed that not even a needle could fit in. Almost all media outlets that received the news had rushed to the scene. The venue was packed with people, and many paparazzi couldn't even squeeze inside. They could only hold up their cameras or phones and try to snap a few clear photos from the doorway. Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda were seated on stage, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Facing the sea of cameras, Lin Pinghai spoke with deep sorrow. The Chinese restaurant is a program aimed at promoting Chinese cuisine and spreading the values of truth, goodness, and beauty of Chinese culture. For this reason, all the celebrities participating in this program were carefully selected, and we ultimately chose a few artists led by Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming. Jiang Zhe, as a sports star who has brought honor to the nation, actively reached out to our program team, hoping to become a member of the show. The director who initially met with Jiang Zhe had a very positive impression of him. He was humble, well-mannered, and highly approachable. As a result, we agreed to have him join the show as a regular guest. It must be acknowledged that Jiang Zhe's performance indeed aligns well with the program's tone, so even before the show aired, he had already gained immense popularity. Unfortunately, once the production team arrived in Taigua, Jiang Zhe began to reveal his true colors.
His soaring popularity went to his head, and he abandoned his previous humble demeanor, starting to act like a diva, refusing to communicate with the production team, and completely subverting the role the production team had envisioned for him. Even worse, he began to see himself as the core of the show, arbitrarily excluding and bullying newcomers on the show, such as Jin Mingjia and others.
At first, we thought he was just temporarily out of place and hadn't realized he had transformed into a newcomer in the entertainment industry, so we were lenient with him and made many concessions.
As a result, we specifically arranged for Jin Mingjia to withdraw from the show during the program's hiatus due to Typhoon Hato, replacing her with the popular young star Wu Shixuan.
The goal was to make Zhang Zhe realize his true position and ensure the show could continue filming smoothly.
To our surprise, Zhang Zhe, during the program's press conference, became arrogant and physically assaulted Wu Shixuan.
He even brought people to severely injure Wu Shixuan's bodyguard in public.
Not only that, but he also incited his fans to clash with Wu Shixuan's fans, leading to physical altercations that nearly escalated into a bloody incident. This incident caused extremely negative social repercussions, set a harmful precedent in the entertainment industry, and directly contradicted the values that the Chinese restaurant program aims to promote. Therefore, as the executive producer of the Chinese restaurant, I hereby announce that the program will terminate its collaboration with Zhang Zhe and completely sever all ties with him. In other words, I will personally blacklist Zhang Zhe, an artist who has already accumulated a string of scandals despite not having officially debuted. Lin Pinghai's statement was nothing short of earth-shattering, causing the journalists present to buzz with speculation. It must be said that Lin Pinghai's lies were well-crafted, blending truth and fiction, with each false claim backed by a seemingly credible example. For example, he claimed that Zhang Zhe's popularity had surged, overshadowing established stars like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, a trend that everyone had witnessed. As for the video of Zhang Zhe assaulting Wu Shixuan, beating him up, and attacking his bodyguards, it was still widely circulating online at the time. However, only the video of Jiang Zhou assaulting Wu Shixuan is available online, while the footage of Wu Shixuan's bodyguards attacking Jiang Zhou beforehand is missing.
As a result, many uninformed viewers have criticized Jiang Zhou's actions as inappropriate.
Additionally, Jin Mingjia and the show's official Weibo account have both spoken out accusing Zhang Zhe. Taking all this into account, some people who are unaware of the full story have begun to question Zhang Zhe's character.
The paparazzi at the scene were already eager for chaos.
Upon hearing the sensational revelations from Lin Pinghai, everyone became extremely excited. Some of the quicker thinking among them swiftly drafted news articles, organizing the statements Lin Pinghai had just made, and immediately sent the articles to their bosses. To grab attention, all the articles were given sensational headlines. The collapse of a public image, swimming superstar Zhang Zhe's character is so corrupt. Zhang Zhe, the star who was banned before even debuting in the entertainment industry after transitioning from swimming. Seeing the timing was right, Lin Pinghai announced, "We are not only terminating our cooperation with Zhang Zhe but have also prepared the necessary documents to file a lawsuit in court. We are suing Zhang Zhe for breaching his contractual obligations, demanding the return of the remuneration paid by the production team, and compensation for breach of contract." That's right, we at Haichan Entertainment have also prepared the necessary documents to file a lawsuit against Zhang Zhe. Yuan Yuda stood up, pointing to Wu Shixuan, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, and said, "The little king Wu Shixuan will also hold Zhang Zhe accountable for assaulting him without cause."
It's not just me. Wu Shixuan spoke out at an inopportune moment.
His Mandarin was decent, though his tone was somewhat odd, but the journalists could all understand clearly, not only am I holding him accountable, but my company, H-Country SM Entertainment Agency, also demands that the Chinese authorities severely punish this criminal who inflicted serious injuries on multiple company assistants in public. Additionally, over a dozen popular H-stars, including Quan Ji-yong, have entrusted me to express their protest here, demanding that Zhang Zhe retract his malicious remarks insulting the H nationality and apologize publicly.
The H-Star Alliance reserves the right to sue Zhang Zhe for defamation in court. Journalists were secretly shocked, as this was clearly an attempt to destroy Zhang Zhe. Lin Pinghai holds significant influence in the entertainment industry. Even if he cannot completely eliminate Zhang Zhe's future prospects are likely to be challenging. The H-Star Alliance, led by Wu Shixuan, holds significant influence in China, primarily due to the large number of brainless fans who prioritize their idols over their country. Moreover, the case involves SM Company, a major entertainment conglomerate from H-Country with significant influence in China's entertainment industry, elevating the matter to a whole new level. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene had been sufficiently set, Lin Pinghai concluded his lengthy speech with a meaningful remark. "Expel Zhang Zhe from the entertainment industry and purify it. I will take the lead." Chapter 180, well played. Lin Pinghai's righteous words sent a chill down the spines of all the journalists present. Go to hell, how can you make it sound so disgusting? The journalists present were all insiders in the entertainment industry and were well versed in its inner workings. As far as they knew, in the entertainment industry, aside from a few top-tier superstars and a handful of celebrities protected by powerful backers, everyone else had some skeletons in their closet. Especially someone like Lin Pinghai, who had moral issues to begin with. His entire being was corrupt. To clean up the entertainment industry, you have to start with yourself.
The journalists all silently complained in their hearts. At the same time, all the journalists present felt a sudden realization: Jiang Zhe was truly in big trouble this time. A newcomer who had appeared before the public with the aura of a future superstar hadn't even had a chance to truly shine before falling from grace, not even leaving a trail like a meteor. Perhaps in the future, people will only remember Jiang Zhe when they need a cautionary tale. A newcomer who, upon debuting, could already compete with established stars like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, had a future that seemed as bright as the stars. However, given the current situation, it seems likely that he will meet an early and tragic end. Without Jiang Zhe, there will undoubtedly be fewer sensational topics to discuss, and the paparazzi, thinking of this, can't help but feel a bit melancholy. While Lin Pinghai was holding a press conference to accuse Jiang Zhe's personal press conference also began amid great anticipation. The atmosphere in the venue was tense and charged. The mainstream media, such as the entertainment magazine where Li Ke worked, adopted a wait-and-see attitude, waiting for Jiang Zhe's explanation before making any judgments. Those rushing forward were the paparazzi eager for chaos, as well as many tabloid reporters sent by Lin Pinghai and others to smear Jiang Zhe. Without the presence of seasoned veterans with high standing, the paparazzi ran rampant, asking questions that grew increasingly sharp and pointed. Moreover, it seemed as though they had all coordinated their efforts, as their questions repeatedly focused on Jiang Zhe's alleged bullying of Jin Mengjia and the unprovoked assault on Wu Shixuan. Li Ke was so furious he wanted to slap each of them across the face and berate them in front of everyone. Where is your professional integrity as journalists? Have you all been eaten by dogs? Li Ke had just received an instant message from a colleague at the press conference, and she knew everything Lin Pinghai had said. In her view, Lin Pinghai's mix of truth and lies had truly put Jiang Zhe in an extremely awkward position. Those who received the instant messages were not just her alone. Nearly all the journalists present had channels to obtain real-time updates on the other press conference. Lin Pinghai's words had already taken root in people's minds. In Li Ke's view, probably 99% of the people present believed him and were just waiting for an opportunity to attack. A journalist suddenly stood up, completely shedding his facade, and launched a direct attack on Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, hello, the journalist said with a face full of malice and a sharp tone. Just moments ago, Mr. Lin Pinghai, the executive producer of the TV show Chinese Restaurant, publicly accused you in front of all media outlets of acting like a diva, bullying newcomers, and disregarding laws and regulations, exposing your brutal side of committing violence in broad daylight. He also stated that he is collaborating with H-star Wu Shixuan and SM Entertainment to file a lawsuit in court, seeking legal action against you for breach of contract, assault, and defamation. How do you respond to these allegations? Jiang Zhe smiled faintly. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for everyone's emotions to reach their peak so that all the accumulated anger could be redirected toward Lin Pinghai, effectively neutralizing him. He replied solemnly, alright, the misunderstandings about me primarily revolve around two issues: the alleged unprovoked assault on Wu Shixuan, and the allegations made by Jin Mengjia on Weibo regarding bullying her during the program. Here, I will provide a detailed response. First, regarding the incident involving Wu Shixuan being beaten, I have a video that documents the entire process in detail. Everyone can watch it first and then make their own judgment. The equipment for the press conference was fully functional, and staff played a video on the large screen. The Koantai Hotel can be considered the temporary headquarters for the Chinese restaurant. The hotel manager has an excellent relationship with Lin Pinghai. Aside from the videos filmed by fans at the scene, the widely circulated excerpts of the video showing Jiang Zhe assaulting Wu Shixuan were provided by the Koantai Hotel. The hotel deleted the original complete video, but Jiang Zhe used S-level hacking technology to restore all the video data after considerable effort, ultimately obtaining the complete video. Everything that happened yesterday was clearly visible to all the journalists present at the scene. The first person to appear before the crowd was Wu Shixuan, who had arrived earlier that day surrounded by bodyguards and riding in a Lincoln Stretch limousine. His arrival initially caused little commotion, but suddenly, a large group of Wu Shixuan's fanatical fans charged forward, knocking over Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Jiang Zhe's fan groups, rushing toward Wu Shixuan. The scene became chaotic, with many people being pushed to the ground. However, Wu Shixuan and his bodyguards stood by without any intention of intervening to restore order. And then came the crucial moment. A young girl holding a sign with Jiang Zhe's name nearly fell to the ground. From the video, it was clear that she turned to her companion and said something. This statement was clearly overheard by Wu Shixuan, who arrogantly pointed at the young girl with his hand. A burly bodyguard stepped forward and, before the girl could react, slapped her hard across the face. To ensure everyone could see clearly, Jiang Zhe specifically retrieved footage from multiple surveillance cameras and played the segment from various angles. This included Wu Shixuan ordering the bodyguard to attack, the female fan being struck unconscious, and the subsequent altercation between the female fan's companion and Wu Shixuan's bodyguard. Every detail was unambiguously displayed before the eyes of the journalists. And then came the scene everyone was familiar with. Jiang Zhe, accompanied by two men, brutally beat the bodyguards who had attacked the fans. Wu Shixuan turned to flee but was struck by Jiang Zhe, sending him sprawling to the ground. The final scene showed Wu Shixuan kneeling and apologizing. The video ended quickly, but the journalists at the scene were left speechless. They had also seen the complete video of the incident for the first time, and as Chinese people, they were equally outraged by Wu Shixuan's actions.
Well done.
A male journalist, his face flushed red, couldn't help but shout out loud.
Chapter 181, It's time to take action.
Although media reporters focused on H-Star's activities in their reports every day, it was merely to cater to the massive fanbase of brainwashed fans in China and boost click-through rates.
Deep down, they don't necessarily like H-Star.
Especially as H-Star's influence grows in China, figures like Wu Shixuan have begun treating China as a market they can exploit at will, with incidents of arrogance and refusal to cooperate occurring frequently. Some H-Star celebrities even use such behavior as a selling point to showcase their carefree and unconventional image, and their brainwashed fans not only accept this but even go so far as to say they would follow their lead even if the H-Stars were to use drugs. In contrast, the top-tier celebrities in China, aside from a handful of arrogant individuals within the industry, are generally easy to deal with and cooperative. As long as one does not dwell on their weaknesses or ask probing questions, even slightly sharp issues can be handled.
Even sensationalist tabloids retain a basic sense of morality.
Regardless of their stance, inciting their fans to clash with others' fans, and even dispatching bodyguards to assault young women, such behavior has far exceeded the boundaries of what the public can tolerate. Therefore, when the entire incident of Wu Shixuan being beaten and forced to kneel and apologize in public was exposed by Jiang Zhe, regardless of the mindset of the journalists present, a few words inevitably came to mind.
Justice has been served.
At that moment, in a mysteriously decorated office within a historic building in Beijing, Jiang Ze's former superior, Wen Su, the director of the General Administration of Sport, looked visibly excited. A computer screen in front of him was playing a video of Jiang Ze brutally beating Wu Shixuan. Beside him sat another person, his expression solemn, as if deep in thought. If anyone from the television or film industry were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that face. The director of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, Kai. There is an old saying, culture and sports go hand in hand. As the heads of two bureaus responsible for sports and cultural media, they often crossed paths in their work. Wen Su and Kai had been close friends for many years. After the video finished playing, Wen Su turned to Kai, the director, but did not speak. The incident where Jiang Ze severely beat Wu Shixuan was something Wen Su would not ignore. Jiang Ze had grown up under Wen Su's watchful eye, and his performance had never disappointed Wen Su. Wen Su truly loved Jiang Ze to the core and could not tolerate anyone harming him in the slightest. Now, with Jiang Ze being overwhelmed by a flood of online criticism and even sued, Wen Su was immediately enraged.
In Wen Su's view, Wu Shixuan deserved a beating.
Therefore, after obtaining the complete video, he deliberately showed it to director Kai.
Old Kai, what do you think?
Kai bureau chief remained silent, staring intently at the screen.
Wen Su finally asked him.
Upon hearing this, Kai shook his head slightly, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke with an extremely displeased expression. These H-Star people are truly overconfident. They need to be dealt with. Director Kai did not comment on the incident where Jiang Ze hit someone, nor did he make any further remarks at that moment. This was because Jiang Ze's actions ultimately involved violence, and the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television had such a powerful influence on public values that as the director, old Kai had to be cautious in his words and actions at all times and avoid making hasty judgments.
Wen Su nodded in agreement and continued on the topic. How did these H-Star people get so spoiled? China is their biggest source of income, yet they always act superior and constantly belittle China. It's infuriating. National power is not something that can be compared to a small-time reporter. Although the surveillance cameras only captured the footage and not the audio, given Wen Su and director Kai's positions, finding a lip-reading expert who understands Korean would be the easiest thing in the world. Before arriving, Wen Su had specially arranged for subtitles to be added. The video they watched already had subtitles, and everything Wu Shixuan had said to his agent at the time was exposed before their eyes. Therefore, this video left Kai bureau chief with a face full of anger. Back then, domestic variety shows and TV dramas were too backward, while H-Country truly stood out in the entertainment industry. That's why we relaxed the restrictions on H-Star.
The concepts and ideas they brought were indeed worth learning from, sparking a craze and forming today's H-Wave. He grew increasingly angry, slamming his hand on the table. They don't understand that opening this vast market to them was a rare opportunity. Instead of choosing a path of mutual benefit and cooperation, they insist on causing trouble.
This is forcing us to take action and expel these toxic elements from the Chinese market.
Wen Su came to see Kai bureau chief primarily to deal with these H-Star individuals. Seeing Kai bureau chief's attitude, he smiled slightly and said, "It's time to take action, but you don't need to handle Wu Shixuan yourself. I heard that his behavior at the scene inciting fans to insult Chinese military personnel has severely angered the military and drawn the attention of higher-ups. The higher-ups have instructed the public security system to handle this matter seriously. If everything goes as planned, they may have already sent people to arrest Wu Shixuan. Moreover, when Su continued, those who collude with foreign forces, deliberately slander and defame individuals and organizations like Jiang Zhe who have brought countless honors to the nation and, in a sense, represent the nation's image will also face consequences from the military and public security authorities. Upon hearing this, Director Kai nodded slightly and sighed. It seems we need to discuss a plan at the Ministry of Science and Technology to begin restricting the activities of these H-star individuals.
We cannot allow them to act with impunity any longer. After speaking, Director Kai suddenly asked Wensu, "Old one, where did you get this video?" Wensu did not hide anything, it was sent to me by my disciple, Jiang Zhe. Director Kai smiled and pointed at Wensu, You're still so protective of your disciples." Wensu smiled, "Well, what can I do? Jiang Zhe is my most outstanding disciple. If I don't protect him, how can I?"
Meanwhile, at the press conference, Jiang Zhe waited for the journalists to process the anger and shock caused by the video before announcing, regarding the second focal point, the allegations made by Ms. Jean Mingjia on her Weibo, I will now respond.
Now, please welcome Ms. Jean Mingjia. Chapter 182, Taken Away on the Spot. The moment Jean Mingjia's name was mentioned, the journalists erupted again.
The incident where Jiang Zhe violently attacked Wu Shixuan served as the trigger, while Jean Mingjia's Weibo revelations became a crucial link in the recent online buzz.
If Jean Mingjia's Weibo revelations are true, this would indeed be a major black mark against Jiang Zhe.
A newcomer who had participated in the program alongside Jiang Zhe and spent days in close proximity suddenly made bold revelations on Weibo, and even received support from the program's official Weibo account, making it hard to dismiss as mere rumors. Under such circumstances, even those who know the details of the assault would join the camp condemning Jiang Zhe. The person who was suddenly elevated to the role of the standard-bearer for the anti-Jiang Zemin movement, Jean Mingjia, actually attended Jiang Zemin's personal press conference and appeared to be defending him, which was utterly shocking and also filled with anticipation.
Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Jean Mingjia made her appearance.
Unlike her usual glamorous image as a celebrity in the spotlight, she was makeup-free and dressed simply, looking vulnerable and pitiful, evoking sympathy from those around her. She looked up at Jiang Zhe, who stepped aside and handed her a comforting smile. Jean Mingjia took a deep breath, stepped up to the microphone, and her usually soft and innocent face suddenly revealed a rare expression of determination.
"Hello everyone, I am Jean Mingjia."
Jean Mingjia's clear voice echoed through the entire press conference venue.
Regarding the Weibo post claiming that Jiang Zhe acted like a diva and bullied newcomers during the program recording, I am here to make an official statement on behalf of myself. The post in question was not written by me, and I was completely unaware of its publication. Furthermore, I can personally confirm that all the content in the Weibo post is completely false. Jean Mingjia paused briefly before speaking firmly, pure defamation. Ignoring the stunned journalists below, Jean Mingjia continued speaking firmly. The truth is that during the recording of the program, Jiang Zhe was always sunny, friendly, and willing to help others. He also had harmonious and cordial interactions with the program crew. Whether it was me or the other celebrity guests invited to the program, we all developed a deep friendship with Jiang Zhe. This can be seen from the interactions on Weibo between Wei Jie and the other hosts, such as Xiao Minggu and Xiao Lianggu. However, it was my agency, Haichan Entertainment, and its boss, Yuan Yuda, who secretly used my Weibo to slander and defame Jiang Zhe. Upon learning of the content posted on Weibo, I attempted to clarify the matter immediately. However, Yuan Yuda, in order to achieve his own goals, used the pretext of cooperating with company promotions to summon multiple individuals who confined me to a room, restricted my freedom, and forcibly seized my phone and computer. Such behavior severely breaches the basic boundaries of how an agency should treat its artists, and is no different from the actions of a criminal gang. Therefore, I have reported this incident to the police for illegal detention, and I will file a lawsuit against Yuan Yuda in court to hold him accountable for his civil liabilities. The journalists below were left speechless, as the details revealed by Jean Mingjia were truly shocking. Posting the expose on Weibo under Jean Mingjia's name was one thing, but many celebrities now entrust their Weibo accounts to their management teams, who occasionally make mistakes like accidentally liking posts. The issue is that, because Jean Mingjia refused to comply and wanted to repost the Weibo to clarify the situation, they simply detained her, a young woman, and prevented her from contacting the outside world. That is utterly unacceptable. This is a criminal offense. Has Yuan Yuda developed fatty liver disease? How dare he be so brazen? Journalists were all puzzled. One reporter couldn't contain himself and stood up to ask directly, Ms. Jean Mingjia, based on your account, did Yuan Yuda of Haichan Entertainment illegally confine you to solidify the allegations against Jiang Zhe? Jean Mingjia nodded slightly. The reporter continued, then I'm curious. Given that you were fully aware that Jiang Zhe was scheduled to attend the People's NY press conference today, where he had the opportunity to clarify the matter in front of numerous media reporters, why did Yuan Zone lift the restrictions on you, allowing you to appear here? Everyone turned their attention to Jean Mingjia, as this was indeed the biggest point of contention. If Yuan Yuda had really done this, he wasn't just bold, he was a bold fool. Before Jean Mingjia could respond, Jiang Zhe interjected with a smile, I can prove this. It was precisely because I couldn't contact Jean Mengjia and felt something was amiss that I went to the apartment she had rented at Haichin Entertainment to look for her. That's how I rescued her, and in the process, I got into a physical altercation with Yuan Yuda and others present. He spoke firmly. I will not only testify on behalf of Jean Mengjia to prove Yuan Yuda's illegal detention of her, I will also file a countersuit against everyone currently suing me. I will sue Lin Pinghai for maliciously spreading rumors and defaming my reputation. I will sue Wu Shixuan for condoning his bodyguard's attack on my fans. Additionally, Zhang Zhe's lips curled into a cold smile as he added, I will also sue the so-called H-Star Alliance and the SM company behind it for their defamatory statements. I demand compensation for my reputation and mental distress, and an apology from them and all major media outlets. After a pause, he added meaningfully, their apology must be made in the name of the entire H-Star Alliance and SM company, otherwise, I will not accept it. Shocking. All the journalists couldn't help but marvel at the dramatic turn of events. Meanwhile, at Lin Pinghai's press conference, another dramatic scene unfolded. Lin Pinghai was teaming up with Yuan Yuda and Wu Shixuan to accuse Zhang Zhe of his despicable actions in front of the packed crowd of journalists. Suddenly, a polite yet firm voice came from the door. Please make way. Could you please make way? Who is it? Everyone turned their gaze toward the door. At the entrance, over 10 police officers appeared, led by Wu Wenshang, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Huangpu District in Shanghai. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Wenshang walked straight up to Wu Shixuan with several police officers and unfolded a piece of paper. Mr. Wu Shixuan, I am Wu Wenshang, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Huangpu District in Shanghai. You are suspected of obstructing public safety and instigating others to assault pedestrians in a public place. Please come with us to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. This is an arrest warrant. What? An arrest warrant? All the journalists at the scene were completely baffled. How could this happen? Before they could recover from their shock, Wu Shixuan, who had tried to resist, was taken away on the spot. Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda, who had regained their composure, felt a chill run down their spines and were deeply alarmed. It's over. Many readers have pointed out that this part of the plot is overly verbose. The author apologizes here for the lack of experience and inadequate control over the plot, which has led to many deviations from the intended narrative. Please bear with us. Chapter 183, Bright Future. Zhang Zhe's press conference, which had been meticulously orchestrated by Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda, had come to an end. However, the repercussions continued to unfold. All the journalists present witnessed a major spectacle, especially when Wu Shixuan was arrested on the spot during the briefing session, which served as the climax of the drama. And this climax continued to unfold. 2 days after the press conference, Yuan Yuda was also arrested by the police, charged with the same crime of illegal detention that Jean Mengjia had accused him of during the press conference. Lin Pinghai was also taken away by the police for assistance in the investigation, and everyone is well aware that his outcome is unlikely to be favorable. Furthermore, several H-star celebrities in China were also summoned and detained by the police. The once powerful anti-Jiangxia H-Star Alliance has collapsed, and SM Company's senior executives in China are currently under investigation by Chinese authorities. Meanwhile, rumors about Jiangxia began to circulate and quickly became a hot topic. Some claim that Zhang Zemin has connections at the highest levels of power, and the police's swift and ruthless actions are a direct result of orders from his backers. In response to this incident, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television SARFT followed suit by issuing a new notice to strengthen supervision and review of foreign artists entering the country, particularly those from H-Star. Netizens have dubbed this notice the H-ban. For consecutive days, Zhang Zhe remained at the top of the online search rankings. As he had anticipated, the number of fans he gained after the truth was revealed matched the number of netizens who had previously criticized him without knowing the facts. Regarding the various rumors circulating online, Zhang Zhe ignored them, focusing instead on the filming of The People's MY. Cut. Good, one take. Zhang Zhe, take a break and recharge your energy. At a film studio, after a scene was wrapped, Li Lu called out, cut. He looked at the footage on the monitor with satisfaction and gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up, signaling him to take a break. Zhang Zhe nodded, went to the temporary rest area to drink water and rest, replenishing his energy. The filming of The People's MY had already begun. As the first TV series he had invested in and starred in, Zhang Zhe took it extremely seriously. He didn't want to confine himself to the framework of a variety show. Star TV dramas and films were also within his plans. The People's MY was a significant starting point for him. For other newcomers just beginning their acting careers, such an opportunity would likely be a dream come true. It's not just Zhang Zhe who was dedicated to this project. Everyone involved, including the entire creative team, has poured their heart and soul into it. Especially director Li Lu, who was stricter than ever, allowing no room for error. Although Li Lu did not attend Zhang Zhe's personal press conference that day, he stayed behind the scenes, closely monitoring the entire event. As the truth became clear to everyone, Li Lu keenly sensed that The People's MY had already become a sensation before filming even began. The show's search rankings online had already climbed into the top 10, with the conflict between Zhang Zhe, the People's My production team, Haichin Entertainment, and the H-Star Alliance ranking ahead of it. Zhang Zhe is the lead actor of The People's MY, and his popularity has naturally boosted the show's ratings. The most obvious evidence was that the advertising and sponsorship fees had already reached an astronomical figure, even though the show had only just begun filming. As investors, Zhang Zhe and Gao Yalan had already made a fortune. Under these circumstances, Li Lu will undoubtedly spare no effort to deliver a spectacular show for the audience. He cannot afford to risk the show being criticized for failing to live up to its hype. It's not just director Li Lu, everyone in the production team has felt the intense atmosphere and is giving their all to turn this show into a masterpiece. Veteran actors are giving it their all, and as the lead actor, Zhang Zhe truly feels like he can't keep up. Originally, he believed that with his A-level acting skills, he could navigate the entertainment industry with ease. Even if he encountered S-level actors, he wouldn't be too far behind, at least not to the point of being completely outclassed. However, when he finally faced off against these masters, Zhang Zhe truly understood the terror of S-level acting. Acting isn't just about acting skills, it also involves things like positioning, lighting, and mastering the rhythm of dialogue, all of which are huge challenges for actors. If A-class acting skills have reached a state of mastery, then S-class acting is like having an innate aura. For example, Wu Gang's portrayal of Secretary Dakang is a character completely detached from the typical portrayal of a righteous official in TV dramas. He possesses the ordinary emotions of a human being, and for the sake of developing the local economy, he is willing to resort to any means necessary, even sacrificing his own career and risking imprisonment. This contradictory and unique trait is portrayed by Wu Gang with such intensity that Zhang Zhe, who acts opposite him, feels a surge of sympathy upon seeing him, even though he knows this is all fictional and that he himself is one of the creators of this fictional story. This is no longer a matter of resembling the character in appearance or spirit. Zhang Zhe feels as though he has been transported to another dimension, experiencing everything firsthand. It wasn't just the role of Secretary Dakang when acting with others, Zhang Zhe also felt a similar energy, leaving him occasionally feeling powerless. Oldly, did Xiao Zhe's performance disappoint you? Taking advantage of the break, Gao Yalan walked over and chatted briefly with Li Lu. Glancing at Zhang Zhe, who was drinking water nearby, Li Lu nodded in extreme satisfaction. If he's given a little more time, his acting will definitely reach a new level. He can definitely hold his own against a group of veteran actors. That's right. Xiao Zhe's performance has been recognized by the veteran actors, and Li Shuajian is also nurturing him. Xiao Zhe's future and achievements are truly limitless. Gao Yalan sighed. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe had just sat down to drink water and rest when Li Shuajian walked over. Teacher. Zhang Zhe hurriedly stood up and greeted Li Shuajian. Zhang Zhe holds Li Shuajian in high regard, not just because of his age, but also because of the meticulous care he has shown him in acting. Therefore, Zhang Zhe is deeply grateful for Li Shuajian's help. Sit down, sit down. Li Shuajian smiled and gestured for Zhang Zhe to sit down. Li Shuajian rarely took on disciples, but despite Zhang Zhe not formally apprenticing under him, it could be said that Li Shuajian treated Zhang Zhe as his disciple and nurtured him accordingly. Moreover, Li Shuajian was extremely satisfied with and recognized Zhang Zhe's performance. Earlier, during your conversation with Ji Changming, there were some issues you need to pay attention to. You should handle it this way. Li Shuajian began pointing out the shortcomings in Zhang Zhe's acting, while Zhang Zhe listened attentively with a respectful expression, following Li Shuajian's teachings. Chapter 184, The Ace Producer. Following the incident involving Yuan Yuda, Haichin Entertainment faced immense pressure, exacerbated by the additional pressure exerted by Zhang Zhe. As a result, Jin Mengjia and Haichin Entertainment signed a vague termination agreement, declaring the previous contract null and void, thereby making her a free agent. After Jin Mengjia terminated her contract with Haichin, she had nowhere to go. Coincidentally, the production team of The People's My was short on supporting actors, so Zhang Zhe used his connections to bring her into the crew. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, without a company to arrange work for her, she clearly lacked the ability to secure job opportunities on her own. However, judging by her demeanor, she did not seem in a hurry to find another agency and instead stayed with Zhang Zhe on the set. According to the plot, Gao Yuliang has a daughter named Gao Fangfang, who secretly admires Ho Liangping and is studying abroad in the United States. Her role in the show was not significant, so the production team had not yet cast an actress for the part. Coincidentally, Jin Mengjia had been by Zhang Zhe's side all this time, and her youthful and lively aura was quite suitable for the role of Gao Fangfang. Thus, the role that Li Lu had originally intended to keep as a mere line in the script finally found an actress, adding a fresh and vibrant touch to the entire show. Jin Mengjia's acting was also commendable and received widespread recognition. No one expected this to be a breakthrough performance for Jin Mengjia. In fact, she was simply playing herself. Just as Gao Fangfang secretly admires Ho Liangping in the show, Jin Mengjia has also been secretly in love with Zhang Zhe. However, she kept this affection well hidden in her daily life, so much so that Zhang Zhe, despite having seen Jin Mengjia's obvious computer bookmarks, mistakenly believed they were just the admiration of a young girl.
She had very few scenes, so in her free time, she simply took on the role of Jiang Ze's assistant, happily running errands on set every day. The entire crew loved this gentle, smiling young woman. Li Lu also treated Jin Mengjia very well. He had always been kind to innocent new female actors. Not only did he rewrite Jin Mengjia's lines to give her more screen time, but he also arranged for her to have an assistant role, responsible for rehearsing lines with actors before filming and reading scripts for some older actors with poor eyesight. She had originally studied broadcasting and hosting, so this role was clearly the perfect fit for her. In her free time, she remained by Jiang Ze's side, attentively taking care of his every need, much like a devoted wife. That day, after finishing a scene with the veteran actors, Jiang Ze, exhausted both mentally and physically, was resting in the special resting room prepared by the production team. Jin Mengjia suddenly rushed in and said crisply, "Brother Jiang, someone is looking for you?" "Who's looking for me?" Jiang Ze was puzzled. Lately, he had been living like Lu Sun once described, retreating to a small building to live in isolation, unconcerned with the seasons. He had been staying on set every day and hadn't gone out, so how could someone come looking for him? "I don't know her either." Jin Mengjia shook her head. "She said she's from Mango TV and her name is Wang Tian." "Mango TV?" Jiang Ze immediately realized who she was and had a rough idea of her intentions. In recent years, to minimize risks and explore new creative ideas, major TV stations have adopted the production-broadcasting separation model. The so-called production and broadcasting separation means that the TV station only serves as a broadcasting platform, while the programs are independently produced by the producers. In terms of revenue, besides the platform paying a certain copyright fee, both parties also split the advertising revenue from the program, similar to how TV dramas are operated. And The Chinese Restaurant is precisely such a variety show with a production and broadcast separation model, where all aspects from preparation to filming are handled by the executive producer Lin Pinghai, while Hunan TV is responsible for broadcasting. It must be said that Lin Pinghai's concept is indeed innovative, and he also possesses the necessary connections and influence to secure the best production team and the most popular celebrities. As a result, Mango TV has placed great expectations on this show. Not only does it promote it extensively on its platform every day, but it has also positioned The Chinese Restaurant as the highlight of the second quarter, positioning it as the main contender against other satellite TV stations' flagship variety shows. With the best team, the hottest artists, and one of the top broadcasting platforms in the country, The Chinese Restaurant has indeed lived up to everyone's expectations, becoming extremely popular and rivaling Jiang Ze's The People's MY. Mango TV has already made a substantial profit by selling the program's naming rights and partnership opportunities. With advertising revenue during broadcasts, the total earnings are expected to be astronomical. Just as it seemed poised for another project with both critical acclaim and commercial success, problems arose at the very moment the show premiered. Lin Pinghai was soundly defeated in his clash with Jiang Ze and is currently assisting with the investigation in a detention center, with little chance of being released in the near future. That he ended up in jail is one thing, but no one is coming to his defense, as everyone believes he brought it upon himself. However, as the show's executive producer, his arrest has brought the entire program to a standstill. Most critically, his reputation is now completely ruined. To solidify his accusations against Jiang Ze, he had tied his own identity to The Chinese Restaurant, representing the entire production team and attacking Jiang Ze. As the truth came to light, Lin Pinghai was ruined, and so was The Chinese Restaurant. Moreover, the contracts signed between Mango TV and various advertisers explicitly stipulated that The Chinese Restaurant must guarantee a minimum viewership rating. If this target was not met, Mango TV would not only have to refund the substantial advertising fees already received but also face astronomical breach of contract penalties. With no other option, Mango TV swiftly acquired the full copyright to The Chinese Restaurant and dispatched its top producer, Wang Tian, to revive the show at any cost. At the very least, they must achieve the minimum viewership rating stipulated in the contract to avoid falling into the trap of exorbitant breach of contract penalties. Upon taking over, Wang Tian's first task was to find Jiang Ze. He who tied the bell must untie it. Wang Tian understood this principle well. Note, this Wang Tian is from Mango TV, not the director of the Chinese Restaurant program, Wang Tian. Chapter 185, Determined to Succeed. Jin Mengjia didn't recognize Wang Tian, which was understandable. She was still just a newcomer and had no qualifications to interact with a top-tier producer like Wang Tian. Moreover, Wang Tian is extremely low-key in her personal life. Aside from occasional appearances at program press conferences or interviews, she rarely makes headlines, and even her photos are scarce. Her curiosity stems solely from the fact that this person and the director of the Chinese Restaurant show share the same surname, Wang Tian, the one is female and the other male. Jiang Ze's cousin, Zhao Liang, had worked with Wang Tian before, so when Jin Mengjia mentioned that she was Wang Tian from Mango TV, he immediately guessed who she was. Jiang Ze immediately sat up and said to Jin Mengjia, "Please invite her in. I want to talk to her." "Alright." Jin Mengjia agreed cheerfully and ran off to fetch Wang Tian. Meanwhile, Jiang Ze took the opportunity to tidy up his clothes and hair in the mirror. No wonder Jiang Ze was so serious. He suddenly realized this was a golden opportunity.
Jiang Zhe also had deep feelings for the show China's Restaurant, as it was his first step into the entertainment industry, and through the show, he had made many friends in the entertainment. However, after falling out with Lin Pinghai, he angrily left the show, and deep down, he still felt a sense of regret. He still highly respected the original intentions of the show's director, Wang Tian, promoting Chinese cuisine and showcasing the core traditional culture of China. Moreover, before Lin Pinghai meddled in the matter, the production team and the artists got along very well, with a genuine sense of kindness and beauty permeating the atmosphere. Everyone was happily running a small Chinese restaurant on a beautiful island, feeling as though they were living in a utopia. This feeling wasn't just felt by Jiang Zhe. All the celebrities who participated in the show agreed that their time at the Chinese restaurant was one of the most relaxing periods in recent years. Unfortunately, all of that was ruined by Lin Pinghai. Now, there is a chance to restore everything to the way it was before, and Jiang Zhe made a decision in that very moment. He must protect this beautiful memory. He intends to take everything related to the Chinese restaurant program from its name to the small restaurant on Elephant Island and make it his own, ensuring no one else can ever disrupt it again. When Wang Tian entered the restroom led by Jin Mengjia, she saw a confident Jiang Zhe. Wang Tian had seen Jiang Zhe on TV before, and she had even met him in person at a press conference. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Tian noticed that besides his usual good looks and sunny disposition, Jiang Zhe had a hint of determination and confidence in his eyes. Even though she was past the age where she would be easily swayed by a young heartthrob, and had seen countless handsome men over the years, Wang Tian couldn't help but admire him silently. She extended her hand to Jiang Zhe with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, Jiang Zhe. I'm Wang Tian." Jiang Zhe smiled and shook Wang Tian's hand, then smiled again and said, "Hello, Ms. Wang, the renowned producer. I've heard a lot about you." Wang Tian smiled gently. She was a woman who looked very gentle and kind, so much so that it was hard to associate her with a top-tier producer. She smiled and said, "I'm older than you, so just call me Sister Wang." Such an obvious attempt to break the ice, Jiang Zhe naturally caught on. He smiled and said, "Alright, Wang Jia, you can call me Xiao Zhe. That's what all my friends call me." Both were shrewd individuals. The change in address immediately made them feel closer. They smiled as they took their seats. Jin Mengjia, having completed her task of showing the way, turned to open the door and leave the rest area. Jiang Zhe noticed this and hurriedly called out to Jin Mengjia, "Mengjia, you don't need to go out." He smiled at Wang Tian across from him and said meaningfully, "What Wang Jia wants to talk about also concerns you." "Oh, okay, Zhe Gu." Jin Mengjia replied with a puzzled expression, then moved a folding chair from the corner and sat quietly behind Jiang Zhe. Wang Tian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, what I need to discuss also involves Mengjia." She was representing the China restaurant program, and since Jin Mengjia was a regular guest on the show, saying it was related to her was accurate. However, Jin Mengjia's previous contract with the program was signed by Haichan Entertainment. After she left Haichan Entertainment, her status as a regular guest effectively expired. But since Jiang Zhe had already stated that Jin Mengjia was connected to the show, what difference did it make if Wang Tian, as a representative of the production team, re-signed a contract with her? She was sent here with a mission, and the station made it clear that they would stop at nothing to get Jin Mengjia back on the show. It's just a minor matter. After bypassing the issue of Jin Mengjia, Wang Tian spoke seriously, "Xiao Zhe, I am here on behalf of Mango TV. Additionally, the program China's Restaurant has been fully taken over by Mango TV, and I am currently in charge. I believe you already know the purpose of my visit." Jiang Zhe replied with a meaningful glance, "I understand." Wang Tian felt a slight headache. Jiang Zhe's "I understand" didn't just mean he had guessed her intentions. It was clear he had already seen through the predicament Mango TV was in regarding this matter and was fully aware that he now held the upper hand. At this point, no amount of damage control could salvage the show. The only way out was to bring Jiang Zhe back. With Jiang Zhe's return, even if none of the other regular big names came back, it wouldn't matter. This has nothing to do with popularity or influence. It is simply because, in the previous conflict with the production team, Jiang Zhe represented the side of justice. Only with Jiang Zhe's return can all the negative points and hatred be attributed solely to Lin Pinghai, allowing the Chinese restaurant to truly clean up its image and be accepted and loved by audiences once again. In fact, the show might even become more popular, as the filming process featured a real-life version of good triumphing over evil. Such a plot is exactly what all viewers love, and it aligns perfectly with the show's central theme. The only question is, what price must be paid to bring Jiang Zhe back on board? Thinking about this, Wang Tian spoke frankly, "So, Xiao Zhe, what are your demands for the show? We will do our best to meet them. My only requirement is this." Jiang Zhe held up a finger, speaking with unwavering certainty. "The cooperation between the Chinese restaurant program and Mango TV will continue as per the previous contract. However, all future copyrights for Chinese restaurant must be transferred to me, and I will be responsible for them." It was clear that Jiang Zhe was determined to secure the copyright to the Chinese restaurant. Chapter 186, Capital Operations. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's demands, Wang Tian's smile froze. When she arrived, she had already braced herself for Jiang Zhe making exorbitant demands. Even if he wanted to raise her appearance fee to the level of top-tier stars like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, or even higher, Wang Tian could accept it. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Zhe would demand to fully assume all the contract terms previously signed by Lin Pinghai with Mango TV, including all copyrights to the Chinese restaurant. Such demands far exceeded Wang Tian's initial estimates. While celebrities' fees are high, a single variety show recording only amounts to a few million. Jiang Zhe's demands, however, were aimed at participating in higher-level activities, namely capital operations. Both Jiang Zhe and Wang Tian understood that if the variety show The Chinese Restaurant could be revived, it would bring enormous returns to the capital investors. Even if calculated solely based on sponsorship fees and advertising revenue, the dividends would be measured in the hundreds of millions. What's even more valuable than the dividends is the intangible value the show brings. If the first season becomes a hit, then a second and third season can be produced, with sponsorship fees and advertising fees also increasing accordingly. A few years ago, when Hunan TV introduced the celebrity parent-child reality show Where Are We Going, Dad?, the sponsorship fee for the first season was merely 20 million yuan. However, at the second season sponsorship meeting, the sponsorship fee had already jumped to 200 million yuan. The show has now reached its fifth season, and Mango TV has been cashing in for 5 consecutive years. Although the later seasons have not been as popular, viewers simply believe the production team failed to secure suitable celebrities, not that the Dad, Where Are We Going brand has lost its influence. Therefore, under these circumstances, Jiang Zhe's actions are nothing short of outright exploitation of Mango TV. As for whether The Chinese Restaurant can be redeemed, it's a joke. As long as they can bring back Jiang Zhe, the key figure, with Mango TV's powerful promotional capabilities, how could it not be redeemed? Thinking of this, Wang Tian took a deep breath and asked seriously, Xiao Zhe, are you sure this is your only condition for rejoining? Jiang Zhe replied bluntly, yes, that's my only demand. Jiang Zhe's attitude left Wang Tian feeling a bit headache. She furrowed her brows and tried to persuade him, Xiao Zhe, you might not understand the significance of that contract. As you know, it was a production broadcast separation contract. The program was produced independently by the production team, while Mango TV merely provided the broadcast platform. The production team and Mango TV then shared the revenue generated from advertising sponsorships and other related income. Prior to the completion of the program's production, the TV station does not provide any funding to the production team. This means that all expenses, including celebrity fees, equipment, venues, and other costs, are entirely borne by the production team. Among these expenses, the fees for the celebrities alone have already exceeded 100 million yuan. As for which celebrities were invited and their respective market values, I'm sure you are well aware. She stared intently at Jiang Zhe's face, trying to discern any signs of surprise or lack of confidence, but she was disappointed. Jiang Zhe maintained a smile on his face, as if he had 4 words written on his forehead, confident and composed. Wang Tian clenched her teeth and decided to come clean. Let me be honest with you. 2 days ago, Mango TV spent 240 million yuan to buy back the contract from Lin Pinghai, bringing the entire program under Mango TV's ownership. This was only because Lin Pinghai himself could no longer extract any further benefits from the Chinese restaurant program. Otherwise, given the program's current popularity, the figure would have been much higher. Wang Tian paused briefly before asking bluntly, do you have that much money? Jiang Zhe's response was simple, I do. Jiang Zhe, of course, had the money. The 400 million he had extorted from Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda was still safely deposited in his secret account, not a single penny touched. Meanwhile, Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda were both behind bars and dared not expose this matter. Otherwise, the female celebrities they had secretly filmed would certainly enlist the help of powerful figures to have them killed in prison. Jiang Zhe wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal this himself. After all, extortion isn't something the public would approve of. The 400 million yuan was already safely in his pocket. Using Lin Pinghai's own money to buy out his program was indeed a thoroughly satisfying move. In contrast to Jiang Zhe's satisfaction, Wang Tian was filled with bitterness. Alright, these terms are far beyond my authority. I need to report this to the station management. Let's discuss this further once the station leaders have made a decision, and I'll get back to you for a detailed discussion. Besides bitterness, Wang Tian was also deeply astonished. Jiang Zhe was just a newcomer in the industry, yet he could come up with a figure in the billions. This was already more than most people in the entertainment industry, including some superstars. This young man is truly remarkable, Wang Tian thought to herself. However, Wang Tian quickly calmed down. After all, Jiang Zhe was a superstar in the swimming world. With the prize money from major competitions and appearance fees from various events, saving up a few billion wasn't impossible. Wang Tian couldn't make a decision or negotiate on the spot, and Jiang Zhe understood that. Wang Tian was ultimately just a top-tier producer. She could decide which celebrities to invite, and given her status, she could even negotiate the fees for most celebrities. However, when it came to capital operations, that was beyond her level of involvement. Such decisions required the approval of the true decision-makers at Mango TV. The two exchanged contact information and exchanged a few polite words before Wang Tian took her leave.
Jiang Zhe had originally planned to see Wang Tian off personally, but she politely declined. She needed to report the results of the discussion to Mango TV's senior management as soon as possible so that the station would have enough time to assess the situation and make adjustments. The room was once again left with only Jiang Zhe. Jin Mengjia and Wang Tian had left together earlier. Jin Mengjia had been called away by the assistant director as the crew was currently filming a scene with Li Shuajian, the veteran actor. Li Shuajian was already quite elderly and his role had a significant amount of dialogue, so he needed to review his lines again before filming to avoid forgetting them. Additionally, his vision had deteriorated, making it difficult for him to read the script. To save time and make things easier for him, Li Lu specially arranged for Jin Mengjia to read the script for him. After leaving the room, Wang Tian and Jin Mengjia originally intended to take out their phones to call the station's higher-ups, but after thinking it over, they put them away and stood quietly nearby, watching Jin Mengjia at the filming location in the distance. Chapter 187, Major Upheaval. Jin Mengjia was trained in broadcasting and hosting, but she was too young, with a slightly baby-faced appearance, lacking the dignified demeanor of a professional broadcaster. After graduation, she failed to secure a contract with a television station and ended up joining Haichan Entertainment by chance. However, her foundational skills were quite solid. She spoke Mandarin clearly and distinctly, and her diction had a unique rhythm, as if each word was joyfully bouncing off her lips. This style of enunciation was quite unusual among female hosts, and Jin Mengjia's inability to become a host might have been partly due to her unique way of speaking. Wang Tian stood by the side, listening to Jin Mengjia recite the entire script before turning and leaving. Wang Tian is a meticulous person who can always find something unique to capture the audience's attention in even the most ordinary situations. This is why, despite producing shows about everyday family matters, each one becomes a hit. Wang Tian had noticed Jiang Zhe's defense of Jin Mengjia, and Jin Mengjia's unique tone also gave Wang Tian some ideas. She knew that this young girl had been without an agency since parting ways with Haichan Entertainment. If that was the case, perhaps she could use her influence to secure an opportunity for Jin Mengjia. On one hand, she might discover another raw talent, and on the other, she could curry favor with Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe's confident demeanor had left a profound impression on Wang Tian. She was clear-headed, she must build a good relationship with him while he was still a newcomer, as this could lead to unimaginable rewards in the future. Jiang Zhe was alone in the break room, thinking about the Chinese restaurant project. Jiang Zhe was confident that he could secure the production and broadcast separation contract for the Chinese restaurant. Although the conditions he had proposed far exceeded Mango TV's expectations, they had no other choice. Fundamentally, Jiang Zhe was the only person capable of resolving Mango TV's current predicament, and while his demands appeared overly ambitious, they did not exceed Mango TV's acceptable bottom line. It could be said that securing this contract was already a done deal. Jiang Zhe now regarded Chinese restaurant as his own possession. He directly pulled out his phone and began calling Lei Zhan. Due to the typhoon hitting Elephant Island, the filming of the Chinese restaurant had been suspended for a long time. The program had only been filmed halfway, but Mango TV had already started airing it. If the remaining half wasn't filmed soon, the program might face the embarrassing situation of being cancelled. Therefore, Jiang Zhe needed Lei Zhan to dispatch personnel to Xiong Island to assess the extent of the typhoon's impact and determine whether filming could resume. Additionally, Jiang Zhe needed Lei Zhan to inquire about the ownership of the Chinese restaurant. Lin Pinghai had not purchased the restaurant where the show was being filmed, he had only rented it. However, Jiang Zhe plans to keep that nostalgic little restaurant permanently in his hands, so he must purchase the restaurant. As soon as the call connected, Lei Zhan's deep voice came through the phone. "Xiao Zhe, I was just about to call you." Lei Zhan's voice sounded off, and Jiang Zhe immediately held back what he was about to say, asking with confusion, "What's wrong, Lei Ge? Let Tianguo tell you. She's been handling this matter all along." Lei Zhan replied. Tianguo was the bodyguard Jiang Zhe had arranged for his cousin Zhao Liang, and she also served as her assistant. Jiang Zhe speculated that something must have gone wrong with his cousin, and he felt a slight unease in his heart. After waiting for a moment, a clear voice rang out, "Zhigu." Jiang Zhe recognized it as Tianguo's voice and immediately asked, "Tianguo, what's going on?" "Zhigu, today, there were suddenly a flood of posts online, all defaming Liang Jia, and they've already been pushed to the top of the trending list." "What?" Jiang Zhe was startled. "I'll check the news online first. Wait for my call." After hanging up, Jiang Zhe opened his laptop and prepared to go online to see what was happening. Due to being fully focused on filming the People's NY, Jiang Zhe hadn't paid much attention to external developments recently. Even news about Lin Pinghai and others was relayed to him by Jin Mengjia. Jiang Zhe knew that Li Wei, acting on Lin Lidong's orders, had been spreading so-called black material about Zhao Liang online. Moreover, the production team where Zhao Liang had previously worked, along with a new actor from the team, had also colluded with Li Wei to expose Zhao Liang's alleged bullying of newcomers on set. The tactics were identical to those used by Lin Pinghai to smear himself. The Lin family really lacks imagination. When this blackmail was first exposed, Jiang Zhe reposted Zhao Liying's clarification on Weibo, effectively suppressing the matter and preventing it from causing significant negative impact. However, Jiang Zhe's own scandal soon went viral, shifting everyone's attention to him, and the controversy surrounding Zhao Liying quickly died down. However, Jiang Zhe didn't anticipate that just as his own scandal was being cleared up, Li Wei began targeting Zhao Liying again. This time, the attack was even more intense, pushing the news to the top of the trending charts. Jiang Zhe's anger began to simmer, gradually growing into a raging inferno. Zhao Liying was Jiang Zhe's closest confidant. Harming her was more unbearable to him than being harmed himself. When Jiang Zhe opened the webpage and saw the content online, he was immediately overcome with rage, even to the point of wanting to kill someone. Tianguo was right. Zhao Liying had indeed taken the top spot on the trending list, pushing Jiang Zhe, who had previously been in first place, down the rankings. Not only that, but the search volume for Zhao Liying had far surpassed that of Jiang Zhe, who was now in second place. When one typed in Zhao Liying, the search results not only included previous reports about her suppressing newcomers but also countless explicit and inappropriate contents, such as sleeping with clients and working as a hostess. Jiang Zhe struggled to suppress his rage, clicking on a high-traffic news article. The content was almost unbearable to read. The headline of the news article was a cryptic and insinuating line: the Z surnamed female star's escort work exposed. The article mysteriously stated that, in order to uncover the truth behind the recent scandal involving a popular Z surnamed female star allegedly suppressing newcomers, journalists conducted an in-depth investigation into her past. Surprisingly, they uncovered shocking revelations. This actress, who had always presented herself as pure and virtuous, had actually worked in a nightclub before her debut. The news article also included 2 photos, with the person's eyes blurred out with tiny mosaics. However, Jiang Zhe immediately recognized her as Zhao Liying from her early days in the industry. Chapter 188: The Depths of Human Malice. Jiang Zhe recognized the photo. It was taken when Zhao Liying was around 17 or 18. In the photo, she looked innocent and inexperienced, wearing heavy makeup and a cheap dress, posing for the camera amidst the neon lights. The other photo was a swimsuit shot, with Zhao Liying wearing a swimsuit and smiling in a certain direction, her expression both shy and innocent. Actually, it's quite normal for a celebrity to take swimsuit photos. Moreover, Zhao Liying's swimsuit was a one-piece, extremely conservative, and had nothing to do with sensuality. However, in the comments section of the news article, there were nothing but harsh criticisms, insults, and a wave of people following the trend. Wow! I always thought of her as a goddess, but I never expected her to take such photos. Always acting aloof and pure. What do you have to say now? Tacky, utterly tasteless. Fan turned hater. Jiang Zhe's anger is about to boil over. These 2 photos, paired with the text in the news article, really seem like irrefutable evidence. In the first photo, Zhao Liying's makeup and attire are indeed consistent with the style of those so-called VIP room princesses or hostesses who frequent nightclubs. The second photo subtly echoes the first, easily leading one to speculate about certain transactions. However, Jiang Zhe knew that the truth was far from it. When Zhao Liying took the photo, she had specifically explained the situation to Jiang Zhe, who was fully aware of the details. It was simply an ordinary photoshoot and had nothing to do with any insider trading. Moreover, there were many hidden circumstances involved. Zhao Liying's family was not wealthy when she was a child. In fact, it could be described as impoverished. Especially after adopting Jiang Zhe, during the period when Jiang Zhe had not yet made a name for himself in the swimming world, the Zhao family's already strained finances became even more dire. Driven by necessity, the young Zhao Liying had to take on the family's burdens, dropping out of high school to enter the entertainment industry. Her career in the entertainment industry was far from smooth sailing. On the contrary, it was filled with twists and turns. As a young girl with no experience, Zhao Liying had no opportunities for work and had to take on part-time jobs as a model for small magazines to earn extra money to support her family. The photo that resembled a VIP room princess was actually the cover of a magazine advertising a hospital's wellness program. The swimsuit photo was taken when Zhao Liying participated in a low-budget modeling competition to seek more opportunities, and it was one of the photos taken at the event. These 2 photos symbolize Zhao Liying's arduous journey from an innocent rural girl to a popular actress, and they are also the softest, most heartwarming memories in Jiang Zhe's heart. But Jiang Zhe never imagined that human hearts could be so malicious. These 2 photos, which had moved him to tears, were actually being used as tools to smear Zhao Liying. Infuriating, despicable, and enraging. Jiang Zhe's heart was raging. His forehead veins bulged, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Lin Lidong, Li Wei. It must be these 2. There's no one else who would dare to cross the line and touch my bottom line. If you dare to do this, don't blame me for using the same methods against you. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Zhe struggled to suppress his anger, digging his nails into his palms until they bled, before finally regaining his composure. Lin Lidong was the president of Desheng Entertainment, a colossal entity in the entertainment industry with connections to various powerful factions, including those in official circles who protected him. Although Li Wei appeared to be merely the owner of a small studio, Jiang Zhe, who had investigated him, knew that Li Wei's hidden strength was equally formidable. Otherwise, given his reckless behavior of exposing and smearing various celebrities, he would have been eliminated long ago. During their previous campaign to smear Zhao Liying, Jiang Zhe had already collected incriminating evidence against both men, and he currently holds video footage and phone recordings of their activities.
However, this incident had far exceeded Jiang Ze's bottom line, so the blackmail material was insufficient to satisfy him.
These materials could at most tarnish their reputations, exposing their true, despicable nature to everyone.
This was far from enough for Jiang Zhe.
Even if Jiang Zhe had enough evidence to completely ruin their reputations, it wouldn't be enough to fully vent his anger. He needed something tangible, something that could send the two of them to prison or even to the execution ground. Thinking this, he pulled out his phone and called Lei Zhan again.
Lei Zhan.
Unlike his usual way of addressing him, Jiang Zhe called Lei Zhan by his first name this time.
Here.
Lei Zhan also detected the unusual tone in Jiang Ze's voice and responded with the crisp, military-style tone of a soldier. This is the first mission since the security company was established. Jiang Ze's voice was cold and ruthless. Except for the protection forces around Liying, gather everyone you can and keep a close eye on Lin Lidao of Deshang Entertainment and Li Wei of Fingxing Studio. Not just the two of them, every single person connected to them, every single person who has had dealings with them, keep them under tight surveillance. I want to know every single move they make, I want to know what they've done in the past, and I want to know what they're up to now. I need evidence enough to send these two scum to the execution ground, or at least to ensure they rot in prison for the rest of their lives.
Jiang Zhe clenched his teeth, nearly crushing his phone in his fist.
Xiao Zhe, I understand.
I'll complete the mission. Lei Zhan could feel the raging anger in Jiang Ze's heart even through the phone and accepted the order without hesitation.
After issuing the orders to Lei Zhan, Jiang Zhe called Zhao Liying to try to comfort her. However, Zhao Liying's phone was turned off, and not just hers, even her agent, Lan Jie's phone was also turned off. It was clear that the smear campaign had severely disrupted Liying's life.
No doubt countless journalists and media outlets were frantically trying to contact Zhao Liying for first-hand information.
With Tang Xiaoxiao and others by her side, Jiang Zhe wasn't worried about her safety.
However, Jiang Zhe fully understood how devastating such a blow to one's reputation could be for a young woman.
Although Zhao Liying had always presented herself as strong and independent in public, deep down, she was no different from any other young woman, sensitive, vulnerable, and easily hurt. Jiang Ze's heart was filled with anger and concern for Zhao Liying. In his current state, Jiang Zhe could no longer focus on continuing his performance. Even if he had the downloadable implant system, which allowed him to deliver level performances under any circumstances, there were things far more important than acting that he needed to do. Moreover, Jiang Zhe had already filmed a significant portion of his scenes, so his absence from the set would not be an issue. Therefore, Jiang Zhe must rush back to be by Liying's side and help her get through this difficult time.
Chapter 189, The Breakthrough.
Director Li, I plan to leave the production crew for a few days to handle some matters. Although Jiang Zhe is a major shareholder of the production team, leaving suddenly without informing Li Lu first is a matter of principle.
Therefore, after making his decision, Jiang Zhe immediately went to discuss it with Li Lu without delay.
Although the smear campaign only began circulating online today, given Zhao Liying's fame, the news spread like wildfire in no time. Although Li Lu rarely uses the internet, many crew members were already discussing it privately, so he was also aware of the situation. Although Li Lu had never worked with Zhao Liying, with his years of experience in the entertainment industry, he could tell that these so-called revelations were clearly fabricated to smear her reputation.
How could anyone believe them? Xiao Zhe, are you planning to leave the production team to handle your cousin Zhao Liying's matter? Li Lu asked Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe didn't know how Li Lu had found out about his relationship with Zhao Liying, but that didn't matter. The matter at hand was more important. Yes, I must handle this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Jiang Zhe nodded seriously, his expression solemn. Li Lu thought for a moment.
Jiang Ze's temporary departure from the production crew won't significantly impact the filming schedule. Therefore, he agreed, alright, this matter does indeed need to be handled promptly, we can't afford to delay. After Li Lu agreed, Jiang Zhe bid farewell to Gao Yalan and Li Shuajian before leaving the set. Jin Mengjia had also wanted to leave the set temporarily with Jiang Zhe, but unfortunately, her scenes were currently being filmed, so she couldn't leave and had to stay behind. Jiang Zhe owned several luxury cars, but both of these vehicles were registered under Shindun Security as company vehicles for temporary use, so he hadn't driven his own car to the set. Upon learning of this situation, Li Lu arranged for a dedicated production vehicle to take Jiang Zhe back to his villa. On the way, Jiang Zhe finally calmed down completely and began to think about how to handle the situation. He was a person with strong self-control, and the anger that erupted earlier was triggered by the photo posted by Lin Lidong and Li Weifa, which had touched the most vulnerable part of his heart. The root cause of the smear campaign against Zhao Liying stemmed from the previous allegations of suppressing newcomers that had not been completely resolved. Although the incident had been diverted by Jiang Ze's assault, it had not been resolved and had been simmering beneath the surface. Netizens had already formed a preconceived notion about Zhao Liying, casting doubt on her character.
When this bombshell was dropped, almost everyone immediately chose to believe it. Moreover, Li Wei's smear campaign was meticulously executed.
The 2 photos he carefully prepared were too perfectly aligned with the news he fabricated for Zhao Liying.
Everyone has their dark side.
When a high-profile actress suddenly has such scandalous allegations exposed, even those who know the truth may struggle to suppress their malicious thoughts and rush to condemn her, satisfying their twisted desires. Zhao Liying's agency, Runyang Entertainment, responded immediately after the scandal broke. In addition to denouncing the rumors, they identified the source and background of the 2 photos used to smear Zhao Liying, and directly sent a lawyer's letter, stating that they would pursue legal action against the media outlets and bloggers with ulterior motives.
This time, Runyang Entertainment did not remain neutral, at least they had some means of retaliation.
Looking at Runyang Entertainment's Weibo post, Zhang Zhe muttered to himself with a calm expression, but it seems pointless.
This matter will still unfold as it will.
As Zhang Zhe had said, under the manipulation of the masterminds behind the scenes and driven by the distorted minds of certain individuals, the clarification and legal notice posted by Zhao Liying on her Weibo were met with a barrage of attacks, with the language growing increasingly brazen and offensive. Additionally, within a short period of time, the internet was flooded with countless whistleblowers, all claiming to be Zhao Liying's classmates, colleagues, or neighbors, making bold accusations. Many of these claims are presented in a convincing manner, and unless one is as familiar with Zhao Liying's past as Zhang Zhe, it is difficult for the average person to discern the truth from the lies. Zhao Liying's Weibo account has completely collapsed, and even her fan club has remained silent. It seems that the evidence against her is indeed irrefutable. If handled improperly, not only would Zhao Liying's thriving career come to an abrupt end, but she would also be saddled with an unspeakably shameful reputation for the rest of her life. These people are truly despicable. Looking at these disgusting comments, Zhang Zhe muttered under his breath, then calmly analyzed the situation. It seems that the only way to resolve this matter is to target the parties involved directly. Although the main culprits were Lin Lidong and Li Wei, Zhang Zhe knew that their influence was vast and it would be impossible to bring them down within a few days. The best starting point was the 2 individuals who had first targeted Zhao Liying, Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya. It was these 2 who had smeared Zhao Liying, setting the tone for the sudden explosive scandal and paving the way for it. If these 2 could be brought down, the allegations about Zhao Liying's character would lose their foundation. Even if the blackmail exposed by Li Wei couldn't be cleared up in the short term, there would at least be sufficient grounds to counter the online smear campaigns. Furthermore, if it can be proven that the previous suppression of newcomers was a premeditated smear campaign, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would inevitably link it to the current scandal. We can only approach this from the sidelines to give Zhang Zhe enough time to take down Lin Lidong and Li Wei, the masterminds behind the smear campaign against Zhao Liying. It's been a while since I've heard the phone recordings of Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya. I have some free time now, so I'll give them a listen and see if I can find any evidence. After speaking, Zhang Zhe plugged his headphones into his phone and began listening to the intercepted phone calls between Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya, carefully reviewing the recordings from the past few days. Chapter 190, Safe Haven. To Zhang Zhe's surprise, neither Li Yishui nor Oh Xiaoya's phone conversations contained any valuable information. Especially Oh Xiaoya. Zhang Zhe was certain this was her personal phone, not the work number issued by the company. However, from the content of the calls over this period, the phone had completely become a work phone, with all the content being arrangements from her agency or event-related matters. Zhang Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. Oh Xiaoya must have changed her phone number, using this one solely for work purposes. But why would she suddenly change her phone number? Zhang Zhe couldn't help but feel surprised, contemplating various possibilities. Zhang Zhe had previously used hacking techniques to infiltrate Oh Xiaoya's phone and computer. With his S-level hacking skills, he was confident that he had left no traces. It must be that Li Wei or Lin Lidong had warned Oh Xiaoya in person to enhance her security precautions, otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly changed her phone number. Zhang Zhe roughly analyzed the underlying reasons. As a crucial link in the campaign to smear Zhao Liying, Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui couldn't afford any mistakes. It was clear that Li Wei had strengthened his precautions. They may not know that Zhang Zhe hacked into their phones, but those involved in the underworld all share a common understanding. These days, phone calls are far too easy to intercept, whether through downloading software onto the phone or using signal interception methods, which can lead to the leakage of call content. It seems that the effectiveness of phone surveillance will decline sharply in the future. Even newcomers like Oh Xiaoya have learned to be cautious, let alone Lin Lidong and Li Wei. Realizing this, Zhang Zhe felt a touch of regret. S-level hacking skills aren't always useful, as is the case now. As Zhang Zhe had anticipated, Lin Lidong and Li Wei seemed to have heightened their security precautions, and their phone conversations contained little of value. Zhang Zhe sighed and took off his headphones. He hadn't been able to extract any useful information from the recordings. He would have to find a way to hack into their computers later and see if he could obtain any useful information. By the time he returned to Zhang Zhe's villa, it was already late. Lei Zhan, upon receiving Zhang Zhe's orders, immediately sprang into action. The only ones left at the villa were the bodyguards Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao. As Jiang Zhe had anticipated, after the scandal broke, the agent Lan Jie also returned to the villa to avoid the journalists who had heard the news and were on the move. Seeing Jiang Zhe return, Lan Jie and the others looked both surprised and delighted. Just as they were about to greet Jiang Zhe, he spoke first.
"Where's Liying?" Jiang Zhe asked anxiously.
Tianguo gently pointed to the room upstairs where Zhao Liying was staying, indicating that she was inside.
Lan Jie looked anxious.
As soon as she saw Jiang Zhe, she rushed over as if she had seen a savior and whispered, "Xiao Zhe, you're finally back.
Go check on Liying. She locked herself in her room as soon as she came back and hasn't eaten anything. No one can get through to her."
Jiang Zhe nodded with a worried expression, heading upstairs while softly asking, "She locked herself in her room.
Is everything okay?" Tianguo knew what Jiang Zhe was worried about.
She shook her head slightly, pointed to her ears, and signaled that she had been listening carefully to the sounds coming from the room.
Then she softly uttered 2 words, "She's crying." Jiang Zhe felt deeply heartbroken.
His cousin Zhao Liying was an extremely strong-willed girl. At such a young age, she had entered the entertainment industry, a world as deep and treacherous as an abyss, and climbed her way to her current position, enduring countless hardships along the way. However, she had never once spoken about the injustices she had endured in the entertainment industry, whether at home or during media interviews. She had always been an optimistic person by nature, and even after becoming famous, she rarely spoke about her past before or shortly after her debut. She does this to protect her family's privacy, and in her view, the past is the past, and people must always look forward. In Jiang Zhe's memory, his cousin Zhao Liying has never cried. It is clear that this recent smear campaign has deeply wounded her heart.
Jiang Zhe understands Zhao Liying's feelings.
She is a traditional girl who has always placed great importance on her reputation and image. Even when she first started out, she would rather struggle at the bottom than accept any unwritten rules, and even refuse to accompany others for drinks or meals whenever possible. This is why her rise to fame was particularly difficult. The vicious slander online, coupled with netizens' obsessive fueling of the flames, dealt her a devastating blow. All her perseverance and struggles suddenly lost their meaning. Rumors and defamation have such power they can reduce a person's lifelong ideals and principles to nothing in an instant, rendering them worthless.
"Cousin, open the door, it's me, Xiao Zhe." Jiang Zhe gently knocked on Zhao Liying's door.
There was a rustling sound inside the room, and the door opened the next moment. Zhao Liying appeared at the doorway, her eyes red and swollen, her hair slightly disheveled, and her clothes disheveled. Jiang Zhe could tell that Liying had been crying with her head buried in the pillow. Even in such a situation, she still refused to expose her weakness to others. Zhao Liying forced a smile at Jiang Zhe, completely unaware that the tears on her face hadn't been wiped away.
"Xiao Zhe, you're back?
Have you eaten yet?" she asked in a deliberately cheerful tone. Seeing Zhao Liying's appearance, Jiang Zhe felt a piercing pain in his heart. He gently embraced Zhao Liying, holding her tightly, and comforted her softly. "Cousin, don't worry.
I'll handle this.
I'll resolve it perfectly. Don't worry. I'll make those who slandered you pay a heavy price." Hearing Jiang Zhe's gentle yet resolute promise, with the familiar scent lingering around her nose, Zhao Liying could no longer hold back the grievances in her heart.
She buried her face in Jiang Zhe's chest and wept uncontrollably. Besides the sense of injustice, a feeling of happiness rose in Liying's heart. Xiao Zhe had grown up.
She finally had a broad, mountain-like shoulder to lean on, a safe haven to call her own.
Chapter 191, the counterattack begins.
Watching Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying's intimacy, Lan Jie hurriedly gave a signal to Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao behind her.
"Let's go, don't disturb them."
After speaking, Lan Jie left the villa, entrusting Zhao Liying to Jiang Zhe, while Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao wisely retreated from the villa as well. Zhao Liying hadn't eaten all day, and Jiang Zhe had also missed his dinner while rushing back.
"Cousin, haven't you eaten dinner yet? Let me go make something for you, okay?" Jiang Zhe kissed Zhao Liying's forehead and asked her tenderly.
Under Jiang Zhe's comfort, Zhao Liying's mood improved significantly.
Once she relaxed, she actually felt a bit hungry and nodded obediently, "Yes."
"Then wait here, I'll go to the kitchen and cook something." After saying that, Jiang Zhe went to the kitchen and started cooking. After crying her heart out in Jiang Zhe's arms, Zhao Liying felt much calmer. She had heard Jiang Zhe's promise earlier, and for some reason, she no longer felt as worried. No matter how fierce the storms or slander from the outside world might be, at least she still had Jiang Zhe to rely on. Even if everyone else were to scold her, as long as Jiang Zhe still cared about her, that was enough. At the dinner table, the atmosphere between Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying was very good. The meal was enjoyable, and Zhao Liying praised it endlessly. This made Jiang Zhe feel a little guilty. Since acquiring his culinary skills, he had mostly used them on the show China's restaurant, and both he and Zhao Liying were so busy with work that he had rarely had the chance to cook for her himself. Or rather, this was the first time he had ever taken the time to cook specifically for Zhao Liying and enjoy such a peaceful moment together. Not only his cooking skills, but also his A-rank dance skills and S-rank singing skills, he hadn't shown any of them to Zhao Liying. Jiang Zixin silently berated himself. "Cousin, let's sing some songs. It'll help relax us." After dinner, Zhang Jie plugged the microphone into the sound system, intending to sing a few songs with Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying didn't refuse. Instead, she nodded happily, looking forward to it. Sure, I haven't sung in a long time either.
Tonight's a good night to sing a few songs and relax. Alright, let us sing together. Zhang Jie nodded and started the karaoke mode.
The soundproofing in the villa was excellent, so there was no risk of disturbing the neighbors.
Zhang Zhe's S-class singing skills were no joke.
Even Zhao Liying, who had no musical ear, could tell that there was something extraordinary about his voice. She sat on the sofa, completely captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao, who were resting outside the villa, could also hear the sounds coming from inside. Though they had decided not to come out and be the third wheel, they couldn't resist peeking their heads out the door to listen quietly. Seeing this, Zhang Jie decided to invite the two over. After all, singing is more fun with company. Besides singing, Zhang Jie also performed a few dance routines. Whether it was his singing voice or his dance moves, Zhang Jie was already at the top of his game. Soon, Zhao Liying, Tianguo, and Tang Xiaoxiao were all swept up in the excitement. Not only did Zhao Liying sing a few songs, but even Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao dared to join in. Zhao Liying's singing skills weren't very good and still needed improvement.
Tianguo was on the same level as Zhao Liying, but Tang Xiaoxiao had a very pleasant voice.
As a former Special Forces soldier, Tang Xiaoxiao naturally hadn't had the opportunity to hone her singing skills at places like KTV. It seemed she had a natural talent for singing.
Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao have a strong sense of time.
When it was time to rest, even though they still felt reluctant to leave, they decisively said goodnight to Zhao Liying and Zhang Jie and returned to their rooms to sleep. Zhao Liying, however, sat on the sofa waiting for Zhang Jie to pack up the equipment.
Before long, she dozed off on the sofa. Rest well when you're tired, everything will be better when you wake up.
Looking at Zhao Liying sleeping soundly, Zhang Jie gently stroked her hair with a look of tenderness. Zhang Jie knew that Zhao Liying had had a tough day today. He gently picked her up, took her to her room, and tenderly helped her take off her shoes and clothes, then covered her with a blanket. Even in her sleep, Liying felt Zhang Jie's tenderness, and a faint smile appeared on her lips.
Zhang Jie smiled slightly.
He whispered goodnight into Liying's ear, regardless of whether she could hear him in her sleep, then gently pressed his lips to her smooth forehead. He turned off the light and left Zhao Liying's room. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Jie did not fall asleep immediately, but instead began to ponder the matters at hand. Dealing with Lin Lidong and Li Wei required careful planning and strategy, but dealing with Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya, such insignificant figures, was completely unnecessary. He held the two explicit videos in his hands. These were the most effective means of retaliation. Oh Xiaoya, needless to say, was packaged as an innocent young girl, and she had recently gained significant attention through the leaks, with a hint of sudden fame. Once these videos were released, she would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism and attacks. As for Li Yishui, although he is not a newcomer like Oh Xiaoya, he is merely an assistant director who has not yet made it big. If scandalous details about his involvement in a production involving under-the-table deals with female stars were exposed at this time, who would dare to hire him for a film afterward?
Wouldn't the film be doomed before it even starts filming? Even if the investors and director are willing to take the risk, which actress would dare to get involved with him and join his crew?
Zhang Jie began searching online and found Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya's new private phone numbers.
After some manipulation, Zhang Jie discovered that both numbers were active.
Using a virus program, he remotely activated the speakers on both phones and began listening in on the other end of the calls. Li Yishui was on set filming, and Zhang Jie could clearly hear him shouting, "Alright, the extras are on set.
Hurry up, don't linger."
Oh Xiaoya, on the other hand, seemed to be at a drinking party, with the clinking of glasses and her laughter echoing through the phone.
Next, it's your turn to make your move, and you'll pay for your actions.
Zhang Jie curled his lips into a cold smile, and with a flick of his fingers, two text messages were sent to Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya respectively, marking the beginning of his counterattack.
Chapter 192, The Incident.
The two text messages contained no words, only two ordinary video screenshots, each showing only the faces of Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya. However, Zhang Jie was confident that the moment they saw the screenshots, they would immediately recall their origin. After sending the messages, Zhang Jie waited quietly for the two to take the bait.
Sure enough, within minutes, the sound of an incoming message alert rang out.
Zhang Jie picked up his phone and saw it was Oh Xiaoya. Li Yishui was still on set and probably too busy to check his messages, while Oh Xiaoya was likely out socializing. Even if it was work-related, it was quite common to pull out your phone to check a message while eating. Oh Xiaoya's message was only 3 words, "Who are you?" Despite the brevity of the message, Zhang Jie could sense Oh Xiaoya's panic through the phone screen. Zhang Jie was right. Oh Xiaoya was indeed very anxious at that moment.
Oh Xiaoya was originally signed by Deshang Entertainment as a newcomer.
She was chosen for her innocent and beautiful appearance, but behind the scenes, she was willing to go to great lengths and try anything, which earned her the company's full support. This was partly at the behest of Lin Lidong, who had also taken advantage of Oh Xiaoya. She was very open-minded and had even initiated many new, unconventional acts that Lin Lidong had never seen before. The SM content and even more explicit videos Jiang Zhe found on Oh Xiaoya's computer were not because she genuinely had such interests, but because she was studying her craft.
Effort brings rewards. Oh Xiaoya's innovative methods indeed brought her an opportunity. She was assigned to Li Yishui's film crew and got to act alongside Zhou Liying.
For a newcomer just starting out, getting the chance to appear alongside a top-tier actress was an enormous boost to her fame. When Oh Xiaoya launched her Weibo account at the start of filming, by the time the show aired, she already had over 400,000 followers. In just the first week after launching her Weibo account, she achieved a growth of 10,000 followers from zero. This was an extraordinary starting point for a newcomer, with remarkable achievements.
However, Oh Xiaoya was not satisfied.
In her quest for fame, she engaged in close interactions with influential men in the production team, aiming to boost her influence. Yet, the final results fell short of her expectations, with her follower count and growth rate failing to meet her expectations. She craved overnight fame, desperate to surpass 50 million followers on Weibo within a single day and stand shoulder to shoulder with the female lead, Zhou Liying. She then went all out to showcase her acting skills, doing everything in her power to steal the spotlight from Zhou Liying. Perhaps headlines like "Rising Stars Acting Overshadowed by Newcomer" would appear in the news, and just thinking about it was thrilling. At times, behind the scenes, Oh Xiaoya would privately criticize Zhou Liying's acting, claiming it was lackluster and devoid of any unique qualities.
But Oh Xiaoya didn't understand. Zhou Liying wasn't lacking in acting skills, she simply understood that period martial arts dramas were all about the plot and the dazzling fight scenes. Those were the parts the production team had invested the most time and resources into polishing. She's just using her fame to boost the show. The real star is the wuxia element itself. Oh Xiaoya's showy acting was also noticed by Zhou Liying, but she chose not to comment. Oh Xiaoya was merely playing the role of Zhou Liying as sidekick, though she did have quite a bit of screen time. Her over-the-top acting would, to some extent, draw the audience's attention, but overall, it would undermine the core of the show and drag down its quality. This had been made clear by the production team before filming began. Everyone must stay within their role and not overstep their boundaries. The conflict erupted in a specific scene in the show. In that scene, the female lead played by Zhou Liying is forced by the enemy to make a decision. According to the script, she needs to furrow her brows and think carefully about what to do. This is a common technique in TV dramas, using a simple furrowed brow and thoughtful expression to bridge the narrative. When the audience sees this shot, they understand that the protagonist is about to take some extraordinary action, and another small climax is about to unfold. This kind of shot has no technical or acting merit, yet it is indispensable. Otherwise, if the protagonist is being chased all over the mountain one moment and then suddenly becomes invincible the next, it would be too jarring for the audience. This is just one shot. Oh Xiaoya, who was originally playing the sidekick, only needed to stand quietly by Zhou Liying's side and wait for her decision. If his eyes could convey a hint of anxiety, trust, admiration, and dependence, it would have been perfect. But Oh Xiaoya thought standing there frowning was silly, so he insisted on showing off his acting skills by fidgeting and posing. This immediately caught the attention of Zhou Liying, who was well versed in the ropes of the industry. She furrowed her brows and whispered to Oh Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, what you're doing is affecting the quality of the entire scene. If Zhou Liying isn't highlighted here, the audience won't realize that the protagonist just made a difficult decision, and the subsequent decisive action would feel abrupt. The expensive action sequences wouldn't evoke the audience's emotions or capture their attention." Everyone on set was aware of this, and an assistant director immediately called Oh Xiaoya over and scolded him harshly. All of this was captured in full by the camera nearby. After being scolded, Oh Xiaoya behaved much more obediently, and the entire film was completed and aired smoothly. However, Oh Xiaoya remained convinced that Zhou Liying had suppressed him during filming, preventing him from showcasing his acting skills. Additionally, the growth of his Weibo followers fell short of expectations, and there were no online discussions praising his acting as superior to Zhou Liying's. Therefore, when Li Wei approached Oh Xiaoya and mentioned his intention to expose the incident, Oh Xiaoya was overjoyed, as if he had seen a ray of hope. What surprised Oh Xiaoya even more was that Li Wei had obtained the video. The source of the video was another assistant director from the production team, Li Yishui. Thus, the three of them immediately agreed to collaborate on this smear campaign. That's the entire story. Chapter 193, Terrified. What happened next is common knowledge. Li Wei exposed Zhou Liying's suppression of newcomers on Weibo and released the video. Li Yishui and Oh Xiaoya quickly followed suit, confirming Li Wei's claims. Ordinary netizens wouldn't understand the tricks behind these scenes, so in their eyes, the video and Zhou Liying's words were undeniable proof. Zhou Liying was thrust into the spotlight, while Oh Xiaoya gained massive popularity through this incident, with her Weibo followers surging from 400,000 to over 2 million in just a few days, rivaling many third-tier celebrities who had been in the entertainment industry for years. Following the recent exposure of more explosive allegations against Zhou Liying online, she gained another surge in followers, with several media outlets reaching out to her for interviews, aiming to capitalize on her previous revelations. Oh Xiaoya has tasted success, and her status at Dachin Entertainment has risen accordingly. Today, a high-ranking company executive brought her to a dinner party.
In the executive's view, Oh Xiaoya was on the rise and could both accompany and sleep with others, making her the perfect choice to bring along. The other party was also very accommodating. From the moment Oh Xiaoya sat down, their eyes were fixed on her, and they kept urging her to drink, with everyone knowing exactly what they were up to. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Oh Xiaoya was already feeling a bit tipsy. Just then, her phone dinged. This was originally her personal phone number, but after Li Wei had warned her, she had simply started using it as her work phone. Zhang Zhe's message hadn't been sent to Oh Xiaoya's new phone number, it had been sent directly to this work number. The work phone rang, and Oh Xia reflexively picked it up and opened the message. The next second, all the alcohol in her body turned to cold sweat, and she felt a chill run down her spine. The screenshot in the message was very familiar to her, as she remembered the events of that day vividly. That day was when she had offered herself to Lin Lidong, the young executive of Deshang Entertainment, in an attempt to make a good impression on him. She had gone to great lengths, but ended up so exhausted that she couldn't get out of bed the next day. She knew that if this video were made public, Lin Lidao's anger would be one thing, but her future in the entertainment industry would be completely ruined. The company had always packaged her as a pure and innocent young woman. If everyone found out she was actually a woman of desire, the backlash would be almost inevitable. Moreover, the crucial point was that the video had been securely stored in an encrypted folder by Oh Xiaoya and had not been saved on her phone or any other device. Now that this video had been exposed, what about the others stored in the same folder? You see, those other videos included scenes where she had personally engaged in bestiality. At this thought, Oh Xiaoya's face turned deathly pale. She made up an excuse to go to the restroom and fled the scene in a panic, leaving the senior executives and business partners at the dinner table utterly confused, assuming she had drunk too much and had wet herself. Hiding in the restroom, Oh Xiaoya composed herself and tremblingly sent back 3 words, "Who are you?" On the other end, Zhang Zhe coldly smiled, his fingers moving swiftly, sending back a message. "You don't need to know who I am. Just do as I say." "Alright, what do you want me to do?" Oh Xiaoya felt slightly relieved in the restroom. At least there's room for negotiation. Oh Xiaoya was genuinely afraid that the other person was someone like Li Wei, who made a living by exposing secrets, which would spell certain doom. Thinking of Li Wei, she immediately recalled his previous warning. Oh Xiaoya didn't believe anyone could hack into her computer undetected and decrypt her encrypted files, as she was just a third-rate celebrity. Someone with such capabilities would never target her. It must have been stolen from her phone before it was deleted, and the other videos should still be safe, Oh Xiaoya thought to herself. She immediately stopped defaming Zhao Liying and issued a clarification and apology on Weibo and in the media. Otherwise, what Zhao Liying was going through today would be what she would face tomorrow, and it would likely be even more sensational. Clarify and apologize? Oh Xiaoya really didn't want to do that, because it would leave a prominent stain on her resume, and Zhao Liying's 50 million fans would tear her to shreds. Can we just not talk about this anymore? Additionally, I'm willing to compensate you. You can make any demands you want. Oh Xiaoya replied bluntly, especially since there were so many props and elaborate setups in the video. Didn't she want to try any of them? She was extremely confident in her appearance and figure, and didn't believe anyone could resist. Zhang Zhe in the study let out another cold laugh. He replied bluntly, "You'd better do as I say. I have no interest in a dog hole, but countless netizens should be eager to see your performance." Dog hole? He knew everything. Oh Xiaoya, standing by the sink, let out a soft cry, and her lower body suddenly felt drenched. She was truly terrified. No matter how she pleaded, threatened, or even directly invited him to a specific hotel room to talk face to face, her pleas fell on deaf ears, completely ignored. After threatening Oh Xiaoya, Zhang Zhe tossed her aside. He knew that at this point, Oh Xiaoya had no other options left and could only follow his orders. Next up was Li Yishuwei. As a seasoned assistant director, Li Yishuwei had seen far more of the world than Oh Xiaoya. Though he recognized what was happening, he pretended to be too busy to respond, only cautiously replying with a few question marks half an hour later. When Zhang Zhe mentioned the matter of Li Yishuwei's unwritten rules, Li Yishuwei denied it outright and even threatened to call the police. Zhang Zhe wasn't interested in arguing further and simply replied, "You handle it yourself," before ignoring him. Oh Xiaoya had already caved in, and Zhang Zhe didn't believe Li Yishuwei could hold out. Both Li Yishuwei and Oh Xiaoya were involved in the smear campaign against Zhao Liying. If Oh Xiaoya admitted to the smear campaign and apologized first, and the other participant remained silent, Zhao Liying's over 50 million fans would likely tear him to shreds. As for Oh Xiaoya taking all the blame out of loyalty, Zhang Zhe doesn't need to worry about that at all. At this moment, Oh Xiaoya would rather drag the entire world down with him to share the pressure he was facing. How could he possibly conceal anything for Li Yishuwei? Chapter 194, The entertainment industry is a mess. The entertainment industry has been hit by a series of scandals recently, leaving netizens dazzled. It's like one show ends and another begins. First, the popular actress Zhao Liying was accused of suppressing newcomers, with concrete evidence to back it up, sparking a heated online battle between Zhao Liying's fans and netizens. Shortly after, Zhang Zhe posted a Weibo post in support of Zhao Liying, and his fans joined forces with Zhao Liying's fans to wage a fierce online battle against trolls. Before the feud could even be resolved, Jiang Zhou himself became embroiled in a scandal involving allegations of bullying and even physically assaulted H-star Wu Shixuan in public. Subsequently, all H-star celebrities in China formed an alliance to support Wu Shixuan.
The influence and mobilization power of the H-star alliance proved to be extraordinary.
With the addition of brainwashed Korean fans, the situation was quickly tilted in one direction. By this point, the original uproar over Zhao Liying's alleged suppression had been completely overshadowed, and all the online trolls were now targeting Jiang Zhe. Surprisingly, Jiang Zikai, who had been thoroughly discredited, managed to turn the tables, not only clearing his name but also gaining countless new fans.
As for the once mighty H-star alliance, it faced official backlash.
In addition to Wu Shixuan being taken away in plain sight, over a dozen members of the H-star alliance were all embroiled in legal troubles and arrested by the police. The charges are varied, including drug use, public indecency, tax evasion, and endangering public safety, and each case has irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for denial. Even the entertainment industry powerhouse behind the H-star alliance, the Chinese branch of H country's S+M Entertainment Company, has come under police investigation, with its head directly arrested.
Amidst this turbulent upheaval, an intriguing side story has emerged online.
According to insiders, Lin Pinghai, the former actual head of the Chinese restaurant program, was in detention when he got into a fight with a cellmate and nearly lost his life in custody. It is understood that the reason Lin Pinghai nearly lost his life in the detention center was because he was required to clean the toilet according to the rules. However, the esteemed Lin, the chief planner, had never done such a task before and refused in a haughty manner. That night, his cellmates played a classic prank on him, forcing him into the toilet, nearly causing him to choke to death. According to reports, H-star member Wu Shixuan was urgently sent to the hospital on the second night after entering the detention center. Rumors suggest that he suffered inhumane treatment. After reading these reports, netizens were buzzing with speculation. Holy crap, Lin Pinghai really had it rough. He used to be so successful, and now he almost got drowned in a toilet. What a turn of events. What's that? Look at Wu Shixuan, that's truly tragic. He was allegedly assaulted anally. Ugh, that's really graphic. By the way, where's Yuan Yuda? How can these three unfortunate brothers be missing one of their own? Just as netizens were puzzled, a few days later, the news was finally uncovered. On the day Yuan Yuda entered the detention center, less than an hour later, he was rushed to the hospital by an ambulance. Doctors found that his skull was fractured, and even if he fully recovers, he will suffer from lasting complications. The police then interrogated the fellow inmates in his cell, who all testified that Yuan Yuda had suffered severe injuries from falling while playing hide-and-seek. Netizens were amazed that Yuan Yuda, hailing from Haichin Entertainment, truly knew how to play the game, while also secretly marveling at how powerful Jiang Zhe's connections must be. Jiang Zhe's background is truly impressive. He managed to take out all three of them. Exactly, this is truly someone who doesn't show their true colors. In the entertainment industry, no one will dare to cross him in the future. That makes sense. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. The bizarre ordeal the three faced in the detention center has nothing to do with Jiang Zhe. No matter how powerful he is, he can't influence what happens inside a detention center. The real reason lies with the three individuals themselves. Whether it's Lin Pinghai, Yuan Yuda, or Wu Shixuan, they were all once high and mighty figures. After entering the detention center, they didn't know how to behave themselves, instead acting like big shots, so they naturally got a harsh lesson. Overall, the major entertainment industry incident has finally died down, leaving behind a lingering aftertaste for netizens to ponder. However, tonight is destined to be another restless night. After hanging up on Jiang Zhe's call, Xiaoya struggled for a while but ultimately couldn't resist the threat and had to comply with Jiang Zhe's demands, beginning to post on Weibo.
Hello everyone, I am Xiaoya.
A few days ago, I exposed the incident where Zhao Liying allegedly suppressed newcomers. In reality, I was just a newcomer who didn't understand the rules of the production team. Later, I was deceived and manipulated by the assistant director Li Yishui, which led me to post on Weibo confirming the allegations made by Li Wei about the suppression incident. Now, seeing the situation escalate and Zhao Liying being slandered, and with more time in the industry, I have come to understand that Zhao Liying was actually warning me for my own good. Therefore, I am publicly clarifying this matter, expressing my sincerest apologies to Zhao Liying, and promising to compensate her for any reputational damage caused to her to the best of my ability. After posting the video, Xiaoya collapsed in the bathroom, feeling utterly defeated and terrified. It's over. Everything is over. Despite her despair and fear, Xiaoya recorded a short video to enhance the authenticity of her Weibo post. The video was only a few seconds long, with Xiaoya facing the camera and saying, "This is me posting this. It's not a hacked account." Subsequently, netizens who clicked on the video noticed that the background behind Xiaoya appeared to be a public restroom, with the corner of a toilet bowl clearly visible. The next person to post on Weibo was Li Yishui, the assistant director mentioned in Xiaoya's post. Li Yishui was previously an obscure figure, but due to the impact of this scandal, countless people who had never followed his Weibo account began closely monitoring his posts.
At 11:20 p.m., Li Yishui posted a Weibo, vehemently denying Oh Xiaoya's claims that he had been instigated or deceived by him, asserting that he was the one who had been truly instigated and deceived. Within 5 minutes of posting, his Weibo went viral across the entire internet. It must be said that Li Yishui is indeed a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry. On his Weibo, he stated that if Oh Xiaoya dares to make any more false accusations against him, he will consider filing a lawsuit against Oh Xiaoya in court. Of course, he also expressed his sincerest apologies to Zhao Liying and offered to compensate her for any reputational damage caused. For a moment, all the netizens were left speechless. Holy crap, this industry is such a mess. Who the hell are we supposed to believe? Chapter 195, The Most Wronged Female Star. Netizens believe whoever they want to believe, but Jiang Zhe doesn't care. Jiang Ze's objective had been achieved. With Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui's clarifications and mutual accusations, the foundation of the so-called Zhao Liying scandal had crumbled. Regardless of whether netizens can connect the dots to someone deliberately smearing Zhao Liying, at least a significant portion will calm down and begin analyzing whether this sensational revelation is true or just another misunderstanding. No doubt countless netizens are flooding Zhao Liying's Weibo at this moment, as she has responded and clarified the allegations on her platform immediately. The evidence presented is well prepared, with the sources and timestamps of the photos clearly documented. Netizens who have regained their composure can easily verify the authenticity of this evidence, rendering the so-called conclusive proof untenable. Even if many netizens are currently adopting a "I don't believe anyone" attitude, they will remain cautious and refrain from continuing to attack Zhao Liying. In other words, this controversy has largely subsided. Although it hasn't completely cleared Zhao Liying's name, as the tide turns, these so-called scandals will ultimately be proven baseless. As for Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui, let them continue to attack each other for now. The more they fight, the faster Zhao Liying's reputation will be restored. Jiang Zhe has no intention of letting these two off the hook, but since they are currently the focal point of all attention, taking action against them at this moment could easily lead to negative associations among netizens. In that case, Jiang Ze's efforts would be completely wasted. The real key lies with Lin Lidong and Li Wei. Jiang Zhe knows that Li Wei received a huge sum of money from Lin Lidong as payment for smearing Zhao Liying. If these two aren't completely dealt with, even if the current storm is calmed, there will be endless hidden threats coming in the future. However, these are all matters for tomorrow. Jiang Zhe stretched lazily and stood up. He had been filming all day and had been monitoring the Weibo updates of Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui all night, leaving him exhausted. Just as he was about to go to sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed. Someone had sent him a text message. Jiang Zhe was puzzled. It was already past midnight. Who would be sending him a text message at this hour? When he opened the message, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhe, are you asleep yet?" The message was from Jin Mingxia. She had a night shoot that evening and was still awake at this late hour, so she sent a text to see if Jiang Zhe was still awake. Jiang Zhe replied casually, "Just finished up, about to go to bed." "How's the situation with Liang?" Jin Mingxia replied quickly, apparently having been checking her phone the whole time. "It's almost done. The heat should have died down by now." Jin Mingxia was still inexperienced and couldn't see the core of the issue. Jiang Zhe didn't feel like explaining it to her now. Anyway, he'd be back on set in a few days, and he'd talk to her properly then. "That's good. I also posted a Weibo post supporting Liying's sister this afternoon, but it doesn't seem to have had much effect." Jin Mingxia replied. Jin Mingxia didn't have many followers on Weibo. Although she had previously gained a following by being linked to Jiang Zhe, and many people liked this cute and innocent-looking girl, she had parted ways with Haichen Entertainment, so she no longer had a public relations team to create buzz for her and boost her follower count. Given her current popularity, getting involved in a dispute that even Zhao Liying's 50 million followers couldn't resolve would naturally stir up no waves. Not getting attacked by trolls was already a stroke of luck for her. However, Jiang Zhe also noticed her gesture. At least, when everyone else remained silent, she dared to stand up and blindly support Zhao Liying, which is truly rare. "Thank you, Jia. I'll treat you to dinner when I return to the set. It's late, go to bed early and don't stay up late, it's not good for your health." Jin Mingxia immediately replied with a smile, "Deal, Zegu. I'll go first, I want a French dinner with red wine, snails, and candles." "Definitely." Jiang Zhe also sent her a smile. "Good night, Zhegu. Good night." After chatting with Jin Mingxia via text messages, Jiang Zhe felt much better. And he felt warm inside. After all, there was someone who cared about him even at this late hour, and that feeling was truly wonderful. With a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Zhe easily made his way into Zhao Liying's room. He didn't turn on the light but instead felt his way in the dark and crawled into the bed, tightly hugging Liying. Zhao Liying, who had been about to wake up, felt the familiar scent of the person beside her and immediately relaxed. Not only that, but she curled up like a kitten, pressing her entire body against Jiang Zhe, and her head moved unconsciously in his embrace, settling into the most comfortable position. The two embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying were asleep, but many others were still awake. The verbal sparring between Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui continues, with both threatening to send each other legal letters. Countless people are watching the drama unfold on their Weibo accounts. These two aren't completely foolish, they both know they must avoid dragging Li Wei into this. Their words and actions revolve around who is instigating whom. Meanwhile, the online backlash against Zhao Liying, which had previously been one-sided, began to shift. That evening, Zhao Liying's public relations team quickly reposted the two individuals' Weibo posts. The fan club, which had been silenced by the continuous evidence against Zhao Liying, also issued a call to action, urging all fans to unite and fight against those intentionally smearing their idol. For a time, the Weibo accounts that were overwhelmed were no longer just Zhao Liying's alone, they also included the whistleblower Li Wei, as well as Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui, who had been engaged in mutual attacks. Many well-known bloggers who had previously reposted the defamatory Weibo posts about Zhao Liying or left negative comments were also harshly criticized by the enraged fan army. Originally, if Li Wei had been able to release more explosive information at this critical moment when the tide was turning, he might have been able to keep Zhao Liying mired in the mud. However, he is inherently cautious. After realizing that Jiang Zhe's counterattack was based on information obtained through surveillance of his phone, he immediately turned off his phone as soon as he finished work. As a result, Li Wei's team couldn't find him at all that night, missing the last opportunity to attack Zhao Liying. By morning, the tide had completely turned. Zhao Liying remained at the top of the trending topics list, but the keywords had shifted from vulgar terms like hostess to being smeared. The most popular news articles about Zhao Liying were written by renowned entertainment journalist Li Ku. Zhao Liying, the most wronged actress in the entertainment industry. Chapter 196, The Tide Turns. Li Ku's entertainment magazine, Entertainment Frontline, still held some authority and served as a barometer of industry trends. Although fellow media professionals were surprised that she chose to personally take the lead in defending Zhao Liying, some people began to realize from her article that the narrative surrounding Zhao Liying's defamation might be shifting. Major news portals rushed to repost Li Ku's article, and many media writers followed her lead, publishing similar content on their platforms. Zhao Liying's agency, Ruyang Entertainment, also took an unusually firm stance, issuing a joint statement with Zhao Liying on Weibo at noon, announcing that they had requested law enforcement authorities to intervene. By this point, the matter of the sensational allegations had come to a complete close. While a few fearless tabloids continued to sensationalize the story, they dared only to mention the allegations in an observational tone, using uncertain terms like allegedly and reportedly, and concluding with phrases like whether you believe it or not, the editor doesn't. In fact, Li Ku did not refute Zhao Liying in her article. She simply organized Zhao Liying's career journey since her debut and presented it clearly to readers. Before gaining fame, Zhao Liying had appeared in over a dozen TV dramas, all as supporting roles. Starting as the 18th female supporting actress, she climbed the ranks step by step, and by the time she took on her last supporting role, she had already accumulated popularity rivaling that of the lead actors. She then naturally rose to become the lead actress and immediately showcased the acting skills she had honed over the years, beginning her rise to fame. Upon seeing the data compiled by Li Ku, readers immediately felt that Zhao Liying's rise to fame could be perfectly summed up in 4 words. It was a natural progression. There were no unexpected overnight successes or sudden rises to fame in the entertainment industry. Zhao Liying's career progression was clear and beyond reproach. This highlights a subtle theme in Li Ku's article. If Zhao Liying was willing to sell herself for money before officially debuting, why wouldn't she resort to similar tactics after entering the entertainment industry, a place known for its moral corruption? She was supposed to be a role model of perseverance and hard work, yet a so-called expose erased all her efforts and even denied her very existence, targeting the most sensitive and devastating aspect of her reputation. When it comes to injustice, who could possibly compare to Zhao Liying? Zhao Liying endured an extremely painful and humiliating day yesterday, but Jiang Zhe's return provided her with a powerful emotional support. Exhausted both mentally and physically, she slept deeply. Jiang Zhe, however, woke up early in the morning. After getting up, he checked the latest developments regarding the scandal and immediately saw the article Li Ku had published. After reading it, he felt a surge of gratitude toward Li Ku. While Li Ku's article couldn't be called a lifesaver, it did clarify the situation and prevented further complications. This was a rare move for Li Ku. Both the media she worked for and she herself had strong influence among readers. In such a scandalous incident, there was no need to take sides. Simply recounting the facts from an observer's perspective was enough to attract attention and maintain the heat. However, taking such a bold stance and clearly siding with someone was highly unusual for Li Ku. Intervening before the facts were clear carried the risk of being proven wrong, which would severely damage the platform's authority. With Jiang Zhe's move last night and Li Ku's early morning clarification, the mainstream online narrative has already shifted in favor of Zhao Liying. While some malicious netizens are still harping on the 2 photos, there is no need for others to intervene. The onlookers quickly pull out the evidence Zhao Liying posted on her Weibo yesterday, leaving the critics with egg on their faces. The situation is rapidly improving, and Jiang Zhe no longer needs to intervene. However, he still feels compelled to express his gratitude to Li Ku for her assistance and calls her proactively. Li Ku, thank you for your help. This time, I really need to thank you for posting that article in time and steering the public opinion. Jiang Zhe thanked Li Ku after the call connected. We're friends, so it's no big deal. It's nothing. Besides, I was just speaking the truth. I believe the netizens have a clear eye for such matters. Li Ku didn't take credit for herself and remained humble. Regardless, I must thank you. When I have the chance, I'll treat you to a meal and thank you in person. Jiang Zhe smiled. Sure, no problem. But how this ultimately plays out will depend on your skills. However, I believe in you, you'll have the last laugh. Over the phone, Li Ku expressed full confidence in Jiang Zhe and supported him. Yes, I won't let this go. I'll make sure certain people pay the price. Jiang Zhe said coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. Since it was work hours, Li Ku had a lot to do, so after a brief chat, Jiang Zhe hung up the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Zhe personally went to the supermarket and bought ingredients. Jiang Zhe planned to make a hot pot for Li Ying. He realized last night that he had neglected her, and since her mood was already low, making her favorite dish by hand should help lift her spirits. There was a small incident while shopping for groceries. Jiang Zhe simply went to the nearby supermarket as usual to buy groceries, but his fans recognized him, causing a commotion and a crowd to gather. Ultimately, the supermarket had to dispatch all its security personnel, and Jiang Zhe was escorted out through the fire exit, finally calming the situation. When Jiang Zhe returned to the villa, he discovered something that made him laugh out loud. He had left in such a hurry and taken the emergency exit instead of the supermarket exit near the cash registers, forgetting to pay for the groceries he was holding. However, this was no big deal, and the supermarket staff would likely understand Jiang Zhe's mistake. Nevertheless, this incident served as a reminder to Jiang Zhe. He was now a celebrity, and he couldn't just show up in crowded places carelessly anymore. Especially places like supermarkets and squares, where there were people of all ages. Jiang Zhe didn't want to cause a tragic stampede. He should probably hire a personal assistant, Jiang Zhe thought to himself. Chapter 197, Hot Pot. A personal assistant was something for later. For now, Jiang Zhe wanted to make a delicious spicy hot pot to cheer up Zhao Liying. Besides purchasing all the necessary spices and ingredients for the hot pot base, including beef bones, he also prepared lamb slices, beef tripe, and a few types of vegetables. These were all Zhao Liying's favorites. Now it was time to put his cooking skills to the test. First, he had to prepare the beef shank bones he had bought. As a chef with a B-level culinary skill, Jiang Zhe knew that a successful spicy hot pot must embody the essence of the four words: spicy, numbing, fresh, and aromatic. The broth made from the bones was the key to achieving the fresh flavor. The bones Jiang Zhe bought were whole, large ones, too long to fit in the small pot. Plus, he didn't have enough time, so he had to cut them into pieces first. The clanging sounds of chopping bones woke Zhao Liying upstairs. Rubbing her eyes, she walked into the kitchen and immediately spotted Jiang Zhe busy at work. Jiang Zhe saw Zhao Liying suddenly appear at the kitchen door and said apologetically, "Cousin, I'm sorry for waking you up." No, Zhao Liying noticed the apology in Jiang Zhe's smile and replied with a smile, "I've been awake for a while, but I just didn't come out." "What are you doing?" "Making soup," she asked curiously. Although Zhao Liying loved spicy hot pot, she didn't know how to make it herself. Jiang Zhe patiently explained, "It's not soup, but it's similar. I'm making the broth." "Pot base?" Zhao Liying noticed the word sensitively. "Yes, the base." Jiang Zhe nodded. "I'm preparing a spicy hot pot." "Really making spicy hot pot?" Zhao Liying's eyes lit up. Zhao Liying loves spicy hot pot, but unfortunately, spicy hot pot is naturally the archenemy of female celebrities. First, the splashing broth and vibrant red oil of spicy hot pot can easily ruin a female celebrity's makeup or clothing. Second, the expression of opening one's mouth wide to suck in cool air when spicy hot pot is too spicy is unbecoming for female celebrities. If caught on camera, it could easily be turned into a meme. Most importantly, after eating spicy hot pot, one is inevitably left with an oily face and a sausage mouth, and being seen by fans in this state could ruin one's career. Therefore, although Zhao Liying loves spicy hot pot, she rarely eats it outside. While eating at home could avoid these issues, she unfortunately doesn't know how to cook it. At the mention of spicy hot pot, Zhao Liying felt her mouth watering. Jiang Zhe exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Cousin, you're drooling. Wipe it off." Zhao Liying, upon hearing this, hurriedly wiped her sharp chin, only to realize she had been tricked. She gave Jiang Zhe a playful glare and pouted, "You're so mean." Then she turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, she turned around and asked curiously, "Where are Guiguo and Xiao Xiao?" Zhao Liying was referring to Tianguo and Tang Xiao Xiao. "Oh, the two of them went to Lei Zhan's place early this morning, saying they were going to exchange some information." However, Jiang Zhe had a mischievous smile on his face, and I think the two of them were just trying to give us some alone time to have a proper conversation. Jiang Zhe emphasized the word exchange, and Zhao Liying didn't need him to explain the meaning. Zhao Liying couldn't help but blush and spit out a mouthful of water, then ran off without looking back to wash up. By the time she finished and returned to the kitchen, Jiang Zhe had already prepared the bone and was ready to simmer the soup.
He first placed the bones in the pot, added a splash of cooking wine, simmered them briefly to remove any remaining blood and surface fat, then lifted them out. He then added water to the pot, placed the bone marrow and ginger slices inside, and began simmering the broth. While the soup was simmering, Jiang Zhe began chopping the ginger slices, garlic cloves, and chili peppers and setting them aside. After finishing her morning routine, Zhao Liying also came into the kitchen to help Jiang Zhe wash vegetables, and the two chatted about various topics while busy washing and chopping vegetables, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere in the kitchen. Simmering the broth with bones takes 1 or 2 hours, and during this time, you must continuously skim off the foam from the surface of the pot with a spoon. However, Jiang Zhe didn't have that much time, so he resorted to using a pressure cooker as a shortcut. Although the flavor was slightly inferior to that of a traditional soup pot, it saved a significant amount of time, requiring less than half an hour to produce a pot of delicious broth. Placing the pressure cooker with the bone broth on the stove, Jiang Zhe began to prepare the base for the dish. Considering that Zhao Liying needed to attend a clarification briefing organized by her company in the afternoon, and that authentic Sichuan spicy hot pot tends to cause excessive oiliness and numbness, Jiang Zhe drew inspiration from Hunan-style hot pot.
While Hunan-style hot pot may not match Sichuan hot pot in terms of spiciness, its unique aromatic spiciness is no less satisfying in terms of flavor.
Unlike Sichuan hot pot, which has a standardized preparation method, Hunan-style hot pot varies by region, each with its own distinct characteristics. Jiang Zhe recalls that one of the most distinctive varieties features a broth that appears crystal clear but delivers a rich, fiery flavor upon tasting. The key to this hot pot lies in preparing two separate broth bases. One is a bone broth simmered slowly, while the other is the one Jiang Zhe is currently preparing. First, ginger, garlic, star anise, and a small amount of Sichuan peppercorns are stir-fried in oil until fragrant. Then add a large amount of fresh, seedless green and red chili peppers and stir-fry together. During the stir-frying process, it is crucial to control the heat carefully to bring out the fresh aroma and flavor of the chili peppers while preventing them from burning, as this would result in a dark-colored broth instead of a clear one. Once the chili peppers are stir-fried, add water to the pot along with seasonings, sesame seeds, goji berries, and simmer over low heat to infuse the flavors into the broth. Once the broth comes to a boil, simmer for a few more minutes, then strain the broth using a fine mesh strainer or a clean piece of cheesecloth. Jiang Zhe uses cheesecloth, and the resulting broth is crystal clear, though slightly viscous, indistinguishable from plain water. Next, strain the simmered bone broth and add it to the broth base. A clear, spicy hot pot is now ready. Zhao Liying, who had been watching eagerly from the side, was speechless with amazement and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did you learn all this?" Jiang Zhe smiled without answering. Since downloading the B-level cooking skill, he had automatically learned countless ways to cook, but the reason behind it was something he couldn't reveal to others. Chapter 198, The Fatal Weakness. Zhao Liying found it odd that Jiang Zhe, who had never learned to cook as a child, had become such a professional chef after just a few TV shows. Moreover, the method for making this clear soup spicy hot pot was something she had no idea where Jiang Zhe had learned it from. Zhao Liying didn't believe it was Zhang Xiaoliang, Zhao Wei, or even Huang Xiaoming who taught him. In her opinion, even Zhang Xiaoliang, who was the best cook among the three, probably didn't know how to make such a hot pot. However, since Jiang Zhe didn't mention it, she didn't dwell on it. The broth was ready, and the side dishes, which had been washed and chopped during the broth-making process, were now waiting to be added to the pot. The two of them worked together to move the hot pot to the table and set out the bowls and chopsticks. As Jiang Zhe began adding the ingredients, Zhao Liying looked impatient, constantly urging him on. It was no wonder Zhao Liying was in a hurry. She had always loved spicy hot pot, and although Jiang Zhe's hot pot looked clear and simple, the enticing aroma had already filled the entire restaurant, making Zhao Liying swallow her saliva repeatedly. As soon as Jiang Zhe said it was ready to eat, Zhao Liying couldn't wait any longer. She reached out with her chopsticks, picked up a piece of green vegetable from the hot pot, let it cool slightly, and put it into her mouth. It was only Jiang Zhe's reminder to be careful of the heat that stopped her from eating it directly. As soon as the vegetable touched her lips, Liying's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Zhe stared at her tempting red lips and asked with a smile, "How is it?" Zhao Liying was too busy eating to answer. She reached into the hot pot again, scooped up a large portion with her chopsticks, and piled it into her bowl to cool. Once she had swallowed the food in her mouth, she finally had the chance to speak, raising her hand to give Jiang Zhe a thumbs up. "Delicious. It's truly delicious," she exclaimed. B-level cooking skills are truly well-deserved. The broth looks clear and light, but it's spicy and rich in flavor, with an incredibly complex texture. Compared to those fiery red spicy hot pots, it doesn't fall short in taste. That's not all. The most crucial improvement lies in the fact that this hot pot, while maintaining the 4 essential elements of hot pot spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant, also introduces a significant innovation. When eating spicy hot pot, one must be extra careful, especially with vegetables, which need to be picked clean to avoid accidentally biting into Sichuan peppercorns or garlic, whose intense flavors can catch you off guard and cause coughing. Zhao Liying has a unique habit when eating hot pot. She prepares a bowl of water in front of her and dips each piece of food into the water after picking it up with chopsticks, aiming to remove the Sichuan peppercorns and other seasonings. While this method prevents accidentally eating the seasonings, it also significantly alters the texture and flavor of the vegetables themselves. When Jiang Zhe was preparing the hot pot, Zhao Liang watched the entire process closely. She knew that all the seasonings from the broth had been filtered out, leaving no residue, so she didn't have to worry about accidentally eating something she didn't want. At the same time, the hot pot retained its rich, authentic flavor, which was exactly to Liang's liking. After just one bite, she had already fallen in love with the hot pot. She stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, and mumbled, "I love this hot pot so much."
What's the name of this hot pot? Name? Jiang Zhe, who was admiring Liang's eating manner, couldn't help but pause.
This hot pot is essentially a spicy hot pot, but it draws heavily from the cooking methods of the Xiangnan region.
Calling it either Sichuan hot pot or Hunan hot pot wouldn't be accurate.
Moreover, while this hot pot is also a clear broth hot pot, it differs fundamentally from the clear broth hot pots served in restaurants.
Jiang Zhe shook his head slightly. This hot pot doesn't have a name.
If you like, you can call it Liang hot pot. He added meaningfully, "Anyway, I only plan to make it for you." Zhao Liang hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't want to be named after a hot pot.
Since you're only making it for me, I'll come up with a good name later and tell you then.
Jiang Zhe smiled. "Alright, I'll leave the naming rights to you." The two of them enjoyed their meal heartily, eating with great pleasure. After this peaceful and loving lunch, Zhao Liang called Tianguo and Tang Xia to prepare for the company-organized interview. The buzz about the scandal had died down considerably, and Jiang Zhe had deliberately spent the entire morning accompanying her with tenderness. Zhao Liang was now in an extremely relaxed and joyful mood, parting from Jiang Zhe with a smile on her face. After seeing off Zhao Liang, Tianguo, and Tang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Zhe tidied up briefly and followed them out the door. He had his own matters to attend to. Jiang Zhe had instructed Lei Zhan yesterday afternoon to keep a close eye on Lin Lidong and Li Wei, but the two had always been cautious and rarely left any incriminating evidence. Although Lei Zhan and his team were elite special forces with exceptional combat skills and expertise in intelligence gathering, this was still a normal society, not a battlefield where any means were acceptable. Special forces members bound by moral and legal constraints could only resort to the most straightforward method, surveillance. This method was time-consuming and offered no guarantee of results. However, the security company had only recently been established and had not yet received any assignments. Both Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan viewed this operation as a rare opportunity. The special forces approach is too violent and direct, and they no longer represent the ultimate military force of the state. They must now learn to resolve issues within the established framework. This requires a significant adaptation period, and Lin Lidong and Li Wei, with their cunning and vigilance, are the perfect targets for practice. Additionally, Jiang Zhe needs Lei Zhan and others to keep Lin Lidong and Li Wei occupied to prevent them from targeting Zhao Liang again. Lin Lidong has a vast network and a prominent status. Dealing with him requires strategic planning and the identification of a decisive opportunity. Therefore, Jiang Zhe's first target was Li Wei. Li Wei has been freely exposing secrets, yet he has not been dealt with. Besides his relentless nature and ability to find others' weaknesses, there is a crucial reason: he is backed by a powerful criminal organization, and celebrities dare not or refuse to provoke them. This is his reliance, but it is also his fatal weakness. Chapter 199, The Drumbeat Intensifies. Before leaving, Jiang Zhe called Lei Zhan and Harley back, then the three of them drove out in the old SUV. Jiang Zhe was heading to find Wang Xiaoyu. Last time, Jiang Zhe went to the bar to investigate Li Wei's subordinate Xiu Qinghe, but didn't get any useful information from him. Instead, he accidentally encountered Wang Xiaoyu. He also got involved in the conflict between Wang Xiaoyu and He Shan and helped Wang Xiaoyu capture He Shan. From Wang Xiaoyu, he learned that He Shan had been collaborating with Li Wei for years. Jiang Zhe didn't believe He Shan wouldn't have some leverage over Li Wei. If he were really that virtuous, why would he be involved in the underworld? Harley drove the car, and Jiang Zhe asked Lei Zhan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Lei Gu, any progress on your end?" Lei Zhan turned around, shook his head bitterly, and said, "No progress. Li Wei didn't even leave the house today, and Lin Lidong just went to work as usual. As for what he did at the company, we haven't been able to get any accurate information yet." Jiang Zhe nodded in understanding. It had only been less than a day since Lei Zhan had just completed his deployment, and Lin Lidong and Li Wei were inherently cautious individuals. Although there were many rumors circulating about their misdeeds, there was no concrete evidence to support any of them. Moreover, Lei Zhan and his team excel in special operations. Fighting enemies head-on is no problem for them, but when it comes to gathering intelligence, they may be slightly less skilled. Jiang Zhe comforted him. "It's okay, Lei Gu. If we can get something concrete, that's best. If not, we'll just treat it as a practice run for your current identities." Lei Zhan nodded. "I think the same. Moreover, Ran and Yi Zuanxin have already gone to Deshang Entertainment to apply for jobs as female bodyguards and secretaries under the guise of former female soldiers. I believe they will soon be able to send back intelligence." Jiang Zhe was speechless at Ran and Yi Zuanxin's approach. These two are just too straightforward in their actions, and their way of thinking is vastly different from others. To gather intelligence, they went undercover at Deshang Entertainment.
Jiang Zhe truly admired their relentless determination to achieve their goals. As for whether Ran and Yitsuanshin might be in danger or fall victim to underhanded tactics, Jiang Zhe wasn't particularly worried. Although they look delicate on the surface, both of them have sea-level combat skills. Trying to take advantage of them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack or worse. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe remembered something. Lei Ge, there's something I forgot to tell you. I transferred 50 million to the account of Shindun Security as your signing fee. You can divide it among yourselves. Lei Zhan was taken aback. That much? Jiang Zhe shook his head. It's not much. It's what you deserve. As he said this, Jiang Zhe gave a meaningful smile and added, you'll receive even more in the future. Harley's driving skills were impeccable. The SUV quickly arrived at the Ginza bar. He told Lei Zhan and Harley to wait at the entrance while Jiang Zhe entered the bar alone. It was still only a little before 3 in the afternoon, and the bar was empty except for the waiter. Jiang Zhe walked straight to the bar and sat down. The bartender, who was wiping glasses, turned around and looked at him, saying, Sir, I'm sorry, we haven't started serving yet. Please come back later. Jiang Zhe smiled and said, I'm not here to drink. I'm looking for someone. Is Wang Xiaoyu here? The bartender gave Jiang Zhe a meaningful look, clearly recognizing his identity, and said, Please wait a moment, before turning to call Wang Xiaoyu. 2 minutes later, a seductive, alluring voice suddenly rang out behind Jiang Zhe. It was Wang Xiaoyu. Hey, little driver. Why did you suddenly decide to come visit your older sister? Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed dramatically. Hey, miss, nothing much. I just missed you. How's your injury? Jiang Zhe turned around and replied in her tone. Wang Xiaoyu's face turned as red as a peach blossom. The first time she met Jiang Zhe, she had also deliberately acted extremely bold, only to be caught off guard by his moonlit sea move. The sensation was still vivid in her memory. You're getting more and more mischievous. She avoided the topic, walked closer to Jiang Zhe, and teased him with a smile. Don't worry, the injury is nothing serious. Look, I'm already as lively as ever. That's good. Jiang Zhe nodded, looking calm and composed, and said, Men aren't bad, women don't love them. Oh? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. So you came to find me because you want to be with me, right? The words not bad, not loved were whispered close to Jiang Zhe's ear. He could feel her breath on his skin, and when he lowered his head, he could see her alluring curves. This woman is truly a temptress. Jiang Zhe whistled under his breath, smiling calmly on his face. Miss, you've misunderstood. I have some serious business to discuss with you. Oh, you men are all the same, pretending to be so proper. Wang Xiaoyu giggled, taking Jiang Zhe's hand. Come on, let's go somewhere private and talk properly. The bar staff ignored them as they held hands and opened the bar's security door to leave. Lei Zhan and Harley saw this and followed suit. Jiang Zhe was led by Wang Xiaoyu's soft, delicate hand into the alley where he had once helped her beat someone up. As soon as they stepped out of the alley, Wang Xiaoyu tried to let go of Jiang Zhe's hand, but he suddenly grabbed it and held it tightly, his fingers playfully tracing circles on her smooth wrist. You little rascal, you're not being good. Chapter 200, Better Dead Than Alive. By the time Lei Zhan and Harley arrived in the alley, Jiang Zhe had already let go of Wang Xiaoyu's hand. The two of them looked at each other with a carefree expression, as if nothing had happened. The ones with unusual expressions were Lei Zhan and Harley. Harley couldn't hide his admiration, thinking to himself that this world truly favored the fair-faced. Look at this guy, he has a beauty as stunning as a fairy at home, and now he's hiding a seductive vixen on the outside. As for Lei Zhan, he maintained a serious expression, though it was a bit too serious. Jiang Zhe could see the admiration and envy in Lei Zhan's eyes. Seeing that everyone was present, Jiang Zhe turned to Wang Xiaoyu and said, I actually came here to find He Shan. Wang Xiaoyu flicked a strand of hair behind her ear, her movements utterly seductive, causing Jiang Zhe to nearly stand up in admiration once more. She smiled sweetly and glanced at Jiang Zhe, saying, I know. Jiang Zhe composed himself and delivered his A-level acting, asking seriously, how is he? Did you kill him? His A-level acting worked, and Wang Xiaoyu was also affected, putting aside her playful mood. No, don't worry. He's fine. Next, Wang Xiaoyu led Jiang Zhe and the others through the safety exit of the building next to the bar, heading downstairs. They wandered around the underground garage until they finally stopped in a corner at the very back. There was a row of small rooms here, housing the building's electrical systems and drainage equipment for the underground reservoir, along with temporary rest areas for electricians and other staff. Several people in electrician uniforms were stationed near the rooms. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoyu leading Jiang Zhe over, they quickly stood up and greeted the two. These individuals had been present on the day Black Mountain was apprehended and recognized Jiang Zhe, knowing it was his decisive intervention that had turned the tide in their favor. As a result, they treated Jiang Zhe with the same utmost respect. Jiang Zhe smiled and nodded in response. Wang Xiaoyu waved her hand and said, Open the door, let's go inside and take a look. The door opened, and Lei Zhan hurried inside first, while Harley remained at the entrance, apparently intending to stay outside. Wang Xiaoyu and Jiang Zhe entered the room together, and the door behind them was closed again by Wang Xiaoyu's men. The room's arrangement caught Jiang Zhe off guard. It was clean and tidy, unlike the cluttered mess he had imagined. Instead, it resembled a cozy little rental apartment. Though small, it had a bed, chairs, and even a bathroom.
It seemed that Wang Xiaoyu was, after all, a girl, and girls naturally preferred cleanliness, even when it came to detention. However, the next moment, Jiang Zhe dismissed his own conclusion, for he saw He Shan. After not seeing him for over 10 days, He Shan looked a bit heavier, but Jiang Zhe didn't think it was because Wang Xiaoyu had been feeding him well.
It was probably because he hadn't exercised in a long time.
Muscular people who suddenly remain motionless for over 10 days do tend to gain weight easily. As for why He Shan was motionless, there was a thick iron ring around his neck, with a chain as thick as an adult's thumb attached to it. One end of the chain was secured to the iron ring, while the other was directly connected to the wall. With Wang Xiaoyu locking him up like this, Black Mountain found it extremely inconvenient to eat, wash, or do anything else, let alone exercise.
Jiang Zhe sneakily glanced at Wang Xiaoyu's back.
This woman must have some unique hobbies.
How did she become so professional at this?
The room was very noisy because the adjacent room housed the underground drainage system, and the pump was running non-stop, its humming echoing throughout the room.
The three entered the room, but He Shan didn't notice.
He was holding a book, sitting on a chair with his back to the door, looking as though he wanted to read but couldn't bring himself to do so. Jiang Zhe, with his sharp eyes, clearly saw that He Shan had stuffed his own ears, so he couldn't hear the sound of the door opening.
Jiang Zhe couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
Indeed, the most cunning are women. Not only had she locked He Shan here and chained him to the wall like a dog, but she also made sure he couldn't rest for a moment. What a clever tactic.
However, this was a misunderstanding on Jiang Zhe's part.
He Shan was quite skilled, and finding a suitable place to imprison him in a bustling metropolis was no easy task. That was why she had chained him up here. No one would ever come here, and the noise from the machinery would drown out any screams. The three approached Black Mountain from behind. Sensing the shift in light and shadow, Black Mountain suddenly looked up and spotted the three of them.
The next moment, he ripped the paper ball out of his ears and roared at Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu, either kill me with a single blow or what's the point of keeping me locked up here and torturing me every day? What? Can't bring yourself to do it? Or are you unprofessional and don't know how to dispose of a body? Do you want me to teach you? Wang Xiaoyu smiled calmly. He Shan, calm down. After reading so many books, haven't you learned the meaning of calm yet? I'll kill your mother.
He Shan raised his hand and threw the book he was holding at Wang Xiaoyu. Lei Zhan waved his hand, and the book was effortlessly plucked out of the air.
He glanced at it, then handed it to Jiang Zhe with an eerie expression.
Jiang Zhe took it and saw the title, his expression equally stunned. In such a dark and gloomy place, with no TV, no computer, and no one to chat with, one could only read books.
Otherwise, even an Iron Man would break down in less than a week.
But Wang Xiaoyu had prepared something for He Shan that wasn't a wuxia novel or a romance novel.
The book's cover bore two gold embossed characters in neat calligraphy, the Animerecap.
Wang Xiaoyu, are you trying to drive He Shan to his death? He probably can't even recognize all the characters on the cover. Does the characters Z and ZU refer to Confucius or Laozi? Besides the copy of the Animerecap that He Shan had thrown aside, there were several other books scattered on the small bed in the corner.
Jiang Zhe examined them carefully and recognized the titles of a few.
The Great Lotus Sutra, the Heart Sutra. Well, Jiang Zhe had to admit that the Animerecap was still more interesting. Calm down, you bastard. He Shan's face was filled with rage, his tone bitter and angry. Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan exchanged a knowing glance, feeling a bit uneasy. Despite standing on opposing sides, the two couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy for He Shan. Wang Xiaoyu's appearance was seductive, like a fox spirit, which was tolerable. The real issue was that his thought processes were abnormal. He was not even remotely human. He Shan's statement about killing him and even offering to dispose of the body himself seemed to come straight from the heart.
Falling into this woman's hands would be worse than death. Chapter 201, you will definitely say it. Wang Xiaoyu didn't think she had done anything wrong.
Every time she came to see He Shan, he would scold her, so she had specially bought these books to help him cultivate his temperament. Seeing that Black Mountain was still as vulgar as ever, Wang Xiaoyu sighed and said, "Look at you, you haven't improved at all. Alright, I'll go buy you a copy of the Tao Te Ching later." Ignoring the sudden change in the three men's expressions, Wang Xiaoyu confidently declared, "It's settled then. Alright, I'll introduce you to someone you've met before." Jiang Zhe stepped forward slightly, standing beside Wang Xiaoyu, and smiled. "He Shan, do you remember me?" At first, He Shan thought Jiang Zhe was a new henchman Wang Xiaoyu had recruited, so he didn't pay any attention to him. But upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized Jiang Zhe, suddenly leaping up from his chair in a fit of rage, reaching out to grab Jiang Zhe, causing the chains to clang loudly, and shouting, "I'd rather die than forget you." Seeing his ferocious and bitter expression, it was clear that he hated Jiang Zhe to the core for having betrayed him and left him in such a desperate situation, wanting nothing more than to pounce and bite him. A figure flashed, and He Shan's roar abruptly ceased. Lei Zhan, of course, wouldn't stand by and let Jiang Zhe get hurt. He didn't know that Jiang Ze's martial arts skills were far superior to his own. Seeing He Shan lunging toward Jiang Zhe, Lei Zhan acted without hesitation. His palm blade struck Black Mountain's neck like a flash of lightning, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Looking at Black Mountain again, his eyes were rolled back, and he had been knocked unconscious by Lei Zhan's single strike.
Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at Lei Zhan with admiration. Although Lei Zhan was tall and imposing, he wasn't overly muscular.
Compared to He Shan, whose muscles seemed to have grown into his very bones, Lei Zhan could only be described as strong. However, with a single strike, he had knocked Black Mountain to the ground.
Wang Xiaoyu had seen her fair share of intense battles and could immediately recognize the precision and decisiveness of Lei Zhan's strike. The force was also perfectly controlled, ensuring that it knocked Black Mountain unconscious without causing any damage to his cervical vertebrae. At this point, she had already formed a vague guess about Lei Zhan's background, but she didn't intend to verify it. She glanced at He Shan on the ground and said, "Alright, He Shan is in your hands. I'll go find a quiet place to rest." Without waiting for Jiang Zhe to respond, she turned on her heel, swaying gracefully toward the door, opened it, and stepped out. After she left and closed the door, Lei Zhan glanced at Jiang Zhe inquiringly. Jiang Zhe nodded slightly.
Lei Zhan said nothing more, immediately heading to the small bathroom to fetch a basin of water. With a loud splash, he poured it over Black Mountain's head. Stimulated by the cold water, He Shan regained consciousness from his unconscious state. He tried to sit up, but Lei Zhan quickly stomped on his chest, forcing him back to the ground. He Shan struggled for a moment, realizing he couldn't budge Lei Zhan's foot. He looked at Lei Zhan in surprise before giving up helplessly and growled, "What are you here for? To laugh at me?" Jiang Zhe smiled as he knelt down, looking into He Shan's eyes and said, "I've come to ask you some questions." He Shan sneered and opened his mouth to say, "Ask your mother." Before he could finish the last word, a sudden, agonizing scream erupted from his throat. By the time he had uttered the third word, Jiang Zhe had already moved like lightning, snapping off one of He Shan's front teeth with a single flick of his finger. He held the tooth between his fingertips, showed it to He Shan, who was bleeding from his mouth and clenching his teeth to endure the pain, then flung it away with a look of disgust. Lei Zhan, who was stepping on He Shan, looked at Jiang Zhe with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He had used similar methods during interrogations, but he had always needed pliers. Pulling out someone's front tooth with just his hands was something Lei Zhan knew he couldn't do. Jiang Zhe ignored Lei Zhan's astonishment. While carefully wiping his fingers with a wet tissue from his pocket, he said in a low voice, "I'm different from Wang Xiaoyu. I have a bad temper and I'm very direct. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I'll pull out every single one of your teeth." He Shan sucked in a cold breath, swallowed a mouthful of blood, and asked with difficulty, "What do you want to know?" Jiang Zhe tossed the used wet wipe aside, glaring at He Shan. "Tell me, do you have any leverage over Li Wei?" He Shan grinned savagely. "So you want to take him down? Ha ha. Of course I have something on him. He has something on me too." His smile vanished instantly, and he continued with hatred in his eyes, "But you won't spare me anyway, so why should I tell you?" Jiang Zhe knew that even though He Shan acted as if he didn't care whether he lived or died, and had even allowed Wang Xiaoyu to slash him with a knife earlier, deep down, he didn't want to die. The desire to die was just a momentary impulse, a rash statement. He was still struggling to survive. Otherwise, surrounded by concrete walls, how could he really die? However, Jiang Zhe didn't intend to leave him any room for survival. How to dispose of him was Wang Xiaoyu's decision. Even if Wang Xiaoyu didn't plan to kill him, he would send him to prison. Otherwise, the next time someone held his life in their hands, it would be Wang Xiaoyu himself. He pleaded with him, "You can look at it from another angle. You're not helping us, you're just dragging yourself down. Given your personality, can you really bear to see your own life ruined while your accomplices are out there drinking, eating, and enjoying themselves?" He Shan couldn't help but freeze, and Lei Zhan beside him also looked at Jiang Zhe in astonishment. This theory sounded completely wrong, but why did it somehow make people feel satisfied? He Shan suddenly burst into a loud, hoarse laugh, continuing until he was choked by the blood in his mouth, coughing violently before finally stopping. After laughing, he looked at Jiang Zhe with a mocking expression. "I almost believed you. You're right. Given my personality, I drag others down with me when I die, the more the better. I'd even want everyone to accompany me in death." He changed the subject, "But if I had listened to you and dragged Li Wei down with me, wouldn't that have been a favor to you, you bastard? You'd be able to drink, eat, and play with women every day." Jiang Ze's expression remained unchanged, but his anger boiled within him. If it weren't for Li Wei and those two bastards from the Lin family who were always causing trouble for him, that statement would have been a perfect description of his life. He spoke slowly, in a prophetic tone, "You will say it, you will." For some reason, hearing this tone, He Shan felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 202, Let's see if you dare to say it. Lei Zhan was no ordinary man. To study the weaknesses of the human body, he had even studied anatomy and mastered countless interrogation techniques. Wang Xiaoyu, though delicate, looked sharp and cunning, so she must have her own tricks up her sleeve. However, Jiang Zhe did not want these two to act. Physical torture easily leaves scars, and in the small room of an underground garage, the risk of infection is extremely high. Infected wounds can be fatal in a short period of time, especially when they cover large areas of the body.
Such injuries cannot be properly treated in an underground environment and require immediate hospitalization.
At that point, Wang Xiaoyu would be in a difficult situation.
If she were sent to the hospital, He Shan wasn't an ordinary person, he would definitely escape.
Once He Shan escaped, Wang Xiaoyu would face his revenge.
Ultimately, Zhang Zhe came up with a plan.
A few seconds passed, and He Shan easily held his breath. 10 seconds went by, and he still felt fine. However, after half a minute, Zhang Zhe still showed no intention of turning off the water, and He Shan felt as though his lungs were about to explode. He managed to hold his breath for another half minute. At this point, He Shan felt as though his lungs were on fire, as if someone had shoved a red-hot iron rod into them. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. He was genuinely afraid that his heart would explode at any moment. His veins were twisting and spasming all over his body, especially the ones near his temples, the sound of which was so loud it couldn't be drowned out by the sound of flowing water. He could no longer suppress his body's instincts and opened his mouth to take a breath. However, as he expanded his chest, what he inhaled was not air, but a massive amount of water. A large amount of water rushed into his lungs through his open mouth, triggering a violent cough. In this dire situation, Zhang Zhe's hose continued to spray unabated. With each cough, more water poured into his lungs, and he couldn't inhale even a single breath of air. At that moment, he truly felt the sensation of drowning. The hose hadn't stopped. He felt his vision darkening, the world growing increasingly distant, and everything around him fading away, leaving only the relentless sound of rushing water. His limbs, including his entire body, began to convulse uncontrollably, shaking the bed frame violently, but He Shan could no longer feel any of it. The water pipe finally stopped, and the dirty towel was removed. Suddenly able to breathe, He Shan erupted into a violent coughing fit. As he coughed hoarsely, a large amount of water gushed out of his mouth and nose. Just as he began to regain his senses, the world went dark again, and the dirty towel was placed back over his face. The next moment, the icy water flowed once more into his mouth and nose. The cycle repeated itself. After being subjected to this 3 times, by the 3rd time the towel was removed, Black Mountain lay on the bedboard in a state of near death. This time, even after coughing up all the water from his lungs, He Shan did not regain consciousness immediately. Instead, he looked around dazedly, as if he were an amnesiac who had just woken up. He felt that the young man holding the hose looked familiar. He stood calmly before him, his lips twitching slightly, as if he had said something. Who was he? What was he saying? He Shan felt his mind spinning wildly, unable to respond to anything around him for a moment. It wasn't until the young man raised the hose again and extended it toward his face that all of He Shan's memories suddenly returned in an instant. He remembered who the man in front of him was and what he was saying. Zhang Zhe seemed oblivious to He Shan's pitiful state. He asked calmly, "Are you ready to talk?" Chapter 203, Evidence. Seeing that He Shan didn't react, Zhang Zhe raised the hose again and held it in front of He Shan's face. The next moment, He Shan's body convulsed violently, and he cried out weakly, "I'll talk. I'll say everything." His voice was filled with sobs. When Wang Xiaoyu was called back in, she saw He Shan crying uncontrollably. She stared at Zhang Zhe, who looked as sunny and harmless as ever, and whispered, "What did you do to him?" Zhang Zhe looked nonchalant, nothing, just filled his stomach with water. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at He Shan, who was hiding and looking fearful, then frowned as she examined Lei Zhan, who was cleaning the water hose. She asked mysteriously, "Where did you pour it in? From the top or the bottom?" Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat. "You're overthinking it." He decided not to argue with Wang Xiaoyu on this matter, mainly because water torture was too brutal to explain. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyu's eager expression was giving Zhang Zhe a headache. He changed the subject. "You can do whatever you want with this guy. You can drown him in the river or hand him over to the police, it's up to you." Wang Xiaoyu smiled and sighed. "I'd like to hand him over to the police, but there's no evidence." Zhang Zhe gave a mysterious smile. "We already have it." He Shan recorded every secret transaction he had with Li Wei to prevent him from betraying him. According to his own confession, it includes kidnapping, threats, extortion, and more, enough to send both Li Wei and himself to prison. Wang Xiaoyu sighed in relief. "That's good. Sending him to prison is better. At least it'll get rid of this thorn in my side." "A thorn in your side?" Zhang Zhe looked concerned. "Should I help you get rid of it? You've already seen my medical skills last time." Wang Xiaoyu froze for a moment before realizing Zhang Zhe was starting his car again. She quickly responded, "Sure, why not? Why don't you give me a full body checkup while you're at it?" Zhang Zhe shouted, "Exactly what I was thinking. Let's go." After leaving the basement, the two went their separate ways. Wang Xiaoyu had to handle the aftermath. Zhang Zhe, however, was busy retrieving the video footage mentioned by He Shan and needed to make some arrangements. As for the suggestive and imaginative words they had exchanged in the basement, they were merely jokes. Wang Xiaoyu was seductive to the bone, and even Zhang Zhe, who was usually composed, couldn't help but make a few flirtatious remarks when he saw her. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaoyu also had a very good impression of Zhang Zhe, and teasing him was her greatest pleasure. Over time, this ambiguous way of speaking became their unique form of understanding.
Lei Zhan personally went to Black Mountain's secret hideout to retrieve the videotape. However, Black Mountain's secret hideout was no dangerous lair, it was just an ordinary residential house. Zhang Zhe wasn't worried that Lei Zhan would fail. Zhang Zhe himself drove back to the villa with Harley, waiting for Lei Zhan to return. As they drove past the supermarket where they had bought groceries earlier that morning, Zhang Zhe sent Harley back to the supermarket to pay for the items he hadn't paid for earlier and to convey his apologies to the supermarket manager. When Harley returned, he brought back some unexpected news. The supermarket owner wanted Zhang Zhe to attend their store anniversary event as a guest of honor and asked Harley to inquire about Zhang Zhe's intentions. To be honest, Zhang Zhe wasn't opposed to the idea. The supermarket had a decent reputation in the area, offered fair prices, and never sold counterfeit or substandard products. However, the supermarket's anniversary celebration was still a long way off, and he was currently busy with filming and other commitments. Zhang Zhe decided to wait a while before giving them an answer. Zhang Zhe waited in the villa for half an hour before Lei Zhan returned smoothly, holding a box containing several ordinary-looking USB drives. Zhang Zhe casually picked up a USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer. After glancing at it for a moment, Zhang Zhe was speechless. The USB drive contained a wealth of information, including instructions from Li Wei to hire Black Mountain to track and threaten the agents or assistants of celebrities, as well as details of various acts such as smashing cars and breaking into homes to take photos. What was most crucial was that Black Mountain himself was a gangster, involved in robbery, murder, kidnapping, and extortion. He had committed almost every imaginable crime. Moreover, he primarily targeted celebrities and wealthy individuals, and had always succeeded without leaving any evidence behind, making him an utterly unbelievable figure. According to the fragmented information on the USB drive, Zhang Zhe learned that He Shan was able to achieve this because Li Wei provided him with accurate intelligence. If Black Mountain had sent his own men to scout locations or track targets, they would have easily aroused suspicion. However, when Li Wei's paparazzi from the Fengchuan studio went to follow and film, there was no issue. Everyone in the world knew that the paparazzi from Fengchuan studio were relentless and impossible to shake off. While their surveillance was infuriating, there was nothing anyone could do about it. No one could have imagined that Li Wei was sometimes not doing this for the sake of exposing secrets, but to provide intelligence for He Shan. With the paparazzi's observations and reports, Black Mountain's kidnapping operation was executed with pinpoint accuracy and left no traces behind. Of course, Li Weiguang already makes a fortune by taking money to smear a celebrity, so he doesn't need to go to such lengths. However, he had made countless enemies in the entertainment industry, and without Black Mountain's backing, he wouldn't even know how he'd end up. Therefore, he had no choice but to comply with Black Mountain's demands and provide the intelligence. He never imagined that Black Mountain had secretly recorded the entire process, with the sole purpose of tying Li Wei permanently to his side. Well, with these videos, both Black Mountain and Li Weiguang are finished for good. According to Zhang Zhe's estimation, given the crimes Li Wei and Black Mountain have committed, they might end up serving life in prison. If they're unlucky, they could even be executed. This involves a murder case, after all. Black Mountain might have made a mistake, and to avoid exposing his identity, eliminating witnesses or hostages would be unavoidable. After some thought, Zhang Zhe decided not to involve himself in this matter and instead instructed Lei Zhan to hand over the evidence to the police anonymously. Chapter 204, No Good Ending. After Zhang Zhe instructed Lei Zhan to anonymously provide the video to the police, there was no movement from the authorities for several days. However, Zhang Zhe remained unfazed. Li Wei, though notorious in the entertainment industry, was still a highly influential public figure. Without proper verification, the authorities wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, the content of the video was too explosive, involving the kidnapping and extortion of several celebrity tycoons, and even including the heinous act of killing the hostage after the ransom was paid. After Zhang Zhe and Zhao Liying's agency team worked on damage control, the buzz around her gradually died down. The entertainment industry isn't necessarily better the more sensational it is. If a celebrity's name stays at the top of the online search rankings for too long, it's easy for netizens to grow tired of them, and anything they do will be blown out of proportion. Many celebrities who suddenly rise to fame are quickly torn apart or disappear from the public eye as swiftly as a shooting star, precisely because they fail to understand the principle of moderation. Zhang Zhe chose not to capitalize on the buzz and instead retreated to a film set to focus on her work after the previous incident, for this very reason. Zhao Liying doesn't know how Zhang Zhe managed to resolve the scandal that could have destroyed all his efforts in just one night, but regardless, the scandal is over and his reputation and career haven't been affected. In fact, thanks to Lika's article, he's even gained more fans. Xiao Zhe, I realize I can't live without you anymore. Leaning against Zhang Zhe's embrace, Zhao Liying whispered sweetly. Zhang Zhe gently embraced Zhao Liying and kissed her forehead. I can't bear to leave you. We'll be together forever. Yes, forever. Zhao Liying gazed intently at Zhang Zhe, filled with unbounded happiness and contentment. In the days that followed, Zhang Zhe didn't bother with anything else, focusing solely on being with Zhao Liying. 2 days later, Zhang Zhe and Liying bid each other a tearful farewell and returned to the production crew. There was no choice. Jiang Zhe was certain that Mango TV would agree to his request, which meant that besides filming, he would have to travel to Taigui to complete the program. If he didn't take advantage of the time now to rush through the filming, he would inevitably find himself in a chaotic mess later on, which might even affect the progress of the filming of the People's MY. Upon returning to the film crew, Jiang Zhe was warmly welcomed by everyone. The entire crew had been closely following the incident, and Jiang Zhe had clearly explained the reason for his absence when he took leave. Jiang Zhe's resolution was nothing short of a miracle, so swift that the crew hadn't even had time to consider whether to issue a statement of support before the entire matter had already blown over. Jiang Zhe's return made Jean Mingjia overjoyed. In the days Jiang Zhe was away, Jean Mingjia felt a void in her heart and couldn't muster the energy to do anything. She chattered nonstop around Jiang Zhe, pestering him with questions about the entire incident. Jiang Zhe, of course, wasn't foolish enough to tell Jean Mingjia the truth. He simply said that the legal notice sent by Zhao Liying's team had done the trick, causing Oh Xiaoya and Li Yishui, the two who had initially started smearing Liying, to fear legal repercussions and begin accusing each other, thereby shifting the public opinion in their favor. Jean Mingjia's name contained the character Meng cute, and she was indeed cute in her naivety. Whatever Jiang Zhe said, she believed without question, never once considering that the entertainment industry sends out at least hundreds of legal letters every year, yet no one had ever been arrested for spreading rumors. Regardless, Jiang Zhe provided a plausible explanation, and the entire production team was able to resume filming as scheduled. Online, however, the aftermath continued to simmer. This controversy wouldn't die down so quickly. Although the netizens who had slandered Zhao Liying currently held the upper hand, not everyone was willing to let such a chaotic scene fizzle out so easily. Many netizens and media outlets eager for chaos were still eagerly awaiting Li Wei's next revelations. Following Li Wei's usual pattern, once he targets a celebrity with revelations, no matter how the celebrity tries to clarify or counterattack, he always follows up with more concrete evidence, relentlessly exposing the celebrity until they are completely discredited. Many were waiting for the next explosive news to break. Last time it was just photos, this time it must be some short videos, right? On the third night, the revelation finally came. To everyone's surprise, the target of the exposé was not Zhao Liying, but Li Wei himself. Online reports stated that Li Wei was arrested by the police from his home that evening, along with several paparazzi who were allegedly working for his studio. Major news portals quickly reposted the news, and the story of the entertainment industry's top paparazzi being arrested spread like wildfire across the internet. The fishing boat erupted in chaos. Although Li Wei is notorious, he has greatly satisfied the curiosity of many netizens, so he still has a significant number of supporters online. Many netizens believed this was the authorities openly cracking down on Li Wei, prompting them to post messages or make calls demanding the police disclose the reasons for his arrest. The Shanghai police did not disappoint, quickly announcing Li Wei's charges. Suspect of coercion, extortion, defamation, and kidnapping. The first three charges are understandable, but how Li Wei is connected to kidnapping remains a mystery to everyone. It was precisely because of that final charge that netizens following the case realized that Li Wei might end up spending a significant amount of time in prison. At the same time, almost everyone couldn't help but think of another aspect. Jiang Zhe believed that by anonymously handing over the evidence to the police, he would not be implicated in the matter. However, he didn't anticipate that there had already been rumors online linking Zhao Liying to him as cousins, and the style of this counterattack was too distinctive, clearly Jiang Zhe's doing. Looking back at those who had opposed Jiang Zhe, such as Lin Pinghai, Yuan Yuda, Wu Shixuan, and now Li Wei, all of them had ended up in prison. Netizens began to realize that anyone who opposed Jiang Zhe would not end well. Chapter 205, The Chinese Restaurant Contract. The unexpected has arrived, and the expected has come as scheduled. Jiang Zhe has always been confident about securing the Chinese restaurant program. Sure enough, just 2 days after returning to the production team, he received a call from Wang Tian. Wang Tian stated that the leadership of Mango TV had agreed to Jiang Zhe's terms, but added some additional requirements in the details. Wang Tian would soon lead her team to meet with Jiang Zhe for further negotiations. This meeting did not take place in the small break room as before, but was instead held in a hotel conference room. Jiang Zhe brought Jean Mingjia along as usual, since she would eventually participate in the show's filming anyway, and he trusted her not to disclose the contract details. Wang Tian was skilled at building rapport. When the two sides met at the hotel, Wang Tian greeted Jiang Zhe enthusiastically from a distance. Xiao Zhe. Jiang Zhe knew that he would be collaborating with Wang Tian moving forward, so he was naturally eager to maintain a harmonious relationship. He smiled and returned the greeting, Sister Wang. This was their second meeting, so Wang Tian felt more at ease and, after the initial small talk, suddenly said, "Good job." Jiang Zhe was taken aback for a moment before realizing what she meant. Wang Tian was referring to Li Wei. Major satellite TV stations and media outlets are naturally at odds with sensationalists like Li Wei, who have no qualms about exposing others. Especially Mango TV, whether it was Li Wei intentionally targeting them or just bad luck. Every time Mango TV invested heavily in creating a flagship variety show, the core guest would inevitably get caught up in Li Wei's scandalous revelations, leading netizens to jokingly call Mango TV's shows toxic.
Given this context, it was easy to imagine what kind of attitude Wang Tian, as a core member of Mango TV, would have toward Li Wei. Jiang Zhe smiled faintly, pretending not to hear, and glanced around at Wang Tian's entourage, asking in confusion, "Sister Wang, what's all this commotion about?" Wang Tian's team had arrived with over 10 people, including her assistant and others, as well as a legal team, and even cameramen and notary public officials. Surrounding the lone Jiang Zhe and Jean Mengjia, it didn't look like they were here to sign a contract, but rather to start a brawl. Wang Tian was reminded by Jiang Zhe and immediately noticed this as well. She couldn't help but smile slightly, giving a subtle signal to the others. Everyone immediately caught on, awkwardly smiled, and stepped aside with a rustling sound. Next, Wang Tian led Jiang Zhe toward the elevator while explaining to him in a soft voice. "Xiao Zhe, you know I'm just a producer. The kind of cooperation you have with the station isn't something I can decide on my own. However, the station believes that since I was the one who initially contacted you, they might as well authorize me to handle this matter from start to finish. The notaries, lawyers, and cameramen are here to ensure that the contract we signed today is fair and impartial, and that it has legal binding force." She added with a wry smile, "You know how it is. When it comes to a contract involving billions of dollars, I have to be extra cautious." Jiang Zhe nodded indifferently. He was shrewd and knew that Wang Tian wasn't worried about him breaching the contract, but rather that others might use the station's excessive concessions as an excuse to accuse her of betraying the station's interests and engaging in a secret deal with him. This was an internal power struggle. Jiang Zhe had already heard that the teams at Mango TV were competing fiercely, and it had nothing to do with him. Both parties took their seats in the hotel conference room. After the photographer and notary public had prepared everything, Wang Tian handed over a stapled copy of the contract and said seriously, "Xiao Zhe, this is the revised cooperation agreement between Mango TV and you, based on the contract previously signed with Lin Pinghai. Please take a look first." Next, Wang Tian handed over another piece of paper and explained, "This is the authorization letter issued by Mango TV, authorizing me to represent Mango TV in negotiations with you and to sign a contract. Mango TV acknowledges the legal validity of any contract I sign." Jiang Zhe knew there was no room for tricks in such matters, so he merely glanced at the contents of the authorization letter before passing it to Jean Mengjia, who was standing nearby. Jean Mengjia was attending such a formal negotiation or contract signing for the first time, and she was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands or feet. She took the authorization letter that Jiang Zhe had casually handed her, stared blankly at the bright red official seal on it, and gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe had already opened the contract and begun reading its contents. He had previously obtained a faxed copy of the contract stored on Lin Pinghai's computer through hacking, and was already well versed in its contents. At this point, he was merely verifying whether Mango TV had transferred all the rights Lin Pinghai was entitled to in accordance with his requirements. Everything matched the contract he had seen before, with only minor differences in the details. This was a genuine production and broadcast separation contract. According to the terms, the program The Chinese Restaurant would be independently produced and filmed by Jiang Zhe, while Mango TV would only be responsible for broadcasting and advertising sales. The program consists of 12 episodes in total. After Mango TV approves the final product, they will pay Jiang Zhe 2 million yuan per episode, totaling 24 million yuan. This figure may seem large, but the program's investment is equally massive. The labor fees for the two top-tier celebrities, Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, alone amount to nearly 100 million yuan, plus costs for other celebrities and the entire production process. If cost control is not stringent, 240 million yuan may not be sufficient. The real profit lies in the revenue-sharing arrangement. Mango TV has adopted a tiered revenue-sharing model. In simple terms, if the Chinese restaurant achieves an average viewership rating of 1% after broadcast, Jiang Zhe will receive 8% of the revenue generated by Mango TV, including the title sponsorship, partner revenues, and mid-roll advertisements during the program's broadcast period. For every 0.1% increase in viewership rating, Jiang Zhe's share increases by 0.5%, with a cap of 15%. Mango TV has already completed its pre-production advertising sales, with the first and second title sponsors and partners alone securing over 1 billion yuan in advertising fees. As for the ads aired during the program, conservative estimates put the figure at over 500 million yuan. This means that if Jiang Zhe achieves the maximum 24% viewership rating, his share from Mango TV alone would already exceed 200 million yuan. This does not include the derivative value generated by the program's name, The Chinese Restaurant, after its broadcast. The program has aired 2 episodes so far, with ratings of 33 and 34, far exceeding the cap set in the revenue-sharing agreement. In other words, if Jiang Zhe can successfully restore the program's reputation among viewers, earning 2 or 300 million yuan would be a breeze. Chapter 206, Signing the Contract. This part of the content is consistent with the previous agreement between Mango TV and Lin Pinghai. After confirming this, Jiang Zhe shifted his attention to the new terms added by Mango TV. To save the show, Mango spent 24.4 billion yuan to acquire the entire program, including the production team, equipment, and artist contracts from Lin Pinghai, and transferred it under its own name. Wang Tian had previously mentioned this to Jiang Zhe. Since Jiang Zhe wanted to replace Lin Pinghai and continue the previous production distribution separation agreement with Mango TV, the 244 billion yuan should be paid by Jiang Zhe, not Mango TV. Therefore, Mango TV presented two options for Jiang Zhe to choose from. The first option was for Mango TV to cover the 244 billion yuan upfront, and after the show aired and profits were distributed, Mango TV would deduct 144 billion yuan from the funds paid to Jiang Zhe while retaining the copyright to the show. The second option is for Jiang Zhe to directly pay Mango TV the 244 billion yuan, and Mango TV will hand over all rights to the Chinese restaurant program to Jiang Zhe, including the production costs for the latter half of the program, which will also be borne by Jiang Zhe. Regardless of which option is chosen, Mango TV has been very fair this time, without making excessive demands or setting any traps.
Everything is laid out openly, demonstrating a high degree of sincerity.
In the short term, the first option is more advantageous for Jiang Zhe, as he effectively gets something for nothing. Most of the major expenses for the program, including venue construction and artist fees, have already been paid, with only the fourth installment of artist fees and the production costs for the latter half of the program remaining, amounting to a few million yuan. Moreover, this amount can be settled with the artists after the program begins distributing profits, so there is no need to pay out of pocket. If Jiang Zhe is currently short on funds or simply doesn't have enough, choosing the first option would allow him to invest only a small amount of capital to leverage this multi-million-dollar project and reap substantial returns.
Moreover, this option carries minimal risk for Jiang Zhe.
Even if the show's whitewashing fails to achieve the minimum average viewership rating of 1%, the amount Jiang Zhe would lose would only be around 50 million yuan. After all, Mango TV still needs to pay Jiang Zhe the production costs for the remaining 6 episodes, totaling 120 million yuan. On the other hand, choosing the second option would require Jiang Zhe to immediately pay 24.4 billion yuan, plus independently cover the production costs for the next 6 episodes. If the show's ratings fail to meet expectations upon broadcast, Jiang Zhe would lose nearly 200 million yuan. For most people, this would require careful consideration of the pros and cons.
However, for Jiang Zhe, there is no need for such calculations.
What he values most is the Chinese restaurant brand. And once the show is successfully revived, this brand, which is already valued at 100 million yuan in Mango TV's eyes, will continue to rise in value. In other words, by the time the Chinese restaurant produces its second and third seasons, the name alone could be worth 2 or even 300 million yuan. Mango TV is extremely confident in its promotional capabilities and believes that as long as they bring Jiang Zhe back, the show will definitely become a hit again.
Unfortunately, Jiang Zhe is equally certain of this.
Jiang Zhe smiled at Wang Tian and said, "I choose the second option. I will pay Mango TV 244 billion yuan and independently produce the next 6 episodes of the show." Wang Tian sighed openly, which unexpectedly made Jiang Zhe feel a surge of goodwill toward her. She said regretfully, "Actually, the station had already guessed you would choose this approach. After all, someone with the ambition to participate in the program through capital wouldn't fail to see the value inherent in the program's name." As she sighed, she pulled out a contract sample from her bag and handed it to Jiang Zhe, explaining, "We prepared 2 contract templates in advance.
This is the second option's contract sample. Please take another look."
After thinking for a moment, she added, "At the end of the contract, we've included some additional terms, but I think you'll agree to them." Jiang Zhe flipped directly to the end of the contract and indeed found the 2 new conditions added by Mango TV in this proposal. Condition 1, Mango TV commissions Wang Tian to join the production team as a producer to ensure that the program is recorded according to the previously established core principles and direction.
Additionally, Wang Tian will not interfere with the filming process. Jiang Zhe smirked inwardly.
Lin Pinghai's reckless behavior had nearly ruined Jiang Zhe and also dragged Mango TV, the third party, into trouble. Clearly, Mango TV had added this clause to prevent any mishaps that might cause them to repeat past mistakes. Secondly, Mango TV demanded exclusive copyright for the first season of the Chinese restaurant, and if Jiang Zhe wished to produce the second season or subsequent series, Mango TV would have the right of first refusal. Both of these demands seemed reasonable to Jiang Zhe, and Mango TV's sincere approach made him highly optimistic about their future collaboration. Granting Mango TV exclusive rights to the Chinese restaurant IP would also benefit him. He carefully reviewed the entire contract once more, confirming there were no ambiguities or hidden clauses, then nodded slightly toward Wang Tian. "I basically agree with this contract.
Let's discuss the details next, and once we reach an agreement, we can sign the contract directly." Wang Tian, upon hearing this, also sighed in relief.
Mango TV had gone to great lengths, using its status as the top-ranked provincial satellite TV station to adopt such a humble stance before Jiang Zhe, all to bring him back. As long as this goal was achieved, the higher-ups at Mango TV weren't particularly concerned about the minor details.
After further discussions, the 2 parties finalized the entire contract, which was then signed by Wang Tian on behalf of Mango TV and Jiang Zhe.
The lawyers and notary public team present at the scene certified the authenticity and legal binding force of the contract.
The entire process was also fully documented by the photography team on site.
According to the final agreement, Zhang Zhe must pay Mango TV 24.4 billion yuan within 3 days and resume filming plans within 10 days at the latest. Otherwise, there may be a risk of the program being suspended on the platform. Additionally, Zhang Zhe must fully cooperate with Mango TV's promotional plans to completely rehabilitate the program and restore it to its previous popularity. Of course, Zhang Zhe specifically noted in the contract that if adverse weather conditions prevent access to the island or the start of filming, he has the right to postpone the filming schedule. After all, Ko Chang has previously been affected by typhoons, making this a reasonable request.
Wang Tian readily agreed on behalf of Mango TV. After the contract was signed, both Wang Tian and Zhang Zhe were satisfied with the terms.
Zhang Zhe, however, breathed a sigh of relief inwardly.
The show Chinese Restaurant was finally completely under his control. Chapter 207, Mango TV Host.
While Zhang Zhe and Wang Tian were calmly discussing the contract details, Jin Mengjia was completely speechless.
She was just a newcomer to the entertainment industry.
In the contract signed by Haichen Entertainment on her behalf with Lin Pinghai, her fee was a meager 20,000 yuan per episode, and after deductions by the agency and the management team, she only received a few thousand yuan. Yet Zhang Zhe, who was also a newcomer and had only recently transitioned into the entertainment industry, was calmly discussing a deal worth over 10 billion with Mango, a massive company, and even stated that he would pay 244 billion to the other party within 3 days.
244 billion yuan. Jin Mengjia couldn't even imagine what such a huge sum could be used for. She knew that even if she added up all her savings since entering the industry, it wouldn't even reach 240,000 yuan. Well, when Jin Mengjia parted ways with Haichen Entertainment, the company didn't demand a termination fee, and Jin Mengjia didn't ask for any compensation for her appearances on shows. So 240,000 wasn't just unlikely, it was impossible.
Jin Mengjia wasn't envious of the 244 billion yuan.
She was simply awed by Zhang Zhe's boldness and composure.
No wonder he's called Zhigu.
He can just pull out over 200 million yuan whenever he wants, and he invests without hesitation.
If it were Jin Mengjia herself, even if she had that much money, she would probably hesitate for a long time and ultimately choose to give up the investment.
Then there's Wang Tian across the table.
She looks to be in her 30s, yet she discusses such a major deal without batting an eyelid.
Both of them are in the entertainment industry. When will I ever have such composure and confidence?
She sat beside Zhang Zhe in a daze, saying nothing, her thoughts already far away, unaware that the contract had already been signed.
Just then, she suddenly heard Wang Tian calling her name. Miss Jin Mengjia? Wang Tian smiled and gently snapped the dazed Jin Mengjia back to reality. Ah?
Jin Mengjia snapped back to reality, looking at Wang Tian in a panic.
Ms. Wang, you called me?
Wang Tian looked at Jin Mengjia, who was still shaken and a bit flustered, with a gentle smile on her lips. She nodded and confirmed, "Don't call me Ms. Wang.
You can call me Wang Jia, just like Xiao Zhe does." "Alright, Sister Wang. You can just call me Ming Jia.
That's what Jia also calls me." The smile on Wang Tian's lips gave Jin Mengjia a warm feeling, and the encouraging glance from Zhang Jia beside her made her heart calm down immediately. "Here's the thing, Mengjia," Wang Tian said with a smile. "I host an entertainment news program on Mango TV called Entertainment Pioneer, and we're currently looking for a female host.
Would you like to give it a try? Really? Can I?"
Jin Mengjia felt a bit insecure. She had majored in broadcasting and hosting, and after graduation, she had wanted to work as a TV host. However, her unique pronunciation and slightly baby-faced appearance had led her to face numerous rejections. In the end, Jin Mengjia leveraged the dance skills and poise she had honed in school, along with her attractive appearance, to sign with Haichen Entertainment and enter the entertainment industry. Mango TV was far more prestigious and influential than any of the TV stations she had applied to before. Getting a hosting gig at Mango TV, especially for a mature and influential show like Entertainment Pioneer, was something she had never even dared to imagine.
Why not give it a try? Wang Tian looked at Jin Mengjia encouragingly.
Your voice is clear and crisp, full of energy, and your appearance has a modern, fashionable vibe that perfectly matches the style of that show. Personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing your hosting skills.
Zhang Zhe also added, give it a try. You might just open up a whole new world for yourself. I also believe you have what it takes to be a great host. Wang Tian's words suddenly stirred a faint memory in Zhang Zhe's heart.
In the previous world, Jin Mengjia had indeed been a host for Mango TV, and the show she hosted seemed to be called Entertainment Pioneer. Who would have thought that fate would take such a twist, ultimately leading Jin Mengjia to the path most suited for her, leaving Zhang Zhe with a sense of wonder. Encouraged by Wang Tian and Zhang Zhe, Jin Mengjia suddenly felt a surge of courage. She nodded firmly, "Alright, thank you, Sister Wang, for giving me this opportunity.
I will definitely not let you or Brother Zhe down."
She couldn't help but recall the Weibo post she had previously shared in support of Zhao Liang, which had garnered no attention at all. If she were a seasoned host of a popular show and working at a platform as influential as Mango TV, she could finally make a real difference if she were ever slandered again, couldn't she?
Upon receiving Jean Mengjia's affirmative response, Wang Tian felt a surge of joy in her heart.
She had a hunch that this seemingly innocent newcomer could take her show to a whole new level. She asked eagerly, "So, Mengjia, when can we go to Mango TV for an audition?"
"Let's wait a while longer."
Before Jean Mengjia could answer, Zhang Zhe had already spoken for her.
He smiled and continued, "Let's wait until Mengjia finishes filming the Chinese restaurant." Wang Tian immediately understood Zhang Zhe's meaning. After participating in China's restaurant, Jean Mengjia's popularity would undoubtedly surge, and by then, going to Mango TV would offer her a status and compensation that the currently unknown Wang Tian couldn't compare to.
"Alright, I'll wait for the good news then.
We'll meet again on Elephant Island." Wang Tian smiled, not revealing Zhang Zhe's true intentions, stood up, and bid farewell to Zhang Zhe.
She needed to rush back to the studio to formulate a plan for the Chinese restaurant show's image rehabilitation and promotional campaign. After Wang Tian left, Jean Mengjia remained in a daze for a while. After a long time, she finally spoke softly, "Zhigu, can I still go to record the Chinese restaurant?" The days she spent filming the show with Zhang Zhe on Elephant Island were like a dream come true for Jean Mengjia. Hearing that she might have the chance to relive that dream, she couldn't believe it at first.
"Of course." Zhang Zhe smiled broadly. "Did you forget that I've already become the show's producer?"
"That's right." Jean Mengjia also smiled, but a hint of sadness crept into her brows, which she quickly hid.
If she went to Mango TV, she wouldn't be able to spend every day by Zhang Zhe's side like she did now.
Jean Mengjia sighed silently to herself. "Wait," she suddenly exclaimed happily, "Zhigu, you promised to take me out for a French meal. I want red wine, foie gras, and French snails. And candlelight," she added silently in her heart.
Chapter 208, Chance Encounter with Reba.
Having just signed a major contract and with Jean Mengjia also securing an excellent career opportunity, Zhang Zhe wanted to celebrate. Compared to Western cuisine, Zhang Zhe preferred Chinese food, and his own cooking skills were already well known. However, Jean Mengjia was still just a young girl. At her age, she craved novelty and romance, which was understandable.
Therefore, Zhang Zhe decided to take Jean Mengjia out for Western cuisine.
Zhang Zhe chose the George French restaurant located on the Bund, one of the oldest Western restaurants in Shanghai.
Many people claim it is the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city.
Regarding this 3-star rating, Zhang Zhe remains skeptical, as he, having been an athlete, has traveled abroad countless times for competitions and has a deep understanding of Western culture. Michelin stars are awarded independently, and even if Shanghai's Jean Georges were to replicate the New York flagship restaurant in its entirety, it would not automatically receive a 3-star rating. The only true 3-star restaurant in Shanghai is a Chinese restaurant called Tonga.
However, regardless of this, George's restaurant stands out among Shanghai's Western restaurants in terms of cuisine, service, and ambience.
Moreover, his commitment to authenticity ensures that diners in Shanghai experience the same flavors as in New York, with only a slight difference in culinary technique.
If you want to experience authentic French ambience, George's is indeed a good choice.
The film crew was a considerable distance from George's restaurant, so Zhang Zhe drove his sports car, carrying Jean Mengjia, to the restaurant. The sports car pulled up near George's restaurant, and Jean Mengjia made a bold move, running up and linking her arm through Zhang Zhe's.
Well, holding arms doesn't mean much.
At formal events like banquets or red carpet appearances, men often hold women's arms. Plus, French restaurants are particularly formal, so it's quite normal for men to escort women by the arm. However, Jean Mengjia held on a bit too tightly, causing her to get very close to Zhang Zhe.
As soon as they entered the restaurant, a strong European ambience enveloped them.
Whether it was the arrangement of the tables or the decor, everything exuded a luxurious, aristocratic vibe. The waiter's humble yet not overly deferential demeanor made Zhang Zhe and Jean Mengjia almost feel as though they weren't entering a restaurant but attending a small banquet hosted by some European noble.
"Zhigu, I've never been to such a high-end Western restaurant before. It's so fancy."
Jean Mengjia was thrilled and amazed by the restaurant's decor.
"Next time we have the chance, I'll bring you here often." Zhang Zhe smiled.
At Zhang Zhe's request, the waiter led the two to a corner of the restaurant and seated them at a window-side table. The view wasn't great, but the restaurant was nearly full, so they didn't have much choice. If they wanted to sit at the best spot in the restaurant, they would have to make a reservation in advance. Zhang Zhe thoughtfully let Jean Mengjia sit in a spot where she could see the night view of the Bund, while he sat with his back to the window. The restaurant was crowded, but French restaurants place great emphasis on etiquette, so it wasn't too noisy. Even the music playing at a very low volume to set the mood was clear and distinct. Zhang Zhe wasn't opposed to Western cuisine but didn't particularly appreciate it either, so he skipped the soup course and simply ordered an appetizer, main course, and dessert. The two had already decided what they wanted to eat before arriving. Zhang Zhe ordered a garlic cream filet mignon, as the addition of garlic in the dish gave it a Chinese-style flavor, which she preferred. Jean Mengjia, as she had claimed, ordered foie gras and snails, paired with a glass of red wine. The French are renowned for being the most romantic people, and this is evident in their dining style. They take their time. They followed the traditional order, with dishes served one after another, and the waitstaff would occasionally remove some utensils and replace them with new ones. Dining, especially dinner, was not simply about filling their stomachs for them, it was a complete relaxation and enjoyment. Jean Mingjia appreciated this routine for a young woman of her age. Any routine that made her feel pampered was effective. Jiang Zhe, however, felt indifferent to everything about French restaurants, including the rituals and atmosphere. He neither rejected nor embraced it, this was his usual attitude. However, the steak was indeed cooked perfectly, which Jiang Zhe really liked. Regardless, Jiang Zhe was in a good mood. Excellent service and exquisite food always bring a smile to one's face, whether one appreciates it or not. Jean Mengjia, however, was enjoying her meal immensely. This was her first time dining alone with Jiang Zhe, and it was at a French restaurant filled with romantic ambience. She had to constantly remind herself to suppress her excitement, otherwise she would have almost shouted out loud. It wasn't just Jean Mengjia, everyone in the restaurant was trying their best to keep their voices down. Whenever someone sitting on either side of the table wanted to speak to each other, they would lean forward to ensure the other could hear their whispered conversation. Just as Jean Mengjia and Jiang Zhe were whispering to each other, a loud clatter suddenly came from one side of the restaurant, followed by the sound of plates and cups shaking. Everyone looked up in surprise and turned toward the window. Jiang Zhe and Jean Mengjia also looked up at the sound, and the next moment, both of them froze. At the best spot in the restaurant sat a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The sound of the table being slapped had come from the elegantly dressed man. Sitting across from him, with only a glimpse of her profile visible, was the young woman who was a familiar face to Jiang Zhe and Jean Mengjia, a former castmate from the Chinese restaurant. Dilly Reba. Jiang Zhe not only recognized Dilly Reba, but also the man who had slammed the table. Lin Lidong, the young executive of Dachin Entertainment, was the person Jiang Zhe had been scheming to send to prison recently. At that moment, Jiang Zhe felt a pang of recognition and glanced around Lin Lidong's table, immediately spotting a girl smirking and winking at him. Ha, Yi Tsuanxin is here too. Jiang Zhe was surprised. Yi Tsuanxin and Ran had been sent by Lei Zhan to infiltrate Dasheng Entertainment. Due to their striking appearance and demeanor, Ran became a public relations officer, while Yi Tsuanxin, relying on her martial arts skills, became a bodyguard. Chapter 209, Unwritten Rules. Yi Tsuanxin had originally applied for a security guard position, but her appearance far surpassed that of the female stars at Dasheng Entertainment. Additionally, her military background had instilled in her a unique, no-nonsense demeanor typical of female soldiers. Lin Lidao, the young executive of Dasheng Entertainment, was a notorious playboy. The recruiter, catering to his preferences, directly assigned Yi Tsuanxin to his personal bodyguard team. This outcome left both Jiang Zhe and Lei Zhan, as well as Yi Tsuanxin herself, somewhat speechless. Lin Lidong was very concerned about his own safety, so even when dining with the female stars under his management, he brought his bodyguard team along instead of following the usual practice of leaving them in the car. Lin Lidong is usually accompanied by 4 male bodyguards, but today Yi Tsuanxin had joined them, forming an unusual group of 4 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed elegantly, disguised as ordinary diners, sitting at a large table near Lin Lidong. Lin Lidong didn't notice Jiang Zhe. Arrogant and self-absorbed, he wouldn't bother paying attention to others. Hatba was facing away from the aisle, so she naturally didn't see him either. Yi Tsuanxin noticed Jiang Zhe, but due to his status, he couldn't directly greet him. When everyone in the restaurant turned to look, Lin Lidong, with a furious expression, realized his faux pas and apologetically smiled at everyone. Once everyone else turned away, Lin Lighting lowered his voice and said to Rebar, "Miss Rebar, you're not giving me any face." Reba also looked apologetic and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I've been allergic to alcohol since I was a child." Lin Lidong forced himself to suppress his anger. "Miss Reba, some things are best left unsaid." Reba looked distressed. "I'm truly sorry. How about I substitute a beverage instead?" Lin Lidong felt like slamming his fist on the table again. Dasheng Entertainment is a powerhouse in the entertainment industry, with many top-tier female stars under its banner, and Reba is one of them. Even in the entertainment industry, where beauty abounds, Rebar stands out as one of the most stunning. She has been selected as one of the world's 100 most beautiful faces, which speaks volumes about her beauty. She is from an ethnic minority, so her appearance resembles that of a mixed-race beauty, and even her eyes aren't pure black, they're as blue as sapphires. Given Lin Lidong's reputation for being a womanizer, he had long set his sights on her. However, Reba has a massive fan base, so Lin Lidong has always been hesitant to make a move. The opportunity finally arose when someone in the industry approached Lin Lidong and asked him to invest in a film. Lin Lidong reviewed the script. The film was based on a well-known IP, the script was well written, and the overall plot was quite thrilling, making it seem like it could attract a large audience. However, the total investment for the film was substantial, estimated at around 100 million yuan, and it also required overseas filming. 100 million yuan is no small sum for a company as wealthy as Dasheng Entertainment, but what truly piqued Lin Lidong's interest was that the female lead role was still vacant, and the director had not yet selected the right actress. However, the director's top priority for the female lead is that she must be beautiful and have a massive fan base. This is because the film is a testosterone-fueled action movie that needs a female star who can command the screen to add a touch of femininity and expand the film's influence. Beautiful and with a strong fan following, Lin Lidong immediately thought of Doraba, whom he had long coveted but never had the opportunity to approach. Moreover, the director had originally planned to cast a mixed-race actress for this role. Although Doraba is not mixed race, her striking features that resemble those of a mixed-race person perfectly align with the director's vision. Upon hearing the news, Reba was naturally thrilled. Although she had previously had the opportunity to star in a TV drama, this was her first time being cast as the lead actress in a film, and one that was highly anticipated to be a box office hit. What she didn't expect was that tomorrow was the day Chang Entertainment and the production team were set to sign the contract, yet tonight, Lin Lidong suddenly invited her to dinner. Lin Lidong is a well-known figure, and everyone knew exactly what he was up to by inviting her to dinner at such a critical moment. However, Reba had no choice but to go. As the company's young executive and the main investor in the film, Lin Lidong was merely inviting her to dinner. Refusing such an invitation would be an overreaction. Moreover, at her level, she had already earned the right to negotiate with the company and wasn't overly concerned that Lin Lidong would make any unreasonable demands. Therefore, Reba accepted Lin Lidong's invitation and arrived at George's Western restaurant. Lin Lidong came from a wealthy family. Besides his good looks, he was well versed in Western dining etiquette. Under his deliberate performance, he appeared elegant and graceful, with every gesture exuding aristocratic charm. Unfortunately, Reba knew Lin Lidong's true nature. He was trying to play by the unwritten rules, so she remained highly guarded. When Lin Lidong began to raise his glass in a romantic gesture to clink glasses with Reba, she immediately refused, claiming she didn't drink. Lin Lidong persisted in his invitation, but Reba, sensing his ulterior motives, firmly refused. This enraged Lin Lidong to the point of fury. With his years of experience in the world of women, Lin Lidong could tell that Reba was still untouched, and he had been lusting after her for a long time. He had used the pretext of discussing the movie with Reba to invite her out tonight, intending to first take her to meet George, use wine and fine dining to build a connection with her, and then take her to a nightclub or similar venue. Even if he couldn't coax her into his arms, he would get her drunk with alcohol. Once he had her, he wouldn't just take her red pill, he might even film a short video, which he could use to blackmail her into doing whatever he wanted. But despite successfully arranging the meeting, things hit a snag when it came time to drink. If Reba truly can't drink, that would be one thing, but Lin Lidong knows she has drunk with Jiang Zhe before, and even mentioned that she was raised drinking Maris milk wine. Lin Pinghai, the executive producer of the Chinese restaurant, is Lin Lidong's uncle. How could he not know everything about Reba's behavior on the show? She can drink with Jiang Zhe, but not with me? Just thinking about Jiang Zhe and Lin Lidong made him furious, so he finally tore off his gentlemanly facade, slamming the table hard to vent his anger. Chapter 210, Stepping Out of Line. Lin Lidong suppressed the surging anger and hatred in his heart, staring intently at Reba's stunning face, and said in a low voice, "Some things go too far and lose their meaning. Miss Reba, shall I retrieve the video of you drinking with Jiang Zhe and play it back on the spot?" Reba's face turned pale in an instant. She hadn't expected Lin Lidong to have done his homework so thoroughly and already know about this. She had no choice but to tell another small lie. "Mr. Lin, I actually feel a bit unwell today, so that's why I..." Lin Lidong interrupted her with a cold smile. "How exactly are you feeling unwell? Is it that time of the month?" This remark was a major insult to Reba, who clenched her lips tightly and remained silent. Lin Lidong was already impatient to continue arguing with Reba about whether she could drink or not. He picked up his glass and held it in front of her. "Miss Reba, you're a smart woman. You should know that whether you can play the female lead in that movie depends entirely on your performance tonight." Reba coldly glanced at the glass Lin Lidong was holding and remained silent. This posture spoke volumes, and Lin Lidong grew increasingly furious, threatening, "Miss Reba, think carefully about the consequences before doing anything. If you anger me, even if you're as famous as you are, I can put you on ice with just a single word. You." Hearing this, Reba was furious and glared angrily at Lin Lidong. She had thought that with her current popularity, even if Lin Lidong had designs on her, he would still hesitate. But she never expected Lin Lidong would be willing to freeze out a rising star like her just to force her to comply. Reba knew that Deshang Entertainment was completely under Lin's control. If Lin Lidong said he would freeze her out, he would do it, and no one would dare speak up for her. Moreover, her contract with Deshang Entertainment still had 4 years remaining. If she were to completely disappear from the public eye within those 4 years, by the time her contract with Deshang Entertainment ended, everything would already be a thing of the past. How should she choose between her acting career and her integrity? This was a question that didn't even require consideration. Reba would rather start over from scratch than let her principles be shattered by a monster like Lin Lidong. Lin Lidong had already driven Reba into a corner. He held his own glass in one hand and directly placed Reba's glass in front of her. The crimson liquid swirled before Reba's eyes, and Lin Lidong's suppressed voice reached her ears. "Miss Reba, come on, I'll give you 3 more seconds. 3. Reba looked through the glass at Lin Lidong's distorted face and couldn't help but let a cold smile escape her lips. 2. Lin Lidong glared at Reba, increasing the pressure. "Miss Reba, let me tell you the truth. No woman I've ever set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp.
I'll get you no matter what it takes. Either you'll be ruined by me and still unable to escape this fate, or you'll drink this cup of wine and we'll part ways amicably. It's up to you. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, but I won't drink this wine. If you want to bury me, go ahead. Reba sneered, straightened her clothes, and prepared to leave the restaurant. Lin Lighting, enraged, burst into laughter. Very well. This is what you asked for. Whore. He flipped his wrist, and the glass of wine he had been holding in front of Reba was suddenly poured onto her face. Reba's face turned pale as she watched the wine about to spill onto her face. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, effortlessly snatching the glass away. A voice that had haunted Reba's dreams echoed in her ear. Mr. Lin, forcing a beautiful woman to drink in public? Your reputation as a beast in human form is well deserved. Reba turned around abruptly and saw the figure she had been longing for and secretly admiring all along. She couldn't help but whisper softly, "Jigu." Lin Lidong was speechless, and the next moment, his face twisted into a hideous grimace as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." Zhang Zhe smiled and shrugged. "Yes, it's me. Surprised to see me?" Lin Lidong glared at Zhang Zhe with murderous intent. "Yes, I'm surprised. What, are you here to defend her?" Zhang Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. "No, I'm here to remind you of something, Lin Xiao. With me here, your plans tonight are going to come to nothing." Lin Lidong sneered. "Is that so?" Zhang Zhe, "No one has ever stopped me from doing what I want. The outcome is still uncertain." Zhang Zhe raised his eyebrows. "You won't get the chance, Mr. Lin." A cold smile appeared on Zhang Zhe's face. Lin Lido felt a flash before his eyes, and the wine glass in his hand was snatched away by Zhang Zhe. Before Lin Lidao could react, Zhang Zhe sneered, "Mr. Lin, since Hatba doesn't want to drink it, you might as well enjoy it yourself." Saying this, he mimicked Lin Lidong's earlier gesture, flipping his wrist and tipping the glass, sending the red wine pouring down Lin Lidong's head, soaking him from head to toe. A sudden outcry erupted in the restaurant, and the people inside realized something was amiss. Some people recognized Zhang Zhe upon his sudden appearance. Though they hadn't greeted him, they had been closely watching his every move. Seeing Zhang Zhe drench Lin Lidong in red wine, others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It must be said that Zhang Zhe's track record had already established an invincible image among those who were watching him. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, he would always be the one to laugh last. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Lidong, wondering which fool had dared to provoke Zhang Zhe, the powerful figure. Upon looking, the person sitting across from Lin Lidong, Hatba, could no longer hide his identity and was exposed to everyone. Many people gasped in shock. "It's Reba. Dilly, you're in trouble. That kid dared to slam the table in front of my goddess. Does he want to get himself into trouble?" So Zhang Zhe was defending Reba. Pouring just 2 glasses of red wine is way too lenient for that brat. Zhang Zhe, step aside. Let me smash this bastard's head with a bottle. Otherwise, I'll never be able to vent my anger. Chapter 211, Coward. Well, not all customers at the restaurant are like Lin Lido, hiding behind a facade of kindness. It's just that Reba is simply too beautiful, and many people, even if they aren't her fans, can't help but feel the urge to protect her. And everyone still remembered how Lin Lidao had slammed the table earlier. With that preconceived notion, he was already labeled a brutal villain before he even had a chance to do anything else. Though no one dared to actually rush in to save the princess, shouting a few words from the sidelines was something they dared to do. Lin Lidong's bodyguards suddenly stood up, including and ran, and the 5 of them surrounded Zhang Zhe with a murderous expression. Lin Lidong was completely bewildered, unable to react. The trick of pouring wine on someone he had pulled off countless times before, but being the one getting poured on was a first. Especially when it was done by the person he hated most, Zhang Zhe. And in broad daylight. He didn't bother using a napkin but instead wiped the red wine off his face with his sleeve, then stood up abruptly. Several bodyguards kept a close eye on Zhang Zhe while glancing at Lin Lidong out of the corner of their eyes, waiting for his signal to rush forward and beat the arrogant young man into a pulp. Hatba also stood up nervously. She looked worriedly at the 5 bodyguards closing in and took a step forward, standing between Lin Lidong and Zhang Zhe. Jean Mengjia, who had been sitting in her seat, not wanting to draw attention to herself, now rushed over in a panic. Her determined expression seemed to suggest she was willing to use her delicate frame to shield Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, however, remained calm. He glanced at Dilly Reba, who was trying to block Lin Lidong's anger, then swept his eyes over Jean Mengjia as she rushed over. He even had the leisure to exchange a glance with Yi Tsuanshin, the only woman among the 5 bodyguards surrounding him, who returned his gaze with a subtle smile. What a joke! These bodyguards brimming with hostility were not even worth a glance from Zhang Zhe. A few ants challenging a lion, how ridiculous! He challenged Lin Lidong with his gaze. If Lin Lidong dared to order his bodyguards to attack, Zhang Zhe swore he would beat him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Lin Lidong was so furious he could barely contain himself. The humiliation he had suffered in public, coupled with Zhang Zhe's current provocation, made it increasingly difficult for him to control his emotions. Anyone could see how furious Lin Lidong was. The diners who had earlier spoken up to support Reba and Zhang Zhe had all fallen silent. They didn't want to see any bloodshed, but they also lacked the courage to step in and stop it. Instead, they watched with concern, silently cheering for Jiang Zhe and Rebar. The commotion in the restaurant alerted the manager, who hurried over with several waiters, attempting to stop the violent confrontation between the two sides. Lin Lidong was so furious that his lips were trembling. He raised a hand shakily and pointed at Jiang Zhe. "You. What do you mean, you?" Jiang Zhe was only too happy for Lin Lidong to act, continuing to provoke him. "Mr. Lin, is the red wine good? Would you like some more?" He raised his hand, and the bottle of red wine on the table was already in his grasp. He then pretended to pour it over Lin Lidong's head. The bodyguards surrounding Jiang Zhe could no longer hold back, rushing forward in a crowd, causing those nearby to gasp in shock. Reba also let out a scream, while Jin Mengjia, who had run over, bravely rushed forward and grabbed one of the bodyguards' clothes. Her strength was too weak to break through the circle of bodyguards, so she could only hold onto one of them, hoping to spare Jiang Zhe from taking more blows. "Stop!" A loud command suddenly rang out. Everyone, including Jiang Zhe, looked in astonishment at Lin Lidong across from them. At that moment, Lin Lidong's face had turned pale, a true pallor. He even felt a sweet taste rising in his throat. As for Jiang Zhe, his astonishment stemmed from the fact that Lin Lidong was clearly on the verge of losing his temper, and he had thought he could take a little revenge before sending him to prison. In this situation, he actually shouted stop? Could it be that he had encountered a fake Lin Lidong today? Lin Lidong's teeth were grinding so hard they felt like they might shatter. He strained every muscle, desperately suppressing the raging fury within him, fiercely suppressing the urge to tear Jiang Zhe to pieces right before his eyes. To avoid losing control, he didn't even glance at Jiang Zhe. Instead, he turned around sharply and barked, "Go!" Then he led the way toward the restaurant entrance. The bodyguards hesitated for a moment before quickly following him out of the restaurant. Lin Lidong just backed down like that? This is way too unexpected. Lin Lidong suddenly backed down and left, leaving Jiang Zhe and the other diners in shock. With one side of the conflict gone, Jiang Zhe and the others naturally couldn't stay any longer. Just then, the restaurant manager arrived with the waitstaff, who helped calm and separate the customers inside the restaurant. Jiang Zhe, Reba, and Jin Mengjia were able to exit the restaurant unimpeded. The three of them had already developed a deep bond while filming the show China's Restaurant, so their sudden reunion naturally filled them with joy. Especially Reba and Jin Mengjia, who both harbored deep feelings for Jiang Zhe. However, they were working on different TV shows and couldn't find time to meet, so they thought of him constantly. And Jiang Zhe happened to appear at the very moment when she was most helpless and wronged. If someone told her it wasn't fate, Reba would never believe it. Reba completely forgot about Lin Lidong's threats, her mind filled with the joy of reuniting with Jiang Zhe. Since the previous feast had been disrupted by this matter, all three felt a bit hungry. This time, no one suggested going out for another French meal. Instead, they quietly found a private room in a Chinese restaurant and sat down. Once the excitement had died down, Jiang Zhe asked curiously, "Reba, why were you eating with Lin Lidong?" Mentioning this, Rebar was boiling with anger. She poured out everything she knew, including Lin Lidong's deal with the production team and the threats he had made earlier. Listening to this, Jin Mengjia was filled with righteous indignation, regretting that she hadn't taken advantage of the chaos earlier to hit him with her high heels. Jiang Zhe suddenly pressed Rebar with a question. "Rebar, who is the person you mentioned who asked Lin Lidong for investment? What's the name of the movie?" Although Rebar was puzzled by Jiang Zhe's reaction, she answered honestly, "The person who came to secure investment is the famous martial arts star Wu Yu, and the movie's title is Wolf Warrior 2. Wolf Warrior 2. Chapter 212, Husband? Wolf Warrior 2 was the film that made Wu Yifan a household name. Within 2 months of its release, Wolf Warrior 2 broke box office records repeatedly, ultimately grossing 6 billion yuan, making it the highest-grossing Chinese-language film of all time, nearly doubling the second-place film. Moreover, the film was a feast for both investors and audiences alike. Wu Yifan also reaped enormous rewards from the film, with many online users enviously claiming he became an overnight millionaire. Although Jiang Zhe does not agree with this view, it does highlight how envy-inducing Wu Yifan's earnings are. However, before filming began, Wu Yifan faced financial difficulties. Wolf Warrior 2 is a hard-hitting action military film featuring gunfights, explosions, and even tank explosions that get the blood pumping. The plot is set primarily in Africa, requiring the entire production team to travel there for filming. These elements require massive financial resources, as war, whether real or fictional, is always the most expensive endeavor. To raise funds for production, Wu Xiaoming not only put all his savings into the project but also mortgaged his house to secure a bank loan, all of which was invested in the film. However, even with these efforts, the film still faced a significant funding shortfall. As a result, Wu Yi, the director, couldn't even afford to hire a popular young actress as the lead to boost ticket sales. He approached Dachin Entertainment not only because of its substantial financial resources but also because of the talent pool of actresses under its banner. If the female lead were a popular actress like Doraba, Wolf Warrior 2 might have created an even bigger box office sensation. Additionally, the film's topic and IP potential would be greatly enhanced, making it easier to secure a higher starting point for a potential Wolf Warrior 3 sequel. If Jiang Zhe hadn't known about this, he wouldn't have had much to say. But with such an opportunity right before his eyes, how could he possibly let it slip away? Jiang Zhe hurriedly asked Dilraba, do you have Director Wu's phone number? Dilraba turned around in confusion. Yes, Zegu, do you want to star in it? I've read the script, and there's a role that's perfect for you. She seemed to recall something amusing and covered her mouth to laugh. Jiang Zhe knew what Rebar was laughing about. The role that suited him perfectly was the spoiled rich kid played by Zhang Han in Wolf Warrior 2. His own arrogant and reckless persona was indeed a perfect match for that character. He nodded slightly. Yes, I not only want to star in it, but I also plan to invest in the movie. What? Zhegu, you're going to invest? Reba and Jean Mengjia couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Especially Jean Mengjia, who had witnessed Jiang Zhe signing a contract with Mango TV, requiring 24.4 billion yuan to be handed over within 3 days. And he had already invested 100 million yuan in the People's MY. In this situation, he was still planning to invest in Wolf Warrior 2, which would be another massive financial outlay. How much money does Zhegu have? Is that how world champions make their money? Jiang Zhe knew what Reba and Jean Mengjia were surprised about. Although he had also taken on numerous endorsements and advertisements during his athletic career, the primary source of his investment funds was the 4 billion he had extorted from Lin Pinghai and Yuan Yuda. Such matters were obviously difficult to explain to Reba and Jean Mengjia, so Jiang Zhe skipped the topic altogether and said, Reba, give me Director Wu's phone number. I'll find some time to contact him. Alright, brother Zhe. Hapa pulled out her phone while reluctantly agreeing. She had originally had the opportunity to star in a big-budget film, but she never expected Lin Lidong to use investment as leverage against her. Now that she and Lin Lidong had completely fallen out, not only was the lead role gone, but she might also face being shelved by Deshang Entertainment. Jiang Zhe sensed Reba's disappointment and said with a hint of meaning, Don't worry, the filming hasn't started yet, and everything is still uncertain. Besides, Deshang Entertainment might not really be willing to freeze out a rising star like you. He couldn't reveal too much, so his words sounded like nothing more than hollow comfort. Reba forced a smile, then leaned closer to Jiang Zhe, flipping through her phone contacts as she said, Zhegu, look, this is Aya. Reba suddenly let out a startled cry. Jean Mengjia, sitting across from her, looked at Reba in confusion, and Jiang Zhe also asked with a puzzled expression, What's wrong? Reba's face flushed red, and she tried to cover it up, saying, Nothing, I just remembered something small. As she spoke, she moved her phone away, intending to first find Wu Yi's number before showing it to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe looked puzzled, but inside he was chuckling to himself. Earlier, when Reba had held her phone up to Jiang Zhe's face to look up Wu Yi's phone number, Jiang Zhe had caught a glimpse of his own name in Reba's call history. It wasn't exactly his name, as Jiang Zhe had only recognized his own phone number. However, Reba had labeled the number as Dear Husband. Although the two had once shared a passionate kiss, suddenly exposing her inner thoughts to the person involved made Rebar feel her face flush and her heart race like a frightened deer. Would you see the label she had given him? She sneakily glanced at Jiang Zhe, who looked confused, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Thankfully, Rebar let out a slight sigh of relief, but a strong sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. As for Jiang Zhe, he hadn't yet figured out how to handle all these girls, so besides pretending to be clueless, he had no other strategies for now. Both pretended not to notice, and Reba nonchalantly sent Wu Yi's phone number to Jiang Zhe. Jean Mengjia, standing nearby, looked completely clueless. She sensed something had happened earlier with a woman's intuition, but she couldn't figure out exactly what had transpired. After obtaining Wu Yi's phone number, Jiang Zhe saved it first. He didn't plan to contact Wu Yi for now. The most critical task at the moment was dealing with Lin Lidong. Chapter 213, The Opportunity Arrives. Reba was assigned artist with Deshang Entertainment and hadn't yet terminated her contract. Even if Jiang Zhe invested in Wu Yi's movie, if Deshang Entertainment refused to agree, Reba wouldn't be able to star in the film. The key to resolving this situation lies with Lin Lidong. As long as Lin Lidong remains at Deshang Entertainment, Jiang Zhe cannot reach a cooperation agreement with the company. The three of them enjoyed an authentic Chinese meal at the restaurant before parting ways reluctantly. Zhegu, I'll head back first. If anything comes up, we'll stay in touch by phone. Reba was reluctant to leave, as she had only just met Jiang Zhe and now had to part ways again, feeling a bit sad. Alright, call me if anything comes up. Remember, safety first. Jiang Zhe nodded and instructed Reba seriously. Alright. I'll be careful. After saying that, Rebar left reluctantly. Mengjia, let's head back to the set too. We have scenes tomorrow, so we should get some rest early. After seeing off Reba, Jiang Zhe also planned to return to the set with Jean Mengjia. Alright, let us go back too. Jean Mengjia also nodded. The two then drove back to the set and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Zhe first checked the text messages on his phone. Earlier, while dining with Reba and Jean Mengjia at the Chinese restaurant, he had received several text messages, but at the time, he hadn't read them. The messages were from Yi Suanxin, who mentioned 2 points in them. First, Lin Lidong had been so enraged by Jiang Zhe that he had coughed up blood. It was real blood. Yi Tsuanqing clearly saw Lin Lidong coughing violently just before getting into the car, and then she noticed the fresh blood on his handkerchief. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile. Although he hadn't been able to beat Lin Lidong up as he had wanted and collect some interest early, making him cough up blood was even more effective than beating him up. If it could just kill him outright, that would be perfect. When he saw the second message, Jiang Zhe's expression suddenly grew solemn. Yi Tsuanqing repeated exactly what Lin Lidong had said after discovering he had coughed up blood. Once I get my hands on him in a few days, I'll make sure he pays dearly. This statement immediately aroused Jiang Zhe's suspicion. Jiang Zhe didn't care how Lin Lidong planned to kill him, as he was confident he could handle any open or covert attacks directed at him. What truly concerned him were certain pieces of information revealed in Lin Lidong's words. From this statement, it was clear that Lin Lidong was currently occupied with a major matter. This matter was so significant that, despite Lin Lidong's arrogant and domineering personality, he had managed to swallow his anger even after Jiang Zhe had poured red wine all over his face in public. Even after being enraged to the point of coughing up blood, he didn't order his bodyguards to attack Jiang Zhe or utter a single harsh word. Instead, he simply retreated with his men in disgrace. Jiang Zhe does not believe that Lin Lidong is truly afraid of him. After all, as the young executive of Deshang Entertainment, Lin Lidong has enough clout to confront Jiang Zhe, regardless of his background. Thus, the importance Lin Lidong placed on the major plan he was orchestrating was already evident. However, he couldn't determine exactly what Lin Lidong was planning. He had some clues, but without sufficient evidence to support his suspicions, he dared not meddle in the matter. Just then, Jiang Zhe's phone rang again. This time, it was a message from Lei Zhan. Yi Tsuanqing's message was not only sent to Jiang Zhe but also to Lei Zhan, so that Lei Zhan and others could compile and analyze the information. Boss, it's clear that Lin Lidong is planning something big recently. We need to be cautious and respond accordingly. However, I've already made the necessary arrangements. As soon as Lin Lidong makes any moves, we'll be informed. Lei Zhan's assessment aligned with Jiang Zhe's. Lin Lidong would definitely make a major move in the coming days, and they needed to be vigilant. Moreover, Lei Zhan, as a former Special Forces soldier, acted swiftly and decisively upon discovering this. In addition to Yi Tsuanqing, who has infiltrated Lin Lidong's inner circle, and Ran has also successfully infiltrated the internal operations of Deshang Entertainment. Deshang Entertainment has placed Ran in the company's publicity and promotion department, with the intention of having her handle media relations in the future. A beautiful woman with both looks and poise will undoubtedly be highly effective in publicity and promotion. As the company's window to the outside world, the publicity and promotion department often learns about information that ordinary employees are unaware of. They then, under the instructions of senior management, conduct preliminary publicity and release the information to the public at an appropriate time. Lei Zhan also informed Jiang Zhe that after receiving the intelligence report from Yi Tsuanqing, he had already instructed Ran to closely monitor the internal developments at Deshang Entertainment Company, including any unverified rumors, and report them back for his review and screening. Jiang Zhe was highly satisfied with Lei Zhan's sharpness and strategic deployment. As someone who had once served as a Special Forces instructor, Lei Zhan's clarity of thought was not something ordinary people could match. After some thought, he sent Lei Zhan a message. Lei Ge, instruct your men to closely monitor the movements of Lin Lidong and Wang Yang. Report any developments immediately. Wang Yang is the legal representative of Qingyi Technology, but Jiang Zhe, who had decrypted the encrypted emails between Wang Yang and Lin Lidao, knew that Wang Yang was merely a figurehead. The actual controlling shareholder of Qingyi Technology was none other than Lin Lidao. Moreover, not only Wang Yang, but all members of the Qingyi Technology Board of Directors are merely puppets placed by Lin Lidao to evade legal constraints. In reality, Qingyi Technology is entirely owned by Lin Lidao alone, and everyone, including Wang Yang, is his subordinate. As is well known, Qingyi Technology fully owns a well-known video portal website, AIE Video Network. Jiang Zheo is 80% confident that the so-called major matter mentioned by Lin Lidong is precisely the plan discussed in the encrypted emails between him and Wang Yang, which involved using AIE Video Network to manipulate the stock market and make a fortune. Manipulating the stock market requires enormous amounts of capital, especially for a company like AIE Network, which has a vast audience and enjoys a strong reputation among netizens. To cause fluctuations in its stock price, the funds required would be astronomical. Moreover, such operations are highly complex. Even though Lin Lidong harbors deep hatred for Jiang Zhe, he must proceed with caution at this critical juncture to ensure the plan unfolds as intended. Jiang Zhe, however, has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it has finally arrived. Chapter 214, A Golden Opportunity. Jiang Zhe had already planned to thwart Lin Lidong's money-making scheme, and this was also a golden opportunity to bring him down. Lin Lidong was not likely Wei Li Wei had a criminal background, so as long as his weak points were exposed, he could be easily sent to prison. As the young executive of an entertainment conglomerate, Lin Lidong didn't need to handle such matters personally, and minor charges wouldn't be enough to bring down someone with his extensive resources. However, when it comes to stocks, the situation is different.
The state has always maintained strict oversight over the stock market, enacting numerous laws to ensure it operates in an orderly and fair environment, rather than being exploited by major players as a money-making scheme. According to national laws, as the young executive of Deshang Entertainment, Lin Lidong fully owns Qingyi Technology, which in turn fully owns AIE Network. Therefore, AIE Network is effectively a subsidiary under Lin Lidong's control. The state explicitly prohibits parent companies from buying or selling shares of their subsidiaries, as two listed companies could potentially inflate their share capital to increase their assets and secure more mortgage loans from banks. Moreover, shareholders are equally outraged by such blatant money-grabbing tactics employed by large companies, and such actions are universally condemned. If the news of Lin Lidong manipulating AIE Company's stock were to surface, he would not only face widespread opposition but also severe punishment from the China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) and other national legal authorities. However, Lin Lidong's role as the actual controller of Qingyi Technology remains unknown to the public. The company's registration documents with both the Administration for Industry and Commerce and the CSRC clearly state that the legal representative is Wang Yang. Jiang Zhe now needed concrete evidence to prove the connection between Qingyi Technology and Lin Lidong. Lei Zhan received Jiang Zhe's instructions and relayed them to everyone involved. With a clear direction, Lei Zhan's intelligence gathering was swift. The next morning, while Jiang Zhe was still on set filming, he received a message from Lei Zhan. According to Lei Zhan's intelligence, in recent days, Lin Lidao and Wang Yang had been acting unusually. The two had been meeting in Lin Lidao's private office at Deshang Entertainment, discussing matters for an entire day each time. However, due to strict security measures, even Yi Tsuanxin had no opportunity to eavesdrop on their conversation. However, this information was sufficient for Jiang Zhe. He was now 100% certain that what Lin Lidong and Wang Yang were discussing was indeed about manipulating the stock prices of AIE Network to cash out. Once he had confirmed this, Jiang Zhe began making preparations to take action. After finishing his day's filming, he immediately drove back to the villa. The computer used by the hacker required extremely powerful performance and decoding capabilities. Otherwise, even if the software had the ability to break through the opponent's defenses, the massive data calculations during the decryption process alone would cause an ordinary computer to freeze completely. Such a critical task was clearly beyond the capabilities of a small laptop, so Jiang Zhe had to return to the villa, where his hacking computer and servers were all set up in the study. Recently, Zhao Liang had been busy with filming and rarely returned to the villa. Although Zhao Liang was absent, Jiang Zhe felt a bit disappointed but also took the opportunity to focus on his own matters. Currently, the evidence pointing to Lin Lidong is insufficient. Jiang Zhe wants to hack into Lin Lidong's computer again to find more concrete evidence proving his ownership of Qingyi Company. At the same time, Jiang Zhe is facing another problem. His funds were insufficient. AIE Company is a publicly listed company with a market value of several $100 million. To manipulate the stock of such a company and cause fluctuations, Lin Lidong would need to prepare at least 2 billion renminbi to make it happen. Therefore, Lin Lidong's caution was not unfounded. 20 billion yuan is no small sum, even for someone of his status as the deputy chairman of Deshang Entertainment. Moreover, he had already mentioned in an email that he was facing financial difficulties. Where he had obtained the 2 billion yuan was unclear. If the plan failed, not only would his financial difficulties remain unresolved, but he might also be sent to prison for illegal fund diversion. How Lin Lidong plans to resolve his funding issues is unknown to Jiang Zhe, and he doesn't intend to dwell on it for now. What troubled him was that his account now only had just over 4 billion yuan remaining. This includes the 4 billion extorted from others, as well as the savings he had accumulated from his previous endorsements and advertisements in the sports industry. Moreover, these funds cannot be fully utilized. Of the total, 244 billion must be transferred to the account provided by Mango TV within 3 days to fulfill the contract terms agreed upon with Wang Tian. Another roughly 1 billion yuan needed to be set aside as funding for the latter half of the Chinese restaurant program. Even if this 1 billion could be temporarily accessed, Jiang Zhe's total funds would amount to only around 150 million. With 150 million yuan, it is impossible to counteract Lin Lidong's capital flow exceeding 2 billion yuan, even with B-level stock analysis capabilities. The disparity in capital between the two parties is astronomical. Not even Jiang Zhe, let alone the legendary investor Warren Buffett, could achieve such a feat. According to Jiang Zhe's calculations, at least 500 million yuan would be needed to make any significant impact in this matter. But where would the remaining 350 million come from? Jiang Zhe was at a loss. Although Liang is a top-tier actress and would absolutely support Jiang Zhe, even going so far as to hand over all her money to him, she has only recently risen to fame and has accumulated only a few hundred million yuan in funds. While the People's MY and the Chinese restaurant are both highly profitable projects, the dividends won't be distributed for several months. Could he really miss this opportunity because of a funding issue? Jiang Zhe was utterly frustrated. Chapter 215, Passion and Exuberance. Should he pledge some assets to the bank to secure a loan? Jiang Zhe couldn't help but consider it. The next moment, he shook his head with a wry smile.
Banks only recognize tangible assets, but all Jiang Zhe could offer were intangible IPs or projects with inherent risks. Such collateral wouldn't be accepted by the bank. With no other options, Jiang Zhe began flipping through his contact list, hoping to find a wealthy sponsor. However, he knew that even those who were close to him and could hand over funds, such as Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, would find it nearly impossible to mobilize such a large sum on short notice. Finding no suitable candidates in his phone contacts, Jiang Zhe decided to give it a try and opened his email. Lately, he had been too busy with work and various distractions to check his emails for a long time. Upon opening his email, Jiang Zhe was startled to find dozens of unread messages. Apart from a few spam emails, the rest were all from foreign friends he had met while filming the TV show The Chinese Restaurant in Taigua. Due to cultural differences between China and the West, Jiang Zhe always provided his email address when exchanging contact information with his European and American friends. Among them, Agri Chi sent 2 emails, mentioning that a famous music festival was opening in Europe and asking Jiang Zhe if he was interested in joining her. Jiang Zhe held the piano queen in high regard and politely declined her invitation, expressing his regret that he was too busy with work to attend the music festival in Europe. However, after finishing his current tasks, he was still very much looking forward to visiting Europe and listening to Agrippa's teachings in person. There were also a few more letters from Christine, asking when she would have the opportunity to see Jiang Zhe again. The remaining dozens of letters, however, came as a surprise to Jiang Zhe. These emails were all from the same person, Emma Watson. Jiang Zhe was surprised, but also felt a surge of curiosity. What could Emma Watson have written in her emails? He casually opened one of them. Based on the date and time, this should be the first email Watson sent after he returned to the country. Well, even before reading the email, Jiang Zhe had already vaguely guessed its content. Moreover, he had already experienced Watson's directness and passion firsthand, but upon reading this email, Jiang Zhe was still somewhat taken aback. Watson had been selected as one of the world's 10 most beautiful faces, and her beauty was universally acknowledged, both in the East and the West. Equally renowned as her beauty is her directness and sharpness. The first email was written in English, and Jiang Zhe, with his C-level English skills, had no trouble reading it. Jiang, I realize I can't forget you. The first sentence alone revealed Watson's sharp and straightforward nature. Back in London, I can't get you out of my mind. No matter when, where, or what I'm doing, I can't help but think of you. Just like right now, I'm imagining how wonderful it would be if you were by my side. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't interacted much with Watson, far less than with Christine, and their conversations were few and far between. Watson's words came as a complete surprise. Jiang Zhe shook his head slightly and opened the second message. Jiang, I just passed by a plush toy store, and to my surprise, there were many plush dolls of you in the store. Jiang Zhe had exceptional physical features, so the World Swimming Association had produced many plush dolls of him. The profits from sales were split evenly between the association and Jiang Zhe. These dolls were meticulously crafted, so they were sold in many sports star plush doll stores, and they weren't cheap. I bought a lot of plush toys, Watson wrote in the email, and placed them in every corner of my home, including the bathroom, so that I can see you at all times and feel like you're right beside me. Bathroom? Jiang Zhe imagined the sensual scene and couldn't help but sigh. Watson has a bit of a heavy taste, but why am I suddenly so envious? Watson only sent these 2 emails on the first day, but afterward, her emails increased rapidly, clearly unable to contain her longing for Jiang Zhe. Jiang, I dreamed of you last night. In the dream, you were holding me tightly, and I could feel your heartbeat and your breath. But when I woke up, I realized I was holding nothing but a stuffed doll of you. Do you know, Jiang? I cried after waking up. This was the first time I had cried since I became an adult. I wish that every night, the one by my side wasn't a cold, lifeless doll, but the real you. Jiang Zhe felt an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. He didn't know why Watson suddenly had such deep feelings for him, but there was still a fiery emotion churning inside him. After all, Jiang Zhe wasn't a cold-blooded creature, such direct words still stirred something within him. And then, Watson's emails became increasingly passionate and unrestrained. Jiang, why aren't you replying to my emails? Is it because you prefer the gentle and cute nature of Eastern women? I once studied some Chinese, but I've almost forgotten it all. However, I found a new teacher to study Chinese again, and I've even asked her to teach me how to be a gentle and virtuous woman. The 4 words gentle and virtuous were used in Chinese, showing that Watson's study of Chinese was no mere lip service. I heard you have a girlfriend in China, but what does that matter? I know there's a popular saying in China lately, and it's exactly what I want to tell you. I want to be with you. Chapter 216, The Little Rich Girl. If it weren't for the fact that the email address was indeed Emma Watson's, Jiang Zhe almost suspected he had encountered a scammer. Jiang Zhe didn't know why Watson had become so bold and direct. In his memory, they had only met once. What Jiang Zhe didn't know was that Watson had always admired him. Jiang Zhe and Watson were not much different in age, and in Watson's heart, Jiang Zhe had always been her idol. To put it bluntly, Watson had admired Jiang Zhe since she was very young. This admiration gradually evolved into a different kind of emotion over time.
Especially 4 years ago at the London Olympics held in Watson's hometown, when Zhang Zhe won the Grand Slam at the competition. Seeing Zhang Zhe lift the championship trophy, Watson completely forgot her status as a celebrity and stood up in the stands, screaming at the top of her lungs toward Zhang Zhe. However, the two had no connection in their lives, and Watson couldn't simply rush to the podium to express her feelings to Zhang Zhe. When Watson finally met Zhang Zhe on Elephant Island, she jokingly asked him to be her boyfriend. At that moment, she found it a bit amusing. Was this a dream coming true? That pink-hued teenage fantasy finally had an ending not perfect, but still worth savoring. But when Watson returned to London, Zhang Zhe's figure kept replaying in her mind. The Zhang Zhe she had seen with her own eyes perfectly overlapped with the shadow of Zhang Zhe she had seen on TV, lacking the youthful innocence of his youth but exuding the mature and steady aura of a grown man. What remained unchanged was his sunny good looks, with every gesture exuding boundless confidence, as dazzling as the sun. Watson realized that what was buried deep in her heart was not a memory of her youth. Watson began sending emails to Zhang Zhe, pouring out her innermost thoughts. At first, she maintained a reserved attitude, but when Zhang Zhe didn't respond, she became more passionate. And in the last email she sent just now, at noon in London, she fully revealed her inner conflict and determination to Zhang Zhe. Dear Zhang, this morning I dyed my hair pure black. I also bought a pair of contact lenses that can make my eyes black as well. Just now, I also customized a UV lamp, hoping to tan myself a bit. However, my agent stopped me, saying that this won't make me look Chinese but rather like a tacky Indian, and the fashion brands I represent would never accept such a look. If that happens, I won't have any job opportunities, and I might even face lawsuits from those brands. Who cares? You know I've already made a fortune, enough to live a luxurious life in any country. Plus, I'm currently looking for investment opportunities in China. I want to go there and be with you. However, I heard that you guys recently started disliking Indians, so I decided to ask your opinion first. In addition to the text, Watson also sent over a selfie. In the photo, Watson indeed had dyed her hair black and was wearing black contact lenses, just as she had described. She was beautiful, and no matter how she dressed, she looked stunning. With her black hair and black eyes, Watson exuded a charming aura that left Zhang Zhe speechless. However, her distinctly European features made Zhang Zhe hesitant to see her as a Chinese girl. As for Watson's plan to tan herself, Zhang Zhe decided to dismiss the idea. A dark-skinned Watson was simply not something he could accept. After thinking it over, Zhang Zhe feared Watson might act impulsively, so he began typing a reply to her email. Watson, how have you been lately? I need to apologize to you. I've been very busy with work lately and haven't had much free time. Plus, Chinese people prefer using various communication apps and rarely use email. I usually check my email once a week, so I didn't respond to you in time. Secondly, I think your agent made a valid point. Tanning 1T make you look more like a Chinese girl, because Chinese girls are also very fair-skinned. The ones who are truly dark-skinned are indeed Indians. Lastly, you mentioned wanting to invest in China? I've just started an investment company. Would you like to join me? Zhang Zhe previously registered a company called Chi Yen Investment. To date, the president, advisor, front desk, and security guard are all handled by him alone. Well, this company currently exists only on paper. However, it seems this company will soon become a real entity, as Zhang Zhe plans to use it to counter Lin Lidao. Additionally, Zhang Zhe discovered that Watson's email was like a lifeline in a crisis. He was precisely seeking a source of funding, and Watson has expressed his intention to invest in China. While Zhang Zhe doesn't know the exact figure, he can roughly estimate Watson's net worth. Watson started as a child star, appearing in 8 Harry Potter films, and has also starred in numerous other critically acclaimed and commercially successful films. The cumulative earnings from her acting career alone amount to an astronomical figure. Furthermore, her flawless appearance and figure made her a darling of the fashion industry, with endorsement deals bringing her millions of euros annually. 2 years ago, Watson already had another label besides Hermione. The little rich girl of the entertainment industry. If Zhang Zhe could leverage Watson's financial resources, he could resolve his current funding shortage. Moreover, this wouldn't be exploiting her, as it's all about making money a win-win situation. As long as it's handled carefully and discreetly, there's bound to be profit to be made in taking down Lin Lighting. Chapter 217, Secret Computer. Zhang Zhe casually sent the email and then flipped through the rest of his messages. Before finishing one email, his inbox notified him of a new message. Zhang Zhe looked at it and was somewhat surprised. This email was sent by Emma. She wouldn't just sit there waiting for a reply, would she? Emma couldn't hide her excitement. Dear Jiang, you finally replied. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for your reply. It felt like an eternity. If you hadn't replied, I was going to fly straight to China to find you. Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and sent his phone number. Here's my number. Let's talk on the phone. Less than 20 seconds later, Zhang Zhe's phone rang. Zhang, I'm so happy. Emma's voice sounded like she was about to cry with joy. I even started to wonder if you're the legendary wizard. If I eat something you cook, I'll be under your spell? It seems like filming Harry Potter for 10 straight years has expanded Emma's imagination.
Jiang Zhe avoided the question he didn't know how to answer and instead asked, Emma, you said you want to invest in China? Yes, you mentioned in your email that we could partner up for a business venture. Is that true? Jiang Zhe paused for a moment. It's like this, I've established an investment company. That's great. I'll head to the airport right away and take the fastest flight to China. Where should I fly to? Shanghai. Once you've booked your ticket, give me a call and I'll pick you up. Alright, Jiang, I'm leaving right now. We'll see each other in a few hours. Jiang, just thinking about seeing you makes me so happy. The last words were accompanied by her kissing the phone. Jiang Zhe was speechless, but a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. Dennis! Emma didn't have time to hang up, and Jiang Zhe could hear her urgent voice, as if she were urging her assistant to pack quickly. We're going to China. In the last second before the call ended, Jiang Zhe heard Emma's arrogant voice, as if she were making a declaration. Jiang Zhe put down the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. This Watson was truly unexpected. As a public figure, Watson always appeared before the world with a relatively aloof demeanor. However, this aloofness seemed to disappear in front of Jiang Zhe, instead becoming straightforward and passionate, truly unimaginable. This also made Jiang Zhe feel a little excited. Jiang Zhe composed himself and began writing code, hacking into Lin Lidong's computer once again. Just like last time, Lin Lidong's computer contained nothing of value besides the videos of the actresses he had slept with. Jiang Zhe searched every folder on Lin Lidong's computer, even writing a small program to analyze all the files on the computer, but still found nothing. Not only could he find no evidence linking Lin Lidong to Qingyi, but even the files related to Deshang Entertainment stored on the computer were all non-sensitive, non-core information. This was clearly unusual. In the age of e-commerce, using a computer to store information was a common practice. Jiang Zhe didn't believe Lin Lidong would still be using outdated paper documents. There was only one explanation: Lin Lidong had another computer, and all the sensitive information, including his personal account details, was stored on that secret computer. This computer is not typically turned on by Lin Lidong, except when he needs to transfer files or make secret transactions. After some thought, Jiang Zhe quickly typed on the keyboard and rewrote a new code. This code can search for digital footprints and chip information left by all devices that have connected to the network within a specific IP range. Jiang Zhe believed that no matter how cautious Lin Lidong was, his computer would eventually need to connect to the internet, as file transfers and online transactions required an internet connection. Jiang Zhe had already obtained the IP addresses of Lin Lidong's company and home. This code would automatically lock these two IP addresses and track the computer used to store secret documents by analyzing connection data retained at the gateway. Once the computer is locked, the rest is straightforward. Jiang Zhe only needs to set up a program. The next time Lin Lidong connects to the internet, the virus lurking on the network server will infiltrate the computer and automatically upload all the data stored on it. The program ran swiftly, scanning all computers that had ever connected to that IP address within just 10 minutes, regardless of whether they were connected via wired, wireless, or Wi-Fi networks. What surprised Jiang Zhe was that none of the computers identified met the criteria he had set. These computers were either connected to the network at fixed times every day or had never been disconnected, clearly not the secret computer belonging to Lin Lidong. By hacking into the server, Jiang Zhe confirmed that all computers at Deshang Entertainment had been detected, and every device capable of connecting to the internet in Lin Lidong's villa was now under his control. Even Yi Tsuanshin's phone had been identified by Jiang Zhe. He discovered that she had secretly used her phone to connect to Wi-Fi while at work to watch the TV show Chinese Restaurant, in which he had also participated in filming. However, the secret computer that Jiang Zhe had suspected belonged to Lin Lidong could not be found anywhere, appearing to be completely non-existent. Could he have been wrong? Did Lin Lidong not have that computer at all? Impossible. Jiang Zhe was absolutely certain that Lin Lidong had a secret computer. This computer must contain private bank keys and passwords similar to those of Swiss banks. Jiang Zhe hadn't found them on his office computer, so he must have another computer somewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move any funds, let alone manipulate the stock market. Chapter 218. Holy crap, what a coincidence. Jiang Zhe checked the time. It was almost midnight. Zhao Liang should still be at the film set and Wen Ti be coming back tonight. Jiang Zhe had been filming all day and had been busy until now, so he was also feeling tired. He looked at his computer. The small program he had written earlier was still running. He decided to leave the program running. If it happened to connect to the network on Lin Lidong's secret computer by chance, it would be perfect. Even if he couldn't find it immediately, it wouldn't affect his plans for the next few days. He just wanted to find the evidence of Lin Lidong's illegal activities before he completed his money-making scheme. That would be enough. He glanced at his phone one last time. Watson had already sent the flight information. He would arrive in Shanghai tomorrow at noon. Jiang Zhe looked at the message, smiled enigmatically, then turned off his phone and went to sleep. Jiang Zhe rushed back to the film set early the next morning. His schedule was extremely tight. Filming for the People's Mind was still underway, and preparations for the Chinese restaurant were urgently needed to begin shooting.
The only good news was that his scenes were almost finished. He only needed to shoot for another 2 or 3 days, and then just add some post-production shots to wrap things up. This was thanks to Zhang Zai's A-level acting skills, which allowed him to almost always get takes in one go, rarely needing retakes, thus saving a significant amount of time. His acting skills and dedication had earned him the respect of the entire crew. Except for the seasoned veterans who had been in the industry for years, everyone else on set, regardless of age, affectionately called him Zhigu. After a morning of filming, Zhang Zai drove his sports car to the airport alone. Watson's flight was about to arrive, and Zhang Zai wanted to greet her personally. Given that he now had a large fan base and the airport was a place where fans loved to gather, Zhang Zai took precautions to disguise himself, wearing a hat and a pair of large sunglasses on his nose. The airport was as bustling as ever, with a hint of danger in the air, though this was only for celebrities, as Zhang Zai immediately spotted the famous Red Bridge Queen waiting in the crowd. Since the Red Bridge Queen gained fame, major TV shows seemed to be promoting her, resulting in her having far more fans than before. Zhang Zai heard that her Weibo followers had already surpassed 600,000, and she had even become the spokesperson for a well-known electronic map app. Unlike others who criticized such behavior, Zhang Zai didn't recommend it, but he also didn't dislike it. Zhang Zai rarely judges others for the paths they choose. After all, it's their personal choice and none of his business. Moreover, after Red Bridge's top influencer gained fame, she didn't sell weight loss pills or cosmetics on Weibo, which Zhang Zai found commendable. However, Zhang Zai immediately decided to retract his earlier comment. Because Zhang Zai had just appeared at the entrance when he heard a deafening scream, "Ah! Zhang Zai!" Everyone's gaze turned toward him, and the famous fan, Hong Xiao's top fan, pointed trembling fingers in Zhang Zai's direction, her face brimming with excitement. Zhang Zai felt as though he were standing on the edge of a volcano. He had never felt so panicked in his life. The next second, the volcano erupted. Hong Xiao's top fan led the way, followed by a horde of fans, screaming as they rushed toward Zhang Zai. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zai was surrounded by a crowd so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through. Layers of fans surrounded him, screaming in his ears, with over a dozen phones held up in front of him. Zhang Zai looked around, seeing no way to escape. He was trapped. These fans were here specifically to chase stars they had clearly prepared in advance, and might even have devised a plan to surround him before arriving. And the Red Bridge Queen, clearly the leader of this fan army, stood out among them. She raised her hand slightly toward the crowd, and the screams immediately died down. Then, on behalf of the fans, she looked up at Zhang Zai and politely asked, "Zhang Zai, can we take a photo with you?" Zhang Zai couldn't help but smile wryly. "You've surrounded me completely. If I refuse, will you just leave me alone?" If Zhang Zai were to use force, he could escape, but that was clearly out of the question. It would bring him trouble in terms of reputation. Zhang Zai thought for a moment and said, "Alright, but you have to answer me one question first." Hong Xiao's top fan, seeing that Zhang Zai hadn't refused, sighed in relief and nodded quickly. "Zhang Zai, ask away. As long as I can answer, I won't refuse." "How did you recognize me?" Zhang Zai asked curiously. He believed he had prepared thoroughly before leaving home, with his hat brim pulled down low and sunglasses large enough to cover half his face, leaving only his mouth and chin exposed. "How could you recognize me at a glance? Is there no justice in this world?" Hong Xiao's top woman smiled triumphantly. "Celebrities always dress like this. I recognized you by your chin. You should go work as a facial recognition expert." Zhang Zai sighed helplessly. Fans swarmed around him for photos, and the crowd grew larger by the minute. Every so often, a girl would jump out with a squeal, joining the ranks of those demanding a photo. Zhang Zai tried his best to explain that he was in a hurry and that the crowd was blocking the way, but the fans wouldn't let him go. Zhang Zai was at a loss. With so many fans screaming in his ears, people kept reaching out to touch him, even some private areas. Who could stand that? In desperation, Zhang Zai suddenly feigned surprise and pointed forward. "Look, who's that?" The next second, Zhang Zai was speechless, frozen in place. "No way. This is too coincidental." In the direction he was pointing, a familiar figure was walking out with a suitcase in hand. The fans surrounding Zhang Zai erupted into another deafening scream. "Oh my goodness, it's Emma Watson." Chapter 219, Hype and Sensation. Harry Potter is extremely popular in China, so Emma Watson, who plays Hermione, is also very famous. So, when Watson appeared, someone recognized her, and a crowd of fans rushed over. Fortunately, airport security arrived just in time and quickly stepped in to break up the crowd. With the airport security's intervention and persuasion, Zhang Zai and Watson finally managed to escape from the crowd of fans. Even when they got into the car, Watson was still in shock. "Zhang, are fans in China really this passionate?" Well, that. Zhang Zai gave an awkward smile, unsure how to explain the mix-up he had caused. Watson ignored Zhang Zai's awkwardness and instead looked at him with joy and excitement. "Zhang, I finally get to see you again." Zhang Zai smiled and said, "It's good to see you again too." Watson detected a hint of distance in Zhang Zai's words, feeling a bit disappointed, but quickly perked up again. "Zhang, where is your investment company? Take me there." "Watson, When the topic turned to this, Jiang Zhe didn't know how to respond, but he decided to be straightforward. Watson, my company has only obtained a license so far and hasn't officially started operations yet. I haven't rented an office or hired any staff. However, Jiang Zhe added, the company already has 2 investment projects in the pipeline. The 2 investment projects Jiang Zhe referred to were in the name of the people in Shandun Security. As for the Chinese restaurant, he invested in it under his own name and holds full control over it. Jiang Zhe has ambitious plans for the Chinese restaurant IP, many of which are driven by personal emotions, and he does not wish to involve them in business. That's great, Jiang. I've already discussed this with my manager, and he can liquidate all the stocks and bonds I purchased within 2 days. I can use the entire amount to invest with you. Watson doesn't doubt that Jiang Zhe might have just set up a shell company, but she is highly interested in his investments. Jiang Zhe, however, genuinely wanted Watson to join him in the investment and trusted her completely, which made him feel very reassured. He paused and asked, Watson, how much can you contribute? Watson tilted her head slightly and calculated, unsure. I'm not very clear on what price those stocks and bonds can be liquidated at, but I estimate it should be over $400 million. $400 million. Jiang Zhe glanced sideways at Watson, thinking to himself that she truly lived up to her reputation as a wealthy socialite in the entertainment industry. What's wrong? Is that not enough? Watson noticed the strange expression on Jiang Zhe's face and pressed further. Enough. That's plenty. Jiang Zhe spoke with a bitter tone. $400 million, converted to RMB, is over 2 billion, while all the funds he currently had amounted to only a fraction of that. Jiang Zhe thought for a moment and said, here's what we'll do, Watson, you put in $40 million, which is 2.5 billion renminbi, and I'll match that amount. We'll invest in stocks together and split the profits evenly. How about that? Jiang Zhe estimated he could secure nearly 100 million renminbi from Liang plus his own funds, totaling 250 million renminbi, which should be manageable. This would ensure his say in the partnership, which was fair for both Jiang Zhe and Watson. Most importantly, Jiang Zhe didn't want to be a kept man, especially in front of Emma Watson. Let us settle on that. Emma Watson didn't seem to care about the investment. She wasn't even interested in what Jiang Zhe planned to do with the huge sum of money. What truly made her happy was that she had finally reached a partnership with Jiang Zhe. This arrangement naturally provides them with more opportunities to spend time together, and since the only participants in this collaboration are Jiang Zhe and Emma Watson, it means they can be alone together. Will you take me on a tour of Shanghai? Watson skipped the topic of investment and looked at Jiang Zhe with anticipation, but she quickly realized, oh right, you mentioned you're busy filming lately. It's okay, Jiang Zhe reassured her. I can't take you on a tour of the metropolis, but I can take you to the film set. As long as she could be with Jiang Zhe, Watson was happy and agreed to his arrangement. Alright, I'll take you there. Jiang Zhe drove to the film set with Watson and her assistant. Meanwhile, the film crew had been informed that Jiang Zhe was picking up Emma Watson from the airport, but they didn't expect him to bring her straight to the set. However, Emma Watson's arrival was warmly welcomed by the crew. Everyone in the film industry knows each other, and Emma Watson is a global superstar with immense influence. Her visit was sure to push the buzz around the people's name to a new height. Director Li Lu even approached Jiang Zhe in a mysterious manner, asking him to inquire with Emma Watson about the possibility of her making a cameo appearance in the film, even if it was just a brief appearance. However, according to the script, there was no suitable role for Watson to guest star in. Jiang Zhe considered it and ultimately declined Li Lu's request. Jiang Zhe has poured a great deal of effort into In the Name of the People. While he and Li Lu share the same goal of maximizing the show's reputation and profits, Jiang Zhe values something else. In the Name of the People was the true starting point for his career. Although he was currently very popular, he was still just a topic-driven celebrity. Such stars may be extremely popular for a short time, but they eventually fade into obscurity. Therefore, Jiang Zhe wanted to use this show to establish his reputation as a talented actor. He hopes that audiences will focus on the acting highlights of all the actors in the series, rather than relying on the star power of individual celebrities. Although Jiang Zhe does not want to use Emma Watson as a selling point. However, some relentless entertainment journalists managed to uncover the news of Watson's visit to the set. They used this as fodder, linking Emma Watson to the In the Name of the People crew and sparking a media frenzy. That evening, the news broke as a headline online. The actress who played Hermione in Harry Potter, Emma Watson, arrived in Shanghai today and joined Jiang Zhe to visit the set of The People's Name. Some media speculated that Emma Watson might be joining the anti-corruption themed series The People's Name. The news sent the entertainment industry into a frenzy. Chapter 220, Preliminary Preparations. The next morning, when Jiang Zhe learned about the entertainment news online, he could only marvel at the imagination of netizens and entertainment journalists. This is Emma Watson's second visit to China. The last time she came was when she starred in a Hollywood blockbuster and accompanied the film crew to China for promotional activities. That time, due to a tight schedule, Emma Watson only participated in a group interview with the crew before rushing off to the next stop on her promotional tour, leaving countless media outlets and brands deeply disappointed. During the day, Emma Watson hinted during interviews with entertainment media that her future work focus would be in China, immediately igniting everyone's enthusiasm. As a result, numerous entertainment media outlets sought her out for exclusive interviews, while several well-known Chinese cosmetics manufacturers and fashion brands approached her agent or assistant, hoping to secure her as a brand ambassador. For Chinese brands looking to expand globally and gain acceptance among Western affluent consumers, securing a celebrity who enjoys immense popularity in both Eastern and Western cultures and possesses a distinct fashion identity is essential. Emma Watson has an extremely wide global influence, and her taste in fashion is highly praised in the Western fashion. For brands with ambitions to compete in the global market, she is the most suitable choice. Upon arriving in China, Emma Watson had only a leisurely afternoon, spending time with Zhang Zhe on the set, followed by a dinner of hot pot. She then immediately returned to her busy schedule with her team. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe began arranging all his current work. He first paid the agreed-upon 24.4 billion yuan to Mango TV, thereby securing full ownership of the program Chinese Restaurant, including its IP. Even if the broadcast encounters issues or he is unable to complete filming due to unforeseen circumstances, he would only incur financial losses without affecting his copyright ownership. He then sent an email to Dengfeng Culture, the company established by Wu Yi, under the name of Chiang Investment, expressing interest in investing in the film Wolf Warrior 2 that Wu Yi was currently in pre-production. Wolf Warrior 2 is currently in the investment and preparation phase, and filming will require additional time. Therefore, Zhang Zhe can first sign a contract with Wu Yi and then invest the funds recovered from the stock market into the film's production once the investment is returned. As for whether Wu Yi would accept his investment, Zhang Zhe was not the least bit concerned. He knows that Wu Yi has not only invested all his own funds into the film but has also mortgaged his house to secure a loan. Even under these circumstances, the film still faces a funding shortfall of at least 100 million yuan. Moreover, when the film first began production, no one had high hopes for it. Everyone believed it was merely Wu Yi's personal project to fulfill a lifelong dream. Therefore, he was likely the only one willing to directly invest 100 million yuan to get the film off the ground, and Wu Yi would not refuse him. Yuan Tong, how is the disaster situation on Elephant Island? How is the post-disaster reconstruction progressing? Zhang Zhe held his phone and asked Tony Yuantong about the disaster situation on Elephant Island. Typhoon Hato had left Xiamen Island several days ago. Although we could learn about the specific situation on Xiamen Island after the typhoon online, Zhang Zhe still asked Tony Yuantong to help conduct an on-site investigation to confirm the details. Yes, things have already recovered to this extent. There are no major issues. Tony Yuantong provided Zhang Zhe with a detailed account of the situation. After learning the specifics from Tony Yuantong, Zhang Zhe, in his capacity as the overall planner, ordered the Chinese restaurant production team to head to Taipei immediately to prepare for filming. Since Lin Pinghai was sent to prison, the Chinese restaurant production team had been in a state of stagnation. Some staff members had only vaguely heard that Mango TV had taken over the program, but before Mango TV could make contact with them, the program's copyright changed again. When director Wang Tian received Zhang Zhe's call, the shock he felt was unimaginable. Zhang Zhe had previously had a major falling out with the production team. In addition to slandering Zhang Zhe, the team colluded with Lin Pinghai's actions, announcing their termination of the contract with Zhang Zhe and expelling him from the production team. Although all of this was orchestrated by the overall producer Lin Pinghai, no one from the production team stepped forward to clarify the situation or speak on Zhang Zhe's behalf. Especially as the director, who had always maintained a good relationship with Zhang Zhe, remained completely silent. But fortune favors the bold. Lin Pinghai ended up in prison, and all the contracts of the program crew were inherited by Zhang Zhe, meaning he became the boss. Therefore, when Wang Tian was invited by Zhang Zhe to the hotel where the production team was staying to discuss matters, he was genuinely nervous. However, to his surprise, Zhang Zhe seemed to have completely put those unpleasant matters behind him and treated him just as he had before. Zhang Zhe wasn't the type to hold a grudge, and he deeply understood a fundamental truth. Business is business. Only children distinguish right from wrong, while adults focus on their positions. Rest assured, boss, I will do my best to prepare everything in advance and will not let you down. Over the phone, Wang Tian made a solemn promise, daring not to be careless. Alright, that's good. I believe you will handle this well. Zhang Zhe had full confidence in Wang Tian's capabilities and had no concerns. After that, Zhang Zhe allocated another 5 million yuan to the production team, who would complete their mobilization and preparations within 2 days, head straight to Taipei, and begin pre-production preparations. As soon as the guests arrived, filming would commence immediately. As for the guests, Zhang Zhe and Jin Mingjia need no introduction. They just need to finish filming these 2 days and can depart. As for Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang, their schedules have already been cleared, so there shouldn't be any major issues. All arrangements, including scheduling and contacting the guests, were handed over to Wang Tian, as he is the executive director, and these tasks are part of his responsibilities. Once these matters are settled, he can finally devote himself entirely to thwarting Lin Lidong's money-making scheme. With the 250 million yuan investment from Emma Watson and nearly 100 million yuan secured from Zhao Liang, Jiang Zitong had already raised the 500 million yuan he had targeted. Now, all that remained was for Lin Lidong's side to make their move.
Chapter 221, Stock Market Showdown.
Lei Zhan's men have been closely monitoring every move made by Lin Lidong and Wang Yang, especially in Ran and Yitsuanshin, who have already infiltrated Dachan Entertainment. They leave no stone unturned, and a steady stream of intelligence is constantly being funneled to Lei Zhan, who then passes it on to Jiang Zhe. As for Jiang Zhe himself, he has been closely monitoring the stock market, utilizing his B-level stock analysis skills to identify potential entry points. Through an analysis of recent stock price charts, Jiang Zhe keenly observed that the stock price of AIE Network had been steadily declining, though the decline was not significant. However, this was clearly inconsistent with the company's recent performance. AIE Network had recently made several major moves, securing exclusive online broadcasting rights for several variety shows, including The Chinese Restaurant.
However, the online broadcasting rights for The Chinese Restaurant were secured through a partnership between AIE Network and Mango TV.
According to the contract, the production is managed by the program team, while the broadcasting is handled by Mango TV, which sold the online copyrights. Jiang Zhe also has a share of the revenue from this arrangement. Although the Chinese restaurant program currently appears to have flopped, AIE Network's strong shareholder base is well known, and there is no possibility of further declines at this stage. This indicates that Lin Lidong's plan has been in motion all along. He first used his massive capital to artificially suppress AIE Network's stock price, akin to winding up a spring, so that when he needs to sell, the stock will experience a strong upward momentum, allowing him to maximize his profits.
Lin Lidong, despite your efforts to operate discreetly, you cannot escape my scrutiny.
Watching the stock price of AIE Network, Jiang Zhe smiled slightly.
Lin Lidong wanted to suppress the stock price of AIE Network, but he wouldn't let him have his way. Moreover, this is precisely the profit point he has targeted.
Lin Lidong aims to cash out by buying low and selling high, and suppressing the stock price is merely a temporary tactic. Once he makes large-scale purchases, the stock price will inevitably rebound strongly.
Given AIE Network's reputation and performance, a direct price limit up was even possible.
The entire plan wasn't particularly ingenious, but it required massive capital to execute. Moreover, listed companies wouldn't use capital hedging to stabilize their stock prices.
AIE Network is Lin Lidong's business, so he will naturally have free rein to manipulate it.
Therefore, as long as Lin Lidong can evade the supervision of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, this cash-out operation is virtually a sure thing.
However, with Jiang Zhe involved, the situation is entirely different.
Jiang Zhe, utilizing his B-class stock analysis skills, roughly estimated Lin Lidong's entry timing. In Jiang Zhe's view, Lin Lidong's buying time was likely within the next few days.
If he waited any longer, it would damage AIE Network's own strength and reputation, making the move counterproductive. Therefore, Jiang Zhe directly injected 200 million yuan into the market, forcefully driving up AIE Network's stock price. This move enraged Lin Lidong, who had been closely monitoring the stock price fluctuations. To suppress AIE Network's stock price, Lin Lidong could only adopt the strategy of buying at high prices and selling at low prices. Although this would consume some capital, as long as the stock price could be suppressed to a certain level, the losses would be recouped multiple times over. However, the sudden emergence of this third party disrupted the plan, driving the stock price back up to its level 2 days prior. This meant that Lin Lidong's efforts over the past 2 days had gone to waste, and the funds he had invested to suppress the stock price had also been lost. Although this amount of capital was not significant compared to the total funds he had mobilized, it was still a highly unpleasant matter. Damn it, who's behind this? What a bastard!
Lin Lidong, who had already noticed the abnormal stock market activity, vented his frustration with a loud outburst. This scene was directly reported to Jiang Zhe by Yitsuanshin. On the following 2 days, AIE Network's stock experienced extremely unusual fluctuations. On the previous evening, the stock price would drop at the close, but upon opening the next day, it would immediately rebound and surpass the previous day's highest trading price.
This was the result of the covert power struggle between Jiang Zhe and Lin Lidong.
Lin Lidong had also hired 2 professional stock traders to help him manipulate the stock prices. Unfortunately, despite their numerous followers and prestigious reputations in the industry, these 2 professionals were still slightly outmatched when facing Jiang Zhe. Every time they managed to push the stock price down, Jiang Zhe would step in at the right moment, not only taking the credit for the price increase but also raising the stock price again, causing the funds used to suppress the price to be wasted. Most of this wasted capital was absorbed by Jiang Zhe, with only a small portion going to lucky retail investors. 2 days later, Lin Lidong had already lost approximately 300 million yuan, while Jiang Zhe's holdings in AIE Network had increased by over 50%. However, Jiang Zhe was well aware that this figure was merely calculated based on AIE Network's current stock price, and the actual outcome would be far from this when the shares were sold. Because if a stock worth 10 billion yuan were to be sold off, it would inevitably trigger a sharp drop in AIE Network's stock price.
At that point, not only would there be no profit, but the principal could even be lost. The opportunity he is targeting is precisely the next move Lin Lidong is about to make to fully acquire the company. At this point, Lin Lidong finally realized that the previous hedging was no coincidence. Someone had already uncovered his plan and was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to carve out a significant portion of his assets. Under these circumstances, continuing the previous plan had no meaning. On the contrary, it would only unnecessarily deplete his own funds, and it was no secret that most of those funds would end up in the other party's pockets. Therefore, Lin Lidong decided to skip the initial price-cutting phase and instead take advantage of the current stock price being within a normal range to fully acquire AIE Network's shares. As long as his plan doesn't go awry, he can still make a substantial profit, though not as much as originally anticipated. Meanwhile, Lin Lidong secretly ordered his subordinates to thoroughly investigate this audacious individual who dared to defy him. "Boss, could it be Jiang Zhe pulling strings behind the scenes?" Wang Yang reminded him. "Damn it, investigate it. No matter who it is, bring them to me. I won't let them off easily." Lin Lidong shouted angrily. Chapter 222, the verbal battle erupts again. "I'll handle it immediately." Wang Yang dared not delay and hurried out of the office to investigate the matter. Lin Lidong had no evidence to prove that the person who had sabotaged his plan was Jiang Zhe. However, he had guessed correctly this time, though he was unaware of it. The two stockbrokers Lin Lidong had hired were well aware that investigating who was behind the stock market manipulation would be extremely difficult. To avoid investigation by the China Securities Regulatory Commission and comply with national laws, Lin Lidong and Jiang Zhe both independently chose to split their funds into multiple accounts. Otherwise, according to the law, holding more than 5% of a company's shares would require public disclosure. Given that AIE Network's total assets were around 8 billion, with the funds held by Jiang Zhe and Lin Lidong, public disclosure would have been inevitable. Therefore, the two operators knew that since they could avoid disclosure and restrictions by splitting accounts, the other party must have adopted the same method. However, neither dared to mention this to Lin Lidong. Over the past 2 days, during stock trading, they suffered heavy losses and significant capital outflows. Lin Lidong's gaze toward them had grown increasingly hostile. However, since this was the most critical phase of the plan, he forced himself to refrain from venting his anger on them. The two traders' sole focus now was to quickly move past this phase and begin purchasing shares of AIE Network. They still held a significant financial advantage, and in a direct showdown, the other party was no match for them. Moreover, Lin Lidong had prepared a trump card, a strategy capable of artificially inflating AIE Network's stock price in a short period of time. Starting from the third day, Lin Lidong changed his previous strategy and went all in on buying AIE Network stocks. Currently, AIE Network's stock price remains within a normal range. The tug-of-war between Jiang Zhe and Lin Lidong has not significantly raised the stock price, merely thwarting Lin Lidong's plan to suppress the price and costing him a portion of his funds. The influx of 1.7 billion yuan will cause the stock price to surge sharply, meaning that the later the shares are acquired, the smaller the profit margin. However, the shares purchased earlier will face substantial gains. Lin Lidong's bottom line is to double the stock price of AIE Network, allowing him to make a significant profit from stock trading first, while also significantly increasing the company's market value. After all, AIE Network is his own company, so he can profit from every angle. However, Lin Lidong did not anticipate that Jiang Zhe already held approximately 800 million shares of AIE Network, accounting for 1/10 of the company's circulating shares on the stock market. According to national laws, the circulating shares of AIE Network only account for 40% of its total market value. This means that 1/4 of AIE Network's circulating shares were already in Jiang Zhe's hands. Although Lin Lidong's side had massive funds, they had completely lost absolute control over the shares. Moreover, Jiang Zhe had purchased these shares when Lin Lidong had suppressed the stock price. Regardless of how Lin Lidong proceeded, Jiang Zhe would be the one to benefit the most. Stock prices are essentially fluctuations in data driven by supply and demand. When fewer people sell and more people buy, the stock price naturally rises. With 1/4 of the shares in his possession, Jiang Zhe can simply hold on to them. Any buying by Lin Lidong will only drive the stock price up faster, while simultaneously depleting Lin Lidong's funds and reducing his expected profit margin. Meanwhile, he can slowly sell off his shares during Lin Lidong's buying process, effectively bleeding him dry. However, once Jiang Zhe has sold all his shares, he will no longer be able to influence Lin Lidong's plans. By then, control would be in Lin Lidong's hands, and for Jiang Zhe to block Lin Lidong's plans again, he would have to buy at high prices, a foolish move that Jiang Zhe would never make. The only thing he could do was to exploit Lin Lidong as much as possible at this stage. Therefore, as soon as Lin Lidong changed his plans, he immediately faced a situation that left him spitting blood. The speed at which AIE Network's stock price was rising far exceeded his expectations. It did not resemble a publicly traded company with over 3 billion shares circulating on the stock market, but rather a small company with assets of only a few hundred million. Lin Lidong felt as though his massive investment was trapped in a tiny cage. Any slight movement on his part caused the stock price to fluctuate immediately.
On one hand, Lin Lighting had to complete the purchase, and on the other hand, he had to carefully prevent AIE Network's stock from hitting the price limit, which was extremely exhausting. Hee, Lin Lidong, I'll see how you play this game, I'll match you. Compared to Lin Lidong's chaos, Zhang Zhe was utterly relaxed. Controlling the stock price was Lin Lidong's responsibility. Zhang Zhe simply needed to sell his shares at the appropriate price and convert them into cash. Though this process isn't lengthy, it still takes around 10 days. However, Zhang Zhe could no longer stay in Shanghai as the production of the Chinese restaurant was set to resume. The news of the show's resumption was first announced by Mango TV and quickly escalated into a new online storm. Discussions about the Chinese restaurant also skyrocketed. Since the former executive producer of the show, Lin Pinghai, was imprisoned, the 2 consecutive episodes of the Chinese restaurant aired by Mango TV have suffered severe ratings drops, plummeting from 34 to around 0.3. This can effectively be declared the end of the show. Given Mango TV's influence, even if a program has poor reviews, it has never been this bad before. Mango TV's recent promotional campaign has emphasized a return to the show's original vision, implying that the previous production team had strayed from the show's original direction, and that the blame for this lies with the imprisoned Lin Pinghai. To regain the show's original essence, Mango TV specifically recruited Zhang Zhe, who had previously clashed with Lin Pinghai and was ultimately deemed the representative of justice, to serve as the show's executive producer. This news sparked another round of heated online debates. Countless netizens have divided into 2 opposing camps, engaging in fierce online battles. Chapter 223, Variety Show Debut. Some netizens believe that since Lin Pinghai is already in prison and has received his punishment, that Black history is no longer relevant to the current production team. Zhang Zhe's return to China's restaurant, even taking on the role of executive producer, demonstrated that the show still held its appeal, with countless netizens vowing to support it no matter what. On the other hand, another group of netizens believed that Zhang Zhe had been bought by Mango TV, abandoning his principles, and that only the netizens and fans were being deceived. They have launched a vigorous online boycott campaign, calling on everyone to stop watching China's restaurant, and Zhang Zhe has been harshly criticized, labeled as someone who betrays principles for personal gain and part of a corrupt group. Once netizens' views are fixed, it is very difficult to change them. From the very beginning, the pro-Zhang faction found themselves at a significant disadvantage when facing the boycotters. The conflicts that erupted between the show's production team and Zhang Zhe had a massive impact. In the minds of the boycotters, Lin Pinghai wasn't the only one to blame after all. The entire production team had spoken out against Zhang Zhe. Now, both sides have quietly colluded and are using the slogan of returning to their original intentions to try to deceive the audience once again. These netizens are completely unwilling to buy into this behavior. They are not only boycotting the China's restaurant program but have also added Mango TV and Zhang Zhe to their blacklist, targeting them indiscriminately. However, Mango TV had anticipated this and prepared contingency plans. As the pro-Zhang faction crumbled, celebrities who had previously participated in the show's recordings, including Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoyang, Dilly Raba, and Zhang Xayan, have all come forward to support Zhang Zhe and the production team. Among them, Zhao Wei was particularly vocal, directly attacking the former show's executive producer Lin Pinghai on Weibo, calling him a scourge of the entertainment industry and a cancer of the Chinese restaurant, and expressing her delight at his imprisonment. She then expressed her strong support for Zhang Zhe as the new program director, stating that this version of the Chinese restaurant is what everyone truly desires and will be the best version of the show. With Zhao Wei and her fans joining the support camp, the pro and anti-support factions quickly became evenly matched, with online debates raging fiercely. At this point, Mango TV's ratings share has been secured, as the overall evaluation of the Chinese restaurant program is no longer a one-sided online backlash. Previously, Mango TV faced immense pressure, having invested countless resources and manpower into this flagship promotional variety show, only to suffer a devastating setback. Despite airing during prime time, the show achieved a viewership share of just 0.3%, ranking last among all programs aired during the same time slot. Not only has Mango TV's leading image been severely damaged, but the program's sponsors and advertisers have also sent letters to Mango TV, stating that if the ratings cannot be improved within the next 2 episodes, they will file lawsuits against Mango TV, demanding the return of advertising fees and claiming substantial breach of contract damages. While the online feud between the two sides has yet to reach a conclusion and shows signs of dragging on, Mango TV can at least breathe a sigh of relief. Where there is controversy, there is attention. Where there is attention, there is traffic. Where there is traffic, there are ratings. At least they won't face the awkward situation of being sued. Moreover, the current heated controversy is also an opportunity for Mango TV. When it comes to whitewashing, Mango TV considers itself second to none, and no other provincial satellite TV station dares to claim the top spot. Looking at the celebrities invited to Mango TV's programs, they are all highly controversial figures. Mango TV even turns this into the biggest selling point of its shows, creating a central theme that spans several seasons. For example, Mango TV's other variety show, Flower Youth, invited a popular young star in its first season, bringing the program extremely high heat and ratings. However, Mango TV's variety shows are often jokingly referred to as toxic by netizens, as guests frequently face personal scandals after appearing on the shows. This popular young actor was no exception. During the show's filming, the actor broke up with his girlfriend of several years, and Mango TV even edited footage of him crying into the program and aired it to the audience. This was a standard reality TV tactic, though not overly controversial. However, when the guest list for the second season of Flower Youth was revealed, everyone was stunned. Among the celebrities invited by Mango TV this time was none other than the former girlfriend of the young star from the first season. It was this former girlfriend who broke up with the young star during the filming of the first season, leading to the sensational scene in the first season. By the time Mango TV began producing the third season, everyone had become numb to it.
Well, this time, Mango TV invited the actor's current girlfriend. Everyone knows what they're up to.
What's astonishing is that despite being a sensational love triangle involving two people who've been labeled as cheaters for years, Mango TV managed to whitewash them all.
All three of them were whitewashed, not a single exception.
To determine who was at fault, the fans of the three continued their online feud for years. By the time the third season of Flower Youth aired, most people realized they had been wasting their time.
Mango TV responded, "You've been talking nonsense for 4 years. I can't even watch anymore. Go wash up and go to sleep. Next season, I'll bring back the ex-boyfriend of the ex-girlfriend." Countless netizens left comments on Mango TV's forums and Weibo, stating that when it comes to whitewashing, they only bow to the big Mango. Therefore, the current controversy is no big deal for Mango TV. They have ample experience and the capability to completely whitewash the show. The only thing Mango fears is that the show has lost its heat and its ability to generate buzz. Trendiness isn't an issue. Zhang Zhe's joining and taking control of the Chinese restaurant has kept the topic trending online, dominating the top of the hot search list for several days straight. Other regular guests have also spoken out, stating that they are heading to Thailand to continue filming the show. For a time, the buzz around Chinese restaurant surpassed even its initial launch. However, at present, the voices of support and opposition are evenly split. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the Chinese restaurant, the show's official Weibo account in Mango TV dropped a bombshell.
International superstar and actress Emma Watson, who portrayed Hermione in the Harry Potter film series, made her variety show debut. She will be joining the Chinese restaurant.
Chapter 224, Business will be booming.
The news spread like wildfire, leaving even ordinary netizens and celebrities like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming speechless.
They never imagined that a variety show promoting China's core culture would invite Emma Watson,
a leading actress of Western fashion culture, suddenly participating in a down-to-earth variety show like Chinese Restaurant is truly impressive. Actually, this idea wasn't the production team's. Emma Watson's participation was the result of her own sudden inspiration. The core concept of Chinese Restaurant is rooted in Chinese culture but belongs to the world. The production team aims to integrate Chinese culture into cuisine, allowing foreign tourists to enjoy Chinese food while gaining insights into Chinese culture.
Emma Watson's participation perfectly aligns with this objective.
While the show relies on its delicate emotions and rich content to move the audience, it still feels a bit flat overall. Some viewers have started to grow tired of the daily banter between Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming. At this point, introducing a fashionable celebrity who grew up in the West, with a purely Western worldview and values, yet for some reason is trying to embody the role of a traditional Chinese wife and mother, offers significant appeal and discussion points for the program.
As for the final reason, it is best left unsaid. Emma Watson's involvement is a pure act of friendship. In fact, she actively requested to join the show, willing to work for free as long as she could be with Zhang Zhe.
In the end, Zhang Zhe symbolically paid her 500,000 yuan per episode, while her normal fee would have been an astronomical figure. 2 days after the news of Emma Watson's participation broke, the celebrity guests of the Chinese restaurant once again gathered in Shanghai and chartered a flight to Elephant Island to continue filming the second phase of the show. This reunion saw the cast members grow even closer than before. Earlier, everyone had witnessed the turmoil between the production team and Zhang Zhe, and many had spoken out in support of Zhang Zhe on social media. Even high-profile figures like Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, who hold significant status in the entertainment industry, went as far as threatening to withdraw from the show. That entire episode of backstabbing and intrigue served as a reminder to everyone that a peaceful and harmonious place like the Chinese restaurant is a rare oasis in today's chaotic society. Therefore, when the situation finally turned around and the Chinese restaurant show resumed filming, everyone cherished this opportunity all the more. Everyone joked and teased each other harmoniously, giving the impression of a large family preparing to go on a trip together. The center of the jokes was Zhang Zhe. After all, he was now the show's executive producer. As Zhao Wei put it, he had been promoted to Mr. Jiang. The group boarded the plane with laughter and chatter, embarking on their journey to Kochang. Kochang has no airport, so after landing, they had to take a boat to reach their destination. On the boat, everyone's main concern was what Elephant Island had become. I've asked around, and there are no major issues on Kochang, but there will definitely be many minor ones. So, there are still many specific tasks we need to handle.
Zhang Zhe shared the information he had obtained from Tony Yuanton with everyone. As long as there are no major issues, that's good.
Upon hearing there were no major issues, Zhao Wei sighed in relief.
Yeah, as long as there are no major issues. Zhang Xiaoliang nodded in agreement.
According to information obtained online, Elephant's Island had been severely damaged by the typhoon, with the worst hit areas near the west coast, where many large trees had been uprooted.
While the Chinese restaurant on the east coast wasn't directly hit by the typhoon, many houses were severely damaged, including the Chinese restaurant.
Although the Thai government was aware that a popular Chinese variety show was filming on Koh Chang, which could be a huge boost for the island's tourism industry, they were limited by funds. As a result, even after more than 10 days, the repair work on Koh Chang was still ongoing. As a result, the number of tourists on the island has significantly decreased. This cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Without tourists, where would the Chinese restaurant get its customers? Along the way to the Chinese restaurant, one could occasionally see large trees lying on the side of the road. The Thai government had not yet had the chance to remove them, merely moving them to the roadside to avoid obstructing traffic. Upon arriving at the beach where the Chinese restaurant is located, the scene before their eyes left everyone feeling disheartened. Although the area was near the coast and not directly facing the typhoon's path, the entire beach had been battered by the typhoon's massive waves, leaving it in ruins. Many shops were severely damaged, with broken tables, chairs, and even doors and windows scattered everywhere along the beach. Most of the shops had already closed for business. However, the most people involved in cleaning and restoring this area are from Taigua. It is unclear whether the film crew that arrived earlier requested assistance from the island's leader, or if the island's leader was already aware that this was a filming location and proactively sent personnel to clean up the area to showcase the island's most beautiful spots on the program. The Chinese restaurant, however, is the top priority for cleanup and restoration. To create an open atmosphere, the Chinese restaurant is almost entirely open plan, with no doors or windows. This left the tables, bar counters, and other furnishings inside in complete disarray after being battered by the typhoon. Additionally, the vases and other items in front of the door were blown over, including the arches set up by sponsors, all of which were torn apart by the typhoon. Even the steps and ground in front of the entrance were left pitted and uneven, resembling the surface of the moon. These damages are not something that can be repaired in a short amount of time. However, the island's owner placed great importance on the program's filming and generously brought in countless flowers, carefully placing them in the damaged areas to surround the entire restaurant. The Chinese restaurant now resembled a sea of flowers, its vibrant beauty surpassing even its pre-typhoon splendor. The damaged decorations were replaced by the production crew who arrived earlier, and the entire restaurant has been cleaned up. Though it was a bit unkind, Jean Mengjia muttered under her breath, it seems like the only place on the entire beach that can operate normally is our restaurant.
It looks like our business will be booming. Chapter 225, Squirrel Fish. Let's not worry about that for now. Everyone should rest well today. Tomorrow, our Chinese restaurant will officially open. Jiang Zhe smiled and then gave his instructions. Xiao Zhe, oh no, Jiang Zong is right. Tomorrow we officially open. Zhao Wei teased Jiang Zhe. Wei Jie, just call me Xiao Zhe. Mr. Jiang sounds so awkward. The next day, amid the laughter of the staff at the Chinese restaurant, filming for the show Chinese Restaurant officially began. Although there weren't many tourists on Elephant Island at the moment, as Jean Mengjia had said, the Chinese restaurant was the only place on the beach that could operate normally. Li Zhongbin from the neighboring barbecue shop watched the Chinese restaurant opening normally and felt very annoyed. His barbecue shop wasn't like the Chinese restaurant show, it was a real business that needed to make money. That's why he had come to Elephant Island early to prepare for reopening. However, the fact that the Koh Chang government prioritized helping the Chinese restaurant open first left him furious, but he could do nothing about it. The Chinese restaurant largely retained its original cast, with the addition of Emma Watson, in addition to Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Zhang Xiaoliang, Jean Mengjia, and Jiang Zhe. However, Dilly Jia didn't come, even though the production team had sent an invitation in advance. According to the explanation provided by Dachin Entertainment, it was due to scheduling conflicts, and everyone had put the matter aside. They only reached out to Dilly Reba a few times via Weibo, sending her photos of the renovated and more beautiful Chinese restaurant. Only Jiang Zhe knows that, due to offending Lin Lidong, Dilly Reba was indeed shelved by Deshang Entertainment, as Lin Lidong had mentioned earlier. This was an internal matter at Dechang Entertainment, and Jiang Zhe could only wait and see how things unfolded. Before the official recording of the Chinese restaurant, all the staff gathered for a simple meal to celebrate the show's resumption. In the kitchen, Wang Tian, the head of the mango team, personally prepared a sour cabbage fish dish for everyone to taste. Wow, Wang Jia, your sour cabbage fish smells so good. It looks so appetizing. Watching Wang Tian prepare the dish, Jean Mengjia licked her lips and looked utterly captivated. Mengjia, you're too kind. When it comes to cooking, Xiao Zhe is the one to watch. My skills are just average. Wang Tian placed the chopped ingredients on top of the sour cabbage fish, smiled, and remained humble. It looks and smells amazing. Wang Jia, your sour cabbage fish is delicious. Jiang Zhe entered the kitchen, looked at the fragrant sour cabbage fish in the bowl, and praised Wang Tian's cooking skills.
It wasn't just Wang Tian who made sour cabbage fish, everyone else also brought out their signature dishes. Zhao Wei steamed some pearl meatballs, Wang Xiaoming made Qingdao-style prawns, and Zhang Xiaoliang served his creative dish, durian grilled chicken, whose flavor was truly indescribable. Even Wan Meijin Mengjia, under Zhang Xiaoliang's guidance, made a dish of water-boiled beef and presented it to Jiang Zhe like a treasure. "Go, try it. This is my first time making it. How does it taste?" Jin Mengjia was full of anticipation and a bit nervous. Jiang Zhe took a bite and nodded. Not bad, you've improved." "Yay!" Jin Mengjia was thrilled to receive the approval and made a victory gesture. As for Emma Watson, she was unfortunately unable to contribute. However, she wasn't idle. She kept running back and forth, serving dishes, setting the table, and even showing everyone her down-to-earth side beneath her goddess-like aura. Jiang Zhe prepared a sweet and sour flavored squirrel fish dish and a garlic-infused oyster sauce with Chinese broccoli. Squirrel fish is originally called squirrel mandarin fish, a famous dish from Suzhou. However, mandarin fish is a freshwater fish, while the fish species on Shangdao Island are all saltwater fish. However, the difference in fish species doesn't significantly affect the taste of the dish, and the cooking method is largely the same. The preparation of the squirrel fish is straightforward. Scale the fish, remove the innards, then cut off the head and set it aside. Next, slice the flesh from both sides of the fish body off the bones, ensuring the slices are intact and bone-free. Next, make diamond-shaped cuts on the meat, coated with dry starch, and fry it in hot oil until golden brown. The fish head should be split open and fried directly in the oil without coating. Once the fish meat and head are fried, arrange them on a plate to form a squirrel shape, then drizzle with the specially prepared sauce. There is no fixed recipe for the sauce. It is typically adjusted to personal taste by adding sugar, vinegar, tomato sauce, and other ingredients as desired. Finally, drizzle the prepared sauce over the fish, and the squirrel-shaped fish dish is complete. The split fish head resembles a small squirrel, while the fish meat with the decorative cuts, fried until crispy, resembles the squirrel's fluffy tail. Paired with the red sauce, the entire dish resembles a bright orange squirrel, hence the name squirrel fish. This dish is a feast for the senses, with vibrant colors that stimulate the appetite. The taste is sour and sweet, making it incredibly delicious and perfect for opening one's appetite, especially in a place like Kochang. As for the garlic-infused oyster sauce with Chinese broccoli, it's even simpler. Blanch the Chinese broccoli and drizzle it with a sauce made from garlic paste. Wow, Xiao Zhe, your cooking skills are amazing. I'm truly impressed. Watching Jiang Zhe prepare the squirrel fish, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but praise him sincerely. "Xiao Zhe, I think you should open a 5-star hotel. Otherwise, your cooking skills would be wasted." Zhao Wei joked, full of admiration. "Hey, everyone, stop praising me. Come on, let's serve it out and get ready to eat." Jiang Zhe smiled, indicating that it was time to eat. "Alright, let's eat." With Zhang Xiaoliang's shout, all the staff of a Chinese restaurant gathered together and began to enjoy a delicious meal. After everyone had finished eating in a lively atmosphere, the production crew pitched in to help clean up the dishes. The rest was up to the celebrity guests. In the production team, everyone except Emma Watson had already filmed their parts and were familiar with the crew's arrangements. Once the cameras were set up, everyone was already in their zones. Zhao Wei once again took on the role of acting manager, as her presence was the strongest among everyone, making her the perfect leader. Huang Xiaoming, on the other hand, was extremely approachable, so he took on his usual role of attracting customers. Emma Watson, who was participating in the show for the first time, teamed up with Huang Xiaoming to handle the bar counter and attract customers. In addition to leveraging Emma Watson's global influence, Wang Xiaoming had the best English among the group, second only to Jiang Zhe, making him the only one capable of communicating seamlessly with Emma Watson. Chapter 226, Chef Rotation. Everyone was unsurprised by this division of labor, as the previous arrangement had been Jiang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang in the kitchen, Wan Meijin Mengjia handling dishwashing and serving, and Huang Xiaoming and the other special guest stars entertaining the guests. Since there were no guests, everyone finished their tasks and gathered together for a casual chat. Zhao Wei suddenly spoke up. "I suddenly had a new idea. Let's hear what you think of it." "Micro, what's your idea?" Jiang Zhe asked curiously. "I want to implement a job rotation system. In simple terms, everyone will take turns being the head chef, including dishwashing and front of house duties. This way, everyone will get to experience all the roles. What do you think?" Zhao Wei shared her idea with everyone. After hearing Zhao Wei's idea, everyone understood her true intention. The head chef is the most crucial position in a Chinese restaurant, but it's also the most demanding. Although everyone is constantly working, when there are many customers, all the pressure is on the head chef. Additionally, the kitchen is extremely hot, with smoke and flames everywhere, making the chef's work incredibly arduous. Previously, Zhang Xiaoliang had suffered from myocarditis due to overexertion, and everyone witnessed the pain he endured. Therefore, Zhao Wei's initiative was primarily aimed at ensuring that everyone could work and rest in balance, avoiding situations like Zhang Xiaoliang's. Huang Xiaoming pondered for a moment and was the first to respond. "I think Micro's suggestion is interesting." "I agree." Jiang Zhe had no objections either. He was indifferent to what was being proposed. He smiled and said, I also agree with Micro's suggestion. Zhang Zhe, now responsible for overall planning, believed that any action that added excitement to the show was worth trying.
Watching a few novice chefs scramble around in the kitchen cooking could be quite entertaining, couldn't it? Zhang Liang didn't have any objections either.
Only Jin Mengjia was a bit flustered, but manager, I don't know how to cook. Zhang Zhe reassured her, don't worry, there's still me and Xiao Liang. Mengjia, this is your chance to show off your skills.
Don't let everyone down.
All along, Jin Mengjia had the lowest presence on the show because she could only wash dishes and had low screen time. Zhao Wei's suggestion not only made everyone less tired but also had the deeper meaning of giving newcomers more opportunities to appear on camera. Watson, however, was delighted. The production team had provided her with a headset for simultaneous translation so she could understand what everyone was saying.
She exclaimed excitedly, that's great. I've always wanted to learn Chinese cooking. Last time I tried following a recipe at home, my agent ate it and had diarrhea for several days. The doctor said my dish wasn't cooked properly. Jiang, when can I be the head chef? Can it be tomorrow?
After Jiang Zhe translated her words for everyone, everyone's eyebrows twitched slightly. Watson's beauty goes without saying. If she were to cook, she would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. However, even Jin Mengjia, who was the worst cook among them, at least knew whether her dishes tasted good or bad. But Watson had only eaten Chinese food a few times in her life. Having her be the head chef would be bad enough with a Chinese restaurant, but if the whole world thought Chinese food was poisonous, that would be a real problem. But such words couldn't be said directly, so Zhao Wei hurriedly brushed it off. Watson, don't worry, there will be opportunities. After saying that, Zhao Wei thought for a moment and added, Watson, you can practice with us for a few days.
Once you master the basic stir-frying techniques, you can be the head chef.
Watson had no objections, of course, and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem, I agree. Zhao Wei's proposal was unanimously approved, so Huang Xiaoming would be the head chef at the Chinese restaurant tomorrow.
Huang Xiaoming's cooking skills were quite good. The dishes he stir-fried maintained a certain level of quality. Therefore, this nomination was once again unanimously approved.
The discussion concluded. While tomorrow's head chef, Huang Xiaoming, was busy perfecting his signature dish, Jin Mengjia clapped her hands in satisfaction. You guys continue talking. I'll go feed the big yellow dog next door.
There's plenty of chicken nuggets left over today.
Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Zhang Xiaoliang, who felt a bit awkward. Zhang Xiaoliang's cooking skills were unquestionable, but today, his secret recipe durian grilled chicken had everyone giving him a thumbs up, saying it tasted great.
However, no one had any intention of taking a second bite. The only one who took 2 bites was Emma Watson.
She wasn't very familiar with Zhang Xiaoliang, so out of politeness, she smiled and ate 2 pieces in a row. Then Watson kept drinking water and eventually ran to the restroom to vomit. Despite Emma Watson's repeated explanations that she simply couldn't stomach the taste of durian, Chef Zhang Xiaoliang felt as though his heart had been stabbed 1,000 times. Jin Mengjia's offhand remark made Zhang Xiaoliang feel as though his heart had been stabbed again. Zhang Zhe actually wanted to comfort Zhang Xiaoliang, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. The durian grilled chicken Zhang Xiaoliang made was absolutely delicious, smooth, tender, and refreshing. However, including Zhang Zhe, everyone seemed to dislike durian, so the outcome was predictable. Just as Zhang Xiaoliang was about to speak, Zhao Wei casually added a cutting remark, Jia, don't take it all at once.
Cut a small piece for Da Huang first and see if he eats it.
Jin Mengjia gave a puzzled "oh" and ran into the kitchen to cut the chicken.
Why not give it to Big Yellow? It's going to be thrown away anyway. Why does Micro want me to check if Big Yellow eats it first? The innocent Jin Mengjia couldn't figure it out. Huang Xiaoming, who was organizing the menu at the bar, asked curiously, what are you guys talking about?
Zhang Zhe, Zhao Wei, and the others shook their heads hurriedly.
Nothing.
Xiaoming, you'll have to cook tomorrow, so make sure you memorize the entire menu and don't miss anything. Huang Xiaoming smiled confidently, don't worry, my memory is sharp. Tomorrow, I'll definitely cook something that will satisfy the guests.
Chapter 227, The Song in the Restaurant.
On the first day at the Chinese restaurant, there weren't many customers, so everyone returned to the villa early to rest. The next morning, all the guests arrived at the restaurant on time. The Chinese restaurant seemed to have a magical charm. As soon as everyone returned to the restaurant, they felt as though they had entered a utopia. The hustle and bustle of the outside world seemed far away, and everyone looked refreshed and in good spirits.
Huang Xiaoming and Jin Mengjia went shopping for ingredients.
Today, Huang Xiaoming was the designated head chef and had to personally select the ingredients. However, Jin Mengjia, the dishwasher, felt that her culinary skills were lacking and voluntarily offered to participate in all aspects of the process, including shopping for ingredients. Huang Xiaoming's menu for today includes his signature dish, tomato sauce prawns, as well as grilled meat and one of China's most famous dishes, hot pot. Zhang Zhe's new role today is as a front desk staff member, working alongside Watson to attract customers and serve them. As for Zhang Xiaoliang, he needs to stay in the kitchen to provide technical support for Huang Xiaoming, who is making his debut as head chef. At the same time, he is also an unfortunate guinea pig. Every dish Huan Xiaoming prepares must be tasted by him first to determine if it is suitable for serving to customers. Elephant Island had been severely damaged by a typhoon, with few tourists in sight. Everyone assumed there wouldn't be many customers today. There were no customers in the store, and few tourists were passing by on the beach outside. Zhang Zhe and Watson were wiping glasses at the bar and preparing juice drinks. The atmosphere was so peaceful it felt like home, and Watson couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness rising from the depths of his heart. She had joined the Chinese restaurant program with the sole purpose of spending more time with Zhang Zhe, and now, working together at the bar, Watson felt a sense of illusion. Zhang Zhe seemed like a husband, and she felt like his little wife. They were preparing lunch together, enjoying their sweet time alone. Especially in the narrow bar area, they inevitably bumped into each other while moving around and turning, but Zhang Zhe didn't seem to notice. Watson, however, felt her heart race every time they touched. This peaceful and warm atmosphere also made Zhang Zhe feel very content, and he couldn't help but hum a song. This song was the one Zhang Zhe had never gotten around to recording and releasing. Dream It Possible. He had just hummed the first two lines when he turned around and saw Watson staring at him intently. John, Watson excitedly grabbed Zhang Zhe's arm. What's the name of this song? Zhang Zhe smiled. How about it? Is it nice? Watson nodded vigorously. It's amazing. Zhang, who sings this song? And why have I never heard such a beautiful song before? Zhang Zhe explained that many people had heard the song before, but it hadn't been widely circulated, so Watson must not have heard it. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, the song is called Dream It Possible. It's a single I'm planning to release, but it hasn't been announced yet. The music video hasn't been filmed yet, and although Zhang Zhe has contacted a recording studio, he hasn't gone to complete the recording. Zhang Zhe turned to look at Watson. Both her appearance and demeanor were top-notch, but what was even more remarkable was her highly versatile image. She could dress young and cute or make up herself to look mature and sophisticated. Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. The female lead he had been searching for all this time seemed to be right before him. Moreover, the song itself was in English, and choosing a Western actress like Watson as the lead was perfectly suited. However, having Watson star in his music video feels a bit too high profile. This matter required careful consideration. He would need to find an appropriate time to ask Watson and see if she was willing. While Zhang Zhe was thinking about his music video, Watson had no idea that in just the past 2 seconds, Zhang Zhe had already set his sights on her. She exclaimed with surprise and admiration, John, why have you never mentioned that besides playing the piano, you can also sing? And you sing so beautifully? Watson dragged Zhang Zhe out of the bar counter without giving him a chance to speak, making him sit at the piano that had been left in the store all along. Zhang, I want to hear this song. You'll play it for me, right? Zhang Zhe nodded. He had been planning to cast Watson as the female lead in his music video, and since there were no customers anyway, everyone might as well pass the time. Zhang Zhe's fingers gently moved across the piano keys, accompanied by his melodious voice. I will run, I will climb, I will soar. Run, climb, strive upward. I am undefeated. I will never bow down. Jumping out of my skin, pulling the cords. The beautiful cords of my body leaping. Yeah, I believe it. It's my belief. The past is everything we were, but it doesn't make us who we are. Past successes don't define the present. So I'll dream until I make it real, and all I see are stars. So I keep chasing the horizon until my dreams come true, and all I see are stars. It's not until you fall that you fly. Pursue the horizon, never stop. The melodious tunes and soft, delicate vocals echoed through the restaurant, captivating Watson so much that even Zhao Wei and Zhang Xiaoliang in the kitchen came out to listen, standing quietly by the side. Unlike the original singer, Zhang Zhe extensively used falsetto, giving the first half of the song a dreamy and ethereal quality. I will chase, I will reach, I will fly. Running, chasing, spreading wings and flying. Until I'm breaking, soaring until the edge. Out of my cage like a bird in the night. When I fly out of my cage and into the night sky. I know I'm changing, I know I'm changing. I know I've done it. Into something big and better than before. I have grown to be incredibly powerful. And if it takes 1,000 lives, even if it means thousands of trials and errors, then it's worth fighting for. I know it's worth fighting for. In the latter half, Zhang Zhe regained his true voice, giving the song a massive burst of energy at the climax. After the suppressed first half, the sudden outburst of clarity and passion made the three people listening nearby feel as though they were breaking free from a cage and soaring upward. Zhao Wei and the other two were completely immersed in Zhang Zhe's melodious voice, unable to tear themselves away. Chapter 228, A Tragic Family. As the song ended, Zhao Wei and the others applauded Zhang Zhe's exquisite vocals with mixed emotions. They were all seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry, whose glamorous facades hid the hardships only they knew. In a way, this song was a true reflection of the three of them. Therefore, when everyone heard this song, they felt that something deep within them had been touched. Zhang Zhe also felt a touch of emotion in his heart. This song was not composed or written by him, he was merely a messenger. However, Zhang Zhe could proudly say that the creator of this song was himself. S-class vocal techniques gave Zhang Zhe perfect pitch, breath control, and various singing techniques. However, for a song to truly move the audience, it requires the singer to infuse it with soul. Singing AI has been around for years, and it naturally excels in pitch and breath control, as it is a program that doesn't need to control its voice or breathe. However, even the most popular songs sung by AI are only praised for being pleasant to listen to. No one has ever said they were moved by a song sung by AI. Because AI cannot infuse a song with emotion, let alone sing the soul of a song. Although Zhang Zhe is not the composer or lyricist of this song, he is the one who truly infuses it with soul. Otherwise, the three people in front of them, who have seen it all in the entertainment industry, wouldn't lose their composure over a mere song. Especially Zhao Wei, who is more emotional. Zhang Zhe clearly saw the tears glistening in her eyes. As for Emma Watson, her eyes were also sparkling, but Zhang Zhe could tell at a glance that they were the legendary starry eyes. The three of them clapped their hands until they were almost swollen, before finally stopping, still reluctant to stop. Zhao Wei opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but after a moment, she shook her head. She felt there were many words she wanted to say, but not a single one came out. Before she could snap out of the song's emotional atmosphere, another round of applause suddenly erupted. The three, who had been immersed in the afterglow of the song, turned their heads in unison. The applause came from the restaurant entrance. A foreign couple with their 4 children had just walked past the restaurant entrance and happened to hear Zhang Zhe singing. The melodious tune caught their attention, causing them to stop on the steps at the entrance and listen to the entire song. When they saw Zhao Wei and the others turn to look at them, the couple smiled apologetically, gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up, and turned to leave. But the next moment, the two of them froze in place, speechless. Except for the youngest son, who was being held by the couple and couldn't speak yet, the other 3 children all screamed in unison. It was Emma Watson. Emma Watson has a massive fan base, but when it comes to her most devoted fans, they are mostly young children. Because the Harry Potter series is actually more suited to children's tastes. They should have recognized her from her profile, but recently Emma Watson had gone through a phase where she dyed her blonde hair black, trying to look more like a Chinese person. It wasn't until Emma Watson was drawn back by the applause from this family that they finally recognized her. Hearing the exclamations from the family across the table, Emma Watson instinctively waved at them. The next moment, she remembered her duty and asked politely, "Would you like to have a meal? There's some fantastic Chinese food here. I guarantee it's the best. Would you like to try some?" The couple hesitated slightly upon hearing this, but soon sighed and forced a smile. "Thank you, but we're not hungry yet." It was clear they weren't being sincere. Not only did Zhang Zhe and Emma Watson notice their hesitation, but even their eldest son, a cute blonde-haired, blue-eyed little boy, shouted in protest. "Mom!" He shouted, "I'm starving. Feel my stomach." Zhao Wei's English wasn't great, but after traveling all over the country for so many years, she could understand most simple phrases. Moreover, she was far better at reading people's expressions than Emma Watson, and had already noticed that this family was likely facing financial difficulties. Therefore, she smiled and stepped forward, saying, "It's okay. We not only offer meals and drinks, but even if you're just tired and want to sit down for a while, we're more than happy to have you." She gestured toward the empty restaurant. "Anyway, we don't have many customers right now." The couple was persuaded by Zhao Wei's words and, seeing the eager expressions on their children's faces, clearly didn't want to miss this opportunity to get up close with their idol. They exchanged a glance and walked into the restaurant. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Wei curiously asked, "Where are you from?" This family clearly looked like tourists who had come to the island for a vacation. As tourists, they didn't have money to eat, and they were a large family with children. This was simply incomprehensible. The wife of the couple smiled wryly and shrugged her shoulders. "We're from Switzerland." She seemed to have noticed Zhao Wei's confusion and decided to be honest. "We're indeed very hungry, but unfortunately, we're out of money." Emma Watson also found it odd. She couldn't imagine bringing 4 children on a budget trip to a foreign country where they didn't know anyone, and pressed further, "Why?" The couple, upon hearing this, once again wore expressions of utter exasperation and recounted their ordeal. The couple had originally planned to take their 2 daughters and 2 sons on a summer vacation, with Ko Chang as their final destination. However, as soon as they arrived on Ko Chang, they heard news of an approaching typhoon. Since they wanted to leave with a perfect ending, the family decided to stay on Ko Chang and wait for the typhoon to pass before enjoying themselves to the fullest. However, Typhoon Hato was said to be the strongest typhoon to hit Ko Chang in the past decade, raging in the waters near the island for an entire week before passing through. During that week, Ko Chang was completely cut off from the mainland, and at the most difficult times, even food and drinking water began to rise in price. The couple had specifically rented a luxurious villa with a swimming pool to ensure their children had a memorable experience. Already at the last stop of their trip with little money left, the family had to pay the expensive rent daily while also dealing with rising food and water prices, quickly depleting their funds. If it weren't for the island being reopened after about 10 days, the family might have had to take to the streets to beg for food. Chapter 229, Understanding and Kindness. Fortunately, their landlord was a kind-hearted person. After learning about the family's dire situation, he waived part of the rent.
The family is set to return to Switzerland tomorrow, and after purchasing their plane tickets, the money left in their pockets is barely enough to buy some bread and snacks to stave off hunger. However, the island had been severely damaged by the typhoon, and most shops were busy with repairs and cleanup, so none were open for business. As a result, the family had walked a long distance along the beach and saw only a Chinese restaurant open, but they dared not enter. After hearing their story, Zhao Wei clapped her hands. "You've come to the right place. Our Chinese restaurant not only serves meals but also sells snacks." The wife was overjoyed. "Really?" Zhang Zhe nodded beside her. "Of course it's true. In a Chinese restaurant, dumplings are also considered a type of snack." Zhang Xiaoliang interjected. "Actually, our head chef is preparing barbecue today. Barbecue should also count as a snack, right?" The couple's eldest son's eyes lit up. "Great. I want dumplings." Emma Watson didn't know the difference between main courses and snacks, but she understood Zhao Wei's deeper meaning, so she nodded vigorously in agreement. As a restaurant, not a fast food joint, a Chinese restaurant naturally wouldn't specialize in selling snacks. However, the show Chinese Restaurant has always taken it as its responsibility to promote and showcase Chinese cuisine culture. And what is the most effective medium for spreading a culture? Understanding and kindness. The family stranded on the island felt this kindness deeply and were extremely moved. The husband, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up, mustering the courage to confess, including both lunch and dinner. "We only have 400 Thai baht left in our budget. 400 Thai baht is enough to order one meat dish and one vegetarian dish at a Chinese restaurant, and that's just the dishes, not even enough for rice, which costs 40 Thai baht per bowl." In other words, the money left for this family of 6 wasn't even enough for one meal at a Chinese restaurant. Not only at a Chinese restaurant, but in fact, the price Zhao Wei had said wasn't expensive, it was on par with other restaurants on the island. However, Zhao Wei still maintained her warm and friendly smile. "Don't worry, our Chinese restaurant's specialty today is hot pot, which is exactly 200 Thai baht per serving. 400 baht is just enough for 2 meals. As one of China's most famous dishes, the couple had heard of hot pot and knew it couldn't possibly cost just 200 Thai baht. After all, 200 Thai baht is only 40 yuan when converted to RMB, and even less when converted to euros. If 4 euros could buy a hot pot that feeds a family of 6, then all Chinese restaurants in the world would have to close down. Women are always more emotional, and the wife's eyes began to well up with tears. She sincerely said, "Thank you. The kindest thing you can do is to help others while also respecting their dignity. A hot pot meal costing 200 yuan is almost like giving it away for free." At least in front of their own children, this meal isn't something begged for or given out of charity, it's a normal business discount. Although the discount was quite steep, the children would only think their parents were amazing for getting such a low price. Leaving Emma Watson outside to work as a waitress and entertain her young fans, Zhang Zhe, Zhao Wei, and Zhang Xiaoliang went into the kitchen to prepare lunch for the family. Hot pot has a strong flavor, though it tastes great, but children can't eat too much of it. Therefore, Zhao Wei decided to fulfill her eldest son's wish and, in addition to the hot pot, also made some dumplings for them. Soon, Wang Xiaoming and Jean Mengjia returned from shopping, and Zhao Wei immediately informed them of her decision. Both agreed enthusiastically. When away from home, everyone encounters difficulties. However, they all bear the responsibility of promoting Chinese cuisine and showcasing Chinese culture through it. If they could lend a hand at this moment, it would undoubtedly leave a profoundly positive impression of Chinese cuisine in the hearts of that family. Perhaps this would be the best meal they had ever had on Elephant Island. Zhao Wei felt a bit emotional. "Yes." Huang Xiaoming nodded in agreement while preparing his hot pot. "Why don't we take the dumplings outside to make them?" Zhang Zhe suddenly suggested. "That's a good idea. They didn't come to Ko Chang because of the typhoon, so they haven't had a chance to explore the island yet. Let's invite them to join us and give them the experience of making Chinese food themselves, so that this trip won't be so disappointing." The children were indeed very interested in participating in making Chinese food. Under their mother's guidance, they washed their hands properly and then began to make dumplings under Zhao Wei's instructions. The dumpling wrappers were store-bought, and the children were all curiously picking them up. But the eldest daughter of the couple, a blue-eyed beauty who looked to be around 12 or 13, took advantage of her parents' inattention and approached Zhang Zhe. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had other ideas. "Are you a singer?" the young beauty asked Zhang Zhe shyly. Zhang Zhe smiled slightly, and his sunny smile was absolutely charming in the young beauty's eyes. "I'm not a singer yet, but I've already recorded a song, it just hasn't been released yet." The young beauty, with her large blue eyes, looked at Zhang Zhe with curiosity. "May I know your name?" She glanced at her parents and then turned her head to whisper, "My name is Cynthia." Having visited Europe multiple times, Zhang Zhe recognized the name. It was commonly used by parents in the Balkans and southern Europe to name their daughters. The name itself signifies the throne of the moon goddess, and is generally used to refer to the moon goddess Diana herself. And this Cynthia, true to her name, was a little beauty, though still quite shy. "My name is Zhang Zhe, Cynthia. Nice to meet you." Zhang Zhe replied gently, his eyes filled with kindness and affection. Chapter 230, Missing the Whole World. Cynthia was displeased that Zhang Zhe was looking at her like a child. She pouted and muttered, "Don't treat me like a child. I'm already 13 years old. Zhang Zhe smiled and replied with a double meaning, but in the eyes of the Chinese, you're still a child. Xing Xia sighed and gave up on trying to be friends with Zhang Zhe. The sparkle in her eyes returned. Was the song you just sang the one you're going to release? What's the name of the song? Dream It Possible, Zhang Zhe answered. After thinking for a moment, he explained the lyrics to Cynthia again. Xing Xia's eyes sparkled. That song is so beautiful. I can sing too. Would you like to hear me sing it? Zhang Zhe was curious about the singing skills of this young girl, whose beauty rivaled Emma Watson's at a young age, so he made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. I'm looking forward to it. The melodious piano music began again. Cynthia's skill on the piano was indeed extraordinary at her age. She was already outstanding. Her mother, however, was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with Cynthia today? She never performs in front of others." Zhang Zhe remained calm, smiling as he stood there without responding. Meanwhile, Emma Watson and Jean Mengjia, standing nearby, exchanged meaningful glances at Zhang Zhe, their eyes filled with intrigue. Cynthia's voice rang out, singing Despacito, a Latin-inspired dance track. To everyone's surprise, Cynthia's voice was rich and ethereal, with a slightly hoarse tone that carried a captivating laziness and sensuality. Since she was singing and playing the piano simultaneously, there were some mistakes in rhythm and pitch, but her performance was already remarkable, and applause erupted like a tidal wave. As the song came to an end, Xinya's face was flushed red. She couldn't hide her shyness, quickly escaping from the piano. Her adorable actions caused everyone to burst into laughter. Her father, the man who had remained serious throughout, now wore a look of pride and joy. As a man, he noticed his daughter's unusual behavior clearly. He glanced at Zhang Zhe and explained, "My daughter has never sung in front of others before. She doesn't even like to play the piano in public. She's very shy, as you can see." After a pause, he added confidently, "This is her first time performing in front of others. I think she's met someone who can change her." Zhang Zhe nodded. Her voice is wonderful, and she plays the piano quite well. She has a natural talent for this. Zhang Zhe pointed at Emma Watson, who was now surrounded by two inseparable little followers, and in front of Emma Watson, few children can stay calm, right? Zhang Zhe was quite puzzled by Cynthia's father's attitude. But he quickly understood. Western parents are more open-minded and progressive than Eastern ones. They know that this longing for love is a phase every child goes through as they grow up, so they don't view a young girl's infatuation as something to be feared. Some parents even encourage their children to make friends of the opposite sex and experience the beauty of love, so they can accumulate rich experience and avoid being hurt or deceived. However, they also strictly uphold the final line of defense. Certain behaviors that cross the line between minors of the opposite sex are still unacceptable. For example, Emma Watson once openly discussed her innocent crush on a TV show. At the age of 10, she fell in love with Rupert Grint, who played the villain Draco Malfoy in the Harry Potter series. Her confession was rejected by Felton, leading her to lose confidence in her appearance for a significant period of time. Of course, the truth is now known to the entire world, as Felton later came out publicly. The heartbroken Emma Watson then made her controversial statement. She stated that she supports same-sex relationships and demands that they be made public, so at least she wouldn't end up loving a man. Of course, Zhang Zhe doesn't look like a man at all. While Zhang Zhe chuckled to himself, Emma Watson had no idea he was thinking about her past. She tilted her head and glanced at the empty electronic keyboard, then suddenly jumped in front of Zhang Zhe and extended an invitation. "Zhang," she invited, "I also want to sing. Can you accompany me?" Emma Watson wants to sing? Not only Zhang Zhe was surprised, but everyone in the restaurant turned to look. The stares made Emma Watson feel shy and a bit annoyed. "Why are you all so surprised? I've released a single too. Haven't you heard it?" Everyone's faces turned awkward. As a famous actress, everyone knew the movies Emma Watson had starred in, but no one knew she had also released a single. Zhang Zhe, however, had some knowledge of Watson from another world and knew that Emma Watson had indeed released a song. He asked uncertainly, "Is it no thanks to you?" "Yes." Emma replied cheerfully. "Have you heard this song, Zhang?" Zhang Zhe looked embarrassed. "I've only heard of it, not actually listened to it." Regardless, with the song title, one could directly search for the melody or even the sheet music. With Zhang Ze's S-level ability, he could play the entire piece perfectly just by glancing at the sheet music. Emma Watson's voice was also very pleasant, though compared to Zhang Zhe, or even the earlier Cynthia, her voice wasn't particularly distinctive. However, the melody of the song was beautiful, and her voice suited it perfectly. By the time Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang finished making their hot pot, the entire restaurant had turned into a concert hall. Not only did Emma Watson sing, but Zhao Wei, Jean Mengjia, and others also took turns picking up a microphone to sing. I felt like I had missed out on the whole world. Huang Xiaoming looked utterly dejected. Chapter 231, The Island Chief is Coming. Although Typhoon Hado had already passed, the weather on Elephant Island remained unpredictable. The sky was sunny before lunch, but by the time lunch was over, it was raining heavily. In such weather, the Swiss couple obviously couldn't take their 4 children out into the storm to explore the island, so the entire family spent the afternoon at the Chinese restaurant, which warmly hosted them. The wind and rain didn't stop all day.
Huang Xiaoming kept muttering about how the wind would die down and the rain would stop, but the reality was exactly as he had predicted. The entire day, there was only one table of Swiss guests, and no other customers came in to eat. As a result, the Chinese restaurant felt like a private party. The production team and the Swiss family turned the restaurant into a small amusement center, taking turns singing into the microphone, while others drank, chatted, and danced. Not only were the Swiss guests happy, but the guests at the Chinese restaurant were equally delighted. Completely shedding their celebrity aura, they relaxed freely with strangers they had just met, which was a rare and precious experience for them. When the Swiss couple was ready to leave, they took turns hugging everyone in the Chinese restaurant. The emotional wife, before leaving, even had tears welling up in her eyes. To be honest, she said to Zhao Wei, I've always thought staying on Elephant Island to wait out the typhoon was a huge mistake, and this trip has been an absolutely terrible experience. But now I feel that even if I had to be stranded on Elephant Island for 10 days, it would have been worth it for today's happiness. She pointed to her 4 children, who were bidding farewell to the others in the restaurant, especially Jiang Zhe and Emma Watson. I sincerely thank you all. It was you who turned this disastrous trip into a beautiful and memorable experience. The father, who had been somewhat serious all along, made a small joke. I think our plans for next year's vacation are already set. We'll be heading to China. He then gave Jiang Zhe a knowing wink. It wasn't me who made that decision, it was Cynthia. She made me promise her that I'll take her to China next year, or else she'll take a boat and go alone. Jiang Zhe was speechless. The Western openness and directness can be overwhelming at times. Zhao Wei noticed Jiang Zhe's awkwardness and smiled as she took up the topic. Then I can wish you a pleasant journey in advance. I can assure you that your trip to China will leave you with even more beautiful and profound memories. The two parties bid each other a reluctant farewell. Before leaving, Huang Xiaoming thoughtfully handed a few Chinese nuts to the family. After seeing the family off, the Chinese restaurant was also preparing to close. Everyone had a wonderful day. This family was full of talent, and their gentle, open personalities made interacting with them a pleasure. The only one feeling a bit down was Huang Xiaoming. He had been looking forward to being the head chef today and had prepared a large amount of ingredients, fearing that business might be too busy and he wouldn't have enough. However, due to the wind and rain that had been blowing all afternoon, there was only one table of customers all day. This was a huge blow to Huang Xiaoming, who always strived for perfection in everything he did. However, he didn't have to be upset for long, as Zhang Xiaoliang, after finishing his preparations, mysteriously revealed some exciting news. The island lord of Xiang Island will be dining at the Chinese restaurant tomorrow. Huang Xiaoming perked up immediately. Does that mean tomorrow will be the pinnacle of my career as a chef? That's right, Zhang Xiaoliang joked. After tomorrow, you'll be the head chef. Zhao Wei, however, shifted her teasing toward Jin Mengjia. Mengjia, you're pretty close with the show's producer, Wang Tian, right? Go ask her if the island lord might bring his son along. Jin Mengjia and Wang Tian were indeed quite familiar with each other, as she was about to audition for a hosting role at Mango TV, and the program was being produced by Wang Tian. Therefore, their relationship was quite friendly. However, Jin Mengjia didn't understand why she should care about the island lord's son. She asked Zhao Wei in confusion, Sister Zhao, what's so special about the island lord's son? Zhang Xiaoliang burst into laughter beside her. You're so naive. He's the island lord's son. If you can win him over, you'll be the future island lord's wife. Jin Mengjia's face turned slightly red. She glanced at Jiang Zhe shyly and said, oh, you're getting ahead of yourselves. What future island master's wife? Only Emma Watson didn't understand this Chinese humor, or perhaps her simultaneous translation earpiece couldn't capture the essence of the joke. She looked confused and asked, what is the island master's position? Why are you talking about killing his son? Everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. In English, settle and kill use the same word, and the latter has a clearer and more general meaning. Emma Watson was completely confused by the sudden outburst of laughter and turned to Jiang Zhe. Jiang, do you know about this? Jiang Zhe smiled and nodded. He knew what the island lord's title was and why he had come here. Because the island lord's visit itself was something he had arranged. Taigwei is a country rich in unique characteristics, including its political system. Except for those who have lived in Taigwei for a long time and have a deep understanding of the country, others find the names of its official positions confusing. Although Taigwei's political system is closely aligned with Western models, its core is rooted in Chinese culture. For example, to this day, Taigwei still operates under the prefecture county system, with well-known examples such as Chiang Mai Prefecture and Chiang Rai Prefecture. The highest-ranking official in a prefecture is directly referred to as the prefect, a term whose origins are likely familiar to all Chinese people. Additionally, Taigwei has retained its noble titles. Though these nobles do not hold fiefdoms, they still enjoy immense prestige among the people, even surpassing the government in influence. It is precisely because of this that the Thai government has relatively weak control over the nation. Fortunately, Thailand possesses unparalleled natural resources for tourism, which has helped maintain social stability. Chapter 232, Long-Term Lease. The so-called island lords also have their origins. Long before the Thai kingdom reformed its noble system, its nobles followed European precedent and purchased their families' original fiefdoms outright. As a result, although the feudal system was abolished, the land remained the property of the noble family, and the people living on the land, except for no longer being legally considered vassals of the noble family, remained unchanged in every other aspect.
The island lord of Siang Island was such a nobleman.
While holding a government-appointed official position, he was also the legal owner of the entire island. Therefore, the production team followed local custom and directly referred to him as the island lord.
China is now a core driver of the global tourism economy, with countries worldwide vying to attract Chinese tourists to their nations for travel and consumption. Taipei is no exception.
Since the filming of the Chinese restaurant program on Elephant Island, the island lord immediately recognized the immense business opportunities the show could bring to his territory and has been fully cooperating with the production team throughout the filming.
Unfortunately, just as the show began to gain popularity, Typhoon Hato struck.
As a result, Elephant Island suffered severe damage, leaving it in ruins. Rebuilding Ko Chang requires a massive amount of funds. If the island cannot be restored and rebuilt before the show airs, the buzz generated by the program will fade, and Ko Chang will once again become an obscure island, unable to leverage the show's popularity to become a top destination for Chinese tourists. After all, in its current devastated state, any tourist visiting the island would inevitably leave a negative review. Anticipating the dire situation Elephant Island faces, Jiang Zhe, after securing the rights to the Chinese restaurant program, reached out to the island's owner through his senior colleague Tony. He was willing to provide a portion of the reconstruction funds in exchange for the ownership of the Chinese restaurant.
However, he had even greater ambitions. Although the island lord holds the property rights to the entire island, he cannot derive much profit from it.
Since the island is under government jurisdiction, all commercial taxes are collected by the state, and the island owner only receives a portion of the land rent.
Xiangdao Island is sparsely populated, and the land rent is extremely low.
While this income could allow the island owner's family to live a luxurious life, it was insufficient to undertake the massive reconstruction project. What Jiang Zhe desires, in addition to the ownership of the Chinese restaurant, is to acquire ownership of a specific area of the island through investment, or at least secure a long-term lease. For example, he wanted to acquire the entire beach where the Chinese restaurant is located. As for the rent for the leased land, Jiang Zhe currently holds 800 million yuan in cash and 200 million yuan worth of stocks. Before coming to film the program, he had already taken advantage of Lin Lidong's all-out efforts to buy up shares in AIE Network to artificially inflate the stock price, effectively cutting Lin Lidong out of the deal. His initial investment of 500 million had already doubled, with the 800 million worth of stocks already sold off gradually. The remaining 200 million was intended to be sold off in advance when Lin Lidong was preparing to raise funds, allowing him to exit the market and deal another blow to Lin Lidong before leaving. Of the 8 billion, 4 billion belongs to Emma Watson, and Jiang Zhe also only has 4 billion. 400 million yuan is not enough to accomplish much in China, but in a region like Elephant Island with its low land prices, 400 million yuan is a massive sum. The island's ruler had come to Xiangdao not only to sample Chinese cuisine but also to discuss investment opportunities with Jiang Zhe. Emma Watson only knew that the funds she had invested had doubled in less than 10 days under Jiang Zhe's management, but she had no idea about his plans moving forward. However, Jiang Zhe had no intention of explaining further. He planned to maintain full control over the Chinese restaurant, and matters involving financial operations were not something he felt comfortable sharing with others. He had been diligently portraying himself as an ordinary program guest, and he had done so convincingly even Zhao Wei and others had forgotten his role as the program's overall planner. The next day, the weather was unusually sunny and pleasant, as if the heavens were foretelling the happy outcome of the upcoming discussion. To welcome the island lord's arrival, Zhao Wei specially wore her bohemian-style long dress and requested everyone else to don stylish and elegant attire.
Dress neatly, don't let the island master see us looking like we're from the entertainment industry and think we're all so tacky.
These were Zhao Wei's exact words. By midday, the island lord arrived at the Chinese restaurant with his family as scheduled. The island lord was a middle-aged man with a stern appearance, slightly overweight.
Come, let me introduce everyone. This is the island lord of Xiang Island.
Jiang Zhe, who possesses sea-level Thai language skills, volunteered to act as translator.
Hello, island owner.
Everyone in the Chinese restaurant clasped their hands together and greeted the island owner.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you.
The island owner was also very polite, speaking in a kind tone, and both sides chatted and laughed. After getting to know each other, Jiang Zhe and the island lord did not immediately discuss business, as it was lunchtime, so they needed to eat first. In addition to head chef Huang Xiaoming, everyone else at the Chinese restaurant also brought out their signature dishes. There was Chef Huang's signature hot pot and his specialty, tomato sauce prawns, as well as Zhao Wei's pearl meatballs, Zhang Xiaoliang's spicy beef, and Jiang Zhe's Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. These were all classic dishes that had already gained a massive following online. The staff of the Chinese restaurant had pulled out all the stops to impress the island owner. Even Jean Mingjia, who was the least skilled in the kitchen, and Emma Watson, who has no experience in Chinese cooking, prepared a dish of stir-fried green peppers with century eggs and a dish of sliced cucumbers under Jiang Zhe's guidance. Island Master, these are all dishes carefully prepared by every employee of our Chinese restaurant. Please try them first. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Jiang Zhe gestured for the island owner to taste first.
Alright, I'm sure they must be delicious. The island lord nodded and did not refuse.
As the food entered his mouth, the island lord was very satisfied, praising it endlessly and nodding repeatedly. After lunch, Jiang Zhe engaged in a private discussion with the island master. In the end, Jiang Zhe purchased the property rights to the Chinese restaurant for 3 million RMB. Additionally, he secured the long-term lease for the beach where the Chinese restaurant was located by investing 200 million RMB.
Chapter 233, Satellite Phone.
After securing the property rights, Jiang Zhe looked at the Chinese restaurant again and felt completely different, as it was now entirely under his control. Of course, the two parties had only signed a memorandum of understanding, and the transaction had not been finalized on the spot. As a foreigner, Jiang Zhe needed approval from the Thai government to lease land on Elephant Island. However, the island owner himself was the head of the local government in the Cochin region, so this was essentially a matter of approving it with one hand and signing it with the other. Both parties will sign the formal contract and complete the transaction in the near future, as the island owner needs to finish the restoration work on Cochin before the TV show stops airing and the buzz dies down.
Moreover, Jiang Zhe has been on a roll lately.
After resolving the ownership issues of the Chinese restaurant, Wu personally contacted Jiang Zhe to discuss the possibility of investing in the production of Wolf Warrior 2. Since Jiang Zhe is still filming the program, both parties agreed to meet again after a few days, once Jiang Zhe returns to Shanghai, to discuss the matter further.
With these two matters settled, the only thing left on Jiang Zhe's recent agenda with no progress was dealing with Lin Lidong.
Lin Lidong's plan to manipulate the stock price of AIE Network was thwarted by Jiang Zhe, resulting in significant financial losses in the initial stages. The plan has now deviated from its original course. According to Lin Lidong's original plan, he needed to first use his funds to gradually suppress the stock price of AIE Network, then begin buying at a low point. As his funds were gradually injected, the stock price would also begin to rise gradually. By the time he completed his purchases, the stock price should have reached a peak. A steady rise was the key. Sudden fluctuations in stock prices would not only attract the attention of the securities regulatory authorities but also create significant uncertainty among retail investors, deterring them from following suit.
However, with Jiang Zhe meddling in the process, Lin Lidong's plan deviated from the original plan from the very first step.
By the time he made his purchase, AIE Network's stock price had already risen significantly above the original plan. Moreover, every time he managed to suppress the stock price, Jiang Zhe would suddenly intervene and take the gains for himself. By this point, Jiang Zhe's counterattack plan could be considered a success, as Lin Lidong had found himself in a no-win situation. All his funds had been tied up in hedging against Jiang Zhe, and even if AIE Network's stock had reached its peak, he wouldn't have made much money. Last time, he had already driven Lin Lidong to the brink of collapse. After all this effort, if he still failed, might he drive Lin Lidong into senility? Jiang Zhe thought maliciously. He took out his phone during a break in the program recording, intending to call Lei Zhan. No signal. Jiang Zhe felt disappointed, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, and headed toward the Chinese restaurant. It seemed he'd have to borrow a satellite phone from the production team. Suddenly, Jiang Zhe froze in his tracks.
In that brief moment, Jiang Zhe finally understood why Lin Lidong's secret computer couldn't be tracked online.
How could I not have thought of that? Lin Lidong must have been using a satellite phone. That's why I couldn't track him. Jiang Zhe angrily tapped his head. Although modern cell phones claim to have global coverage, there are still areas without signal towers where phones don't work. For example, in the desert or the middle of the ocean. Therefore, most backpackers or sailors carry satellite phones with them to avoid the predicament of being unable to make an emergency call when their phones have no signal in critical situations. Compared to regular cell phones, satellite phones have a significant advantage: they are virtually impossible to intercept and eavesdrop on. This is because satellite phones do not require base stations. They send signals directly from the phone, which are then received by satellites in orbit. Additionally, due to the high sensitivity of satellites, their ground servers have the most robust firewalls, comparable to those used by banks. Although Jiang Zhe possesses S-level hacking skills, hackers are not omnipotent. Those who design firewalls understand a fundamental principle. Every program has vulnerabilities, and no matter how robust a program's defenses may seem, they are no match for a hacker. Therefore, when the battle over programs reaches its final stage, it inevitably devolves into a primal contest. Defenders spend enormous amounts of money to set up the most complex passwords and build firewalls that are technically simple but have extremely high entry barriers. To crack such passwords, hackers must first acquire a server with computational power capable of matching their opponents. Otherwise, even if a hacker could break through hundreds of defenses in a second, the opponent's defenses have been built up over billions or even trillions of layers. How much time would it take to break through all of them? Take the currently popular 256-bit encryption technology, for example. The factorial of 256 alone yields an astronomical number that is utterly discouraging, let alone the fact that these are passwords that need to be cracked one by one. It is estimated that a standard home computer would require approximately 600 years to crack the password of the Central Intelligence Agency's servers.
During this time, the CIA's servers would also be upgraded and optimized. Therefore, China has been actively developing supercomputers in recent years, such as the Tianhe and the latest Xinhui.
The general public has consistently questioned the massive investment in creating such large, seemingly useless computers. What these supercomputers are actually used for is a highly sensitive, unspoken, yet very real issue.
While satellite phone servers are not as advanced, given Jiang Zemin's server performance, the time required to crack them would still be measured in years. However, any seemingly complex problem often has the simplest solution. Jiang Ze immediately thought of Lei Zhan and others. Chapter 234, Action Plan. Through the satellite phone, Jiang Ze contacted Lei Zhan. As soon as the call connected, Lei Zhan's deep voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Ze was using a satellite phone, and this number was not saved in Lei Zhan's phone. Upon hearing Lei Zhan's voice, Jiang Ze felt a sense of relief, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Brother Lei, it's me, Xiao Ze." Lei Zhan's voice also softened. "Xiao Ze, is this your new number?" Jiang Ze shook his head, but he quickly realized he was on the phone. "No, this is a satellite phone I borrowed from the production team." Lei Zhan's original intention was merely to test whether this phone was secure and could be used as an emergency contact number between the two of them. Upon receiving a negative response, he changed the subject. "What's wrong, Xiao Ze? Did you encounter any difficulties in Taigua?" "Don't worry, everything is fine in Taigua." Jiang Ze replied. "Lei Go, has Lin Lidong made any moves recently?" Mentioning that, Lei Zhan also felt a bit down. He's been making moves every day, but his counter-surveillance skills are truly impressive. Our people can only find out where he's gone and who he's met, but we can't get any information about the content of their conversations. We had considered installing listening devices on him, but he's somehow obtained a detection system. To avoid exposure, I didn't dare let Yi Zuanxin use it. What about Ran? Has there been any new movement from her publicity department? Jiang Ze pressed further. The publicity department seems to be preparing to release some news. I suspect it's to build momentum for Lin Lidong's plan. However, Ran is still a newcomer and doesn't have access to such core secrets. After a pause, Lei Zhan's voice grew slightly lower. "Xiao Ze, do you need Ran to find a way to obtain this classified information?" Jiang Ze keenly noticed the change in Lei Zhan's tone and knew exactly what he was thinking. Ran was a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. She possessed the most powerful weapon a woman could have, her beauty. However, Ran was Lei Zhan's girlfriend, and the two had already decided to marry once they had established themselves. The idea of his future wife using such tactics filled Lei Zhan with reluctance. However, as a former Special Forces soldier, the spirit of sacrificing everything to complete a mission was deeply ingrained in his bones, so he voluntarily brought it up. Jiang Ze also did not want Ran to use such tactics. Although, given Ran's intelligence, she would not truly sacrifice anything, this was merely a personal grudge between her and Lin Lidao, not a battlefield for the nation. Jiang Ze had no reason or standing to demand such a sacrifice from Ran. They had already sacrificed enough. To make his stance clear, Jiang Ze outright rejected Lei Zhan's suggestion. No need. The information the publicity department is about to release isn't crucial. We just need to know when they start their operation. Moreover, Jiang Ze added meaningfully, no matter when, where, or under what circumstances, I do not want to resort to certain means. Lei Good, you must take note of this. Alright, Xiao Ze. Lei Zhan's tone also relaxed. However, Yi Zuanxin has made a small discovery. Recently, since Lin Lidao has been constantly using his own account, Yi Zuanxin has confirmed the existence of a secret computer belonging to Lin Lidao. Both Jiang Jia and Lei Zhan had already been certain of this, but they simply lacked proof. Now that Yi Zuanxin has discovered the existence of this computer, it means she has the opportunity to access it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ze said, Lei Ge, I'll send you a segment of code later. Have Yi Zuanxin find a way to implant this code into Lin Lidong's secret computer. Lei Zhan hesitated slightly, finding an opportunity to get close to the computer and implant the code shouldn't be too difficult for Yi Zuanxin. However, Lin Lidong's office and villa are both under surveillance. Even if Yi Zuanxin can avoid being seen by others, the surveillance cameras will still record her actions. Could this cause any trouble? If this were a battlefield, Lei Zhan would have 1,000 ways to disable the surveillance, but this is a law-abiding urban society, and those methods clearly aren't applicable. Don't worry, Lei Ge, just send me a message when Yi Zuanxin is ready to act, and I'll handle the surveillance. Jiang Zixin said confidently. If the satellite phone server can't be handled, that's understandable, it's just a matter of the computer's performance, not a strategic flaw. As for a mere computer storing surveillance footage, with Jiang Ze's skills, it's no problem at all. Lei Zhan also knew that Jiang Ze possessed certain unpublished skills, and he had already guessed they were hacking techniques. However, since Jiang Ze didn't mention it explicitly, he didn't feel the need to either. Alright, I'll contact Yi Zuanxin right away and have her find an opportunity to implant the code into Lin Lidong's computer. Jiang Ze thought for a moment and added, Lei Ge, I'll go buy a satellite phone right away. Whenever you have any updates, just contact that number directly.
After hanging up, Zhang Zhe first went to buy a satellite phone. To maintain real-time communication with Lei Zhan and others and ensure uninterrupted signal transmission, a satellite phone was clearly essential. He then used the satellite phone to go online and send the code he had just written to Lei Zhan. The purpose of this code was to secretly upload the files from Lin Lidong's secret computer to Zhang Zhe's email account whenever the computer went online. Subsequently, Zhang Zhe remotely activated his server located in Shanghai. Last time, in order to locate Lin Lidong's secret computer, Zhang Zhe had scanned all the computers at Deshang Entertainment and all the devices in Lin Lidong's villa, including the 2 computers used to store surveillance footage. He then gained control of these 2 computers through the code. This way, when Yi Tsuanqin took action, Zhang Zhe could use the surveillance videos from these 2 computers to assist her and delete the recordings afterward. Deleting the footage outright was an obvious and risky move, so Zhang Zhe planned to copy a segment from the existing footage to create a fake version. While this would reveal traces of tampering when analyzed frame by frame using technical means, few people would bother to meticulously examine surveillance footage frame by frame under normal circumstances. Everything was ready. Now all that was left was for Yi Tsuanqin to complete the code implantation. Chapter 235, Perfectly Executed. After handling everything, Zhang Zhe returned to the recording site. No one noticed his absence, as Zhang Zhe had been disappearing frequently since the show began filming. After all, besides being a celebrity guest, he was also the show's executive producer. Besides reviewing the footage with Wang Tian and discussing editing issues, Zhang Zhe also needed to communicate with the production team on various matters, including budget allocation. Therefore, Zhang Zhe's occasional absences had become routine for everyone at the Chinese restaurant. After all, whenever things got busy, he was always there, and each time he left, he wouldn't be gone for more than half an hour. Today was Zhao Wei's turn to be the head chef, but the business for the day continued in the same style as the previous few days. It was dismal. The entire day, the Chinese restaurant only had 1 table of Taiwanese guests, but these guests also followed the style of the previous Swiss guests, staying at the restaurant all day long. Despite the poor business, the celebrities at the Chinese restaurant joined the Taiwanese guests in making dumplings, chatting, and singing and dancing, creating a cheerful atmosphere. As for the restaurant's revenue, neither the celebrity guests nor the production crew seemed to care about it. The micro-store manager wanted promotion and interaction, while the production team needed highlights. No one was truly relying on sales to achieve their goals. However, while Zhang Zhe was joking around with everyone else, his mind was always on Yi Tsuanqin's actions. The recording of the Chinese restaurant was nearly complete, and Zhang Zhe's focus would soon shift to his career in the entertainment industry. The presence of Lin Lidong was like a thorn in Zhang Zhe's side. As long as he hadn't taken him down, Zhang Zhe couldn't rest easy. Yi Tsuanqin's style of doing things was decisive and swift. By evening, Zhang Zhe received her call reporting that her actions had begun. Lately, Lin Lidong has been staying at Deshang Entertainment almost every night, as he is busy with his money-making schemes. Deshang Entertainment has a private restroom exclusively for him, which, in terms of both size and functionality, is indistinguishable from a hotel suite. This was a perk exclusive to him as the young executive of Deshang Entertainment. While it was officially claimed to be for the convenience of Lin Lidong's work, Zhang Zhe deeply suspected that it was not for his work at all, but rather to make it easier for him to exploit the new female stars at Deshang Entertainment. The secret computer that Yi Tsuanqin discovered belongs to Lin Lidong, and it goes without saying that he has it with him now. There were actually 3 participants in this operation. Besides Yi Tsuanqin, who was on site, Lei Zhan would serve as the on-site commander, assisting Yi Tsuanqin in completing the operation. As for Zhang Zhe, he is providing technical support. Since he is far away in Taigua, the delay in information transmission prevents him from communicating in real time with Yi Tsuanqin, so he needs Lei Zhan's on-site assistance. The 2 computers responsible for recording the surveillance footage have already been taken control of by Zhang Zhe, and the backup videos have also been edited. Once Yi Tsuanqin is fully prepared and ready to begin the operation, Zhang Zhe will immediately use the program to replace the footage on the monitors. All of this was done in an instant, and the surveillance personnel arranged by Lin Lidong had no idea that what they were watching was merely a recording from earlier. To avoid any loopholes, Zhang Zhe adopted a separate control method. Whenever Yi Tsuanqin passed by a surveillance camera, Zhang Zhe would switch the feed for that camera, while the others remained normal. Whether it was Lin Lidong's villa or the Dachan Entertainment building, there were always people on patrol at night. If someone was clearly walking under a surveillance camera but their figure didn't appear on the monitor, even a fool would know something was wrong. While this approach significantly increased Zhang Zhe's workload, given his S-level hacking skills, it was not particularly challenging. However, every time the feed was switched, there was a brief moment of lag on the surveillance screen, which Zhang Zhe couldn't eliminate. He could only hope that the monitors were complacent or unprofessional. In addition to manipulating the surveillance footage himself, Zhang Zhe shared the footage with Lei Zhan, who was currently sitting in a car outside Dechang Entertainment, holding a laptop. He was in real-time communication with Yi Tsuanqin via headphones, and the surveillance footage Zhang Zhe shared with Lei Zhan's laptop was unprocessed. Deshang Entertainment's surveillance cameras were almost everywhere in the company, especially near the executive offices, with no blind spots at all. These surveillance cameras were originally designed to prevent unauthorized entry or sabotage, but with Jiang Ze's presence, they had become Lei Zhan's eyes. He could seamlessly direct Yi Tsuanshin to avoid patrolling security guards or employees still working overtime, allowing her to reach her target unimpeded.
With thorough prior preparation, Yi Tsuanshin practically walked right into Lin Lidong's restroom at Desheng Entertainment.
The only obstacle was a door lock. Yi Tsuanshin had specifically learned lock-picking techniques in the military, so she effortlessly picked the lock with a single flick of her finger.
The entire process took less than 5 seconds. She moved with the speed of a flash.
What came next was even easier for Yi Tsuanshin. Covert operations were one of the core courses for Special Forces soldiers. Those elite soldiers could crawl at a speed of 1 to 2 meters per hour using a crawling technique, all under the watchful eyes of professional military personnel, without being detected.
Although Yi Tsuanshin couldn't match those elite soldiers, Lin Lidong was clearly even further behind the professionals.
Especially now, he was sound asleep, snoring so loudly that Jiang Ze, who was far away in Taigua, could hear it clearly through his headphones. Under these circumstances, even if Yi Tsuanshin moved the entire computer, Lin Lidong would not notice. However, Jiang Ze needed not only the data from Lin Lidong's computer but also his account information as evidence. This could only be obtained when Lin Lidong logged into the bank interface while connected to the internet. Therefore, Jiang Ze had to implant a virus rather than directly copy the data. As a top graduate from Tsinghua University, manipulating a computer was no problem for Yi Tsuanshin. She completed the virus implantation at lightning speed, then exited Lin Lidong's room and restored the door lock to its original state.
Following Lei Zhan's instructions, Yi Tsuanshin avoided everyone along the way and returned to her own resting room.
Jiang Ze also logged out of the surveillance system and thoroughly erased all digital traces he had left behind. The entire operation was executed flawlessly, and Lin Lidong, sound asleep, remained completely unaware.
Chapter 236, Headquarters gives thumbs up.
2 days later, Lin Lidong used the same satellite internet connection to connect his computer to the internet, preparing to coordinate with 2 operators to transfer funds from his account. Without anyone noticing, every time Lin Lidong's computer transmitted signals to the internet, it also carried a portion of confidential data. The program Jiang Ze had implanted took effect, secretly transmitting the information from his computer to a secret email account, including Lin Lidong's account details. Lin Lidong had taken precautions against various information theft methods, and satellite internet access was indeed the most secure option available to ordinary people.
However, he never anticipated that Jiang Ze would resort to such a direct and targeted approach.
Satellite internet also has a significant advantage: extremely high bandwidth, typically starting at gigabits per second. As a result, all the data on Lin Lidong's computer was uploaded in less than 5 minutes, with only the monitoring program still active. However, Jiang Ze was busy with the filming of the Chinese restaurant, so he hadn't had time to process the information yet.
Although the infrastructure on Xi'an Island had been largely repaired, the number of tourists had not yet returned to pre-typhoon levels.
As a result, the Chinese restaurant still only had 1 or 2 tables of customers each day, making it relatively quiet.
Oh, only 2 tables today.
Zhao Wei glanced at today's earnings and sighed softly.
It's okay, things will get better once more tourists arrive. Let's just treat it as a vacation.
Seeing Zhao Wei's dejected expression, Jiang Ze offered some comfort.
It's so much worse than we expected. I thought it would be packed, but now it looks like we've slapped ourselves in the face.
Jean Mengjia blushed slightly at the thought of what she had said a few days ago.
Mengjia, according to normal circumstances, we should have a lot of customers here, but who knew there would be so few tourists? It was completely unexpected. Huang Xiaoming smiled.
Despite the few customers at the Chinese restaurant, everyone was singing and laughing every day, taking breaks from work, and living a carefree life.
While things were calm at the Chinese restaurant, a storm was brewing back home. Mango TV's efforts to rehabilitate its image were proceeding smoothly.
They first announced that Jiang Ze had rejoined the show and launched the slogan, "Returning to Our Roots." They then dropped a bombshell, revealing that Emma Watson would make her variety show debut by joining the Chinese restaurant. Additionally, Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang also took to Weibo to welcome Jiang Ze back to the Chinese restaurant family. The combined influence of all these figures is more than enough to overshadow the online calls for a boycott of China's restaurant. The new episode has already aired domestically, and Jiang Ze has obtained the latest ratings through Wang Tian.
The new episode's ratings are 35. This is the 5th episode's performance, surpassing the highest record since the show's premiere.
Most importantly, from the ratings perspective, the show has essentially completed its rehabilitation. Online comments about the Chinese restaurant show have shifted in tone, with only a small number of morally principled individuals continuing to strongly oppose the entire production team. Fans don't need a reason to like a show, they'll create one if they don't have one. What's most surprising is that the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television SARFT has also.
Celebrity reality shows should not rely solely on various challenges to create sensational plotlines and manufacture topics for discussion. This is a superficial form of entertainment. We hope that the phenomenon-level viewership craze generated by The Chinese Restaurant, a program promoting Chinese cuisine, will prompt reflection among major satellite TV platforms. Do celebrity variety shows necessarily need gimmicks? Do they necessarily need to hype up romantic pairings? Do they necessarily need to stage dramatic confrontations on air? Regardless, The Chinese Restaurant has made a very successful attempt.
In the view of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, the path of leveraging celebrity influence to promote Chinese culture and uphold truth, goodness, and beauty is the correct one. The true protagonists should not be the celebrities, but the program's content and spirit. Well, whether the major satellite TV stations are reflecting on this is unknown, but netizens have responded to the call and begun their own reflections. However, the spirit of derailing the discussion has once again been perfectly preserved. At first, people were still discussing which variety shows on different TV stations fell under the SARF's call for reflection, but within half an hour, the core of the discussion had shifted. The SARFT rarely praises an entertainment program, but it often criticizes them by name. This time, praising a local satellite TV station's celebrity reality show is only the second time in years. The last time it publicly praised a program was during the first season of another Hunan TV variety show, Where Are We Going, Dad? At the time, the SARCT highly commended the program for its exploration and interpretation of father-son relationships in the new era. The SARF's influence proved to be significant. After praising Where Are We Going, Dad, numerous celebrity parent-child variety shows flooded the airwaves, with countless child stars emerging overnight. Their appearance fees even surpassed those of their fathers, who had been in the entertainment industry for years. Ultimately, the SARFT was forced to backtrack, issuing a series of statements criticizing such behavior and directly imposing a ban, finally putting an end to this increasingly distorted trend. This distorted wave of variety shows made the SARCA increasingly cautious, and it has remained silent ever since. This time, however, the SARFT made its second explicit statement in recent years to praise the show, and to everyone's surprise, netizens began speculating about another aspect. Last time, Zhang Zhe clashed with the H-Star Alliance, and Zhang Zhe was mercilessly attacked by a massive fanbase of brainwashed fans. As a result, the H-Star Alliance faced the harshest crackdown, with the SARFT issuing a ban dubbed the H-ban by netizens. From then on, all H-Star content vanished from Chinese media platforms, and several particularly brazen individuals were arrested by public security authorities with irrefutable evidence. The TV show Chinese Restaurant was the flashpoint of the conflict. Just a few weeks ago, the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television criticized the show's production team for lacking integrity. Yet, within less than a month, the narrative did a complete 180-degree turn. Netizens are now focusing on the question, is Zhang Zhe's background really that powerful? Chapter 237, Leisure Activities. Zhang Zhe paid no attention to these rumors. Although the slogan "No idols before the nation" had become deeply ingrained in people's minds, China was never short of brainwashed fans. These brainwashed fans may have been temporarily suppressed by the massive wave of criticism, but that doesn't mean they've given up. They scoured every channel to gather information about H-Star. Even when H-Star, having been rejected by China and exposed for what they truly were, began to slander and defame China on H-country programs, it did nothing to dampen their enthusiasm. They stubbornly believe that H-Star is innocent, that all the evidence, including videos, is fabricated, and that their appa could never be such a person. And even if their idols were like that, so what? I just like them. If these brainwashed fans were just secretly enjoying it on their own, that would be one thing, but brainwashed is brainwashed. These fans insist on coming out of the shadows, secretly coordinating with one another, and attempting to form an alliance to pressure the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television SARFT. This has severely challenged the SAR's bottom line, but such behavior is not illegal, and the SAR cannot control people's thoughts. Therefore, as the other party in the conflict, Zhang Zhe has been made a symbol of the conflict. If Zhang Zhe represents justice, then the H-Star Alliance, which is in conflict with him, is naturally evil. This is the logic that netizens have always followed. The GPO's endorsement of the show, while indeed appreciating the concept behind the Chinese Restaurant, carries a deeper meaning, to firmly establish Zhang Zhe as their banner. Zhang Zhe fully supports the SARF's intentions, even if it may bring him some trouble. Wu Shixuan's remarks at the time, as well as his actions, remain vividly etched in Zhang Zhe's memory. Every time he recalls the incident, it fills him with uncontrollable anger. On one hand, they're making money off you, and on the other, they're freely slandering and defaming you, treating you like an inferior being. Is there anything more despicable than that? Unfortunately, there are indeed such people, those brainless fans of H-Star who can collectively climax with just a flick of their fingers. Zhang Zhe's response was simple: if you want to be despicable, don't call yourself a Chinese person. The pride and dignity of all Chinese people cannot be tarnished by a handful of brainwashed fans like you. Overall, Zhang Zhe has been quite happy these past few days. As the program recording nears its conclusion and the broadcast by Mango TV has sparked another ratings frenzy, Zhang Zhe knows that his first investment in the entertainment industry can already be declared a success. Today is the third to last day of filming. According to the weather forecast received by the production team, the next 2 days will be the worst weather during the entire filming period.
As a result, the power and water were cut off early the next morning. Therefore, Zhao Wei decided to give everyone the day off and take everyone out to sea for fishing and snorkeling. Everyone was thrilled. After all, neither during the first half of the recording nor upon their recent arrival at Elephant Island had they had the chance to enjoy themselves properly. With the recording about to wrap up and the typhoon forcing a halt, everyone had already delayed their schedules. After the recording, they would have to return to China immediately to resume their other work. If they didn't make the most of this opportunity now, they might never get another chance. Therefore, the bad weather couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Zhao Wei directly paid to rent a yacht and took everyone out to sea. However, the weather today was indeed terrible. Huang Xiaoming, who was responsible for renting the yacht, had specifically chosen a larger one, but it was still impossible to stand steadily in the rough waves. Even Zhao Wei couldn't help but joke self-deprecatingly, going out to sea in such rough weather, won't people think we're crazy? Jiang Zhe, however, joked seriously, have you all had breakfast? If not, eat a couple of slices of ham quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up vomiting water and people will think we're poor. Everyone burst into laughter, even Emma Watson couldn't help but laugh. Through her time spent with everyone, Emma Watson's understanding of Chinese culture had improved by leaps and bounds, and she could now grasp the essence of some Chinese jokes. The boat captain thoughtfully steered the boat into a bay, where three sides were surrounded by land, and the waves were much calmer than before. At least everyone could now stand steadily on the boat. Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang were enthusiastic about sea fishing. As soon as the boat came to a stop, they hurriedly grabbed the fishing rods provided by the boat owner and headed to the side of the boat to start fishing. Jin Mengjia, being younger and more curious, watched Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang's actions and followed suit, grabbing a fishing rod and joining them to try her hand at sea fishing. As for Zhao Wei, Jiang Zhe, and Emma Watson, they continued to sit on the deck, watching the others fish while chatting. While the three of them were chatting animatedly, the three-person sea fishing group was feeling utterly frustrated. They had been standing there for half an hour, their legs numb from the cold, but no fish had taken the bait. Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't help but complain, what's going on? Did we get the day off today, and the fish decided to take the day off too? Zhao Wei found this amusing and replied from a distance, maybe it's because your reputation as imperial chefs is too great, even the fish in Elephant Island know about you. Mentioning this, Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, a friend sent me photos of some ornamental fish he bought a couple of days ago. After seeing them, he asked me what I thought, and my first reaction was, those fish have too many bones. Huang Xiaoming also laughed, I saw your Weibo post. To be honest, I thought the same thing as you. I got it. Zhao Wei, though not planning to go fishing herself, was still very curious about their results. Upon hearing this, she immediately leaned in, what? Did you catch anything? Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaoming, who was beaming with excitement, big fish. Big fish. From the way he sounded, everyone thought he had caught a shark. Zhao Wei hurried over to hug him, afraid he would be dragged into the sea. However, when the fish emerged from the water, Zhao Wei was disappointed. Oh, this really is a big fish. A fish with a somewhat fierce appearance was struggling desperately, but it was only about the size of Zhao Wei's palm. Looking at Zhao Wei's expression, she wished she could push Huang Xiaoming back into the water and catch him herself. Chapter 238, Falling into the Water. Although it was small, this was the first fish Huang Xiaoming had caught since arriving on Elephant Island, so he was still very excited. However, the boat owner walked over and signaled to Huang Xiaoming that the fish was too small and did not meet the fishing regulations of Elephant Island. Huang Xiaoming knew the rule and reluctantly threw the fish back into the sea. What a letdown. Soon, Zhang Xiaoliang's fishing hook was also bitten. With Huang Xiaoming's earlier example, no one got excited this time. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoliang reeled in another small fish, about the size of a palm, and this one looked strikingly familiar, exactly the same as the one Huang Xiaoming had caught earlier. Enraged, Zhang Xiaoliang held the fish up to his face and poked it. Admit it, were you hired by the production team to mock me? Zhang Xiaoliang casually removed the fish from the hook, threw it back into the sea, and threatened, if you're so greedy, I'll eat you raw. Just then, Jin Mengjia suddenly let out a gasp from behind. Zhao Wei, without turning her head, said, Mengjia, you're screaming like you're about to fall in. Before Zhao Wei could finish speaking, a splash sounded. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Zhao Wei, who was sitting next to Jin Mengjia's fishing spot, jumped up and looked over the side of the boat, shouting, oh no! Mengjia fell into the sea. What? Mengjia fell into the water. Jiang Zhe jumped over the table and rushed to Zhao Wei's side, asking anxiously, where is she? Earlier, Jin Mengjia had lost her balance and leaned against the side of the boat cabin while fishing. Except for Zhao Wei's position, everyone else was blocked by the boat cabin and couldn't see her. Zhao Wei's eyes were red with panic. She pointed down at the water, there. She just surfaced for a moment, then disappeared in an instant. Everyone panicked. Jin Mengjia couldn't swim, and Zhang Xiaoliang had specifically confirmed this earlier. At the time, he had sternly required Jin Mengjia to wear a life jacket, but she refused. Huang Xiaoming had even specifically taught her that if she did fall into the water, she should stay calm, avoid struggling, and wait for rescue. The density of the human body is roughly equivalent to that of water. In calm waters, staying calm can indeed allow one to float naturally on the surface. However, today there was wind on the sea, and although the boat was large and seemed relatively stable, the waves on the surface were very high. After Jin Mengjia fell into the water, she was almost instantly engulfed by the waves, and even Zhao Wei, who was closest, could only see her hair floating on the surface. Everyone panicked. Zhang Xiaoliang and Huang Xiaoming, no longer able to think of anything else, immediately dropped their fishing rods and rushed toward where Jin Mengjia had fallen into the water. Especially Zhang Xiaoliang, who was a good swimmer. He ran while flinging his flip-flops aside, clearly intending to jump into the water to rescue her. Before they could reach the boat, there was another splash, and water sprayed everywhere. Zhang Zhe jumped in. His entry into the water caused another gasp, and like Jin Mengjia, he disappeared as soon as he hit the water. Just as Zhang Xiaoliang was about to jump, he was pulled back by Zhao Wei. She remained relatively calm, though clearly anxious. Don't panic. Zhang Zhe is a swimming champion, he must be able to save Mengjia. She turned to Huang Xiaoming and ordered, Xiaoming, go prepare a rope and a life preserver, and call the boat owner over to help. Huang Xiaoming followed Zhao Wei's instructions and ran off to call the boat owner. Zhao Wei glanced at the churning water below the boat, forced herself to stay calm, and addressed Zhang Xiaoliang, Xiaoliang, stay here and keep an eye out for bubbles or anything else to confirm their location. Zhang Xiaoliang nodded, steadied his nerves, and stared intently at the water's surface. Zhao Wei comforted Emma Watson in English, don't worry. You know Zhang Zhe's swimming skills. They'll be fine. With Zhao Wei there, although everyone was still deeply worried and panicked, their emotions were at least stabilized, preventing them from panicking completely. By the time the boat owner arrived at the ship's edge with 2 sailors, a full minute had passed, and neither Zhang Zhe nor Jin Mengjia had surfaced. The ship owner's next words left everyone pale with fear. According to his description, the spot where the boat was anchored had a strong underwater current. It was precisely because of this current that nutrients from the seabed were churned up by the water, attracting fish to the surface and creating an excellent spot for sea fishing. Zhao Wei's decision to stop Zhang Xiaoliang from entering the water was correct, as the eddy current was less than 2 meters below the surface. Even skilled swimmers could easily encounter danger if they entered the water recklessly. Especially in such weather, the eddy current becomes even more violent under the influence of wind and waves. Most critically, once someone falls into the turbulent current, they cannot be found in the same spot, as the current can push a person hundreds of meters away in just 1 minute. After hearing the boat owner's words, Huang Xiaoming couldn't help but shout, why didn't you warn us sooner? The upcoming rescue efforts would require everyone's cooperation. Zhao Wei quickly calmed Huang Xiaoming's anger, there's no point in talking about that now. Besides, he was just trying to help everyone catch fish. Let's focus on saving the person first. Huang Xiaoming looked at the water's surface, not even a shadow or a bubble was visible, how do we save them? Zhao Wei was also feeling panicked inside. She hurriedly urged the shipowner, call the police immediately and request a search and rescue team. Zhang Xiaoliang couldn't contain himself anymore. He grabbed a life preserver and jumped into the water. The 2 sailors beside the boat owner also jumped in, trying to locate Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia. Zhang Xiaoliang submerged his head in the water and searched for a few seconds but saw no sign of anyone. He clenched his teeth, untied the rope from the life preserver, tied it around his waist, and dived headfirst into the turbulent current. As he submerged, the rope tied to the ship's side suddenly tightened. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming hurriedly pulled him back to the surface. In just a few seconds, Zhang Xiaoliang had been pushed several meters away. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 239, Underwater Crisis. I'll dive down and look for him. After Zhang Xiaoliang spoke, he and the other 2 sailors dived down several more times. The shipowner, fearing they had been swept away, drove the boat around the area searching for them. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia remained nowhere to be seen. Zhao Wei, Huang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang continued to search desperately for the 2, while Emma Watson was sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Zhe had been in the water for over 10 minutes. According to the golden 5-minute rule, the chances of survival drop sharply after 5 minutes, and if it exceeds 10 minutes, the probability of survival is significantly reduced. This is because the human brain can only withstand oxygen deprivation for a maximum of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the brain will die, and even if the person is pulled out of the water, the best case scenario is that they become a vegetable. If Zhang Zhe was indeed underwater with Jin Mengjia, their deaths could almost be declared at this point. The only hope was that they had been swept away by the currents from the point where they fell into the water, causing them to surface but be blocked by the waves, making them invisible to the others. At this point, everyone could only comfort themselves by thinking of Zhang Zhe as a swimming champion and instruct the boat owner to keep the boat near the surface, searching for that extremely slim hope. Their guess was correct. Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia did indeed surface, but they had already been swept away by the currents for 200 or 300 meters. Jin Mengjia fell into the water, and Zhao Wei screamed. Zhang Zhe immediately jumped in after her, with less than 10 seconds between them. Zhang Zhe did indeed see Jin Mengjia after entering the water. Huang Xiaoming's instructions to Jin Mengjia had taken effect. After falling into the water, she did not struggle frantically like most people who had fallen into water, fearing she might sink too slowly. Instead, she gently moved her arms and legs, trying to resurface. However, her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Although her response was correct, the wind and waves on the water's surface prevented her from surfacing, and instead, she was pushed down toward the ocean floor by the waves. When she saw Jiang Zhe jump in, Jean Mengjia's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, she felt as though an invisible hand had grabbed her, causing her to struggle violently and her body to suddenly move away from Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, who had jumped into the water, noticed a strong current beneath the surface. He knew how dangerous such currents could be once trapped in one. Even maintaining balance in the water was impossible, let alone swimming out. But as he watched Jean Mengjia being pushed further and further away, Jiang Zhe had no choice. He clenched his teeth and dived headfirst into the eddy, chasing after Jean Mengjia's figure. This turbulent current seemed to come from nowhere, unusually icy cold. Jiang Zhe felt as though his blood was freezing solid. Although the current maintained the same direction, once inside, one could feel the chaos within it. Jiang Zhe struggled to keep up, but the chaotic currents made him feel as though he were stuck in quicksand. He could only watch as Jean Mengjia struggled just 2 meters ahead of him, unable to catch up. Jean Mengjia had clearly reached her limit. Jiang Zhe watched helplessly as she suddenly erupted into a violent struggle, which gradually turned into faint convulsions. Her large eyes began to slowly close. Jiang Zhe was frantic with worry. Jean Mengjia was already slipping into unconsciousness, and if she didn't get oxygen soon, she could drown. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't close the distance between them and was forced to be pushed forward by the current. Suddenly, a coral reef appeared ahead. Jiang Zhe seized the opportunity, frantically adjusted his body position, and, disregarding the risk of injury, aimed for the reef and collided with it. The reef blocked the current, causing it to bend and change direction. Jean Mengjia followed the current and avoided the reef, but Jiang Ze's leg collided violently with the reef. Jiang Zhe ignored the pain in his calf. This was the opportunity he had fought so hard to secure, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. He grit his teeth, enduring the pain in his leg, and used the momentum from the current to push off the reef with all his strength. The sudden external force caused Jiang Ze's speed to increase slightly. He reached forward with all his strength and finally grabbed Jean Mengjia. At that moment, Jean Mengjia had her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, and she had completely lost consciousness. Jiang Zhe knew that he had only 1 or 2 minutes left. If he couldn't bring her to the surface and administer first aid within 2 minutes, Jean Mengjia's life would likely be cut short in the prime of her youth. Fortunately, after a turn, the speed of the turbulent current slowed slightly. Additionally, Jiang Zhe's embrace of Jean Mengjia caused their combined weight to overlap, reducing the force of the current's push. Jiang Zhe seized this opportunity and began frantically kicking his legs, striving to float toward the surface. The intense movements caused his oxygen consumption to skyrocket, and Jiang Zhe felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Nevertheless, he continued to give it his all, gritting his teeth and slowly breaking free from the turbulent current's grasp. After a strenuous effort, Jiang Zhe finally managed to surface with Jean Mengjia. In the final moments, Jiang Zhe had completely depleted his oxygen supply, causing him to start choking on water and his consciousness to grow hazy. He relied almost entirely on instinct to bring himself and Jean Mengjia back to the surface. Once he could breathe fresh air again, Jiang Zhe began coughing violently, while Jean Mengjia showed no signs of life. If he didn't rescue Jean Mengjia immediately, they were doomed. Jiang Zhe hurriedly turned to look for the boat but discovered it was hundreds of meters away on the surface of the sea. He and Jean Mengjia had been swept hundreds of meters away by the current. As the waves rose and fell, Jiang Zhe could see the frantic figures running around on the boat, but due to the roar of the wind and waves, he couldn't hear their calls. Even if his cries were heard, it would take at least 3 or 4 minutes for the boat to turn around and come over. And there wasn't much time left for Jean Mengjia. She wouldn't be able to hold on until the boat arrived. Fortune smiled upon Jiang Zhe and Jean Mengjia once more. About 20 meters away from them was a rock formation. Thank goodness, they hadn't reached the point of no return. Jiang Ze's expression brightened, and he hurriedly swam toward the reef with Jean Mengjia. Chapter 240, Awakening. Jiang Zhe dragged Jean Mengjia toward the reef at top speed. Without the underwater currents, he swam much faster and soon reached the reef with Jean Mengjia in tow. After pulling Jean Mengjia onto the rock, he first laid her body flat, turned her head to the side, and then struck her chest twice with his fists. This was an extremely critical step. Many online methods that involve laying the person flat and pressing their abdomen are completely incorrect. The most critical aspect of rescuing a drowning victim is to restore their breathing ability. Squeezing water out of their abdomen serves no purpose. Jean Mengjia hadn't ingested much seawater. Her unconscious state was not only due to oxygen deprivation but also because the cold water in the turbulent current had caused her heart to suddenly contract, spasm, and stop beating. These 2 punches not only helped clear the airway but also utilized the impact force of the fists to release the constriction of Jean Mengjia's heart, allowing it to resume normal function. Once no more water was flowing out of Jean Mengjia's mouth, Jiang Zhe had her lie flat on the reef, casually pulled off her shirt, and opened the clothes underneath. Jiang Zhe wasn't taking advantage of Jean Mengjia's unconscious state. He needed to perform CPR. To minimize obstruction to chest movement, it was necessary to undress her.
CPR is a highly specialized emergency procedure. While it can be simplified as compressing the chest to restore the heartbeat of a drowning victim and using artificial respiration to restore breathing, achieving the maximum rescue effect requires the rescuer to perform the procedure with high precision.
If only breathing has stopped, artificial respiration alone is sufficient.
This involves following the natural rhythm of the body's breathing, blowing air into the victim's mouth while tilting their head back to observe chest movement and check if the breaths are effective. However, in cases like Jean Mengjia's, where the heartbeat has stopped, it is essential to restore the heartbeat simultaneously.
Zhang Zhe first pinched Jean Mengjia's nose and then performed 5 rounds of artificial respiration.
Jean Mengjia's lips were ice cold, and the chill made Zhang Zhe shiver involuntarily.
He couldn't imagine what he would do if he couldn't save Jean Mengjia. Don't think about it. Don't have such thoughts.
Zhang Zhe shook his head vigorously, banishing the terrifying thought from his mind and striving to calm himself.
Thinking too much at this moment was completely pointless.
The only thing he could do was follow the knowledge he had learned and do everything in his power to save Jean Mengjia's life. After 5 rounds of artificial respiration, Zhang Zhe began external chest compressions. Following a rhythm of approximately 100 compressions per minute, he performed 30 consecutive compressions, each to a depth of 5 centimeters, followed by 2 rescue breaths.
30 chest compressions followed by 2 rescue breaths constituted one cycle. This cycle was repeated endlessly until the person was revived or death was confirmed.
The longest recorded duration of CPR to revive a drowning victim was 1 hour and 40 minutes, during which the victim showed no signs of breathing or heartbeat, effectively indistinguishable from a deceased individual. This sequence is physically demanding because it requires maintaining force within a precise range, ensuring sufficient pressure while avoiding fracturing the X-bone, which would render even divine intervention ineffective. This necessitates the rescuer to repeatedly exert bursts of force rather than applying their full body weight continuously. For Zhang Zhe, under normal circumstances, this level of exertion would be no issue. He could easily sustain continuous compressions for an hour. However, he had already expended a tremendous amount of energy in the turbulent water earlier and nearly drowned himself. At this point, he felt weak and shaky, and even the slightest effort caused his vision to darken. After performing 3 sets of CPR, Zhang Zhe was completely exhausted. His arms felt weak and numb, almost losing sensation. This was an instinctive physical reaction caused by prolonged oxygen deprivation, something Zhang Zhe couldn't change. All he could do was grit his teeth and endure. At that moment, he couldn't even confirm whether he had truly pressed down properly. He could only rely on the slight tremors in Jean Mengjia's body, caused by the pressure on her chest, as a reference. During this time, Jean Mengjia's eyes remained tightly closed, with no signs of breathing or heartbeat.
Zhang Zhe's heart sank deeper and deeper.
The continuous pressure caused sweat to pour out of his entire body in layers. The sweat on his forehead, mixed with the salt left behind by the dried seawater, stung his eyes so much that he could barely keep them open. However, he didn't even have time to wipe them away, continuing to press with all his strength.
Mengjia, wake up! You have to wake up! Zhang Zhe continued the compressions while calling out to Jean Mengjia. By the 4th set, Zhang Zhe's head began to feel dizzy.
The prolonged lack of oxygen had already caused a shortage of oxygen in Zhang Zhe's bloodstream.
His relentless exertion forced his muscles to compete with his brain for the already scarce oxygen supply. Don't stop, you mustn't stop, you have to save Mengjia. Zhang Zhe dared not stop, for if he did, it could very well mean losing Jean Mengjia forever. Cough, cough.
As Zhang Zhe mechanically continued the compressions, his heart heavy with despair, suddenly, the X-shaped outline beneath his hands began to rise and fall, accompanied by a cough.
Mengjia, Mengjia, wake up, wake up! This cough was like music to Zhang Zhe's ears, and he burst into tears of joy. The rise and fall of the chest meant a heartbeat, which meant that after Zhang Zhe's relentless efforts, he had finally saved Jean Mengjia. As her heartbeat and breathing returned, Jean Mengjia began to regain consciousness. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Jagu, it's me. Chapter 241, the clothes were washed away.
Jean Mengjia, who had just regained consciousness, was extremely weak and found it difficult to speak.
Mengjia, don't speak yet. Rest properly and recover your strength. Everything is fine now.
Zhang Zhe hurriedly stopped the newly awakened Jean Mengjia, gesturing for her not to speak and to focus on recovering her strength. Jean Mengjia nodded, her mind beginning to recall everything that had just happened, including the process of falling into the water.
The yacht's gunwale was designed to be lower for easier access to the net.
Jean Mengjia dared not stand carelessly on the edge like Huang Xiaoming and Zhang Xiaoliang. To avoid falling, she sat carefully against the side of the yacht. Zhang Xiaoliang joked that the fish he caught must have been hired by the production team. Jean Mengjia found it amusing and couldn't resist getting out to take a closer look. Just as she stood up, the yacht happened to drop from a wave crest to a trough, causing the hull to tilt to one side. At that moment, Jean Mengjia was just about to stand up, her center of gravity shifted forward, and as the yacht tilted, she let out a cry and fell headfirst over the gunwale. Earlier, when Zhang Xiaoliang had asked her, she hadn't been lying, she really couldn't swim. Since Zhang Zhe was there, she wasn't particularly worried or afraid when she fell into the sea. She remained calm, following the instructions Huang Xiaoming had given her earlier, holding her breath and gently moving her arms and legs without struggling. But what she didn't expect was that although she didn't sink, she was directly slammed into the water by a wave. At that moment, Jin Mengjia realized that falling into the water wasn't something to play around with. She couldn't even stay on the surface for 2 seconds, and her companions on the boat might not even know she had fallen into the water. She finally panicked, frantically moving her arms and legs, trying to return to the surface. Even if she couldn't stay afloat, she at least wanted to shout for help to let her companions know she had fallen into the water. Then, Jin Mengjia was finally swept into the water. In her panic, she vaguely saw Jiang Zhe suddenly appear in front of her and reach out his hand toward her. Jin Mengjia also reached out her hand, trying to grab Jiang Zhe. At that moment, she suddenly felt as though she had been stuffed into a refrigerator. The surrounding seawater suddenly became icy cold, and she was immediately swept away by the turbulent current. Jin Mengjia struggled to swim, but her body was no longer under her control, as if, in that very instant, her entire body had been frozen by the icy water. Moreover, her oxygen was almost depleted, and the intense suffocation caused her to struggle desperately. The more she struggled, the faster her oxygen was depleted. When Jin Mengjia could no longer endure it and opened her mouth, the icy cold seawater immediately flooded into her lungs. Caught between the dual terrors of suffocation and drowning, Jin Mengjia finally lost consciousness. When she came to, she found herself lying on the reef. Those who have never experienced drowning cannot comprehend the fear and despair one feels in that moment of choking on water. When that sensation resurfaced in Jin Mengjia's mind, she finally broke down and burst into tears. Jiang Zhe gently patted Jin Mengjia's back and comforted her softly. "It's okay, Mengjia, don't be afraid. It's okay." He understood Jin Mengjia's fear, for he knew all too well the agony that drowning could bring. Everyone who learns to swim has experienced choking on water in a pool. If this emotion is not handled properly, it could easily turn into a psychological shadow. That's why Jiang Zhe wanted Jin Mengjia to cry, to release all her fear. However, the more he patted Jin Mengjia's back, the more uneasy Jiang Zhe felt. Jin Mengjia was wearing a slightly tight-fitting t-shirt today. According to the first aid manual, it was necessary to remove any clothing that might restrict the chest of the person receiving first aid. Therefore, Jiang Zhe directly removed her t-shirt and completely unbuttoned it. However, Jiang Zhe only undid the buttons and did not remove the shirt entirely. Jiang Zhe had originally planned to take advantage of Jin Mengjia's distraction while she was crying to secretly rebutton her shirt, to avoid any awkwardness if she noticed. But where was the strap? Where had the strap from her inner clothing gone? Jin Mengjia, who was crying, snapped back to reality under Jiang Zhe's actions. Her face flushed red as she gently pushed Jiang Zhe away. "Jigud, your hand?" At that moment, Jiang Zhe finally realized where the ribbon had gone. Since the buttons had already been undone by Jiang Zhe, when he embraced Jin Mengjia, her clothes shifted and slipped down to her arms, leaving her exposed for a moment. Jiang Zhe glanced down instinctively before quickly turning his head away with a serious expression. Jin Mengjia noticed Jiang Zhe's gaze and hurriedly looked down, letting out a soft gasp. At that moment, Jin Mengjia realized that she was only wearing a small strapless top on her upper body. That was bad enough, but the strap was now hanging loosely from her arm. Jin Mengjia blushed and quickly turned away, fumbling to try to fasten her clothes properly. Jiang Zhe, to avoid making Jin Mengjia think too much, hurriedly explained. "Mengjia, listen to me. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to save you, so..." "I know." Jin Mengjia, who was still facing away from Jiang Zhe, didn't blame him. She asked softly, "Zhe good, my clothes?" "Oh, the clothes." Jiang Zhe slapped his head and hurriedly turned around to look for the t-shirt he had taken off for Jin Mengjia earlier. The clothes were. However, when Jiang Zhe saw that there was nothing in front of him, he was speechless. "Jigu, can you help me get my clothes?" Seeing that Jiang Zhe hadn't moved, Jin Mengjia turned to ask him. "Mengjia, I have some bad news for you." Jiang Zhe said with a heavy heart, "Your clothes seem to have been swept away by the waves." Chapter 242, Rescued. The distance between the exposed reef and the water surface wasn't very high, and with the wind and waves on the sea surface reaching over a meter high, it wasn't hard to understand how Jin Mengjia's shirt had been swept away. "What should we do now?" Jin Mengjia didn't get angry, but she was worried about how to explain this to Zhao Wei and the others. Falling into the water was one thing, but being rescued by Jiang Zhe and losing her clothes, what kind of logic was that? They might start thinking about how she owed him a great debt of gratitude and had no way to repay him, so she should offer herself in return. "Don't overthink it. Come on, put my clothes on. Don't catch a cold." Jiang Zhe couldn't do anything about it either. The clothes were gone, and there was no point in looking for them. So he took off his own shirt and put it on Jin Mengjia. However, Jin Mengjia was still a bit conflicted, though she felt a little sweet inside. In reality, Jin Mengjia was overthinking it. She was still too young and easily misinterpreted things, or perhaps she felt a bit guilty. After all, her upper body had been completely seen by Jiang Zhe earlier. As for the others, with their lives on the line, who had the time to care about this? Jiang Zhe didn't mind at all.
He was busy shouting and waving toward the yacht, trying to catch Zhao Wei and the others' attention. However, due to the great distance between them and the yacht, they didn't notice them for a while. There was nothing they could do. Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia waited on the reef for rescue, but the people on the yacht had already given up hope. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia had disappeared. During those 20 minutes, everyone searched the sea surface non-stop for any sign of the two. Zhang Xiaoliang and others who were good swimmers spent almost the entire time in the water. Even when the boat owners started the engine, they used life rings to drag themselves alongside the boat, occasionally diving their heads into the water to search. By this point, even the most optimistic among them felt that the chances of the two surviving were extremely slim. The rescue team was already on its way, but what use were they if they couldn't find the two people who had gone into the water, and it would take at least another 10 minutes for them to arrive at the scene. Everyone's mind was blank. No one dared to think about what they should do next. 5 people had gone out to sea for a trip, only to have 2 fall into the water with their lives hanging in the balance. No one had ever imagined such a situation. Zhao Wei and the others dared not think about it, but this was still the problem they would have to face immediately. Zhang Xiaoliang was now completely despairing. Although he had a life preserver, fighting against the wind and waves in the sea required immense physical strength. He signaled to Zhao Wei and the others on the boat to pull him aboard, as he had almost no strength left. Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and 2 photographers exerted tremendous effort to pull him back onto the boat. Aside from Zhao Wei, who could swim but was not a strong swimmer, nearly everyone on the boat had gone into the water to search for him, including Emma Watson, who had insisted on entering the water despite everyone else's attempts to stop her. At that moment, she was wrapped in a large towel, sitting on the deck, shivering uncontrollably. She didn't know whether she was cold or scared, and she didn't respond to anyone who spoke to her. Emma Watson felt as though the entire world had taken on an unreal, surreal quality. She just wanted to fall asleep immediately, hoping that when she woke up, everything would be nothing more than a nightmare. If this nightmare were real, she would rather never wake up. The sorrow emanating from Emma Watson's body caused Zhang Xiaoliang's heart to ache as well. Before Zhao Wei took over as head chef, he had spent every day with Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia, so their bond was naturally deeper than that of others. He refused to give up so easily. Gritting his teeth, he risked falling into the sea and climbed onto the ship's roof. The ship was rocking violently in the waves, and as the highest point on the ship, the deck was swaying so violently that Zhang Xiaoliang could barely stand. He clung desperately to the satellite antenna on the deck, scanning the surrounding sea surface inch by inch with his eyes. Zhao Wei watched from below, her heart pounding. With 2 people already missing, she feared Zhang Xiaoliang might accidentally fall into the sea. Just as she was about to shout a warning, Zhang Xiaoliang suddenly let go for no apparent reason, let out an ouch, and fell from the cabin roof. He was luckier, landing directly on the bow deck. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming rushed forward to help him up, but Zhang Xiaoliang sat on the ground, refusing to stand. He clutched his leg, grimacing in pain, and shouted, "They're still alive! I saw them!" Everyone on the ship was drawn by his screams and turned to look at him. Zhao Wei almost thought she was hearing things. She tilted her head and asked, "What did you just say?" Zhang Xiaoliang tried to get up, but his nerves had suddenly relaxed, leaving him too weak to move. Plus, his legs were injured from the fall. "I saw them. I saw Zhang Zhe and Jia. They're okay." The news was overwhelming, and Zhao Wei's voice trembled. "Where are they? Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaoliang struggled to get up. "They're on the rocks over there. I saw them waving at us." He pointed toward the stern with one hand while shouting toward the captain in the cockpit, "Turn around! Quick, turn around!" The entire boat erupted in cheers, and everyone rushed toward the stern. Sure enough, 2 figures clearly appeared on the reef, standing there waving at the yacht. However, due to the distance and the wind and waves, no one could hear their shouts. Judging by their figures, there was no doubt that they were Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia. It was them, no doubt about it. Thank goodness, everything was finally okay and safe. After confirming that it was indeed Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia, Zhao Wei finally exhaled in relief. The tension that had been building up suddenly dissipated, and she could no longer hold herself up, collapsing onto the deck with a thud. Chapter 243, A Little Advantage. The yacht quickly turned around and headed toward the reef, then picked up Jin Mengjia and Zhang Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, Mengjia, I thought you two were gone." Looking at Zhang Zhe and Jin Mengjia, Zhao Wei burst into tears, her voice trembling. "Xiao Zhe, you really had me worried sick. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Zhang Xiaoliang also let out a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. "Finally, we can relax." Huang Xiaoming was also extremely excited, his heart finally at ease. Shortly after, everyone from the Chinese restaurant boarded a faster rescue boat and headed directly toward the mainland. Although Jin Mengjia had been rescued from drowning by Zhang Zhe, she still needed to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Otherwise, there was a high risk of developing complications such as pulmonary edema due to water in her lungs. Moreover, she was not yet completely out of danger. In rare cases, drowning victims could experience a delayed reaction, with some being revived on site with restored breathing and heartbeat only to suffer cardiac arrest and die the next day. Zhang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang also need to go to the hospital for treatment.
Zhang Xiaoliang, overcome with joy upon seeing Jiang Zhe and Jin Mengjia, involuntarily let go of the cabin roof and fell, spraining his leg. Jiang Zhe, on the other hand, intentionally collided with a reef while trying to catch up with Jin Mengjia, resulting in a fracture of his lower leg. However, since Jin Mengjia was saved, neither of them took their minor injuries seriously. As for Zhao Wei, she joked that she had been scared into having a heart attack. Earlier, it was her calm demeanor that had inspired everyone, ensuring that although the rescue operation was somewhat chaotic, at least no one else had to go in. Given the circumstances, no one was concerned about the TV show's recording. The production team immediately booked a hotel near the hospital for the shaken crew to rest. Zhang Xiaoliang received a massage from the doctor, was prescribed some medication, and returned to the hotel to rest. Jin Mengjia and Jiang Zhe, however, required hospitalization. Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming were also deeply shaken today. They had originally planned to stay with Jin Mengjia and Jiang Zhe, but were eventually persuaded to return to rest. Jin Mengjia is currently under observation at the hospital to prevent any unlikely complications. Although Jiang Zhe has a bone fracture, his physique is robust, and such a minor injury is nothing to him. He chose to stay in the hospital to reassure everyone and accompany Jin Mengjia. However, when it came to Watson, no matter how much Jiang Zhe tried to persuade her, she refused to go back and rest. Moreover, she had insisted on going into the water today to search for Jiang Zhe and Jin Mengjia. After being soaked by the seawater and overwhelmed by anxiety and fear, she began to develop a fever. The production team decided to admit her to the hospital as well, so she could receive intravenous fluids. After everyone had left the hospital, Watson could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, clinging tightly to Jiang Zhe. She had truly been terrified, and before jumping into the water, she hadn't had time to think about anything else. As a result, her simultaneous translation earpiece had been damaged by the water, and in the chaos of the moment, no one had been able to come to her aid to translate for her. She clung tightly to Jiang Zhe with such force that he was taken aback. At the same time, Watson's sobs echoed in Jiang Zhe's ears. "Jiang, do you know? I really thought I'd never see you again." Jiang Zhe gently patted Watson on the back and comforted her. "It's okay. Don't you remember I'm a swimming champion? I thought the same at first, but you never surfaced." Mentioning this, Watson could still feel the despair she had felt at the time. "I thought, if you didn't come back, I wouldn't know what to do. It's okay now. I'm safely back, aren't I? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it." Jiang Zhe comforted Watson in his arms. "Jiang, can we be good friends? I mean the kind of." Watson organized his thoughts, paused for a moment, then said earnestly, "Yes, according to Chinese, that's the kind of very close friends." Although Watson spoke in vague terms, Jiang Zhe understood her deeper meaning from her eyes and words. As for Watson's true intentions, Jiang Zhe couldn't come up with an answer right away, so he spoke with a double meaning. "Watson, we've always been good friends, haven't we? We've always been very close." Watson shook her head in dissatisfaction. "Jiang, I'm talking about the kind of closeness between a man and a woman. Do you understand what I mean?" Watson had made her intentions clear, but Jiang Zhe couldn't bring himself to refuse her outright. However, he hadn't considered the possibility of anything happening between them at the moment, so he made his position clear. "Watson, let's discuss this later, okay? We have important matters to attend to right now. Once we've finished with these tasks, we can talk about this then, alright?" I understand." Watson nodded gloomily, but quickly regained her composure. Once you've finished your work, we'll discuss this matter." After speaking, Watson took advantage of Jiang Zhe's momentary distraction and suddenly grabbed his neck, pressing her lips against his. Jiang Zhe tried to push Watson away, but in the end, he didn't. Thus, their lips remained tightly pressed together for several dozen seconds. "Jiang, I couldn't control myself." Although Watson's behavior was a bit bold, this was her first time having such intimate contact with a man, so she was still a bit shy. Her face turned slightly red, and she looked bashful. What could Jiang Zhe say? After all, he had also taken a tiny advantage, hadn't he? "It's okay." Jiang Zhe laughed it off. Just then, a noise came from the hallway outside. Someone was coming this way. Chapter 244, Kindness. Hearing the sudden noise outside the door, Watson hurried back to her own ward. She shared a double room with Jin Mengjia, right next to Jiang Zhe's room. Jiang Zhe chuckled to himself. Watson looked like she'd been caught in the act of an affair. However, he understood. Both of them were public figures, and especially Watson, who had a significant international reputation. In such a situation, carefully protecting her privacy had become an instinctive reaction for Watson, which is why she had unconsciously fled. Jiang Zhe was left alone in the ward. Watson and Jin Mengjia were right next door. Jiang Zhe wondered if he should go over to say goodnight. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Today, he had already shared a moment of intimacy with both Jin Mengjia and Watson that wasn't something to be discussed with others. This made Jiang Zhe feel awkward and uneasy when facing both of them at the same time. After being examined by the doctor, Jin Mengjia had ruled out the risk of lung infection, and Watson only had a cold, nothing serious. As for Jiang Zhe, although he was injured, his constitution was strong, and he didn't think much of the minor bone fracture. Therefore, the three of them were discharged from the hospital the next morning, surrounded by everyone. Zhao Wei was a person who always followed through on her commitments. After confirming that Jiang Zhe and the others were in good condition and would not affect the program as filming, she voluntarily proposed to proceed with the previously agreed upon plan with the production team to complete the entire process. In fact, the production team already had enough footage. Zhao Wei continued with the filming schedule simply to ensure that everyone's journey in Taigua concluded with a perfect farewell banquet.
The filming process of the Chinese restaurant left everyone with countless touching moments.
They received so much kindness from the ordinary people of Elephant Island, and this kindness warms their hearts whenever they think back on it. For example, no matter the weather or time, even in the middle of the night, driver Ajay would immediately come to pick them up whenever they needed him. For example, the neighbors who prioritized helping the Chinese restaurant clean up and repair its premises even though their own shop was still under renovation. Or the supermarket security guard who always kindly held an umbrella for everyone during the rain, including the fish seller.
These scenes were not highlighted during the program's broadcast.
Most viewers focused on the harmonious and loving interactions between the celebrities at the Chinese restaurant and the overall harmonious atmosphere of the restaurant. However, as the main subject of the footage, Zhao Wei knows that it was precisely because of the kindness received during the filming that everyone was able to joyfully try something they had never done before and do it quite well. Zhao Wei wanted to express her gratitude for this kindness. After picking up Jiang Zhe and the others from the hospital, Wang Xiaoming and Jin Mingjiao went together to invite those who had helped them to attend tomorrow's banquet, while Zhao Wei stayed at the restaurant with Jiang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang, two disabled individuals, to prepare dinner for everyone. Watson was also there to help. She was a well-known figure, even in Taigua, so she couldn't just appear in a crowded public place like a supermarket. Zhang Xiaoliang said he had sprained his leg, but in reality, he had fallen and injured his buttocks. His leg was fine, but he didn't mention it in front of the camera, as he was concerned about maintaining his image as a male idol. He could move around without issue, but whenever he bent over or took a big step, the pain made him wince. To avoid straining the muscles around his butt, Zhang Xiaoliang kept his stomach sticking out. Zhao Wei, who was steaming meatballs, couldn't help but tease him. "Xiaoliang, you look like you're pregnant." Zhang Xiaoliang, who was stir-frying while holding his stomach, heard this and touched his own stomach, laughing. "Unfortunately, since I came to the Chinese restaurant, I haven't been able to gain weight. Otherwise, I could really play the role of a pregnant woman." Zhao Wei laughed. "You looked even more like one when you touched your stomach just now." "What did you look like?" Jiang Zhe hopped into the kitchen on one leg, followed by Watson carrying a baking tray. The two of them had been beating eggs at the bar earlier. Watson had shared his first experience cooking Chinese food, which had startled everyone, including Jiang Zhe, who secretly admired Watson for being a magical girl frying a dish so well it could send someone to the hospital was something they'd never heard of before. As a result, Watson didn't get the chance to be the main chef. Zhao Wei had spoken so boldly earlier, but when Watson actually started cooking a dish, she backed down, saying that survival was tough and one should cherish life while it lasts. After watching Watson cook, Jiang Zhe and Zhang Xiaoliang both agreed that such a teammate was impossible to handle, even for the strongest player. She couldn't even tell the difference between sugar and salt, and even with two chefs guiding her, she still made mistakes. Even a culinary god wouldn't be able to save her. Even De Huang, who had always been the most supportive at the Chinese restaurant, refusing to eat Watson's dish. This incident became the biggest joke in the Chinese restaurant. Watson keenly felt that this would become a stain on her life, so she prepared her signature fruitcake for the thank you banquet. A European making a fruitcake sounds reasonable and worth looking forward to. However, Watson soon proved that her culinary skills could only be described by one idiom. He knew nothing about it. From whisking the egg mixture to baking, everything had to be done by Jiang Zhe, while Watson was only responsible for preparing the ingredients according to the recipe. Jiang Zhe couldn't figure out what had given Watson the confidence to think she was good at making cakes. "Watson, you should just take a break. This isn't cooking, it's dark cuisine." Jiang Zhe shook his head slightly and teased Watson. "Alright, I'll go do something else." Watson blushed from the teasing and hurriedly left the scene, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 245, recording ends. After Watson left, in the kitchen, Zhao Wei heard Jiang Zhe's question and joked. "Nothing, Liang just said he is pregnant and was planning to hold you responsible." Hearing Zhao Wei's teasing, Jiang Zhe was speechless. The group chatted while preparing ingredients in the kitchen. Zhao Wei sighed. "If I calculate correctly, this should be the second to last day of the show. I really don't want to leave here." Zhang Xiaoliang also put away his smile, looked around, and sighed. "I'm a bit reluctant to leave too. I plan to bring my wife and kids here for a trip someday, but I wonder if the Chinese restaurant will still be here by then." "It should still be there," Zhao Wei shook her head. "But it'll definitely be someone else's Chinese restaurant by then." She had asked the production team at the beginning of the show and learned that the land was rented by the production team, who built the Chinese restaurant there. After filming wraps, the restaurant will be returned to the island owner to offset the rent. Given the show's huge popularity, the island owner wouldn't demolish the restaurant. Instead, he'd reclaim it to operate himself, hoping to attract more Chinese tourists. The two of them reminisced endlessly, while Jiang Zhe stood by, smiling silently.
He didn't want to reveal his plans to everyone yet. He'd wait until the island was fully rebuilt. The next day, the thank you banquet was held as scheduled. In addition to the previously agreed upon guests like Ajay, Wang Xiaoming also invited nearby neighbors, but he accidentally left out the Korean barbecue restaurant. The conflict between the Chinese restaurant and the barbecue shop was still fresh in everyone's memory, and Jiang Ze's conflict with the H-Star Alliance was well known. No one wanted to invite them, lest it spoil the mood. Not only the guests invited by everyone else, but the production crew also joined the banquet. Although the banquet was scheduled for dinner, guests began arriving in droves from noon onwards. They also brought a lot of food and joined the food preparation team. Those who couldn't cook turned the restaurant into a big party, singing, dancing, and performing, having a great time. Meanwhile, the celebrities at the Chinese restaurant once again showcased their signature dishes. Zhao Wei's pearl meatballs, Zhang Xiaoliang's spicy beef, Wang Xiaoming's tomato shrimp, and Jiang Ze's Sichuan-style stir-fried pork. These 4 dishes had become the signature dishes of the Chinese restaurant, and even the people from the neighboring country had heard of them. The banquet was a great success. With the invited guests joining in, it was no longer just a Chinese banquet but an international food exhibition. In addition to the delicious food, there was also fine wine. The Chinese restaurant had prepared a large quantity of wine for the filming, but due to the typhoon, only 1 or 2 tables of guests remained each day, and the wine remained unsold. They decided to serve it to the guests instead. After the last guest left, everyone knew that this journey to Ko Chang had come to an end. Even Zhao Wei and Huang Xiaoming, who had traveled far and wide and experienced countless separations over the years, couldn't help but tear up. Having spent years in the entertainment industry, enduring countless hardships, they found themselves in the serene, secluded world of the Chinese restaurant, and even entertained the idea of settling down there for the rest of their lives. But they knew it was impossible. Everyone had a lot on their minds, but no one could bring themselves to speak. Ajay gave everyone one last send-off, driving them to the pier. Everyone then approached Ajay for a hug and farewell, and the kind-hearted Ajay couldn't help but tear up as well. The itinerary had been set long ago. Since 3 out of the 6 were parents with young children, the production team had arranged evening flights to send everyone back to the country that night. Among them, Zhao Wei, Wang Xiaoming, and Zhang Xiaoliang would fly to the capital, while Jiang Ze and Jin Mengjia would return to Shanghai. The longest journey was Watson's, who would return to the UK to film a commercial endorsement. After completing it, she would return to China. Due to the peaceful and serene atmosphere of Ko Chang, everyone let down their guards and formed the purest and deepest friendships. The reluctance to part ways at the end of the trip goes without saying. After this farewell, I don't know when we will be able to gather together again. The time spent in the Chinese restaurant, however, will be hard to replicate. Only Jiang Ze remains as calm as ever. The time spent at the Chinese restaurant isn't just hard to replicate, it's something he can create whenever he wants. He plans to transform the restaurant into a resort-style eatery, where anyone can come whenever they wish to work as a chef or a dishwasher. Due to different flight schedules, everyone bid farewell at Bangkok Airport, leaving only Jin Mengjia and Jiang Ze on the same flight back to Shanghai. Once again alone with Jin Mengjia, the atmosphere between them grew slightly ambiguous. Especially Jiang Ze, who couldn't help but recall the scenery he had seen on the rocks whenever he saw Jin Mengjia in the past 2 days. Since parting ways with Haichin Entertainment, Jin Mengjia had moved out of the company's dormitory and into the set of the People's NY. In addition to being an actress on the set, she also held the title of assistant director, and since the set's largest investor was Jiang Ze, she received the same treatment as the other lead actors, including a long-term rental room at the hotel. Since the two will be reunited on set soon, Jin Mengjia and Jiang Ze have no lingering feelings of separation. They parted ways at the airport, as the production team kindly arranged a car to pick her up. As for Jiang Ze, he took a taxi back to the villa on his own. Originally, Lei Zhan had offered to pick up Jiang Ze, but it was too late at night, so he decided to take a taxi back to avoid causing Lei Zhan any trouble. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already 3 a.m. From a distance at the entrance of the residential complex, Jiang Ze could see that the villa was still brightly lit. Lately, Zhao Liying had been busy filming a TV series, which was a period drama requiring filming at the Hengyan Film Studio, located at a distance from Shanghai that was neither too far nor too close. As a result, Zhao Liying had been staying at the film crew's location and rarely returned to the villa. However, she had returned today because she had received word in advance that filming would wrap up today, and Jiang Ze would be returning to the country at midnight. Thinking of this, Jiang Ze felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Whether it was when he was in the swimming team or now while filming the show, every time he returned home, Zhao Liying would always be there to greet him, no matter how busy she was. The feeling of having someone waiting for you is truly wonderful. Chapter 246, A Mature Man. Jiang Ze didn't inform Zhao Liying in advance that he was returning. He quietly opened the villa's front door, intending to surprise Zhao Liying. The villa was quiet. Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao weren't there. The TV was on in the living room, but there was no sign of Zhao Liying. Jiang Ze thought for a moment, then tiptoed upstairs and pressed his ear against Zhao Liying's door. Sure enough, as he had expected, the sound of running water could be heard coming from Zhao Liying's room. Jiang Ze's lips curled slightly. He deliberately stepped back 2 paces and shouted loudly, "Cousin, I'm back." Soon, Zhao Liying's surprised voice came from the bathroom, "Ah, Xiaozhe, you're back. Wait for me, I'll be right out." Jiang Zhe replied, "Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs." However, Jiang Zhe didn't go downstairs. Instead, he quietly opened the door and slipped inside. "Cousin, I've missed you so much." Jiang Zhe whispered mischievously into Zhao Liying's ear. Feeling the breath on her ear and recognizing the familiar voice, Zhao Liying already knew who the troublemaker was. She playfully slapped Jiang Zhe's arm in feigned anger. "Xiaozhe, you almost gave me a heart attack." Jiang Zhe was well aware of what she wasn't prepared for. He had been adopted by Zhao Liying's parents, and she had always treated him like a younger brother. This was evident from the way they addressed each other in their daily interactions. It was a chance encounter that had brought their relationship to this point. Although Zhao Liying had accepted the change in their status, there was still a barrier deep within her heart. Jiang Zhe understood this and was willing to wait until the day Zhao Liying was fully prepared. Resolving this hurdle is actually quite simple. All along, Zhao Liying has been like an older sister taking care of her younger brother, shielding him from the storms of life. What Jiang Zhe needs to do is step up like a mature man, stand in front of Zhao Liying, shield her from the storms, and even block the arrows aimed at her. He has already done this several times, allowing Zhao Liying to see his growth and maturity, but it is not enough. When will the cousin be able to completely hide in his arms, without a single worry about any external harm? Only then will she fully let go, transforming from a protector into a wife who clings to him like a little bird. Chapter 247, Watching and Waiting. Jiang Zhe's combat prowess was astonishing, filling Zhao Liying with anxiety. She had to use every trick in her arsenal to satisfy Jiang Zhe. "Xiaozhe, help me massage my arms, I'm so tired." Jiang Zhe was relieved, but Zhao Liying was exhausted, her arms aching. "Cousin, you're so kind. Come, let me massage you." Seeing Zhao Liying's exhausted expression, Jiang Zhe kissed her on the cheek and helped her relax. Soon, Zhao Liying fell into a deep sleep. She was completely exhausted. She had been filming all day yesterday and didn't arrive back in Hengdian until late evening. The distance between Hengdian and Shanghai was no short journey, and by the time she arrived home, it was already midnight. That was why Jiang Zhe had returned just in time to find her taking a shower. Jiang Zhe wasn't particularly tired at the moment. He had slept for a few hours on the plane and hadn't slept at all during the latter half of the night, but given his physical stamina, he didn't feel tired at all. He sat by the bed, gazing affectionately at Zhao Liying's sleeping form. After gently kissing her forehead a few times, he reluctantly left the room. During this time, Jiang Zhe had been in constant contact with Lei Zhan, using the satellite phone that only Lei Zhan knew about. Just 2 days earlier, Lin Lidong's plan had begun to unfold. 2 days ago, Ran reported to Lei Zhan that a rumor was circulating within the Deshang Entertainment Group. Deshang Entertainment Group was in negotiations with Qingyi Technology to acquire its subsidiary, AIE Network. This was considered an unconfirmed rumor, as it had not been officially announced to the public, and even the source of the leak could not be traced back to its origin. Once the news spread, everyone in the publicity department suddenly understood. As members of the publicity and distribution department, they were well informed. Lin Lidong, the young executive of Deshang Entertainment, had been in frequent contact with Wang Yang of Qingyi Technology recently, so they naturally knew about it. They had already been speculating that Deshang Entertainment and Qingyi Technology were likely planning some major collaboration. This confirmed that the rumors about the acquisition of AIE Network were not baseless. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but sneer. "Lin Lidao, you're not playing a covert scheme, you're playing it right out in the open." The mastermind behind this news is undoubtedly Lin Lidong, and the Public Relations Department's extensive network of connections is the perfect channel to spread such information. Whether it's Deshang Entertainment or AIE Network, both are considered high-quality stocks in the eyes of investors. Once such acquisition news spreads, Jiang Zhe can clearly foresee that AIE Network stock will inevitably hit the daily price limit every day. At that point, Lin Lidong could either sell his shares at the peak or go all in to push through the acquisition deal. Either way, he'd make a fortune. However, Jiang Zhe had no intention of giving him the opportunity to carry out his plan. A week earlier, Jiang Zhe had already planted a virus in Lin Lidong's personal computer through Yitsuanshin. This virus not only secretly copies and uploads data from his computer but also captures his account information when he logs into his personal account. These details were then relayed through multiple servers and stored silently on a cloud drive, waiting for Jiang Zhe to download them. Back in Taigua, Jiang Zhe had been wearing a microphone around the clock and was constantly under surveillance, leaving him no time or need to review these documents. The stock market in China has a price limit system, meaning that regardless of the stock, it takes a certain amount of time to reach a specific price increase. For example, to double the price of a stock, even if it hits the daily price limit every day, it would still take at least 11 days. Through analysis, Jiang Zhe predicted that Lin Lidong would need to increase the stock price by at least 30% to recoup the losses from his previous cuts. When the stock price reaches 12 times its original value, Lin Lidong will achieve the maximum profit. This is the limit the AIE network stock can reach. Beyond this ratio, the stock price's artificial inflation would be obvious even to a fool, potentially triggering a massive crash in the stocks of both Dichang Entertainment and AIE Network. Although the trader Lin Lidong hired was not as skilled as Jiang Zhe, he was clearly an experienced professional and would not fail to recognize this. After 2 days of spreading, the information Lin Lidong had deliberately leaked had already reached some insiders, and AIE Network stock had begun to react, surging sharply. Jiang Zhe carefully analyzed the chart, confirmed his analysis, and began downloading the documents he had stolen from Lin Lidong's computer. In Lin Lidong's computer, besides the financial statements of Dichang Entertainment and Qingyi Technology, there was also a shareholding agency agreement. In this shareholding agency agreement, it was explicitly stated that Lin Lidong had transferred 60% of his shares in Qingyi Technology to Wang Yang for holding on his behalf. In other words, Lin Lidong was the undisputed largest shareholder of Qingyi Technology, and he was also a major shareholder of Dichang Entertainment. Furthermore, Qingyi Technology holds a majority stake in AIE Network, making AIE Network a wholly owned subsidiary of Dichang Entertainment. Is there a bigger joke than a parent company acquiring its own subsidiary? With this document, coupled with Jiang Zhe's obtained transaction details from Lin Lidong's account, it is now fully proven that Dichang Entertainment's acquisition of AIE Network was illegal, and even Lin Lidong's buying and selling of AIE Network shares constitutes a violation of the law. Following the usual procedure, Jiang Zhe anonymously leaked these documents. Strictly speaking, these materials do not yet qualify as evidence. As per national law, evidence obtained through unauthorized surveillance is not admissible in court. If Jiang Zhe were to submit these materials directly, not only would he be unable to incriminate Lin Lidong, but he would first be held accountable for obtaining the materials illegally. Not only these materials, but all the evidence Jiang Zhe had previously obtained also faced the same dilemma. All he could do was anonymously release information to prompt agencies like the China Securities Regulatory Commission to launch an investigation into Lin Lidong. The next step is to wait and see how things unfold. Chapter 248, No Constraints. 2 days later, Zhao Liying returned to the film set after having lunch at home. Following the previous scandal, Zhao Liying's popularity not only remained unchanged but actually rose, with her Weibo followers increasing to over 50 million. Her career was once again at a peak, with constant film offers and a packed schedule. Jiang Zhe casually opened his own Weibo and discovered that his followers had also surpassed 10 million. However, he hadn't posted a single Weibo post yet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Zhe casually posted a simple heart emoji, believing that Zhao Liying would definitely notice it. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhe refreshed his feed and was surprised. In just a few short minutes, the comments on that heart emoji post had already reached over 100. Moreover, the fans' comments were blunt and sharp, leaving Jiang Zhe feeling a bit overwhelmed. First blood. The male god finally posted on Weibo. Don't misunderstand, I'm a girl. Please sponsor my travel expenses. I need to go take down the person above. The first blood from the male god is mine. You too ES. Will you give me your first male idol? I'll trade my first blood for it. Jiang Zhe almost clicked the like button by accident, but fortunately, his mind snapped back to reality just in time, or else his entire reputation would have been ruined. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Zhe began to handle work-related matters. He first sold all the remaining shares of AIE Network he had. He had previously invested 500 million with Emma Watson. After 20 days of operations, his funds had more than doubled, reaching around 1100 million. At least 500 million of that came from cutting into Lin Lidong's profits. Thinking about it, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction. Half of this massive sum belonged to Emma Watson. While she was delighted that Jiang Zhe had earned so much for her, what made her even happier was the bound identity between them. As a well-known wealthy woman in the entertainment industry, Emma Watson is not short of money. Therefore, she explicitly stated that she does not need a share of the profits at this time and has no plans to withdraw her investment. She left the funds entirely at Jiang Zhe's discretion. Although Emma Watson didn't request it and didn't care, Jiang Zhe still took the time to send her all the details of the investment. After handling these matters, Jiang Zhe called Wu Yi. He had obtained Wu Yi's contact information through Dili Reba and expressed his intention to invest. At the time, Wu Yi was overjoyed and had planned to meet with Jiang Zhe directly to discuss the matter. However, Jiang Zhe had already arrived in Taipei to begin program recordings, so Wu Yi had been staying in Modu all this time, waiting for Jiang Zhe's return. Wu Yi was thrilled to receive Jiang Zhe's call, and they agreed to meet at a tea house the next morning. Meanwhile, the China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) acted swiftly. The next morning, when Jiang Zhe stepped out, he saw the news on his phone. The China Securities Regulatory Commission has launched an investigation into the recent abnormal fluctuations in the stock price of AIE Network. Affected by this news, AIE Network stock, which had surged at the close the previous day, began to plummet as soon as trading opened the next morning, and by 9 a.m., it had hit the daily price limit. Lin Lidong, you must be having a tough time now. Jiang Zhe muttered to himself. Now that the CSRC has launched an investigation, before the results are released, no matter what Lin Lidong does, AIE Network stock will have no chance of rising again. As for the outcome of the investigation, whether AIE Network stock will face mandatory delisting remains uncertain.
At the very least, Lin Lidong will likely receive a market ban, meaning he will be prohibited from trading stocks in the securities market, along with a hefty fine. However, the fact that market manipulation rarely results in a prison sentence is what saddens Jiang Zhe the most. In summary, Lin Lidong's money-raising scheme can now be declared a complete failure, and a particularly devastating one at that. The tea house where Jiang Zhe and Wu Yi had agreed to meet was just an ordinary small tea house, commonplace in the metropolis. Its name was also ordinary, simply called Tea Affinity. Given Wu Yu's status as a martial arts superstar, Jiang Zhe was surprised to see him at such a small tea house. There were few customers in the tea house, and most of them were elderly. No one noticed Jiang Zhe's arrival. Following Wu Yu's instructions over the phone, Jiang Zhe was led by a waiter into a small private room. Though the tea house looked ordinary from the outside, the interior was adorned with traditional decorations, especially the seating wide bamboo benches in the style of the Wei and Jin dynasties, which could be used for both sitting and lying down. On the bench, a man and a woman were sitting. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe enter, they both stood up, and the man smiled and walked over. Jiang Zhe recognized him immediately as Wu Yi. As for the other woman, Jiang Zhe was also familiar with her. She was Wu Yi's wife, Xia Nan. Jiang Zhe smiled and walked over to greet Wu Yi and Xia Nan. Brother Yi, sister Nan. Jiang Zhe admired Wu Yi's tough guy persona, and having been in the industry for years, Wu Yi had starred in countless classic works. At least within the entertainment, Wu Yi was considered a senior figure. Wu Yi and Xia Nan both had straightforward personalities, and they were very enthusiastic upon seeing Jiang Zhe. "Oh my, swimming champion Jiang Zhe. It's an honor to meet you in person." Wu Yi stood up, joking around while smiling and reaching out to shake Jiang Zhe's hand. "Xiao Zhe, it's an honor to meet you. You're the heartthrob of countless young women. You were also my heartthrob back then, and of course, you still are now." Xia Nan also smiled and joked with Jiang Zhe. "Sister Nan, don't say that. If Igu gets jealous later, I won't be able to beat him." Jiang Zhe replied with a smile, responding to Xia Nan's teasing. The three of them met for the first time and were very enthusiastic, with no sense of restraint. Chapter 249, Finalizing the Investment. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Yin enthusiastically invited them, "Come, try this tea first. It's a rare Phoenix single bush tea." Phoenix single leaf tea? Jiang Zhe had heard of this tea's reputation, supposedly the finest oolong tea. However, Jiang Zhe had only heard of it before and had never tasted it. As an athlete, he was more accustomed to drinking various functional beverages or plain water. He picked up the small cup, took a small sip, and found it slightly bitter at first, with an unfamiliar herbal aroma lingering in his mouth. He couldn't quite identify what it was. He politely praised it. "It's indeed quite good, very unique." Wu Yi nodded in agreement. "It is good. If it weren't for a friend in Shanghai introducing me, I wouldn't have known that such a small shop had such high-quality tea." Xia Nan, who was standing nearby, also laughed. "If it weren't for a friend's recommendation, even if we came here, we wouldn't be able to try it. It's the shop owner's private collection." Noticing Jiang Zhe's curiosity but hesitating to ask, Wu Yan explained, "It was introduced by Yunnan. I invited her to star in my movie." "Oh, Yunnan?" She played the female lead in Wolf Warrior 1 and is very close friends with Wu Yan and his wife. Jiang Zhe nodded in understanding. The conversation shifted to the movie. Jiang Zhe asked, "Brother Wu, how's the investment for Wolf Warrior 2 coming along?" Wu shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not going well. We've approached many people, and while there are quite a few willing to invest, they all have numerous demands. Look at me, I'm so stressed I had to come drink tea to cool down." Jiang Zhe smiled understandingly. Earlier, Wu Yi had approached Lin Lidong from Dachin Entertainment for investment. Lin Lidong had agreed to invest 100 million yuan, but the condition was that his agency's female star, Dilly Reba, must star as the female lead. Dilly Reba perfectly fit Wu Yu's vision for the female lead and was also a rising star, so this investment was originally a win-win situation. However, Dilly Reba directly rejected Lin Lidong's unreasonable demands, resulting in her being shelved, and the investment naturally fell through. Such tight investment schemes are not uncommon. Besides trying to cast their own people in films, investors also demand changes to the plot or even script revisions. Wu Yi went to a military unit for a year and a half to experience life there specifically for this film, which shows how seriously he took it. Of course, he wouldn't agree to such demands. After some thought, Jiang Zhe asked again, "What is the budget for this film?" Wu Yi paused before saying, "The minimum requirement is 80 million yuan. If we can secure 120 million yuan, that would be more comfortable." Before Jiang Zhe could ask again, Wu Yi openly explained, "I've contributed 40 million myself, so I hope to find another investor for 40 million to ensure the film can start production. Of course, after a brief pause, he added, "If we could secure 80 million, that would be even better." Jiang Zhe knew where Wu Yan had obtained the 40 million. In addition to using all his savings, he had mortgaged his house again to avoid being controlled by capital. If the film flopped, Wu Yike would have to start from scratch. Jiang Zhe admired Wu Yi's willingness to risk everything for his dream.
He glanced sideways at Xianan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, refilling their cups of tea. She only had support and understanding for her husband's decision to bet his entire fortune on his dream. Wu Yan was straightforward, and Jiang Zhe didn't beat around the bush. Alright, Yengu, I plan to invest 100 million yuan in this film. If we're going to make it, let's make it the best it can be. Wu Yan was overjoyed. However, he still felt uneasy and hesitated to speak. What about the script and director for the movie? Jiang Zhe replied decisively, I won't interfere with the filming process. Do whatever you think is best, Tan. Jiang Zhe knew that Wu Yan had invested a great deal in this film, and it could be said that he had put his heart and soul into it. If it were him, he wouldn't like others meddling in his carefully crafted ideas either. However, I have one small request. Jiang Zhe deliberately teased Wu Yi a bit. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's expression changed slightly. Lately, he had been dreading so-called small requests. Jiang Zhe glanced at Wu Yu's expression and smiled. Is there any role in this movie that suits me? I'll volunteer to play it. Wu Yi thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You know what? You'd actually be perfect for one of the roles in the movie The Bratty Kid. Ha ha. Xianan had read the movie script and knew exactly what kind of role the naughty kid was. She couldn't help but smile. Jiang Zhe had once caused a scene by beating someone up in public and forcing them to kneel and apologize. Although everyone was now praising Jiang Zhe for doing a good job, there was still an air of recklessness and irresponsibility about him. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was currently at the peak of his popularity, even outshining the seasoned actor Wu Yi. Having him join the film would guarantee it a hot topic. Alright, as long as I can get the role, I'll take it, no complaints about the part. Jiang Zhe nodded. Alright, it's settled then. Since you're the big boss, you can set your own salary. Jiang Zhe held up one finger. $1. I only want $1 as my salary. Wu Yi nodded in understanding. He hadn't set a fee for himself either, because it was his own money anyway. Moving it from one pocket to another made no sense. Both parties eventually reached an agreement. Jiang Zhe would invest 100 million yuan in the film, while Wu Yi would contribute 40 million yuan, totaling 140 million yuan, to co-produce Wolf Warrior 2. As for the profit split, Jiang Zhe would receive 60% and Wu Yan 40%. After all, as the director and screenwriter, Wu Yan couldn't be compensated solely based on his investment share. Neither party is the type to nitpick over details. Jiang Zhe mentioned it casually, and Wu Yi agreed immediately. The collaboration was quickly finalized, and the investment was secured. The two then went their separate ways to prepare for the film shoot. Wu Yi had previously faced delays in securing investment, so he and the production team had only made verbal agreements, which now needed to be formalized. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Wu had built up a network of connections, and these production teams had worked with him multiple times before, so there was no risk of them backing out. Additionally, since this was the second installment of the Wolf Warrior series, Wu Yu had already obtained the necessary permits and official approvals. All that remained was to finalize the production team before filming could begin. As for Jiang Zhe, he returned to the villa to handle some matters. Chapter 250, Begging. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Zhe first called Lei Zhan. As soon as the call connected, Lei Zhan's cheerful voice rang out, Xiao Zhe, it's Lei Zhan. Jiang Zhe cut straight to the point, Lei Go, it's me. The matter is almost settled. You can withdraw your men now. Lei Zhan might have guessed that Jiang Zhe had obtained the information, as he had also participated in that operation. Alright, I'll notify them immediately. The surveillance operation targeting Lin Lidong had only truly been effective thanks to Yi Tsuanshin, and in Ran the others hadn't obtained any valuable intelligence. However, this was quite normal. Intelligence gathering is inherently a team effort, requiring collaboration to find breakthroughs. After a pause, Jiang Zhe continued into the phone, Lei Go, I need an assistant. Ask Yi Tsuanshin and the others if anyone is willing to come help me handle some minor tasks. Jiang Zhe's workload was growing increasingly heavy, and he often found himself overwhelmed. It was time to bring in some assistance. However, this assistant must be loyal, so Jiang Zhe's top choice was Yi Tsuanshin and the others. Lei Zhan was straightforward, then let's go with Ran and Yi Tsuanshin. Ran is good at management and knows how to handle people. As for Yi Tsuanshin, she's always been interested in the entertainment industry and is a die-hard fan herself. She'd be the perfect fit to be by your side. As long as they're part of the bodyguard team, Jiang Zhe won't refuse anyone. Alright, go ahead and ask them both for their opinions first, see if they're willing. No need to ask. Yi Tsuanshin has already been eyeing this opportunity. As for Ran, Lei Zhan's voice carried a hint of pride. I can make that decision for her. Alright, I didn't expect someone like Lei Zhan to be so affectionate. Thank goodness I'm not single. Alright, let's talk about it when they return. Jiang Zhe replied. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhe looked at the empty villa and couldn't help but sigh. He had grown accustomed to the lively company of a large group of people, a side effect of filming the show. Should he head to the set of The People's Might early? Although his role was just a few scenes after the scene change, and the entire show was nearing its end, at least it would be lively there. Just then, his phone rang suddenly.
The screen displayed an unknown number, but Jiang Zhe immediately recognized it. He had sent a text message to this number before.
Oh Xiao Ya. Huh, why is she calling me? And how did she get my number?
Jiang Zhe was very puzzled. Last time he sent a text message to Oh Xiaoya, Jiang Zhe had done so anonymously and sent it from a computer, not his own phone.
After thinking for a moment, Jiang Zhe decided to answer the call and spoke coldly, "Hello?"
On the other end of the line came a low, hoarse voice that sounded unusually tired. If Jiang Zhe hadn't previously eavesdropped on Oh Xiaoya's phone and been familiar with her voice, he would have had a hard time recognizing her.
"Hello, is this Jiang Zhe? This is Oh Xiaoya." Jiang Zhe had no intention of hiding his identity and countered, "How did you get my phone number?"
Jiang Zhe's tone was cold and unyielding, but Oh Xiaoya on the other end dared not show any dissatisfaction. "I got it from Lin Pinghai.
I just never called you before." Jiang Zhe sneered inwardly.
He could roughly guess what Oh Xiaoya wanted his phone number for.
However, Jiang Zhe didn't press the matter and instead asked Oh Xiaoya casually, "Why did you call me?"
"I'm busy and don't have time for small talk."
Upon hearing this, Oh Xiaoya's voice grew urgent. "I just want to talk to you. There's nothing else. There's no need for that. I don't think there's anything worth discussing between us." Jiang Zhe's tone was extremely cold.
What Jiang Zhe didn't know was that Oh Xiaoya had previously been the one to smear Zhao Liying, but Jiang Zhe had threatened to expose her videos that crossed racial boundaries, forcing her to clarify and apologize for Zhao Liying on Weibo. As a result, her entertainment career came to a complete halt. Not only did her company stop arranging any work for her, but her Weibo account was also overrun by Zhao Liying's fans.
From then on, Oh Xiaoya's name became synonymous with scandal.
Aside from being constantly harassed by fans on her Weibo, no one in the entertainment industry came to her aid. If that were all, it might have been bearable.
However, she defied Li Wei, who was actually acting on Lin Lidong's wishes.
Especially since Lin Lidong has been in a bad mood lately for no apparent reason, he has been pressuring her to speak out again, accusing Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying of oppressing her. Whether anyone believes it or not, Lin Lidong doesn't care. He just wants to vent his frustration, and in his eyes, Oh Xiaoya is already ruined, so he might as well drag Jiang Zhe and Zhao Liying down with her. If Oh Xiaoya refuses, Lin Lidong will release those videos, ruining her reputation. Today, Lin Lidong was even more enraged, directly threatening to kill her and demanding she find a way to lure Jiang Zhe out and set up a trap. Lin Lido is currently under investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission, and Oh Xiaoya is unaware of this. But she knows one thing: no one who crosses Jiang Zhe ends up well. From Lin Pinghai to Yuan Yuda, and then to Wu Shixuan and the rest of the H-Star crew, the lightest punishment was detention and a fine, while the others had to serve 3 to 5 years in prison. Among them, Lin Pinghai and 2 others were tortured brutally in prison, nearly losing their lives. Knowing full well how powerful Jiang Zhe is, going against him is nothing short of suicide. Therefore, Oh Xiaoya outwardly agreed to Lin Lidao's plan but secretly approached Jiang Zhe, which is why this call was made. "I have evidence of Lin Lidao's crimes, enough to send him to prison. I can hand it all over to you for free." Oh Xiaoya's voice was filled with pleading. "I only ask that you help me escape the country and survive." Chapter 251, Musical Legacy. Jiang Zhe didn't expect that Oh Xiaoya, driven to this point by Lin Lidong, would be in such danger. This was truly unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhe agreed to Oh Xiaoya's request. "Alright, I'll give you an address. Meet me there later. Remember, don't try any tricks, or else you'll face the consequences." Alright, don't worry. I just want to escape Lin Lidong's control. I won't pull any tricks." Oh Xiaoya hurriedly clarified his position over the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Zhe sent the address to Oh Xiaoya and then left. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhe met Oh Xiaoya. An hour later, Jiang Zhe left. What they discussed in private remains unknown. However, not long after, rumors began circulating within the industry that Lin Lidong had been taken away by the police and sent to a detention center. Though this news didn't attract much attention from netizens, it sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Deshang Entertainment was a giant in the entertainment industry, with many top-tier stars and even superstars under its banner. As the young executive director, Lin Lidong's sudden arrest was enough to trigger a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. The China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) also announced its investigation findings, stating that Deshang Entertainment had been fined a staggering 3 billion yuan for malicious manipulation of the securities market. However, the CSRC was unable to find evidence linking Lin Lidao to Qingyi Technology, as the equity agency agreement between the two parties could not be located. A single electronic document was insufficient to establish guilt. Nevertheless, Lin Lidao was arrested. According to rumors, he was detained for allegedly being involved in the criminal offense of drugging and raping someone. This was the evidence Oh Xiaoya provided to Jiang Zhe. Previously, when she was serving Lin Lidong, she discovered this video on his computer. She secretly copied it, and it came in handy this time. As for Oh Xiaoya, Jiang Zhe gave her 5 million yuan as compensation for the video. She immediately left the country to avoid potential retaliation from Lin Lidong. She fled just in time. Upon learning of Oh Xiaoya's betrayal, Lin Lido immediately released the explosive videos, but by then, no one could find Oh Xiaoya. Zhang Zhe returned to the film crew the day after meeting with Oh Xiaoya. The People's NY only had a few remaining outdoor scenes left to film before wrapping up, so the recording of the theme song and ending credits were also put on the agenda. It was precisely this matter that reminded Zhang Zhe of the music video for his first song, which had been put on hold due to his busy schedule. Fortunately, both he and Jin Mingjiao were free, so they decided to take advantage of the opportunity to shoot the music video. Therefore, Zhang Zhe contacted Li Keiji and NetEase Music, planning to rush the music video during his downtime. In a study filled with an artistic atmosphere, the music video for Zhang Zhe's first song, Dream It Possible, is being filmed. In the center of the study, a piano stood, with several cameras and light blocks focused on a pair of young, inexperienced hands randomly playing the keys. Just then, a helpless voice rang out, "Bei, you can't just play randomly, others will notice." The owner of those hands was Lika's daughter, Bei. She was sitting at the piano, wearing a plain nightgown and a small ponytail, pouting and looking upset. "Zhang Zhe, I don't know how to play the piano," she said. Zhang Zhe felt like his head was about to explode. "I just taught you, and that gentleman over there just took you through it several times." He pointed to the middle-aged man beside him, who was well-built and had an artist-style ponytail. This so-called uncle was none other than the renowned Mr. Lu Huan. Lu Huan's appearance here was quite a coincidence. He was a mentor on a music show, which happened to be filming in Shanghai, and the show had a partnership with NetEase Music. According to Zhang Zhe's concept, or rather the original song's concept, the music video for the song not only features Bei and Jin Mingjia playing the female lead as a child and in her teenage years, but also requires a person with an artistic aura to portray the little girl as grandfather. Moreover, the actor playing the grandfather must also have a remarkable skill in playing the piano. Although the scenes of the grandfather playing the piano in the music video are not very long, as Zhang Zhe mentioned, those who truly understand the piano can discern the performer's skill simply by observing their finger techniques. As his first music video, Zhang Zhe naturally wants to make everything perfect. What he didn't expect was that the production company directly brought in Lu Huan. Bei glanced at Lu Huan with sparkling eyes and giggled, "Uncle is too serious. I want to play with Zhang Zhe." Hearing Bei's voice, Lu Huan smiled. "Bei is right. In terms of piano playing, I really don't have your technical skill." Receiving praise from a musical legend, Zhang Zhe was still very happy inside, but he didn't let it go to his head. "Mr. Lu, you're too kind." Lu Huan's meticulous approach to music is well known. He shook his head slightly. "I'm serious. You should know that the piano queen Martha Argerich once publicly praised your piano skills." To be honest, Lu Huan continued, "Participating in your music video was my own request, with the sole purpose of being able to hear you play a piece live." Bei suddenly interrupted from the side. "Zhang Zhe plays the piano the best." "That's right, and Uncle also noticed that you have a natural talent for the piano." Mr. Lu Huan turned to Bei with a gentle expression, clearly delighted by the mischievous little girl before him. "Do you want to play as beautifully as Zhang Zhe?" he asked. "If you do, Uncle will teach you." Given Mr. Lu Huan's expertise, he could naturally recognize Bei's musical talent, so he offered to teach her to play the piano. "Yes." Bei answered loudly. "All right, hold my hands," Mr. Lu Huan said gently. Soon, the melodious sound of the piano filled the room, and the scene was almost identical to the original music video. Zhang Zhe quietly stepped aside, watching the two figures, one tall and one small, and felt a slight pang in his heart. Many people mocked Mr. Lu Huan for suddenly appearing on a variety show just before retirement, claiming he was trying to make one last big score. But seeing this scene, Zhang Zhe suddenly understood what Lu Huan truly desired. This was the true essence of musical inheritance. Chapter 252, First version of the music video. The melodious piano music flowed through the recording studio, causing everyone present to feel moved. This piano piece would not be included in the MV, but Lu Huan played it with great care and focus. After hearing Zhang Zhe's concept, he was deeply moved. Although the main theme of the MV is a young girl pursuing her dreams are also her grandfather's dreams. This allowed Lu Huan to find a connection between himself and the character. Having achieved great success, his only pursuit was to ensure that music would have heirs to carry on and further develop it. During a break in filming, Jin Mingjia curiously asked Zhang Zhe, "Zhe, why did you want to direct this music video yourself?" Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Nothing special. I just want to express my philosophy and attitude in a complete way." This music video was directed by Zhang Zhe himself. The original music video was a story with a clear timeline and strong narrative, as it also served the purpose of promoting the brand. However, the version Zhang Zhe directed draws inspiration from the original story but incorporates significant changes, adding his own creative ideas and insights. This music video does not aim for lavish visuals. The scenes are simple, with only 3 locations. As a result, the shooting process was relatively quick, and if everything goes smoothly, it can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Zhang Zhe had already prepared a complete script and plan before filming, and the production team brought in by NetEase Music was highly professional. As a result, the first rough cut was completed by the afternoon of the second day.
Since there was a possibility of needing additional shots, the main actors, including Lu Huan, did not leave the set. Zhang Zhe decided to play the rough cut of the MV that had just been sent over for everyone to enjoy their work. The original music video was filmed from a third-person perspective, while Zhang Zhe adopted a first-person perspective, narrating the story from the viewpoint of Jin Mingjia, who plays the piano girl. The scene begins with the soothing sound of piano music, and a pair of delicate hands appear on the piano keys. As the camera pulls back, the hands belong to Jin Mingjia. She was wearing an evening gown, standing tall and straight like a proud swan, her head slightly tilted upward, her face exuding focus, pride, and a hint of melancholy. The crowd gathered around the screen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Jin Mingjia is already a beautiful and artistic girl, and when she sits at the piano, her artistic aura is fully highlighted. This artistic beauty had already captured everyone's hearts from the very beginning of the music video. Just then, Zhang Ze's voice echoed through the air, his ethereal and dreamlike falsetto causing Lu Huan, the teacher standing beside him, to feel as though his heart had been gripped by an unseen hand, causing him to gasp in awe. I will run, I will climb, I will soar. I am undefeated. Jin Mingjia's expression remains serene as she gently caresses the piano keys. The camera once again focuses on her hands, and the next moment, the scene flashes back. A pair of well-maintained hands, yet exuding an air of age, appeared on the piano keys. These hands seemed to possess magical power, and with each stroke of the keys, it felt as though they were striking the hearts of everyone present. Lu Huan, the teacher, appeared before the camera, lost in the music. His eyes were slightly closed, exuding the romantic yet aloof aura of an artist. Jumping out of my skin, pull the cord. Yeah, I believe it. The little girl played by Bei Bei is awakened by the piano music. With a sense of confusion between dream and reality, she follows the sound to the piano. The aloof artist is gone, replaced by a kind-hearted grandfather. Lu Huan's eyes sparkled with love and anticipation as he picked up Bei Bei and placed her on his lap. The past is everything we were, don't let it define who we are. So I'll dream until I make it real, and all I see are stars. Bibi's hands and Mr. Lu Huan's hands alternated on the screen, the little hands cautiously reaching toward the piano keys. It's not until you fall that you fly. The tender little hands rest on the back of the weathered, large hands, filled with wonder at the opening of a dream. Bei Bei looks up at Mr. Lu Huan with surprise, and he responds with a warm, kind smile. I will chase, I will reach, I will fly. Until I break free, until I break out of my cage like a bird in the night. The little girl practices the piano, while her grandfather stands beside it, proudly closing his eyes to listen. The little girl's mother, played by Li Ku in her natural role, stood secretly at the door watching her daughter. The melodious piano music and singing flowed like water, touching everyone's heart. The little girl grew up. Jin Mingjia played the piano while smiling at her grandfather beside it. Lu Huan, who had undergone special effects makeup, returned her a warm smile. This smile is older than before, carrying the sorrow and reflection of an elderly person nearing the end of their life. Behind Lu Huan stood Li Ku and the other three actors playing the family members of the female lead, their faces filled with astonishment and pride as they watched the fingers dance across the piano keys like elves. The grown-up girl left her hometown, and the old man lay in bed. The song reached its climax, and the scene where Jin Mingjia was located finally appeared in full view before everyone. This was a vast concert hall, where a girl in an evening gown was playing the piano for the audience. The scene shifts to another location, where Lu Huan, playing the role of the grandfather, lies in a hospital bed with an oxygen tube in his nose, his complexion pale but serene. However, when he looks at a photo in his hand, a fleeting expression of regret crosses his face. The photo was of the girl, sitting at a piano, smiling sweetly at the camera. The next moment, the old man's hand drops limply. Though the camera doesn't explicitly show it, everyone knows that he has slipped into eternal sleep. The song reached its final notes. The girl's family sat below the stage, and her mother stood up with tears streaming down her face, clapping for the girl. Unfortunately, the girl's grandfather had already passed away, leaving this world behind. As the piano played a heart-wrenching melody, the girl's eyes filled with tears. She recalled her childhood, holding her grandfather's hand and feeling the notes. The next moment, a pair of weathered hands suddenly appeared on the piano keys, just as they had when she was a child. The difference was that these hands were no longer playing the piano, instead, they were holding the girl's hands. As the final note faded away, the old hands vanished. Amidst the thunderous applause, the girl smiled and looked up at the sky. Chapter 253, Sharing. The music video was only a few minutes long and played out quickly, but the venue remained silent for a long time. Although it was just a rough cut, without any color grading or post-production, and many parts of the movements and vocals were not perfectly synchronized, the song's atmosphere and the emotions conveyed through the MV had already deeply moved everyone. Those with a more sensitive emotional disposition, such as Jin Mingjia and Li Ku, were already moved to tears, their eyes brimming with emotion. Zhang Zhe, on the other hand, was filled with pride. Based on the original version, he not only deepened the familial themes embedded in the music video but also incorporated his own new insights into the legacy of music. This inspiration came from the look Lu Huan gave him and Bei Bei during yesterday's filming. Lu Huan, the teacher, was equally moved by the music video.
Although the music video subtly touched the most vulnerable part of his heart, aging and fading away, he didn't mind at all. On the contrary, the look he gave Jiang Zhe was like seeing a kindred spirit. He took off his glasses without hesitation, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe them, and then looked at Jiang Zhe with admiration and said, "The music video is very touching, but what I admire most is your piano playing and singing." He patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder with a thud. "Whether it's your piano playing or your singing, you're the most outstanding and talented person I've ever seen at your age." What a pity, what a pity. Jiang Zhe knew what Lu Huan was regretting. Although he had always maintained a purely musical relationship with the piano queen Agrippa, without any personal involvement, those in the music world who knew about their connection had already regarded him as Agrippa's successor, with the two of them in a teacher-student relationship. Jiang Zhe did not object to this perception. Agrippa was an S-class piano master, and the system had rated her as the highest grade S he had ever seen. Such a master who could be called the supreme deity of the piano world, even becoming her disciple, would be an honor. In comparison, Lu Huan's piano skills are rated A, the same level as Jiang Zhe. Although he recognized Jiang Zhe's talent, he would never dare to compete with Ms. Agrippa for disciples. However, Mr. Lu Huan is no less impressive than Ms. Agrippa, as his singing skills are also the highest level Jiang Zhe has ever seen, rated S. Jiang Zhe holds Mr. Lu Huan in the highest regard, as he is a pioneer in Chinese vocal history who has dedicated his life to music. He humbly responds, "Mr. Lu Huan, you are too kind. In your presence, I am merely a novice who has just begun his journey in music. I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance." Lu Huan shook his head gently. "What guidance? I feel I no longer have the qualifications to offer such." After a pause, Mr. Lu Huan smiled and said, "My work in Shanghai is almost done. I'll be heading back to the capital in a couple of days. When you have time to come to the capital, be sure to get in touch with me. We can have a good chat." Jiang Zhe also smiled broadly. "It is my honor to receive your guidance." Those who overheard their conversation were so shocked they could hardly believe their ears. Mr. Lu Huan said he wasn't qualified to guide Jiang Zhe, but instead wanted to exchange ideas with him? It seems that Jiang Zhe is truly a singer whose talent has been overshadowed by his championship title. Moreover, judging from the effect of this music video, Jiang Zhe also has a natural talent for directing. Jin Mengjia, standing nearby, looked at Jiang Zhe with admiration and awe. "Zhigu, is there anything you can't do?" On the other hand, Bei was brimming with pride. "My brother Jiang Zhe can do everything. He can sing, play the piano, and even make sugar sculptures." She suddenly leaned in with a greedy expression, tilting her little face up and looking at him eagerly. "Jiang Zhe, I want a sugar figurine. You said before that if I listened to you, you'd make one for me." Jiang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. After making a sugar figurine for Bei once, she had been talking about it non-stop ever since, and she insisted that he make it himself. Alright, he bent down, picked Bei up, and said, "Let me find a place to make you some sugar sculptures." The music video recording was finished, and Jiang Zhe decided to treat everyone to dinner. The group headed to a restaurant and booked the entire kitchen. Ever since Jiang Zhe had showcased his cooking skills on the show Chinese Restaurant, everyone had been eagerly anticipating his culinary talents. Originally, Jiang Zhe had planned to simply order a large spread of dishes, but everyone protested. Even Lu Huan joined in, insisting that Jiang Zhe cook himself. Jiang Zhe had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and get to work, leaving the restaurant's head chef standing by, feeling utterly frustrated. However, he dared not object, as Jiang Zhe's culinary skills were well known to everyone. As a professional, he could clearly see that Jiang Zhe's skills were no less than his own. In the end, Jiang Zhe prepared a lavish feast, working himself into a sweat. Everyone, including teacher Lu Huan, Li Ku, and the filming crew, praised the meal highly. Bei was also thoroughly satisfied, as Jiang Zhe not only made her a sugar figurine but also specially cooked a pineapple rice dish for her. The steamed glutinous rice was stir-fried with green and red peppers, nuts, shrimp meat, and other ingredients until fragrant, then mixed with pineapple chunks, mango, and other ingredients, drizzled with pineapple juice, and served in a hollowed-out pineapple. The dish's appearance alone was enough to captivate Bei. The sweet and sour taste, combined with the natural fragrance of the fruits and glutinous rice, made it irresistible. However, making pineapple rice is quite complicated, so everyone could only watch as Bei happily held a large pineapple and enjoyed her meal. However, Bei had been well taught by Li Ku from a young age and knew how to share. After receiving everyone's envious glances and satisfying her own sense of pride, she immediately grabbed her small spoon and began sharing the pineapple rice with everyone. Everyone praised Bei for being so considerate, making both Bei and Li Ku smile broadly. As the streetlights came on, everyone dispersed in high spirits. NetEase Music, as the organizer of the shoot, provided thoughtful service, arranging drivers to take Lu Huan, Li Ku, and Jin Mengjia back separately. Jiang Zhe returned to the studio to discuss the editing and stylistic details of the music video once more. By the time he finished communicating with NetEase Music, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. At this point, all the work he needed to do for this song had been completed. The remaining editing and production would be handled by NetEase Music, and he would only need to review the final MV once it was completed. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. Someone had sent him a text message.
The message was from Jin Mengjia, with just a simple sentence, "Jige, I'm heading to Mango TV." Jiang Zhe sighed softly and replied, "Alright, then work hard." Chapter 254, Amending the Contract. Jin Mengjia had started her hosting career at Mango TV in the past few days, as previously planned. The filming of The People's Mai had wrapped up, and the post-production editing was complete. It was currently undergoing review. All the main cast members of the production team are on standby. They just need to wait for The People's Mai to pass the review, and then they can all come together for promotional activities. Therefore, Jin Mengjia's departure is understandable. In fact, Jin Mengjia's sudden decision to board the plane was a last-minute whim after finishing the music video recording. She understands English and knows the song's title, Dream It Possible, which means my dream. The time she spent with Jiang Zhe felt like a dream to her. Spending every day by his side, filming happily, traveling together to participate in program recordings, and returning together all the way to her participation in the music video this time. All of it was a beautiful dream. Jin Mengjia was aware of Jiang Zhe's romantic relationship with Xiao Liying. Being able to become Jiang Zhe's close friend was already the closest she could get to him. Any further attempts to get closer might push Jiang Zhe away. Filled with fear, she chose the most extreme way to escape suddenly and say goodbye to Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe didn't understand Jin Mengjia's inner conflict. With reluctance and confusion, he sent her a message, "If there's anything, call me." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Anything, anytime." The news that Jiang Zhe was about to release a single and had already filmed the music video once again sent his fans into a frenzy. Countless fans flooded his Weibo with comments, expressing their anticipation and support for their idol. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe's Weibo account also posted a second blog post, featuring behind-the-scenes footage from the music video shoot. This post garnered over 100,000 reposts and hundreds of thousands of likes within just one day. As for the comments, there were over 100,000, and they were still rapidly increasing. Jiang Zhe skimmed through a few comments, but the tone of the comments remained somewhat off-key, causing the comment section on his Weibo to veer off topic. The most popular meme currently is First Blood. The comments on the second post, from the 1st to the 10th, all revolve around this meme. Either they were trying to take Jiang Zhe's first blood, or they were planning to offer their own first blood to Jiang Zhe. As usual, the meme was ended in the 11th comment. "Pfft. What are you all thinking? Let go of my idol, let me have him." Jiang Zhe scrolled all the way to the second page of comments before finding a more serious one. "Idol, you finally released a single. When are you planning to hold a concert?" Well, this isn't much better. Are they suggesting Jiang Zhe should hold a concert where he sings for 5 minutes and people wait in line for 2 hours? Or just keep singing this song over and over until it lasts the entire concert? Regardless of the content, Jiang Zhe was still quite satisfied with the buzz and influence his Weibo post had generated. This Weibo post wasn't actually posted by Jiang Zhe himself. It was specially sent by Anran in collaboration with NetEase Music's publicity team to boost Jiang Zhe's profile. Earlier, Jiang Zhe asked Lei Zhan if anyone among Yi Tsuanshin and the others was willing to be his manager or assistant. Lei Zhan immediately recommended Anran and Yi Tsuanshin, and even threw in a bit of romantic flair. So far, Lei Zhan's recommendation seems spot on. Anran and Yi Tsuanshin are both highly suited for the role of assistant. Especially Anran, who had already undergone highly specialized training in management and other areas for a special mission. Helping Jiang Zhe plan his schedule and manage his Weibo account is no challenge for her. These tasks are typically the responsibility of a manager, but Jiang Zhe doesn't have one and doesn't plan to hire one, so he decided to have Anran take on the role. However, Anran is currently only listed as an assistant because becoming a manager requires a manager's license. Although both she and Yi Tsuanshin have already applied, the training and exams take over 3 months to complete. As for Yi Tsuanshin, she is a high-achieving graduate from Tsinghua University, so her intellectual capabilities speak for themselves. Moreover, compared to Anran, she is more skilled in combat, as Anran was previously an intelligence officer, while Yi Tsuanshin is a special forces soldier representing ultimate combat prowess. Perhaps due to her habit of being straightforward, Yi Tsuanshin handed all the mentally demanding tasks to Anran, as if her intelligence was a limited resource. Of course, when Jiang Zhe asked about it, Yi Tsuanshin spoke confidently, "Brother Jiang, don't you think that Anran and I complement each other perfectly, with one handling the intellectual work and the other the physical, forming a seamless team?" Jiang Zhe didn't know what kind of physical strength was required for an assistant, but since Anran had no objections, he naturally wouldn't oppose it either. After all, Yi Tsuanshin's long legs made her faster than the average person even when running errands, so being an errand girl was more than sufficient for her. With Anran and Yi Tsuanshin on board, Jiang Zhe felt a lot lighter. All the schedules and arrangements were handled by the two of them, allowing him to focus his energy on other matters. For example, capital operations. Wolf Warrior 2 had entered the final preparation stage before filming. Wooey had already signed contracts with the film crew, and during the long waiting period, he had already completed other aspects of the film, such as research, location selection, and storyboarding. However, since Wooey's film still did not have a definite release date, the actors who had previously agreed to star in it needed to adjust their schedules to make time for the filming of Wolf Warrior 2.
For example, Wu Gang had previously accepted Wu Yu's invitation, but he is also a key member of the production team for The People's MY. Although the TV series has been completed, as a key member of the production team, he needs to remain in Shanghai in the near future to participate in promotional activities. Zhang Zhe also needs to attend these events, as he is not only the lead actor but also the primary investor in the film.
However, after careful consideration, Zhang Zhe called Wu Yi. Brother Wu, here's the thing. I'd like to modify our contract. After the call connected, Zhang Zhe got straight to the point. Chapter 255, Big Profits. On the other end, Wu Yi, who received the call, was beyond frustrated. With filming about to begin, suddenly wanting to modify the contract was indeed a major headache. Xiao Zhe, what aspects of the contract do you want to modify? Zhang Zhe sensed the tension in Wu Ji's voice and smiled. Brother Ge, I'm not withdrawing my investment. I just want to change the investor in the contract from my personal name to the company. Previously, Zhang Zhe had invested as an individual, but he knew that after Wolf Warrior 2 became a huge hit, the companies that had invested in the production not only received massive profits but also saw their company profiles significantly boosted. Therefore, Zhang Zhe established a new entertainment company, Xi'an Entertainment. No problem. It's just a change in the investor's status, which won't affect the film itself. Wu Yan agreed readily. Alright, I'll be heading to the capital in the next few days. Once I return, we can sign a new contract. Alright, give me a call when you get back. Wu Yi agreed, but he immediately remembered another headache-inducing matter and asked, Zhang Zhe, what should we do about our female lead? At this point, the two of them still hadn't decided on a female lead for their movie. Both Wu Yu and Zhang Zhe had their eyes on Dilly Reba, but Dachin Entertainment had already made it clear that Dilly Reba's schedule conflicted and she couldn't participate. As a result, the lead female role remained unfilled. Wu Yi had originally planned to find a female actress at random to fill in, but Zhang Zhe insisted that he still believed in Dilly Reba and hoped to make another effort. Now that filming is about to begin, the female lead is still not confirmed, so Wu Yi had no choice but to ask Zhang Zhe. I'll try to contact Dachin Entertainment again. Zhang Zhe thought for a moment and said, Brother Wu, don't worry. Even if the negotiations with Dachin Entertainment fail, I'll find a female lead with enough influence for our movie. If Dilly Reba can't come, who are you planning to find? Wu Yu asked, curious about who this influential and suitable actress could be, and also a bit uneasy. Emma Watson. Zhang Zhe answered confidently. With Emma Watson's popularity and influence, she would be more than capable of taking on the lead role in this film. Moreover, Zhang Zhe believed that although Emma Watson was currently busy in the UK promoting a fashion brand to make up for the time she had missed due to her appearance on the show Chinese Restaurant, she would definitely come to the rescue with just one phone call. However, Wolf Warrior 2 is a film with a purely Chinese core, so Zhang Zhe and Wu Yi still wanted to find Chinese actors or at least actresses with Chinese heritage if possible, unless it came down to the last minute. After chatting briefly with Wu Yi, the two hung up the phone. Wu Yi was busy preparing for the film, while Zhang Zhe handed over the promotion and distribution of the song to NetEase Music, then boarded a flight to the capital with Ran and Yi Tsuanshin. Accompanying Zhang Zhe were Gao Yalan and Li Lu, two key members of the production team. They were heading to the capital to discuss the premiere contract for The People's MY. The People's MY had already been submitted for review, and none of the three were concerned about the outcome. After Zhang Zhe invested in him, Gao Yalan told Zhang Zhe the truth. This drama was specifically requested by the Supreme People's Procuratorate for production, with the aim of aligning with the current nationwide anti-corruption campaign and conveying an unwavering resolve through the television series. Therefore, there will be no issues with the review process, as the plot outline was provided by the Supreme People's Procuratorate itself. They even offered their own suggestions on character development and expressed satisfaction with the plot synopsis submitted by the production team in advance. With this backdrop, CCTV had already proposed purchasing the broadcast rights for The People's MY at a price of 2 million yuan per episode. The People's MY is planned to be produced in 50 episodes, meaning the production team has already secured a guaranteed return of 100 million yuan from the first episode. However, as The People's MY gained popularity before filming began and continued to generate buzz, becoming the hottest TV series of the summer, the price for the broadcast rights has skyrocketed. Currently, the broadcast rights for The People's MY have been raised to 200 million yuan, doubling the original price. The culprit behind this situation is another major player in the broadcasting industry, Mango TV, a provincial satellite channel with ties to Zhang Zhe. Mango TV has invested heavily in this. However, Zhang Zhe had already learned through internal sources that CCTV was equally determined, vowing to secure the broadcast rights for The People's MY at any cost. And the source of this insider information is none other than the woman Zhang Zhe has always been fond of. Tong Yaya. However, for Zhang Zhe, the final price for the premiere rights of The People's MY was of little concern. His primary purpose for this trip was to meet Tong Yaya and once again experience that moment of endless tenderness. However, while Zhang Zhe remains calm, Gao Yalan and Li Lu are far from it. They had their own channels, and the news of the bidding war between CCTV and Mango TV had also reached their ears. Old Gao. On the flight to the capital, Li Lu, unable to contain his excitement, asked Gao Yalan, "Do you think we can negotiate a good deal with CCTV this time?"
The minimum is already 200 million, but I estimate it might go up by another 10 or 20 million at most.
Gao Yalan had been handling negotiations with both CCTV and Mango TV.
Although Jiang Zhe was the largest investor, he had instructed Gao Yalan and others in the know to keep this information confidential.
All external negotiations and discussions had been handled by Gao Yalan. Li Lu nodded in agreement with Gao Yalan's estimate. "That's not bad. Even if it's 210 million, it would still be the highest price CCTV has paid for the broadcast rights in recent years, right?" "That's right. Gao Yalan has always been close to CCTV and is well informed about their moves.
The highest price they paid before was for the broadcast rights of The New Three Kingdoms, which was just under 80 million yuan. However, the most critical point isn't that."
Gao Yalan spoke with a hint of excitement. "As things stand, CCTV has already secured the first broadcast rights.
However, Mango TV has already informed me that they don't intend to continue competing for the first broadcast and instead plan to secure the exclusive broadcast rights for the second round of provincial satellite TV stations."
Li Lu's eyes lit up.
If the intense competition can be extended to the second round of broadcasts, then this investment can only be described in 4 words.
A huge profit. Chapter 256, let's go for it. Mango TV's positioning is fundamentally different from CCTV's, with its own distinct audience base.
Mango focuses on entertainment and fashion, attracting a large number of young fans seeking novelty and pure enjoyment.
Together, they cover a very broad audience demographic.
If the TV series were only broadcast on CCTV, many viewers might find it too serious, and the teenage audience would not be very broad. However, by airing it on Mango TV as well, the audience reach would significantly expand.
Gao Yalan and Li Lu are confident in their TV series.
As long as the audience watches it carefully, they will eventually come to love it.
Jiang Zhe, what's your take on this?
Seeing Jiang Zhe standing by with a smile but saying nothing, Li Lu worried that Jiang Zhe felt neglected and gave him a subtle nudge.
Jiang Zhe actually values the fame and recognition the show will bring him more than anything else.
He doesn't care much about how much it will make.
"The revenue this series has brought me so far is already very satisfying. The negotiations with CCTV and Mango TV can be handled entirely by the two of you.
After all, I'm just a newcomer in the entertainment industry and can't get involved in such matters."
Gao Yalan glanced sideways at Jiang Zhe. "Xiao Zhe, you're being modest.
My friends at Mango TV told me outright that they were willing to go head-to-head with CCTV to secure this show because you're the lead actor."
Gao Yalan continued, "Otherwise, given Mango TV's self-positioning, why would they be so interested in a major historical drama?" Jiang Zhe was also a bit surprised Mango TV was so optimistic about him. Jiang Zhe also had a good impression of Mango TV. If he could collaborate more with them, he would be very excited. Whether Mango TV has good taste or not, people aren't entirely sure, but its promotional capabilities are undeniable in the entertainment industry. To list a few examples, Mango TV has practically launched the careers of half the entertainment industry. For example, Zhao Wei's rise to stardom began with Mango TV's investment in the TV series The Princess Returning Pearl. Huang Xiaoming truly became a top-tier star after Mango TV aired the new Shanghai Beach and the Jin Yong series. As for Zhang Xiaoliang, everyone knows he rose to fame thanks to his standout performance in the first season of Where Are We Going, Dad? Additionally, there are a series of top female stars like Yang Mi and Gulnazer, all of whom have close ties to Mango TV's dramas and variety shows. Jiang Zhe's cousin Zhao Liang also rose to the ranks of top-tier actresses thanks to her role in Flower Thousand Bone, which aired on Mango TV. To be honest, Jiang Zhe's rise to fame is closely tied to Mango TV's promotional efforts, as his first variety show, The Chinese Restaurant, was also aired on Mango TV. Jiang Zhe shook his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying, and said seriously, "Gao Go, lead director, you two will handle the negotiations with CCTV later. I have other matters to attend to and will have to part ways with you after landing." Li Lu looked surprised. "Jiang Zhe, this time we're going to meet with CCTV's high-ranking officials.
This is a great opportunity, you need to think it through carefully."
Jiang Zhe understood Li Lu's meaning. CCTV was, after all, the most influential platform in China. If he could use this negotiation opportunity to get acquainted with CCTV's senior management or even establish some connections, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his acting career. He smiled, acknowledging Li Lu's goodwill, but shook his head firmly and emphasized, "I need to meet someone, a very important and crucial person. Meeting her is more important than anything else." Since Jiang Zhe had spoken so decisively, Gao Yalan and Li Lu had nothing more to say. However, the two had a very favorable impression of Jiang Zhe.
Although he wasn't participating in the meeting, they decided to find an opportunity later to praise him to the CCTV representatives, at least to leave a good impression of him in their minds. The plane landed at the capital's international airport. After getting off the plane, Jiang Zhe greeted Gao Yalan and Li Lu, then left with Ran and Yi Zuanxin. Bringing in Ran and Yi Zuanxin along was merely to make his trip to the capital appear more official. Jiang Zhe, with over 10 million Weibo followers, had to be vigilant against paparazzi, just like guarding against fire and theft.
Moreover, his relationship with Tong Yaya was extremely secretive.
Although he didn't care if their relationship were to be exposed, it would be a devastating blow to Tong Yaya's fledgling career.
And Ran had already booked a hotel for him in advance.
He left in Ran and Yi Tsuanshin at the hotel to distract any potential paparazzi, then changed into a low-key outfit and slipped out of the hotel secretly. To avoid being recognized, Jiang Zhe not only wore a hat and his usual large sunglasses but also put on a large mask, completely covering his face. Such attire would essentially be like wearing a "I'm a celebrity" sign in other places, but in the capital, it was perfectly ordinary, blending in seamlessly on the streets. Sure enough, no one, including the taxi driver who picked him up, recognized him as the currently popular rising star Jiang Zhe.
He arrived at the residential area where Tong Yaya was staying without any trouble.
He had already made plans with Tong Yaya before boarding the plane.
To avoid drawing attention, the two would meet directly at Tong Yaya's home in the capital. When the door opened, the first moment Jiang Zhe saw Tong Yaya, he felt an instant spark. To welcome Jiang Zhe's arrival, Tong Yaya had specially taken the day off and was waiting at home.
Since she hadn't gone out, Tong Yaya hadn't bothered to dress up or put on makeup. Instead, she wore a simple, casual tank top and a pair of hot pants.
This outfit unintentionally exuded a lazy sensuality.
Moreover, she exuded a deadly mature womanly aura, causing Jiang Zhe to have a thought the moment he saw her. This was a flower in full bloom, freely and uninhibitedly releasing its beauty, the perfect time to pick it.
If that's the case, what's there to hesitate about? Just pick it.